After completing the Pokémon Scarlet and Violet games and gathering all the Pokémon from every generation, Lu Yu unexpectedly found himself transported to a world where humans coexist with Pokémon. To his astonishment, the game data from his Scarlet and Violet playthrough had also crossed over with him, gazing at the fully leveled, shiny Pokémon in his game case. Along with an abundance of rare items in his bag, a formidable trainer was about to make his grand entrance. Years later, as Lu Yu stood at the pinnacle of the Pokémon world, he humbly declared, "To be honest, it was my Pokémon who elevated me to this position of the world's strongest trainer. My personal efforts played a minimal role." Chapter 1. The Pokémon World, Transcending with the Game. Today, we will delve into the history of Pokémon. Approximately 300 years ago, a wondrous species descended upon Earth, known as Pokémon. With the emergence of Pokémon, humanity embarked upon the Pokémon era. As these peculiar words echoed in his ears, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes in bewilderment. To his horror, he recognized the familiar yet strange faces surrounding him. He had inexplicably returned to his high school classroom. What the hell is happening? Wasn't I just at home playing Pokémon Scarlet and Violet? I haven't even tackled the 6-star den yet. Hearing Lu Yu's soft mutterings, both the teacher at the podium and his classmates turned their attention towards him. "Lu Yu, what are you daydreaming about? Please repeat the key point the teacher just mentioned." At the sound of his name, Lu Yu instinctively stood up, slowly merging the youthful faces of his classmates with memories of the past. Gazing at the textbook titled History of Pokémon in his hands, Lu Yu's expression turned dazed. "Where am I?" After a brief period of recovery, along with explanations from his classmates and teacher regarding their worldview, Lu Yu finally comprehended the reality. He had been transported. He had arrived in a world where Pokémon and reality coexisted, set in the year 2016, precisely when he was in his final year of high school. His classmates were unsurprisingly the same familiar faces from memory, as were his parents and family. With the comforting thought that his parents and sister had not vanished, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he feared he might become an orphan in a tomato orphanage or have to refer to complete strangers as his parents. Given the current situation, having his family intact in this new world was already a blessing. As the school day drew to a close, the attractive teacher, Ms. Zhong, entered the classroom and addressed the students. Next Monday marks the day of class division. Students possessing an initial Pokémon will be allowed to enter the Pokémon class for unified training and preparation for the Pokémon College entrance examination. Those who do not wish to pursue a career as trainers may continue their cultural studies and participate in the conventional college entrance examination. However, I must stress that the difficulty of the Pokémon examination is substantial. Merely possessing an initial Pokémon does not guarantee admission to Pokémon University and becoming a formal trainer. As this will be a pivotal moment in your lives, I hope you will discuss it thoroughly with your families before making a decision. After school, Lu Yu was the last to leave the building. Watching the Pidgeys, Muckrows, and Starly soar by, he still felt a tinge of unreality. Yet, having been a fan of Pokémon since childhood, he continued to purchase the latest Nintendo consoles and Pokémon games even as an adult. Lu Yu had always held a deep yearning for Pokémon, often dreaming of stepping into the real Pokémon world and embarking on a journey with his beloved Pokémon to reach the pinnacle. After all, who wouldn't adore Pokémon? Now, although fate had played a trick on him, his long-held dream had manifested before his eyes, presenting him with a tangible opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu resolved that since he had entered this world where Pokémon and reality coexist, he must fulfill his dream and ascend to greatness alongside his companions, striving to become the strongest in the world. Thus, his future path was clear. Lu Yu was determined to embark on the journey of a Pokémon trainer and claim the title of the strongest. The first step towards becoming a trainer was to acquire his very first initial Pokémon. Whether it meant risking his life to capture one in the wild, akin to the bug-catching youths in the games, purchasing one from a Pokémon shop, or inheriting a Pokémon from his parents or relatives, he would secure his first Pokémon and become a novice trainer. However, merely obtaining an initial Pokémon was not sufficient for admission to Pokémon University. Shaking his head, Lu Yu was on the verge of discussing with his parents whether to purchase an initial Pokémon or use one of the family's Pokémon as his own when he suddenly noticed something unusual before him. Before him appeared 4 buttons labeled A, B, X, and Y. Huh, these weren't here before. Could it be a side effect of my transportation? Muttering to himself, Lu Yu rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was hallucinating. Yet, when he opened them again, the familiar 4 letters remained in his view. Strangely compelled, Lu Yu realized these buttons resembled those on a Switch console while playing Pokémon games. With a fleeting thought, he pressed the X button. In the next instant, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. As a flash of white light enveloped him, Lu Yu's personal data, along with the contents of his game bag and console, materialized before his very eyes. Lu Yu, age *18, gender *male, items *Master Ball, Rotom Phone, Titan Orb, Ability Capsule, Secret Sauce, Megastone, Pokemon * unlocked. Staring at the plethora of items in his bag, including rare candies among others, Lu Yu was left utterly stunned. Wasn't this an array of items from the Pokémon Scarlet and Violet game he had just played? How were they now part of his reality? Could it be that he had transported along with the game data into this Pokémon world? As this thought surged within him, Lu Yu could no longer contain his overwhelming joy. If this were true, did that mean the thousands of Pokémon in his game case had also come with him? With this realization, Lu Yu promptly opened his game case. As anticipated, within the confines of the game box, there resided a familiar cadre of Pokémon, such as Blaziken, Gengar, Mimikyu, Dragonite, Lunala, Conkeldurr, Dolphin Knight, and Charizard, all of whom have been my most frequently utilized companions. Moreover, these creatures boasted levels that soared to a magnificent 100, denoting their status as fully evolved. Upon witnessing that his cherished Pokémon had not vanished, Lu Yu's face illuminated with unrestrained joy. With their presence, the aspiration of becoming a Pokémon master and reigning as the strongest in the world seemed effortlessly attainable. Prior to Lu Yu's traversal into this realm, Pokémon Scarlet and Violet had already been operational for over a year, with the Pokédex nearly fully unlocked, encompassing close to 1,000 Pokémon across all generations. Furthermore, the game had introduced mega evolutions from previous generations, along with a unique terrestrial phenomenon exclusive to Scarlet and Violet, offering 2 distinct enhancement items. However, Gigantamax forms and Z-moves had yet to receive updates. Of course, despite the vast number of Pokémon at his disposal, the ones Lu Yu had truly trained, developed a maximum friendship level, and frequently employed were merely a few dozen to 100. After all, when contending against international opponents, one must possess a diverse array of teams to adapt accordingly. Thus, gazing at the formidable Pokémon within his game box, evidently in their peak condition, Lu Yu immediately extended his hand, eager to summon them forth. If he were to unleash Gengar, Blaziken, and Charizard, Lu Yu could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of the world, claiming the title of the strongest. A level 100 Pokémon would surely outmatch even champions and Pokémon masters alike. Yet, just as Lu Yu was poised to extract Gengar from the game box, an unforeseen anomaly abruptly unfolded. Chapter 2. The Initial Partner, the Monarch-level magical Mask Meow. As Lu Yu clicked on the ability panel of Banjira, intending to incorporate it into his team, he discovered, to his dismay, that it was utterly impossible. Realizing that he could not extricate the Pokémon from the game box to join his current roster, a wave of panic washed over him. The earlier euphoria stemming from the arrival of his Pokémon into this world, the exhilaration of standing at the pinnacle of existence, evaporated in an instant. What on earth is happening? If the game data has traversed with me, and these are Pokémon I captured and trained myself, why can't I retrieve them? With dissatisfaction and the urgency of being obstructed on his path to becoming the strongest, Lu Yu repeatedly tapped at his game box, desperate to extract his Pokémon. Yet, whether he clicked on Banjira, the 3-headed dragon, Fast Dragon, or others like Blaziken, Dolphin Hero, or even the legendary Pokémon such as Gyoka, Rayquaza, and others, his efforts were in vain. At that moment, Lu Yu's gaze suddenly fell upon a small lock icon in the upper right corner of the Pokémon's image within the box. Previously, he had been too overwhelmed by excitement to notice, but now, having regained his composure, he sensed something was amiss. Perhaps it was the existence of this lock icon that rendered his Pokémon unextractable? Therefore, after meticulously inspecting his numerous boxes, Lu Yu discovered that nearly all Pokémon bore a locked icon in the upper right corner. Eventually, after hundreds of fruitless attempts, Lu Yu was on the brink of surrender. The heavens had bestowed upon him the chance to traverse realms and gifted him a golden finger, yet he could not utilize it immediately. Such a cruel twist of fate. However, just as he was about to close the game box, he seemed to catch a glimpse of something different. He had turned to a section he had long neglected, where about a dozen Pokémon occupied a single box without being filled. To his astonishment, the first Pokémon, the magical Mask Meow, lacked the lock icon. Staring at this revelation, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, as memories of battling alongside this Pokémon flooded back to him. The reason this box remained unfilled and why these Pokémon were placed in their own box was undoubtedly because they were special. Banjira, Lucario, Gyarados, Houndoom, Magical Mask Meow, and Shinado were all members of the team he had taken before conquering Pokémon Scarlet and Violet. Of course, there were also Pokémon like Hisuian Arcanine and Steel Wingcrow that he had replaced in his second team. It is worth mentioning that Luyu had originally purchased the Scarlet version, while the exclusive Pokémon from the Violet version were attained through trades with friends. Moreover, due to the existence of effort values in the game, after completing all storylines, Luyu had retrained many Pokémon to climb up to the Master Ball rank for ranked battles, yet he had inadvertently forgotten those who had accompanied him the longest. Yes, he recalled the emotional moment of obtaining his initial Pokémon, the thrill of capturing his first Pokémon, his first near-legendary, and the joy of defeating 8 gym leaders, the Elite Four, and achieving greatness in the Academy competition. Yet, after completing the game, due to his laziness in searching for berries, or simply being unable to find them to eliminate effort values, Luyu had placed his team, which had accompanied him through the storyline, into a separate box. Over the following year, even with the updates in Scarlet and Violet and numerous 7-star Titan activities, Luyu had not used them again nor leveled them up to their maximum, remaining stagnant at the stage after completing the game. In that instant, it dawned on Luyu why the Magical Mask Meow was the only one without a lock. Because this Magical Mask Meow was his very first starter Pokémon in the game, the one that had been with him the longest, and it was also the first Pokémon to reach maximum friendship. In the next moment, Luyu reached out and tapped on the Magical Mask Meow, transferring it to his team. Instantly, the Magical Mask Meow vanished from the game box, and an ordinary Pokeball appeared in Luyu's hand, while its attributes and abilities manifested before his eyes. Pokémon, Magical Mask Meow. Level, LV67. Ability, Transformative Shift. Types, Grass, Dark. Strength, Monarch level. Skills, Play Rough, Dark Pulse, Bite. Leaf Storm, Energy Ball, Claw Sharpen. Friendship, 255. Beholding the Magical Mask Meow, which had reached Monarch level strength, and was not even weak among them, memories of their battles surged into Luyu's mind like a tide. Naturally, in the Scarlet and Violet games, one could acquire ability capsules to modify Pokémon abilities. Thus, after obtaining the initial trio and allowing them to evolve, Luyu had changed the Magical Mask Meow's ability to its hidden ability, Transformative Shift. This ability allowed it to alter its type to match that of the skill it used, enhancing attack power by a factor of 1.5. As if sensing Luyu's presence, the Pokeball containing the Magical Mask Meow began to quiver slightly. However, still being within the school, Luyu refrained from releasing the Magical Mask Meow directly. Instead, he quickly slung on his backpack and hurried home. Upon discovering that his parents and sister had yet to return, he could no longer contain his excitement and opened the Pokeball containing the Magical Mask Meow. As a flash of red light illuminated the room, a Pokémon, approximately 165 meters tall and far exceeding the usual Magical Mask Meow, exuded an impressive aura. He recalled how, when he first began playing the Scarlet and Violet games, he had affectionately referred to the Magical Mask Meow as his wife. Fortuitously, Luyu had started with a female kitten, the initial form of Magical Mask Meow, known as New Leaf Meow. Upon seeing Luyu, the Magical Mask Meow could not help but smile, and in an instant, it leaped into Luyu's embrace. Experiencing the warmth of this reunion, Luyu joyfully remarked, "It's been such a long time, Magical Mask Meow." In response, the only sound that greeted him was the jubilant cheer of the Magical Mask Meow. "I'm truly sorry for leaving you in the game box for so long. We've been through so much together, yet I..." Realizing that his game data was not merely a game, but had manifested into reality, Luyu felt a pang of guilt towards his Pokémon. Ultimately, it was his excessive affection for his Pokémon that had led to this, as he possessed too many, thereby allocating minimal time to each. Furthermore, with only 6 Pokémon accompanying him, the time shared with each was even more limited. However, the Magical Mask Meow shook its head in response to Luyu's words, indicating that it did not mind. After all, they had reunited once more, and this time it was in reality. They would not easily part ways again. Moreover, within the game box, it wasn't as dull as one might think, for Pokémon within the same box could meet and keep each other company in a shared space. Upon hearing the Magical Mask Meow's words, Luyu was momentarily taken aback. However, it made sense. If the game box did not provide a genuine space for the Pokémon to rest, then keeping them in the box would surely lead to their demise from hunger long ago. Do not inquire why Luyu comprehends the words of the enigmatic Masquerade Meow. It is due to their bond being at its zenith, allowing them to grasp each other's intentions with but a subtle gesture. This, indeed, embodies the profound connection between a Pokémon and its trainer. Out of curiosity, Lu Yu sought answers from the enigmatic masquerade Meow. Why is it that only you can appear before me, while the other Pokémon remain inaccessible, as if imprisoned within a box adorned with a locked emblem? Since Lu Yu had traversed into this realm with merely the game data and no accompanying system, he found himself reliant on the enigmatic masquerade Meow to unlock the other Pokémon. While the addition of a Pokémon of the elite tier instilled in Lu Yu immense anticipation for his future endeavors as a trainer, he harbored dreams of unleashing all the Pokémon from his game box, for that would be the true path to invincibility. Moreover, Lu Yu yearned for a reunion with all his Pokémon, to dwell together once more. The rankings were clear, from the esteemed master trainers to the fledgling new trainers. Each tier represented a unique level of prowess. Chapter 3. The conditions for unlocking champions and elite trainers. Upon hearing Lu Yu's inquiry, the enigmatic masquerade Meow scratched its head in contemplation and recalled what its companions had previously conveyed. Meow, it uttered, prompting Lu Yu to query in return. Are you suggesting that you were with Banjira and the others until yesterday when they mysteriously vanished, leaving you as the sole occupant of the game box? Seeing Lu Yu grasping its meaning, the enigmatic masquerade Meow nodded affirmatively. As for how to locate its other companions, the enigmatic masquerade Meow was uncertain, but remembered that just before Banjira and the others disappeared, they seemed to have uttered a promise. We must ensure Lu Yu finds us. We will await the arrival of our trainer. It appeared that while the enigmatic masquerade Meow was aware of the unfolding events, the other Pokémon had been privy to the circumstances that led to their departure from the game box. With this newfound knowledge, Lu Yu found himself in a perplexing quandary. What could it mean that the Pokémon within the game box were locked away, yet somehow not present in it, leaving behind a message urging him to seek them out? Feeling as though he had stepped into a mystery, Lu Yu shook his head vigorously and sprang to his feet. If a search were indeed necessary, did it imply that his other Pokémon had already escaped the confines of the game box, thus rendering them inaccessible? As for the enigmatic masquerade Meow's presence, could it be attributed to her status as his first starter Pokémon, coupled with their unparalleled bond, which allowed her to remain? The cryptic message from Banjira suggested that they were now awaiting him somewhere in the world. The more Lu Yu contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He reopened his backpack and discovered that while he could extract various items, the Pokémon remained elusive. In a moment of desperation, he accessed Banjira's stats, hoping to glean some insight from its attribute panel. Indeed, upon examining Banjira's attributes, he found that although he could not add it to his team, he was still able to view its various stats and abilities. At the bottom of the panel, a phrase caught his eye, with a mischievous disposition. Encountered in Zone 27 at level 27, prideful of its strength, currently waiting eternally for its trainer in a corner of the world. As Lu Yu read those final words, his pupils dilated, confirming his earlier suspicions. Thus, when he opened the attribute panel of the enigmatic masquerade Meow, the last line read, with a lonely nature. Encountered in Little Spoon Town at level 5, curious and already reunited with her trainer. Upon witnessing the differing descriptions of his Pokémon, Lu Yu comprehended the gravity of the situation. The other Pokémon, unable to be extracted from the game box, must now be in a predicament akin to Banjira's, scattered across the world by some enigmatic force, whether it be the will of the world or some dreadful entity. This realization struck Lu Yu profoundly. It was not merely the separation from his Pokémon that caused this turmoil, but rather the affection they held for him that evoked such sentiments. Truly, his Pokémon, bonded with him to the fullest, would wait for him in some distant corner of the world, even after being separated from the game box. This emotional connection filled Lu Yu with gratitude and guilt. He gazed at the enigmatic masquerade Meow, reminiscing about the thrill he felt when playing the game and the excitement of encountering new companions, and resolutely declared his intent. Since our partners await us in some corner of the world, I, as their trainer, cannot let them down. I have resolved to embark on a journey tomorrow, to retrieve my companions and pursue the path of the strongest trainer. Enigmatic masquerade Meow, would you join me on this new adventure? Upon witnessing Lu Yu's determination, the enigmatic masquerade Meow beamed with joy and nodded vigorously. Regardless of the circumstances, she had always been unwaveringly supportive of her trainer, ready to follow him in whatever decision he made. In this world, though nations still existed, it was the Pokémon League that wielded true authority, with the Dragon Kingdom effectively being governed by the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. The reigning champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League was Cynthia, renowned as the strongest trainer in the realm, often referred to as a master-level trainer, with power that surpassed even that of champions. Lu Yu was well acquainted with Cynthia, having watched the Pokémon anime, and he held a fondness for this esteemed champion from the Sinnoh region who had ascended to the ranks of the Elite Four. As for the Elite Four, Lu Yu was unfamiliar with any of them, suggesting they were formidable local talents. Given the reality of a world fused with Pokémon, Cynthia's presence did not astonish him. Rather, it ignited a spark of excitement within him. With Cynthia in the mix, perhaps he would encounter other formidable figures from the anime. Like Ash, who ultimately reached the pinnacle and became the world's strongest trainer. Lu Yu longed for the chance to test his mettle against him. That evening, when Lu Yu's parents and sister returned home, he laid bare his ambitions to his family, expressing his desire to travel and strive toward becoming a Pokémon master. Upon hearing Lu Yu's declaration, his parents, who had initially planned to use their savings to purchase him a more exceptional starter Pokémon, were momentarily taken aback. As for his elder sister, Lu Yan, she displayed a look of astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom that her younger brother possessed such audacity. Perhaps it could also be said that he was somewhat oblivious to the vastness of the world. It is worth noting that trainers who exhibit the confidence to embark on solo journeys are all exceptionally skilled individuals. How could a little tyke, lacking even a starter Pokémon, eschew attending Pokémon University in favor of immediate travel? Was this not a jest? If one truly harbored such aspirations, it would be prudent to wait until after university graduation, or at least until failing the entrance exam for Pokémon University. It would be wiser to wait until one possesses a starter Pokémon and has trained for a while to develop adequate self-defense capabilities. Just as Lu's father contemplated asking whether his son had a fever, he witnessed Lu Yu suddenly produce a Pokeball. With a flash of red light, a formidable Phantomime Meow materialized before everyone. Upon seeing that Lu Yu already had a Pokémon, specifically, the final evolution of one of the Grass-type starters, Litten, Lu's parents and sister were momentarily taken aback. After Lu Yu's explanation, they learned that their son had formed a bond with a Litten during his childhood, and that they had made a pact to travel together. Now, at the age of 18, the evolved Phantomime Meow had sought him out, thus providing Lu Yu with the confidence to embark on his journey. Witnessing their son possess such a powerful Pokémon, even Lu's parents and sister felt he was blessed with extraordinary fortune. However, as family, they remained resolute in their refusal to allow Lu Yu to traverse the world alone with Phantomime Meow. It was only after Lu's father's prized Machope was effortlessly defeated by Phantomime Meow that they acquiesced to Lu Yu's travel ambitions. Indeed, with such strength as a starter Pokémon, the necessity of attending university or participating in the Pokémon entrance exams seemed inconsequential. Conversely, Lu Yu believed that remaining in school would hinder the rapid enhancement of his abilities. After all, whether traveling or participating in Pokémon entrance exams, the ultimate goal for trainers attending Pokémon University remains the same: to become truly formidable trainers. In this world, powerful trainers naturally enjoy fame, wealth, and status comparable to the affluent of past lives. Therefore, upon recognizing Lu Yu's preliminary qualifications for becoming a strong contender, his parents and sister ceased to hinder him. Of course, Lu Yu was aware that his reasoning was somewhat flimsy, but when faced with the undeniable reality before them, his parents and sister could no longer afford to doubt. For the bond and strength he shared with Phantomime Meow could not be fabricated. Chapter 4. The journey begins. In search of my Pokémon. That night, Lu Yu and Phantomime Meow lay together, their hearts brimming with excitement and anticipation for the journey ahead. In that moment, Lu Yu felt as though he had returned to the days of his first encounter with Pokémon, the exhilaration of playing Pokémon games for the very first time, and the pure adoration for these creatures. The inaugural true adventure was poised to commence the following day, and even Lu Yu, a seasoned Pokémon player, found himself unable to contain his enthusiasm. Phantomime Meow, I vow to journey with you to find all our companions and ascend to the pinnacle of strength, becoming a Pokémon master. Upon hearing these words, Phantomime Meow softly replied, and with a gentle meow, both Lu Yu and Phantomime Meow drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, as Lu Yu prepared to set off on his adventure, his parents had assembled a package for him, along with a bank card. I will speak with the teachers at school on your behalf. This package contains essential supplies. Your old man has traveled before, and though I ultimately fell short of becoming an elite trainer, my travel experiences will prove invaluable. As a man, now that you have chosen your path, persist unwaveringly. I hope you will not betray the trust of this companion. With these words, Lu's father cast a lingering gaze at Phantomime Meow, quietly reflecting on his son's extraordinary luck in having a Pokémon of at least elite caliber willingly accompany him. Such circumstances typically befall only the scions of prestigious families, who grow up alongside their Pokémon and, upon reaching 18, form an inseparable bond with their longtime companions, thereby attaining Lu Yu's current prowess. This stroke of fortune was indeed befitting of his son. Lu's mother, on the other hand, imparted words of caution regarding his travels before handing the bank card to Lu Yu. Although the Lu family was not affluent, Having an elite trainer as a father ensured a life free from financial worries. The bank card contained 200,000 dragon coins, sufficient to support Lu Yu's travel needs for several months. Thus, while the modest family's yearly savings could sustain a trainer for only 2 to 3 months, especially as Lu Yu would undoubtedly incur greater expenses with an increasing number of Pokémon, it is evident that being a trainer is an exceedingly costly endeavor. Naturally, with risks come opportunities. While being a trainer may be financially burdensome, once one attains true strength, the speed at which they can earn money is astonishing. As for his sister Lu Yan, she differed from their parents. She felt genuine happiness for her brother, who had discovered his purpose at 18 and was committed to pursuing it. After all, Lu Yan once aspired to become a master of Pokémon contests. However, due to certain circumstances, she had since ceased her travels and settled into a stable job. As Lu Yu prepared to depart, he bid farewell alongside Phantom Meow. After running several dozen meters, he turned back and shouted to his parents and sister, "I, Lu Yu, will undoubtedly become the strongest trainer. When that time comes, Mom, Dad, Sister, whatever kind of Pokémon you wish for or dreams you hold, you can pursue them all. I will never let you down." Observing Lu Yu's retreating figure, his parents and sister could not help but sniffle, filled with emotion. In his past life, Lu Yu had been an ordinary person, burdened by dreams yet forever confined within the same circle, living an almost unchanging existence. However, this time, with the companionship of his former partners, Lu Yu believed he could achieve his goal of becoming the world's strongest trainer. At that time, the mundane concerns of money, status, and companionship would no longer pose an issue. Lu Yu hailed from Zhejiang Province in the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, where an annual provincial Pokémon League competition was held. To participate in the provincial tournament, one must first obtain 4 city gym badges and successfully qualify as an elite trainer. It is said that participants in the annual provincial competition are all renowned trainers within the province, with most possessing strength above the elite level. Should one emerge as the champion of the tournament, they would receive generous rewards from the Pokémon League and elevated status. In summary, competing in the Pokémon tournament and achieving outstanding results is the best pathway to fame, with sufficient notoriety, whether in securing endorsements or garnering the league's attention. One could enjoy a life free from financial woes, potentially even becoming a core member of the league and assuming the role of a gym leader. Though Lu Yu did not harbor an urgent desire to amass wealth, he was acutely aware of the numerous ravenous Pokémon within his collection. Without adequate financial resources, sustaining these creatures would undoubtedly be a challenge. The sole benefit appears to be that Lu Yu does not need to expend too many resources nurturing his Pokémon, as most of the creatures in his possession have already reached maturity, teetering on the brink of a plateau. It is akin to the enchanting Masked Meow, who aspires to transcend from the realm of elite to that of champion, a feat far from straightforward. Alas, had I known I would traverse dimensions, I should have endeavored to elevate all my Pokémon to their maximum potential. In the midst of this quiet lamentation, Lu Yu turned to the Masked Meow and proclaimed, "Zhejiang Province, comprising 11 cities, predominantly features hills, plains, and forests. Therefore, let us commence our journey in our homeland, traversing Zhejiang to see if we can uncover other companions." Upon hearing Lu Yu's suggestion, the Masked Meow naturally acquiesced. Moreover, while the search for companions is indeed vital, Lu Yu's dream shall not be forsaken either. Pursuing both objectives concurrently is the most prudent approach. After stowing away all the belongings bestowed by his parents into his backpack, Lu Yu set forth with lightened spirits. One must admit that possessing game data is advantageous. Purchased items effortlessly find their way into the backpack, and retrieving them is as simple as pressing the X button to access it. This significantly alleviated the burdens of Lu Yu's travel. J City, one of the 11 major cities in Zhejiang Province, was Lu Yu's initial choice. For embarking on a journey across every inch of his homeland is one of the joys of exploration. Undoubtedly, the most anticipated aspect is the chance to encounter a myriad of diverse Pokémon, forging bonds with them. Even though Lu Yu had once been a formidable collector who completed his Pokédex, capturing Pokémon in reality diverges vastly from doing so in the game. Just then, as he stepped into the verdant thicket, a cunning Ariados sprang forth, aiming directly for Lu Yu. Wild Pokémon inherently exude a certain ferocity, whether human or Pokémon. Any creature that fits within their predatory sights is met with an attack. This is precisely why the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance advises trainers to complete a 4-year university course, honing their skills before embarking on their journeys. A trainer like Lu Yu, who has just come of age, bypassing the Pokémon entrance exams and eschewing the academic path for a journeying trainer's life, is indeed a rarity. Even if there are others, without sufficient strength, they risk becoming mere remnants in the wilderness. However, at the moment Ariados launched its ambush, the masked Meow reacted with swiftness, striking even before the foe could initiate its assault. Despite facing a bug-type Pokémon, which is advantageous against grass types, the disparity in their strengths rendered type advantages negligible. With a powerful charge, Ariados was swiftly reduced from a fearsome predator to a defeated foe, its eyes swirling with confusion. How could this creature not sense the terrifying aura of my little Meow, and still dare to launch an ambush? With a sigh of admiration, Luyu felt reassured in his safety with the masked Meow by his side, maintaining an air of calm even in the face of danger. Oh, little Meow, do you think there might be any of our companions lurking in this jungle? It seems that grass and bug-type Pokémon tend to favor such locales, don't you agree? Chapter 5. A Matter of Probability, the Crimson Lightning. Upon hearing Luyu's musings, the masked Meow nodded in affirmation. After all, being a grass-type Pokémon itself, the masked Meow felt an inherent kinship with the lush greenery of the forest. Furthermore, considering the vast array of over 1,000 Pokémon across generations, the combined count of grass and bug types exceeds 100, making encounters with such creatures within the jungle all but inevitable. However, whether Luyu would find his own Pokémon among them remains a question of fortune. In essence, this is fundamentally a matter of probability. Should all of Luyu's Pokémon be scattered throughout the territory of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance, he could likely encounter several in each city. Yet, if the search encompasses the entire world, the challenge escalates dramatically. Even though Luyu trained multiple Pokémon, the difficulty in locating them would increase significantly. It is entirely possible that after traversing all of Zhejiang province, he might fail to assemble even a 6-member team. Reflecting on this, Luyu felt fortunate to be a traveler endowed with a golden finger of luck. He hoped to rediscover his former companions within this very jungle. Thus, with the masked Meow leading the way, Luyu followed closely behind, both boldly entering the thicket. Along the journey, the duo encountered several Pokémon. Yet in the absence of any aggressive actions from them, Luyu prudently refrained from engaging. After all, even if his own elite-tier masked Meow were to defeat the common jungle dwellers, the experience gained would be minimal. Unless he were to encounter an opponent of at least elite rank, there would be little benefit, aside from honing Luyu's command skills. Reality is, after all, distinct from the game mechanics, where one could merely execute a skill in one turn while the opponent reciprocates in kind. It is not as simple as that. Therefore, even with a powerful Pokémon, Luyu had much to learn. Regrettably, after more than an hour of travel, fatigue began to set in, and he had yet to encounter any particularly noteworthy Pokémon. Perhaps it was due to the imposing presence of the masked Meow, coupled with its recent victory over the Ariados, that most creatures dared not approach. Just as Luyu contemplated resting, he and the masked Meow arrived at a babbling brook nestled within the jungle, from which he retrieved some food and water from his backpack. As soon as they settled beside the stream, the enticing aroma of food seemed to attract a few gluttonous onlookers. Soon enough, a handful of tadpoles poked their curious heads above the water's surface, their eyes fixed on Luyu, though their primary focus remained on the food in his hands. However, upon making accidental eye contact with the masked Meow, the little creatures instantly recoiled, diving back beneath the surface, too frightened to re-emerge. Witnessing this scene, Luyu chuckled heartily, playfully patting the masked Meow's shoulder. Oh, little Meow, no need to be so stern. While we seek to reunite with our companions, every adventure presents a gift from the heavens. Who knows? I might even capture some new Pokémon along the way. In response to Luyu's words, the masked Meow nodded and retracted its imposing aura. Indeed, while Luyu had trained around 100 Pokémon in his previous life, who could guarantee that he wouldn't encounter a few other favorites during his travels? Moreover, many Pokémon from the game box had merely been captured and left untouched, their levels low and bonds unformed. Luyu could not ascertain whether these past companions would be like Banjira, patiently waiting for him somewhere in the world. After all, it seemed that only Pokémon with maximum friendship levels had the phrase waiting for their trainer somewhere in the world on their ability panels. The others, whom Luyu had captured but never trained, bore no such annotations. Of course, these were merely Luyu's conjectures. He would only truly grasp the Pokémon's sentiments upon encountering them. As afternoon descended, Luyu and the masked Meow still found themselves ensconced within the jungle. And given the circumstances, it appeared that they would need to reside in this verdant realm for the coming days. After their meal, Luyu encountered many familiar grass-type and bug-type Pokémon, such as Jumpluff, Oddish, and Caterpie. The sight of these creatures evoked memories of his initial days playing the Ruby version, where he first encountered a shiny Jumpluff. When he first saw Jumpluff, it was a vibrant green, and upon evolution, it transformed into a lovely pink. One could say that many shiny Pokémon are either green or pink, which diminishes their aesthetic appeal somewhat, but in reality, the colors might differ significantly. Among these Pokémon, there was one that resembled a jungle overlord, which initiated an aggressive assault against Lu Yu and his unexpected companion, the Mismagius. Before them stood a Heracross, a formidable presence in this forest, much like the Ariados, with power that seemed to rival that of a gym leader. Finally, Lu Yu had found a worthy opponent, and his enthusiasm surged. Otherwise, like the other Pokémon, they would have been swiftly defeated by Mismagius, rendering the experience rather dull. Mismagius, let's engage in a playful battle. Avoid delivering a swift defeat, and instead unleash the Seed Bomb. Sensing Lu Yu's desire to hone his commanding abilities, Mismagius nodded in understanding. In an instant, Lu Yu witnessed a fleeting shadow, and before he knew it, Mismagius had positioned itself behind the Heracross. The Heracross, caught off guard, was suddenly struck with immense force from behind. Had Mismagius not held back at the last moment, the Heracross would have met the same fate as the previous Ariados. When the Heracross regained its footing, it displayed an unwavering determination. In the next moment, the large horn atop its head radiated a brilliant white light, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it lunged toward Mismagius, executing the horn attack. Yet, despite the Heracross's utmost effort, it could only watch helplessly as Mismagius effortlessly evaded the assault, appearing almost to toy with it. After allowing Mismagius to experiment with various techniques, Lu Yu ultimately brought the Heracross down. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Yu and Mismagius ventured through the jungle, and after witnessing a plethora of grass-type and bug-type Pokémon, Lu Yu's initially fervent heart gradually found tranquility. Meanwhile, when Lu's father went to assist Lu Yu with his withdrawal procedures, the homeroom teacher expressed considerable confusion, only ceasing her persuasion upon learning that Lu Yu had embarked on an adventure. When this news reached Lu Yu's classmates, the senior students couldn't help but feel envious, yearning for their own escapades, but their parents forbade them. How could Lu Yu's family be so understanding? Similarly, Lu Yu's close friends from high school felt betrayed that he hadn't even given them a heads up before embarking on his journey. What they failed to realize was that Lu Yu was, in fact, quite the prodigy. Otherwise, he would likely be at school, diligently pursuing his goal of entering Pokémon University. As night descended, Lu Yu and Mismagius sat by a campfire beside a stream. To prevent any forest fires, Lu Yu had thoughtfully used stones to create a barrier between the jungle and the flames. After preparing dinner, Lu Yu was startled by a fleeting red light, and the delicious fish he had caught from the stream vanished in an instant. In the next moment, Lu Yu realized he had encountered a thieving little Pokémon. Without needing a command, Mismagius charged forth, unleashing Seed Bomb toward the source of the red light. For a creature to snatch away food from a Mismagius of the champion level without it noticing, its identity was becoming increasingly clear. Chapter 6, Mismagius vs. Scyther. Most likely, the opponent was also a Pokémon of champion caliber, or perhaps it possessed superior speed compared to Mismagius. Otherwise, how could it have seized Lu Yu's dinner so swiftly while Mismagius was distracted? Thus, the identity of the interloper became apparent. It was likely a Pokémon Lu Yu had previously encountered in the game. If that were the case, it could only be said that Lu Yu's luck was indeed splendid. With this realization, Lu Yu rose to his feet, fixating his gaze on the red streak, and commanded Mismagius. Mismagius, use Quick Attack to force it to reveal itself. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, the speedster Mismagius let out a spirited cry, propelling itself forward with a burst of energy, leaving a trail of white light behind as it barreled toward the red flash. Taken aback by Mismagius's sudden acceleration, the opponent had no time to react and was sent flying by the impact. When the red figure collided with a tree and finally came to a halt, Lu Yu could clearly discern its form. The so-called red flash was, in fact, a vibrant red creature with 2 large pincers and a pair of transparent wings fluttering on its back, unmistakably a bug steel-type Scyther. Upon recognizing its identity, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. Scyther was one he had once owned, and notably, it was the very one that had evolved after a trade with a friend. It was worth mentioning that Lu Yu had not only trained a Scyther, but also had a Mantis. Upon seeing this Scyther, Lu Yu felt a moment of epiphany. Perhaps this creature was his very own Pokémon. Indeed, when Scyther stood up again and spotted Lu Yu and Mismagius, a smile crept across its face. It even waved its fists and brandished the roasted fish it had stolen. Seeing this, Lu Yu and Mismagius exchanged glances, harboring no anger, fully understanding Scyther's intentions. As Lu Yu had anticipated, this Scyther was indeed his Pokémon, a memory from the time he endeavored to complete the Pokédex with all 400 creatures. Eventually, only a handful of elusive Pokémon remained, leading him to seek assistance from a friend who played the Sapphire version. Together, they managed to finalize the Pokédex, and the Scyther that had evolved through trading was among them. However, prior to its evolution, this Scyther had already reached level 50 when captured, having only battled in one gym before spending most of its time within Lu Yu's game box. Later, after connecting with others, Lu Yu evolved it into a Scyther, raising it to over level 60 before placing it back in the box, seldom to be used again. Opening his game box, Lu Yu located Scyther's position and accessed its attribute panel, revealing its abilities before him. Pokémon, Scyther. Level, 65. Ability, Technician. Types, Bug, Steel. Power, Champion level. Skills, Quick Attack. Wing Attack, Agility, Metal Claw, Fury Cutter, Swords Dance, Bug Buzz. Affection, 200. And at the end of its abilities, there was a note stating that it had just encountered its trainer somewhere. With this statement, Lu Yu undoubtedly comprehended that this individual was indeed the sprite residing within his game console, the very one he had initially utilized to triumph over challenges. A batch of formidable creatures that had only attained the champion level. However, during Lu Yu's earlier encounters, he had not formed a deep bond with the Scyther. Hence its intimacy was far from maxed out. In the game, it was placed in a separate box from those with maximum intimacy. Lu Yu had not anticipated that he would encounter a former sprite so swiftly, and it was fortunate that he had embarked on a journey outside of school. Otherwise, remaining in the confines of the academy, how long would it take him to locate these hundreds or thousands of sprites? With a level 65 strength, this was yet another sprite at the champion level. It could be said that after discovering the Scyther, Lu Yu now possessed 2 sprites in his roster, both of which were at the champion level. At this pace, it was likely that by the time Lu Yu participated in the provincial tournament, he would already have 2 teams of champion-level sprites at his disposal. If other trainers were to learn that Lu Yu had acquired 2 champion-level sprites within just 3 days of his travels, they would undoubtedly be envious to the point of bleeding from their orifices. These were beings of champion caliber, enough to hold renown across the globe. According to the authoritative data released by the Pokémon League, the number of trainers worldwide possessing champion-level strength does not exceed 4 figures. This implies that once Lu Yu amassed a roster of exclusively champion-level sprites, he would ascend to the ranks of the elite among the 8 billion people on the planet, securing a position within the top 1,000. Of course, not all the sprites within Lu Yu's game console were of champion caliber. There were also numerous at the master, elite, and gym leader levels. One could only say that Lu Yu was fortunate, as the sprites he encountered first were all of champion strength, and they were among those he had previously utilized frequently. With such a connection, Lu Yu and his magical mask Meow, despite the theft of their roasted fish, felt no anger. Instead, they were filled with joy at the reunion with the Scyther. The Scyther, you wish to challenge me to a battle, requiring me to reclaim your allegiance once more before you continue to accompany me on my adventures? Is that so? Hearing the Scyther's words, Lu Yu was intrigued. A battle between 2 sprites, both at the champion level, was an experience he had yet to truly encounter. And commanding the magical mask Meow against an equally formidable opponent would serve as a significant test of his own leadership abilities. The grass and dark-type magical mask Meow was at a disadvantage against the bug and steel-type Scyther in terms of type matchups. Very well, since you have this notion, I shall oblige. Magical mask Meow, prepare to engage, unleash Scratch. Understanding the Scyther's desire to have a preliminary contest before its return, Lu Yu was naturally inclined to fulfill his sprite's expectations. Moreover, aside from fire-type attacks, the Scyther exhibited strong resistance against many types of skills, prompting Lu Yu to initially focus on enhancing Magical Mask Meow's offensive capabilities. In the next moment, Magical Mask Meow executed the Scratch skill, resulting in a slight increase in both attack and accuracy. Upon witnessing this, the Scyther swiftly moved, its right fist glowing with a radiant light as it charged towards the Magical Mask Meow with the Bullet Punch skill. Though the Steel type granted Scyther exceptional defensive capabilities, it significantly impacted its speed. Indeed, the Scyther's burst of power and velocity in a short span was commendable, yet such speed could not be sustained. Akin to that of a cheetah, at the very moment the Scyther launched its assault, a smile crept across Lu Yu's lips. The combinations of moves he had practiced in the past were not in vain. They ultimately served as a reference for his command skills. Magical Mask Meow. Now is the time. Execute Night Slash. In the instant the Scyther's luminous fist connected with the Magical Mask Meow, the latter sprang into action. With its superior speed and agility, it effortlessly evaded the Scyther's attack. Seizing this opportunity, as the Scyther sensed impending danger, the Night Slash was unleashed. A dark-type move that the Scyther could not mitigate. Furthermore, Night Slash had a heightened chance of targeting the opponent's critical points. Upon successfully striking with Night Slash, The Scyther recoiled sharply, its fist clutching its vulnerable abdominal area. Clearly, this move had inflicted considerable damage upon the Scyther. Nevertheless, being a champion-level sprite, a single attack would not incapacitate it. Chapter 7. Titanium Transformation, Reclaiming the Scyther. Well done, Magical Mask Meow. After commending Magical Mask Meow, Lu Yu turned his attention to the Scyther. As both were his sprites, he would not show favoritism. Scyther, are you alright? Hearing Lu Yu's concerned words, the Scyther waved its claws to indicate it was unharmed, and soon a rich greenish-yellow energy began to emanate from its body. This move was evidently a bug-type skill, and it was none other than the powerful U-turn. Although Magical Mask Meow's dark-type attack would not be resisted by the Scyther, bug-type moves, however, dealt quadruple damage to the grass and dark types. By this calculation, the 70-point U-turn could inflict a staggering 280 points of damage on Magical Mask Meow. Upon realizing this, Lu Yu's expression shifted slightly. Even though both the Scyther and Magical Mask Meow were his sprites, bonded to him, it was crucial to demonstrate his true capabilities as a trainer to ensure the Scyther's complete return and recognition of him as its trainer, rather than relying on a rigid, turn-based command style like in the game. Sprites of champion-level strength possess their own pride. The weak are unworthy of being their trainers. And who would wish for a trainer with poor command skills, relying solely on their sprite's immense power to dominate battles? Such an individual, even if capable of defeating the majority of opponents, would ultimately falter against true champions, unable to reach the pinnacle. After all, when the strengths of the sprites are closely matched, the outcome is determined by the abilities of their respective trainers. Likewise, Lu Yu had garnered some understanding of how the sprites perceived him. Those with maxed-out intimacy, like Magical Mask Meow, would undoubtedly return to him without the need for any battle upon encountering him again. If the intimacy were high, yet not maxed, such as the Scyther with around 200 points of intimacy, it would propose a battle. Only by defeating it once more would Lu Yu earn its recognition and permit it to return to him, obeying his commands. As for lower intimacy levels, say around 70 points, typical of recently captured sprites, Lu Yu surmised that the likelihood of them voluntarily following him would be slim. Of course, this was merely Lu Yu's current conjecture, as he had only encountered 2 sprites thus far, yet he fully understood the Scyther's thoughts. Upon realizing this, Lu Yu retrieved a gleaming black titanium crystal orb from his backpack. The titanium crystal orb, a limited item exclusive to Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, allows one's Pokémon to undergo titanium crystallization, altering their attributes when receiving damage and significantly enhancing the power of moves associated with that attribute during attacks. In essence, if the illusory Mask Meow were to crystallize into a grass type, bug-type moves would inflict only double damage instead of quadruple. Moreover, while under the effect of titanium crystallization, the illusory Mask Meow's defensive capabilities would be greatly augmented, as would its grass-type offensive power. Of course, one could opt to change the orb's attribute. However, most crystallization attributes typically align with the Pokémon's original type, as the enhancement in skill potency is invariably greater when derived from moves of the same type. Previously, Lu Yu had designated a grass-type crystallization for the illusory Mask Meow, and while it was possible to alter this with titanium shards, the current rules of the Pokémon League stipulate that during battles, regardless of the number of Pokémon sent out, only one of 4 enhancement methods, Mega Evolution, Dynamaxing, moves, or titanium crystallization, may be employed in any given match, whether it be 1-on-1, 3-on-3, or the full 6-on-6 battles. Thus, to earn the recognition of the Scyther, Lu Yu knew he needed to showcase his prowess as a trainer. Given that bug-type moves have a quadruple effectiveness against the illusory Mask Meow, crystallization was evidently an excellent strategy to bolster his strength. It is noteworthy that titanium crystallization is accessible to all Pokémon, unlike the other 3 enhancement methods, which are exclusive to certain specific Pokémon. The next moment, as the titanium orb radiated brilliance, a cascade of crystals enveloped the illusory Mask Meow. Once the crystalline sheen faded, a version of the illusory Mask Meow, swathed in a crystalline membrane and adorned with a sunflower-like bloom atop its head, emerged. Though Lu Yu perceived a slight decline in his Pokémon's aesthetic appeal post-crystallization, he was willing to sacrifice this for the sake of victory. After all, the effect of crystallization would dissipate once the battle concluded, and it could not be maintained indefinitely. The illusory Mask Meow unleashed its signature move, Changeable Bloom. This skill, learned upon its final evolution, boasted a base power of 70, which would be significantly boosted under the effects of crystallization. Additionally, this move possessed a notable secondary effect. It would invariably hit its target, striking at their weak point. Given the unfavorable type matchup, with the enhancement from crystallization. Changeable Bloom was poised to deliver a decisive blow to the Scyther. As the Scyther executed its quick attack, it promptly struck the illusory Masked Meow. However, due to the effects of crystallization, the power of the quick attack was considerably diminished. This allowed the illusory Masked Meow to withstand the hit, and in response, unleash Changeable Bloom, channeling a rich surge of Grass-type energy that crashed forcefully into the Scyther. While the effectiveness of Grass-type moves may not be remarkable, the additional effect from striking the weak point was sufficient to elicit a dramatic reaction from the Scyther, sending it tumbling backward. The Scyther was now acutely aware of a sensation known as pain, akin to having its vulnerable area struck, rendering it nearly unable to rise. From prior gaming experiences, Luyu had learned that when a skill successfully strikes an opponent's weak point, even in a disadvantageous type matchup, it could still leave them severely weakened or even turn the tide of battle. This had established the illusory Masked Meow as one of the most favored starter Pokémon in both the Scarlet and Violet versions. Even in reality, the recent blow dealt by the illusory Masked Meow was enough to inflict substantial damage upon the Scyther. Following their exchange of attacks, both Pokémon had sustained considerable damage. And without waiting for the Scyther's next move, Luyu issued another command. Illusory Masked Meow, pursue the advantage. Use Fake Tears followed by Leaf Tornado. Compared to its physical defense, the Scyther's special defense was notably weaker. After the illusory Masked Meow employed Fake Tears to lower the Scyther's special defense, a full-powered Leaf Tornado would surely inflict significant harm. Consequently, the swifter illusory Masked Meow gazed tearfully at the Scyther, and at the moment it steadied itself, an array of green leaves surged forth. A verdant whirlwind enveloped the Scyther in an instant. Even with its resistance to Grass-type moves, and despite the quarter-effective resistance, once the Leaf Tornado concluded, the Scyther was left gasping for breath. Deliver the final blow, Night Slash to the weak point. Upon receiving Luyu's final command, the illusory Masked Meow darted forward, imbued with a potent Dark-type energy, and struck fiercely at the Scyther's abdomen. Throughout today's battle, the illusory Masked Meow had consistently targeted the Scyther's weak point, allowing it to contend effectively due to crystallization. Otherwise, with the Scyther's quadruple resistance to Grass-type moves, this encounter would have been nearly unwinnable. After absorbing the illusory Masked Meow strike, the Scyther could no longer endure, collapsing to one knee. Witnessing this, Luyu recognized the moment had come. After all, as the trainer of his Pokémon, it sufficed to put the Scyther at a disadvantage without the necessity of rendering it incapable of battle. All he needed was for the Scyther to understand that he possessed the qualifications and capabilities to be its trainer. In the next instant, Luyu produced a Pokeball and tossed it towards the Scyther. Chapter 8. Assurance and Experience. The Journey to South Lake. As Luyu hurled the Pokeball toward the Scyther, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The Pokeball, which should have successfully captured the Scyther, suddenly throbbed with energy. The reason being that the Scyther was a Pokémon with an owner, and thus could not be captured by a new Pokeball. Realizing this, Luyu seemed to have an epiphany and immediately opened his backpack to locate the position of the Scyther within his game box. Indeed, the locking pattern had vanished at the moment Luyu encountered the Scyther. When Luyu clicked on the Scyther's image once more, a Pokeball belonging to the original Scyther materialized in his hand, accompanied by a flash of red light. The Scyther was obediently drawn into the Pokeball by Luyu. Observing the Scyther safely return to its original Pokeball, Luyu finally exhaled in relief and, in a rather exuberant manner, held the Scyther's Pokeball aloft, signaling to the illusory Masked Meow. I have obtained a Pokémon. I have captured the Scyther. In contrast to Luyu's current exhilaration, the Scyther, upon being captured, reflected upon its recent experiences. Originally, it had encountered Luyu in the Paldea region, where they had joined forces to challenge a gym, and after undergoing a communication evolution, it had transformed into a Scyther. Following its trainer's ascension to champion status, it had largely remained within the confines of the game box, missing opportunities to appear in battles. Compared to the companions who had since accompanied its trainer, its prowess had begun to lag behind. Yet, even so, it harbored no regrets about its journey. Until one fateful day, it found itself in an entirely new world, where an enigmatic voice seemed to convey that it was now separated from its trainer and would need to await Luyu's arrival to reunite. Upon realizing this, the Scyther's gaze gradually dimmed, for he was uncertain whether this forsaken companion of his could still await the return of Luyu. After spending several days in this unfamiliar jungle, Scyther had established himself as the sovereign of the area, yet joy arrived like an unforeseen delight. Just days later, two familiar auras began to approach. To his astonishment, Scyther discovered that the human grilling fish by the stream was none other than the trainer he had longed for. Upon learning that Luyu was diligently searching for him, Scyther's heart fully accepted Luyu. Although he yearned to reunite with Luyu immediately, a flicker of pride held him back from taking that step. This ultimately led to the subsequent battle with the Mimikyu. After being recalled into the Pokeball by Luyu once more, Scyther's last remnant of discontent dissipated. After capturing Scyther, Luyu suddenly had a revelation. He realized that all the Pokémon scattered across the world, emerging from his game box, seemed to be quite safe even if he hadn't found them immediately. Firstly, most of Luyu's Pokémon were of elite, champion, master level, or even maxed out. With such formidable strength, they could possess exceptional self-preservation abilities even when alone in the wilderness, easily evading defeat or demise at the hands of powerful Pokémon. Secondly, even if a formidable trainer passed by and sought to capture Luyu's Pokémon, regardless of whether they could defeat them, if they found that they could not be captured after a victory, they would be left without recourse. Thus, this ensured that Luyu's Pokémon could not be captured by anyone else. Of course, should an evil organization like Team Rocket discover them and forcibly capture them using their terrifying technology, Luyu could do little to prevent it. One could only say that under such circumstances, Luyu's Pokémon were likely to remain without a master, granting him ample opportunity and time to reclaim his Pokémon. That was sufficient. This might indeed be a task that would consume Luyu's lifetime of effort, yet he remained willing to undertake it, even if not for himself, but for the sake of his Pokémon. After capturing Scyther, Luyu promptly released him and retrieved some healing ointment from his backpack, beginning to treat both Scyther and Mimikyu. Unlike the healing items in the game that restored health with a mere click, the healing ointments in reality were primarily sprays for external use. Moreover, prior to his traversal, Luyu's backpack was well stocked, particularly with healing items and various berries, leaving him with ample supplies. He also pulled out several oran berries to restore the stamina of his two Pokémon, and then resumed fishing by the stream to replenish their food supply. Notably, after the battle, Mimikyu's transformation had reverted, returning to its original appearance. Once restored, Mimikyu eagerly offered to welcome Scyther back by using Seed Bomb, which resulted in the explosion of several large fish from the stream, satisfying the appetites of the trio. As for the innocent Pokémon that had been inadvertently harmed, Luyu could only offer them some berries as a form of apology. As night fell, Luyu, Mimikyu, and Scyther gathered around the campfire. Since both Scyther and Mimikyu were fearful of the flames, Luyu positioned himself protectively in front of them. While grilling fish, he reminisced about past events and the solitary experiences Scyther endured after departing from the game box. Amid laughter and conversation, the trio gradually drifted into slumber. That night, Luyu dreamt of a wondrous vision, in which he discovered all his lost Pokémon, achieving the pinnacle of strength in the world. The return of Scyther filled Luyu with anticipation. The thought of countless companions awaiting him in the unknown ignited a fervor within him. In the following days, Luyu trained and cultivated bonds with Mimikyu and Scyther, commanding them in battles. After inquiring with Scyther and learning that he was the only Pokémon in the vicinity without any signs of others, Luyu prepared to depart from this jungle. As for his next destination, Luyu set his sights on South Lake. J City was undoubtedly renowned for this area. In his previous life, it was a land of fortune, and now in the Pokémon World, it continued to attract numerous visitors, particularly as the South Lake region was home to many rare water-type Pokémon. It was said that any trainer certified as a novice could capture a water-type Pokémon within the South Lake Nature Reserve. According to rumors, this location once housed Dratini and Dragonair, which were considered semi-legendary. Decades ago, due to rampant capturing by countless tourists, the resources of South Lake's Pokémon had dwindled to a critical point, leading to its gradual desolation. Eventually, the Pokémon League designated South Lake as a nature reserve, restricting the number of Pokémon trainers could capture, which allowed the region to gradually revive. Similarly, the tales of semi-legendaries faded from common discourse. If there truly were semi-legendaries, would they still be available for you? They had long been taken by the Pokémon League and distributed among the elite families. Chapter 9. No Gains, Trainer Level Certification. Upon arriving at South Lake, Luyu found the Pokémon Nature Reserve to be truly commendable, with its natural environment and wild ambience surpassing anything from his previous life. This was only to be expected, as this was the Pokémon World, where the habitats of Pokémon were most abundant, and the environment must be conducive to the sustainable renewal of Pokémon resources. If water-type Pokémon were indeed lurking beneath the surface of South Lake, it seemed unlikely anyone could discover them. With this thought, Luyu observed the throngs of people before him, and resolved to return to South Lake under the cover of night to investigate. If his Pokémon were indeed present in this area, it was highly probable they would come seeking him upon sensing his presence. If not, spending too much time here would be unwarranted. Resolute in his decision, after nearly a week of survival in the wilderness, Lu Yu swiftly made his way to the Pokémon Center. Due to not being a formal trainer yet, he would need to pay for medical services at the center. For the Pokémon League, novice trainers typically underwent training at schools, where each institution had its own infirmary to provide free treatment for Pokémon. Only trainers traveling outside of school would be subject to varying fees based on their trainer certification levels at the official institutions of the Pokémon League. For instance, novice and ordinary trainers had to pay standard prices to obtain what they needed at Pokémon stores or centers. However, once a trainer's level increased, such as reaching the elite level, they would receive preferential treatment from the Pokémon League, enjoying discounts on items, Pokémon eggs, and healing services. Upon attaining gym leader status, all expenses at the Pokémon Center would be waived. Thus, the benefits a trainer received varied significantly according to their existing strength, which explained why so many aspired to become Pokémon masters. In truth, the number of individuals capable of reaching such heights is exceedingly scarce, even among the elite. One could easily outclass the majority of trainers. Nonetheless, despite this reality, the overall expenditure at the Pokémon Center remains modest. After the ever-diligent Chansey and Nurse Joy attended to his two Pokémon, Lu Yu ascended to the upper floors, where he indulged in a refreshing bath and donned a fresh outfit. For the time being, he would reside at the Pokémon Center, as it is, after all, the most cost-effective lodging option available. He would never admit, however, that his choice was motivated by frugality. Moreover, even though his Mirage Meowth and Scyther are of the champion caliber, Lu Yu harbored concerns regarding the recent battles and training. Would these endeavors leave any unseen scars on his two companions? Admittedly, he is not particularly adept in that area and is still endeavoring to learn. After changing into a new set of clothes, Lu Yu gazed at his dashing reflection in the mirror, unable to suppress a smile. His charisma and allure were indeed commendable. Subsequently, retrieving the Poke Balls of Mirage Meowth and Scyther from Nurse Joy, Lu Yu took his two partners out for a sumptuous feast. After a well-deserved rest, he set forth in the evening, when the streets were quiet, making his way towards South Lake with Mirage Meowth and Scyther in tow. South Lake is neither too vast nor too small. The challenge of locating one's Pokémon within such an expansive body of water is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The mere thought made Lu Yu's lips twitch. If his aquatic Pokémon happened to be in some distant oceanic expanse, say, the very center of the Pacific, how on earth would he ever find them? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Lu Yu spoke earnestly, Scyther and Mirage Meowth. Let us divide into two groups and circle the lake's perimeter. If they are indeed our companions, you should be able to sense their presence, correct? Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, both Mirage Meowth and Scyther nodded in agreement. Not long ago, Scyther had approached Lu Yu and Mirage Meowth precisely because it sensed their auras. Fortune had smiled upon them. Remarkably, just a few days after parting ways, Scyther and Lu Yu had reunited. This seemingly destined partnership would surely endure, transcending worlds and reuniting within this novel realm. At 3 in the morning, with Scyther's assistance, Lu Yu and his companions managed to circumnavigate South Lake, the outcome proving gratifying. Absolutely nothing was found. It appeared that there were no Pokémon belonging to Lu Yu in the vicinity of South Lake. Furthermore, none of the aquatic Pokémon encountered along the way had piqued Lu Yu's interest. Thus, the trio returned home, indulging in a restful slumber. Upon awakening the next day, nearly at noon, Lu Yu relished the rare luxury of sleeping in. After enjoying lunch at the Pokémon Center, he sought out Nurse Joy. Excuse me, Nurse Joy. May I inquire about the location of the trainer-level assessment agency in J-City? Hearing Lu Yu's inquiry, Nurse Joy offered a gentle smile. Slightly taken aback by his striking appearance before responding, I presume you wish to challenge the South Lake Gym and participate in the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League? Before Lu Yu could respond, she continued, the trainer-level assessment agency is conveniently located next to the South Lake Gym. The two buildings are adjacent, and you shall see it upon your arrival. I must emphasize that trainers returning from journeys must possess the certification of a regular trainer before challenging the gyms of Zhejiang Province. Furthermore, to enter the Zhejiang Province League in 4 months, one must acquire 4 gym badges from the Zhejiang Pokémon Alliance, and their trainer level must be at least elite. Upon hearing Nurse Joy's words, Lu Yu expressed his gratitude with a smile and proceeded towards his next destination. Indeed, Lu Yu was now headed to the trainer-level assessment agency to validate his tier before challenging the gym. Although he currently possessed only 2 Pokémon, and could not directly qualify for the champion tier. His intention was merely to achieve elite certification. With that, he would be eligible to challenge gyms and partake in the Pokémon League. Once he amassed a greater number of Pokémon, ideally 6, he could then pursue champion certification. Perhaps, with a notable reputation in the Pokémon League, he might even circumvent the certification process altogether. This was precisely why Lu Yu had inquired about the location of the assessment agency. Now that he knew both the gym and the assessment agency were in close proximity, it would be convenient. Lu Yu could complete the certification and then challenge the gym, setting forth from J City towards his next destination. Chapter 10. What a coincidence. I just happen to have it. It is worth noting that the provincial Pokémon competitions are held annually. And due to the multitude of provinces within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, the scheduling is staggered to attract outstanding trainers from surrounding regions. For instance, the Zhejiang Province Pokémon Alliance competition, the Jiangsu Province Pokémon Alliance competition, and the Magic City Pokémon Alliance competition occur in February, June, and October, respectively. Given that Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai are all within the free shipping zone, they are naturally grouped together. As for the timeline, it is currently late September 2016, and in 4 months, the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League competition will take place, making it the nearest event in both time and distance. Similarly, this year's Jiangsu Province Pokémon competition had concluded in February, a time when Lu Yu had yet to traverse into this world, and thus he had missed it. Additionally, as this was Lu Yu's first journey, he was most familiar with his hometown, leading him to initially decide to participate in the Zhejiang competition. The policy of the various provincial Pokémon alliances also aims to provide trainers both locally and from other regions with more options. After all, the more formidable participants in a competition, the better. Otherwise, with the vastness of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, if over 30 provinces were to host competitions simultaneously, it would only serve to entertain the local populace. This is Lu Yu's first encounter with a genuine gym, in stark contrast to the diminutive structure depicted in the games. The reality of the gym is steeped in diverse cultural customs and the attributes of the gym itself. The South Lake Gym, before Lu Yu, is situated to the south of South Lake, sprawling over several thousand square meters, not to mention the adjoining hills and mountains in the backyard, which are home to numerous Pokémon belonging to the gym. This sheer expanse was enough to excite Lu Yu. If he were to locate all of his Pokémon, perhaps establishing a gym of his own would be quite splendid. Moreover, above the main entrance of the gym, 4 characters are inscribed like a plaque, declaring the name South Lake Gym. Above the sign, the distinctive Zongzi emblem unique to J City adds an element of charm. Temporarily setting aside his anticipation for the gym, Lu Yu turned his attention to the adjacent trainer-level assessment agency. After all, no matter how eager he was to challenge the gym, he must first obtain his trainer-level certification. As a novice trainer, one cannot expect to receive any opportunity to challenge a gym from the staff therein. Unlike the games or animations where anyone can challenge a gym, the reality is that gym leaders are typically among the most formidable trainers in the region. Their minimum prowess is at the gym leader level, with some exhibiting strength that rivals that of the Elite Four. Moreover, these leaders are tasked with safeguarding the city's security in collaboration with the Pokémon League security forces. Thus, gym leaders are quite occupied and cannot be expected to be present at the gym waiting for trainers at all times. Consequently, prior to challenging a gym, trainers must present their rank. Attaining the requisite level grants them the opportunity to challenge the gym. In stark contrast to the exhilarating South Lake Gym, the building housing the trainer rank certification agency is rather lackluster, merely a simple structure accompanied by a battleground that can accommodate 8 individuals simultaneously for assessments. Upon arriving at the entrance, a staff member promptly approached Lu Yu, inquiring, "Good day, sir. Are you here for trainer rank certification?" Although slightly taken aback by the man's youthful appearance, the staff member maintained an inherent courtesy in their inquiry. In response to this, Lu Yu smiled, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed. I am here for trainer rank certification. May I ask what procedures are required?" Hearing this, the staff member returned the smile and led Lu Yu to the lounge. Producing a certification application form, gazing at the document before him, Lu Yu suddenly comprehended. This was merely a means for the Pokémon League to collect a trainer's basic information and subsequently create a card akin to an identification card, representing the trainer's rank and Pokémon. In simpler terms, it serves as an identification card circulating among trainers. Upon grasping this, Lu Yu proceeded to inscribe the names of his Pokémon, the illusory Mask Meow and the Scyther, on the form. Henceforth, whenever Lu Yu captures a new Pokémon and visits a Pokémon Center, he can present this identification card, allowing the Pokémon League to access the latest details regarding his trainer status and any newly captured Pokémon. Simultaneously, This card is essential for Lu Yu's journey as a trainer, enabling him to participate in various competitions and gym battles. Once the basic information was filled out, the staff member approached Lu Yu once more, inquiring about the type of rank assessment he wished to undertake. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yu confidently declared, "I would like to pursue the elite rank. To be certified as an elite trainer, 2 conditions must be met. One must be at least 18 years of age and possess a Pokémon with strength exceeding the novice level." Given Lu Yu's current prowess, any Pokémon Academy would surely accept him without reservation. After all, having 2 Pokémon of Elite 4 caliber within just 10 days of debuting as a trainer signifies potential for greatness, a quality that every academy covets. Upon hearing Lu Yu's assertion, the staff member chuckled, responding, "Certification at the elite level requires you to possess 3 Pokémon at the elite level. However, according to the information you just provided, you only have 2 Pokémon, which may hinder your elite rank certification." Taken aback by this revelation, Lu Yu momentarily froze. He had not anticipated such a requirement. Did this mean he had made a fruitless trip, lacking 1 Pokémon? However, the staff member continued, "But if your Pokémon's strength exceeds the elite level, you may still proceed with the certification." The remainder of their statement remained unspoken, but Lu Yu quickly surmised their implication. Given his youthful appearance, they likely assumed he was a fledgling trainer. Possessing 2 elite-level Pokémon was already remarkable. It was improbable he would have any stronger Pokémon. Did they truly believe that attaining gym leader or near-elite status was an easy feat? If it were so, the number of elite trainers within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League would surely exceed 3 digits. Yet, upon hearing the staff member's words, Lu Yu felt a glimmer of hope, his face lighting up as he exclaimed, "Does this mean that if my 2 Pokémon possess gym leader-level strength, I can be certified as an elite trainer?" The staff member, momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodded, a wave of incredulity washing over them. Could it be that this young man truly possessed Pokémon of gym leader caliber? Or perhaps even 2? Nevertheless, adhering to professional decorum, the staff member replied, "Indeed, if the number of Pokémon for certification is insufficient, their strength may compensate. However, one must have at least 2 Pokémon exceeding that rank for successful certification." Upon hearing this response, Lu Yu's lips curled into a confident smile as he proclaimed, "It just so happens that my Pokémon are of that strength." Chapter 11. Can this be a novice trainer? Witnessing Lu Yu's unwavering confidence, the staff member refrained from further comment and swiftly guided him to the assessment office. Perhaps due to good fortune, Lu Yu was the only trainer present for certification that afternoon. Thus, upon entering the assessment office, he encountered 8 middle-aged individuals engaged in discussions regarding recent assessments and Pokémon training. Clearly, these individuals were the evaluators for trainer rank assessments. After the staff member knocked on the door, the previously relaxed atmosphere abruptly ceased. "Ahem, please enter." Upon hearing the voice, the staff member relayed the situation to the lead middle-aged man, who appeared to be an experienced battler. With a curious smile, he approached Lu Yu, introducing himself. "Greetings. I am Lu Fan, the chief examiner for trainer rank assessments. I understand you wish to certify as an elite trainer, yet you possess only 2 Pokémon?" In response to Lu Fan's inquiry, Lu Yu smiled and nodded. His desire for elite rank certification stemmed from a wish to achieve it all at once. Otherwise, although he could participate in gym battles as a regular trainer, competing in the Pokémon League would necessitate attaining elite rank. Thus, Lu Fan, grasping Lu Yu's intent, regarded him with a hint of surprise. From his perspective, this young individual appeared to have recently embarked on his journey, as one of Lu Yu's age would typically still be pursuing education. Yet here he was, voluntarily traveling? How intriguing. Such circumstances generally indicate 2 possibilities. Either he lacks the ability to qualify for a Pokémon University through the entrance examination and seeks to travel for luck, or he is a prodigy, believing that traveling is a more efficient means of growth than studying at a Pokémon University. Observing Lu Yu's confident demeanor and his immediate request for elite certification, combined with his possession of rare Pokémon like the illusory Masked Meow and Scyther, Lu Fan surmised that Lu Yu was likely the latter. Lu Fan's thoughts were not unfounded. With over a decade of experience as an examiner, he had encountered countless prodigies, and Lu Yu possessed an aura reminiscent of those exceptional trainers. Thus, suddenly intrigued, Lu Fan proposed, "In that case, let us engage in a 2-on-2 battle. Should you defeat the 2 gym leader-level Pokémon I possess, you shall earn the certification for elite trainer status. Of course, even if you do not win. Based on the nature of the battle, we will likely still award you a regular trainer's qualification. The enchanting, fully evolved magical Masked Meow is evidently of elite caliber." which is precisely why Lu Fan is confident that Lu Yu will at least secure a qualification certificate for ordinary trainers. It is worth noting that possessing elite strength guarantees admission into Pokémon universities worldwide, as they would undoubtedly be eager to grant such a prodigy a place. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Fan gestured for Lu Yu to follow, as they were about to proceed to the battleground for the trainer qualification assessment. Meanwhile, the other 7 members in the office, upon witnessing their leader take the initiative, were all intrigued. Among the 8 supervisors of the trainer qualification assessments in J-City, 4 are peak elite trainers, and 3 are gym-level trainers. Only their chief examiner, Lu Fan, is a Junkanwang Jibiata Changjia, a formidable presence indeed. Ordinarily, the assessment would suffice with the 4 elite trainers, yet the fact that their leader is stepping in raises questions. Could the challenger be a formidable opponent? However, this novice, judging by his youth, does not seem to fit the bill. Thus, the remaining 7 exchanged glances and formed a collective plan. Since there were no other challengers present, they would accompany Lu Fan to observe the battle, which would surely be an enlightening experience. Upon their arrival at the battleground, Lu Fan shot a glare at his colleagues. However, given the absence of other certification requirements, he relinquished his objections to their presence as spectators. The trainer certification assessment is, of course, conducted with great formality. As Lu Yu and Lu Fan took their positions on the battleground, a referee approached and waved a flag, announcing, "We shall now commence the certification assessment. The challenger, Lu Yu, will engage in a 2-on-2 battle against the examiner, Lu Fan. The challenger may freely switch Pokémon, while the examiner may not." As the referee declared the match to begin, Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement. This was his first time on a legitimate battleground, with several spectators present, igniting his enthusiasm for this inaugural official match. "All right, my first Pokémon will be you. Let us go, Scyther." As Lu Fan released his Pokeball, a magnificent Scyther emerged in a flash of crimson light, its imposing presence captivating Lu Yu. The sight of Scyther reminded him of his own, as he had played the game version where the exclusive Pokémon is the ancient variant, known as the Majestic Fawn, which boasts a far more striking appearance and superior strength than the contemporary Scyther. Clearing his throat to refocus, Lu Yu shifted his gaze back to the battleground and retrieved the Pokeball containing his own Scyther. "I entrust you with this, Scyther." In the next instant, a Scyther, gleaming with a metallic red sheen and exuding an aura of deadly precision, materialized before the onlookers. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's Pokémon, Lu Fan's Scyther instinctively sensed the threat, as both Pokémon could acutely feel the pressure emanating from one another. Yet, Lu Fan's Scyther, being a seasoned veteran, quickly regained its composure and let out a fierce roar at Scyther. Realizing that his Pokémon's demeanor had shifted, Lu Fan's expression grew serious. As Scyther's trainer, he understood that it now exhibited signs of bluster without substance. Moreover, Lu Fan came to the unsettling realization that he had greatly underestimated this young challenger. "You tell me, how can such a powerful Scyther, capable of instilling fear in an elite-level Scyther, be the work of a mere novice trainer? Just 10 days into his journey? Scyther, unleash a series of fury cuts." As Lu Yu commanded, the spectators barely registered a flash of red light before a cry of pain escaped Lu Fan's sight. In no time, it lay incapacitated on the battleground, its eyes swirling in defeat. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in stunned silence. This was the power of a newly emerged trainer? Chapter 12. Versus the Dinkinwang, the formidable Lu Yu. Witnessing his Scyther, which was not weak even among gym-level Pokémon, being overwhelmingly defeated, Lu Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He realized he had underestimated this young man. Trainers with such prowess upon debut are not unheard of. Yet they are typically scions of prestigious families, groomed to assume the mantle of the next family head. For instance, the Dragon Clan of the Pokémon League, whose heirs may enter their ancestral dragon cave at the tender age of 10, forging a bond with a dragon-type Pokémon. From that age, once a Pokémon acknowledges them, it becomes their initial partner, continuing for a full 8 years until they turn 18 and officially claim it, embarking on their adventures. This accelerated progression results in their initial Pokémon being at least of elite caliber. While this may seem somewhat unfair compared to the average trainer, the world is inherently unequal. The strong thrive while the weak falter. Thus, upon witnessing Lu Yu's Scyther's prowess, Lu Fan instinctively categorized him as a member of a noble lineage. Otherwise, how could one explain such formidable strength from someone so young? Surely, he must have grown up alongside this Scyther to achieve such results. Should Lu Yu be privy to Lu Fan's assumptions, he might find solace in the unexpected background that absolved him from explaining the presence of 2 Pokémon of king-level caliber. Just then, the referee's announcement snapped Lu Fan back to reality. Scyther has lost its fighting capability. Scyther wins. Please, Examiner Lu Fan, send out your next Pokémon. Regaining his composure, Lu Fan cast a wry smile at Lu Yu, returning Scyther to its Pokeball. It seems I have underestimated you, Lu Yu. How about a match with my strongest Pokémon? With your abilities, even if you were to receive a gym-level trainer qualification certificate, it would be well-deserved. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the surrounding staff and examiners were taken aback. Their leader, Ajing Kenwang Ji Bieta Changjia, was voluntarily challenging this youth to battle with his strongest Pokémon. Moreover, he suggested that Lu Yu was likely to earn a gym-level trainer qualification certificate, given that Lu Yu had only 2 Pokémon. This implied that his Scyther must possess strength at least on par with Ajing Kenwang. At this realization, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. The scene was simply too remarkable. In comparison, these middle-aged individuals, who had dedicated decades to their craft, felt as though they had squandered their time. Truly, it was a moment of profound embarrassment. Upon hearing the words of the chief examiner before him, Lu Yu glanced at the battle-hungry Scyther and responded with a smile, "Excellent. This is exactly what I was hoping for." To achieve the rank of a gym leader-level trainer, one is typically required to possess at least 3 Pokémon of that caliber, in addition to 3 peak elite-level Pokémon, to qualify for certification. Furthermore, the trainer's 3 gym-level Pokémon must not merely be at the nascent stage of that rank. However, Lu Yu's Scyther evidently surpassed gym-level capabilities. According to Lu Fan's preliminary assessment, it was at least at the threshold of the champion tier. This, in turn, granted Lu Yu a unique advantage. Moreover, Lu Fan, being the highest authority in the trainer assessment of J-City, found it reasonable to amend the rules on a whim. Thus, it can be said that those with strength have a greater likelihood of success wherever they may go, and those around them tend to exhibit more amicable attitudes. Seeing Lu Yu confidently accept his challenge, Lu Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. He couldn't quite articulate why, but he sensed that battling this young man might yield profound insights. I do adore a confident young lad. Now, it is time for my ace to take the stage. With a flick of his wrist, he released a Pokeball, revealing a robust, purple-hued creature with well-defined muscles, the Nidoking. It was evident that this Nidoking was among the elite of the near-champion tier. Realizing the formidable prowess of the Pokémon Lu Fan had summoned, Scyther adopted a combat stance, completely shedding the nonchalance it had displayed against the previous opponent. Scyther, take the initiative and unleash Bullet Punch. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, Scyther darted forward like a crimson bolt of lightning, its right fist charged with potent energy, aiming a devastating blow at Nidoking. Witnessing this, Lu Fan commanded, "Nidoking, use Brick Break." As the 2 Pokémon clashed at close quarters, the attacks collided fiercely, yet within mere moments, Scyther's overwhelming strength sent Nidoking sprawling. The anguished cry of Nidoking caused Lu Fan's heart to plummet. Could it be? No, it was inconceivable. How could a novice trainer possess champion-level combat prowess? Given Lu Fan's standing and experience, he had encountered numerous champion-level adversaries, and even his ace, Nidoking, would not capitulate so swiftly against a mere newcomer. The ease with which Scyther had toppled Nidoking revealed the latter's dire situation. Clearly, Lu Yu and his Scyther were of no lesser caliber than champions, not merely at the beginner stage. However, the certification for a near-champion trainer required actual champion-level combat strength, typically assessed by trainer institutions in provincial capitals or demonstrated through exceptional performance in Pokémon tournaments. Therefore, even with Lu Fan's goodwill, he could only grant Lu Yu the highest certification available for a gym leader-level trainer within his authority. Truly, the youth is formidable. Nidoking, do not let the young one underestimate us. Let us not be defeated so easily. Unleash Horn Drill. In the face of a strong opponent, those with a positive mindset stand to gain invaluable experience, while those with a negative outlook may succumb to despair. Clearly, Lu Fan was of the former disposition, for upon recognizing Scyther's superiority, he remained brimming with fighting spirit. The embers of his long-dormant passion ignited once more. Receiving his trainer's command and feeling the invigorating pressure, Nidoking let out a fierce roar, its horn beginning to spin vigorously. This young man as Scyther was not even a match for the ace of the team leader. Who exactly was he? A steel-type Pokémon. Could he be a scion of the Tsujiangzhang family? As the spectators buzzed with speculation, Lu Yu continued to make his move. Scyther, let us showcase the bond we share. Use Steel Wing. Obeying Lu Yu's command, Scyther narrowed its eyes, and its 2 wing-like appendages shimmered with a silvery brilliance, erupting with steel-type energy. In the next moment, Steel Wing struck Nidoking with remarkable speed, eliciting a heart-wrenching howl from the enormous beast. Simultaneously, Nidoking's horn drill collided with Scyther. However, In this clash, it was evident that Scyther held the upper hand. The Steel-type body exhibited remarkable resistance to physical damage, while Nidoking's favored Poison-type moves were rendered entirely ineffective. Thus, Nidoking found itself at a significant disadvantage, unable to reverse the tide of battle. Scyther, deliver the finishing blow with Hyper Beam. As Luyu prepared to unleash his final move, Lu Fan shouted to his gasping, fatigued Nidoking, "Nidoking, counter with Hyper Beam." As the two orange beams of energy began to coalesce, Scyther launched its attack first. Just as the Hyper Beam was about to strike Nidoking, in a moment of desperation, Nidoking completed its own charge and successfully fired. When the two Hyper Beams collided, a massive explosion erupted near Nidoking, engulfing the battlefield in a cloud of dust. For ages, it has been known that a clash of equal power often leads to defeat, save for a few exceptions like Dana and Dutsai. Now, even Nidoking found itself in a similar predicament. The energy released by a champion level and a near-champion tier Pokémon was sufficient to create a tremendous cloud of debris, nearly enveloping the entire arena. After a considerable time, as the dust began to settle, Nidoking lay incapacitated in a deep crater, and Scyther, though slightly winded, bore the brunt of the explosion's aftermath. Regardless, Luyu and Lu Fan had already dispatched another Pokémon prior to the explosion to shield against the residual shockwaves. Since both trainers had their Pokémon outside the battlefield, this was not deemed a violation of rules. Yet for Lu Fan, this adept response under pressure was the instinct of a seasoned trainer, while Luyu's ability to anticipate danger showcased a remarkable talent. Had he not been so vigilant, the explosion could have resulted in serious injury for both trainers. Thus, despite his defeat, Lu Fan regarded Luyu with newfound respect, grinning as he recalled Nidoking. Truly, the student surpasses the master. With promising young talents like you in the Dragon Country Pokémon Alliance, the future is bright. After a hearty laugh, Lu Fan invited Luyu to his office and presented him with a card symbolizing his status as a trainer. This was the certification for a gym leader-level trainer, a title that conferred significant prestige and benefits within the Pokémon League. All expenses at the Pokémon Center will be waived, and purchases made at stores under the jurisdiction of the Pokémon League will enjoy a generous 30% discount. Although your prowess is formidable, I must emphasize the importance of swiftly augmenting your roster of Pokémon. At the champion tier, even if your two Pokémon are exceptionally strong, there will be no exceptions granted for you to obtain a trainer's certificate. After expressing gratitude to Lu Fan, Luyu departed from the trainer-level certification agency. Initially intent on challenging the South Lake Gym, a moment's reflection reminded him of the need to analyze the recent battle, especially since his Scyther had sustained injuries. To ensure a prudent approach, he decided to return to the Pokémon Center first. This was Luyu's first encounter battling against Lu Fan, a trainer of champion caliber, and it was essential to digest the shortcomings he experienced during the match to enhance his commanding abilities more rapidly. To be candid, if Luyu were to face battle-hardened trainers with a Pokémon of equivalent level and even the same type as his own, he harbored no illusions about achieving an easy victory. In fact, he lacked even the slightest assurance of triumph. Thus, when compared to his Pokémon, Luyu acknowledged his own inadequacies. Indeed, while he possessed numerous strategies in his mind, the limited number of Pokémon at his disposal hindered his ability to execute them. The configurations for various weather teams were also far from sufficient, necessitating continued effort on his part. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Luyu presented his trainer's certificate, prompting Miss Joy to regard him with noticeable surprise. It seemed she had not anticipated that the boy who had previously inquired about where to certify as a trainer would possess such remarkable strength. In a remarkably short span of time, he had acquired a gym-level trainer's certificate, truly impressive. Moreover, the presence of that mystical Mimikyu and Scyther had imparted an aura of unfathomable depth. Consequently, Miss Joy's smile grew warmer and more inviting. "Mr. Luyu, I shall take care of your Pokémon. They will be fully revitalized in an hour." While waiting, with time on his hands, Luyu decided to explore the Pokémon shop. Even though his backpack was already brimming with supplies, he was curious about what items he might find in the actual Pokémon store that could fulfill his needs. Thus, accompanied by his Mimikyu, Luyu ventured into the Pokémon shop. Upon entering, a staff member approached enthusiastically, eager to introduce Luyu to the various items necessary for Pokémon. After a cursory glance, Luyu realized that he already possessed an ample supply of items such as berries, Pokémon enhancement tools, and healing items. Feeling a bit awkward, he informed the staff member that he would browse for now and began to meander through the store. While termed a Pokémon shop, it resembled more of a department store, spanning 7 floors. The first floor housed the most affordable and commonly found items, while the upper levels featured specialized Pokémon tools, such as shell bells and charcoal. Upon discovering that the 5th floor even offered Pokémon and Pokémon eggs for sale, Lu Yu's interest peaked, and he promptly took the elevator to the 5th floor. As he surveyed the display area filled with Pokémon, most of which were newly hatched, such as Zubat, Teddiursa, and Caterpie, his enthusiasm waned. Regrettably, without a system to scan these Pokémon's attributes, he felt unable to seize any advantageous opportunities as some of his predecessor travelers might have. However, his attention was suddenly captured by the Energy Cube Manufacturing Machine, prompting a spark of inspiration. Chapter 14. The Energy Cube Manufacturing Machine, a premium Firestone? Currently, with the magical Mimikyu and Scyther having reached the level of champion, their advancement had become increasingly arduous. Even after defeating a Nidoqueen of the champion tier, Scyther's level remained unchanged. While its experience points had indeed increased, the prospect of leveling up remained a formidable challenge. Under such circumstances, it appeared that to elevate a champion-level Pokémon, one must defeat dozens of Pokémon of an equal tier, and if they were of a lower tier, the number would multiply several times. This predicament left Lu Yu feeling rather overwhelmed. If he were to rely solely on battles, how could he hope to enhance the strength of Mimikyu and Scyther without frequently engaging champion-level opponents? Where could he possibly find such an abundance of champion-level masters? Furthermore, as the pinnacle of strength looms ahead, when Lu Yu eventually retrieves his fully leveled Pokémon and confronts even more formidable adversaries on the grandest stage of the world, would those Pokémon still at champion level find themselves inadequate? Would they, once again, face the prospect of being relegated to the sidelines, akin to his past gaming experiences? Reflecting on his time spent with Mimikyu and Scyther, Lu Yu realized that he simply could not abandon them. While he had previously engaged in such actions, he had viewed it as merely a game. Now, in this reality, he would never forsake the bonds he shared with his Pokémon. Thus, enhancing the strength of these Pokémon became an urgent endeavor for Lu Yu, a responsibility inherent to any trainer. Some might argue that his backpack contained various experience-enhancing items, allowing for direct Pokémon leveling, so why worry? To that, Lu Yu could only respond, had those leveling items still been usable, he would have long since elevated Mimikyu and Scyther to their maximum levels. Why would he regret not maxing out all his Pokémon and raising their affection levels to the highest during his time in the game? Indeed, upon entering the real world, both the titanium crystal and other items in his backpack remained usable, yet bizarrely, items like rare candies and experience-enhancing tools had vanished without explanation. Perhaps in the realm of Pokémon, such a bug-level cheat was simply not permitted, or perhaps the so-called will of the world disallowed it. Well, the reality was that Lu Yu had already exhausted his experience-enhancing items after leveling too many Pokémon. Moreover, toward the end of the game, he had been relegated to merely tackling 6-star challenges and occasionally participating in events featuring 7-star encounters, leaving him in dire need of experience materials. After all, in comparison to various consumables, it was evident that items like rare candies were in the highest demand. In truth, most trainers who aspired to pursue a path of greater strength would inevitably encounter one of life's most challenging dilemmas, when their initial Pokémon strength could no longer keep pace with their current capabilities. Should they continue to invest substantial resources into its development or abandon it in favor of a more promising Pokémon? It is crucial to recognize that reality is not an animated series, nor is it a game. Most trainers are ordinary individuals from modest backgrounds, lacking the resources to select their preferred Pokémon, and they certainly cannot afford to lavish unlimited energy and wealth upon them. Thus, initial Pokémon must invariably be chosen based on cost-effectiveness. For instance, if one initially captured a Caterpie, its early evolution into Metapod may have yielded decent combat prowess. Yet by the time it reached the elite tier, Metapod would struggle to keep up. As for individuals like Ash and Gary, along with the scions of various prestigious families, they are undoubtedly devoid of such concerns. Some possess immense wealth, their initial choices of Pokémon surpassing a staggering 99%. Others are graced with the protagonist's halo, benefiting from their association with Professor Oak, the original champion of the Kanto region, thus never lacking in resources. However, at this moment, Lu Yu has conceived a novel method to enhance his strength, which is the utilization of energy cubes. Top-tier breeders can empower their Pokémon significantly and facilitate their evolution solely through these energy cubes, continuously augmenting their Pokémon's prowess. Nonetheless, crafting such energy cubes requires a considerable amount of rare materials. Fortunately, when it comes to materials, Lu Yu is not in short supply. His backpack is brimming with various berries and precious materials, each in quantities of 999, entirely sufficient for the production of energy cubes. which he can provide to his Pokémon over an extended period. Even the most rudimentary energy cubes, when accumulated over time, can elevate a Pokémon's capabilities. Consequently, Luyu has turned his attention to the energy cube manufacturing machine. I must say, the price of the energy cube manufacturing machine at the Pokémon shop is indeed exorbitant. The most basic version costs a staggering 50,000 dragon coins, and it can only produce 12 energy cubes at a time, accompanied by a rudimentary energy cube crafting guide. Users can utilize this guide to create energy cubes that provide minor enhancements to their Pokémon's strength and experience. Ultimately, Luyu has set his sights on a machine valued at 500,000, which offers advanced energy cube crafting methods. The operation is straightforward. Charge the machine. Then input the prepared berries and materials in the correct proportions, and the machine will automatically produce high-grade energy cubes. These advanced energy cubes can significantly enhance various attributes of Pokémon, even yielding considerable effects for those at the Elite Four level, coupled with training and encounters with formidable foes. And with the prospect of discovering even higher-grade energy cube crafting methods in the future, Luyu is confident that elevating both his magical Mask Meowth and Scyther to championship caliber should pose no insurmountable challenge. As for ascending to even loftier heights, master or leader levels, Luyu cannot make any assurances. After all, if Pokémon had no bottlenecks, everyone in this world would undoubtedly be a Pokémon master. Ahem. However, before reaching that stage, a daunting dilemma looms before Luyu. He possesses only a little over 100,000 dragon coins. Where could he possibly acquire the 500,000 required to purchase this advanced energy cube manufacturing machine? Even with the discount offered to gym leader-level trainers, he would still need 35,000 dragon coins to secure the machine. Counting the 200,000 from his parents and his prior savings, it remains woefully insufficient. With a sudden epiphany, Luyu eagerly rummaged through his backpack, locating the evolution stones section. Fixating on the 999 count evolution stones, he retrieved a fire stone. Gazing at the resplendent stone, which seemed to flicker with flames within and radiated warmth in his hand, Luyu approached the counter, clearing his throat. A hint of embarrassment washed over him as he inquired, "Excuse me, do you accept evolution stones?" Chapter 15. Have I accidentally struck gold? If Luyu's memory serves him right, the Pokémon shop in the Pokémon Scarlet and Violet versions allows for the sale of items. Back when he was grinding for effort values without funds, he would sell off superfluous items. For instance, Stardust. It commands a high price and is abundantly found in the desert. Generally, one can amass enough to fully boost a Pokémon's effort values for around 600,000 coins. Later, Luyu realized that spending money was the most extravagant route. It was far more efficient to carry items that enhance effort values and defeat wild Pokémon, thereby gaining experience and effort values simultaneously. A true win-win situation. Eventually, however, Luyu grew weary of grinding and reverted to purchasing effort values. Upon hearing Luyu's inquiry, the sales personnel at the Pokémon shop counter wore a professional smile. "Hello, sir. May I inquire as to what you wish to sell?" Seeing the opportunity to continue the conversation, Luyu presented the fire stone he held before the sales representative. Upon witnessing the stone radiating brilliant light, with flickering flames dancing within, the representative's demeanor shifted dramatically, stammering, "Hey, sir, are you truly wishing to sell this exquisite fire stone?" Indeed, the moment the sales representative laid eyes on the fire stone, he recognized its exceptional quality. Having previously encountered such rare evolution stones at an auction, he understood that the youth before him was seemingly oblivious to its true worth. According to market value, a top-tier evolution stone typically starts at 1 million dragon coins, a sum that would take the average person over a decade of hard work to earn, not to mention the scarcity. Thus, when Luyu noticed the sales representative's flustered expression as he hastily made a call, followed by the arrival of a well-dressed man, likely a manager, who warmly invited him to discuss matters in the office, Luyu comprehended that the fire stone in his possession was indeed of considerable value. Were it to be auctioned, it could fetch an exceptionally high price. However, Luyu was in need of immediate funds, and considering he had an abundance of such stones in his backpack, selling one to cover living expenses bore no psychological burden. After all, possessing a treasure trove is of little use unless one converts it into currency, is it not? Ahem. Mr. Luyu, if I'm not mistaken, my name is Lee. You may call me Manager Lee. I've heard you wish to sell this firestone. Our Pokémon shop would be willing to offer you 900,000 dragon coins. What do you think, sir? Given Luyu's youth, the manager appeared to have lowered the price, eager to gauge his reaction. On the way to the office, Luyu had consulted his Rotom phone to check the price of top-tier firestones, thus acquiring a clearer understanding of the situation. It seemed this manager Lee was not entirely sincere, had it not been for his recent financial constraints for Pokemon breeding. He would have hesitated to part with such a precious Firestone. Upon hearing Lu Yu's familiarity with the top-tier Firestone, and witnessing the young man's poised demeanor while discussing a transaction worth 1,000,000 dragon coins, Manager Lee's expression subtly shifted. He straightened his posture and stated, "I was merely jesting with Mr. Lu. In the market, top-tier evolution stones are indeed rare commodities. Generally speaking, the market price for such a Firestone hovers around 1,000,000 dragon coins. However, I find that your Firestone appears to be of superior quality compared to those I've encountered before. Therefore, I propose a price of 110,000 dragon coins. How does that sound to you, sir? After all, this price is based on the selling price. If we were to buy it back, our Pokemon shop would naturally need to make a profit." Hearing this offer, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. 110,000 dragon coins was a figure he found rather acceptable. Moreover, considering the other party was a sales manager, he felt it prudent to allow them a modest profit to continue negotiating further business. This price, while decent, came with a stipulation. "I have one request. I hope Manager Lee can accommodate me. If so, I will certainly return to sell any future top-tier evolution stones to you." Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Manager Lee's eyes instantly lit up. This implies that the young man before him possesses such exquisite evolution stones. It seems that this boy named Lu Yu is quite remarkable. If he could cultivate a good rapport, it would certainly not be a loss for him. With this thought in mind, Manager Lee envisioned the potential for a continuous stream of resources. No. Even if he could only deliver a few exquisite evolution stones to headquarters each year, it would significantly enhance his position. Thus, Manager Lee boldly patted his chest, declaring that as long as Lu Yu's requests were reasonable, he would undoubtedly be able to assist. Noticing the hook had been set, Lu Yu allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. "I have recently developed a keen interest in the various methods of crafting energy cubes. After all, you manage the largest Pokemon shop in City J. You must be quite knowledgeable about them." He continued, "If possible, I would like to exchange this Firestone for dragon coins to purchase a high-grade energy cube manufacturing machine, along with some advanced methods for crafting energy cubes. Naturally, if there are superior methods available, I am more than willing to offer a generous price." Upon hearing Lu Yu's proposition, Manager Lee's eyes narrowed slightly. He began to understand that this young man likely hailed from a well-off background. He was merely embarking on his journey and, in a moment of financial constraint, opted to sell his surplus exquisite evolution stones for monetary gain. Yet, the primary goal remained those coveted, rarely shared methods for crafting energy cubes. Although the Pokemon shop did offer several methods, they were the masterpieces of breeding masters and came with exorbitant price tags. However, with this foundational manuscript, the shop could replicate countless copies and sell them at marked prices, ensuring substantial profit. It is worth noting that even when purchasing an energy cube manufacturing machine, a couple of advanced crafting methods would be included, yet these were merely commonplace compared to those created by top-tier breeders. Lu Yu understood that while he might not immediately find the best crafting methods, he could first establish a rapport with Manager Lee, who could provide ample resources. Once their relationship deepened and Lu Yu possessed sufficient funds, he could naturally acquire superior crafting methods. After some contemplation, Manager Lee agreed. After handing over the exquisite Firestone, Lu Yu presented his trainer's qualification certificate. Upon realizing Lu Yu was a gym-level trainer, Manager Lee's smile broadened. After all, forging a connection with such an evidently promising youth was undoubtedly advantageous. Ultimately, Lu Yu acquired a high-grade energy cube manufacturing machine and 5 advanced quality crafting methods, each enhancing stamina, attack, and speed. The remaining 2 were standard fare gifted by the Pokemon shop, capable of generally boosting a Pokemon's strength. Though their effectiveness paled in comparison to those 3 he had purchased, it is evident that spending over 700,000 dragon coins merely secured 3 advanced crafting methods, underscoring the financial demands of a trainer's journey. Yet, through this experience, Lu Yu grasped that the solitary Firestone in his backpack held such immense value. If he were to extract all the items within, would he not instantly ascend to the status of a so-called millionaire? Chapter 16. Crafting and Consuming. Challenging the South Lake Gym. Having acquired the innovative crafting methods for energy cubes and purchased a high-grade energy cube manufacturing machine, Lu Yu enlisted the delivery service of the Pokemon shop to transport it to the Pokemon Center. Although termed an energy cube manufacturing machine, its size was akin to that of a compact refrigerator, occupying minimal space. When not in use, it could easily fit within his backpack, presenting no burden for transport. To create energy cubes, one merely needed to locate a Pokemon Center, reserve a room, and connect the machine to a power source for operation. Moreover, Lu Yu found the machine lightweight enough to maneuver himself, adding to its convenience. Let me see, he mused, examining the cultivation manual. This guide primarily utilizes the attack-enhancing branch fruit, while this one enhances speed with the sandscale fruit, and this is the star peach fruit, augmenting specific attributes. These precious berries retailed for 30,000 dragon coins each at the Pokémon shop, yet Lu Yu already possessed a considerable quantity in his backpack, sufficient for the next few years without the need for further purchases. After meticulously preparing the berries and incorporating various rare items in the correct proportions, Lu Yu pressed the button on the energy cube manufacturing machine in his room. In the next moment, a startup sound echoed, and the berries visibly shattered and melted. 15 minutes later, a multitude of translucent energy cubes emerged before Lu Yu. The high-grade energy cube manufacturing machine produced approximately 120 energy cubes in a single operation, entirely sufficient to nourish his magical Mirage Meow and giant claw mantis for an entire week. Though diminutive, these energy cubes contained immense energy. Even a Snorlax with its colossal appetite could be satiated with just one specially crafted cube. Such is the allure of energy cubes. After releasing his magical Mirage Meow and giant claw mantis, Lu Yu presented the freshly crafted energy cubes to his Pokémon. Each consumed 5 cubes, perfectly matching the 5 varieties, thereby enhancing their overall capabilities. Following their consumption, Lu Yu observed a noticeable increase in the experience displayed on the ability panels of both Pokémon. Evidently, his prior assumptions were indeed correct. While their attack, speed, and stamina stats remained unchanged for the moment, it was likely that such improvements would necessitate time and consistent effort to manifest. Regardless, Lu Yu had now discovered a path forward, one that would gradually bolster the strength of his Pokémon. If sustained, they would inevitably have a bright future ahead. After a restful night, the following day, Lu Yu prepared to challenge the South Lake Gym. The South Lake Gym, the sole official gym in City J, typically hosts a singular gym for a city, and the individual who ascends to the position of gym leader invariably possesses peak abilities at the gym leader level. More formidable gym leaders often rank at the threshold of the champion level. Rumor has it that the gym leader of West Lake Gym in H City, the provincial capital of Zhejiang, is genuinely a champion-level powerhouse. Moreover, the official leaders of the esteemed Imperial Capital Gym and Magic City Gym boast champion-level prowess. Indeed, cities such as the Imperial Capital and Magic City feature multiple gyms, yet only those gyms bear the champion title. Other affiliated gyms lacking the names of Magic City or Imperial Capital tend to exhibit lesser strength. City J is acknowledged as one of the more robust cities in Zhejiang Province. So Lu Yu surmised that the true strength of the South Lake Gym leader could very well be at the threshold of the champion level. Notably, despite the presence of the word lake in its name, the South Lake Gym is not a water-type gym. It is, in fact, a grass-type gym. Upon arriving at the South Lake Gym, Lu Yu noticed a considerable number of challengers present that day, easily numbering over 20. At least 4 or 5 staff members were leading trainers of varying levels, preparing them for different tiers of gym assessments. Indeed, the reason the Pokémon League assigns rankings to trainers and issues certificates representing different levels of prowess is precisely this. According to the rules governing gym challenges, challengers must be at least of the ordinary level, possessing 2 Pokémon, to qualify for challenging gyms across the region. Furthermore, both ordinary and elite level trainers must first defeat the gym apprentices to earn the right to challenge the gym leader. Much like in a game, before facing the leader, one must complete the prerequisite tasks of the gym. Only after triumphing over the apprentices or completing the gym's assessment tasks will the gym leader summon Pokémon of commensurate strength to battle the challenger. Essentially, this step effectively eliminates nearly 70% of ordinary trainers. This is understandable, as gym leaders, being mid to high tier combatants within the Pokémon League, are undoubtedly very busy each day. Despite their responsibility for assessing trainers, they would scarcely waste time advising those lacking in strength. Thus, the task of dealing with such challengers naturally falls to apprentices or juniors within the gym. Consequently, when it was Lu Yu's turn, the gym staff first requested him to present his trainer qualification certificate. After handing over his Blue Edge trainer certificate to the staff member, a nearby certification machine emitted a mechanical announcement. Trainer Lu Yu, currently classified as a gym-level trainer, is permitted to challenge the gym leader directly with an identifier of 5. Upon hearing this announcement, the other challengers in line cast envious glances at Lu Yu. Who would have thought that this seemingly youthful individual concealed such formidable strength and was indeed a master? Although it was his first time challenging a gym, Lu Yu found the experience intriguing. Upon realizing he could challenge the leader without undergoing a strength assessment, he couldn't help but express gratitude in his heart towards Lu Fan, who had assessed him earlier. Otherwise, had he only been granted an elite-level certificate, he would have had to queue and defeat the gym apprentices before challenging the gym leader today. After confirming Lu Yu's strength and identity, a gym guide swiftly approached him and said, "Mr. Lu Yu, please follow me. The leader is currently engaged in battle with challenger number 4. Once the battle concludes, you will be next, so let's proceed to the waiting room." Hearing this, Lu Yu smiled and nodded, following the guide to the waiting room. Observing his position in line, Lu Yu gathered that the daily workload for the gym leader seemed rather light. It was already afternoon, and he was only the 5th challenger eligible to battle. One could only imagine the proportion of trainers within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League who remain at the ordinary level, and how few could ascend to gym level and join the ranks of mid-tier powerhouses in the Pokémon League. After 20 minutes, when the battle with the 4th challenger concluded, it was finally Lu Yu's turn. Upon realizing Lu Yu's gym level strength, the gym leader's interest was piqued, and he murmured to himself, "It has been quite some time since I encountered a truly formidable challenger." Chapter 17, Grass-type Internal Struggle, the gym leader's full force. As the gym corridor opened, Lu Yu exhaled deeply, crossing his arms and rubbing them vigorously to ease his nerves before striding confidently forward. Every adventure on the journey is worthy of remembrance, and the anticipation of firsts is easily kindled. Just like now, the inaugural official match is about to commence. The battle arenas in gym contests typically correspond to the gym's elemental type. For instance, a rock-type gym would feature a rocky battlefield. Likewise, since the South Lake Gym specializes in grass-type Pokémon, the arena is a lush grassland. The rules governing gym battles mirror those of the Pokémon League, with the exception that only challengers are permitted to switch their Pokémon as they are facing a gym trainer. As for other mechanics such as Mega Evolution, Dynamaxing, Z-moves, and Terrestrialization, both challengers and gym leaders are free to employ any of these strategies. When Lu Yu took his place on one side of the grassy arena, the lights within the gym illuminated dramatically, and raucous cheers erupted from the audience seated on both sides of the battlefield. To be honest, Lu Yu himself was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his first gym challenge would be witnessed by an audience, and such a considerable one at that. Scanning his surroundings, Lu Yu estimated that there were at least 5,000 spectators in attendance. While this number paled in comparison to the tens of thousands typically seen at Pokémon League events, for someone experiencing such a spectacle for the first time, it presented a mental challenge. Many trainers, accustomed to diligent training with their Pokémon, might find themselves faltering on a stage bustling with onlookers, their performance marred by environmental factors, resulting in outcomes that do not reflect their true capabilities. Conversely, trainers with a positive mindset, like Ash, thrive in front of large crowds, finding their excitement fuels their performance. Gradually, gyms have begun to intentionally incorporate audience seating. Not only does this generate revenue through ticket sales, but it also enhances the gym's popularity while providing challengers with valuable experience in managing their nerves. Truly a triple boon. Moreover, it is said that due to the rise of social media, gym leaders now live stream their daily battles, sharing highlights on their personal accounts. The leader of the South Lake Gym, Lu Tian, is renowned as one of the most powerful and popular leaders among all gym leaders in the Zhejiang province. "Welcome to my South Lake Gym, challenger," boomed a robust voice as a middle-aged man, resembling a charming neighborly figure, strode confidently toward Lu Yu. The moment Lu Tian made his entrance, the cheers from the audience reached a fever pitch. "Lu Tian, you are so handsome. I want to have your children." "Lu Tian, look at me. I'm your fan." Witnessing this astonishing popularity, even Lu Yu, who had previously experienced large-scale fan events in his past life, was momentarily speechless. Were it not for the limited seating at the South Lake Gym, it was likely that the number of fans attending Lu Tian's battles would rival that of a concert in his past life. Furthermore, a massive screen in the center of the gym displayed a live broadcast captured by a Rotom phone, with viewership exceeding 500,000. This is the true popularity of a gym-level trainer. A mere gym leader exhibits a level of fame comparable to that of a top-tier singer in his previous life. One can only imagine the national recognition enjoyed by champions and elite trainers. Soon, as the referee appeared, he announced, "We will now commence the South Lake Gym Challenge." The challenger is Lu Yu from J-City. The rules for this gym challenge are 2-on-2, with the challenger permitted to switch Pokémon at will, while the gym trainer may not. The match begins now. Gym leader Lu Tian, please send forth your Pokémon. At the referee's signal, Lu Tian promptly produced a Pokeball. In the next moment, a cunning Sceptile appeared majestically upon the battlefield. The cunning Tengu, a dual-type grass and dark Pokémon. Shares the same attributes as the Pokémon that Lu Yu is about to send into battle. Indeed, the creature Lu Yu has chosen for his challenge at the South Lake Gym is not the Scyther, which would have an advantage over grass types, but rather his starter Pokémon, the illusionary Mask Meow. As a flash of red light envelopes the arena, the elegant form of illusionary Mask Meow gracefully materializes upon the battlefield adorned with lush greenery. Sensing the aura emanating from the opponent's cunning Tengu, Lu Yu surmises that its strength surpasses that of the examiner Lu Fan's Dunsparce by a considerable margin, yet it pales in comparison to his own Nidoking. Thus, he estimates that this cunning Tengu likely resides at the pinnacle of gym-level prowess. Recognizing that Lu Tian has yet to fully grasp his current strength, Lu Yu smiles and remarks, "Lu Tian, I hope your next Pokémon can truly showcase your capabilities, for I assure you, I am not as weak as my certificate suggests." Upon hearing these words, not only did Lu Tian appear taken aback, but the audience in the stands and the viewers in the live stream also felt a strange shift in the atmosphere. Who is this kid? He may be handsome, but his bravado is quite audacious, they whispered among themselves. His implication is that he could effortlessly defeat Lu Tian's cunning Tengu, which is utterly amusing. Lu Tian, show him what you're made of and teach him a lesson, they urged. Unfortunately, before the barrage of comments and reactions from the audience could fully unfold, Lu Yu's illusionary Mask Meow had already unleashed the move prank. Caught off guard, the cunning Tengu was instantly incapacitated. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire gym. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as the live stream chat fell into a momentous pause. It seemed that everyone was momentarily stunned by the spectacle of combat. How could a challenger defeat a gym leader-level opponent in a single move? Surely there must be a mistake. It should be the challenger who gets knocked out by Lu Tian in one hit instead. Just then, a slightly dazed Lu Tian couldn't help but smile. So that's what Lu Fan meant when he warned me to be cautious yesterday. Challenger, I acknowledge your strength. Since you are not an ordinary opponent and wish to see my true capabilities, I shall oblige you. Behold, my ace, Mega Lizardin. As Lu Tian's Mega Lizardin made its grand entrance, the previously silent gym erupted into thunderous applause. Is it true? Mega Lizardin is Lu Tian's trump card, reputed to be at the pinnacle of the Quasi-King level. Last year, during the Inter-Gym League in Zhejiang Province, a Mega-evolved Lizardin could even take down elite-level opponents. Observers noted that, regardless of the outcome, this challenger had already earned respect by forcing Lu Tian to reveal his ace. It had been months since anyone had seen Lu Tian so serious. Nevertheless, even if the challenger were to lose, the badge from the South Lake Gym would still be within reach, for gaining the leader's approval sufficed to earn the gym badge. The outcome of the battle itself was secondary. Chapter 18, The King Battle, Mega Lizardin vs. Illusionary Mask Meow. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Yu initially paid them little mind. However, upon learning that Lu Tian's Lizardin had once taken down elite-level Pokémon post-Mega Evolution, his interest was piqued. Truth be told, considering the battle prowess of Lu Yu's two Pokémon, he felt no pressure against adversaries below the elite level. Even with type disadvantages, victory was well within his grasp. Even against a skilled tactician, Lu Yu felt confident in his chances of success. Unless, of course, he faced a Pokémon master of the caliber of Cynthia, in which case he would not stand a chance. Thus, what Lu Yu lacked was experience in battling against formidable opponents of his own caliber, and with such an excellent challenger before him, he would not let this opportunity slip away. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and declared, Lu Tian, this alone cannot be considered your full power. Let us see you apply some pressure and go Mega, Illusionary Mask Meow. Use your move 1000 Changes, Myriad Flowers. Upon hearing Lu Yu's command, Illusionary Mask Meow let out a powerful cry, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped it. The next moment, Illusionary Mask Meow began to perform a peculiar dance. And with each movement, it unleashed the attack 1000 Changes, Myriad Flowers, targeting Lizardin's vital points with unerring precision. In truth, both Illusionary Mask Meow and Lizardin, being Grass-type starters, shared somewhat similar combat styles. Each relied on formidable power and swiftness to distinguish themselves among the trio of starters. Not to mention, Lizardin possessed the ability to Mega Evolve, significantly enhancing its strength. Thus, when Lu Tian sensed the overwhelming offensive from Illusionary Mask Meow, a change flickered across his expression for the first time. The sensations brought forth by Lu Yu and Illusionary Mask Meow bore a striking resemblance to those he had experienced with the Pokémon of the West Lake Gym Leader. Could it be that a mere novice, fresh from obscurity, possessed power comparable to that of the elite level? It was worth noting that even the scions of elite families, who had grown alongside their predetermined starter Pokémon since the age of 10, might not achieve such heights in just 8 years. What a remarkable prodigy. Astonished, Lution sprang into action. Lizardin, use Quick Attack to evade the incoming assault, then unleash Seed Bomb. Following Lution's command, Lizardin flicked its tail with a cool demeanor, and a white glow enveloped its feet as it surged forward. Yet, despite this, illusionary Mask Meow, infused with potent grass-type energy, pursued Lizardin relentlessly. In a critical moment, just before 1,000 changes, myriad flowers could strike, Lizardin had no choice but to unleash Seed Bomb prematurely, resulting in a minor explosion. Subsequently, Lizardin was sent hurtling back amidst the smoke, letting out a pained cry. Clearly, in that exchange, Lizardin, whose strength was evidently inferior to that of illusionary Mask Meow, found itself at a disadvantage. Witnessing this unforeseen turn of events, the spectators both in the arena and in the live stream were left in awe. Those who had been rational fans marveled at the challenger's prowess, growing curious about his identity. Meanwhile, the more irrational detractors began to concoct theories about Lu Yu's background, speculating he must belong to an elite family, for how else could a young challenger possess such strength to dominate Lution's Lizardin? They even posited that illusionary Mask Meow might be a Pokémon inherited from his forebears, brought merely to elevate his status. Lu Yu, however, remained oblivious to these musings. Even if he had been aware, he would have merely smiled and shrugged them off. He understood that public opinion on the internet was inherently dualistic, and so too were fans. Once he solidified his reputation and demonstrated his true strength, he believed that those who admired him would far outnumber the naysayers. As Lizardin rose once more, Lution could no longer remain passive. What a formidable opponent. Lizardin, let us show him our bond. Mega Evolve. With Lution's roar, the Mega Evolution keystone on his wrist resonated with the Mega Stone on Lizardin, and upon sensing the deep connection between trainer and Pokémon, Mega Evolution commenced. A burst of multicolored light enveloped Lizardin as the transformed Mega Lizardin made its stunning debut. Clearly, the power of Mega Lizardin far exceeded its previous form. And in terms of sheer presence, it was nearly on par with Lu Yu's illusionary Mask Meow. Despite the enhanced prowess of Lution and the Lizard King, Lu Yu refrained from deploying his hidden cards. Instead, he felt a surge of exhilaration. It was a revelation to him that he could derive joy from the strength of his adversaries, which in turn sharpened his command during the battle. The addition of the Dragon-type attribute could prove disadvantageous, but the mystical Mask Meow would unleash its Mischief. Mischief, a Fairy-type move, held a double advantage over Dragon-type Pokémon. Thus, the Super Lizard King, in its confrontation with mystical Mask Meow, found itself with an unexpected vulnerability. Fairy-type moves should not be given any opportunity. The Super Lizard King unleashed Dragon Pulse. As both trainers simultaneously issued their commands, the Super Lizard King opened its mouth wide, releasing a torrent of blue Dragon-type energy. Faced with the preemptive strike of the Super Lizard King, mystical Mask Meow remained cautious, enveloped in a dense aura of Fairy-type energy, and charged fiercely towards the Dragon Pulse. Ultimately, Dragon-type moves were susceptible to Fairy-type counters, and similarly, Fairy-type moves were entirely immune to Dragon-type attacks. Although mystical Mask Meow was not inherently a Fairy-type Pokémon, her dream ability allowed her to transform seamlessly, adopting the Fairy attribute while executing the move, thus amplifying its power with the corresponding attribute bonus. Consequently, when Dragon Pulse collided with mystical Mask Meow, its impact was significantly diminished. At that moment, under the tremendous force of Dragon Pulse, mystical Mask Meow surged forth against the Super Lizard King with a fierce determination. Even though the Super Lizard King amplified the potency of its Dragon Pulse attack, it could not deter her. With a thunderous crash, when mystical Mask Meow finally withstood Dragon Pulse and reached the Lizard King, her Fairy-type energy had dwindled to a critically low level. Nevertheless, even in this state, the Mega-evolved Lizard King was still sent flying by mystical Mask Meow's assault. Continuing the relentless onslaught, she executed her 1,000 variations in a peculiar dance, taking advantage of the moment the Super Lizard King was knocked back. Mystical Mask Meow charged once more, successfully striking at her opponent's vital point. Time slipped away, and gradually, the Super Lizard King's stamina approached a critical threshold, while mystical Mask Meow too was panting heavily. However, compared to the Super Lizard King, mystical Mask Meow retained a significant advantage. Now, it was time to deliver the final blow. Mystical Mask Meow, unleash mischief once more. In a head-to-head clash, the Super Lizard King executed the cataclysmic shockwave. Chapter 19, Badges and End City, the third Pokémon. As Lu Yu's command rang out again, Mystical Mask Meow let out a spirited cry, radiating pure fairy-type energy. Lu Tian, realizing that this would be the final clash between the two Pokémon, held nothing back, allowing the Super Lizard King to unleash its ultimate move. This technique was a do-or-die gamble. It is well known that typical moves of certain types possess immense power compared to others, but such strength often comes at a cost. Whether it be the Destruction Ray, Cataclysmic Shockwave, or the infamous Self-Destruct and Explosion moves, the former two boast a staggering power of 150 points, yet after using them, the Pokémon would enter a state of immobilization for a period. If the opponent is not defeated in that single blow, it becomes their turn to retaliate, placing the user in a vulnerable position. The latter two moves, on the other hand, boast even greater power, reaching 200 and 250 points respectively. But using them plunges the Pokémon into a near-death state. Thus, many members of villainous organizations train Pokémon capable of executing such lethal moves, dealing 200 damage while inflicting 150 to themselves, learning the skills of self-destruct and explosion. In the next moment, as both Pokémon unleashed their full might towards one another, the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Witnessing this battle of evidently high caliber was immensely beneficial for many trainers. As the purple and white spiral patterns emerged, the Super Lizard King charged forth with an indomitable spirit, colliding with Mystical Mask Meow. Instantly, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the two Pokémon. Within the mist, their anguished cries echoed. After what felt like an eternity, as the dust settled, the once vibrant battlefield, now turned into a landscape of devastation, was littered with enormous craters, testifying to the ferocity of their struggle. Following Lu Yu's gaze, Mystical Mask Meow and the Super Lizard King found themselves back at their original positions. At this moment, Mystical Mask Meow knelt on one knee, evidently wounded, while the Super Lizard King let out a triumphant roar, howling towards the heavens. Everyone assumed the Super Lizard King had emerged victorious. However, in the next instant, the Super Lizard King collapsed, falling to the ground, causing its Mega Evolution to revert, returning to its original form. The defeat of his Pokémon cast a shadow over Lu Tian's spirits, yet as the gym leader, he maintained a smile, a genuine joy sparked by witnessing the prowess of an exceptional junior trainer. The Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. No, a new star would rise from this very land, ready to compete with the elite. This was a boon not only for the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, but also for the higher echelons of the Jie City and Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. After all, the people of the Dragon Kingdom cherish their roots, and such kinship evokes a natural sense of closeness. With the Lizard King incapacitated, Mystical Mask Meow claimed victory, thus making Lu Yu the winner of this gym challenge. When the referee declared the final verdict, the arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. Incredible. Bow down to the master. There truly are geniuses in this world. His name is Lu Yu, right? A local from Jie City, and he seems poised to participate in this year's Zhejiang Province League. We should keep an eye on him. He's so handsome. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged, as many began to take note of this emerging trainer, Lu Yu. After the battle concluded, Lu Tian approached Lu Yu, offering words of encouragement with a warm smile. Congratulations. Here is your proof of victory over the Nanhu Gym. I hope to see more of your exploits in the future. As he spoke, a metallic badge, slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin and considerably thicker, appeared in Lu Tian's hand, which he then presented to Lu Yu. Receiving the gym badge with solemnity and exchanging a celebratory high-five with Mystical Mask Meow, Lu Yu bid farewell to Lu Tian. The battle was over. It was time for him to embark on his next adventure. After resting at the Pokémon Center for a day, Lu Yu set off the next morning, invigorated and ready for his journey to End City. Jie City and End City were separated by a bay, and thus to reach End City, one must traverse the Grand Bridge. However, Lu Yu chose not to take a vehicle or ride a Pokémon across the bay. Instead, he went to the dock and specifically rented a small boat, entrusting the old captain to guide him to End City. Traveling by sea was not only unique, but also offered Lu Yu a chance to encounter some water-type Pokémon along the way. What if there exists a Pokémon from 1S past? Speaking of which, he truly requires a water-type and a flying-type Pokémon, even if they are not utilized for battle. Having them for transportation would suffice. Resolute in his decision to capture a water-type Pokémon during this journey, Lu Yu generously bestowed an additional 1,000 dragon coins upon the captain, effectively securing the use of the vessel for an entire day. Thus, a small boat meandered along the maritime route from City J to City N. However, due to Lu Yu's ample payment, the captain refrained from uttering any complaints, knowing that the fuel expenses were on Lu Yu's account. It was not until dusk approached that the captain, with an expression of exasperation, addressed Lu Yu, saying, "Young man, I understand that trainers like you enjoy adventure. But the sky is darkening, and a journey that should have taken merely 2 hours has stretched into 8. We must reach city in post-haste. The ocean at night can be quite terrifying, with formidable water-type Pokémon lurking about. Let us hasten to our destination." Upon hearing the captain's words, Lu Yu felt a twinge of frustration. He had spent the entire day fishing aboard the vessel, only to encounter a plethora of Magikarp, Goldeen, and Shelder. Yet not a single rare water-type Pokémon had graced his sight. What a wasted day. Now, hearing the captain's urging and observing his evident concern, Lu Yu nodded in agreement with the captain's suggestion. However, just as the boat neared the dock of City Inn, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The once tranquil sea suddenly transformed into a tumultuous expanse, as a colossal wave surged forth, nearly capsizing the small boat Lu Yu occupied. Had it not been for the captain's seasoned experience, Lu Yu might have found himself swimming to the dock alongside his Pokémon. City Inn's harbor, renowned as one of the most prominent ports, was bustling with vessels. Yet, Lu Yu's small boat had arrived via a provincial passage, not docking at the port designated for large cargo ships. As evening approached, most of the dock workers had already concluded their shifts. Thus, the sudden emergence of the massive wave caused the captain's expression to shift dramatically, as he exclaimed, "This is bad. There is something beneath the surface. We must have encroached upon the territory of those dominant Pokémon." Chapter 20. The Onslaught of the Gyarados Legion, live streamed. Upon hearing the captain's mention of dominant-level Pokémon and their territory, any trace of worry vanished from Lu Yu's face. If they were Pokémon, then that was a different matter entirely. While others might dread encountering dominant-level Pokémon, Lu Yu eagerly sought the opportunity. After all, his prowess could not be measured by ordinary standards. Moreover, Lu Yu was currently in search of a formidable water-type Pokémon to capture, even if it was merely to serve as a means of travel across the sea. Come forth, Scyther. Maintain a low flight altitude and remain vigilant for any emerging Pokémon. Observing Lu Yu's determination to confront the sea Pokémon rather than retreat, the captain felt a mix of despair and admiration. Nevertheless, the captain too dispatched a Pokémon of his own. As the captain of a seafaring vessel, despite his boat being somewhat small and primarily for local transit, his Pokémon was commendable, a mid-stage elite-level Wingull. In terms of presence, Lu Yu felt confident that it surpassed his father's Machoke. The Wingull, a water and flying type, was among the most popular Pokémon among captains and sailors alike, for its ability to sense weather changes and its agility in the event of a shipwreck. A Wingull could guide its owner to safety across the sea. Just as Lu Yu intended to reassure the captain not to worry, the boat suddenly lurched. And in the next moment, a gigantic, scale-covered beast with a gaping maw erupted from the depths, charging towards the Wingull. Upon recognizing the creature as a Gyarados, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly commanded his Scyther, "Scyther now? Use Thunder Punch to dispatch it." Aboard a modest vessel, yet threatened by a monstrous creature nearly 10 meters in length, one could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Thus, to swiftly eliminate the Gyarados and ensure their safe arrival at the dock, Lu Yu issued his command without hesitation. In an instant, as Lu Yu's words fell, just as the Gyarados was about to strike the Wingull, a flash of crimson lightning crackled forth. A tremendous roar resonated, accompanied by the scent of singed flesh. The massive Gyarados was swiftly incapacitated by Scyther, collapsing onto the ocean's surface like a lifeless fish. Witnessing Lu Yu's swift resolution of the Gyarados, the captain let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to urge Lu Yu to capture the Gyarados and leave, calamity struck once more. It seemed that the roar of the vanquished Gyarados had summoned every Gyarados in the vicinity, or perhaps this area was naturally a habitat for Gyarados. Regardless, as the first Gyarados fell, the once calm sea erupted with the emergence of another Gyarados. One after another, a second, a third. All the way up to the 15th Gyarados began to surface. The cacophony of dragon roars filled the air, causing the ocean to churn violently. The wrath of the Gyarados swarm was about to unleash. Witnessing this spectacle, even Lu Yu could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He realized he had been somewhat overconfident, without a water-type Pokémon. Engaging these creatures on the sea posed numerous vulnerabilities. Firstly, these wild Pokémon would not adhere to any code of honor. They would not refrain from attacking a trainer. Thus, signaling the captain and the Wingull to depart, Lu Yu swiftly retrieved a Pokeball, summoning his Mimikyu. "You go ahead. I have my own means of escape. Otherwise, your presence here might hinder my performance. And as for this vessel, I cannot guarantee its safety." Seeing Lu Yu insistently urging him to flee, the captain, despite his reluctance to abandon his ship and Lu Yu, was acutely aware of the threat posed by the fallen Gyarados. He understood Lu Yu's prowess well enough to know he could safeguard himself for a time. Conversely, remaining behind would surely lead to him becoming fodder for the Gyarados. Thus, gripping the legs of the Wingull, the captain immediately ascended towards the dock, shouting back to Lu Yu, "Rest assured, I will ensure help arrives for my ship and for you. Hold your ground." Ada, a popular online influencer known for her striking physique and beauty, had a penchant for traveling and capturing the essence of Pokémon and nature, sharing her adventurous life with a growing audience. To date, she had amassed millions of followers, establishing herself as a leading travel vlogger. Each time she broadcasted live, numerous admirers would eagerly flock to her stream. Today, Ada had ventured to City Inn, with many viewers urging her to visit the coastal areas, hoping she might encounter some elusive water-type Pokémon. After several hours of streaming, Ada was fortunate enough to stumble upon a group of Squirtless, but just as she prepared to capture one, a thunderous roar from the distance startled the Squirtless away. As he gazed at the taunts and jeers from the viewers in the live stream, Adai struggled to suppress the tempest of anger brewing within him, redirecting his gaze towards the source of the raucous shouts. It is worth noting that Pokémon of the starter trio, particularly in their initial forms, are highly sought after by affluent novice trainers in the market. The few Squirtless he had just encountered, if captured in their entirety, could easily net Adai a fortune upwards of 1,000,000 dragon coins. The exorbitant prices of many rare Pokémon have led numerous competent trainers to venture out specifically to capture these elusive creatures, forming a cadre of bounty hunters who apprehend rare Pokémon to sell to the Pokémon League. However, there exists a distinction: those who capture wild Pokémon through legitimate means, adhering to the laws of the Pokémon League, are the only ones rightfully dubbed bounty hunters. Conversely, those who resort to illicit methods are labeled poachers or Pokémon hunters. The thought of losing his potential 1,000,000 dragon coins ignited Adai's fury, prompting him to shift the live stream's focus. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving both Adai and the millions of viewers in the live stream momentarily speechless. Above the vast ocean, a Gyarados erupted from the depths, poised to attack a small boat, causing concern for the two individuals aboard. Suddenly, a flash of crimson lightning streaked across the scene, striking down the Gyarados with astonishing precision. Chapter 21. The Man Who Rampaged Among Gyarados. Witnessing this, Adai and the viewers collectively exhaled, for trainers traveling in the wild often fall victim to Pokémon each year. And while the viewers may be braggarts in their comments, witnessing the demise of those two individuals at the jaws of a Gyarados would indeed be tragic. Of course, the foolish ones were an exception to this sentiment. This is precisely why the Pokémon League has repeatedly urged novice trainers to first pursue education at a school, advocating for them to travel only after graduation, once they possess adequate strength. The League's concern stems from the harrowing experiences of the early days, when novice trainers, eager to explore with their starter Pokémon, faced staggering casualties. Thus, it has become exceedingly rare for trainers like Lu Yu to embark on journeys immediately upon reaching adulthood. That trainer appeared to possess considerable prowess, as his scyther dispatched the Gyarados with ease. Surely he must be an elite-level trainer. However, some have underestimated him. Those capable of effortlessly eliminating a Gyarados might even possess the strength of a near-champion. Just look at Adai. He too must possess near-champion strength to brave the wilderness. How I envy him. When shall I attain such strength to embark on my own adventures? Observing these comments, Adai reciprocated the viewers with a smile. Yet, just as he and the audience had breathed a sigh of relief, a horde of Gyarados emerged from the ocean, their furious gazes fixed upon Lu Yu. In such a high-pressure environment, anyone aboard that small boat, faced with a dozen sea tyrants, would likely tremble in fear, their mental state unraveling. Yet, that man remained unfazed. He allowed the elderly companion to depart first, choosing to stand his ground against the ferocious Pokémon. Witnessing this scene, Adai's expression shifted dramatically as he contemplated sending out his Pokémon for assistance. However, just then, when the magical masked Meow made its entrance, the previously lopsided battle instantaneously turned in favor of Lu Yu. How intriguing. It seems they perceive us as prey, believing me to be easily subdued. Casting a disdainful glance at the encroaching Gyarados, Lu Yu's fighting spirit ignited. Although the appearance of a Gyarados swarm is exceedingly rare, their strength peaks only at the near-champion level, and with two champion-level Pokémon safeguarding him, Lu Yu felt no trepidation. In fact, faced with such a life-and-death crisis, an extreme battle fervor surged within him. Scyther unleashed a thunder punch, while simultaneously, both Pokémon engaged in free combat. The magical mask Meow targeted any Gyarados attempting to assault the small boat, employing Thunder Punch without granting them an ounce of reprieve. As the most common electric-type move, both Luyu's magical mask Meow and Scyther were well-versed in this technique, and electric-type moves are 4 times effective against the flying and water-type Gyarados. This explains why Luyu retained his confidence standing there. Otherwise, if faced with Pokémon possessing advantageous attributes, he would truly hesitate to gamble his life in these uncharted waters. Thus, when Scyther and the magical mask Meow executed a coordinated assault, one focusing on offense while the other on defense, the Gyarados, regardless of their numbers, were swiftly dispatched by the 2 Pokémon. This spectacle, witnessed by Adai and the viewers in the live stream, resembled breathtaking scenes from a film materializing in reality. My heavens, what manner of prodigy is this? Adai, why do you linger? Hurry and approach him to satisfy our curiosity. It would be a disservice to your identity as an outdoor streamer not to familiarize yourself with such a formidable trainer. I shall refer to him as the man who rampaged among Gyarados. He is truly remarkable, with the furious roars of the Gyarados resonating. Even though the so-called intimidation trait diminished the attack power of the magical mask Meow and Scyther, their impeccable coordination swiftly quelled the Gyarados horde. As Adai beheld the numerous Gyarados sprawled across the ocean's surface, he was unexpectedly astounded to see that both the magical mask Meow and Scyther had simultaneously leveled up. This was a delightful surprise, likely due to the immense experience yielded by the Gyarados. As the once mighty Gyarados swarm dwindled to a mere few, these audacious creatures finally ceased their assault. Observing their fallen comrades, they came to understand that the man before them was not to be trifled with. Just as Luyu prepared to capture a Gyarados for transport, producing a new Pokeball to ensnare the previously formidable near-champion Gyarados, an enormous Gyarados, measuring approximately 15 meters in length, almost double the size of an ordinary Gyarados, suddenly erupted from the ocean, its blue steel scales gleaming in the twilight. With a single sweep of its tail, it sent Luyu's thrown Pokeball soaring through the air. The terrifying presence of this 15-meter behemoth, breaching the surface of the ocean, instilled a sense of dread. For those with a fear of the deep sea, encountering this Gyarados could induce instant fainting. Not to mention, the small boat upon which Luyu stood measured only 3.5 meters in length. In stark contrast, Luyu and his vessel appeared utterly inconsequential. With the emergence of this colossal Gyarados, the previously retreating Gyarados once again encircled them, and as time passed, those previously incapacitated began to awaken. After all, they had merely lost their combat ability, not their lives. Even in their weakened state, the collective presence of the Gyarados still exuded immense pressure. Faced with this scene, Luyu instinctively swallowed hard, while the magical mask Meow and Scyther promptly positioned themselves by his side, prepared to defend. It is evident that the formidable Gyarados that had just appeared is the leader of this group of Gyarados. Indeed, without a supremely powerful Gyarados to lead, it would be impossible for these creatures, which would normally seek to establish dominance upon first encounter, to be congregated into a cohesive group. Given their prowess, any one of them could claim the title of supreme ruler in any given lake. Suddenly, when the colossal Gyarados, measuring approximately 15 meters in length, unleashed a thunderous roar, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 22. Taming the Colossal Gyarados. Trending on social media? What is this? An even more terrifying Gyarados has emerged. Is the trainer truly doomed to an inevitable demise? Should such a powerful trainer fall here, it would indeed be a crushing loss for the Pokémon League. Is there no one who can come to his aid? This should have been anticipated. The very presence of a Gyarados clan indicates the existence of an exceptionally strong leader. I surmise that this creature is at least on par with the Elite Four. One can only say that the speculations of the online community were rather conservative. None of the 3 Pokémon currently in confrontation is beneath the elite level. As viewers in the live stream began to express their concern for Luyu, the audience in Adai's stream surged as time progressed. The cause of this influx was naturally the viewers sharing the live stream after witnessing such an exhilarating event. Additionally, some netizens directly uploaded videos of Luyu's battle against the Gyarados army to various major websites, garnering considerable attention. However, what transpired next left all those worried for Luyu feeling quite perplexed. For in the next moment, rather than continuing the battle, Luyu's face broke into a smile. My sincerest apologies, Gyarados. It has taken me such a long time to find you. Indeed, this particular Gyarados is one of Luyu's original Pokémon, and its bond with him is profound. It evolved from the Magikarp he initially captured. Luyu recalls that Magikarp was, in essence, his third Pokémon. From its initial level 5, It consumed the experience of its companions to achieve its evolution into Gyarados. Subsequently, Gyarados became Lu Yu's ace in his journey, and after obtaining a capsule that altered its ability, it acquired the hidden trait, overconfidence. The overconfidence ability allows it to gain an increase in attack power after defeating a Pokémon, thus earning its reputation as the king of Team Push. When the Gyarados roared upon its appearance, it was essentially questioning Lu Yu. How could he seek to capture another Gyarados when he already possessed one? Along with another fully evolved shiny Gyarados? Clearly, this Gyarados was feeling a tinge of jealousy. Thus, Lu Yu's previous apology made perfect sense. Indeed, Lu Yu possessed several Gyarados. Besides the one that has been with him since the Magikarp days, he had also captured several others while exploring the Titanium Pit. Furthermore, during moments of ennui later on, he even sought out a shiny Gyarados, the Crimson variant, and trained it to its maximum level. Of course, although Lu Yu had multiple Gyarados, those caught in the Titanium Pit had very low friendship levels. He rarely utilized them and was unsure if they would even acknowledge him if he located them. The purpose of Lu Yu drifting on a small boat across the sea was to see if he could find his former companions. He certainly did not anticipate encountering a Gyarados. Not to mention, the Gyarados that had previously challenged him in battle were, in fact, subordinates of his own Gyarados. Was this not akin to a great flood overwhelming the Dragon King Temple, one's kin battling against one another? Upon hearing Lu Yu's apology, the Gyarados slowly approached, raising its massive head to nuzzle against his body. However, even with such a gentle gesture, Lu Yu felt as if his body was rendered unresponsive, nearly leading to his demise. Gyarados, now that we have reunited, why not allow me to ride with you, along with Sizer and Shiny Meowth, to the other shore? And if you could assist in docking that uncle's yacht at the harbor, it would be much appreciated. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Gyarados nodded in agreement and cast a glance at its subordinates, signaling that since it had found its trainer, it was time to depart. Compared to Lu Yu, these newly recruited subordinates could not hold Gyarados back. Moreover, Gyarados were inherently temperamental and not particularly fond of being controlled. They had been gathered merely because Lu Yu's Gyarados had bested them in battle during moments of idleness. Now, upon hearing that their leader intended to leave, numerous individuals began to stir with excitement. Thus, without a hint of hesitation, Gyarados carried Lu Yu and his companions, along with the small boat, towards the harbor. At this moment, Lu Yu opened his system backpack, located the position of Gyarados, and retrieved the Pokeball that rightfully belonged to it. Simultaneously, Gyarados' attributes appeared before Lu Yu. Pokémon Gyarados. Level, LV 70. Ability, Overconfidence. Type, Water, Flying. Strength, Elite level. Skills, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse, Bite, Acrobatics, Flamethrower, Dragon Rage, Waterfall. Friendship, 255. Upon witnessing that Gyarados' strength had even surpassed that of when he first traversed into this realm, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It seemed that Gyarados had vanquished numerous Pokémon in this maritime territory, thus achieving such an enhancement. With Gyarados' return, the number of Pokémon in Lu Yu's possession reached 3, all of which were of elite caliber. Moreover, among these 3, Gyarados now stood as the most formidable, having surpassed Shiny Meowth. When the old captain and his rescue team arrived on the scene, they discovered that the Gyarados army had vanished, while Lu Yu had emerged unscathed at the harbor, with his own boat docked without a scratch. Seemingly taken aback by the situation, the old captain opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, Lu Yu cheerfully interjected. "It's all right now. I have defeated the Gyarados, and I even managed to capture their leader. I also had Gyarados assist in bringing your boat back." Upon confirming Lu Yu's well-being, the rescue personnel from the Pokémon League expressed their admiration before quickly departing. "Young man, it seems I underestimated you. As a token of gratitude for saving me and my vessel, today, you shall not need to pay for the charter," the old captain said, returning the fee to Lu Yu. However, for Lu Yu, who had just reclaimed his Pokémon, the joy was overwhelming, and he was hardly concerned about such trivial sums. After all, had it not been for the old captain bringing him to End City, he might never have encountered Gyarados. With a smile and a wave of his hand, Lu Yu declined the captain's offer and prepared to take his leave. At that moment, a beautiful female streamer came running up to him. Meanwhile, on the largest social media platform of the Dragon Country Pokémon League, Weibo, videos of Lu Yu battling the Gyarados began to circulate. Furthermore, Adai, being a streamer with millions of followers, despite the fact that the popularity might be somewhat inflated, still brought tremendous traffic to this event. Consequently, within a short span, a trending topic titled "The Man Who Rampaged Through the Gyarados Horde" surged to the 47th position, although it currently lingers at the tail end of the trending searches. As more individuals begin to click on it, it swiftly ascends to the top 3. In simpler terms, Lu Yu has skyrocketed to fame due to this battle. Chapter 23. The Rising Star of Zhejiang Province? The battle with Adai. This fellow seems excessively formidable. Amidst so many Gyarados, he navigates with such ease, managing to vanquish numerous Gyarados with merely 2 Pokémon. How impressive! Speaking of which, this is the first time I've witnessed a collective appearance of Gyarados. That colossal Gyarados at the end, was it acquainted with that trainer? It obediently followed his commands. Could this be considered a form of publicity? Deliberately orchestrating a spectacle by having his Pokémon seek out weaker companions? As the internet buzzed with excitement over Lu Yu, many viewers who had previously watched the battle at the Nanhu Gym began to discern Lu Yu's true identity. This trainer is none other than the one who defeated gym leader Lu Tian's Mega-Evolved Lizard King in the Nanhu Gym match. Truly impressive. Upon seeing such remarks, many uninformed viewers became intrigued, especially after someone mentioned that the official account of Nanhu Gym had posted a video of Lu Yu's battle with gym leader Lu Tian. Those who had previously disparaged Lu Yu, claiming he was merely staging a show with Adai, fell silent. Thus, Lu Yu's popularity surged once more. My goodness, he is actually a champion-level trainer, and so young. To defeat a Mega-Evolved Lizard King is indeed the mark of a champion-level powerhouse, and judging by the videos, the strength of his Heracross seems to rival that of the mythical Mimikyu. A gem from Zhejiang Province. How delightful. It appears that this year's Zhejiang Pokemon League is bound to be thrilling, and I anticipate that Lu Yu will participate. The sudden rise to the top of the trending searches has certainly enabled Lu Yu to distinguish himself among numerous trainers, for at least these few days. He has been one of the most talked about figures. However, upon seeing these trending topics, some of Lu Yu's high school classmates were taken aback. They realized that this trainer, who possesses a champion-level Mimikyu, and has dispatched Lu Tian's Mega-Evolved Lizard King while wreaking havoc among the Gyarados, is indeed Lu Yu. Everyone was in disbelief. What? You're telling me he is a trainer who has only debuted for less than a month and already possesses a champion-level Pokémon? Regarding the online uproar, Lu Yu did not pay it much heed, though he wasn't entirely indifferent either. He made sure to inform his family of the situation, assuring them not to worry about him. He repeatedly promised his parents and sister that he would avoid such perilous situations in the future before ending the call. One can only imagine the profound concern his family felt upon witnessing Lu Yu amidst a swarm of Gyarados. Fortunately, given Lu Yu's current strength, as long as he does not intentionally seek out trouble with top-tier powerhouses, he should remain safe. Although many are curious about Lu Yu's strength and astonished by his short time in the limelight, the internet's whirlwind of attention is fleeting. 3 days later, without any follow-up reports on Lu Yu, public interest waned significantly. However, Adai, the internet celebrity he had encountered 3 days prior, felt compelled to apologize multiple times after realizing that it was his live stream that had inadvertently brought Lu Yu into the limelight. Lu Yu bore no ill will towards Adai for inadvertently boosting his fame. In fact, he found that newfound notoriety could be somewhat cumbersome. Fortunately, Lu Yu's greatest concern did not materialize, and he was not approached by any league officials questioning how he had acquired strength comparable to that of a champion-level trainer in such a short time. After all, each year, there are a few genius trainers, and with a stroke of luck, one might just find themselves accompanied by a top-tier Pokémon, leading to an instantaneous rise to fame. Moreover, it is said that the current champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, Cynthia, who has reached master level and is among the strongest in the world, had a Garchomp of champion-level strength when she first debuted. This serves as a testament to why she ascended to become one of the most formidable trainers in the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed, the world, within a mere 2 years. With such examples in mind, Lu Yu felt a sense of reassurance. Otherwise, he would struggle to explain why he consistently encountered such extraordinarily powerful Pokémon, and why he had nearly reached the level of a champion in such a brief span. After all, the secrets of his transmigration and game data must remain known only to him. Upon grasping the general extent of Lu Yu's strength, Adai proposed a battle with him. Naturally, Lu Yu would not decline such an invitation. However, due to the recent online commotion, Lu Yu did not acquiesce to Adai's request for a livestream battle. After a moment of contemplation, Adai agreed as well. After all, his previous livestream had already caused a considerable stir. If they were to engage in a livestream battle now, he would likely be inundated with reporters and fans. Thus, when the two arrived at a secluded location, they each retrieved a Pokeball. Since this was merely a sparring match, a one-on-one battle sufficed. The next moment, accompanied by 2 flashes of crimson light, a massive Gyarados and a Swampert emerged simultaneously. Seeing that Adai's Pokemon was a Swampert, Lu Yu found it rather curious. Did this pretty girl truly favor such a muscular Pokémon? Moreover, it was evident that this Swampert was Adai's starter Pokémon. Given his awareness of Lu Yu's current strength, Adai would undoubtedly deploy his strongest Pokémon for this spar. Generally speaking, starter Pokémon are often the most formidable. Swampert, seizing the initiative, unleashed a hammer arm. As the Swampert barreled towards him like a cannonball, a smirk crept across Lu Yu's lips. To be honest, battling a champion-level trainer with a mere champion-level Pokémon felt somewhat unfair. Gyarados used Dragon Tail and sent it flying back. After calling Gyarados back, Lu Yu had been nurturing their bond lately. Although their trainer-Pokémon intimacy was already maxed out, it may be hard to believe. But Lu Yu's Gyarados was rather prone to jealousy, perfectly embodying the saying circulating online. With me as its trainer, how could it still think of capturing other Gyarados? Thus, with the onset of battle, Lu Yu naturally allowed Gyarados to take the forefront. As a trainer, maintaining balance among the emotions and mindsets of one's Pokémon is essential. Although in his past life, Lu Yu had witnessed many aspiring trainers envisioning how they would thrive in the Pokémon world. How could those lacking the patience to care for even a cat or a dog ever hope to become truly formidable trainers? As Lu Yu issued the command, an overwhelming attack, combined with Gyarados' massive size, sent Swampert flying. The disparity in their levels was glaringly evident, leading to an unmistakable outcome. 3 minutes later, witnessing Swampert's effortless defeat, Adai, who lacked a Mega Stone, couldn't help but smile wryly. You're incredibly strong. I heard you're participating in the Zhejiang Pokémon League a few months from now, right? I'll see you then. Next time, I won't lose so easily. Chapter 24. The Arena Battle. The arrogant trainer from the island nation. Near the tranquil bay of N City, Lu Yu sought a secluded spot, where he commenced training alongside his Pokémon. The ferocious Gyarados, the whimsical Mimikyu, and the formidable Scyther. The essence of their training revolved around mutual sparring among the Pokémon, with Lu Yu taking the helm to orchestrate the battles and foster a sense of synergy. Occasionally, his Pokémon would exhibit flashes of brilliance, even in the absence of his guidance, leaving Lu Yu at a disadvantage. When fatigue set in, he would turn his attention to preparing nourishment. The afternoon would often find him venturing onto the sea, seeking other Pokémon for further combat. The life of a Pokémon trainer, in truth, bore a semblance of monotony beyond training. It was merely more training. Lu Yu considered himself fortunate, as his Pokémon had already developed formidable prowess, leaving him to strive tirelessly to keep pace with them. He harbored a deep-seated desire to ensure he would not hinder their progress in the future. Today marked the 1st of July, heralding the arrival of a new month. And Lu Yu realized he had been traveling for nearly 30 days. As the Pokémon League examinations loomed, he pondered how many of his classmates would succeed in gaining admission to their desired Pokémon universities. Just as he was preparing to challenge the N-City Gym, Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center approached him, extending an enrollment form. Mr. Lu Yu, I believe a battle competition such as this would pique the interest of a trainer as formidable as yourself. Taken aback by her words, Lu Yu recognized that Miss Joy was already aware of his identity. Nonetheless, her kindness ensured she kept this secret. And with his penchant for donning a hat while in the city, he found it rather easy to go unnoticed. He recalled the time when he first gained notoriety, stepping out of the Pokémon Center only to be besieged by a throng clamoring for interviews, autographs, and photographs, which had startled him considerably. Eventually, he had managed to escape, only to discover on Weibo that fans had created a dedicated forum for him, boasting a substantial following. Lu Yu could only express a bittersweet sentiment. While he appreciated the admiration, he wished to preserve his original way of life without interruption. He mused over how the top-tier trainers managed to navigate such situations. Shaking off his reverie, Lu Yu's gaze returned to the enrollment form in his hand, which soon captured his interest. This event, dubbed the Energy Cube Arena, was hosted by a renowned corporation collaborating with the Pokémon League, inviting trainers visiting N-City to participate. The competition would unfold in a one-on-one format until a victor emerged. The top 10 trainers would be rewarded with the latest Energy Cube, sufficient for a month, while those finishing in the top 3 would receive even grander prizes. The first-place winner would be granted a year's supply of Energy Cubes and the opportunity to sign an endorsement deal, alongside receiving a high-grade Pokémon egg, starting with the prestigious starters. In essence, powerful trainers are not so different from stars of a previous life. The only distinction lies in their relative status, as trainers occupy a higher echelon and garner widespread adoration. Initially, Lu Yu had no intention of entering the competition, but the allure of the Energy Cube ignited a new aspiration within him. He understood that he would inevitably step onto the highest stage in the future. Even if he found it challenging to adapt to the limelight, he must endeavor to acclimate. For every renowned trainer, this was the path they traversed. In today's world, strength and fame were inextricably linked. Surely, there were no individuals possessing exceptional strength who shunned competition. What would be their motivation? In this era, any trainer with battle experience would inevitably attract the attention of the Pokémon League, thereby exposing themselves to the public eye. Having resolved his internal conflict, Lu Yu expressed his gratitude to Miss Joy and prepared to head to the registration venue. The scale of this arena competition was monumental. Yet Lu Yu had been preoccupied with evading the spotlight, remaining oblivious until he received the enrollment form. The registration would close at noon, with battles commencing in the afternoon. Thus, when Lu Yu hurried to the registration point, he managed to arrive just before the deadline. Due to his recognition as a gym-level trainer, he faced no assessment and was successfully registered. As expected, the competition would be broadcasted live. With a wry smile, Lu Yu adjusted his mindset. Gaining fame was merely a matter of time, so it was better to embrace it sooner rather than later, making the most of his extraordinary journey. This arena contest would feature over 100 participants, all of whom were at least at the peak of the elite level. To expedite proceedings, the organizers declared that only 16 would be selected for live battles, ensuring optimal viewership. After effortlessly defeating 3 opponents, Lu Yu advanced to the top 16. However, when the matches commenced, he was taken aback to see a familiar yet unwelcome face, Go, a character he had found particularly irksome in the Pokémon TV series of his previous life. Curiously, he wondered how this individual was traveling in the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League and whether Ash was accompanying him. The answer soon became clear, given Ash's combative nature. If he were indeed traveling with Go, he would undoubtedly be participating in this so-called arena contest. The absence of Ash indicated that they had likely parted ways long ago, and Lu Yu felt a twinge of disappointment at not encountering him. He vividly recalled that after the conclusion of the Master 8 finals, the Pokémon officials had claimed that Ash's character had only traversed half of its lifespan, yet soon after, they announced a change in the protagonist. Such manipulative tactics left a sour taste in his mouth. However, setting aside his grievances, the sight of Go reignited within Lu Yu a plethora of imaginative strategies for utterly defeating him. One Ball Wonder, prepare to meet your demise today. Before long, it was Go's turn to compete. He sent forth his initial Pokémon, the Fire-type Cinderace, evidently one of his strongest Pokémon, while his opponent fielded an Electivire of gym-level caliber. In less than 3 minutes, Electivire succumbed to defeat, securing victory for Go. Following the match, in front of the audience and a multitude of live viewers, Go boasted, "It seems the trainers of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League aren't all that impressive." Chapter 25. Indignant, Lu Yu vs. Go? As soon as Go uttered these words, an unexpected silence enveloped the arena. In stark contrast to the series of tragic circumstances endured by the Han people since the late Ming dynasty in his previous life, such events had not transpired in the current Pokémon world. Since the inception of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, it had remained perched atop the global hierarchy, fostering amicable relations with surrounding nations and leagues. More accurately, the present-day Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League resembled the illustrious Han dynasty of bygone eras, exerting dominance across Asia. Furthermore, in terms of the number of formidable trainers, the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League stood unparalleled. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance is vast and rich in resources, to the extent that many trainers from neighboring alliances are drawn to travel to the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance to participate in competitions. This explains why Lu Yu encountered renowned foreign trainers shortly after arriving at his second adventure location. However, he did not anticipate that this man, who already irked him, would now provoke widespread outrage. "Hey, you scoundrel! What do you mean by this? Are you really so arrogant as to challenge the gym leader of N-City? Indeed, this is merely a friendly match, and the true champions of our Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance have yet to make their appearance. Just wait until you face me. I'll make you regret your arrogance. If your sole intent is to provoke, then I'm afraid you have succeeded." As the crowd exchanged barbs, a hint of disdain crept onto Go Hao's dark countenance. "Is that so? I shall eagerly await your attempt. I hope someone can withstand 3 minutes against me in the coming match." The competition continued as scheduled, but due to the live broadcast of this battle, Go Hao's brash words quickly spread across the internet. Consequently, what was initially a match to promote energy cubes unexpectedly captivated countless onlookers, with even trainers from nearby alliances taking notice. Some netizens speculated whether this was a deliberate marketing ploy by the company. However, the Pokémon Alliance swiftly dispelled these rumors, as this match was indeed a collaborative event between the Energy Cube Enterprise and the official Pokémon Alliance. As a result, public sentiment shifted dramatically. with 99 of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance's audience fervently hoping for someone to crush Go Hao, teaching him a lesson about the prowess of Dragon Kingdom trainers. Unfortunately, this hope would be dashed. Throughout the semifinals, Go Hao bulldozed through his opponents, with scarcely anyone capable of withstanding him for 3 minutes. This was hardly surprising. Despite Go Hao's questionable character, he had once traveled alongside Ash, one of the 8 masters of Pokémon. Now, Ash had ascended to the pinnacle of the world. So Go Hao's current strength lingered at the elite level, with his ace Pokémon reaching the heights of such power. In this modest battle, his strength was indeed unmatched. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, frequently dispatching his opponents with ease, was recognized by netizens. Hey, isn't that the legendary figure who decimated a horde of Gyarados? With him in the ring, he should be able to defeat that arrogant Go Hao. I specifically looked into this individual. Although he is brash, his strength is undeniable. He is a renowned trainer from the island nation's Pokémon Alliance, albeit lacking in popularity. An elite level, a realm unattainable by most. Nevertheless, I believe Lu Yu can withstand this opponent. Little did the audience know that Lu Yu, who had been hailed as a beacon of national pride, would finally encounter Go Hao a few days later in the competition. To witness this clash, numerous citizens of N City flocked to the venue, eager to observe the contest. Regardless of the scale, this was on the territory of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, and if a foreign trainer were to seize victory, even in a minor competition, it would be deeply disheartening. Not to mention, the opponent's attitude was utterly repugnant. Soon, when the referee appeared to announce the details of the final match, he proclaimed, "Now, we shall commence the ultimate showdown of the N-City Arena. The contenders are the player from the Island Nation's Pokémon Alliance, Go Hao, and the player from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, Lu Yu. The battle rules are 3-on-3, continuing until all Pokémon on either side are rendered unable to battle." As the referee's words echoed, Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the most irksome individual before him. Indeed, while the Pokémon anime rarely features particularly detestable characters, this individual surpassed even the likes of Giovanni and those from various evil organizations in the audience's disdain. Seemingly aware of Lu Yu's gaze, Go Hao produced a Pokeball. Grinning as he said, "I've heard of you, the rising star from Z Province, recently making waves online. I hope you can provide me with some amusement, for since my arrival in the Dragon Kingdom, I have yet to taste defeat." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu remained silent, merely retrieving the Pokeball of his Gyarados. Anyone can make bold proclamations, but ultimately, results will dictate the outcome. Rather than engage in verbal sparring with Go Hao, Lu Yu believed that ignoring the opponent and securing victory would be the finest rebuttal. As the Pokeball emitted a flash of red light, a colossal Gyarados burst forth onto the battlefield. Accompanied by Gyarados' furious roar, the entire arena was momentarily overwhelmed by its commanding presence. Shortly thereafter, as Go Hao also released his Pokeball, the battle commenced. Interestingly, it was not his signature Blaziken that emerged, but rather a Raichu, an electric-type Pokémon, which is 4 times vulnerable to Lu Yu's Gyarados. This battle promised to be intriguing. Aware of the unfavorable type matchup, Lu Yu took the initiative. Gyarados unleash Ice Beam. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, Gyarados opened its formidable jaws, releasing a beam of ice blue energy that hurtled towards Raichu. Observing this, Go Hao instructed Raichu to dodge with Quick Attack, then retaliate with Thunderbolt. However, while Gyarados' Ice Beam did indeed miss Raichu, the chilling energy did not dissipate. Rather, it transformed the entire battlefield into an icy arena. Simultaneously, as Raichu dashed across the now slick surface, it struggled to maintain its footing, ultimately tumbling to the ground. The Thunderbolt attack failed to execute. Watching this unfold as he had anticipated, Lu Yu felt a sense of relief. This was not due to any concern over his battle with Go Hao. Rather, Lu Yu believed that his tactical acumen had indeed improved. Now let us finish this. Gyarados, use Dragon Tail. In the next moment, infused with potent dragon energy accompanied by a mighty roar, a massive tail descended from above, crashing down upon Raichu. Chapter 26. What of the elite? Gyarados' might. The full force strike from the colossal Gyarados was far beyond what Raichu's diminutive form could withstand, sending it hurtling away and crashing into the protective barriers surrounding the arena, embedding itself within. Destructive light. The cold utterance signified that, with no chance for Raichu to evade, Gyarados began to gather its finishing move. The visible change in Go Hao's expression was immediate and profound. He had not anticipated that, with his nascent elite-level strength, he would find himself utterly defenseless against Lu Yu. Did this not imply that the level of the opponent's Pokémon and their tactical prowess were superior to his own? Were there truly so many formidable trainers within the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon Alliance? As Gyarados concentrated an orange-yellow energy beam, a deafening explosion erupted, leaving Raichu battered and dazed, its eyes swirling in confusion. Raichu has lost its ability to battle. Gyarados is the victor. Please, go how, send out your next Pokemon. Remarkably, even the referee wore a faint smile, seemingly pleased with the current state of affairs in the match. As Lu Yu seized the advantage and effortlessly defeated Doghouse' first Pokemon, the audience erupted in cheers. Millions of viewers in the livestream shared in the jubilation. I told you, Master Lu Yu would undoubtedly triumph. Yet, some cautioned against premature celebration, reminding everyone that it was merely the first round and 2 Pokemon remained. Let us see how long you can remain so arrogant. After Doghouse recalled his incapacitated Raichu, his expression darkened, and instead of taunting, he dispatched his second Pokemon. It's your turn, Aerodactyl. Crush him. One could not help but admire Doghouse's collection of rare Pokemon, even if his character left much to be desired. Of course, this was only in comparison to ordinary trainers. Lu Yu had once possessed legendary Pokemon, albeit only within the realm of the game. With Raichu defeated, Gyarados' attack power surged, bolstered by the overconfidence ability, which enhanced its strength with each fallen opponent. For the flying Aerodactyl, landing a successful hit from the Gyarados would prove challenging, despite Gyarados also being a water-type Pokemon, given Gyarados' massive size. Keeping pace with Aerodactyl in the air was quite impractical. However, there was a move that could completely immobilize Aerodactyl, significantly increasing Gyarados' chances of victory. Gyarados Unleash Hail. Hail, a weather-based move, altered the battlefield to hail conditions, with the icy shards countering Aerodactyl and affecting its speed. If Lu Yu could restrain Aerodactyl's velocity, victory would be all but assured. Upon witnessing the shift in weather, Doghouse's expression changed dramatically, prompting him to command, Aerodactyl, use Sunny Day to alter the weather. As the spectators watched, rays of sunlight pierced through the hail, transforming the battlefield into a sunny state, intensifying the sunlight. Amusingly, the sunny effect only covered a third of the battlefield, leaving the remaining 2/3 still shrouded in hail. A true trial for the airborne Aerodactyl. Gyarados, use Water Gun. Following Lu Yu's command, Gyarados opened its massive jaws, unleashing powerful jets of water. While not every shot would connect, a single successful hit could provide Lu Yu the opportunity to finish off his opponent. Realizing that the current strategy was untenable, Doghouse promptly devised a new tactic. Then let us confront him head-on. Aerodactyl, use Dragon Claw. With a fierce roar, Aerodactyl gathered Dragon-type energy in its foreclaw, charging towards Gyarados with an overwhelming force. Gyarados, if he seeks death, let us oblige him. Use Dragon Rush. The crowd watched as Aerodactyl dove from above while Gyarados surged upward, both employing non-typical Dragon-type moves, hurtling towards one another with great speed. With a resounding crash, the battlefield reverberated, drawing the attention of all. As the dust settled, Gyarados and Aerodactyl stood apart, each bearing injuries, but it was clear that Aerodactyl had suffered more, its claw now unable to lift. The battles between Pokemon are inherently brutal and bloody, a reality often glossed over in games and animations. Additionally, the healing abilities within the Pokémon world are astonishingly advanced. Injuries that would require months of recovery in reality could heal in merely a few days. Thus, with Aerodactyl limping from its injury, the battle became increasingly straightforward. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Aerodactyl, Steel Wing. Once again, the 2 Pokemon clashed in close quarters, and with Aerodactyl's speed hampered by the hail, the outcome of the battle had become all but predetermined. Deliver the final blow, Gyarados. Use Outrage. Outrage has 2 activation modes. In water, it conjures illusory Gyarados to form a colossal whirlpool, while in normal circumstances, it manifests as a fiery explosion. Gyarados was currently employing the latter. With Aerodactyl rendered unable to battle, Gyarados emerged victorious. Please, Doghouse, send out your final Pokemon. Upon hearing the referee's call, Doghouse's expression darkened as he recalled Aerodactyl and summoned his trump card. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback when he saw that Doghouse's third Pokemon was none other than the shiny Blaziken. According to the storyline, shouldn't he have a Suicune as well? Legendary Pokemon are typically a trainer's ace. Why hadn't he deployed it? Was it a matter of pride? Or did he simply not possess one? Having won 2 consecutive matches, Gyarados let out a triumphant roar. The overconfidence ability activated once more, boosting its attack power again. Gyarados was now in a state of unstoppable momentum. Blaziken, use Flame Charge to melt the ice and snow. Having learned from previous encounters, Doghouse knew precisely what to do. However, Lu Yu found it curious that Doghouse would deploy a Fire-type Pokemon, which was weak against Gyarados' Water-type moves. Why would he choose this Pokémon? Despite the lingering doubts, Lu Yu recognized that the type advantage was firmly in his favor, so he chose not to dwell on it. Nevertheless, even with Dog Hao's choice of a Pokémon that was weak to Gyarados, the outcome seemed unlikely to change, giving Gyarados' prior 2 boosts in attack power. As the battle commenced anew, aware of the possibility of defeat, Dog Hao immediately activated the Gigantamax band. When Blaziken was recalled into its Pokeball, the band emitted a dazzling purple glow, causing the Pokeball to enlarge dramatically. Soon, a colossal Blaziken appeared on the battlefield, shaking the very ground beneath them. Gigantamaxing is one of 4 augmentation methods permitted in official battles, but only one may be used at a time. Seeing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. His Scyther lacked the necessary bond for Mega Evolution, and while Titanization was useful, it was less visually appealing. In contrast, among the various augmentation methods, Lu Yu had always favored Mega Evolution. In the next moment, he retrieved the Keystone Bracelet from his backpack, which radiated a spectrum of colors. Lu Yu and Gyarados' silhouettes melded into one. As the Mega Stone atop Gyarados' head glimmered with the same prismatic light, Mega Evolution manifested in its truest form. Mega Gyarados. Take the stage. Upon opening the attribute panel of the Gyarados, its formidable capabilities were laid bare before Lu Yu. Pokémon, Mega Gyarados. Level, LV75. Ability, Mold Breaker. Types, Water. Dark. Strength, Champion level. Skills, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse, Crunch, Acrobatics, Flamethrower, Dragon Rage, Waterfall. Affection, 255. Following its Mega Evolution, Gyarados experienced a significant power boost, elevating its strength by approximately 5 levels, thereby attaining a status at the threshold of the champion tier. In this state, despite the alteration of its ability and types post-evolution, it could still overpower the Gigantamax Inteleon. It is crucial to note that the duration of Gigantamaxing lasts merely 3 fleeting turns. Seizing the initiative, Mega Gyarados unleashed Hydro Pump. The colossal Inteleon, now a mere target, was rendered vulnerable. Gyarados needed no precise aim to strike true. In response, Inteleon executed its Gigantamax move, Max Flare. This exclusive Gigantamax technique summoned a massive fireball composed of terrifying flames. With a powerful kick, Inteleon propelled the fiery sphere directly towards Mega Gyarados. Confronted by this immense fireball, Gyarados retaliated with Hydro Pump. Water and fire have always been incompatible, especially in the clash between Mega Gyarados and Gigantamax Inteleon. In a brief moment, no victor emerged from this confrontation, as the steam generated by the opposing elements gradually enveloped the battlefield, obscuring the view for all, including Lu Yu and Dog Hao. However, Lu Yu, ever confident in his Pokémon, issued a new command at that critical juncture. Mega Gyarados, switch skills, and unleash Water Jet with all your might. In the next instant, a jet of water soared skyward like a rocket, breaking through the Gigantamax move and surging toward Inteleon with unrelenting force. With a thunderous crash accompanying Inteleon's pained cry, Lu Yu knew victory was at hand. While in its Gigantamax state, Inteleon gained substantial boosts to its stamina, including defenses and attack power, which explained why a single water jet could not fell it. Continuing the assault, Waterfall. Inteleon retaliated with a charged flare. Once again, water and fire collided. Despite its smaller stature compared to the Gigantamax Inteleon, Mega Gyarados forced it to retreat repeatedly. As the 3 turns elapsed, Inteleon's Gigantamax form dissipated, reverting to its original appearance. In that fleeting moment, it was time to strike. To completely vanquish it, Mega Gyarados unleashed Surf. With the Gigantamax form gone, Inteleon was powerless against Mega Gyarados, as Dog Hao commanded it to face the oncoming tidal wave. Inteleon leapt into the air, attempting to evade the attack with its remarkable agility. However, Lu Yu had anticipated this maneuver and had instructed Mega Gyarados to conceal itself within the surf. At the precise moment Inteleon reached the crest of the wave, Mega Gyarados erupted forth, mouth agape, and clamped down on Inteleon. This move was none other than Crunch. Inteleon. Seeing Lu Yu predict his actions, Dog Hao gasped in shock, urgently calling out to Inteleon. Yet, Inteleon, engulfed in agony, lacked the strength to resist. Trapped by Mega Gyarados' fierce jaws, escape was no longer an option. Mega Gyarados launched Hydro Pump. In the next moment, a powerful stream of water surged forth, propelling Inteleon out of the battlefield. Upon landing, it could no longer move, its eyes now mere spirals. With Inteleon defeated, the In-City Tournament, hosted by the Energy Cube Corporation and the Pokémon League, came to a close. Inteleon lost its fighting capability, and Mega Gyarados emerged victorious, crowning Lu Yu from J-City as the champion of this tournament. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, the arena fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting into thunderous applause. Lu Yu had triumphed, and the audience from the Dragon Country Pokémon League breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing their trainer's ultimate victory. Indeed, humanity is a paradox. Previously, without external influence, although Lu Yu had gained sudden fame, many held disdain for him, possibly out of simple jealousy. However, now that the provocative trainer from the Island Nation's Pokémon League had fallen to Lu Yu, everyone, at least in that moment, could not withhold their applause and cheers. Through this battle, Lu Yu had effortlessly triumphed over 3 opponents with his Gyarados, defeating the junior champion-level trainer Dog Hao from the Island Nation's Pokémon League. Preserving the honor of Dragon Country's trainers and amplifying his own renown, the title of Rising Star from Jia Province garnered widespread recognition. Chapter 28, Apologies and Pokémon Eggs. Endorsement advertisement. After the match concluded, just as Dog Hao prepared to leave the stage, Lu Yu abruptly called out to him. Observing the two combatants appearing to have words to exchange, the audience fell silent, their curious gazes fixed upon Lu Yu and Dog Hao, regardless of what transpired next. As trainers of the Dragon Country Pokémon League, they would support Lu Yu without reservation. After all, he had diffused the provocations from the Island Nation's trainer, safeguarding the dignity of in-city's trainers and, on a grander scale, defending the reputation of the entire Dragon Country Pokémon League. Thus, Lu Yu proclaimed, the essence of respect among various Pokémon leagues is paramount. It is precisely based on the principle of equal exchange that our Dragon Country Pokémon League welcomes trainers from all leagues to embark on adventures. While prowess is indeed commendable, it should not serve as a justification for arrogance. Therefore, for the sake of the Dragon Country League's populace and the basic decency and pride of the so-called trainer from the Island Nation's Pokémon League, I urge you to apologize for your earlier inappropriate remarks. Upon these words, an almost palpable silence enveloped the arena. Dog Hao's expression darkened to a scowl. His previous bravado was rooted in his own prowess, and his remarks stemmed from his character and emotional intelligence. Who could have anticipated that? Despite his formidable strength capable of decimating elite, gym, and quasi-champion level trainers, he would encounter an immovable obstacle in Lu Yu. As the audience absorbed Lu Yu's resolute words, they became invigorated, until someone began to chant for an apology. The demand for Dog Hao to apologize echoed throughout the arena and across online platforms, with fervent calls resounding. Yielding to the mounting pressure of public opinion, Dog Hao clenched his teeth, glared at Lu Yu, and finally relented, unwillingly uttering 3 words to the audience below. I'm sorry. After uttering those words, Go Hao seemed intent on permanently engraving Lu Yu's presence in his memory, his expression icy as he declared, "You will participate in the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, won't you? At that time, I shall ensure you witness the prowess of a renowned trainer from the Island Nation." In response to Go Hao's proclamation of impending defeat, Lu Yu could not help but chuckle softly, dismissing it entirely. The vanquished merely resorted to impotent rage, uttering words that might salvage a modicum of dignity. Yet for Lu Yu, a loss was simply a loss, given the disparity between them. Even if fate intertwined their paths at the upcoming Zhejiang Province Pokémon League in a few months, the outcome would remain unchanged, unless, of course, Go Hao were to possess a legendary Pokémon, Suicune, which would be an entirely different matter. Observing Lu Yu's indifference, Go Hao swiftly departed without claiming his prize, likely feeling too ashamed to linger any longer. Ultimately, it was the president of the In-City Pokémon League and the general manager of the Baixiang Energy Cube Company for Zhejiang Province who presented Lu Yu with the first-place reward. The first reward consisted of a year's supply of energy cubes. As long as Lu Yu had a need, they could provide an unlimited quantity of high-grade energy cubes. The second reward was an enigmatic Pokémon egg. Although Lu Yu had captured every Pokémon in the game, he was nonetheless intrigued by the unknown egg in his possession. Surely, an egg issued by a provincial Pokémon League and a large corporation would not be of the roadside variety. Notably, after receiving these tangible rewards and considerable fame, General Manager Li Lian of the Baixiang Energy Cube Company in Zhejiang Province also expressed his desire to treat Lu Yu to a meal. Initially, Lu Yu intended to decline, yet upon hearing the words endorsement and advertisement, he suddenly found himself intrigued. Who would turn down an opportunity to earn money? Thus, within a renowned hotel in N-City, Lu Yu dined with several executives from the Baixiang Zhejiang branch. "Mr. Lu Yu," began General Manager Li, "in light of your recent surge in popularity online and your formidable strength, which has upheld the dignity of our Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League trainers, we have recommended you to the headquarters of Baixiang Energy Cube as our company's image spokesperson." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, only celebrities had the privilege of starring in advertisements, and it was typically the most popular artists who could endorse products from major corporations. Bai Xiong, a company among the top 3 regarding energy cubes in the Dragon Kingdom, was a time-honored establishment with a market value in the trillions of dragon coins. Nevertheless, Liu Yu suspected that attaining such an endorsement would not be a straightforward endeavor, given the current superficiality of his popularity. His thoughts were soon interrupted by General Manager Li's stipulations, which could be interpreted as a form of evaluation. Bai Xiong, being a top-tier corporation, was not only hosting the arena competition in In-City, but also organizing similar events in various locations such as Magic City, Imperial Capital, and City S. Based on the online viewership and popularity metrics, it was evident that due to Go Hao's assistance, Liu Yu had garnered the highest popularity among the victors of these competitions, several times more than the second place, nearly reaching the level of widespread internet discussion. However, despite this, Liu Yu's popularity still felt somewhat tenuous. Who could predict whether he might fade into obscurity like a fleeting internet celebrity? If that were the case, Bai Xiong would be at a considerable disadvantage in offering him a hefty endorsement fee. Understanding General Li's concerns, Liu Yu listened intently as he continued. If you, Mr. Liu Yu, indeed manage to secure victory in the upcoming Zhujiang League and perform admirably in the championship match, I can make a strong case to the headquarters for you to become our spokesperson. Although Liu Yu was unsure why Bai Xiong would choose to endorse a trainer who had not yet fully risen to prominence, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. After all, this aligned with his goals and presented a chance to earn a substantial advertising fee. Moreover, becoming their spokesperson could grant him access to some clandestine, top-tier energy cube secrets, an irresistible prospect. Furthermore, General Li hinted at the endorsement process, mentioning that they would select one male and one female spokesperson to collaborate on an advertisement, with fees starting at a minimum of 100 million dragon coins for top-tier candidates. The championship referred to the final showdown among the champions of various provinces after this year's league concluded. The ultimate victor would be crowned the annual champion and earn the right to challenge the 4 elite trainers and the reigning champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. It was clear that Bai Xiong was preparing to cast a wide net, supporting several trainers who had yet to fully ascend to the pinnacle of success. With plenty of time ahead, Liu Yu tentatively agreed, realizing he must continue to recover his Pokémon to form a complete team of 6, otherwise, he would not even reach the final stage of the Zhujiang competition. Chapter 29, Xishi Gym, the Flying-type Gym. A renowned trainer is typically one who possesses strength at least at the pinnacle of the Quasi-King level and enjoys considerable popularity within the National Pokémon League. Despite his current standing, even with the momentum and popularity supporting the dignity of his nation's Pokémon League, Liu Yu could not yet be deemed a renowned trainer. Many trainers with adequate strength but lacking in popularity could not claim this title either. Thus, the spokespersons sought by large corporations are generally renowned trainers. Should Liu Yu excel in the Zhujiang competition and perform impressively in the championship, he could finally establish his reputation. After all, there was no doubt about Liu Yu's strength. After all, even Go Hao, a recognized trainer from the island nation's Pokémon League, had easily succumbed to him. With a newfound goal, Liu Yu arrived at N-City's gym the following day. The gym, located in the Xishi area, is renowned for its expertise in flying-type Pokémon. Flying-type Pokémon may hold an advantage over Liu Yu's magical masquerade Meow, but his Gyarados and Scizor remain unaffected. Given the prosperity and geographical significance of N-City, the true strength of the gym leader would certainly rival that of Liu Tian from the Nanhu Gym. At the very least, the Xishi gym leader would be a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the Quasi-King level, likely possessing 1 or 2 Pokémon capable of reaching the King level. It is essential to note that possessing a single Pokémon of the King level does not automatically confer the title of a King level trainer. In contrast to the certification for Quasi-King level, which requires 3 Quasi-King Pokémon alongside 3 peak gym level Pokémon, becoming a King level trainer necessitates the possession of 6 Pokémon, all at the King level. Even if a trainer boasts 5 King level Pokémon and numerous Quasi-King peak Pokémon, they would still only be recognized as a Quasi-King trainer. Similarly, trainers below the Quasi-King level are categorized based on groups of 3 Pokémon at the same level, while from the King level onward, including the Champion and Master levels, 6 Pokémon of the same level are required. Upon Liu Yu's arrival at the Xishi Gym, the staff, upon recognizing the challenger as the recently acclaimed star of Zhujiang Province, greeted him with an increased enthusiasm. This individual was capable of defeating elite trainers, possessing a strength that could only be classified as that of a champion. Although the reasons behind Liu Yu's formidable prowess, attained within just over a month since his debut, remained a mystery, it did not diminish the respect they held for him. It was reminiscent of the last newcomer who garnered such excitement and skill, none other than the current champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League, Cynthia, who was now a master-level trainer. Soon after waiting for several challengers, Luyu found himself on the battle stage of the Tsishi Gym. Unlike the verdant battleground of the Nanhu Gym, the Tsishi Gym featured an open arena, likely designed to allow flying-type Pokemon greater freedom to exhibit their capabilities. Speaking of flying types, Luyu had an array of favored Pokemon, such as Pidgeot, Swellow, Steel Wing, and a host of dual-type flying and dragon Pokemon. Regrettably, he currently possessed only 3 Pokemon and an unidentified egg, which left him longing for a sky battle against the gym leader. The gym leader, Lin Xiao, was a seasoned veteran. Upon learning that the rising star of Zhejiang was there for a gym challenge, he prepared his 2 strongest Pokemon. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in cheers and excitement upon discovering Lu Yu's presence. The operators of the gym's live broadcast promptly shared the news, attracting a multitude of onlookers and fans of Lu Yu. Lu Yu, I have heard quite a bit about your recent exploits. Remarkable work. In anticipation of your challenge, I have brought my strongest Pokemon, Lin Xiao declared. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile at the leader's words. That sounds splendid, Mr. Lin. I shall fight with all my might. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the referee announced, we will now commence the Tsishi Gym Challenge. The competitors are Lu Yu from J City and gym leader Lin Xiao. This match will consist of a 2-on-2 format, continuing until one side's Pokemon can no longer battle. In this contest, only the challenger has the right to substitute Pokemon. Please, gym leader Lin, send forth your Pokemon. As the referee issued the command, Lin Xiao retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. When the red light flickered, a magnificent Swellow soared into the arena, glaring defiantly at Lu Yu. Prepare to meet your demise, the Swellow screeched. In response, Lu Yu smiled slightly and sent forth his Scyther. Given the incredible speed of flying-type Pokemon and the vast expanse of the sky, Scyther was indeed the appropriate choice to compete, especially with its Steel-type resilience and brief flight capabilities. Scyther, let us show him our strength with a Thunder Punch, Lu Yu commanded. As the yellow arcs of electricity began to flicker around Scyther's claws, Lin Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. Swellow, change your strategy. Ascend to the heights and unleash Hyper Beam. With Swellow opting for a long-range strategy rather than engaging in close combat, Lu Yu felt a twinge of surprise. However, he swiftly adapted his approach. As you wish, Scyther. Execute a swift attack. The swift attack, a guaranteed hit, struck true despite the distance between Scyther and Swellow. Yet, Swellow's endurance was commendable, as it persevered through the pain to unleash its Hyper Beam. Chapter 30, Victory, the second badge. As a column of orange-yellow energy descended from above, Scyther transformed into a streak of red lightning, narrowly evading the attack. In truth, once Scyther demonstrated its capacity to wield electric-type moves, Swellow's defeat was all but assured. Thus, Lin Xiao refrained from unleashing an offensive and instead opted for the most powerful long-range move, Hyper Beam, which, despite its recoil, posed a significant threat if it connected. Alas, it failed to hit its mark. Now, with Scyther having successfully evaded the attack, Swellow was left vulnerable, suffering the full brunt of Scyther's thunder punches, ultimately losing its fighting ability. Witnessing such a swift defeat, Lin Xiao could only shake his head with a wry smile. A newcomer trainer with the prowess of a champion was indeed formidable. After recalling the incapacitated Swellow, Lin Xiao sent forth his second Pokemon, causing Lu Yu's expression to shift slightly. It was a Steel Wing, a powerful entity among flying and steel types, and one of Lu Yu's personal favorites. Most critically, Steel Wing, due to its attributes, faced few weaknesses, only succumbing to fire and electric attacks, while resisting many other types, often even quadrupling their effectiveness. Upon seeing the Steel Wing, Lu Yu reminisced about his own Steel Wing from his earlier journey. He pondered when he might encounter them again. Over a month of travel had yielded only 2 of his own Pokemon, excluding his starter, which felt rather slow. However, considering the perspective of a gym leader, a single type would inevitably be targeted by numerous challengers. In a flying-type gym, many challengers arrived with electric and ice-type Pokemon, while Steel Wing remained wary of electric moves. It held a significant advantage against ice types, and its physical defense was notably high, making it difficult to defeat. Steel Wing, use Aerial Ace, Lin Xiao commanded, prompting Steel Wing to flap its wings vigorously and charge its Scyther with ferocity. Excellent. Scyther, counter with Bullet Punch, Lu Yu instructed. In the next instant, as the 2 Pokemon collided, the sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the arena, causing discomfort among the spectators. The clash was reminiscent of an ear-splitting sonic attack, sending shivers down their spines. Ultimately, It was Scyther that sent Steel Wing hurtling away. In terms of raw power, Lin Xiao was not significantly inferior to Lu Tian. Yet it seemed Steel Wing lacked the potential for Mega Evolution, though capable of Gigantamaxing, as a gym leader whose strength fell short of that of the challenger. There was no necessity to resort to Gigantamaxing merely for the sake of appearances in a 3-round battle against Lu Yu. Conversely, should defeat befall them again, would it not further destabilize one's mindset? Steel-Winged Crow, unleash your airblade. Upon receiving Lin Xiao's command, Steel-Winged Crow flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce tempest, which subsequently coalesced into sharp blades of energy, hurtling towards the Scyther. In the face of this assault, Scyther narrowed its eyes and swiftly reacted. Its metallic claws, combined with a thunder punch, shattered all of the air blades. In an instant, any air blades that approached Scyther met their demise at the hands of its fists, allowing it to ascend into the air and swiftly close the distance to Steel-Winged Crow. Observing this, Lin Xiao immediately commanded Steel-Winged Crow to retreat from Scyther. However, Scyther's speed was formidable. Although Steel-Winged Crow was a flying-type Pokémon, the Steel-type attributes granted it substantial defensive prowess, while simultaneously hindering its velocity. When the Thunder Punch landed squarely on Steel-Winged Crow's head, both Steel-type Pokémon plummeted from the sky. In the moment before crash landing, Scyther deftly soared to the side, evading the impact. After absorbing the Thunder Punch, Steel-Winged Crow's stamina significantly waned. After several rounds of combat, Lin Xiao wisely instructed Steel-Winged Crow to use Roost, relinquishing its flying-type attributes while restoring its Steel-type essence and rejuvenating its stamina. This effectively rendered the prior efforts of Lu Yu and Scyther largely futile, as the subsequent Thunder Punch would have diminished impact on it. One might argue that fighting-type moves can counter Steel types, indeed, but who in their right mind would challenge a flying-type gym with a solely fighting-type Pokémon, inviting unnecessary hardship? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu commanded Scyther to launch another offensive. Though Steel-Winged Crow had regained its stamina after a brief loss of flight, the drawbacks were evident. It could no longer ascend to the skies. A bird constrained to the ground, how swift could it truly be? Especially considering it was now a pure Steel-type Pokémon. Speed equates to power. Scyther, Bullet Punch. The hardened fist collided with Steel-Winged Crow, and despite the force of a Pokémon at the pinnacle of its power, the effect was minimal, for the opponent was also a fledgling Pokémon at the same elite tier. Seizing the opportunity during Scyther's approach, Lin Xiao commanded Steel-Winged Crow to utilize Steel Wing, momentarily forcing Scyther back. The situation now teetered on a stalemate. Yet after a few more exchanges, Lu Yu conceived a new strategy and promptly adjusted his tactics. Scyther, with a flash of electricity, rapidly closed in on Steel-Winged Crow. Expecting a repeat of previous tactics, Lin Xiao directed Steel-Winged Crow to unleash Brave Bird. However, as both sides clashed once more, Scyther unexpectedly halted, bracing itself to endure Steel-Winged Crow's full-force strike. Surprised by Lu Yu's maneuver, the words "double the payback" floated lightly from Lu Yu's lips. A sudden pang of foreboding gripped Lin Xiao's heart as he attempted to speak, but it was too late. In that instant, a colossal surge of fighting-type energy erupted, doubling the damage dealt by Steel-Winged Crow's recent attack and returning it in full. A thunderous boom resonated as Steel-Winged Crow was sent soaring like a projectile. Following this, Scyther swiftly executed another thunderbolt, its right fist emanating a blinding white glow as it unleashed the move, delivering a decisive blow to Steel-Winged Crow. With Steel-Winged Crow incapacitated, Scyther emerged victorious, thus declaring Lu Yu as the winner of this gym challenge. Chapter 31, Shining, the Max-Level Fairy Pokémon. As the referee announced the final results, a relieved smile spread across Lu Yu's face as he fist-bumped Scyther, embracing it warmly. Observing the camaraderie between Lu Yu and Scyther, Gym Leader Lin Xiao could only manage a wry smile. After recalling Steel-Winged Crow, he approached Lu Yu and remarked, "Your bond is truly remarkable. Congratulations, Lu Yu. This is your proof of victory against the Xishi Gym." As he spoke, Lin Xiao presented Lu Yu with the Xishi Gym badge. Receiving the badge with both hands and placing it into his specially designed collection box, Lu Yu bid farewell to Gym Leader Lin Xiao. During this time, despite competing in gym challenges and tournaments, Lu Yu had predominantly trained alongside his Pokémon, seeking to reunite with his former companions. Likewise, Scyther's affinity with Lu Yu had reached its zenith, unlocking the potential for Mega Evolution. However, it must be said that encountering Pokémon is largely a matter of fortune. Success is not merely a matter of desire. Hence, after spending over half a month in City Inn, Lu Yu set his sights on his next destination. This time, his goal was City Z. City Z could be described as an island situated by the sea, surrounded by waters, and typically, one must rely on boats to reach it. Consequently, much like City Inn, it is a haven for water-type Pokémon. However, there is a notable distinction. While City Inn's waters are often inhabited by coastal water types, City Z is home to those found in the depths of the ocean. Rumors suggest that rare Pokémon like Kingdra and Wylord can be encountered there. Just as Luyu decided to ride his Gyarados towards City Z, an unusual cry suddenly captured his attention. Hearing the sound's direction, Luyu's previously tranquil expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, a wave of excitement washed over his face. A fairy Pokémon. The fairy Pokémon, also known as Sylveon, is currently recognized as the latest evolution of EV, characterized by its singular fairy-type attribute. At this moment, the Sylveon before Luyu stood approximately 1.2 meters tall, adorned in a captivating blend of blue, pink, and white hues, distinctly different from the conventional pale pink. It was evident that this Sylveon was a shiny variant. In fact, upon hearing that peculiar cry, Luyu had instinctively interpreted its meaning and had an inkling of the identity of its owner. Indeed, this shiny Sylveon was none other than Luyu's very own Pokémon, one of the most frequently utilized in his adventures. It was no surprise. He recalled that during the initial onset of the game, when the 7-star Titanium Crystal Pit was first introduced, the very first Pokémon he caught was hailed as the mightiest fully evolved Charizard. To contend with this dragon-type Titanium Pit, he had diligently trained a Marill, ultimately capturing the strongest Charizard alongside his friends. It was then that he realized that it was indeed possible to conquer the 7-star dragon-type Titanium Pit alone without relying on friends, whereas Marill alone would not suffice. However, Sylveon certainly could. Notably, this shiny Sylveon was not originally Luyu's. He had acquired it from a friend who had a surplus of such shiny Pokémon. Thus, it found its way into Luyu's possession. Since then, whenever facing dragon-type Titanium Pits, Sylveon has always been a staple in his starting lineup. Yet, Luyu could hardly fathom that Sylveon would seek him out in this world. Could this be what they call the bond between Pokémon and trainer? With a profound understanding of the term bond, Luyu felt a tremor of emotion within his heart. Thus, when Luyu and the fairy Pokémon reunited in this world, he immediately enveloped the fairy Pokémon in his embrace. It was evident that the feelings of the fairy EV for Luyu were equally deep. It has been a long time, fairy Pokémon. How have you been lately? Upon hearing Luyu's words, the fairy Pokémon let out a joyful cry, indicating that she had been searching for Luyu ever since her arrival in this realm. Finally, today, they had come together once more. After a prolonged moment, once Luyu released the fairy Pokémon from his embrace, he summoned all of his other Pokémon and shared this delightful news with them. Simultaneously, he opened his backpack and swiftly located the fairy Pokémon's Pokeball. Pokémon, fairy Pokémon. Level 100. Ability, Pixelate. Type, Fairy. Strength, Champion level. Skills, Play Rough, Baton Pass. Take Down, Stored Power, Moonblast, Draining Kiss, Misty Terrain. Affection, 255. After examining the fairy Pokémon's attributes, Luyu recaptured her and subsequently released her once again. As the fairy Pokémon was Luyu's most frequently utilized companion, and not one that he had carried through the storyline, she was destined to shine brightly in the battles to come, particularly in the showdown against the Titanium Crystal Pit. Naturally, her level was at the pinnacle of 100, and her power had reached the champion level. It could be said that the return of the fairy Pokémon significantly bolstered Luyu's hand, granting him the confidence to confront even a legendary beast, provided it was not of the utmost tier. This confidence stemmed from the champion-level prowess of the fairy Pokémon. In an exuberant mood, Luyu decided to temporarily halt his journey to Z City, opting instead to spend a day relaxing with his Pokémon before continuing his expedition. The return of the fairy Pokémon left Luyu exhilarated for several days. It was undeniable. In the past, Luyu had often lacked conviction in his actions and demeanor, whether regarding the number of his Pokémon or their strength, compounded by the anxiety of his greatest secret being unveiled. However, the situation had changed. With the presence of a level 100 fairy Pokémon, the so-called dragon-type Pokémon elite were utterly overshadowed. Even if someone were to covet Luyu's secret, with the fairy Pokémon by his side, such nefarious individuals would pose no threat. Moreover, many of the world's top-tier champions possess dragon-type Pokémon as their strongest aces, such as the champion of the Island Pokémon League, Yulong Du's Dragonite, the Mega Evolved Gyarados, and the champion of the Eagle Alliance, Aelin's Mega Charizard. Even the champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, Sharona's Garchomp, was of the dragon type. It could be asserted that with the fairy Pokémon at his side, even if Luyu were to offend these individuals, he could safeguard his strength. Yet, it remained uncertain just how far the top trainers of this world each a master-level presence, were from the champion tier. Lu Yu was genuinely eager to engage them in battle. Chapter 32, Pokémon Uprising? Gigantic Tentacruel. Today, the sun shone brightly as Lu Yu rode upon his Gyarados, gliding across the ocean's surface, with the fairy Pokémon nestled in his arms. The two of them heading towards Z City. Lu Yu's Gyarados, a colossal creature measuring an astounding 15 meters in length, allowed for ample space as he perched upon its head. As Lu Yu felt the sun's scorching rays, he prompted Gyarados to employ an Ice-type move to cool down. After a lengthy period of drifting upon the sea, fatigue took hold of Lu Yu, and he succumbed to slumber, resting his head against the fairy Pokémon. When Lu Yu next awoke, it was to the thunderous roar of Gyarados. The reason was clear. At that moment, near the waters approaching Z City, a swarm of Tentacruel and Tentacool was threatening to engulf the entire port. Witnessing this spectacle left even Lu Yu momentarily stunned, unsure of what had transpired. It was important to note that even if wild Pokémon were not particularly formidable, when their numbers reached a terrifying level, quantitative change would lead to qualitative change. With such an overwhelming number of Tentacruel and Tentacool present, even Gyarados could only retreat, evading the oncoming tide. What on earth was happening? Were the Pokémon attacking humanity? Murmuring to himself, still bewildered, Lu Yu swiftly retrieved his Rotom phone from his backpack and logged onto Weibo. As expected, numerous reports of the gathering of Tentacruel and Tentacool had surfaced across various forums and blogs of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. Furthermore, news of Z City being besieged by Tentacruel had gone viral on Weibo. Had Lu Yu not been a solitary wanderer without connections to the elite trainers of the Pokémon League and rarely checked his phone, he would not have found himself unprepared. Simultaneously, the Pokémon League had announced that they were dispatching trainers from various regions for reinforcements, including one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, the Eastern King, who was currently en route to Z City. Not only that, but the Z Province Pokémon League had mobilized entirely, calling upon elite trainers and above to respond to the League's summons, heading to Z City to protect the citizens and the city itself. Although Lu Yu was uncertain of the motives behind the congregation of these Tentacruel, he had an unsettling feeling that this scene was eerily familiar, as if he had witnessed it somewhere before. With the sea route to Z City temporarily blocked, he instructed Gyarados to take to the skies, advancing at full speed towards Z City. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yu was a member of the Pokémon League, and he could not remain indifferent to an event that threatened the safety of an entire city. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, Gyarados let out a fierce roar, twisting its immense body and soaring into the sky, racing towards Z City. Do not be misled into thinking that Gyarados cannot fly. It is indeed a flying-type Pokémon, albeit one that prefers to dwell in water, thus rarely appearing before humans in flight. This misconception led many uninformed individuals to believe that Gyarados was unable to soar. Fortunately, Lu Yu was not far from his destination. After flying for over half an hour, Gyarados arrived at Z City, while countless Tentacruel and Tentacool had begun congregating. The true battle had yet to commence. These Pokémon merely lingered at Z City's harbor. Faced with thousands of trainers from the Pokémon League, Lu Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Leading the League's side was a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 30s, who was none other than Lu Ying, the gym leader of the Putois Gym in Z City and a peak-level fighting-type trainer. Both sides seemed to be awaiting the arrival of a significant figure, creating an atmosphere that left Lu Yu feeling somewhat uneasy. Just then, spotting the Gyarados in the sky, the trainers from the Pokémon League quickly reported to Lu Ying, "Leader, it appears a trainer has come to our aid." Before long, as Lu Yu descended to the ground, 2 members of the Pokémon League swiftly approached, adopting defensive stances and inquiring about his identity. After presenting his trainer's certificate, their wariness dissipated instantly, and they escorted Lu Yu to stand before Lu Ying. Recently, the name Lu Yu has sparked considerable excitement across the internet, revealing to many that he is indeed a bona fide powerhouse of the highest caliber. Consequently, upon recognizing Lu Yu's true identity, particularly his formidable strength, the attitude of the esteemed leader of the Putois Dojo, Lu Ying, towards him has markedly improved. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Ying, the master of the Putois Dojo. You are likely already aware of the current situation, so I shall dispense with the pleasantries. 2 hours ago, for reasons unknown, a massive congregation of jellyfish, specifically the stinging jellyfish and the agate jellyfish, began to gather near the Z City port. As of now, 3 vessels and over 20 elite trainers have gone missing. Preliminary estimates indicate that the number of stinging and agate jellyfish surrounding Z City has exceeded 100,000 and continues to rise, which prompted me to issue a distress signal to the Pokémon Alliance. Currently, Formidable trainers from various provinces in the eastern region of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance are being summoned, and you are the first true powerhouse to arrive in Z City. I sincerely hope you can play a pivotal role in the forthcoming events. Upon hearing Lu Ying's words, Lu Yu's expression shifted slightly. Had he not been situated in the nearby waters of Z City, it would have been nearly impossible for him to reach the city in time to offer assistance. However, this matter, which concerns the entire city, truly demands urgent attention, and a trainer of exceptional strength is absolutely necessary to confront the crisis. Therefore, without further hesitation, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, it was estimated that the number of stinging and agate jellyfish had reached 200,000, and finally, the swarm of stinging jellyfish ceased to grow. Simultaneously, the Pokémon Alliance from various provinces sent word that, due to the port being occupied, they needed to assemble their forces and remain on standby on the opposite side of the stinging jellyfish swarm. Some top-tier trainers would have to enter from the air or take a detour to reach Z City. Thus, for the next half hour, all trainers within Z City would have to hold their ground. Upon receiving this news, a shadow of concern crossed the faces of those present, hoping fervently that the swarm of stinging jellyfish would remain inactive for the next 30 minutes. Otherwise, Z City might indeed face a devastating conflict. Yet, the unfolding of events seldom aligns with the hopes of the populace. After the congregation of 200,000 stinging and agate jellyfish, a colossal stinging jellyfish, towering over 50 meters, comparable to a high-rise building, began to emerge from the sea, parting the swarm of smaller jellyfish with its tentacles. Chapter 33. The Great Battle begins. Lu Yu versus the colossal stinging jellyfish. As everyone beheld this scene, gazing upon the gargantuan creature, those of a timid disposition faltered, collapsing to the ground in fear. How could such an enormous stinging jellyfish exist? At that moment, the live broadcast from Z City Television captured the moment, revealing the terrifying sight to all who were monitoring the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, standing alongside Lu Ying at the forefront, murmured, "So, the gathering of the stinging and agate jellyfish was summoned by this colossal creature?" Glistening beads of cold sweat formed on Lu Yu's forehead as he witnessed the monstrous entity before him. After all, anyone would feel a surge of trepidation upon encountering a creature of such enormous proportions, rivaling the monsters seen in Ultraman. However, in contrast to the others, Lu Yu maintained a semblance of composure. He possessed a trump card, an ultimate-level shiny fairy Pokémon, which instilled in him a sense of fearlessness, regardless of the adversary. While size may represent strength in certain respects, it is not synonymous with invincibility. Meanwhile, online, netizens were ablaze with chatter. This explains why the Pokémon Alliance urgently summoned elite trainers to Z City for rescue. They were evidently aware of the looming threat posed by such a creature. With a height of 50 meters, only trainers of the highest caliber could hope to contend with it. What use would mere novices be? If battle were to erupt, the potential for casualties was alarming. Given its massive size, a tsunami might ensue. Would Z City even withstand it? Look, who is that man standing against the stinging jellyfish? He looks familiar. Is it Lu Yu? I can't believe he's here. But can he truly turn the tide this time? He seems to be just an elite-level trainer. At that moment, at the Z City port, dozens of cargo ships that had been moored there were completely overturned, rendered useless by the stinging and agate jellyfish. With the emergence of the colossal stinging jellyfish, Lu Yu and Lu Ying each retrieved their Pokeballs. As anticipated, the instant the colossal stinging jellyfish appeared, the conflict between humans and jellyfish became inevitable. One could only wonder what transgressions humanity had committed against this species, as the moment their leader, the colossal stinging jellyfish, manifested. It unleashed a powerful water cannon, approximately 5 meters in diameter, directly towards them. Witnessing this, Lu Yu immediately released his Pokeballs. For beams of red light flashed, summoning Gyarados, Scyther, Mimikyu, and the shiny fairy Pokémon into battle. Simultaneously, trainers, including Lu Ying and her Pokémon, joined him. However, at that moment, only the colossal stinging jellyfish initiated an attack, and Lu Yu, being the strongest trainer among the Alliance, was tasked with intercepting its assault alongside the Guardian of Z City. Lu Ying, the fairy Pokémon, erected a vast light wall. Mimikyu conjured a grassy terrain. Gyarados unleashed an ice beam, and Scyther prepared to defend. As Lu Yu issued his commands, Lu Ying intended to send her Pokémon into the fray, but in the next instant, dozens of extraordinarily powerful stinging jellyfish surged forth from their ranks, obstructing any would-be attackers. In that moment, everyone present was taken aback. What was the intention of this swarm of stinging jellyfish? A one-on-one duel? Did they wish to prevent interference in their leader's contest against humanity? Given the amassed forces, A chaotic battle seemed inevitable. Seemingly grasping the situation, Luyu narrowed his eyes and called out to the monstrous stinging jellyfish. Gyarados, Mimikyu, Scyther, cease your attacks and fall back for now. As he spoke, Luyu subtly signaled to Lu Ying, who understood and quietly retreated with her Pokémon. Indeed, when Luyu positioned only the fairy Pokémon and himself at the forefront, while allowing the others to gradually withdraw and refrain from further aggression. The colossal stinging jellyfish extended a tentacle, gesturing for its subordinates to retreat to the sea. The implication was clear. This creature sought a direct confrontation with Luyu. In response, Luyu could only reflect that had it not been for the return of his fairy Pokémon, he might have felt uncertain about his ability to contend with the fearsome, stinging jellyfish before him. Stinging jellyfish, though I know not why you have gathered here. Should you insist on engaging in battle, let it be with my fairy Pokémon. If I prevail, will you and your kind withdraw? Upon hearing Luyu's desperate cry, the colossal toxic spore jellyfish offered no response, instead raising its immense tentacles and ruthlessly striking towards the fairy spirit. Witnessing the whip-like appendage, at least 20 meters in length, Luyu did not dare to underestimate the threat. He swiftly dodged to the right while issuing a command to the fairy spirit. Fairy spirit, unleash your psychic prowess. Despite its titanic size, the toxic spore jellyfish was ultimately bound by elemental attributes, sharing the same water and poison types as ordinary toxic spore jellyfish, thus vulnerable to psychic-type attacks. Indeed, after the fairy spirit deftly evaded the massive jellyfish's physical assault, a terrifying wave of psychic energy materialized, directly affecting the jellyfish's mental state. Upon being successfully struck by the fairy spirit, the colossal toxic spore jellyfish could not help but emit a mournful wail. At this moment, every trainer present, along with the onlookers from the city behind, wore expressions tinged with hope. Had they succeeded? Perhaps the jellyfish's vast size granted it exceptional stamina and defense, allowing it to withstand even the double effective attack from a leader-tier fairy spirit. Nevertheless, the fairy spirit's strike had incited a furious wrath in the colossal toxic spore jellyfish. Consequently, it began thrashing its countless tentacles and enormous form, causing a deluge of seawater to surge into the area, completely engulfing it. Damn it, Gyarados. Unleash Ice Beam to freeze the incoming seawater. Luyu commanded urgently. There was no alternative. If the deluge were to inundate the city, disaster would be unavoidable, rendering Luyu's personal duel with the toxic spore jellyfish irrelevant. Thus, he had no choice but to act decisively. However, as Gyarados executed the command, the colossal toxic spore jellyfish was instantly provoked. Chapter 34. The Arrival of Team Rocket, the Battle of Spirits and Humans. The gigantic toxic spore jellyfish, accompanied by its kin, encircled the entire Z City harbor, intent on exacting vengeance upon humanity. Yet, there seemed to be an underlying motive as it refrained from unleashing its entire clan, opting instead for a one-on-one confrontation with Luyu. Now, as the seawater flooded in, Luyu's other spirits commenced their actions, even without directly attacking the toxic spore jellyfish. They nevertheless provoked its species. With a deafening roar, the colossal toxic spore jellyfish released a dreadfully powerful ultrasonic wave, targeting all trainers stationed at the harbor. Witnessing this scene, everyone understood that war was now inevitable. One side sought to protect, while the other aimed to destroy. Cohabitation was simply unattainable. Quickly, all elite trainers, take the front lines. We must prevent the toxic spore jellyfish and the agate jellyfish from invading the city. Ice, grass, electric, and psychic-type spirits formed the front line, launching their full assaults. Immediate notifications were dispatched to the powerful members of various Pokémon leagues, declaring that war was unavoidable. As gym leader Lu Ying commenced directing the Pokémon League trainers into battle, Luyu steeled himself against the discomfort in his mind and shouted to the Fairy Spirit, activate Mystic Guard to thwart the ultrasonic assault. Simultaneously, the formidable toxic spore jellyfish's kin, all of whom were at least at the Quasi-King level, began advancing with the tide, clearly intent on a full-scale assault. In this critical moment, a sound of flapping wings echoed from above, accompanied by a boisterous laugh that was thoroughly grating. Ha ha ha. Is this how the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League responds to a crisis? A so-called gym leader, a protector of the city, allowing a mere rookie to take the forefront. How disgraceful. Upon hearing this voice, all present instinctively turned their gaze to the man riding a Crobat. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a pristine white uniform, with a gleaming red emblazoned on his left chest pocket. Clearly, this individual was none other than Apollo, the highest-ranking officer of Team Rocket, one of the world's most notorious evil organizations, known as the foremost of the four commanders. Team Rocket. a nefarious group that sought to capture rare Pokémon for illicit purposes and aimed for world domination, was led by Giovanni, a figure of at least champion-level strength, perhaps even master-level. Under his command were the 3 beasts and 4 commanders, comprising at least 7 top-tier officers, alongside numerous quasi-kings, gym leaders, and elite members, marking them as arch-enemies of the Pokémon League. Moreover, this was merely the surface of Team Rocket's revealed strength. No one knew if they harbored additional formidable trump cards. Otherwise, how could such a malevolent organization stand against the global Pokémon League? Luyu recalled that in the Pokémon anime, Giovanni possessed a trump card that could rival even legendary beings, a man-made Pokémon, Mewtwo. In the realm of the anime, Team Rocket's power would be even greater. Of the 8 gym leaders in the Kanto League, 4 were affiliated with Team Rocket, and 2 of the Elite 4 in the Chengdu League were also members. This did not even account for the former renowned elite, Lance, who was also a subordinate of Team Rocket and had engineered Mewtwo. By this calculation, Team Rocket's strength was undoubtedly formidable. However, in this present world, Luyu was uncertain whether figures like Naza, Majishur, or Aju remained under Team Rocket's command. One thing was certain. With Apollo's appearance, everyone realized that the emergence of the colossal toxic spore jellyfish was undoubtedly linked to Team Rocket. As expected, after Apollo mocked the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League's elites, he directly addressed the toxic spore jellyfish. What are you waiting for? You are a product of Team Rocket's experiments. Obey our commands. Lead your kin and obliterate this entire city, or else. Upon hearing Apollo's words, an overwhelming rage ignited within the toxic spore jellyfish's eyes, a profound hatred for humanity surging forth from its very core. With a thunderous roar, countless toxic spore jellyfish and agate jellyfish surged forth, launching an assault on the city. The battle had finally commenced. At this pivotal moment, Luyu no longer held back. He commanded his spirits with fervor. Gyarados, Scyther, Mega Evolve. Fairy Spirit, Titanize. Ordinarily, an individual's mental capacity could only synchronize with one Pokémon for Mega Evolution at a time. However, perhaps due to Luyu's status as a traveler, his mental prowess far surpassed that of a typical person. Thus, he had previously tested this at the Pokémon Center, managing to briefly sustain 2 Pokémon in Mega Evolution. In the next instant, as a kaleidoscope of colors and crystalline brilliance erupted, Mega Gyarados, Mega Scyther, and the titanized Fairy Spirit all made their grand appearances. With a horde of toxic spore jellyfish charging forward, Luyu promptly issued his commands. Fairy Spirit, unleash your full illusion technique, primarily targeting the colossal toxic spore jellyfish, while radiating residual waves to the surrounding spirits. Mega Gyarados, execute your utmost ice beam. Magical Mask Meowth, use Seed Bomb in the grassy terrain for continuous barrages. As for Mega Scyther, his opponent was none other than Apollo, the rocket executive riding the Crobat, a formidable strength capable of withstanding terrifying assaults. Led by a celestial fairy of the master rank, alongside a super-evolved champion-level Gyarados, and 2 formidable Pokémon of the elite tier, the Scyther and the Mismagius. These 4 Pokémon spearheaded the attack, toppling the mass of Tentacruel and Agron jellyfish ahead. Even the colossal Tentacruel, after enduring yet another strike from the fairy Pokémon, particularly after its transformation into a psychic type, was left dazed, unable to resist a pained cry before collapsing into the sea. Witnessing this spectacle, both the Pokémon League trainers present and the countless viewers watching the live broadcast were left utterly astounded. This was the true strength of Luyu, undeniably terrifying. Especially his dazzling fairy Pokémon, which managed to bring down the gigantic Tentacruel. The visual impact was akin to an ant defeating an elephant, truly astonishing. A godlike man indeed. How fortunate the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League is to have him. He surpassed even the renowned champion Cynthia in her prime, and I feel it won't be long before he stands upon the world's grandest stage, vying against the strongest. Enough said. With everything that transpired today, I am utterly captivated by this man. The romantic valor of protecting one's homeland is eternal. Chapter 35. The Arrival of the Mighty, the Tide Turns. With Luyu unleashing his full power, complemented by the unceasing support from Pokémon League trainers behind him, for at least a brief period, the Tentacruel and Agron jellyfish would not breach the city. However, on the other front, the Scyther charging swiftly towards Apollo encountered a formidable opponent. Realizing that Luyu was intent on battling him, Apollo, a high-ranking officer of Team Rocket, wore a grim expression, his gaze fixated on Luyu, his murderous intent unmasked. For Team Rocket, any genius within the Pokémon League must be extinguished before they can mature, or alternatively, seduced into their ranks. Otherwise, they would only gain another formidable adversary. Likewise, from Apollo's perspective, despite Luyu currently commanding only 4 Pokémon, his overall strength rivaled that of a top-tier elite. Such an individual was destined to become an enemy to Team Rocket, a fact Apollo could not tolerate. Kid, are you truly seeking your demise? With that, Apollo produced another Pokeball, unleashing a Charizard, which immediately unleashed a torrent of searing flames upon seeing the Scyther. Dodge it, Mega Scyther. Although it had Mega Evolved, the Scyther's type remained unchanged, still Bug and Steel. If struck by Charizard's flames, it would surely find itself at a disadvantage, complicating the battle. Just managing to evade the fiery assault, the Scyther's fists crackled with orange electricity as it charged toward Charizard, dividing his focus across 3 battlefields. Luyu felt an overwhelming pressure. While his tactical acumen had significantly improved, at least rivaling that of an elite, the stress of multitasking was immense. Moreover, the reinforcement from the Pokémon League's powerhouses was still several minutes away, and Luyu began to fear he might not endure, particularly as the mega evolutions of Gyarados and Scyther continued to drain his mental energy. Yes, the fairy Pokémon was undoubtedly invincible, yet against the countless Tentacruel and Agron jellyfish. Along with the massive Tentacruel and a high-ranking Team Rocket officer lurking nearby, the fairy Pokémon's stamina was not infinite. Many of Luyu's Pokémon had already succumbed, diminishing his capacity to fend off the encroaching Tentacruel and Agron jellyfish. Gyarados and Mismagius were also gasping for breath. Even at the elite level, the intensity of the battle left them perilously close to being overwhelmed by the throngs of Pokémon. At last, Luyu could no longer endure. The dual Mega Evolution was a gamble, and after forcing himself for several minutes, his mental energy waned. Shaking off the dizziness, he knelt on one knee, his face reflecting the agony of overexertion. Once the Scyther and Gyarados reverted to their original forms, the battle-esque situation grew increasingly dire. Sensing that Luyu had reached his limit, Apollo descended to the ground, casting several more Pokeballs. Continue to show off, Houndoom, Ducklet, Charizard, Triple Flame Barrage. This marked the first defeat for Luyu's Scyther, completely losing its fighting capability against 3 equally matched elite-level Pokémon, especially with Fire-type attacks, no matter how strong. It could not withstand. As Luyu lost his first Pokémon, the collapse began in earnest, diverting Gyarados to confront Apollo. A deluge of Tentacruel and Agron jellyfish found their opening and surged into the city with ferocious waves. Humanity and the Pokémon League seemed at that moment to have been defeated. Many viewers of the live broadcast, witnessing the valiant struggle of the Pokémon League trainers, especially Luyu's performance, were moved to tears. They understood that had Luyu not unexpectedly joined Z-City, it would have already fallen. Moreover, even in dire straits, he refused to surrender. Not to mention, with the arrival of the massive Tentacruel and a high-ranking officer from Team Rocket, along with the support of top-tier elite forces. Damn Team Rocket, if anything happens to Z-City, I'll never rest until I settle scores with them. The support from the Pokémon League was still at least 10 minutes away, yet it seemed Luyu and his team could barely hold on for half that time. What if I cannot bear to watch. But just as the situation seemed most critical, dozens of attacks rained down from above, with a significant portion aimed at the invading Tentacruel swarm. Thus, the Tentacruel and Agron jellyfish that had surged towards the harbor fell one by one. The remaining 3 strikes, however, struck Apollo's 3 fire-type Pokémon simultaneously. Witnessing this, Apollo's expression darkened as he looked up toward the source of the assault, his heart gripped with astonishment. For reinforcements had arrived. Leading the charge were none other than the strongest of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, the reigning champion, the Pokémon Master Cynthia. Riding majestically upon a Togekiss, her demeanor both regal and icy. Clearly, the audacity of Team Rocket's attack had ignited her wrath. Behind her, the Eastern Elite champion-level trainer Zhang Fan rode a Charizard, both man and dragon glaring fiercely at Apollo. The remaining individual was Long Chun, the gym leader of the Pokémon League in Magic City, a peak elite-level powerhouse, riding a Dragonite, gathering another attack. The earlier offensive had evidently been commanded by this trio. Upon witnessing such a formidable alliance, Apollo realized that remaining here was futile. With Cynthia present, unless their leader Giovanni appeared, there was little hope for victory. Otherwise, relying solely on his strength, he might not even stand a chance against the esteemed gym leader of the Magic City. Soon, after the arrival of Sharona and her companions, a multitude of elite and semi-elite trainers, along with gym leaders, emerged to drive the swarm of Tentacruel back into the depths of the ocean. Simultaneously, as Apollo dispatched a Psychic-type Pokémon to flee, the champion Sharona did not linger. She merely cast a glance of admiration at Lu Yu before hastily departing. Clearly, Sharona was in pursuit of the Team Rocket executives. When Zhang Fan and Long Chun, two top-tier powerhouses, touched down and deployed their primary Pokémon, the situation was effectively stabilized. At this moment, Lu Yu began to regain his composure, the dizziness in his mind gradually subsiding. Aware that reinforcements had arrived, Lu Yu recalled his exhausted Gyarados and Mimikyu, leaving only his Sylveon to continue battling the colossal Tentacruel. Chapter 36. Capturing the Tentacruel, Awakening Psychic Powers. Observing Lu Yu, who valiantly continued to confront the massive Tentacruel to protect City Z single-handedly against a legion of 200,000 Pokémon, as well as a high-ranking Team Rocket officer. Both Long Chun and Zhang Fan could not help but smile, casting a deep glance at Lu Yu. With such a promising young trainer in the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, how could they not aspire to greatness on the world stage? Well done, young lad. Allow us, the elder statesman, to take over from here. As he spoke, Long Chun lined up his 6 Dragon-type Pokémon, initiating the clearance of the Tentacruel and Agron. Meanwhile, upon hearing the words of the 2 elite trainers at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, Lu Yu smiled and resolutely replied, "Esteemed seniors, my battle is far from over." Having realized that the massive Tentacruel was a consequence of Team Rocket's interference, defeating it would likely quell the turmoil instigated by the remaining Tentacruel and Agron. Seeing Lu Yu's determination to continue the fight, Long Chun intended to say more but was halted by Zhang Fan, the formidable Eastern champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance. "Very well, but do not overexert yourself." The very utterance of these words from Zhang Fan, a figure renowned worldwide for his cold ruthlessness, would undoubtedly evoke envy among many. This alone illustrated the high regard these seasoned trainers held for Lu Yu. In this battle, Lu Yu's performance was nothing short of legendary, stirring the hearts of even the most elite trainers. As the dizziness gradually dissipated, Lu Yu stood alongside his Sylveon, gazing at the colossal yet somewhat bewildered Tentacruel left behind after Apollo's departure. "Tentacruel, it is time to end this. The true adversaries inflicting harm upon you are those from Team Rocket, not us. Your quest for vengeance is misguided. You have been exploited." Without waiting for the Tentacruel to process his words, Sylveon's assault descended fiercely. Observing the Tentacruel, unable to evade Sylveon's attack, collapse once again, Lu Yu retrieved a heavy ball from his backpack. With all his strength, he hurled it at the massive Tentacruel, which was engulfed by a radiant red light. The heavy ball then landed on the ocean's surface, beginning to shake vigorously. After 3 shakes, it emitted a crisp sound, promptly leading Sylveon to retrieve the heavy ball and return it to Lu Yu. Upon witnessing their leader's disappearance, the remaining Tentacruel and Agron spiraled into panic, with the timid ones fleeing back into the ocean, vanishing from sight. In a fleeting moment, the once vast expanse of Tentacruel and Agron had visibly diminished by a third. Subsequently, when Lu Yu once again grasped the heavy ball and released the massive Tentacruel, he sensed a flicker of recognition emanating from it towards him. "Tentacruel, disperse your kin. Humans and Pokémon should not stand in opposition. At least for us in the Pokémon Alliance, there should be no conflict with your kind. If vengeance is to be sought, it should be directed at the Team Rocket that has wronged you." Hearing Lu Yu's words, the Tentacruel regarded him deeply before turning away to emit a sonic wave, dispersing the gathered Tentacruel and Agron. Seeing the Tentacruel willing to heed his counsel, Lu Yu smiled and continued, "Though I am unaware of your past, I can imagine your massive size brings you much distress. Fear not, for I shall be your ally from this day forth. Regardless of what Team Rocket has inflicted upon you, my Sylveon, Gyarados, Scyther, and Mimikyu shall assist you in reclaiming what is rightfully yours." With those words, the Tentacruel finally yielded to Lu Yu's persuasion. Ultimately, Pokémon are inherently benevolent, capable of discerning the sincerity of humans. Furthermore, after being captured by Lu Yu, witnessing the increasing casualties among its kin weighed heavily on the Tentacruel, for its earlier aggression was driven by Team Rocket's coercion. Now that Team Rocket had been driven away, the Tentacruel no longer needed to harbor fear. Upon recalling the massive Tentacruel, Lu Yu opened its attribute panel to examine its details. Pokémon, Tentacruel. Level, LV80. Ability, Rain Dish. Type, Water, Poison. Strength, Champion level. Skills, Poison Sting, Sonic Boom, Water Pulse. Hydro Pump, Screech, Poison Jab. Friendship, 90. Upon discovering Tentacruel's ability, Rain Dish, Lu Yu finally understood why Sylveon had struggled to deplete its combat capabilities despite their prolonged battle. Firstly, this hidden ability restores 1/16 of the Tentacruel's health each turn. Secondly, its imposing size grants it formidable defense and stamina. Under such circumstances, the ability to regenerate health renders it terrifyingly resilient. Not to mention, Tentacruel inherently excels in special defense, which explains its endurance against Sylveon despite a 20-level disparity. However, Luyu remained curious. If it was so powerful, why did it fear Team Rocket? A troubling thought crossed his mind when suddenly, clarity washed over him. The side effects of his recent mega evolution had fully dissipated. Simultaneously, a ghostly azure energy began to manifest in Lu Yu's hands, reminiscent of psychic powers. Noticing Lu Yu's transformation, Sylveon emitted a series of affectionate sounds, a mixture of surprise and delight. After Lu Yu had resolved the threat posed by the gathering Tentacruel, the majority of trainers, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground as they gazed at the now tranquil sea. Among them, the most burdened was the gym leader of City Z. Luing. Truth be told, had Lu Yu not arrived, the day's events could have taken a dire turn. After all, she, a peak semi-elite trainer, was ill-equipped to withstand such calamity. As the crowd directed their grateful gazes towards Lu Yu, they were taken aback to find a faint blue radiance emanating from his form. Chapter 37. The renowned trainer, Lu Yu. What could this possibly signify? Following the conclusion of the battle, the enormous Tentacruel was captured by Lu Yu, who commanded the remaining Tentacruel and agate jellyfish to depart, thus alleviating the crisis. Although the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance incurred significant losses during this skirmish, the casualties among the trainers were relatively minor. Furthermore, due to the congregation of the Tentacruel population in the surrounding maritime expanse, many formidable Tentacruel were successfully captured by the trainers during the fray. Those fortunate enough to seize the opportunity acquired Pokémon of near champion or even champion caliber. Whether these captured Pokémon would heed the commands of their respective trainers was no longer a concern for Lu Yu. In comparison to the champion-level Tentacruel he had just captured, the extraordinary gains of others seemed rather trivial. However, as everyone exhaled a sigh of relief after the prolonged battle and cast appreciative glances at Lu Yu, they noticed the blue glow surrounding him. This revelation led to the previous statement. Consequently, an increasing number of onlookers were drawn to Lu Yu. Initially, their intent was merely to express their gratitude, as it was his presence that safeguarded City Z and delayed the arrival of numerous reinforcements. Yet now, some began to speculate whether the earlier Rocket Team officer had employed some underhanded tactic against Lu Yu during the conflict, resulting in his current condition. It was then that the astute Eastern champion, Zhang Fan, elucidated Lu Yu's situation. Do not be overly concerned, for this little one. It may prove to be a fortuitous occurrence. Remain silent, and do not disturb him. Upon hearing these words, the arena fell into an immediate hush. At that moment, Lu Yu's mind was remarkably clear, akin to a protagonist in a fantasy novel undergoing a breakthrough, as an intangible yet palpable force began to circulate throughout his being. Upon reaching a certain pinnacle, it erupted with a resounding blast. Yet, Lu Yu felt no pain. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of ease. Thus, a psychic was born. When Lu Yu opened his eyes once more, he was met with the anxious visage of his fairy-type Pokémon. Smiling, he gently stroked the fairy-type's head, signaling that he was unharmed, and began to intertwine the newly awakened powers with the psychic abilities of his fairy Pokémon. From this moment onward, he could truly be regarded as a fledgling psychic, possessing the ability to engage in telepathic communication with his Pokémon and utilize his abilities to sense the surrounding environment. This was merely the initial thought that crossed Lu Yu's mind. In truth, the capabilities of psychic powers were fundamentally versatile, applicable in combat, reconnaissance, and defense. However, as a novice psychic, he found that while some ideas were conceivable, the overall capacity of his powers was insufficient for execution. If it were Naz, she could effortlessly achieve such feats. A human capable of battling alongside their Pokémon through psychic abilities would be akin to a humanoid Pokémon. What a formidable existence that would be. In reality, while many observed Lu Yu's capture of the formidable Tentacruel with trepidation, their concerns gradually dissipated when they reflected upon the extraordinary efforts he had expended. As they witnessed Lu Yu successfully ascend to the rank of a novice psychic, the trainers who had narrowly escaped disaster were overwhelmingly exhilarated, erupting into cheers as they surged towards Lu Yu. They lifted him aloft, tossing him into the air while chanting his name. Simultaneously, major news outlets, Weibo, Douyin, and other platforms were ablaze with reports confirming that the situation in City Z had been resolved. Lu Yu's name was mentioned repeatedly, and at long last, his fame reached a level of universal recognition, even beginning to permeate the Pokémon alliances of other nations. Days later, the official Pokémon Alliance of Zhejiang Province convened a meeting, focusing on strategic measures against the nefarious Rocket Team and the assessment of security vulnerabilities across various provinces and cities. According to the latest reports, the national champion trainer was thwarted in his pursuit of Apollo by 2 other elite Rocket Team officers, resulting in a failed chase. However, 3 of the Rocket Team's bases within the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance territory were directly obliterated. This outcome represented mutual losses for both the Dragon Kingdom's alliance and the Rocket Team. Moreover, to commend the trainers who exhibited exceptional performance during the battle, the Eastern champion Zhang Fan personally awarded Lu Yu, bestowing upon him the esteemed title of Renowned Trainer. It is noteworthy that the title of Renowned Trainer is exclusively reserved for elite trainers, requiring substantial contributions to the Pokémon Alliance to attain. Figures such as Cynthia and Zhang Fan, as top-tier champions, are also referred to as Renowned Trainers, yet due to their positions as the National Champion and the Elite Four, they are typically addressed as Champion and King. Now, Lu Yu, possessing a mere 5 Pokémon and barely 1 Pokémon egg, had become a Renowned Trainer, a remarkable exception. It appears that even the official Pokémon Alliance fully acknowledged Lu Yu's prowess following this battle. Upon reflection, it is evident that his significant contribution in safeguarding City Z sufficed to achieve this recognition, coupled with the fairy Pokémon capable of engaging the formidable Tentacruel, which even made Zhang Fan feel a twinge of trepidation, and the formidable Tentacruel itself. Lu Yu's capabilities extended well beyond those of a typical champion. Although his Pokémon count had not yet reached 6, considering Lu Yu's demonstrated potential, ascending to champion status seemed hardly unattainable. Given that this event had garnered nationwide discourse, it was only fitting to bestow upon Lu Yu the title of Renowned Trainer. As the situation gradually returned to tranquility, Lu Yu, prepared to challenge the Putois Gym, was informed that due to the recent events in City Z, the gym would remain closed for the next fortnight. Upon receiving this news, Lu Yu was compelled to alter his plans, opting to explore City Z before proceeding to his next destination. After all, aside from challenging gyms, Lu Yu's objective was also to gather his Pokémon. During this time, the White Elephant Energy Block Company re-established contact with Lu Yu, recognizing the significant incident he had stirred, which had become a topic of national discussion. Consequently, he was selected as their spokesperson, with hopes that he could visit the White Elephant Energy Block headquarters to discuss endorsement matters. Furthermore, due to Lu Yu's newfound status as a renowned trainer, his endorsement fee doubled, reaching a staggering 200 million dragon coins. Lu Yu was quite content with this figure, as it was unlikely his fame would elevate beyond the rank of renowned trainer for the foreseeable future unless he ascended to the status of one of the Elite Four. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's parents and sister, Lu Yan, upon learning the news and confirming that Lu Yu was safe, expressed their concerns with admonitions. Although they were unaware of the reasons behind Lu Yu's newfound strength, as family, they prioritized his safety over any notoriety. Chapter 38. The 6th Pokémon, the near-champion level Talonflame. After successfully assuaging his parents and winning over his sister by promising to procure a Milotic for her, thus allowing her to pursue her path as a coordinator without burdens, Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Minus, indeed a rare Pokémon, but with the formidable giant poison jellyfish and the mighty Gyarados in Lu Yu's possession, diving into the sea to seek out a Minus is a rather simple endeavor. Furthermore, as his sister has rekindled her passion for pursuing her dreams, Lu Yu naturally extends his unwavering support. After all, Lu Yu has ascended to a level beyond imagination. Although the Putois Gym is currently closed, he intends to explore some renowned attractions in City Z, such as Putois Mountain and Dongji Island. The vicinity of Putois Mountain, rich with temples, is home to numerous fighting-type Pokémon. While Lu Yu remains uncertain about the connection between these fighting-type Pokémon and the Buddha, it would indeed be a pity not to visit such a famous landmark. After releasing all but the giant poison jellyfish from his Pokeballs, Lu Yu meanders around the slopes of Putois Mountain. Along the way, he encounters several rare fighting-type Pokémon, none of which pique his interest. In the past, Lu Yu's favored fighting-type Pokémon included Blaziken, Infernape, Lucario, and the future evolution of Machoke from the Ruby and Sapphire versions, Machamp. The strength of Machamp is indisputable. Lu Yu typically summons it for his regular 6-star battles. Blaziken, however, is his destined companion, being his favorite fire and fighting-type Pokémon. Upon reaching the mid-slope of Putois Mountain, the sound of flapping wings captures Lu Yu's attention. He and his 4 Pokémon exchange glances, their expressions shifting in unison as they direct their gaze toward the source of the sound. With his recently awakened psychic abilities, Lu Yu's investigative prowess now rivals that of his Pokémon, enabling him to discern all living beings within a 100-meter radius. This skill greatly aids him in locating his Pokémon. In the future, once his psychic abilities have grown to match those of Naz, a single scan could encompass an entire city, allowing him to traverse the world in no time at all. Ah, is that a Talonflame? Upon detecting the owner of the flapping wings through his psychic abilities, Luyu's heart skips a beat. Whenever he encounters his own Pokémon, a unique sensation arises within him. Especially now that he is a psychic, this sensation intensifies. As soon as any of his former Pokémon enters his kilometer radius, he becomes aware of their presence. Thus, honing in on his target, Luyu swiftly dashes forward, only to find a remarkably majestic Talonflame perched atop a peak, surveying its territory. Talonflame, also known as the Firebird Pokémon, possesses both fire and flying attributes, making it one of the family of birds. In the past, this Talonflame fought alongside Luyu in his early gym battles, but during the later stages, it was replaced by Houndoom for battles against the Elite Four. Talonflame, Luyu exclaims, and upon hearing his voice, the Talonflame pauses, seemingly in disbelief. Yet, upon seeing the human it has long awaited, it lets out a triumphant cry and swoops down from the sky, affectionately nuzzling Luyu with its head. Confirmed. It is indeed his Talonflame that has returned. At last, I found you, Talonflame. Have you been waiting long? Luyu inquires with a smile, to which the Talonflame responds with a joyful cry. The sixth Pokémon obtained. This illustrates that once a Pokémon has thoroughly recognized its trainer, it will wait indefinitely, regardless of the circumstances. Pokémon, Talonflame. Level, 55. Ability, Flame Body. Types, Fire, Flying. Strength, Near Champion level. Skills, Flare Blitz, Brave Bird, Quick Attack, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, and Flame Charge. Affection, 255. With Talonflame reunited, Luyu finally gathers a complete team of 6 Pokémon, each reaching the pinnacle of ordinary Pokémon, representing the elite tier of luminary Pokémon. Following this are the champion-level giant poison jellyfish, the elite-level Gyarados, the illusory masked Meowth, and the giant claw Scyther. Notably, during the previous tumultuous encounter with the giant poison jellyfish, the defeat of numerous Pokémon led to significant power boosts for the 3 elite-level Pokémon, each gaining 2 to 3 levels. Gyarados is now on the brink of attaining champion status. Lastly, Talonflame stands as a near champion level Pokémon. However, when amalgamating the strengths of Luyu's 6 Pokémon, they collectively possess the combat prowess of a top-tier elite. Having located Talonflame, Luyu's spirits lift considerably. After confirming with Talonflame that there are no other Pokémon nearby, he concludes his excursion at Putoa Mountain. Now, the only destination in City Z left unexplored is Dongji Island. While Dongji Island is merely a name, it encompasses not just a solitary isle, but rather a collective of dozens, if not hundreds, of smaller islands and reefs surrounding City Z. Isolated from the mainland and enveloped by the East China Sea, it serves as a splendid tourist destination. After the recent battle, Luyu finds himself disinclined to engage in further combat. Although trainers on the journey often pursue rigorous training, it is essential to take time for relaxation and mental rejuvenation. Continuously remaining in a battle-ready state is detrimental to both oneself and one's Pokémon. A harmonious balance between work and leisure is paramount. Thus, resolved to unwind on Dongji Island for a few days before embarking on a new journey, Luyu checks into a luxurious hotel on the island. He is acutely aware that his burgeoning fame, due to his recent exploits in City Z, has reached staggering heights. Furthermore, with his endorsement deal with Baixiang nearly finalized, he anticipates an influx of 200 million dragon coins. It is vital to elevate his living standards. No wonder everyone aspires to become a Pokémon master or a renowned trainer. Once one achieves fame and strength, the subsequent influx of wealth and status is undoubtedly exhilarating. However, according to the information relayed by Baixiang, Luyu's advertisement shoot is scheduled in 3 days, necessitating a trip to the imperial capital. He will be collaborating with another prominent trainer, rumored to be a stunning celebrity, before he can claim his endorsement fees. This prospect invigorates Luyu's thoughts. Chapter 39, Endorsement, Yunalin, and 200 million dragon coins. 3 days later, in the imperial capital, upon disembarking from the plane, Luyu spots the reception staff from Baixiang waiting at the arrivals area. They have been eagerly anticipating his arrival ever since learning he was en route. For a notable trainer and elite-level powerhouse, the respect shown is entirely warranted, not to mention the commotion Luyu previously caused, which has earned him admiration from trainers across the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. However, online speculation predominantly revolves around Luyu's family background. What sort of household could possibly nurture a child who, in less than 2 months, ascends to the ranks of world-class trainers? This has sparked outrage among the common folk towards the privileged, and once Lu Yu's background was revealed, it incited a wave of admiration from the youth. A child hailing from a well-to-do family, fortunate enough to encounter a new leaf cat in his youth, made a pact to embark on adventures together upon growing up, ultimately leading to his present remarkable self. Mr. Lu Yu, over here. Upon hearing his name called, Lu Yu was about to step forward when he was unexpectedly encircled by a throng of enthusiastic onlookers and fans. Wow, it's really Lu Yu. So handsome. This is the young trainer who saved City Z. Truly, a hero blossoms from youth. Finally meeting his idol in person was almost unbelievable. As Lu Yu found himself suddenly surrounded by fans and passers-by, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face, accompanied by a wry smile and a look of uncertainty. It was evident to everyone that although this young man was renowned, it seemed to be his first encounter with such a situation, leaving him unsure of how to navigate it. Consequently, he allowed fans and onlookers to take photos and request autographs, finally managing to find an excuse to leave after half an hour. It wasn't he that Lu Yu disliked being a celebrated trainer. Rather, he had yet to fully grasp the nuances of being a star trainer and how to interact with his admirers. Or perhaps it was simply that he was accustomed to solitude and still unaccustomed to engaging with fans. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the White Elephant Company, the CEO personally came out to greet him, showing goodwill towards a promising young champion. After all, an 18-year-old champion-level trainer is a rarity in the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, with only a handful achieving such status in the past decade, the last of whom was Cynthia. Mr. Lu Yu, I've heard so much about you recently. Today, I finally get to meet you in person. You truly are exceptional. Upon receiving a handshake from the CEO of the White Elephant Energy Cube Company, Lu Yu smiled and replied, I too have been looking forward to this meeting. I've long admired your esteemed reputation. Once inside the headquarters, after initial pleasantries, a dedicated staff member arrived to escort Lu Yu for a commercial shoot. Although termed an advertisement, it resembled a promotional film with an expected duration of 10 minutes. Akin to a miniature movie, the script revolved around the narrative of a novice trainer facing various setbacks and defeats, who, after utilizing the White Elephant Energy Cube, rises to prominence and eventually becomes a top-tier trainer. The storyline was divided into male and female protagonists, culminating in their final encounter on a grand stage. After the script was explained, Lu Yu finally met the star trainer he would be collaborating with. While the distinction between a star trainer and a renowned trainer is subtle, focusing on their different emphases, star trainers typically refer to those engaged in the performing arts. Nevertheless, to become a top-tier star trainer, prowess remains fundamental. Speaking of which, the somewhat absent-minded trainer Lu Yu previously encountered could be considered a semi-star trainer, as she was merely a quasi-champion-level trainer rather than a full-fledged one. Of course, some powerful and well-known star trainers can indeed be categorized as renowned trainers. Standing before Lu Yu was a strikingly beautiful young woman with delicate features, sparkling eyes filled with vitality, and a tall, youthful figure. Upon seeing her, even Lu Yu could not help but be captivated by her beauty and innocence. Hello, I'm Lin Yuner. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hearing this name, Lu Yu quickly regained his composure, extending his hand and greeting her with a smile. What struck Lu Yu as peculiar was that in his past life, Lin Yuner was also a star with immense popularity across Asia, having originated from the top-tier girl group, Girls' Generation. How was it that in this alternate world, she still existed and had transformed into a star trainer of the National Pokémon League? Astonishingly, she was only 3 years older than Lu Yu, at 21. Honestly, apart from his parents and friends, this was the first time Lu Yu encountered someone from his past life, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. Not to mention, cough. The former Lu Yu had quite admired Lin Yuner, considering her one of his idols. Naturally, he felt quite elated about the opportunity to collaborate with her. Filming proved to be a challenge for someone unaccustomed to acting. Fortunately, Lu Yu only needed to portray his defeats and victories, directing his Pokémon, and ultimately capturing some promotional stills. With Lin Yuner, the star trainer, guiding him, the filming progressed swiftly. Within 3 days, they completed the shooting tasks, and Lu Yu exchanged phone numbers with Lin Yuner, signifying a budding closeness. Before parting ways, Lu Yu took the opportunity to seek Lin Yuner's advice on how a renowned trainer should engage with fans, maintain the right mindset, and whether frequent media interviews were necessary after achieving fame. Their lengthy conversation left Lu Yu with profound insights regarding his current situation. To express his gratitude, Lu Yu treated Lin Yuner to a meal, after which she bid him farewell due to scheduling conflicts. Throughout these days of interaction, Lu Yu could genuinely sense that Lin Yuner was as astute as rumored, exhibiting a remarkable social grace that made one feel as if they were basking in a gentle spring breeze. In truth, Lin Yuner was quite curious about the recent rumors surrounding Lu Yu, and upon their encounter, she discovered his character was refreshingly innocent, seemingly at odds with the heroic figure who saved City Z, almost like the boy next door. After the filming concluded, the White Elephant Energy Cube Company promptly paid Lu Yu a sponsorship fee of 200 million dragon coins. Following this, the effectiveness of the endorsement would dictate whether Lu Yu would continue collaborating with White Elephant and potentially delve into their top-tier energy cube production methods. With this substantial sponsorship fee in hand, Lu Yu promptly transferred 5 million dragon coins to his parents and another 5 million to his sister. It wasn't that he was unwilling to give more. Rather, he had his own plans for the remaining funds. After challenging several gyms, Lu Yu began to formulate his future aspirations. Chapter 40. Future Plans, The Man with Divine Beasts. In fact, even with the substantial 200 million dragon coins acquired, Lu Yu understood that it might not suffice to fulfill his ambitions entirely. During his challenge at the South Lake Gym, Lu Yu had become intrigued by the spacious grounds and the mountains in the gym's backyard. He had contemplated whether he should establish a gym of his own, envisioning a future where he would become a top-tier champion presiding over it. At that point, it seemed reasonable that obtaining his gym badge would grant him entry into the Pokémon League competition. As a man, one's pursuits in life often revolve around wealth, status, fame, power, and beauty. Thus, at times, Lu Yu found himself yearning to assert his position. However, after nearly 2 months of travel and reflection, he conceived a different idea: to seek a coastal location, ideally adjacent to a mountain range, where he could construct a villa dedicated to himself and his Pokémon companions. Before his journey into another realm, Lu Yu possessed nearly 1,000 Pokémon within his gaming apparatus. Although many of these creatures had merely been captured without ever being utilized, they remained his Pokémon. Retrieving all of his Pokémon was one of his primary objectives for this adventure. It is therefore understandable that acquiring a suitable habitat for over 1,000 Pokémon, whether through constructing edifices or securing a parcel of land, would demand an exorbitant investment. Naturally, if he were to locate his Pokémon but they were reluctant to accompany him once more, Lu Yu would not force the issue. However, a proper home for them was still essential. Moreover, Lu Yu had recently captured a colossal Tentacruel, and given its formidable size, a vast expanse of ocean would be required to accommodate such a creature. In light of these considerations, Lu Yu pondered whether it might be more fitting to seek out an island abroad as a sanctuary. Imagine, amidst the boundless ocean, an island unmarred by human intrusion, teeming with all manner of Pokémon, whether swimming in the waters, roaming the land, soaring through the skies, or even the legendary beasts and mythical creatures. All would coexist in harmonious bliss. The island would boast a grand mansion, fully equipped with all necessary living amenities and recreational facilities. To reside in such a place with his Pokémon and future family would surely be a wondrous experience. Undoubtedly, every trainer enamored with Pokémon would be utterly captivated by the notion. However, since he had arrived in the imperial capital, Lu Yu had no intentions of returning directly to Zhejiang province. Instead, he planned to explore the surroundings of the capital before making another visit to the Putuo Gym to obtain the gym badge. Following that, he would continue his journey through Zhejiang province until the commencement of the Pokémon Championship there. It is worth noting that it was late July, and the Pokémon League in the imperial capital was in full swing. With some leisure time on his hands, Lu Yu ventured to the imperial capital sports arena, purchased a ticket, and began to watch the battles among elite trainers. Although referred to as elite trainers, those truly competing in the Pokémon Championship and ranking within the top 100 were, at the very least, gym-level trainers. Even trainers at the Quasi-King level often found themselves stymied at the 32 strong. Lu Yu considered himself fortunate, as he had arrived just in time for the matches determining the top 16, where the competitors exhibited remarkable prowess. Moreover, as Lu Yu had never participated in such a grand event, he was eager to observe the overall strength of trainers within the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, enabling him to better understand both himself and his opponents. Additionally, he sought to familiarize himself with the competition's format and identify any adversaries of particular concern. After a period of observation, Lu Yu noted that the weakest among the 32 was at least at the Quasi-King level. Among them were even several King-level trainers, indicating that to seize victory in the championship, one would need to possess King-level strength. Not to mention, the Imperial Capital Pokémon League encompassed competitions among trainers from the entire Beijing-Tianjin region, and given its location, past annual champions often hailed from this area. Thus, even King-level trainers could not guarantee their triumph in the Imperial Capital Pokémon League Championship. After watching several matches, Lu Yu's pupils dilated in surprise. A trainer accompanied by a formidable Darkrai captured the attention of all present, effortlessly defeating 3 opponents with ease. The Pokémon he faced fell within mere moves. This trainer was known as Dakduo. Seemingly aware of Lu Yu's gaze, Dakduo withdrew Darkrai after the battle and turned towards Lu Yu's position, a slight smile gracing his lips. Clearly, he recognized Lu Yu's identity, for Lu Yu had emerged as the most prominent new trainer within the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League in recent times. It would be difficult not to notice him. However, upon meeting Dakduo's eyes, Lu Yu felt an inexplicable surge of competitive spirit. Perhaps it was instinct, but he sensed that Dakduo was no ordinary opponent, and the desire to battle him was quite palpable. With curiosity piqued, Lu Yu activated his Rotom phone to research Dakduo's name. Upon delving into Baidu Encyclopedia, Lu Yu discovered that he found Dakduo strikingly familiar. Dakduo, a trainer in the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, born in the Imperial capital, aged 25, had previously remained relatively obscure. Recently, he had emerged on the scene, battling with the legendary Pokémon Darkrai in the Imperial Capital Pokémon League, advancing effortlessly to the top 16 and currently hailed as the most promising contender for the championship, a dark horse. Upon reading this information, Lu Yu finally recalled who this individual was. He was the monstrous opponent encountered by Ash during the Sinnoh League semifinals in the Pokémon anime. In that version of the TV series, it was a time when Ash had the greatest chance of clinching the championship. Yet, due to narrative necessity, the writers introduced a formidable adversary in Dakduo, who, after Ash managed to defeat Darkrai with his Lizard King and engaged in a fierce battle with his Pikachu and Latios, barely triumphed over Dakduo's 2 legendary Pokémon. In the finals, Dakduo once again deployed Darkrai, easily dispatching his opponent. Thus, Ash's true strength and standing should have been as the runner-up in the Sinnoh League. With his eyes narrowed, Lu Yu felt as if he had finally found a rival worth battling, igniting his interest for the journey ahead. The championship at the end of the year promised to be quite intriguing. Chapter 41. A Curiosity, the Monster on the Great Wall. If all goes as expected, Dakduo should emerge victorious in the Imperial Capital Pokémon League Championship. Lu Yu's target, of course, was the championship in Zhejiang Province, which would significantly increase the likelihood of a meeting between 2 trainers of evident prowess at the king level. Naturally, given that this so-called championship features participants chosen from various Pokémon leagues, it is assured that none would be weak. Even Lu Yu himself could not confidently claim victory in a 6-on-6 match. After a day of matches, Lu Yu departed the Imperial Capital Sports Arena. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, he observed several trainers hastily bringing their severely injured Pokémon to seek assistance from Nurse Joy. Realizing that something was amiss, Lu Yu's interest was piqued as he overheard the surrounding trainers engaging in conversation. Another trainer who failed to challenge that monster, truly formidable. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes narrowed, his full attention on the trainer who had just spoken. Some bewildered trainers, having overheard the conversation, curiously inquired, "What do you mean? What monster?" In response to the crowd's inquiries, the informed trainer sighed and explained, "Recently, an exceedingly powerful Pokémon has appeared near the Great Wall at Shanhaiguan. Many trainers attempting to capture it have suffered severe defeats, returning with their Pokémon gravely injured. Even several king-level trainers have gone to confront it, yet the monster remains." Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. It is no wonder that so many individuals, fully aware of the likelihood of failure, are still drawn to this challenge, for this is a creature that even elite trainers cannot tame. One can only imagine the sheer strength possessed by this Pokémon. Should fortune smile upon them and they succeed in capturing it, they would ascend to heights unimaginable, becoming champions, perhaps even legends. Human nature is inherently greedy. When presented with an opportunity for sudden wealth, how many would dare to take the risk, even if the chances are exceedingly slim or even non-existent? Aside from those trainers with a realistic understanding of their capabilities, the remainder who venture to confront this formidable beast are, in essence, gamblers. This explains the recent influx of trainers at the Pokémon Center in the Imperial Capital, undeterred by the vast power disparity between themselves and the creature, only to return with their Pokémon gravely injured, hastily seeking Nurse Joy's aid. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that this monster has yet to inflict serious harm, which is why the Pokémon League has refrained from intervening. Had any trainers truly been killed or severely wounded, the League would undoubtedly have acted without hesitation. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yu felt an inexplicable sense of intuition, as though this creature might very well be linked to his own Pokémon. In fact, he had even begun to form preliminary conjectures regarding its identity. Thus, in pursuit of further information, Lu Yu approached the trainer, curiosity etched upon his face. Do you know the true nature of this Pokémon? If you are aware of its appearance, why refer to it as a monster? You could simply tell us what kind of Pokémon it is. Noticing Lu Yu's interest, the surrounding trainers exchanged glances, their disdain evident in their expressions. Unfortunately, I do not know its identity. The reason it is dubbed a monster is that it only appears at night, and even in the pitch darkness. Its true form remains elusive. It is most likely a ground-type Pokémon, as it is quite large. I said, you don't intend to capture it, do you? That is an endeavor even elite trainers have failed to achieve. Youngster, perhaps you should temper your ambitions. With this new information in hand, Lu Yu retrieved his Rotom phone, glanced at the time, and realized it was already past 7 in the evening. He had made up his mind. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude to the trainer who had informed him and then set off toward Shanhaiguan. As Lu Yu vanished from sight, a trainer suddenly remarked, "That person seems familiar. Could he be the renowned champion Lu Yu who protected Z City?" The Pokémon Center fell into a stunned silence. After a long pause, murmurs of disbelief erupted. Impossible. Isn't he from Zhejiang province? How could he be here in the capital? Haven't you seen the latest reports? It seems he has an advertisement to shoot with my goddess, Yuna. I envy him. When will I become a famous trainer? Indeed. It appeared that today he had also been present at the Imperial Capital's Pokémon League, witnessing the Battle of Darkrai. While the trainers at the Pokémon Center were still reeling from the revelation, Lu Yu, guided by his blazing Talonflame, made his way toward the Great Wall near Shanhaiguan. With the map on his Rotom phone, Lu Yu had no worries about losing his way or failing to reach his destination. However, the darkness of night slowed his pace considerably. Were it not for Talonflame's fiery illumination, traversing the wilderness at night would have been quite challenging. In truth, Lu Yu's urgency to reach Shanhaiguan stemmed from his desire to find this Pokémon. The more he learned, the more he felt that the disturbances created by this creature were meant to draw his attention. Yet, had Lu Yu remained in Zhejiang province, it would have taken an uproar of immense proportions for the entire Dragon Country Pokémon League to take notice of it. Contemplating this, Lu Yu felt an acute pang of guilt for the many Pokémon he had left alone in various locations. He truly felt overwhelmed, even his most closely bonded Pokémon. The longer they waited in solitude, the more sorrowful their hearts became. If they were like his fairy-type Pokémon, striving to find him, that would be one thing. But if they were like his Bankisha, languishing in wait for him, the prolonged isolation could drive anyone to madness. Whenever he thought of this, a sense of remorse washed over Lu Yu. Though Talonflame was not large enough for him to ride, he could still grasp its talons and fly alongside it. After an hour's flight, upon arriving at Shanhaiguan, Lu Yu released his Pokémon, the illusionary Mask Meowth, the Scyther, and the Fairy Pokémon. Everyone, please be vigilant of the surrounding Pokémon, especially those of the ground and rock types. It is highly likely that our companions are near. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the illusionary Mask Meowth, Scyther, Fairy Pokémon, and Talonflame all nodded in agreement, fanning out in a sweeping search. However, despite Lu Yu's knowledge of a powerful Pokémon in the vicinity of the Great Wall, after 3 hours of searching and reconvening with his Pokémon, they still had not yielded any results. As the clock struck midnight, just as Lu Yu was about to abandon hope and return to the Pokémon Center, a furious roar erupted from the distance, followed by the sounds of an intense battle. Instantly, Lu Yu's spirits surged. That's the direction. Let us go. Chapter 42, the former ace, Bankisha. So this is the legendary creature of the Great Wall, the so-called monster, revealed to be a quasi-divine Bankisha. How fortunate I am. Upon hearing this sound, Bankisha, who had been searching for its trainer, immediately turned and assumed a defensive stance. Realizing that the individual before him was not the one he sought, Bankisha let out a thunderous roar, attempting to intimidate the intruder. After all, the number of humans seeking to challenge him had increased, and Bankisha felt a tinge of irritation. Thus, he understood precisely why this man had come, to capture him. However, Bankisha could not abide such an idea, for he was a Pokémon with a trainer. Their separation was merely a matter of circumstance. Yet, from another perspective, Bankisha welcomed the challenge from a powerful human trainer. Only through such encounters could he gain the recognition he desired, drawing attention in this vast world. Furthermore, Bankisha firmly believed that his trainer was also tirelessly searching for him. They were both striving toward the same goal, and he was not simply waiting in vain. Consequently, after Bankisha unleashed his roar, the opposing trainer produced a Pokeball, summoning a Latios to the battlefield. Upon witnessing the legendary Pokémon, Bankisha's demeanor shifted. He recognized that this adversary was not akin to the weaklings he had previously dispatched with ease. Therefore, Bankisha unleashed a brilliant orange beam of destruction, aimed squarely at Latios. In response to this assault, Latios, aware of the gravity of the situation, swiftly evaded using its remarkable speed. Following its trainer's command, it released a Dragon Pulse. Unlike wild Pokémon, Bankisha, as a Pokémon with a trainer, possessed an exceptional battle instinct. Recognizing that the beam of destruction would not hit its target, he quickly redirected his attack, aiming it at the incoming Dragon Pulse, resulting in a standoff where neither side gained the upper hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Latios's trainer's expression shifted from worry to delight as he exclaimed, "Impressive. You managed to withstand my Latios's attack. My desire to capture you intensifies." Latios unleashed Dragon Rush. In the next instant, Latios was enveloped in azure draconic energy, charging forth like a colossal dragon, crashing fiercely into Banjira. Initially intending to evade, Banjira was hindered by the lingering effects of his previous attack, ultimately bracing himself to absorb the full force of Latios's onslaught. How intriguing. You have yet to succumb. You must be one of the strongest wild Pokémon I have encountered. However, it is futile. You are facing a legendary Pokémon. Submit and become my companion. Latios, now poised to execute Dragon Pulse, prepared for the next move. However, as Banjira hoped to attract the attention of his trainer through the presence of powerful trainers drawn to his semi-legendary status, he faced a perilous drawback. The interest of formidable trainers in such a powerful near-legendary Pokémon could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, Banjira could attract his trainer to reunite with him. But if he were to falter in battle and be forcibly captured by someone, he would likely never see his original trainer again. As Latios unleashed another draconic attack, Banjira harnessed his own strength, summoning a barrage of sharp rocks that surged towards Latios. Seizing the opportunity, Banjira concentrated a wave of dark energy amidst the flying debris, successfully striking Latios, who cried out in agony and plummeted from the sky. The Dark-type assault proved exceptionally effective against the Psychic-type Latios. Despite being a legendary Pokémon, Latios faced the courage of Banjira, a formidable near-legendary in his own right. As long as Banjira was not up against an invincible first-tier deity, he possessed the audacity to challenge his opponent. Moreover, while second-tier deities are indeed powerful, they are not immune to defeat by ordinary Pokémon, unlike those untouchable first-tier deities. Even within cinematic portrayals, the sea god Lugia was ultimately overpowered by the combined might of the three legendary birds, Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos. Additionally, prior to reuniting with his trainer, Banjira would confront anyone who dared to obstruct their reunion, even if it meant facing the creator itself. With a thunderous roar that echoed across the battlefield, Banjira's tenacity began to wear down the patience of the opposing trainer. Such resilience. However, since fate has placed you in my path, I will claim you for myself. Come forth, Darkrai. As the trainer released another Pokeball, the two legendary Pokémon swiftly surrounded Banjira, ready to subdue him. If Luyu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this trainer as Dark Duo, the legendary Pokémon master he had seen earlier in the Imperial City Gym. Yet, Dark Duo's tactics were shameless, capturing Pokémon by overwhelming them with numbers, and to make matters worse, they were all legendary creatures. Faced with the assault of Darkrai and Latios, even Banjira, despite his strength, stood little chance of withstanding their combined might. 10 minutes later, Banjira lay battered and breathless, clearly drained of energy, yet a profound determination within him kept him from collapsing. With another fierce roar, even Dark Duo was moved by Banjira's unwavering spirit. What is it with you? Are you truly so unwilling to become my Pokémon? Look at the caliber of those who follow me. Darkrai, a legendary, Latios, another legendary. You should consider yourself fortunate to encounter a trainer as exceptional as I. Despite Dark Duo's coaxing, Banjira remained resolute, knowing he must wait for his trainer's return. This was a promise made by a Pokémon to its trainer, one that would only be broken if the trainer chose to abandon him. Reflecting on his time with his trainer, a smile unconsciously spread across Banjira's face. He had once been just a Gibble, captured by his trainer, embarking on adventures, leveling up, challenging gyms, and ultimately standing at the pinnacle of strength together. When he was injured, his trainer would promptly provide him with healing, and even in the face of death, he would swiftly recover at the Pokémon Center, ultimately achieving victory in the championship. Throughout their journey, Banjira had always been his trainer's ace Pokémon. How could he possibly fall here? The bond he shared with Luyu would not waver simply because his opponent was a master of legendary Pokémon. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. Fairy Pokémon, unleash the full power of your dazzling magic against Darkrai. Chapter 43, The Bond and the Pact with Dark Duo. In a frantic rush, Luyu finally arrived just in the nick of time. In truth, the moment he heard that beastly roar, He recognized the true identity of the colossal creature. It was none other than his ace from Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, Bangira. Although Lu Yu possessed more than one Bangira, his fondness for such a striking and powerful Pokémon was undeniable, making it quite normal to train several. Thus, how could he not recognize the voice of Bangira? Consequently, upon confirming Bangira's identity, he hastened to the scene. Yet, upon arrival, he was infuriated to see Dark Duo's underhanded tactics, unleashing two legendary Pokémon upon his Bangira. He could no longer contain his rage. Instantly, he commanded his fairy Pokémon to launch an attack against Darkrai. In the next instant, a brilliant pink fairy-type energy coalesced into a comet-like beam, striking Darkrai directly. Dark-type Pokémon, inherently weak against fairy-type moves, could not withstand the assault from a fully evolved, shiny fairy Pokémon. With a resounding explosion, Darkrai let out a pained wail, sent hurtling backward and unable to rise for some time. The sudden turn of events and the assault on his trainer caused Dark Duo's expression to darken. He recognized the newcomer. It could be said that any trainer from the Dragon Country Pokémon Alliance had likely heard of Lu Yu's name during this period. The youngest renowned trainer had garnered quite a bit of interest. Yet, Lu Yu's actions today soured Dark Duo's impression of him significantly. Lu Yu, what exactly are you playing at? Dark Duo's voice was low and menacing as he grasped another Pokeball, clearly contemplating a direct confrontation with Lu Yu. His gaze fixated on Lu Yu, for despite Lu Yu's recent fame, Dark Duo felt no trepidation. Unless Lu Yu could provide a satisfactory explanation, they were on the verge of a full-blown battle. Upon hearing Dark Duo's words, Lu Yu paid him no mind, instead rushing to Bangira's side. Observing his battered form, sorrow and guilt flickered in his eyes. I'm sorry for arriving late, Bangira. You've endured so much. As Lu Yu spoke, a smile finally broke across Bangira's face, grinning broadly like a child weighing 500 pounds. Observing the interaction between Lu Yu and Bangira, Dakdu found himself momentarily dumbfounded. At this point, if he failed to discern the underlying implications, he might as well relinquish his role as a divine beast envoy. Do you know each other? Upon hearing Dakdu's inquiry, Lu Yu patted Bangira's shoulder and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this Bangira is my Pokémon. We were separated due to certain circumstances, and I have only just found him now. With that, Lu Yu retrieved some healing ointment from his backpack to tend to Bangira's wounds and produced specialized energy cubes to restore Bangira's stamina. After a while, once Bangira's injuries were properly treated, Lu Yu released all his Pokémon, except for the gigantic Tentacruel, allowing them to recognize Bangira. In truth, these Pokémon had known one another since their time in the original game, having grown and embarked on adventures together. Now, with the return of the strongest leader from their original team, Pokémon like Gyarados, Mismagius, Scyther, and Talonflame were overjoyed. Pokémon, Bangira. Level, LV82. Ability, Sandstream. Types, Rock and Dark. Strength, Champion level. Skills, Dark Pulse, Bite, Earthquake, Sandstorm, Hyper Beam, Stone Edge, Dragon Dance. Affection, 255. The return of Bangira elevated Lu Yu's strength significantly. He now possessed 7 Pokémon, 1 at the Master level, 2 at the Champion level, 3 at the Elite level, and 1 at the Quasi-Elite level. Moreover, thanks to Talonflame's ability, Flame Body, the Pokémon egg Lu Yu had obtained during the tournament was on the verge of hatching. At this point, he could confidently be regarded as half a champion. In fact, considering the presence of his Fairy-type Pokémon, Lu Yu's chances of victory against a true half-champion were estimated to be around 90%. So, this Bangira is your Pokémon? Dakdu initially intended to seek retribution for his own Darkrai, questioning Lu Yu about his sudden attack. However, upon learning that the Bangira he wished to capture belonged to Lu Yu, he lost some of his bravado. After all, it was he who had previously inflicted injuries upon Lu Yu's Bangira, and Darkrai's actions were merely a means of alleviating Lu Yu's grievances. Dakdu had harbored some doubts. Considering Lu Yu hailed from Zhejiang province and had only recently embarked on his journey, how could he possess such a formidable Bangira in the capital? It wasn't until Lu Yu withdrew Bangira's Pokeball to recall it that Dakdu finally understood. Dakdu, while ignorance may be an excuse, you have wounded my Bangira today. And to do so while employing 2 divine beasts is somewhat excessive, wouldn't you agree? As these words left Lu Yu's lips, Dakdu's expression turned serious. Lu Yu continued. Therefore, let us vie for the championship at the Imperial City Pokémon League. We shall settle our score in the grand finals. Witnessing Lu Yu's unwavering confidence, which suggested he was poised to seize the championship of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, Dakdu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, he had been in the field longer than Lu Yu, making him a senior in experience, and he was at least a top-tier elite-level trainer. To be addressed in such a manner by a junior was disconcerting, especially for a divine beast envoy. There were so few of them in the entire Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. Yet, upon witnessing the brilliance of Lu Yu's fairy-type Pokémon and the might of Banjara, Dakdu began to feel that Lu Yu's confidence was indeed warranted. Thus, somewhat inexplicably, he nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of delight at encountering a worthy adversary, ultimately leading Dakdu to accept Lu Yu's challenge. Very well, then. Until we meet at the championship, do ensure that you secure the Zhujiang title. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to mock you. The conflict concluded in such a manner, which, in truth, was quite satisfactory. Perhaps, in the future, as they battled, they might come to appreciate one another and even become friends. Of course, this was contingent upon both Lu Yu and Dakdu possessing enough strength to earn each other's respect. Otherwise, the discussion was moot. Chapter 44. Exceeding Expectations, Top-Tier Energy Cubes. After reuniting with Banjira, Lu Yu felt that his journey in the capital was drawing to a close. He intended to first secure the championship of the Zhujiang Province Pokémon League before returning to continue his search for Pokémon in the Beijing-Tianjin region. After all, according to Lu Yu's plan, he aimed to traverse the entire nation. Only by doing so could he maximize his efforts to retrieve all of his Pokémon. Of course, there was a shortcut. Once his psychic abilities reached the level of Nazi or even surpassed it, he would likely be able to scour the earth in no time. The following day, just as Lu Yu was preparing to return to Zhujiang Province, his Rotom phone rang. Upon picking it up, he was surprised to find that the caller was the president of the White Elephant Company. Although astonished that a company president would personally call him, Lu Yu answered nonetheless. As soon as the call connected, he heard the delighted voice of the president. Lu Yu, you've truly struck gold this time. With you and Yune as our two major popular trainers endorsing our product, the energy cubes we launched are flying off the shelves. Our previous production levels have been woefully insufficient, and the factory workers are working in 3 shifts, yet we are still facing severe shortages. Last year, White Elephant ranked 3rd in the entire Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League market share, but within just a few days of this quarter, we've soared to 1st place. Partnering with you has been a stroke of genius. Listening to the president's enthusiastic monologue, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. His agreement to the endorsement was primarily motivated by financial gain and the coveted production methods for the top-tier energy cubes. He sought merely a reference and had no intention of leaking these trade secrets to others. At most, he would use them for his own Pokémon. Thus, when the president of White Elephant proactively reached out to him, Lu Yu seized the opportunity to articulate his request. Only when the president was enjoying a surge in performance and market share, thanks in part to Lu Yu, would it be plausible for Lu Yu to put forth this demand. After some pleasantries, when the president expressed his desire to continue their partnership next year and promised an increase in Lu Yu's endorsement fee, Lu Yu's responses became somewhat evasive. In simpler terms, he engaged in a bit of back and forth, neither explicitly agreeing nor refusing. As a businessman, the president of White Elephant quickly sensed Lu Yu's underlying intentions. When an endorser exhibits such behavior, it often indicates dissatisfaction with their previous compensation or a desire for higher fees or more challenging demands. Thus, when the president fell silent upon hearing Lu Yu's request for a few top-tier energy cube production methods, he was momentarily taken aback. To be candid, top-tier energy cubes were not easily obtainable. Even as the premier energy cube manufacturing company within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, they held few production methods, and these were considered commercial secrets. Even a Pokémon breeding master would not dare claim to possess the ability to produce a multitude of top-tier energy cubes. Consequently, granting Lu Yu such access was utterly unrealistic. However, upon reflecting on the immense profits that Lu Yu had previously brought to the company, the president of Baixiang found himself in a quandary. Let us proceed this way. I shall exclusively endorse Baixiang for the energy cubes, and I will formalize this through a contract with your esteemed company, ensuring that I will not disclose the production methods of these premier energy cubes, using them solely for personal purposes. Should I breach this agreement and divulge any confidential information, you shall have the right to seek compensation as stipulated in the contract. Once Lu Yu articulated these terms, coupled with the recent fervor and sales generated by Baixiang's energy cubes, the president of Baixiang pondered deeply. A trainer who has only debuted for 2 months yet possesses such remarkable prowess is undoubtedly worth cultivating a good relationship with. Who knows, in the future, should Baixiang's energy cube company encounter a crisis, they may need to rely on Lu Yu for a resolution. With this thought in mind, the president of Baixiang ultimately acquiesced to Lu Yu's proposal, Providing a few production methods for the premier energy cubes was not only a strategic move for the future of the company, but also an investment in the promising future of Lu Yu. Simultaneously, online, the advertisement featuring Lu Yu and Lin Yuner ignited a frenzy throughout the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance, and indeed across East Asia and South Asia. Lin Yuner, being a highly renowned star trainer with formidable strength and a status akin to that of a champion, holds considerable influence throughout Asia. Meanwhile, Lu Yu has recently emerged as a celebrated trainer, hailed as the most talented newcomer from the Dragon Kingdom. His performances in recent times have surpassed even those of Sharona during her debut, prompting many of Lu Yu's fans to proclaim that he possesses the qualifications to become one of the 4 Heavenly Kings and even the overall champion in the future. It is undeniable that, at times, the adoration of fans can be a delightful burden. However, due to prior events, the populace and trainers from Zhejiang Province, Lu Yu's hometown, harbored unwavering belief in him, especially those from Z City whom Lu Yu had rescued. They revered him almost as a deity. Consequently, there was little negative commentary regarding Lu Yu online, with most skepticism directed towards his astonishing strength and curiosity regarding how he could attain such formidable abilities in merely 2 months. The formidable Toxapex also contributed significantly to Lu Yu's rising popularity, especially following his confrontation with Team Rocket, which caught the attention of trainers across Asia. Many peace-loving trainers, who abhorred nefarious organizations, developed a profound admiration for Lu Yu. Thus, this endorsement and advertisement proved exceedingly successful. Upon acquiring 3 production methods for the premier energy cubes, designed to enhance physical attack, special attack, and stamina, Lu Yu departed from the capital. Before leaving, Lin Yuner called, expressing her desire to celebrate their successful endorsement together. Upon seeing Lin Yuner once more, Lu Yu was still captivated by her timeless beauty that remained at its peak. Their previous collaboration fostered a cordial relationship, and given that both were striking individuals with impressive capabilities, their bond naturally deepened. This was precisely why Lu Yu was inclined to accept Lin Yuner's invitation, as he typically preferred solitude and had no friends. During their casual conversation, Lu Yu learned that Lin Yuner hailed from the Black Province and was set to compete in the Pokémon League next month, where she was likely to achieve commendable results. He preemptively wished her success in securing the championship, envisioning a potential encounter in the finals. Although there was a flicker of romantic interest, their relationship had not yet reached that stage. It was something that could wait. The more they interacted, the more they could explore this possibility. Furthermore, Lu Yu, being a prominent figure, would likely attract the attention of numerous internet celebrities should he decide to seek a romantic partner. Chapter 45. Return to Putuo, Lu Yu vs. Lu Ying. After purchasing a plane ticket and returning to Zhejiang Province, Lu Yu estimated that the time was ripe and mounted his Toxapex once again, heading towards Z City. Acquiring the gym badges was imperative, for although only 4 badges were required to participate in the Pokémon League, Lu Yu's ambitions extended beyond merely competing. Collecting gym badges during his journey was, in itself, a source of enjoyment. Not to mention, Lu Yu was inherently a collector at heart. Otherwise, he would not have aspired to complete the Pokédex in his past life. This reminded him of a friend from his earlier Pokémon gaming days who, in pursuit of a complete Pokédex, but too lazy to catch each Pokémon individually, had brought their Switch to Lu Yu and operated 2 consoles simultaneously, trading all the Pokémon they lacked. Lu Yu had playfully chided him, questioning the essence of such gaming. Upon arriving in Z City once more, Lu Yu intentionally evaded his fans and the public. Wearing a cap and sunglasses, he checked into a 7-star luxury hotel, now possessing several 100 million dragon coins. Lu Yu was unconcerned about such trivial expenses. Moreover, the superior service at luxury hotels made them less prone to fan encounters, and he had come to understand that fame often magnifies one's privacy issues, with reporters and fans amplifying every detail, creating considerable psychological pressure. Only such elite hotels could adequately safeguard a guest's privacy, which elucidated why many celebrities and top trainers favored luxury accommodations. Therefore, Lu Yu planned that once he had captured more Pokémon, if some were disinclined towards battle, he could temporarily leave them at home under his parents' care. This would also serve to protect his parents' safety, especially since he had gifted his sister, Lu Yan, a wild Milotic with the prowess of a quasi-champion. After a period, the Putuo gym finally reopened, prompting Lu Yu to visit the following day. Recognizing Lu Yu's identity, the gym receptionist did not require authentication and directly escorted him to the competition arena, informing the gym leader, Lu Ying, in advance. After taking a picture together, their gym battle commenced. Notably, Lu Yu's previous heroic deeds in rescuing Z City had significantly elevated his favorability among the citizens. So when word spread of his return to Z City for a gym battle, many trainers and citizens spontaneously gathered outside the gym to witness Lu Yu's prowess. Unable to refuse their warmth, the Putuwa gym was entirely opened, transforming its walls into a vast open-air battling stage. Do not underestimate the high technology of the Pokémon World. The gym of Mr. Shindai, with its 3 sacred pillars, boasts a battling pyramid that can even soar into the skies. As the Putuwa gym fully opened, the throngs of spectators outside were enough to astonish Lu Yu. A sea of people surrounded him, all chanting his name. Lu Yu, Lu Yu, Lu Yu. Hearing their cheers, gym leader Lu Ying beamed, exclaiming, Lu Yu, look at all these people who have come to express their gratitude. Regardless of the outcome, I shall unleash my utmost strength in today's gym battle. Let us ignite the stage, Charm. True respect between trainers is demonstrated through the full exertion of one's abilities, and thus, as Charm, now at the threshold of the champion level, made its entrance. Lu Yu's Pokémon naturally followed suit. Thus, let us champion the spirit of defiance and announce your return to the world, Banjira. In the next moment, as a colossal beast, towering approximately 5 meters in height, made its entrance, the entire battlefield trembled, igniting the audience's fervor. Indeed, Lu Yu remains the same Lu Yu. His performance never fails to astonish. The mere presence of this gigantic Banjira conveys its terrifying strength. Simultaneously, upon Banjira's emergence, the weather shifted to a sandstorm, steadily depleting the opponent's stamina with each passing moment. Master Lu Ying, this creature is one of my trump cards. Be cautious, Banjira, unleash earthquake. Following Lu Yu's command, Banjira let out a thunderous roar and stomped the ground, causing waves of ground energy to surge forth from beneath the earth. In response to Banjira's assault, Lu Ying promptly directed Charm. Charm leaped to evade the earthquake attack, then spring onto Banjira to execute Rock Smash. As a fighting-type move, it holds a quadruple advantage against the Rock and Dark-type Banjira, even in the face of level and strength disparities. However, in battles of opposing types, once the targeted skills accumulate, even the most resilient Banjira cannot withstand the onslaught. Yet, would Lu Yu grant Charm the opportunity to land a successful hit? Clearly, that was an impossibility. Just as Charm was about to strike Banjira, the massive creature suddenly sidestepped to the left, while a disconcerting energy began to coalesce around its right claw. Shadow Claw engaged in an instant. With a resounding crash, Charm was sent flying by a single blow from Banjira, akin to a cannonball, ultimately crashing into the ground, its eyes swirling with disorientation. With that one move, Charm was decisively defeated. Charm has lost its fighting capability, and Banjira emerges victorious. Master Lu Ying, please send forth your next Pokémon. Upon hearing the referee's words and witnessing the Guardian of Cities falter in just one round under Lu Yu's command, the crowd did not feel disheartened. Rather, their excitement intensified. After all, it was Lu Yu who had thwarted the previous cataclysmic threat. Thus, the stronger Lu Yu became, the more they resonated with his triumph. The disparity is indeed monumental. It evokes memories of my earlier journey, when I first ventured to challenge gyms, experiencing similar disheartening defeats. Indeed, having occupied the position of a gym leader for too long, I had somewhat neglected routine training. With a sigh, it seemed Lu Ying had rediscovered her aspirations, promptly sending forth her second Pokémon. This time, the challenger was a Machamp. Its strength at the champion level also represented Lu Ying's strongest Pokémon. In the previous battle against the Tentacruel, Machamp had showcased remarkable prowess, hence Lu Yu recognized it. Chapter 46, The Badge in Hand, The Boiling Sea Water. When Machamp appeared on the battlefield and realized its opponent was Lu Yu, it cast a curious glance at its trainer. Upon receiving an encouraging nod from Lu Ying, Machamp grew eager for the challenge. Fighting against a formidable foe is the innate nature of many battle-hungry Pokémon, and the greatest joy in their training lies in this pursuit. Pokémon with such characteristics often ascend to greater heights. Machamp charged forth with Cross Chop and Rock Smash. As a fighting-type Pokémon, its greatest advantage lies in its forearms. After extensive training, Machamp can unleash different moves simultaneously with each limb. This is akin to confronting attacks from 4 directions, facing the assault of 2 Pokémon alone. In the next moment, as Machamp surged forward, Lu Yu issued his command. Banjira, use Rock Slide. Rock Slide, a rock-type move, summoned waves of rock energy under Banjira's command. And soon, several massive boulders appeared out of thin air, hurtling toward Machamp. Realizing evasion was futile, Lu Ying had no choice but to alter her strategy. instructing Macamp to shatter the falling rocks before confronting Banjira. This, of course, fell right into Lu Yu's scheme. Banjira, now is your chance. Charge in and execute Iron Tail. Following Lu Yu's command, Banjira lunged forth like a prehistoric behemoth, taking advantage of Machamp's focus on the falling rocks to deliver a devastating tail whip. The immense force shattered the rocks and sent Macamp soaring, while the previously descending boulders crumbled to pieces. Witnessing Macamp being launched into the air, a smile involuntarily spread across Lu Yu's face as he continued to command Banjira. Now, unleash Destruction Beam. As Banjira began to coalesce a powerful orange-yellow energy beam. The outcome of this battle became all but predetermined. The disparity in strength, one at the champion level, the other at the initial stage of the elite level, formed a barrier that was not easily surmountable. For Lu Yu, today's match was merely an opportunity to enhance his synergy with Banjira. The nature of the opponent was irrelevant to the Pokémon he deployed. Were it otherwise, facing an elite-level opponent would necessitate summoning his quasi-champion-level Talonflame. With more powerful Pokémon and guaranteed victory at hand, why would he subject himself to an unnecessary defeat? Even if Lu Yu believed that Talonflame would not falter against Charm. As the dust settled, Machamp's eyes became spiraled, signifying its complete loss of combatability. With Macamp incapacitated, Banjira emerged victorious, thus declaring Lu Yu as the winner of this gym challenge. As the referee announced the result, the crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers. They had no other demands. They merely wished to witness the man who had once saved them. Ah, you truly are formidable. In just over half a month, your strength has seen tremendous growth. Now, in your presence, I cannot even endure for 10 minutes. Observing Lu Ying's reflection, Lu Yu merely smiled. His prowess cannot be measured by conventional standards. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, encountering former Pokémon, or if he faced a level 100 entity, then with such combatants. It is likely no one in this world could rival Lu Yu, unless, of course, the opponent possessed a divine beast. However, while it is true that Lu Yu's advantage stems from past game data, to be candid, the number of Pokémon he possesses at level 100 is not substantial. It amounts to merely a few dozen regularly utilized Pokémon, most of which were leveled up specifically for battles against foreign challengers. After all, when competing against international opponents, both parties' Pokémon levels are automatically adjusted to 50, hence he typically levels them to 70 or 80, which suffices. Here, this is your proof of victory over the Putois Gym, the Putois Badge. Accepting the emblem, which signifies fighting-type attributes yet bears the visage of Guanyin, from Lu Ying's hand. Lu Yu smiled knowingly and solemnly placed it into his badge case. The third badge acquired. Subsequently, after being drawn into conversation with the citizens of City Z by Lu Ying for a while, he excused himself, citing the need to continue his travels in preparation for the Zhejiang Provincial Pokémon League. Before departing, the citizens of City Z expressed their intention to support Lu Yu from their homes or at the venue when the time came. As Lu Yu rode away on the colossal stinging jellyfish, he couldn't help but gently pat its head. The creature, with its immense size, found it challenging to join Lu Yu and the others whenever he released the spirits, evoking a sense of pity. Yet, as one of the ocean spirits, the stinging jellyfish yearned for life in the sea. Over time, Lu Yu began to feel that capturing the giant stinging jellyfish was perhaps an unfortunate event for it. Just as he contemplated the jellyfish's fate, the once tranquil surface of the sea suddenly erupted into chaos. With numerous spirits lying on the water, their eyes rolled back, resembling something akin to being boiled alive, a shocking sight indeed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Yu promptly instructed the giant stinging jellyfish to steer clear of the area. Why was the seawater bubbling? Could it be an underwater volcanic eruption, causing an influx of magma that boiled the surrounding waters? Was this the reason the spirits had no chance to escape, resulting in their current state? To be frank, it was Lu Yu's first encounter witnessing such a multitude of spirits succumbing to their demise. It was evident that once subjected to such high temperatures, there was no hope of recovery. A rough estimate suggested that at least 1,000 spirits had met this fate in the area, most of whom were of lesser strength. Otherwise, if they were the dominant spirits of the wild, their reactions to such peril would have undoubtedly been swifter, enabling them to evade danger. Thus, Lu Yu retrieved his phone to examine the sea region he was in. He found himself situated between Z City and N City, near the estuary of the East China Sea. Normally, few trainers would venture alone on the ocean, so the surrounding waters were devoid of any presence. Out of curiosity, Lu Yu found himself intrigued by the unfolding events. If it were indeed magma, that would be one thing, but if not, could it possibly be the result of some spirit's disturbance? The boiling of seawater was not something an ordinary spirit could achieve. Chapter 47. The Arrival of the Divine Beast. The Orb of Calamity. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance in the Imperial capital, an alarm suddenly blared. Alert! Alert! Upon hearing the sound, the staff within the Alliance swiftly reacted, magnifying a map of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, revealing a red energy point gradually intensifying in the easternmost waters. It appeared as though something was on the verge of awakening. Before long, the reigning champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, Cynthia, arrived on the scene. Gazing at the red dot on the large screen, her beautiful visage slightly furrowed as she spoke in a serious tone. Is it that entity? Upon hearing Cynthia's inquiry, a staff member promptly responded, Indeed, it seems to be one of those four entities. This calamity's power can only be wielded by them. Moreover, it is highly probable that it is the Orb of Calamity among the four great disaster beasts. It is widely known that throughout the various generations of Pokémon, there exist several legendary creatures that form a cohesive whole. For instance, the three legendary birds of the first generation, Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres, the three legendary beasts of the second generation, and the later trio of Pillars, among others. In the Pokémon Scarlet and Violet version, there exists a similar group. Manifestations of ancient relics, Jian, Yu, Ding, and Jian, imbued with formidable calamity powers, known as the four great disaster beasts, or the four dreaded beasts. According to legend, in ancient times, the king of Paldea had a profound affinity for treasures and dispatched individuals to the eastern continent to procure four artifacts embodying vengeful spirits and negative emotions, Jian, Yu, Ding, and Jian. Consequently, the very next day, the kingdom vanished from the annals of history. The instigators of this catastrophe were these four calamity beasts. In the current world where Pokémon and reality intertwine, the legends of the four great disaster beasts persist. Since ancient times, they have been etched in the hearts of every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, akin to the four dreaded beasts. It is said that during ancient times, the four disaster beasts wreaked havoc upon the world, only to be sealed away by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, who led deities like the Sky God to confine them across various locations. None knew their whereabouts. However, as the sealing powers gradually dissipate, the four calamity beasts are set to descend once more, leaving one to ponder the extent of the destruction they may unleash upon the world. Upon confirming the news, Cynthia sighed and immediately issued commands. She instructed the guardians of the Pokémon Alliance in the Eastern War Zone to prepare, declaring, I shall personally intervene. This time, we must eradicate this threat once and for all. At that moment, in the East China Sea, Lu Yu curiously surveyed the waters ahead. Having released all his spirits, except for the water-fearing Banjira, he stood atop the head of the giant stinging jellyfish, flanked by the vigilant fierce arrow eagle and scyther in the air, with the fairy type and the mystical mask Meow guarding his sides. Gyarados swam below, and all six of his companions bore expressions of tension as they gazed anxiously ahead. After a brief period of boiling waters, an unexpected transformation occurred. The once tumultuous sea fell into silence, as if the previous temperature had been an illusion. Soon, an altar began to rise from the depths, emerging above the sea's surface. Had it not been for the supernatural abilities at play, Lu Yu would have doubted the reality of what he had just witnessed. Curiously testing the temperature of the water ahead, he discovered it was indeed cooling down. With that, Lu Yu, along with his spirits, continued towards the altar. Upon seeing the altar radiating a blue light and the 8 chains binding it, Lu Yu had a strong suspicion regarding the nature of the spirit it contained. Most likely, it was one of the four great disaster beasts, considering he had only recently played Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, so the details were still fresh in his mind. However, he couldn't precisely recall which of the four it was, as he hadn't paid much attention to the altar's color at the time. Yet, as the altar appeared, a new question arose before Lu Yu. If the entity sealed within the altar was indeed one of the four great disaster beasts, then according to the premise that Lu Yu had traversed the game's data, this creature should also belong to him. If that were the case, why were the four great disaster beasts still in a sealed state in this world? The more he pondered, the more perplexed Lu Yu became, leading him to take out his Rotom phone to research the four great disaster beasts. According to the search engine's findings, the four great disaster beasts were said to have emerged in ancient times, having absorbed the negative emotions of humans and Pokémon to manifest as spirits that plagued the world. Ultimately, they were sealed away by the Emperor Xianyuan, disappearing from the mortal realm. Reading this legendary tale only deepened Lu Yu's confusion. As he approached and placed his hand upon the altar, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The moment Lu Yu made contact with the altar, A brilliant blue light illuminated the entire sky. Subsequently, the 8 chains, seals, began to retract slowly, vanishing from Lu Yu's view. In the next moment, the altar was unveiled, and a gem abruptly appeared atop it. This was the Orb of Calamity. Gradually, the Orb of Calamity began to morph into a red and yellow fish. What else could it be but the ancient fish? The ancient jade fish, transformed from the Orb of Calamity, is adorned with 2 pieces of green-white jade around its eyes, resembling eyelids. It possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate flames reaching 3,000 degrees, reveling in the melting of rocks and gravel to create seas of lava in which it swims. Upon the emergence of the ancient jade fish, the once tranquil surface of the sea was once again stirred into tumult. Even with Lu Yu and his fairy companion by its side, the creature showed no sign of reaction, merely casting a cold glance at Lu Yu before unleashing a formidable skill. Catastrophe, a signature ability of the 4 great calamities, has the power to invoke devastating disasters. Regardless of one's strength, being struck by it would cause a halving of the opponent's vitality. As this skill surged towards Lu Yu, his fairy companion immediately intervened, releasing a radiant surge of fairy-type energy that countered the ancient jade fish's catastrophic strike. Only after the fairy's attack subsided did Lu Yu regain his composure. Initially, he had presumed that the ancient jade fish was indeed his own fairy, hence he had not prepared any defensive measures. However, based on historical legends and the creature's behavior, Lu Yu began to suspect that it might not belong to him after all. After all, if it were truly his fairy, how could it have existed in this world for thousands of years while he had only been here for 2 months? Chapter 48. Lu Yu vs. Ancient Jade Fish. Capture. If a battle is to be fought, then let us engage until the end. To speak candidly, the newly introduced Pokémon in the Scarlet and Violet versions are overwhelmingly of the dark type. All 4 of the great calamities possess this attribute. Yet, for players of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, referencing their ancient legends, such as the 4 malevolent beasts and the divine beasts transformed from bamboo slips and jade, provides a sense of familiarity. Perhaps this is why the 4 great calamities were sealed within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. Furthermore, although Lu Yu had acquired a fairy companion at maximum level, he had yet to engage in combat with any of those divine beasts. Despite having some minor skirmishes with Darkrai previously, the outcome had remained undecided, leaving Lu Yu uncertain of the true combat capabilities of these secondary divine beings. Today, however, he intended to put that to the test. The fairy companion leaped onto the back of the Gyarados, showcasing its might with a dazzling display of magic. The fairy-type skills inherently counter the dark attribute, and though the battle was still set amidst the ocean, the ancient jade fish had just appeared, leaving insufficient rocks and gravel to transform into a sea of lava. Thus, the ocean remained in its original form, as if the searing temperatures that had previously caused the demise of thousands of fairies had been absorbed by the altar, lifting the seal. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, the fairy companion released a charming cry, and a surge of radiant pink fairy energy flourished forth. Just as it was about to strike the ancient jade fish, the creature exhibited remarkable vigilance, diving into the depths of the sea to evade the attack. Subsequently, it leaped from behind the fairy companion, unleashing a fierce torrent of flames. Witnessing this, Lu Yu, having sensed the impending danger, swiftly employed his psychic abilities. Within his mind, he commanded the fairy companion to erect a light wall for defense and to counterattack. Consequently, without the ability to hear Lu Yu's voice, the ancient jade fish could not anticipate the fairy companion's assault, thus making it less likely to evade the incoming strike. However, being in the ocean posed a disadvantage for the ancient jade fish, which thrived in a sea of lava. The aquatic environment inflicted continuous damage upon this fire-type creature. While it could temporarily disregard this detriment due to its divine nature, the constraints imposed by Lu Yu prevented it from transforming the environment to its advantage. As such, in this battle, the damage inflicted upon the ancient jade fish far surpassed that endured by the fairy companion. Divine beasts, it seems, are not invincible. Though merely a secondary deity, an ordinary fairy with exceptional potential still holds a significant chance of vanquishing it. Observing the ancient jade fish, now in a state of disadvantage and exuding an aura of impotent rage, Lu Yu pondered this notion. No wonder Ash's Charizard could defeat Darkrai, and Pikachu could contend with Regice and Latios. Even Charizard could triumph over Articuno. I surmised that, with the prowess of those master-level trainers, facing a secondary deity devoid of divine office would yield a substantial probability of victory. Although champions and Elite Four members also possess a chance of triumph, their odds are comparatively lower. The distinction of being devoid of divine office is crucial, as secondary deities imbued with divine authority possess overwhelmingly formidable strength. Just as the three legendary birds ultimately defeated the sea god Lugia in the cinematic adaptations. Thus, the presence of divine office creates a dichotomy of concepts. However, when it comes to first-level deities, mere numbers are insufficient to confront them, let alone those endowed with divine office. Generally, divine beasts with divine office cannot be claimed as human companions to gain the full recognition and allegiance of a first-level deity. One must either emulate the hero that resonates with them, akin to the black and white dragons, or engage them in battle utilizing other divine beasts. Have we not witnessed the cataclysmic power displayed by first-level deities in various cinematic adaptations? In such contexts, the existence of an elite four member is akin to that of mere insects. Having grasped this understanding, Lu Yu's fighting spirit blazed with renewed vigor. For the confidence gained from vanquishing a divine beast is incomparable to the triumphs of any ordinary gym battle. Furthermore, having made an agreement with Darkrai to compete in the championship, Lu Yu could not afford to lag behind, especially with his opponent being a divine beast. It was imperative to possess at least one divine beast by his side. Hence, the ancient jade fish before him became an ideal target for capture. Yet, the longer the battle persisted, the more peculiar Lu Yu found the situation. His psychic abilities also revealed an anomaly. Whenever the fairy companion's skill successfully struck the ancient jade fish, wisps of black mist would emanate from it, gradually dissipating. Simultaneously, the creature's gaze grew increasingly lucid, no longer reflecting its former savage demeanor, as if it were regaining its original consciousness. The fairy companion prepared to deliver the final blow, unleashing its ultimate move, the Hyper Voice. Though typically a normal-type move, due to the fairy companion's ability, Pixelate, this skill transformed into a fairy-type attack, slightly amplifying its power. This move could bypass substitutes, striking directly at the core. Lu Yu recalled the frustration he felt when he first encountered such tactics. With the onslaught of fairy energy striking home, the ancient jade fish let out a pained cry, propelled from the depths of the ocean and landing upon the Tentacruel. Seizing the opportunity, the Tentacruel unleashed all its tentacles, ensnaring the ancient jade fish with firm grasp. Subsequently, Lu Yu produced a luxury ball and hurled it toward the ancient jade fish. As the crimson light enveloped it, the creature was drawn into the luxury ball, which began to shake violently, continuing until, after 3 tremors, it emitted a crisp sound. Until this moment, Lu Yu had finally confirmed that the ancient jade fish before him was not his own. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to capture it by merely tossing out a pokeball. After all, Lu Yu had already captured his own ancient jade fish, just like he had done with Pokémon such as Bankura and Gyarados, by retrieving them from the game box rather than capturing them anew. Upon reopening the luxury ball and accessing his game box, Lu Yu began to examine the attributes of the ancient jade fish. However, what he discovered was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 49. The Origin of Divine Beasts. Crisis Averted. Pokémon, Ancient Jade Fish. Level, LV75. Ability, Jade of Calamity. Type, Fire, Dark. Strength, Champion Level. Skills, Catastrophe, Purification, Abyssal Inferno, Complete Combustion, Smoke Emission, Resentment, Charged Flame Strike. Affection, 255. When Lu Yu opened the attribute panel of the ancient jade fish, he initially noticed nothing unusual. However, upon discovering that its affection level miraculously matched his own at a perfect score of 255, his expression changed instantly. Before Lu Yu could fully comprehend the situation, the ancient jade fish shrank in size and leaped into his embrace, nuzzling against his body with its jade-like eyelids while emitting affectionate sounds. Divine beasts possess the ability to alter their forms at will, though the transformations of secondary divine beings are not as formidable as those of primary divine beings. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yu finally reacted, momentarily stunned. You are my ancient jade fish, but I've only been in this world for a little over 2 months. How is it possible that your timeline extends back to ancient times? It was only then that Lu Yu truly sensed the emotions emanating from the ancient jade fish, which was the very essence of their bond. As he voiced his confusion, the ancient jade fish smiled and began to elucidate. Thanks to its supernatural powers, Lu Yu gained a clearer understanding of the nature of his transmigration. Unlike ordinary Pokémon such as Bankura and the illusory masked Meow, when Lu Yu traversed to this world, their timelines coincided with his, arriving in this realm 2 months prior. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, or rather the will of the world, they had scattered across the land, awaiting Lu Yu's return to reclaim them. However, the divine beasts were different, particularly the ancient jade fish, a secondary divine being. After the arrival of the ancient jade fish to this world, which melds Pokémon and reality, they became an integral part of history, as is well known. In the various theatrical releases of Pokémon, even among primary divine beings, there is often more than one. Their habitats are simply unknown to humanity, leading to the misconception that divine beasts are singular entities. For instance, there exists a green deity of the skies, Latios, who intervened in the Hoenn region to halt the battle between Kyogre and Groudon, as well as the shimmering black Latios from the Hoopa movie, who valiantly faced 6 primary divine beings. The numbers of secondary divine beings and mythical Pokémon are even greater, with groups such as the 3 legendary birds. The 3 sacred beasts, Darkrai, Latios, and Celebi, each possessing their own kin. Thus, they cannot be deemed irreplaceable entities. However, divine beasts with divine responsibilities are unique. In other words, any divine beast within their respective groups, once endowed with a divine responsibility, can fulfill their historical duties. Yet, the ancient jade fish, one of the 4 calamity beasts, is distinct. They lack a traditional kinship and exist solely as this one entity. Hence, upon arriving in this world, their timeline underwent a transformation. Similar to the original history, their arrival and birth were a result of absorbing negative emotions, thereby manifesting as Pokémon, becoming the source of calamity in the world. Later, influenced by these negative emotions, the 4 calamity beasts emerged, wreaking havoc upon the world, until they were subdued by Emperor Xianyuan. This event occurred over 5,000 years ago, meaning that from their arrival until being suppressed and reappearing in the present, the ancient jade fish and the other calamity beasts have endured for 5 millennia. It was this accumulation of resentment over 5,000 years that led the ancient jade fish to attack Luyu upon its initial appearance, as its Pokeball had been corrupted during this extensive period and was no longer present in Luyu's game panel. Upon grasping this revelation, Luyu finally comprehended the situation. So that was it. In essence, if there existed only one Pokemon in the world, it would equate to being the entirety of that Pokemon's lineage. Thus, when Luyu's Pokemon arrived in this world, it became part of history. If by chance, those primary divine beings were also granted divine responsibilities, they too would become part of history, rather than arriving in this realm merely 2 months ago. However, if they are neither divine beasts nor unique Pokemon, then their timelines of transmigration should align with Luyu's, arriving only 2 months prior. Nevertheless, despite this newfound understanding, Luyu's concerns regarding the entity responsible for these events deepened. What manner of being possesses the power to effortlessly alter such realities, even manipulating time itself? If divine beasts could be easily controlled and orchestrated by this force, it seemed that the entity harbored some degree of benevolence towards Luyu. Yet, why was he the chosen one? Simultaneously, after Luyu had successfully recaptured the ancient jade fish, the original altar vanished. The ancient jade fish, said to be a transformation of jade, was, in truth, a single jade pendant. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, the previously flickering red light had extinguished, just as the Pokémon Alliance across coastal provinces mobilized en masse. Suddenly, news arrived that the danger had been averted. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to the various gym leaders and elite members of the Pokémon Alliance, while simultaneously deepening their respect for the top-tier champion, Sharona. The peril had only surfaced for a brief half-hour, yet it had been resolved with such swiftness. After all, it was a divine beast. Impressive indeed. However, upon arriving at the incident location in the East Sea, our esteemed Dragon Kingdom champion, Miss Sharona, found herself confronted by thousands of pitiful Pokémon. Beyond that, there was nothing else to be found. When the communication channel announced that the situation had been quelled, Sharona was left momentarily speechless. What? But I haven't even made my move. How did the calamity vanish? Upon hearing this, everyone within the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? If the calamity of the Jade of Calamity was not resolved by Sharona, then who could have acted before her? After all, this was a divine beast. If it were to fall into the hands of a nefarious trainer, it would pose a grave disaster for both humanity and the Pokémon Alliance, much like the notorious Team Rocket. Consequently, the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance promptly dispatched numerous investigators to probe into the disappearance of the calamity in the East Sea. Sharona, too, mounted her Pokis to investigate the East Sea. Yet ultimately, she found nothing. As the powerful figures within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance began to grow wary of this mysterious individual who had seemingly captured or relocated the calamity, our protagonist, Luyu, returned to City J. Chapter 50. The Task of the Toxic Stinger Jellyfish, West Lake Gym. At this moment, Luyu has returned to his hometown, J City. While capturing the ancient jade fish, his heart was indeed burdened with numerous questions. However, as the saying goes, When you arrive, you must make peace. It is only by recovering more spirits and divine beasts, thereby enhancing his strength to become the so-called strongest in the world, that Lu Yu can uncover the ultimate secret of his transmigration. Although the final outcome remains uncertain, it is essential to possess sufficient qualifications to explore the so-called unknown. Otherwise, with his current strength, even if he were to discover something, what could he possibly do? After all, those formidable beings can effortlessly manipulate the timeline. Even a mere second-level deity is enough to demonstrate the might of the unseen forces at play. Thus, invigorated with renewed determination and an urgent desire to grow stronger, Lu Yu set forth toward his next destination, H City. The reason for his return to his hometown was that to reach H City, he must first return to J City before proceeding to H City, the capital of Zhejiang Province, where he could encounter the strongest gym leader he might face next. Of course, before heading to H City, Lu Yu had conceived a new idea. The gigantic stinging jellyfish, due to its size, could hardly find a suitable aquatic environment outside of the ocean or large inland lakes. Moreover, keeping the colossal jellyfish confined within a pokeball was not a viable long-term solution. Thus, Lu Yu assigned it an important task, to serve as his avatar and venture into the ocean to help him retrieve his spirits, particularly those capable of thriving in marine habitats. In truth, Lu Yu had contemplated this notion long ago. Aimlessly searching the world alone would lead to an endless quest. Even after traversing 3 cities over the past 2 months, could he guarantee that he had scoured every inch of land? Spirits are not inanimate objects. They will move on their own and cannot be expected to remain indefinitely in one location. Just as the fairy spirit found Lu Yu through its own power, it is evident that broadening the search radius or augmenting the search force is of paramount importance. The vastness of the ocean presents a significant challenge for exploration. And since Lu Yu cannot dive to the deepest depths, enlisting the help of the powerful, ocean-adapted jellyfish to aid in the search for his spirits would yield remarkable efficiency. Furthermore, the gigantic jellyfish serves as the leader of both the stinging jellyfish and the agate jellyfish and can summon its subordinates to assist in the search. Lu Yu need only concentrate his psychic energy to create an aura imbued with his presence. Once the gigantic jellyfish locates Lu Yu's spirits, it can release this aura to identify itself to them. Thus, while Lu Yu searches the land, the gigantic stinging jellyfish, utilizing its own abilities and those of its kin, will assist him in exploring the ocean, a truly symbiotic endeavor. With simultaneous searches occurring on land and sea, the speed of their endeavors would naturally increase. After agreeing to meet at the estuary of the East China Sea every 3 months, Lu Yu bid farewell to the gigantic stinging jellyfish, allowing it to return to the ocean. Of course, releasing it was out of the question. Lu Yu is no master of liberation like Ash. Since the spirits belong to him, he would only grant them freedom if they exhibited a strong desire to depart. While the gigantic stinging jellyfish searched the depths of the sea, Lu Yu would commence his own plans, such as constructing a unique estate for himself and his spirits. After all, it would not do to leave the gigantic jellyfish without a resting place. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, his first destination was the West Lake Gym. The West Lake Gym is reputed to be the strongest gym in Zhejiang Province, and its leader is said to possess strength at the champion level and even among champions. He is not to be underestimated. This revelation prompted Lu Yu, who initially intended to send out his blazing eagle for a trial battle, to reconsider his approach. As the name suggests, the West Lake Gym is a water-type gym situated alongside West Lake. In recent years, every time the Zhejiang Provincial Pokémon Alliance faced an attack from evil organizations, they managed to avert disaster, thanks in no small part to the contributions of the gym leader. Naturally, the president and vice presidents of the Zhejiang Provincial Pokémon Alliance University also played significant roles. After researching the types of spirits the gym leader excelled in using, Lu Yu made his way to the West Lake Gym, prepared to challenge him. Upon entering the gym, he noticed dozens of challengers queuing up, each entering the regular battle arena to face the gym's apprentices and evaluators. Only through their recognition could one earn the right to challenge the gym leader. Due to the gym leader's busy schedule, the West Lake Gym only hosts 10 matches each day. When Lu Yu presented his trainer qualification certificate, the front desk machine promptly displayed his identity. Lu Yu, a trainer from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, born in J City, Zhejiang Province, aged 18. With a trainer level of a renowned trainer at the champion level. Upon seeing Lu Yu's name, the front desk staff and challengers erupted in excitement. This was Lu Yu, one of the most talked about rookie trainers recently. Not only did he protect Z City a while ago, but he also partnered with the popular renowned trainer Yune to endorse the White Elephant Energy Cubes. The advertisements had bombarded the internet, becoming a viral sensation. and reports of soaring sales followed. Coupled with Lu Yu's already impressive looks and charisma, encountering him in person naturally incited a wave of cheers from the crowd. However, the gym staff, true to their professionalism, quickly regained their composure despite their astonishment at Lu Yu's appearance and proceeded to assist him with his challenge application. The fastest responding receptionist, undeterred by the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of her colleagues, immediately escorted Lu Yu to the waiting room for his upcoming challenge. With less than a month and a half remaining until the Zhejiang Provincial Pokémon Alliance League commences, the number of trainers challenging gyms has surged. Yet, paradoxically, the standards set by the gym trainers of the Zhejiang Provincial Pokémon Alliance have risen even higher. Without meeting their approval, one cannot obtain the coveted gym badge. After a 20-minute wait, it was finally Lu Yu's turn to challenge. The gym leader of Westlake was already aware that the next challenger was none other than the recently rising star, Lu Yu. For such an opponent, he would not deploy ordinary spirits. Thus, when Lu Yu stepped onto the stage, the big screen prominently displayed his identity, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the audience of over 10,000. The matchup between the strongest gym leader of Zhejiang Province and the most formidable rookie had been highly anticipated. Everyone was eager to witness the clash, as they had known for some time that Lu Yu would return to challenge the Westlake Gym. Chapter 51. The strongest gym leader of Zhejiang Province, the Rain Team. It is indeed a delightful surprise to meet you, Challenger Lu Yu. Your name has been on everyone's lips lately, and today, I finally have the pleasure of seeing you in person. At this moment, the trainer standing opposite Lu Yu was none other than Zhao Long, the gym leader of Westlake Gym. Zhao Long, with a name that bears a striking resemblance to the famed General Zhao Yun from the Three Kingdoms, would certainly be considered a formidable warrior in ancient times. After all, he is the guardian of the Zhejiang Provincial Pokémon Alliance. Observing his appearance, Zhao Long appeared to be in his 40s. In his youth, he must have been quite the handsome gentleman, often donning a striking blue suit, reminiscent of Adam, Macaulay's mentor. I have long admired the esteemed Zhao Long, and I am eagerly anticipating today's battle. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between the two, the referee announced the rules for the contest. Unlike the previous 3 gym battles, the challenge at Westlake Gym would consist of a 3-on-3 showdown. Additionally, the battleground would be an aquatic arena. The fighters would engage in combat within a water-filled arena featuring 2 floating platforms, presenting a significant advantage for the gym trainers and showcasing one of Westlake Gym's unique characteristics, testing the trainer's adaptability to such circumstances. Soon, the referee signaled the commencement of the battle, and Zhao Long swiftly retrieved a pokeball from his waist. Upon casting it, a Pelipper emerged. Pelipper, a dual-type Pokémon of the flying and water varieties, is often employed as the lead in rain teams. Thus, upon witnessing Pelipper, Lu Yu could surmise the identity of Zhao Long's subsequent Pokémon. Quite intriguing. Then I entrust this battle to you, Scyther. As Pelipper appeared, the weather within the aquatic arena naturally shifted, and a torrential rain began to pour, clearly indicating that this Pelipper possessed the rain dish ability. While this tactic is common in rain teams, given that Zhao Long was the gym leader and could not substitute his Pokémon, he was unable to unleash his full potential under such constraints. Pelipper was indeed a formidable opponent. Scyther, unleash your Fury Cutter. Fury Cutter, an assured strike, prompted Scyther to extend its massive pincers, launching a barrage of gleaming yellow stars toward Pelipper. In response to Scyther's assault, Zhao Long immediately commanded Pelipper to counter with Air Slash, and then follow up with Aerial Ace. If Zhao Long had previously conversed with Lin Xiao regarding Lu Yu's combat style, he would have understood just how foolish it was to engage in close combat with Lu Yu's Scyther. In the next moment, as Pelipper executed Air Slash to negate a portion of the stars, it swiftly maneuvered, using the dust from the explosive clash to appear directly before Scyther. Aerial Ace activated instantly. Notably, this flying-type move is also an assured hit, making it unavoidable. However, Scyther's steel typing conferred significant defensive advantages, mitigating the damage considerably. At that moment, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth as he uttered 3 words that instantly froze the smile on Zhao Long's face. Thunder Punch. Thunder Punch, also known as Thunder Fist, is a move that many Pokémon can learn, distinct from Thunder Wave. In a flash, Lu Yu seized the opportunity, and as Pelipper's Aerial Ace connected with Scyther, Lu Yu's command had already been issued. Even if Zhao Long wished for Pelipper to evade, it was too late. A crackle of electricity surged forth, and under the 4 times effectiveness, Pelipper was swiftly knocked out by Scyther's 2 thunder punches, plunging into the water. Witnessing Pelipper floating on the water's surface, its eyes swirling in confusion, Zhao Long's lips twitched slightly. He had indeed made a grave mistake. Pelipper has lost its fighting capability. Scyther emerges victorious. Please, Gym Leader Xiaolong, send forth your next Pokémon. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Xiaolong could not help but reveal a bittersweet smile, recalling Pelipper, and soon summoned his second Pokémon. This time, he unleashed Kingdra, a dual-type dragon and water Pokémon, renowned among water types for its formidable combat prowess. Unsurprisingly, this creature possessed the ability Swift Swim, allowing it to double its speed in the rain. Furthermore, due to its dragon typing, Kingdra was impervious to the typical grass and electric weaknesses that water types face, making it one of Xiaolong's trump cards against challengers with type advantages. Upon seeing Kingdra, Luyu promptly returned Scyther to its Pokeball and summoned his starter Pokemon, Mismagius. Remarkably, Luyu rarely switched his Pokemon during battles. This time, it wasn't that Scyther could not handle Kingdra, but rather, he wished to engage another Pokemon in combat. It was time for Mismagius to take the stage. As Mismagius emerged, perched upon the floating platform in the pool, its gaze fixed intently on Kingdra, a sense of gravity settled upon its countenance. Engaging in battle against an opponent well-versed in this environment, whose strength was nearly equal to its own, necessitated utmost caution. Kingdra, extend a greeting to our opponent. Unleash Dragon Pulse. Upon Xiaolong's command, Kingdra swiftly glided through the pool, positioning itself behind Mismagius before unleashing a Dragon Pulse. In response, Mismagius remained composed, swiftly redirecting and firing an energy ball, resulting in a clash of skills that inflicted no damage. Kingdra, execute Surf and shatter the platform. As a grass and dark-type Pokemon, Mismagius could only maneuver upon the floating platform, so destroying it would leave Kingdra in control of the battlefield. A commendable strategy. Yet Luyu would not easily grant such an opportunity. Mismagius, unleash your Petal Dance with all your might. Do not allow Kingdra any openings. Chapter 52. The Domain of Mismagius, the Super Swampert. Grass types ultimately hold an advantage over water types. Under Luyu's command, a surge of vibrant life energy erupted from the pool, as numerous robust thorns rapidly engulfed the entire arena. With the plants in furious motion, they absorbed a substantial amount of water, while Mismagius, positioned behind the wild plants, manipulated the thorns to assault Kingdra. Witnessing the surf attempt fail, Xiaolong's expression shifted from concern to exhilaration, a surprise at encountering a true rival, igniting his fighting spirit. Luyu was indeed worthy of being his opponent. What an impressive contender. Do not underestimate them. Kingdra, unleash Dragon Pulse and cleave through the wild plants. In the next moment, as Xiaolong issued his command once more, Kingdra's gaze sharpened, and a ghostly blue column of dragon energy erupted forth. The sheer force of the impact was enough to shatter the thorns created by the wild plants. Now's the time, Kingdra, unleash Draco Meteor. As the fireball formed from Draco Meteor surged toward Mismagius, the latter sprang into action, having previously activated the grassy terrain. Taking advantage of the wild plant's destruction, Mismagius swiftly repositioned itself to the opposite side of the battlefield, with the water absorbed by the wild plants. The pool was now shallow enough for Mismagius to traverse freely without relying on the floating platforms, liberating it from confinement. It is precisely for this reason that, at this moment, the whimsical and enchanting masked feline has emerged as the formidable nemesis of the Spiked Dragon King. The whimsical skill, belonging to the fairy type, serves as the ultimate adversary to dragon types. Its prowess is capable of inflicting significant damage upon the Spiked Dragon King. As anticipated, upon the whimsical masked feline striking the Spiked Dragon King, the inadequacy of water in the pool prevented any damage from being mitigated, sending the Spiked Dragon King hurtling against the wall of the pool. Let us deliver the final blow, whimsical masked feline, unleash Leaf Storm. In the next instant, with a cry from the whimsical masked feline, a vibrant green energy storm began to coalesce, transforming the remaining water in the pool into a swirling vortex of water and leaves. Once the Spiked Dragon King was enveloped within, the outcome was sealed. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed, revealing the Spiked Dragon King's body marred with cuts from the leaves, its eyes now swirling in patterns, rendering it incapable of further combat. With the Spiked Dragon King incapacitated, the whimsical masked feline emerged victorious. It was time for Master Zhao to summon his next Pokémon. As the referee announced this, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. It had been a long time since a challenger had managed to keep Master Zhao on the defensive, showcasing such prowess against him, truly a rare sight. Thus, the legendary new star from Zhejiang Province, Luyu, was indeed no mere fabrication. After recalling the incapacitated Spiked Dragon King, Xiaolong produced his final Pokeball. An appreciative glint in his eyes as he addressed Luyu. This Pokemon is my ace. Although you are the challenger, your strength is indeed formidable, and thus I shall not hold back. Prepare to witness its magnificent performance. With that, a flash of red light materialized into a remarkably robust Swampert before Lu Yu. Unsurprisingly, Xiaolong's final Pokémon was indeed the Swampert. However, it was with a hint of regret that Zhao Long noted the cessation of the rain as the Swampert appeared. Subsequently, he activated his key bracelet, synchronizing it with the Mega Stone on the Swampert, initiating the Mega Evolution. As a kaleidoscopic light enveloped the arena, a Mega Swampert ascended to the stage. Sensing the aura of this Mega Swampert, which had nearly reached champion-level prowess, Lu Yu's expression shifted subtly. Nevertheless, there was no cause for alarm. The opponent's dual typing of ground and water still placed the whimsical masked feline at an advantageous position. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Thus, as Lu Yu retrieved a titanium crystal orb from his backpack, he called out to the whimsical masked feline, "Let us undergo titaniumization, whimsical masked feline." Upon hearing Lu Yu's command, the whimsical masked feline let out a resounding roar, and the titanium crystal orb began to pulsate, conjuring an array of crystals from thin air. Adorned with a sunflower atop its head and radiating a lustrous green crystalline glow, the whimsical masked feline materialized before the astonished crowd. Truth be told, very few trainers currently employed titaniumization, despite many being aware of this enhancement method. In the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League, it was a rare sight indeed. Now, having witnessed genuine titaniumization, the audience's curiosity heightened. Titaniumization, how intriguing. Mega Swampert. Charge forth and unleash Ice Punch. Following Zhao Long's command, the Mega Swampert roared and surged into action, its right fist coalescing with icy energy. Observing this, Lu Yu remained unperturbed and calmly instructed, "Whimsical masked feline, unleash Energy Ball." With the grass-type move enhanced by its own type and the boost from titaniumization, not to mention its quadruple effectiveness against the Mega Swampert, Lu Yu felt no trepidation despite the opponent's superior strength. In the next moment, the Energy Ball rapidly formed, striking the charging Mega Swampert first. The impact of the Energy Ball caused the Mega Swampert to emit a pained cry. Despite the amplification from Mega Evolution, its strength was still insufficient to withstand a grass-type attack. Yet, even so, the Mega Swampert pressed on, enduring the pain to reach the whimsical masked feline and delivered a powerful punch that sent it flying. Witnessing the effectiveness of his strategy, Xiaolong could not help but smile. However, when the whimsical masked feline stood up once more, seemingly unfazed, both Xiaolong and the Mega Swampert were taken aback. Indeed, Ice-type moves are strong against grass types. This was undeniable. Yet, everyone had overlooked a crucial fact. Once a Pokémon undergoes titaniumization, its defensive capabilities become extraordinarily formidable. Even a type-advantaged attack would deal considerably less damage. Moreover, this was a physical attack. Anyone familiar with the nuances of the game should know that unless an attack has been amplified thrice to its peak and the opponent's defense has been sufficiently reduced, it is nearly impossible to knock out an opponent in a single blow under type disadvantage. Furthermore, if the opponent has activated an energy shield, as is the case post-titaniumization, any attack directed at them would be rendered nearly ineffective. Of course, in player battles, while titaniumization offers limited defensive enhancement, it remains resilient when the power levels of both sides are comparable. Chapter 53, Badges and Influence, the Temple of King Yu. Whimsical masked feline, execute 1,000 transformations. Following Lu Yu's command, the whimsical masked feline commenced a peculiar dance before launching itself at the Mega Swampert. Observing this, Zhao Long immediately commanded the Mega Swampert to unleash dual ice punches, colliding fiercely with the whimsical masked feline. As the two Pokémon clashed, the Mega Swampert's fist struck the whimsical masked feline's head. Had it not been for titaniumization, a mere 2 blows could have left the whimsical masked feline severely injured, if not incapacitated. Conversely, the whimsical masked feline, imbued with potent grass-type energy, landed a hit on the Mega Swampert's abdomen. Consequently, both Pokémon were sent reeling from the impact, only to rise once again. The tension in their gazes revealed that both the whimsical masked feline and the Mega Swampert felt the pressure from one another, each yearning for victory, not just for themselves, but for their trainers as well. An established champion facing off against a rising star. While such generational shifts are common, the Mega Swampert was unwilling to concede. Mega Swampert, unleash Blizzard. Whimsical masked feline, Solar Flare. This time, both Pokémon utilized their ultimate moves. However, the casting time for Solar Flare was slightly longer than that of Blizzard. Thus, as Blizzard descended, transforming the battlefield into a frigid, snow-laden landscape, the audience within the gym instinctively recoiled, feeling the chilling air. It was late August, the hottest time of the year. After enduring the blizzard, the whimsical masked feline trembled. But due to its bond with Lu Yu, it persevered. Then, a pillar of teal energy erupted with tremendous force, akin to a laser cannon, striking the Mega Swampert. The quadruple-type advantage rendered Solar Flare a truly formidable attack. The damage of 120 points, when amplified by a quadruple advantage, escalates to an astounding 480 points. Furthermore, with the addition of the same type attack bonus and the enhancements from the Titanium Crystal Grass type, the might of the Magical Masquerade Meow's strike approaches a staggering 1,000 points, with a minimum estimate of 700 to 800 points of damage. Thus, even if the opponent were to Mega Evolve, there would be no conceivable way to withstand such an onslaught. As the dust gradually settled, the once vibrant pool lay utterly desiccated. Its waters and icy remnants evaporated by the searing rays of sunlight, leaving the pool's bottom appearing as if it were subtly melting under the intense heat. Meanwhile, the supergiant Swampert, which had just absorbed the full force of the Magical Masquerade Meow's attack, had reverted to its original, shadowy form, clearly in a state of severe injury. Upon witnessing the defeat of the supergiant Swampert, the referee waved the flag, announcing the final outcome. The supergiant Swampert has lost its combat capability, and the victor of this gym challenge is the challenger, Lu Yu. As the announcement echoed through the arena, the audience erupted in exhilaration, and Lu Yu beamed at the Magical Masquerade Meow, giving her a thumbs up. Receiving praise from her trainer, the Magical Masquerade Meow displayed a radiant smile. Yet, in the next moment, her legs buckled, the effects of the titanium crystal fading entirely, and she sank to one knee. This indicated that the Magical Masquerade Meow was on the brink of exhaustion. Observing this scene, Lu Yu leaped into the pool to support her, lifting her onto his shoulder. Fortunately, there was a Pokémon Center within the gym, allowing Xiaolong's Super Swampert to receive prompt treatment without any significant harm. Relieved to know his Pokémon was safe, Xiaolong sighed in relief. However, due to the destruction caused during today's battle, he had no choice but to announce that the Westlake Gym would undergo repairs for 3 days before reopening. Once this news spread, trainers throughout Zhejiang province couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Lu Yu certainly had a knack for stirring up trouble. The buzz from his previous endorsements and his role as the protector of City Z had yet to subside, and now he had attracted thousands to witness his challenge against the Putuo Gym. Now, having engaged in a gym battle with the gym leader Xiaolong and causing damage to the arena, it was quite evident that he was a force to be reckoned with. Soon after, spectators who had recorded the battle's entirety began to voice their admiration and criticisms in equal measure. As for Lu Yu, after receiving the Westlake Gym badge from Xiaolong, he departed. Fortunately, he was not held accountable for the aftermath of the battle, as the repair costs would be covered by the Westlake Gym itself. Returning to the Pokémon Center, he entrusted his Scyther and Magical Masquerade Meow to nurse Joy before taking a well-deserved rest. At 7 in the evening, after dining, Lu Yu ventured once more to Westlake, eager to admire its stunning scenery. Speaking of which, the Westlake area is rich in historical and cultural landmarks, including the legendary Bainyangzi, Su Xian, Leifeng Pagoda, the renowned General Yu Fei, the celebrated courtesan Su Xiaoxiao, and the heroic Wu Song from Water Margin. Among these figures, Lu Yu was particularly captivated by the valiant General Yu Fei. According to this world's history, Yu Fei valiantly resisted the Jin army, riding a majestic steed known for its shimmering lightning-like stripes, maneuvering through the battlefield with remarkable agility. It is said that all the mounts of the Yu family army were also composed of these lightning-striped steeds, enabling them to vanquish an army of 110,000 with just 500 soldiers. Regrettably, just as in the original world's history, this version of Yu Fei also fell victim to treachery and the machinations of a foolish emperor, ultimately being executed on baseless charges before reclaiming the Central Plains and the North. Upon reaching the Yuwang Temple, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. For reasons unknown, seeing the names of these familiar historical figures, heroes of his homeland, brought forth a profound sense of kinship. It was this connection that rendered this world feel more like home to him. Sitting by the lakeside, observing the bustling passers-by, Lu Yu found a rare moment of tranquility, wearing sunglasses and a mask to avoid detection by the crowd. After a while, he noticed the surrounding throng suddenly hastening towards a particular location. This piqued Lu Yu's curiosity. Quick, quick, the martial arts master is about to make an appearance again. I wonder who might be able to defeat him this time? Hearing this, many individuals became intrigued, hastening towards the open space in front of the Yuwang Temple, though it remained unclear who this so-called martial arts master was. Driven by curiosity, Lu Yu stealthily followed suit. Up until now, he realized he had yet to recover any fighting-type Pokémon. Otherwise, He could have taken the opportunity to challenge this so-called martial arts master. Upon arriving at the gathering spot, Lu Yu's expression shifted unexpectedly upon witnessing the true identity of the so-called martial arts master. To his astonishment, it was a Pokémon. Chapter 54, The Faction Struggle, Lucario. At that moment, the so-called martial arts master standing before Lu Yu and the gathered trainers was none other than a Pokémon. This creature, a striking blend of blue and black, stood at the height of an average man, exuding a gentle aura. Its head resembled that of a wolf or dog, radiating an air of nobility. Clearly, this was an exceedingly rare and remarkable aura Pokémon, Lucario. Upon seeing this Lucario, Lu Yu couldn't help but recall his own Lucario. He had trained 2 Lucarios in the past. One had accompanied him in battles against gyms and the Elite Four, ultimately leading him to victory as champion. Having evolved from a Riolu through their shared experiences and bond. Alongside his Tyranitar, it had always been one of Lu Yu's trump cards. The other was a Lucario he had meticulously trained to max effort values for battles against foreign friends and acquaintances, captured directly from a 6-star den. Already in its fully evolved form upon capture, judging by the aura emanating from the Lucario before him, it seemed to embody the essence of a champion-level Pokémon. After all, it was still a far cry from the level of a fairy-type Pokémon master. Simultaneously, a faint sense of recognition began to resonate within Lu Yu's heart. Upon realizing this, he understood that the Lucario before him was undoubtedly his very first Lucario. Contemplating this, Lu Yu refrained from immediately approaching Lucario to acknowledge him, as he was currently wearing sunglasses and a mask to disguise his identity. Revealing their connection in such a public setting would surely incite a considerable commotion. Given the nature of the crowd, they would undoubtedly broadcast Lu Yu's encounter live or capture videos, which would attract the attention of the Pokémon League. Therefore, it would be wiser to communicate telepathically and wait for the crowd to disperse before reuniting with Lucario. After all, since they had already crossed paths, there was no need to rush. Most importantly, exposing their relationship in such a public forum could potentially draw the attention of Team Rocket and other nefarious organizations, including the investigative officers within the Pokémon League. One need only look at Lu Yu's roster of captured Pokémon to understand this. His starter was the champion-level Magical Masquerade Meow, followed by the champion-level Scyther, and subsequently, the champion-level Gyarados. Later, reaching the pinnacle of strength comparable to the sect leader, the enchanting fairy-like beings. The champion-level Colossal Toxic Tentacled Jellyfish, the Quasi-King-level Fierce Arrow Eagle, and the champion-level Banjira. Aside from the mythical beast, Ancient Jade Fish, which was captured using a luxury ball and has never been restored at a Pokémon Center, thus remaining unknown to the Pokémon League. All these creatures share a notable commonality, their formidable power, with the weakest among them being of Quasi-King caliber. Should the Pokémon League choose to investigate, they would undoubtedly discover the peculiarities surrounding Lu Yu's rise in strength. Firstly, there exists a critical question. Why would a trainer of humble origins, not belonging to any prominent family, have a Quasi-King level Pokémon willingly follow him from the outset? Although Lu Yu previously explained that he made a pact with a new leaf Meow during his childhood, everyone is well aware that this is merely a facade. A fact even Lu Yu's parents understand. Furthermore, Lu Yu himself knows that the series of incidents he has caused over the past 2 months has indeed stirred unrest within the Pokémon League, prompting many old-school traditionalists, particularly those from academic backgrounds, to harbor discontent and even seek to undermine him. This is quite natural, given that he represents a rare breed of trainers who eschew the academic path in favor of direct travel, thereby conflicting with their vested interests. From the moment Lu Yu embarked on his journey, it was destined that he would ultimately find himself at odds with them. Had it not been for the assistance of King Zhang Fan, who suppressed many issues on his behalf, Lu Yu would have found himself embroiled in trouble long ago. However, concerning this matter, Lu Yu has devised a solution. As long as the Pokémon League remains inactive before the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League competition, it is unlikely that anyone will dare to openly investigate him in the future. During the last defense battle in City Z, Lu Yu made a name for himself, being awarded the badge of a renowned trainer. At the king level, he is already considered a top-tier combatant within the Pokémon League. Thus, as long as he maintains a clean slate, no one would dare to take action against him. Moreover, the one who conferred the badge upon Lu Yu was none other than Zhang Fan, the foremost of the 4 kings of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. To act against Lu Yu would be tantamount to striking Zhang Fan, or even the entire eastern battle zone of the Pokémon League, in the face. And on a grander scale, it would mean tearing the fabric of relations with the traveling faction's powerful figures. Additionally, aside from this, Lu Yu's recent popularity within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League is also influenced by the advocacy of the traveling faction. The rivalry between the traveling and academic factions has always been paramount within the Pokémon League. Thus, the moment Lu Yu accepted the prestigious badge awarded by King Zhongfan, he effectively aligned himself with the traveling faction. Hence, he has heard whispers regarding this so-called faction dispute, which is also why, despite his misadventures, he seldom interacts with the powerful figures of the Pokémon League. Simply put, it is all due to the trouble it may bring. Once his strength truly flourishes, whether it be the academic or traveling factions, they will inevitably seek his favor, begging for him to align with their side, rather than relegating him to a mere pawn in their ongoing struggle. Indeed, a pawn he is, at the king level, within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. One could say there are thousands, or at the very least, a 3-digit number beginning with 9. These individuals constitute the upper echelon of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, dispersed throughout the entire league. Thus, although Lu Yu is currently formidable and a rising star, in the eyes of these old traditionalists, he is merely a potential king. Until he has fully matured, he lacks sufficient clout. Lu Yu comprehends this sentiment, which is why he feels a sense of frustration. As for the imminent Zhejiang Province Pokémon League competition, with Lu Yu's strength, there is a high probability he will clinch the championship. At that juncture, the momentum will be set, and no one will dare to act against him. Even the champion of the Pokémon League would find it impossible to initiate an investigation against a provincial champion in the absence of significant issues, particularly since, after the Provincial League, all provincial champions will converge in the capital for the annual championship showdown. At this crucial moment, the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League will not allow those old-timers to wreak havoc. In essence, where there are many, conflict is a natural occurrence. Lu Yu feels indifferent towards the academic, traveling, and even neutral factions, yet he bears no ill will towards King Zhongfan, who has shielded him from numerous troubles. Thus he is willing to temporarily align with the traveling faction. After all, in this Pokémon world, ultimately, it is individual strength that prevails. Once you ascend to a level where you are unparalleled, your mere presence will draw the attention of all. However, prior to that, it is prudent to find a suitable faction to join, allowing for a strategic rise and full maturation. Chapter 55. Adding a fierce general, breaking through to the king level. Observing Lucario as it instructs a group of trainers in various combat techniques, demonstrating skills with an air of mastery, Lu Yu could not help but smile. At this moment, he began to grasp Lucario's intentions. Much like Banjira, it sought to attract attention in order to find its trainer. Ultimately, it resorted to this unconventional approach. However, compared to Banjira, Lucario is evidently more astute. Rather than opposing humanity to gain renown through battles, it aids humans, thereby amplifying its own reputation. To avoid drawing Lucario's attention, Lu Yu, upon recognizing it, utilized his psychic abilities to obscure his presence. After waiting for over 2 hours, when Lu Yu saw Lucario finally preparing to depart, and the crowd gradually dispersing, he lifted the psychic cover he had placed around himself. As soon as Lu Yu ceased using his psychic powers, Lucario's body suddenly trembled. Evidently, its aura had detected a familiar presence, marking the first such occurrence in over 2 months. At that moment, a voice, one Lucario had longed to hear, resonated in its mind. Lucario, let us meet on the mountainside behind the Yu Wang Temple. Upon hearing Lu Yu's voice, Lucario understood. It was him, the trainer it had desperately sought to reunite with, and they were finally together again. However, being inherently wise, Lucario recognized that Lu Yu was communicating through psychic powers rather than making a direct acknowledgement, indicating that there were concerns to consider. In the next instant, Lucario swiftly darted towards the hillside behind. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, under the guise of the crowd's focus on Lucario, quietly followed suit. Speaking of Lucario, its recent experiences have not been without hardship. Since parting ways with Lu Yu and arriving in this unfamiliar world, Lucario has tirelessly searched for any trace of him. Fortunately, due to Lucario's immense strength, ordinary wild Pokémon posed no challenge, allowing it to traverse to the West Lake region. After a month of searching, akin to seeking a needle in a haystack, Lucario soon abandoned that method. Thankfully, as a wave-guiding Pokémon, it possesses the ability to sense the hearts of humans, enabling it to take many targeted actions. In the face of those with ulterior motives, yearning for great power and dreaming of capturing it, Lucario, after decisively defeating their Pokémon, would swiftly depart the scene. Conversely, if it encountered kind-hearted trainers in unforeseen circumstances, it would readily lend a helping hand. Gradually, the reputation of the martial arts masters around the Yu Wang Temple by West Lake grew increasingly resounding, attracting trainers from neighboring provinces and cities, particularly those with fighting-type Pokémon. who flocked to witness the true face of this so-called martial arts master. Due to the overwhelming foot traffic in the Westlake area, which provided a substantial basis for his presence, Lucario temporarily established residence there. Before long, it was indeed the case that his trainer came seeking him. When Lu Yu encountered Lucario again, a profound sense of longing emanated from Lucario, perfectly conveyed through the aura to Lu Yu. Luca, long time no see, Lucario. I never expected you to become a teacher to those trainers. Well done. Upon hearing Lu Yu's praise, Lucario bashfully scratched his head, an action strikingly reminiscent of Lu Yu's own awkwardness. Opening the game console, Lu Yu accessed Lucario's attribute panel as usual and retrieved Lucario's Pokeball to examine his attributes. Pokemon, Lucario. Level, 75. Ability, Inner Focus. Types, Steel, Fighting. Strength, Champion level. Skills, Aura Sphere, Howl, Bone Rush, Heal Pulse, Swords Dance, Quick Attack, Close Combat. Affection, 255. With the initial prowess of a champion, although not quite matching that of Tyranitar, Lucario was nonetheless a top-tier combatant. After reuniting with Lucario, Lu Yu released all of his Pokemon and began to listen to Lucario recount his experiences during their time apart. This could be considered a unique ritual of return for Lu Yu upon reclaiming his Pokemon, whether for the sake of their relaxation or simply to provide companionship. Lu Yu would engage in this practice with each Pokemon he retrieved. Having remained in the mountains until nightfall, Lu Yu took out his tent and sleeping bag from his backpack to rest alongside his Pokemon. That evening, they feasted on fish caught by Talonflame from Westlake, which was delicious after being grilled. Lu Yu then produced the high-quality energy cubes he had procured at considerable expense for each Pokemon, complemented by some superior energy cubes from earlier, allowing them to indulge heartily. Even the massive Gyarados required only 10 energy cubes to feel satiated. In recent times, as Lu Yu engaged in more battles and provided increasingly superior energy cubes to his Pokemon, their strength had seen significant improvement, excluding the already peak strength Shiny Sylveon, who could not grow any stronger. The colossal Gyarados had reached the pinnacle of the elite tier, level 74, on the verge of entering champion status, while both the Phantump and Scyther had ascended to the elite level as well. Adding to this, with the champion level Tyranitar, colossal Tentacruel, and the newly returned Lucario, Lu Yu's current combat prowess was formidable enough to rival those of champion-level trainers. Even ordinary elite trainers, or those of higher tiers, would find themselves at a loss against him. However, despite this, Lu Yu remained uncertain against champion-level opponents, feeling that he would not possess an assured victory until he had 2 Pokemon of gym leader caliber in his ranks, at which point he would feel invincible among champions and ready to confront master-level trainers. Moreover, the Talonflame, previously the weakest of Lu Yu's Pokemon, successfully ascended today from the quasi-elite tier to the elite level, reaching level 60. Thus, every Pokemon in Lu Yu's possession had now surpassed the elite level. Chapter 56. Data on the strong, Yamato, and Kobayashi. The elite tier is a threshold that over 99% of trainers around the world cannot attain. Heralded as a watershed moment for Pokemon masters, most individuals, throughout their lifetime, have a high probability of never possessing even a single elite Pokemon. Yet Lu Yu stands out with an entire team of elite-level Pokemon, reflecting the remarkable strength he has achieved. Since becoming a recognized trainer, Lu Yu's understanding of the world's combat strengths has deepened significantly. The elite tier is merely the initial stage for the truly powerful. To aspire to be among the world's greatest, one must possess at least 6 master-level Pokemon. The disparity between the novice elite trainers and the pinnacle of master-level trainers is akin to that between elite trainers and beginner trainers, if not greater. If elite trainers are rare gems, emerging only 1 in a million, master-level trainers are even more scarce, 1 in a billion, or even 1 among 10 billion. According to the latest data from the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League, the total population is 1 per billion, yet the number of ordinary trainers barely exceeds 30 million. Elite trainers constitute only 1/10 of ordinary trainers, totaling 3 million. Gym trainers represent merely 1/30 of elite trainers, with a scant 100,000 in existence. Among gym trainers, the selection for the quasi-elite tier is stringent, with a promotion ratio of 1 in 10, yielding approximately 10,000 quasi-elite trainers. Consequently, the number of elite trainers in the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League is a mere 1,000, representing 1/10 of the quasi-elite trainers and 1/14 of the entire league population. This illustrates that 1 elite trainer emerges for every 140,000 individuals. Naturally, given the historical tendencies of the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League, this number is likely understated. yet it is unlikely that the total number of elite trainers exceeds 2,000. In summary, it is still highly probable that one will find only one in a million. As for the number of champions, it is even fewer. The Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League boasts merely 10 champion-level trainers. The master-level trainers are even rarer, with only one officially recognized by the league, the reigning champion, Cynthia. This is the current count of acknowledged strong trainers within the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League. Attaining the status of a renowned trainer or an elite-level trainer grants insight into these statistics. In comparison to the neighboring island nation's Pokemon League, they have significantly fewer trainers below the master level, yet they boast two visible master-level trainers, the reigning champion, Ryudo, and the renowned battling prodigy, Ash Ketchum, known as the Master of Reverse Attributes. Other formidable Pokemon Leagues also have at least one master-level trainer. However, surveying the globe, the total number of active or retired master-level trainers does not exceed 20. Based on the results of the previous master-level tournament, the Island Nation's Pokemon League showcased the strongest performance, with two of the master-level trainers emerging from their ranks, having excelled in world-class competitions. Among them, Ash Ketchum even defeated the previous strongest trainer, Lance, to claim the title of the world's best. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League has only Cynthia, who currently ranks third globally. Thus, for Luyu to become the strongest in the world, he must first overcome Ash. However, regarding this opponent, to be frank, Luyu felt that he was still far from sufficient. Even though the Shining Fairy Pokemon could single-handedly defeat two peak master-level Pokemon, there remained formidable foes such as the ever-evolving Pikachu, the venerable Charizard, the powerful Lizard King, the elusive Cacturne, the mighty Master Brother, and the adept Greninja. Luyu believed he needed to maintain a cautious approach. At the very least, aside from the fairy Pokemon, none of his other Pokemon, even the formidable Tyranitar, would stand a chance against these adversaries. In the master-level realm, Ash's strongest 6 Pokemon were all at the pinnacle of master level, with at least 1 or 2 having already ascended to the status of a gym leader. Simultaneously, while Luyu was taking a moment to rest, 2 figures clad in the black and white uniforms of Team Rocket traversed the back mountains of Yuwang Temple, seemingly in search of something. "Hey, Amato, are you really sure that so-called Fighting Master Lucario is here?" Upon hearing her companion's words, the woman referred to as Amato adopted a stern expression and lowered her voice, saying, "Don't even think about questioning me, Shotaro. If I say Lucario is here, then Lucario is here." Upon hearing Amato deliberately mispronounce his name, Shotaro's expression shifted, and it appeared as though the two were on the verge of a quarrel. "Ah, there's a fire ahead, Sho." Seemingly having discovered something, Amato lowered her voice once more, revealing a look of excitement. For before her and Shotaro, a campfire flickered to life. Beside the fire, an open tent surrounded by many rare Pokemon lay in wait. A pseudo-legendary Tyranitar, a shining fairy Pokemon, a colossal Gyarados, and even the Lucario they had set their sights on were present among them. Consequently, the two immediately devised a plan. It is worth noting that while Ash had become the strongest trainer in the world, fulfilling his dreams, Shotaro and Amato had finally ascended to senior ranks within Team Rocket. Their strength was impressive. Shortly thereafter, the two exchanged a glance, pressed a button, and a colossal machine materialized before them. Hearing the commotion, Luyu and his Pokemon were abruptly awakened, but before they could react, a massive robot emerged, capturing them in a net. Realizing his body was lifting off the ground, Luyu couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "What in the world is happening?" Just as Luyu posed the question, 2 figures radiating light materialized before him. "Since you inquired sincerely, we typically wouldn't respond to ordinary individuals, but this time we shall make an exception." Chapter 57. The Flames of Team Rocket, Capture. Hearing that remarkably familiar voice, Luyu couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. With just a few words, he had already discerned the identities of the newcomers. It was evidently those bumbling fools from Team Rocket, and notably, not Jesse, James, and Meowth, but rather the antagonistic Amato and Shotaro. After all, Jesse's and James's lines differed significantly from theirs, lacking the iconic catchphrases, including "That's right," "Meow," and indeed, the Wobbuffet. Thus, Luyu found their dialogue rather lackluster, preferring the exchanges of Jesse and James. Alas, the individuals before him were not them. With a sigh, his psychic powers activated, granting him a godlike perspective. Consequently, through his psychic perception, Luyu grasped the situation. He and his Pokemon had indeed been captured by Team Rocket and ensnared within a net by a gigantic robot. One cannot deny that the subordinates of Team Rocket possessed remarkable scientific prowess. Meowth, Jesse, and James consistently devised new machines, and even Amato and Shotaro demonstrated such talents. Truly, It was a pity that they did not pursue careers as scientific experts. Hawlucha, unleash Steel Wing and destroy this net for me. Shining Fairy Pokémon. Use Teleport to bring us all back to the ground. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, Hawlucha sprang into action, its wings transforming into blades of steel, swiftly tearing a hole in the massive net. Simultaneously, the Shining Fairy Pokémon released a surge of psychic energy, safely transporting Lu Yu and all his companions back to solid ground. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's escape, Amato and Shotaro were taken aback and immediately began to blame one another. Shotaro, didn't I tell you? The nets for capturing Pokémon must be specially made. Look, they've escaped because of you. As Amato suddenly shifted the blame, Shotaro's temper flared. Amato, if it weren't for you exhausting the budget to build this machine, we could have afforded better capture nets. And now you're blaming me? What a scoundrel. What? Are you looking for a fight? Hearing these words and gazing at the towering robot that stood at least 30 meters tall, Lu Yu couldn't help but wonder if these two were evolving into a dynamic similar to that of Jesse and James. Logically speaking, these two should possess superior execution capabilities compared to the Team Rocket trio, right? Otherwise, this bizarre sense of harmony resembled the love-hate relationship of Jesse and James. Clearing his throat and feeling disinclined to engage with these two clowns any further, Lu Yu turned directly to his irate Pokémon and commanded, "Unleash your attacks and shatter this machine. Those who disturb our peace are utterly unforgivable." In the next moment, Tyranitar summoned the power of the earth. Hawlucha initiated a flare blitz. Lucario concentrated its aura sphere. Scyther and Gyarados unleashed their hyper beam, and the magical masquerade Meowth conjured an energy ball. As for the ancient fish, it remained nestled within its luxury ball, while the Shining Fairy Pokémon stood by, refraining from joining the fray. If it were her turn, even if the humans of this world possessed extraordinary physical prowess, they would surely meet their demise. Thus, as a multitude of attacks struck the colossal robot before them, it erupted in a thunderous explosion, disintegrating into fragments. As a renowned trainer of the Pokémon League, Lu Yu had always been imbued with a strong sense of social responsibility. When encountering members of Team Rocket, provided they were not Jesse, James, or Meowth, he would not hold back. Not to mention that it was indeed Team Rocket's actions that had previously caused the massive Tentacruel to mutate, resulting in devastating repercussions for the entire Z-City economy, with numerous Pokémon and trainers suffering casualties. Regardless of his identity, Lu Yu felt compelled to seek some form of restitution for his Pokémon and the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. As the machine exploded and collapsed, Amato and Shotaro crawled out from the wreckage, their faces etched with fury as they glared at Lu Yu. "You little brat. You've really made us angry. Go, Charizard." Upon seeing Amato dispatch her Pokémon, Shotaro wasted no time in throwing his Pokeball, shouting, "Let's go, Basti Kodora. Crush this little brat." With both of them unleashing their Pokémon, the remaining members, Black Houndoom, Crobat, Jengar, Blastoise, Rattata, and Solgaleo, also emerged. Facing them, the two had a total of 8 Pokémon, but only Charizard and Basti Kodora truly possessed any combat capability, both hovering around the pinnacle of the semi-champion level. Thus, Lu Yu couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. These two dared to provoke him without grasping their own strength. This time, they were destined to hit a brick wall. Choose your opponents wisely. If they are too weak, I shouldn't need to direct you. Upon receiving the command from Lu Yu, Banjira immediately stepped forward, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy that struck Solip, toppling him in an instant. With Banjira's intervention, the chaotic battle, or rather, a one-sided massacre, commenced. As Lucario moved swiftly, it unleashed a powerful aura sphere, sending Rada hurtling through the air. The mighty Scyther was not to be outdone. After executing a rapid retreat, its ominous gaze rendered it unable to continue fighting. The colossal Gyarados unleashed a torrent of water, crashing violently into the Charizard that was just about to take flight, knocking it down with a single blow, leaving it incapable of further combat. The enchanting Mismagius cast a scorching sunbeam, successfully vanquishing the Boscodora. Talonflame executed a charged flame attack, completely defeating the Zubat. Finally, the last of the fairy Pokémon unleashed a grand voice, resolving the remaining 2 Pokémon in an instant. Witnessing their 8 Pokémon lose all combat capability within mere moments, Yamadou and Kobayashi's expressions transformed dramatically, fear etched across their faces. Lucario, incapacitate them. Following Lu Yu's directive, Lucario seized the opportunity, delivering a precise strike to each opponent, decisively neutralizing them. After Mismagius summoned 2 vines to bind Yamadou and Kobayashi, Lu Yu tidied up the tent and returned to slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Lu Yu instructed Scyther to carry Yamadu and Kobayashi as they made their way to the search officer base affiliated with the H-City Pokémon League. The search officers are, in essence, an elite group specially dispatched by the Pokémon League to combat evil organizations. Trainers who join this cohort are typically at the pinnacle of elite level and are direct members of the Pokémon League. Thus, when word spread that the recently renowned trainer Lu Yu had arrived with 2 Team Rocket executives, the chief search officer of H-City personally came out to greet him. Chapter 58, Shiny Ghastly, Training from Infancy. We are immensely grateful for your unwavering support, Champion Lu Yu, especially for personally apprehending the 2 high-ranking Team Rocket executives, Yamadu and Kobayashi. Observing the robust figure of the man before him, who radiated joy, Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement, a smile gracing his features. The search officer organization generally aligns with the traveling and neutral factions, so upon encountering Lu Yu, a fellow ally, their enthusiasm was palpable. Through their discussions, Lu Yu learned that the H-City search officer captain, Zhou Bin, was a formidable trainer of the champion level and essentially the leader of all search officers in Zhejiang province. He specialized in thwarting attacks from evil organizations such as Team Rocket, Team Magma, Team Aqua, and Team Plasma. During the last defense battle in Z-City, he had also come to provide assistance, and they had crossed paths at that time. However, when Zhou Bin offered to treat Lu Yu to a meal and introduce him to the outstanding talents within the Pokémon League's search officer ranks, Lu Yu politely declined, citing the imminent Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, which was less than a month and a half away. Lu Yu had already set his sights on claiming the championship and had no intention of wasting time. Furthermore, he had a scheduled battle with Dark Duo, who had effortlessly secured the championship at the Imperial Capital Pokémon League. Lu Yu had no desire to be outdone. Even though his opponent was a legendary Pokémon user, Lu Yu retained confidence in his ability to triumph. As long as his adversary did not possess a first-level deity, there was no reason for concern. After departing from H-City, Lu Yu pinpointed his next destination and continued his journey through Zhejiang Province. As per his previous plan, he aimed to conduct a preliminary search for his Pokémon across various cities in Zhejiang Province, followed by participation in the Provincial Pokémon League and Gym Challenges. After spending over 2 months, Lu Yu had only managed to scout 4 cities, a pace he deemed sluggish. Thus, he resolved to hasten his efforts. Excluding the massive Tentacruel who was not currently by his side, Lu Yu possessed a total of 9 Pokémon. While this roster sufficed for the Pokémon League, he still felt that his collection was insufficient, lacking even 2 complete teams. Thus far, he had only retrieved 8 Pokémon. Not to mention the staggering total of over 1,000 Pokémon he aimed to recover. Even the 100 he had trained previously had only yielded a mere tenth of progress. Consequently, Lu Yu did not linger after neutralizing Yamadu and Kobayashi, promptly boarding a high-speed train to W-City. His rationale for heading to W-City first was strategic. He intended to travel to the southernmost part of Zhejiang Province, then loop back to H-City in accordance with the Pokémon League's commencement date. Speaking of W-City, its most notable feature in his past life was the leather factory. The catchy slogans associated with its owner were undoubtedly familiar to every citizen of the Dragon Nation. However, upon his arrival, he found that the Jiangnan leather factory in this world lacked such fame and recognition. After touring the factory, Lu Yu recuperated his energy and that of his Pokémon at the Pokémon Center and procured some supplies before heading towards Yandang Mountain. In W-City, the most renowned location for Lu Yu, a visitor from another city within the same province, was undoubtedly Yandang Mountain. Yandang Mountain, which began its prominence during the Northern and Southern dynasties, flourished in the Tang dynasty, and reached its zenith in the Song dynasty, is hailed as the foremost mountain in southeast China. Thus, Lu Yu deemed this locale ideal for training and searching for his Pokémon, believing his chances of encountering them were significantly heightened. However, just as he set up camp at Yandang Mountain, Talonflame began to exhibit signs of activity. Thanks to its flame body ability, it could expedite the hatching of Pokémon eggs, prompting Lu Yu to entrust the previously acquired egg to Talonflame for care. Now, after more than a month had passed, the egg finally began to stir. Thus, accompanied by his 8 Pokémon, Lu Yu settled at Yandang Mountain, doing nothing but gathering together to await the arrival of the little creature from the egg. Truthfully, Lu Yu had no clue what Pokémon awaited him within this egg. Despite having captured all his Pokémon previously, he still felt an undeniable curiosity towards the unknown creature. After a night of waiting, as the clock struck 2 in the morning, the egg finally radiated a brilliant light, its shell gradually crumbling away. Soon after, a small head emerged from the egg. No, it was not merely a small head. The Pokémon that emerged from the egg was floating in midair. To Lu Yu's amazement, it was a shiny Ghastly, its body a pure white. Upon seeing Lu Yu for the first time, this little creature immediately regarded him as its closest companion, and due to its ghostly nature, Ghastly possessed remarkable psychic capabilities. Even during its time within the egg, it had grown familiar with Lu Yu and Talonflame's aura, so upon its birth, it immediately lunged into Lu Yu's embrace. Unfortunately, as Ghastly was currently in a gaseous form, Lu Yu could not physically touch it, no matter how much he wished to. Seeing the little Ghastly unable to feel the warmth of its trainer, its tiny face scrunched up, on the verge of tears. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu panicked. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He enveloped his hand in psychic energy, forming a protective barrier, and gently touched the little Ghastly. This way, he could finally make contact with Ghastly. Even though Genghis possesses a toxic attribute, Lu Yu's supernatural abilities are not intended for assault, thus it scarcely affects the situation. After Genghis's emergence, Lu Yu produced a Pokeball and addressed Genghis, asking, "Would you like to become my Pokemon and stay with me forever?" Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Genghis nodded eagerly. Consequently, the Pokeball was activated, its switch opened, and with a flash of red light, Genghis was drawn into the ball. There was no turbulence. It emitted a crisp sound upon capture. Thus, the shiny Genghis was acquired. After releasing the little Genghis once more, Lu Yu cradled the small creature and began to examine its attributes. Pokemon, Genghis. Level, LV1. Ability, Levitate. Type, Ghost, Poison. Strength, Novice level. Skills, Confuse Ray, Song of Endings. Toxic, Dark Pulse, Odd Light. Affection, 120. Observing the attributes of this shiny Genghis, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile, considering the inherited skills along with its shiny status. This Pokemon boasts remarkable talent and promises to become a formidable ally in the future. Chapter 59, The First Rejection, Release. With the addition of the shiny Genghis, the number of Pokemon in Lu Yu's possession reached 10. However, since the little creature had just been born, Lu Yu retrieved some Moo Moo milk from his backpack, intending it as nourishment for the shiny Genghis during its infancy. After consuming the shell of its egg and some Moo Moo milk, the little one appeared increasingly drowsy, perhaps. Like human infants, Pokemon babies are only aware of eating and sleeping. After allowing the shiny Genghis to slumber within his shadow, Lu Yu and his Pokemon tidied up the tent and prepared to rest for the night. On the following morning, upon emerging from the tent, Lu Yu began to prepare breakfast for his Pokemon, primarily consisting of energy cubes complemented by some human food. After feeding the little one some Moo Moo milk, Lu Yu set out with his Pokemon to explore the Yending Mountain region in search of wild Pokemon. Should they encounter suitable opponents for his Pokemon to battle, they would engage in a spirited contest. Amidst the lush forest, Lu Yu soon realized that he had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of Butterfree, as his and his Pokemon's surroundings were filled with the fluttering of Butterfree. Numerous Caterpie and Metapod clung to the trees, all staring intently at Lu Yu and his companions who had intruded upon their domain. In the next moment, a multitude of Butterfree began to converge, forming a barrier to prevent Lu Yu and his group from advancing. Recognizing the situation, Lu Yu understood that they were being perceived as invaders. However, due to the inherently peaceful nature of the Butterfree, they did not immediately attack, but instead prepared to drive Lu Yu and his companions away. Sensing the hostility emanating from the Butterfree, Lucario instinctively took a defensive stance. Despite the overwhelming number of Butterfree, which numbered in the hundreds, their overall strength was merely at the elite tier. If a confrontation were to ensue, Lu Yu's 9 Pokemon could easily obliterate the Butterfree. Yet, without Lu Yu's command, Lucario and the others refrained from unleashing their skills, merely displaying their imposing presence to deter the Butterfree from advancing. It seemed that the Butterfree understood that the Pokemon before them were not to be trifled with, for upon sensing Lucario's aura, they exchanged glances and emitted a series of chirps. In the very next instant, a resounding call echoed. Following this, the encircling Butterfree parted, creating a pathway, at the end of which a colossal Butterfree, flanked by several notably powerful Butterfree, approached. Upon seeing these Butterfree, Lu Yu comprehended that each possessed strength at the Quasi-King level. In the wild, encountering a cluster of Quasi-King tier Pokemon within a single group is indeed a terrifying prospect. Not to mention, the leading Butterfree exuded an aura nearly comparable to that of a newly ascended King-level Talonflame. A peak Quasi-King Butterfree would surely deter even the likes of the Pidgey, Spearow, and Beedrill clans. However, as the leading Butterfree drew closer to Lu Yu, he felt a familiar intuition stir within him, reminiscent of his encounters with Lucario and Banjira. The Butterfree, seemingly recognizing Lu Yu, gracefully flapped its wings and circled him, emitting a series of calls. This was not a call of surprise, but rather one of long-awaited relief. Opening the game panel, Lu Yu located Butterfree among all the Pokémon boxes and began to examine its attributes. Pokémon, Butterfree. Level, LV59. Ability, Tinted Lens. Type, Bug, Flying. Strength, Peak Quasi-King. Skills, Psychic. Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Silver Wind, Signal Beam, Bug Buzz. Affection, 70. Lu Yu had initially captured this Butterfree due to its commendable level and as part of his completion of the Pokédex after unlocking the full catalog. Thus, its initial affection remained unchanged. Now, it appeared that Butterfree had become the leader of its brethren in Yindang Mountain, commanding hundreds of Butterfree and a multitude of Metapod and Caterpie, creating a substantial collective that could be regarded as a significant faction. After exchanging greetings with Butterfree, Lu Yu contemplated asking if it would like to accompany him, but reconsidered. As the leader of the Butterfree, it would hardly abandon its home for him. After all, its current life was at the pinnacle of butterfly existence. He was merely a trainer who had captured it in the past without fostering any meaningful bond. Thus, opting for a more diplomatic approach, Lu Yu smiled and remarked, "Your tribe surely cannot do without you, can it?" Seemingly grasping Lu Yu's intent, or perhaps having already considered departing from him, Butterfree gently nodded and unleashed a signal beam. It was communicating with Lu Yu, indicating a desire to remain and protect its kin, while subtly expressing a wish to be released. Upon hearing Butterfree's sentiments, Lu Yu felt no resentment. After all, he had treated Butterfree with indifference, and now it sought to leave for valid reasons. However, a tinge of melancholy lingered within him. He withdrew Butterfree's Pokeball and clicked to release it on the game panel. In the next instant, a radiant light enveloped Butterfree, severing its connection with the Pokeball, while its image vanished from the game panel. Thus, Lu Yu had released his first Pokémon since his journey commenced, doing so without a hint of complaint. Indeed, regardless of circumstances, Pokémon possessed the right to choose their own paths in life. Moreover, it was Lu Yu who bore the initial fault. Had he nurtured Butterfree as he did with his other Pokémon, such as the magical Masked Meow and Banjira, it might have chosen to stay by his side. Thus, everything had its cause and effect. Upon releasing Butterfree, the other Butterfree that had been following their leader joyfully joined in a dance of butterflies. It appeared that these Butterfree, at the early stage of their evolution into a Quasi-King, were indeed the former mates of Butterfree that Lu Yu had known. Extracting some top-tier energy cubes along with a generous supply of high-grade energy cubes from his backpack, Lu Yu estimated that he could facilitate Butterfree's ascension to the king level. With that in mind, he departed with his Pokémon. Regardless of the circumstances, Butterfree had once been Lu Yu's Pokémon. By doing this, Lu Yu aimed to bestow upon Butterfree a semblance of self-sufficiency, thereby rectifying his previous shortcomings. Chapter 60. Living Up to Expectations, the Dragon of Yindang Mountain. After leaving the territory of Butterfree, Lu Yu found himself somewhat melancholic as he approached a mountain spring. Although he had anticipated such a scenario, where certain Pokémon would voluntarily cease their companionship due to a lack of closeness from their past interactions, the reality of it still left him feeling a tinge of sorrow. Noticing Lu Yu's discontent, his Pokémon, including the enchanting Mimikyu, Banjira, and Lucario, rallied to express their unwavering support, assuring him of their steadfast loyalty. Regardless of the events that transpired, they would forever remain by their trainer's side. Even the little Ghastly emerged from Lu Yu's shadow, forsaking its slumber to gaze at him with concern. Understanding the sentiments of his Pokémon, a smile graced Lu Yu's face. Indeed, even in light of this outcome, he would relentlessly strive to seek out his Pokémon, treating those who chose to accompany him with greater kindness, ensuring he would not betray their trust and minimizing their wait for his return. As for those wishing to depart, he would grant them complete freedom, thus concluding this chapter of the bond between trainer and Pokémon with a sense of fulfillment, rejoicing in the prospect of their brighter futures. In essence, he would not fail himself, nor his Pokémon. Reinvigorated, Lu Yu resumed his journey, continuing to explore the enchanting Yindang Mountain region. Meanwhile, he had also left the psychic mark at Butterfree's location, allowing for a potential return in the future. Although no longer Butterfree's trainer, a lingering connection remained. Days later, atop a peak in Yindang Mountain, Lu Yu commanded his Talonflame to engage in a battle with a Quasi-King level Xerneas, while Ghastly floated nearby, observing the clash. The little one seemed eager to glean insights from Talonflame's experience, hoping to aid Lu Yu in the future. Talonflame, unleash Flame Charge. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, Talonflame ignited with flames, hurtling towards Xerneas like a meteor. The injured Xerneas, unable to evade this powerful assault, succumbed to defeat, relinquishing its combat capability. Following its victory, Talonflame exhaled a plume of fire, a display of supremacy. Once Xerneas regained consciousness, Luyu left behind a high-grade energy cube before departing the area. However, as Luyu ventured deeper into Yindang Mountain, encounters with Pokémon became increasingly sparse, as if the peaks had been claimed by a formidable creature, leaving the local Pokémon virtually extinct. Thus, with a mixture of caution and curiosity, Luyu and his Pokémon set up camp for the night, choosing to spend it in this secluded locale. Such was his audacity, emboldened by the presence of his fairy-type Pokémon and ancient jade fish, for he tended to regard ordinary divine beasts with indifference. Surely, Yindang Mountain wouldn't harbor a legendary dragon, would it? If it did, throngs of tourists would have flocked to this site long ago. As Luyu peacefully slumbered, he was suddenly roused in the dead of night. Simultaneously, Lucario, Banjira, and the others also stirred, their gazes directed towards the source of an ominous sound, their expressions grave. Interestingly, the fairy-type Pokémon and ancient jade fish displayed no agitation, suggesting the intruder's power was unlikely to surpass theirs. Indeed, the sound that disrupted Luyu and his Pokémon was that of a dragon's roar. However, Luyu could not ascertain which dragon had produced it. Given the resonance and distance of the roar, it was certainly a being of at least king-level strength, perhaps even master-level, for otherwise, Banjira would not have been so composed. As long as Luyu's Pokémon were present, their reactions would provide him insight into the strength of the opposing creature. Observing the calm demeanor of his fairy-type Pokémon and ancient jade fish, while his champion and king-level Pokémon exhibited some anxiety, it was clear that the entity across from them was at least of champion caliber, if not higher. As for the master level, Luyu deemed it improbable, given that his fairy-type Pokémon was also of that caliber. He had not witnessed a battle between two master-level Pokémon, but could scarcely believe that his fairy-type would remain unfazed by the presence of another. The ancient jade fish perhaps exuded a pride typical of divine beasts, as it was indeed rare for an ordinary champion-level Pokémon to best a divine beast, even a secondary one. Driven by curiosity, Luyu and his Pokémon hastened towards the source of the dragon's roar. After all, being a trainer, particularly one on an adventurous journey, was inherently fraught with risks. Life itself was a series of adventures. Even amidst danger, he was eager to explore. Was that not the essence of being a trainer? The closer they approached the origin of the roar, the more palpable the apprehension emanating from his Pokémon became. Perhaps this dragon truly was formidable. Upon nearing the vicinity, Luyu caught sight of a winged creature soaring through the night sky, its tail trailing behind it. However, due to the darkness, he could not discern its true form. It was difficult to identify the creature based solely on a vague silhouette, but it was highly likely to be a bloodwing dragon. As Luyu beheld this creature, an inexplicable sensation enveloped him, perhaps an amplified connection between him and his Pokémon. Thus, he increasingly felt that this dragon was likely a former companion of his. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this dragon awaited him like Mimikyu and the others, or, akin to Butterfree, sought true freedom upon finding him. Taking a deep breath, Luyu positioned himself beneath the dragon, instructing Talonflame, Talonflame, use Energy Ball to capture its attention and draw it toward us. Remember, it possesses immense strength. Keep your distance, for I do not wish for you to be harmed. Upon receiving Luyu's command, Talonflame nodded with a smile, igniting itself before soaring swiftly towards the dragon. In the darkness, Talonflame, illuminated by flames, was unmistakable, making it nearly impossible for the dragon-type creature to overlook. Upon spotting Talonflame, the dragon let out a furious roar and swiftly charged towards him, clearly incensed by the audacity of an intruder in its domain. Chapter 61. The Bloodwing Dragon Ancient Species, Roaring Moon. How audacious to wreak havoc on my territory. Truly courting death. With this thought racing through his mind, he unleashed a thunderous dragon roar, as the colossal winged dragon-type spirit overlord took flight with a powerful flap, hurtling towards the swift Arrowhawk. As a flying-type spirit, the swift Arrowhawk was no ordinary creature, renowned for its remarkable speed. Yet, despite having created a considerable distance and attempting to evade, the dragon-type spirit overlord's velocity proved even more formidable, rapidly closing the gap between itself and the swift Arrowhawk, poised to overtake it. Witnessing this alarming scene, Luyu felt a surge of urgency and immediately called out to the fairy spirit. Fairy spirit, be prepared to support the swift Arrowhawk. Upon receiving Luyu's command, the fairy spirit let out a melodic note, perhaps emboldened by the fact that the opponent was a dragon-type spirit, exuding an air of confidence. After all, Fairy-type spirits are immune to the very dragon-type moves their adversary excels in. In the nick of time, the swift arrow hawk finally soared past Lu Yu and his companions, narrowly evading the dragon's wave of energy. Although the attack missed its mark, it struck the summit of a nearby peak in Yindang Mountain, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. As a small mountain crumbled as if detonated, sending shockwaves through the area. Witnessing such terrifying power, Lu Yu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This creature's might appeared far beyond his initial estimations. Could it truly be a dragon-type spirit of the master level? Just as Lu Yu was engulfed in profound contemplation, it seemed the dragon overlord had noticed Lu Yu and his party, instantly altering its course and charging towards them. Observing this development, Banquila, Lucario, and the illusion mask Meow immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Lu Yu, their demeanor reflecting the gravity of the situation. In contrast, the fairy spirit emitted a delicate cry. At that moment, the dragon overlord halted abruptly, shedding its previous haughty demeanor, and descended to the ground, coming to a stop 20 meters in front of Lu Yu. It was then that Lu Yu finally discerned the true appearance of this magnificent creature. It was a primeval predator, its wings casting a shadow over the land, resplendent in hues of crimson and azure, radiating an aura that could instill fear in any spirit. Lu Yu had indeed surmised correctly. This was a spirit of the Bloodwing dragon lineage, yet distinct from the typical Bloodwing dragon. For this majestic being was known as Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon, an ancient species of the Bloodwing dragon, was a newly introduced spirit exclusive to the Pokémon Scarlet version, only capturable within that particular game. Its prowess surpassed that of the ordinary semi-divine Bloodwing dragons, exhibiting unmatched strength and majesty. The reason the dragon ceased its advance upon hearing the fairy spirit's call was that it had recognized Lu Yu and his companions. Indeed, this dragon overlord spirit was one of Lu Yu's former companions, frequently battling alongside the fairy spirit against foreign challengers, thus sharing the same master level as the fairy spirit. Upon recognizing each other, Roaring Moon expressed joy, releasing a jubilant dragon roar before bounding towards Lu Yu. Sensing the spirit's elation, Lu Yu beamed with delight and trotted over to embrace Roaring Moon's immense dragon head. In response, Roaring Moon softened its once dominant demeanor, nuzzling Lu Yu affectionately, displaying its fondness. Seeing this heartwarming scene, the Gyarados and others quickly grasped the situation. This was indeed one of their trainer's spirits. Roaring Moon was clearly captured by Lu Yu after completing the game, and being an exceedingly rare ancient species, it was unfamiliar to the others present, who were not acquainted with it since it belonged to a different game version. This elucidated why only the fairy spirit's voice could stop Roaring Moon among the spirits present. It was the only one it recognized. However, given that Roaring Moon was a dragon type, while the fairy spirit belonged to the fairy type, their relationship was merely cordial, not particularly close. Moreover, with Roaring Moon possessing a dark type trait, which was 4 times weak against the fairy type, it was no wonder the fairy spirit remained so composed upon hearing Roaring Moon's roar. Perhaps it felt confident in its ability to easily vanquish the opponent. At long last, I have found you, Roaring Moon. You must have waited quite patiently, haven't you? Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Roaring Moon smiled and shook its head, conveying that it was perfectly fine. After all, it thrived in Yindang Mountain, an invincible presence at the master level. Here, it could fully embrace its nature as a top-tier predator, which explained why Lu Yu found no other spirits inhabiting these peaks. The reason was simply Roaring Moon's overwhelming strength. Reflecting on his encounters during his time playing Pokémon Scarlet, Lu Yu recalled that Roaring Moon was among the last few elusive spirits in the initial batch of 400 for the Pokédex. It was notoriously difficult to find. And on his first encounter, Lu Yu had misjudged the power disparity between them and inadvertently met its demise. Subsequently, he spent several hours searching in the Paldea Great Crater, but failed to encounter it again. Furthermore, the Bloodwing dragon had always been one of Lu Yu's favored dragon-type spirits. Among all semi-divine dragons, he preferred it over others like Dragonite, Hydreigon, Dragapult, and Garchomp. Therefore, when he learned of the ancient variant of the Bloodwing dragon, and considering Banquila's existence, he resolutely chose the Scarlet version. In Lu Yu's eyes, Roaring Moon's aesthetics and physique eclipsed those of the Bloodwing dragon, yet in gameplay, the latter seemed to be more practical. Regardless, Lu Yu firmly believed that in a confrontation between 2 equally matched Bloodwing dragons and Roaring Moon, the latter would surely emerge victorious. Being a creature from ancient times and a top predator with formidable combat prowess. Otherwise, the fossil pterodactyl would not have been so powerful upon its initial appearance. After reuniting with Roaring Moon, Lu Yu retrieved the Spirit S Pokeball, recalling it briefly before releasing it once more to examine its attributes. Spirit, Roaring Moon. Level, LV100. Ability, Fluid Transformation. Type, Dragon, Dark. Strength, Master Level. Skills, Dragon Breath, Incinerate, Abyssal Lunge, Dragon Dance, Flamethrower, Outrage. Affinity, 255. Chapter 62, A Surge in Power. W City Gym Battle. With Roaring Moon's return, the number of Master-level spirits under Lu Yu's command reached 2. Based on Lu Yu's estimations, his overall strength was now formidable enough to contend with Pokémon Masters without issue, save for those top-tier Masters who stood on the precipice of the Master level. In other words, the most powerful among the 8 Masters, such as Ash, Cynthia, and Diantha, who possessed 1 or 2, or even more Master-level spirits, would undoubtedly best Lu Yu in battle. However, against others like Alice and Elon, Lu Yu felt confident, even believing he could defeat them in a true life-or-death confrontation. Certainly, among the divine beasts, those of the first rank are insurmountable, even when pitted against the highest-tier Pokémon wielded by the Master. Otherwise, they would not be referred to as first-rank deities. A first-rank deity endowed with divine authority signifies invincibility. Now, with the emergence of the Thunderous Moon, Lu Yu's flying mount has made its grand entrance, significantly reducing the time he requires for travel. At this moment, Lu Yu is riding atop the Thunderous Moon, gallivanting through the skies of Yendang Mountain, surveying the vast expanse below, his heart brimming with exuberance. As this period draws near, only a month remains until the Pokémon League in J Province in October. Thus, after circling around City W on the Thunderous Moon and releasing a few Pokémon with no further gains, Lu Yu arrives at the Yendang Gym. The gym in City W is indeed the Yendang Gym, where the gym leader specializes in Steel-type Pokémon. Consequently, for today's gym battle, Lu Yu intends to summon the fierce Arrow Eagle, whose prowess has ascended to the pinnacle of the champion level, making it an invaluable asset. Upon entering the interior of the W City Gym and announcing his identity to the receptionist, Lu Yu is soon called forth for his gym battle. As he steps onto the steel battleground, he observes numerous steel pillars embedded in the ground, while Zhu Ming, the gym leader, awaits him at the trainer's position. It is quite unexpected that the recently renowned trainer, Lu Yu, would grace my Yendang Gym with his presence. Zhu Ming's tone carries a hint of curiosity and scrutiny. As a fellow gym leader, Zhu Ming is well aware of the recent news surrounding Lu Yu's conquests across various gyms in J Province in preparation for the Pokémon League. Thus, when faced with such a formidable opponent, one cannot help but strive to showcase their utmost strength and engage Lu Yu in a contest to determine the victor. Upon hearing Zhu Ming's words, Lu Yu produces a Pokeball, smiling as he responds. A true trainer thrives on adventure, even at the pinnacle of strength. The journey of life remains an unending quest. Following Lu Yu's declaration, Zhu Ming's lips curl into a slight smile, and soon after, the referee announces the commencement of the gym battle, and the clash ensues. Go, Armored Bird! With a flash of red light, a peak champion-level Armored Bird materializes before the spectators. Recognizing this as his first adversary, Lu Yu's lips curve into a grin. Now, prepare to face your opponent. Fierce Arrow Eagle. In the next moment, both avian Pokémon take to the skies, their sharp gazes locked onto one another as they prepare to launch their assaults. Fierce Arrow Eagle, unleash your charged flame attack. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, the Fierce Arrow Eagle soars into action, striking at the Armored Bird with remarkable speed. As the fiery blaze erupts, Zhu Ming swiftly issues a command for the Armored Bird to evade laterally and unleash Air Slash. With the Armored Bird executing the move, a torrent of flying-type energy condenses into razor-sharp blades, hurtling towards the fierce Arrow Eagle. However, fire-type Pokémon are typically known for their fiery tempers and unyielding courage. Faced with the oncoming Air Slash, the fierce Arrow Eagle deftly evades with its incredible speed, and when an unavoidable attack looms, it charges through, shattering the blades with flames. In a flash, it collides fiercely with the Armored Bird. Given the Steel-type's vulnerability to fire-type attacks, the damage is significantly amplified, and after enduring a devastating blow, the battle is essentially decided. With a speed far surpassing that of the Armored Bird, the fierce Arrow Eagle effortlessly brings it down. Retrieving the Armored Bird, Zhu Ming produces another Pokeball. This time, he releases his ace. With a burst of red light, a robust, steel-clad Bashikatala makes its grand entrance, bellowing fiercely at the fierce Arrow Eagle. The shockwaves from its roar are even visible to the naked eye. One can only imagine that this Bashikatala possesses champion-level strength. Witnessing such a formidable foe, the fierce Arrow Eagle exhibits no fear. Instead, It responds with fervor, countering Bashikatala's roar with a piercing cry of its own. Acknowledging that the fierce arrow eagle is not to be underestimated, Bashikatala adopts a stance of vigilance. Bashikatala, execute Rock Slide. As a rock and steel-type Pokémon, Bashikatala enjoys a significant advantage against the fire and flying-type fierce arrow eagle, with rock-type moves being quadruple effective. Thus, it is evident that each gym leader possesses extensive experience in countering opposing types. Reflecting on this, Luyu promptly issues a command to the fierce arrow eagle. Fierce arrow eagle, use Tailwind, followed by Fire Whirlpool. Although fire-type moves do not inflict double damage against Bashikatala, it remains a steel-type Pokémon, and the flames will undoubtedly gain potency when aided by the wind. Not to mention, the fierce arrow eagle is inherently swift, while steel-type Pokémon are notoriously sluggish. In such a battle, speed is the paramount advantage, and should Bashikatala sustain burn damage from the fierce arrow eagle's assault, the odds of victory will significantly tilt in Luyu's favor. Indeed, after employing Tailwind, the already swift fierce arrow eagle evades Bashikatala's rock-type move with ease. The Fire Whirlpool, bolstered by the Tailwind, intensifies into a fiery vortex that ensnares Bashikatala completely. As the Fire Whirlpool envelopes Bashikatala, it emits a thunderous cry of agony. At this moment, as Bashikatala finds itself ensnared within the Fire Whirlpool conjured by the fierce arrow eagle, the raging winds intensify, causing the flames to blaze ever brighter. Observing this, Luyu instructs the fierce arrow eagle to escalate its offensive and unleash flamethrower. Consequently, a torrent of flames erupts from the steel battleground, as Bashikatala howls skyward. Shortly after, Zhu Ming commands Bashikatala, utilize Rock Slide against yourself and follow it up with Metal Claw to shatter those boulders, transforming the massive rocks into rubble. Bashikatala attempts to extinguish the flames utilizing the momentum of their descent, truly a testament to the prowess of a gym leader. Fierce arrow eagle, unleash flamethrower, leaving no opportunity for him to recover. Let the fierce flames melt even the stones, demonstrating your determination and strength. Upon hearing Luyu's words, the expression of the fierce arrow eagle transforms in an instant. If previously it was solely focused on aiding its trainer to secure victory in this gym battle, now its resolve has shifted entirely. Among all of Luyu's returning Pokémon, aside from the newly hatched Ghastly, the fierce arrow eagle ranks as the weakest. Even though it is a champion-level Pokémon, its combat prowess pales in comparison to that of the Scyther. Thus, this battle transcends mere self-validation. It's a testament to the bond between itself and its trainer, Luyu. It shall not disappoint him. In the next moment, a surge of flames erupts from the fierce arrow eagle, culminating in a blazing flare blitz, manifesting with terrifying power. While Bashikadora boasts formidable physical defenses, the previous blast of flames was a special attack, inflicting considerable damage upon its adversary. Not to mention, the flames continued to burn incessantly. Thus, when the fierce arrow eagle struck Bashikadora once more, the latter was utterly enraged. Time and again, had this colossal beast been treated as mere refuse? In this critical moment, enduring excruciating pain, Bashikadora extended a metallic claw from the inferno, capturing the fierce arrow eagle in its grasp, the metallic talon erupting with fierce energy. After a fierce exchange of blows, Bashikadora hurled the fierce arrow eagle away, leaving it grievously wounded. Following the clash, both Pokémon were left panting, their stamina teetering on the brink of exhaustion. With a final surge of power, Bashikadora unleashed its destruction beam to vanquish its foe. The fierce arrow eagle summoned all its strength, executing a flare blitz. In the next instant, as both trainers simultaneously issued their commands, the fierce arrow eagle and Bashikadora unleashed their utmost might. As an orange-yellow energy beam erupted from Bashikadora's maw, swiftly racing toward the fierce arrow eagle, the latter radiated a terrifying blaze. In the final moment, the fierce arrow eagle narrowly evaded the destruction beam, spiraling into a powerful strike against Bashikadora. At this juncture, the victor was clear. When Bashikadora's eyes rolled back in defeat, the fierce arrow eagle too could no longer sustain itself, collapsing to the ground, breathless and devoid of its regal demeanor. After acquiring the badge from the Yindang Gym, Luyu departed from W City, having reunited with his Roaring Moon and released several elite-level Pokémon that aspired for independence. They were unwilling to follow him any longer, and Luyu could only respect their choice. Embarking on a new adventure, Luyu set forth toward his next destination. Arriving in T-City, having just obtained the badge from the Celestial Gym, Luyu once again visited the Pokémon Center, entrusting his Pokémon to Miss Joy for rejuvenation. Revitalized, Luyu was eager to explore T-City, Perhaps due to the return of Roaring Moon, Lu Yu's recent spate of good fortune seemed to have been exhausted, as he had yet to reclaim any Pokémon. Although he encountered creatures such as Grimer, Beedrill, Butterfree, and Meowth, their bonds with Lu Yu were too tenuous, compounded by their newfound lives, leaving them behind in the local area. As before, he left behind some special energy cubes to enhance their abilities slightly, bidding them a final farewell to conclude this chapter of fate. The so-called Celestial Gym was, of course, located in the renowned scenic area of T-City, where trainers specialized in normal-type Pokémon. Lu Yu successfully navigated through using his Lucario and obtained the badge. After a brief respite, he noticed the bustling game center, the largest in the city, piquing his interest as he stepped inside. Speaking of game centers, Lu Yu's first thought was of the one in Golden City within the Pokémon World, where trainers could engage in battles, slot machines, and various games to earn chips and claim desired prizes. In essence, it was a form of gambling. Lu Yu had no intrinsic interest in gambling, as it often led to ruin. However, when it came to Pokémon battles, he felt intrigued. With his current prowess, it was unlikely that any master-level Pokémon would emerge in the game center. Thus, he could dominate. Resolute, Lu Yu exchanged 10,000 dragon coins for 10 chips and began to wander through the gaming arena. As anticipated, he soon found himself on the third floor of the game center, where 4 battle arenas gleamed brightly, surrounded by an eager crowd watching the contest unfold. Upon his arrival, Lu Yu witnessed a trainer accompanied by an Abilash effortlessly defeat their opponent's golem, provoking a wave of cheers from the audience. This individual was truly formidable, boasting an 8-win streak. If they secured 2 more victories, they could exchange for any prize of their choosing. I doubt it, remarked another onlooker. I've lost millions in this game center and have never seen anyone achieve 10 consecutive wins. I bet he'll lose the next match. Gaining a clearer understanding of the situation, Lu Yu activated his psychic abilities to observe the crowd's reactions. Before long, he noticed a foreman-like figure, who, after surveying the battle, whispered something to his subordinates. Moments later, a burly man stepped out from the battle room, unleashing a Pokémon of master-level caliber that swiftly vanquished the Abilash. Consequently, all the rewards the Abilash trainer had earned vanished into thin air. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu's gaze turned cold. This was blatant manipulation by the establishment. Chapter 64. 10 consecutive wins, underhanded tactics? Following the game center's abrupt intervention, the Abilash trainer not only lost all their chips, but those who had wagered on him also saw their bets claimed by the game center. Typically, such battle gambling establishments employ powerful trainers to topple those on winning streaks, ensuring their downfall when they are at their most confident. Whether it be slot machines or other games, they would discreetly alter the odds. Simply put, if one wishes to profit from casinos, banks, or other institutions, they are merely dreaming. Recognizing this, Lu Yu's eyes narrowed. As someone who detested gambling and vice, he resolved to teach this so-called game center a lesson. Thus, he registered for the battle competition, and a staff member escorted him to the battle arena. The competition comprised 10 matches. In the first 5 battles, winning after placing a bet would double the chips, while in the subsequent 5, each victory would multiply the bet by 10. Thus, achieving 10 consecutive wins would yield an astronomical sum of chips, sufficient to exchange for any prize in the game center. Do you wish to participate in the battle? The staff member inquired with feigned concern. Nodding in affirmation, Lu Yu's 10 consecutive battles commenced. Notably, in this tournament, only one Pokémon could be used, and it could not be switched out. Without a second thought, Lu Yu released his shiny Sylveon and instructed it telepathically, Sylveon, temper your aura. Today, we shall right the wrongs and have some fun with these individuals. With a Pokémon of the gym leader's caliber in play, the opposing trainers would need to deploy a legendary beast or another Pokémon of equal standing to pose a challenge to Lu Yu. Otherwise, the so-called 10 consecutive wins were all but certain to be his. Not even Jesus could intervene. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Sylveon restrained its presence to that of a near-champion level, gazing intently at the opposition with fierce determination. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's shiny Sylveon, both the game center staff and the onlooking gamblers were filled with avarice, yearning to possess it. To them, the bond between trainer and Pokémon had long since diminished, replaced solely by a relentless pursuit of the shiny Pokémon's immense value. With a disdainful glance at the crowd, Lu Yu let out a faint sigh within, pondering how many would face ruin and despair. Thus, he commenced his battle. The first challenger wielded an elite-level Pokémon, and indeed, the top 3 opponents were all of elite caliber. Consequently, after Lu Yu effortlessly vanquished the trio, the 4th challenger emerged, possessing the strength of a nascent champion. It was a straightforward tactic. The initial matches were designed to give Lu Yu, as a challenger, a semblance of victory. For an abysmal defeat at the onset would hardly entice them to return for further engagements. Fairy Pokémon, let us toy with the opponents without delivering an instant defeat, otherwise, that raucous group might become restless. Following Lu Yu's command, the Fairy Pokémon smirked slightly, executing 2 moves, with one intentionally misfiring to secure the opponent's downfall. After winning 5 matches with apparent ease, the onlookers could no longer remain seated. It was understood that those bold enough to engage in a 10 consecutive victory challenge typically possessed a measure of skill, as the less capable merely wagered at the battle arena's sidelines. Nevertheless, anyone capable of winning 5 matches so effortlessly warranted the attention of the gaming center. They might just be a trainer at the pinnacle of the nascent champion level. Earlier, a streak of 8 consecutive victories had already been a rare spectacle, yet now, an unpredictable contender had emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, the gaming center's manager seized the communication device at his chest once more, issuing commands to his subordinates. Lu Yu's 6th opponent was to be the apex of the nascent champion level, Nidoking, a poison-type Pokémon. It seemed the gaming center had devised a plan to thwart Lu Yu using a type advantage against Fairy Pokémon. However, the Fairy Pokémon, of the Master level, was not intimidated by such so-called type advantages. Resolving to unleash its full power, the Fairy Pokémon obliterated Nidoking in a single strike, sending it crashing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Upon witnessing the defeat of a Pokémon at the pinnacle of the nascent champion level, the manager could no longer contain himself. If such an opponent could be dispatched in an instant, it was evident that Lu Yu's strength was undeniably that of a true champion level. Champion-level trainers constituted the most formidable faction within the gaming center, and such large chain establishments rarely boasted numerous champion-level combatants. However, they were determined to impede Lu Yu's progress, unless it reached a point of no return. Having made up his mind, the burly man who had previously defeated Abalong reappeared, brandishing a Boshikadora, a steel-type Pokémon. It indeed posed a challenge, but the disparity between champion and master levels could easily overshadow any type advantage. At the moment the Fairy Pokémon unleashed its full power, a surge of lunar energy sent Boshikadora crashing to the ground, completely devoid of combat capability. After achieving 9 consecutive victories, even champion-level Pokémon had succumbed to the Fairy Pokémon's might. Everyone comprehended that this was no ordinary challenger. They were faced with a veritable champion-level monster. Yet, what business did a champion-level trainer have in such a place? Just as Lu Yu anticipated the final match, the manager ascended the stage, wearing an inscrutable smile and declaring, "This challenger is indeed formidable, but perhaps it is time to call it a day. How about giving our gaming center a face-saving gesture? After all, our boss is also a champion." Before he could finish, Lu Yu let out a cold laugh, dismissing the manager's veiled threat. Is a champion truly so remarkable? Establishing a gambling den for profit hardly qualifies one for such a title. His words struck the gaming center's manager like a thunderbolt, as he had initially hoped to cultivate a rapport with Lu Yu, but it was evident he was merely seeking confrontation. Very well, if you possess such prowess, let us see what you can take away from our gaming center. With tensions escalating, the final match was set, and the gaming center would undoubtedly unleash its strongest Pokémon. Given that their company's owner was also a champion, it was no surprise that Lu Yu's opponent for the last match was a champion-level Noivern, albeit regrettably without a trainer's guidance. Chapter 65, Victory. Since the previous manager claimed that the gaming center's founder was a champion-level trainer, there were only 2 possibilities: either a retired champion lending their name to the center or a champion of dubious character. Regardless of which, anyone who wreaked havoc among gamblers, leading them to ruin, hardly deserved the title of champion. What constitutes a champion? A true champion embodies the spirit of the unparalleled national hero, striving for their people, their nation, and even humanity at large, safeguarding them. Only such individuals can rightfully be termed champions. Otherwise, they are merely powerful trainers. Furthermore, upon the appearance of the Noivern, Lu Yu sensed something amiss. Its vitality seemed diminished, akin to an aged being. One must remember that dragon-type Pokémon are renowned for their exceptional life force. And with Lu Yu's extraordinary abilities, he could easily perceive the vibrant life energy of Pokémon. Yet this Noivern, despite being a dragon-type, bore the marks of time's passage, akin to a setting sun. Even with champion-level strength, the disparity between dragon-types and master-level fairy Pokémon was vast, with a 3-tier gap in combat capabilities. Moreover, the dragon-type moves of Noivern were utterly ineffective against the fairy-type fairy Pokémon. Thus, sensing the champion aura of Noivern, the gaming center's personnel felt confident about their chances. The gamblers, too, deliberated for an eternity, ultimately placing the majority of their bets on Noivern. Witnessing this, Lu Yu could only shake his head in resignation. These individuals were beyond saving. Even now, they believed that the decrepit Noivern could vanquish his fairy Pokémon. Even though the fairy Pokémon had not showcased its champion aura and remained at the pinnacle of the nascent champion level, had not the previous battles made the situation clear? Of course. To these spectators, the nascent champion level likely appeared as an overwhelming force. The fairy Pokémon would not allow an aged dragon to act brazenly before it. Even the formidable Lunala had not been so audacious. Give it your all and obliterate it. Recognizing Lu Yu's burgeoning fury, the fairy Pokémon responded with indignation, instantly unleashing its most potent move, Dazzling Gleam, a move with a power rating of 150 points, under the influence of its hidden ability, Pixelate. Transformed the normal type move into a fairy type attack, amplifying its strength. Coupled with type advantage, the resulting beam of light exceeded 300 points in power, crashing into Noivern. The ensuing shockwaves of the fierce battle immediately captured the attention of the entire gaming center. As the dust settled, the once mighty Noivern lay defeated in a massive crater, incapacitated and battered, even losing a tooth. Thus, the first trainer to achieve 10 consecutive victories within this realm of nefarious forces was born. By the heavens, we truly won. My money. Having anticipated that the little rascal would win, I cursed, lamenting the loss of all my chips. Ha, I placed my bet on this master. And my chips multiplied tenfold. What a thrill. Chapter 66, valued at 32 billion, the silver feather. Amidst the cacophony surrounding him, Lu Yu merely curled his lips into a disdainful smile, then directed his gaze towards the head of the gaming center. Clearly, upon realizing that Lu Yu had come with a confrontational intent, no, to be precise, it was his first encounter with someone who was aware that a champion was backing the gaming center and yet refused to show any respect. This person's expression turned grim, even shocked, not to mention the fact that Lu Yu had effortlessly obliterated a champion-level Soundwave Dragon. The realization dawned upon the manager that he had indeed hit a brick wall. With Lu Yu exhibiting the prowess of a fairy-like spirit, it was evident that, regardless of his current weakness, he was a trainer who possessed at least a champion-level Pokémon. As for the notion of possessing master-level prowess, no one could believe that a trainer who appeared to be no older than 20 could exhibit such combat capabilities. After all, in the entire Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, there were scarcely more than a handful of individuals with master-level strength. If that were the case, wouldn't the majority of us have spent our entire lives languishing over a cardy dog? Therefore, my current chips should suffice to exchange for any item within your gaming center, correct? Upon hearing Lu Yu's remarks, before the manager could respond, a gambler who had previously wagered on Lu Yu's victory approached eagerly, exclaiming, "Master, of course. The items in our gaming center are all clearly priced. Even if you started with just 10 chips, after a 10-game winning streak, you would have amassed 32 million chips, converted into dragon coins. That amounts to over 300 billion. As he spoke, the gambler's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if Lu Yu were an exquisite beauty laid bare before them. Indeed, after 10 consecutive victories, culminating in the defeat of a champion-level Soundwave Dragon, Lu Yu's initial 10 chips transformed into 32 million. The first 5 rounds doubled the chips, turning 10 into 320. The subsequent 5 rounds multiplied the total tenfold each time, resulting in a final tally of 32 million chips. In terms of dragon coins, that equates to 320 billion. Such wealth is possessed by fewer than 1,000 individuals across the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. This is precisely why, since the gaming center's inception, despite the allure of the 10 consecutive victories and the immense profits behind it, no one had ever truly succeeded. For once someone achieved that feat, even with just 10 chips, the gaming center would be rendered defunct. Yet, no one could have anticipated that a trainer capable of defeating champion-level Pokémon would one day arrive at this venue to partake in such gambling battles. Roughly estimating, the total value of all redeemable items at the T-City Gaming Center, including Pokémon, evolution stones, energy blocks, and rare items, likely does not even amount to 300 billion. Thus, Lu Yu's actions effectively crippled their enterprise, transferring ownership in the process. Cough, cough. So do you plan to conduct a cash transaction, or shall we offset this with debts incurred from the gaming center's assets? Based on past calculations of wealth distribution in the Dragon Kingdom, there are scarcely 200 individuals possessing assets exceeding 100 billion, but within the Pokémon world, where the value of Pokémon and items is terrifyingly high, the number of individuals with total assets surpassing 300 billion has naturally increased somewhat. Upon hearing Lu Yu's statement, the manager's expression changed dramatically, This matter was now beyond his capacity to decide. After making a phone call, he learned that the champion behind the scenes was on his way to address the situation, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Luyu, our boss is on his way. Please, make yourself comfortable. The previous suppression was merely a routine tactic of the gaming center, yet now that the situation had unfolded, they had no choice but to either meet Luyu's demands or allow him to claim assets valued at 320 billion. Following the manager into the redemption room, Luyu first arrived at the Pokémon section. Observing the Pokémon confined within their cages, a surge of anger welled up within him. He genuinely harbored a fondness for Pokémon. Even if they were not his own, he could feel the anguish and sorrow of these creatures. They were truly treated as commodities by humans, with the majority plunged into utter despair. With a resigned sigh, he gestured, indicating that he would take them all, intending to assess the final value of these thousands of Pokémon as a means to settle his debts, and subsequently find them a safe haven. Among these Pokémon, there were indeed a considerable number of rare species, including quasi-deities and the starter trio. Pokémon like Charmander, Chimchar, Torchic, and others, as well as Litten, Trico, Totodile, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. Additionally, there were heart-scaled treasures, Dratini, Bagon, and even fully evolved Dragonite. Upon hearing Luyu's intentions, the manager dared not utter a word. He initially contemplated offering counsel, but the sight of the fairy-like Pokémon behind Luyu rendered him speechless. After packaging the Pokémon, their total estimated value was approximately 50 billion. Using the money he had won effortlessly, Luyu deemed it worthwhile to exchange for the freedom of these thousands of Pokémon. As for rare items, he was indifferent. He already possessed a staggering quantity of the most elusive items, so why would he need them to gift him more? Therefore, the remaining assets would either be converted into cash or exchanged for even rarer items. For instance, information regarding legendary Pokémon. When the shadowy owner of the gaming center finally made his appearance, Luyu scrutinized the elderly gentleman before him. He was not mistaken. The champion before him was indeed Long Xiaotian, one of the renowned powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League from decades past. The former head of the Long family, one of the top-tier families within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, and a former member of the Four Kings. Upon seeing Luyu, Long Xiaotian offered no further words. He merely retrieved an exquisitely crafted silver box and a bank card from one of his subordinates. This contains 100 billion in cash. Adding that to the 50 billion for the Pokémon, I believe this should suffice to settle our matters. Upon hearing Long Xiaotian's words, Luyu regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze as he opened the silver box. The moment the box was unveiled, a wave of heart-stopping energy surged forth, catching Luyu off guard. Inside the box lay no other items, only a single feather radiating a silvery glow, suspended within, imbued with an air of mystery. Chapter 67. The Long Family of the Dragon Kingdom. Their purpose. As Luyu received the bank card containing 100 billion in cash and verified the amount with his Rotom phone, a smirk of disdain crossed his lips. No wonder the gaming centers, established across various provinces, had managed to endure for so many years. It turned out the true owner behind the scenes was a member of the Long family. Thus, this 100 billion in cash could easily be produced. Even the 320 billion was merely a drop in the bucket for the Long family. With that thought, Luyu shook his head, and his gaze sharpened suddenly. This is precisely why the Long family has never openly supported establishments such as casinos. It appears that even you fear the scorn of the populace. A champion of such stature, yet truly the puppeteer behind such a sordid domain? It is well known that in any realm, there exists a formidable force whose assets are nothing short of terrifying. The Long family is among the most fearsome of the aristocratic lineages, a legacy of the Dragon Kingdom's Elven Alliance that has endured through the ages. Their total assets could easily be deemed the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's Elven Alliance, and even if not the absolute foremost, they would certainly rank within the top 3, with a market value commencing at a staggering trillion. Unlike other enterprises, the Long family operates as a family business, with its various scions occupying significant positions within the Elven Alliance. Take, for instance, the esteemed Long Xiaotian, one of the 4 celestial kings from the previous generation of the Dragon Kingdom's Elven Alliance, a champion-level powerhouse, serving as a stabilizing anchor for the Long family over the past few decades. He has 3 direct descendants, all possessing strength at the pinnacle of the king level or higher, some serving within the ranks of investigators, while others hold key positions in various dojos. Among the collateral relatives, there exists a plethora of king-level and quasi-king-level masters, and even the number of formidable trainers aligned with the Long family is not insignificant. However, the Long family now harbors a fatal weakness, Since Long Xiaotian's era, none of the third generation have ascended to the champion level, with the strongest merely reaching the peak of king level. Should Long Xiaotian pass away, the Long family would find itself teetering on the brink, devoid of its only champion-level powerhouse, as numerous great families await the demise of this old dragon. Upon hearing Lu Yu's remarks, Long Xiaotian displayed a faint smile, entirely dismissing Lu Yu's dissatisfaction. The prospect of investing 3 billion to cultivate a friendship with Mr. Lu Yu is a price the Long family is more than willing to pay, and indeed, it is deemed worthwhile. The item within the earlier box was a feather from a divine beast. Surely, given Mr. Lu Yu's current prowess, what he seeks, or what would genuinely benefit him, can only be a divine beast. That feather can guide you to locate the divine beast. I wonder if this price will appease Mr. Lu Yu or perhaps ease his ire. Upon hearing this, the anger that had been visibly etched upon Lu Yu's face dissipated, his gaze transforming into one of intrigue once more. So, does this count as a bribe? Observing Lu Yu's somewhat naive demeanor, Long Xiaotian chuckled and shook his head. No, this is what you rightfully earned. While the Long family does profit through various commercial tactics, even deliberately inciting desires to harvest the wealth of ordinary people by establishing gaming centers that lead the gambling addicts to ruin, such methods may indeed be disreputable. However, to sustain the family and operate within the bounds of the law, the Long family has committed no wrongdoing. And since I stand before you, it is only natural that I honor my commitments. In truth, every gambling addict is born from their own inner desires, ultimately leading them to ruin. Frankly speaking, everyone harbors desires, yet whether one can control them is a matter for each individual to ponder and bear the consequences of. Thus, I remain perplexed as to why Mr. Lu Yu holds such a strong aversion to gaming centers, yet your debts to me have been cleared this time. With these words, Lu Yu exhaled deeply. In fact, Long Xiaotian's words ring true. Every individual wrestles with the demon of desire within, and blaming others without reflection is unfounded. Ultimately, it is the individual who gambles, who forsakes everything, thus inflicting a sense of devastation upon their family. Moreover, it can be said that any sizable enterprise capitalizes on human desires, creating wealth for them. This is the essence of capital and the stark reality. The Long family is merely a microcosm of this world. In contrast to the stark realities of the outside world, within this realm of elves, there exist greater opportunities for reversal, for the key to preserving wealth lies in the prowess of the trainers themselves. A being such as Lu Yu, even should he sever ties with the Long family, would remain unperturbed, for his strength surpasses that of the Long family's champion, Long Xiaotian, who is certainly no match for Lu Yu. This elucidates why the heads of top-tier families remain so composed and willingly part with their wealth to appease Lu Yu, even offering more, the guidance to a divine beast. The value of such a thing seems to transcend mere monetary assessment. Why would the Long family bestow this silver-white feather upon me? Hearing Lu Yu's inquiry, Long Xiaotian paused, evidently taken aback, as it seemed he had not anticipated that Lu Yu would indeed recognize the feather's origin and its name. With a self-deprecating smile, Long Xiaotian explained, "The reasoning is quite simple. Mr. Lu Yu possesses strength far beyond that of an ordinary king, and our Long family is in need of an ally. While I, in my old age, am nearing the end of my days. Before the Long family produces its next champion, I must prepare for its future. Bestowing the silver-white feather upon you serves two purposes. First, to assuage Mr. Lu Yu's anger, and second, to extend a personal favor. Should the day come when Mr. Lu Yu successfully locates this divine beast, I would be eternally grateful if you could safeguard the Long family in return for this opportunity." After Lu Yu departed, one of Long Xiaotian's lifelong companions could no longer contain himself and inquired of Long Xiaotian, "Does the head of the family truly intend to forge an alliance with him? After all, he is merely a youth." Yet, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Long Xiaotian. "Have you ever encountered a youth capable of defeating one of my aces, a champion-level Soundwave Dragon, using a Fairy-type Pokémon? Such a monster is not someone the Long family can afford to offend at this juncture. Moreover, does the Long family's wealth come easily? If he fails, it would simply mean he perished in pursuit of the divine beast, thus avenging himself. However, should he succeed, this favor may one day save the Long family." Chapter 68. The Feather of Lugia, the Drakazalt of the Snowy Mountains. For Long Xiaotian of the Long family, ordinary kings and champions pose no real sense of urgency or threat. After all, the Long family boasts a plethora of king-level powerhouses, no fewer than a dozen, each formidable in their own right. A coalition of such might is undeniably fearsome. Thus, the The Long family does not regard common kings with any seriousness. Furthermore, thanks to Long Xiaotian's decades of connections, even typical champion-level powerhouses would defer to the Long family. Master-level trainers, generally unencumbered by financial woes and preoccupied with their own pursuits, would hardly concern themselves with gaming centers. However, this time, Lu Yu represents a variable, perhaps better described as an inexperienced novice, which is why he seems utterly unconcerned with the Long family's influence, merely seeking to vent his frustration. Moreover, Long Xiaotian has offered ample compensation, believing that Lu Yu indeed possesses terrifying potential. Offending him could lead to a relentless feud with a genius champion. In his old age, none of the Long family's direct descendants could stand against Lu Yu. Such a cost is beyond what the Long family can bear. Ultimately, the Barefoot have no fear of the shod, and should Lu Yu be cornered, a mutually destructive outcome would serve no purpose for the Long family. Consequently, Long Xiaotian endeavored to appease Lu Yu and even presented the silver-white feather of the divine beast Lugia. With this feather, Lu Yu could indeed locate the sea deity Lugia at some future time. In Long Xiaotian's perspective, the likelihood of Lu Yu perishing at the hands of Rayquaza is exceedingly high. Should that transpire, the Long family could effortlessly eradicate Lu Yu, avenging their recent grievances. Moreover, given the prowess of the Long family, subjugating Rayquaza would be a Herculean task. Thus, it would be more prudent to abandon the endeavor altogether. Yet, what if Lu Yu truly manages to tame Rayquaza? A Lu Yu, possessed of such a formidable entity, would ascend to the zenith of the world's power hierarchy. Such a person, harboring even the slightest sense of obligation, could ensure that the Long family, a colossal entity, would not completely disintegrate. Trading a worthless, inanimate object for a glimmer of hope in the future, or even eliminating a formidable foe, would be a remarkably lucrative transaction for Long Xiaotian. Naturally, Lu Yu comprehended the true intentions of Long Xiaotian. Ultimately, he found solace in accepting the silvery feather, for he was genuinely intrigued. Recognizing that those gamblers were led astray by their uncontrollable desires, leading them down an irretrievable path. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Lu Yu mounted the Roaring Moon and set forth toward his next destination. With Lu Yu's current strength, seeking out Rayquaza for subjugation remained an arduous challenge. Even with the combined might of the fairy Pokémon, Ancient Jade Fish, and Roaring Moon, success was far from guaranteed. Therefore, he could continue his pursuit of other second-tier deities, such as the remaining 3 of the 4 Calamities beasts, or perhaps the legendary trio of birds and the 3 sacred beasts. A few days later, upon arriving in City H, Lu Yu restored his Pokémon stamina at the Pokémon Center before heading to Dragon King Mountain. Dragon King Mountain, a renowned site in City H, as its name implies, is home to numerous dragon-type Pokémon, making it a paradise for dragon trainers. However, over 3 months ago, a sudden blizzard struck, and even the sweltering heat of summer could not melt the ice and snow, prompting the dragon-type Pokémon to vacate the area. Upon learning of this upheaval, the Pokémon League prohibited trainers from venturing to Dragon King Mountain, leading netizens to speculate about the presence of several powerful ice-type Pokémon, which altered the environment of Dragon King Mountain. There were even rumors of the existence of ice-type deities. Consequently, upon receiving this information, Lu Yu promptly made his way to Dragon King Mountain. Given that the changes occurred over 3 months ago, aligning with Lu Yu's own timeline upon his arrival, it was highly plausible that his former Pokémon might reside here, particularly those of exceptional strength. From a distance, upon sighting the snowy mountains ahead, Roaring Moon unleashed a mighty roar. Naturally, Dragon-type Pokémon harbor an innate aversion to Ice-type energy. Even though Roaring Moon is a Pokémon of the Master level, it could not escape this inherent trait. Thus, signaling Roaring Moon to descend upon the snowy peaks, Lu Yu recalled it into its Pokeball. Feeling the chill in the air, Lu Yu summoned his Scyther to guard him closely and dispatched his Talonflame to scout from above, beginning his exploration of Dragon King Mountain. In truth, there exists a newly emerged quasi-deity, which is also a Dragon-type Pokémon, unafraid of Ice-type energy. This Pokémon embodies the dual essence of Ice and Dragon types. Akin to the legendary Pokémon Kyurem, renowned as the mightiest dragon, it is none other than the Dragapult from Pokémon Sword and Shield, boasting an impressive base stat total of 600, frequently utilized in battles. Recalling the Dragapults he had previously captured, Lu Yu realized he had trained only one to a significant degree. As he observed the snowy expanse, a call from Talonflame echoed through the air, prompting the Dragapult, which had been residing in the mountains for over 3 months, to react. In this icy realm, the presence of a fire and flying-type Pokémon was highly unlikely if it were a wild Pokémon. Thus, Talonflame's appearance indicated that a trainer was adventuring toward Dragon King Mountain with their Pokémon. Realizing this, the Dragapult's gaze sharpened, and it began to approach Talonflame. Meanwhile, upon reaching Dragon King Mountain, Luyu surveyed the vast snowy landscape, instinctively retracting his neck and activating his psychic barrier. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the cold. "How do you feel?" Talonflame and Scyther. Listening to his trainer's inquiry, both Pokémon emitted soft chirps, indicating their well-being. Yet, at that moment, Talonflame seemed to sense something amiss, letting out a sharp cry of warning, as if a Pokémon was advancing toward Luyu. Understanding Talonflame's alert, Luyu braced himself, releasing his fairy Pokémon, and remained poised in anticipation. Shortly thereafter, a colossal creature, standing over 3 meters tall and nearing 4, with a grayish-white hue and what appeared to be a sword upon its back, materialized before Luyu. The instant he beheld this Pokémon, Luyu's heart skipped a beat. This was Dragapult. Moreover, it was unmistakably his very own Dragapult. Without a moment's hesitation, feeling the elation radiating from Dragapult, Luyu dashed toward it. Then, the 1 meter 80 tall young man found himself enveloped in Dragapult's embrace, letting out a joyful roar. Chapter 69. The Sword of Calamity, the Ancient Sword Leopard. Dragapult, it truly is you. After finally extricating himself from Dragapult's embrace, Luyu gazed at it with unbridled joy. Upon hearing Luyu's words, Dragapult beamed back at him, having waited so long on this snowy mountain, finally reuniting with its trainer. As for Talonflame and Scyther, they too understood that this Dragapult was one of their trainer's Pokémon. After exchanging greetings, Luyu summoned all his Pokémon. After Dragapult reacquainted itself with the others, Luyu retrieved Dragapult's Pokeball and examined its status panel. Pokémon, Dragapult. Level, 91. Ability, Ice Body. Restores a fraction of its health each turn during Hail. Type, Ice Dragon. Strength, Master Level. Skills, Hail, Dragon Tail, Dragon Dance, Phantom Force, Substitute. Protect, Ice Beam. Affection, 255. A level 91 Dragapult stands at the initial tier of the Master Level, making it the first Master Level Pokémon Luyu has reclaimed. He recalled how, during team composition, Dragapult and Drakazult synergized remarkably well, with Drakazult using its tail to swap in Dragapult, blocking an attack and utilizing Dragon Dance to bolster its own offense. Subsequently, with Dynamax, Phantom Force, Ice Beam, or Earthquake, they could effectively vanquish opponents and secure victory. The reason it hadn't reached its maximum level seemed to stem from a lack of experience candies during their time battling Dynamax Pokémon, leading to Luyu's neglect and further training. However, upon Dragapult's return, it conveyed to Luyu that within this snowy expanse lurked a terrifying presence that even it found somewhat unsettling. Yet, this aura was elusive, and its exact location remained unknown. Hearing Dragapult's words, the previously motionless ancient jade fish stirred, gliding toward Luyu and utilizing its innate powers to convey. The Sword of Calamity may reside in this very place. I can sense its presence. Upon hearing the words of the ancient jade fish, Luyu's face lit up with astonishment. He has now comprehended that the legendary spirits known as the 4 great calamity beasts, existing in their unique forms, traversed through time thousands of years ago. Although they have been sealed for the majority of that time, they can undeniably be regarded as divine beasts endowed with celestial powers. Their combat prowess far surpassing that of ordinary beasts lacking such divinity. Even though the ancient jadefish is currently only at the champion level, its true strength rivals that of a master level, if not exceeding it. Now, having recovered the glaive spine dragon and learning that another divine beast resides atop Dragon King Mountain, Luyu was naturally elated. In that case, ancient jadefish, please sense the location of the Sword of Calamity. Let us awaken it and depart from this place together. If we can take the ancient sword leopard away, Dragon King Mountain should revert to its original form. Upon hearing Luyu's words, the ancient jade fish nodded, smiling, and began to attune itself to the location of the sealed ancient sword leopard. After a brief wait, the ancient jade fish pinpointed the direction, and the group, along with their spirits, set off towards the ancient sword leopard's lair. To Luyu's astonishment, the final sealing spot of the ancient sword leopard was indeed at the peak of Dragon King Mountain. Perhaps due to Luyu's arrival and the increasingly weakened seal of the 4 great calamity beasts, all 4 beasts were stirred, gradually beginning to unleash their true powers. Just as the ancient jade fish had previously revived and boiled the sea, the current ancient sword leopard froze the entire mountain, and this icy force continued to expand. When a luminous altar reappeared, Luyu understood that he was likely to engage in battle with his spirit once again. However, with the ancient jade fish by his side, And given that fire types counter ice types, Lu Yu felt completely unperturbed. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Spirit Alliance in the Imperial capital, the previously subdued Calamity Force erupted once more, sending alarms throughout the Dragon Kingdom Spirit Alliance. Upon receiving the news, Sharona's expression darkened. A similar incident had already occurred. Yet, at this moment, no one in the Dragon Kingdom Spirit Alliance knew the whereabouts of the ancient jade fish or who had captured it. Investigate if any trainers registered with the Spirit Alliance, especially those of elite rank or higher, have recently ventured to H City in the EC region. If the ancient jade fish has indeed been captured by a human trainer, they would undoubtedly have their sights set on the other 3 calamity beasts. And this incident must be related to them. I will immediately head to Dragon King Mountain to see if I can catch up, and at the same time, inform King Zhongfan to be prepared. If the calamity beasts return to the human realm, we must ensure the safety of the citizens of Zhejiang Province. After departing aboard a Pokebus, the Spirit Alliance promptly set its plans into motion. Concurrently, someone raised a question. Why were 2 of the 4 great calamity beasts sealed in Zhejiang Province and its nearby waters? Following extensive data analysis, a list began to populate the large screen. Eventually, a photograph of Lu Yu was locked into focus. At this moment, atop Dragon King Mountain, as the 8 chains of the altar vanished upon Lu Yu's touch, a sword, shattered into 2 pieces, emerged upon the altar. Gradually, the 2 blades transformed into a white leopard, unleashing a thunderous roar. Not only that, but the leopard exuded an overwhelming aura, its eyes shrouded in a black mist, rendering it exceedingly ferocious. Realizing this, Lu Yu cast aside any notions of overwhelming the foe with sheer numbers and immediately commanded his spirits. Ancient Jade Fish, unleash great calamity. Roaring Moon, Banjira, Glaive Spine Dragon, Scyther, and Gyarados, unleash Destruction Beam. The Fairy Spirit, cast Magical Shine. Lucario, release Aura Sphere. The Illusionary Mask Meow, deploy Seed Bomb. The Fierce Arrow Eagle, execute Air Slash. Once the orders were given, a barrage of attacks descended upon the ancient sword leopard, even though it was a divine beast. Every spirit present here was formidable, not to mention the presence of 2 leaders and a divine beast. The ancient sword leopard stood little chance. As the black mist began to dissipate, within half an hour, the ancient sword leopard returned to its original form. Recognizing Lu Yu, the ancient sword leopard emitted a gentle roar, approached Lu Yu, and affectionately rubbed its head against him. Chapter 70. The Arrival of Sharona and the Discussion. At last, you have returned, ancient sword leopard. I did not imagine I would keep you waiting so long. I hope for your continued guidance. Will you follow me once more? Upon hearing Lu Yu's words and observing the eager expressions of the spirits behind him, especially that of the ancient jade fish, the ancient sword leopard nodded and touched the luxurious ball in Lu Yu's hand with its head. Without uttering a sound, the ancient sword leopard was captured by Lu Yu. Thus, among the 4 great calamity beasts, Lu Yu's 2 favorites had returned, leaving him curious about the whereabouts of the other 2. Those symbolizing the Cauldron of Calamity and the Tablet of Calamity, sealed away and awaiting revival. After capturing the ancient sword leopard, Lu Yu could distinctly sense the icy forces atop Dragon King Mountain gradually dissipating, and it would not be long before the mountain returned to its original state. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Yu mounted Roaring Moon and headed towards the remaining cities in Zhejiang Province. Half an hour after Lu Yu's departure, Sharona and her Pokebus arrived at Dragon King Mountain. Observing the fading calamity force, Sharona's expression darkened. Did I arrive too late? She murmured, retrieving another Pokeball from her waist, summoning a robust Lucario. Gazing at the 2 aura spirits before her, Sharona instructed solemnly, Pokebus, Lucario, sense the aura information here. Was there any clue approximately half an hour ago? Following Sharona's command, Lucario and Pokebus nodded. Soon, a vision accompanied by aura energy surged into Sharona's mind. As she absorbed the imagery, a figure along with numerous spirits gradually materialized before her. Among the silhouettes were the powerful Banjira, the colossal Gyarados, the formidable Glaive Spine Dragon, and Lucario, Fierce Arrow Eagle, and Illusionary Mask Meow. Even the ancient Jade Fish and ancient Sword Leopard, divine beasts, were present, prompting Sharona to gasp in astonishment. Upon recognizing the trainer surrounded by these spirits, Sharona's brow furrowed. How could it be him? With a sense of confusion, Sharona recalled her last encounter with Lu Yu. It had been in City Z when Apollo, a high-ranking member of Team Rocket, had attacked, commanding the immense Tentacruel and its kin to assault. It was this man who had stood before everyone to protect them. At that moment, she had taken note of Lu Yu and held high hopes for this rising star of the Dragon Kingdom Spirit Alliance trainer. Subsequently, numerous discussions online emerged, suggesting that Lu Yu could be an even more terrifying genius than Sharona herself, destined to achieve greater heights. However, Sharona never anticipated that someone who had only recently debuted could have advanced to such a level in such a short time and could now even capture divine beasts. How could such talent manifest so swiftly? Surely, there must be more to this story. Taking a deep breath, Cynthia turned her gaze towards the distance, allowing Lucario to indicate the direction, and then pursued after Pokégeese. Upon Lu Yu's arrival in Q City, he visited the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon. As he stepped out, he was unexpectedly halted by an elegant woman. The newcomer, with flowing golden hair and a statuesque figure, appeared to be at least 1.70 meters tall, adorned in towering high heels, and cloaked in a sleek black robe wrapped in a stylish trench coat. Removing her sunglasses, the identity of the individual was enough to send shockwaves throughout the world. For standing before Lu Yu, obstructing his path, was none other than Cynthia, the champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, a master trainer ranked 3rd in the world. Without waiting for Lu Yu to speak, Cynthia directly addressed him. "Do you have a moment? I would like to discuss something with you." Such words, reminiscent of a date, inevitably stirred Lu Yu's intrigue. Yet he quickly realized that this matter was unlikely to be as simple as it seemed. Either his acquisition of the legendary Pokémon had been exposed, or his inscrutable strength and the presence of so many formidable Pokémon had finally compelled the Pokémon League to take notice. Otherwise, why would the most powerful trainer in the Dragon Kingdom approach Lu Yu unprompted? Feeling a slight tension rising within, Lu Yu's expression remained composed as he nodded. Subsequently, the two sought a secluded spot to engage in discourse. Cynthia's opening statement soon alleviated Lu Yu's apprehension. "Are you aware of the 4 calamity beasts?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu, understanding Cynthia's intent, responded with a smile. "Indeed, I have captured both the Calamity Orb and the Calamity Sword. It seems rather coincidental that I happen to appear each time they are revived, and I possess the strength to capture them. Therefore, the Pokémon League should have no authority over trainers capturing legendary Pokémon, correct?" Noticing a hint of rigidity in Lu Yu's tone, Cynthia shook her head with a smile. "I am not here to interrogate you. Rather, in my capacity as the champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, I must express concern over the destructive potential of the 4 calamity beasts. Long ago, we established that their power stems from the negative emotions of humans and Pokémon, which has led us to worry about the devastation they might cause upon revival. When you captured the ancient jade fish, we had no definitive information, fearing that it might fall into the hands of nefarious organizations like Team Rocket, which would spell trouble. Now that we know it was captured by one of our own, we can finally rest easy." After Cynthia concluded her remarks, a prolonged silence ensued. Having experienced the events at the game center, Lu Yu was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. When interacting with such high-ranking individuals, he had learned to tread cautiously, no longer relying solely on superficial preferences or appearances. To be frank, any man would revel in the opportunity to dine with Cynthia, the champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, and his stunning beauty. Yet Lu Yu remained composed, devoid of such thoughts. "I have a personal question I wish to pose. Though you may decline to answer," Cynthia continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu took a sip of his tea, signaling her to proceed. "How have you, hailed as more talented than I once was, achieved this success? Or, rather, does your existence bring more benefit or detriment to the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League?" As Cynthia spoke, Lu Yu shook his head. "Firstly, those are 2 questions. Secondly, I refuse to answer the first, but regarding the second, after the battle in Z City, do you still need to worry about my allegiance?" Chapter 71, Suspicion and Internal League Dynamics, A New Journey. Cynthia smiled upon hearing Lu Yu's words. She then rose to pay the bill and prepared to leave, but before departing, she imparted a final message to Lu Yu. "I hope that we will not find ourselves on opposing sides in the end." Understanding the profound implications of her words, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. His true intention was merely to keep his secrets concealed. In other words, no matter how plausible his excuses might be, given Lu Yu's current strength, no one would believe it was merely that. Lu Yu had reached this point without relying on anyone else's power. After all, being a step or 2 ahead of others might be considered talent. 10 steps might denote a top-tier genius, but Lu Yu was already operating at a level 100 steps ahead. Thus, were they to suspect that I was a pawn orchestrated by Team Rocket and other nefarious organizations, intending to infiltrate the Pokémon League? Was the recent defense of Z City merely a staged act? Or perhaps, had the 2 major factions above begun to clash, ultimately making me the focal point? Murmuring to himself, Lu Yu shook his head vigorously. In truth, he could understand their perspective. Had any trainer without a golden finger witnessed a fledgling trainer suddenly displaying strength far surpassing that of an ordinary champion, they too would be astonished. Not to mention, Lu Yu possessed neither a prestigious background nor complex relationships. He appeared as innocent as a model citizen. Yet, it was precisely this innocence that sparked suspicion. Such occurrences were not without precedent. It was rumored that 2 of the original 4 champions from the Island Nation Pokémon League had ties to Team Rocket, nearly leading to the demise of their champion, Yu Longdu. Subsequently, various Pokémon leagues grew increasingly vigilant towards those who suddenly rose to prominence. Lu Yu was evidently among those they scrutinized, especially considering that his notoriety stemmed from the battle to protect Z City, which was intrinsically linked to Team Rocket. If one were to argue that Team Rocket had orchestrated the situation, that would not be unfounded. Moreover, how could a novice trainer willingly bear such burdens? In summary, to suppress an individual, any incident could be twisted into a narrative that tarnishes their reputation. Thus, while the masses rejoiced at the emergence of yet another top-tier genius from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, for individuals like Cynthia, vigilance was an absolute necessity. Who could guarantee that Lu Yu's Pokémon had not been bestowed upon him by Team Rocket's utmost efforts? Consequently, could his prowess truly be attributed solely to his own merits? Moreover, if they ultimately integrated a top-tier genius who did not belong to their faction, would that not expose them to betrayal? Of course, Cynthia was no fool. If Lu Yu truly belonged to the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, directly questioning him or initiating an investigation would only serve to push him further into Team Rocket's embrace. Thus, today's dialogue was not merely a conversation, but a cautionary exchange regarding Lu Yu's true affiliations and allegiances. Left alone, Lu Yu gazed at the still warm Longjing tea, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Engaging in politics is a filthy game, yet while he understood, he still felt discontent. Indeed, being unjustly suspected of collusion with an evil organization and being treated as a pawn in a factional struggle would irk anyone. Even a different individual would harbor resentment towards the Pokémon League. However, Lu Yu, being an outsider, maintained a broader perspective on such matters. For him, it was far more preferable to spend time in the wilderness with Pokémon than to engage in meaningless pleasantries with the League's champions. Strength is paramount. It is the essence of power. When Lu Yu is capable of single-handedly confronting the entire elite of the Pokémon League, he shall embody a faction unto himself. Meanwhile, Cynthia, upon her departure, let out a resigned sigh, her eyes betraying a fleeting hesitation. Indeed, Lu Yu has been touted by Team Rocket as a strategic ploy to infiltrate the inner workings of the Pokémon League, a rumor that is far from unprecedented. Such whispers emerged following the outbreak of the battle in City Z, only to be swiftly suppressed by the esteemed champion Zhang Fantian, after which no one dared to broach the subject again. Yet recently, these murmurs have resurfaced within the League, and it has become commonplace for individuals to associate Lu Yu with Team Rocket upon hearing his name. Fortunately, Lu Yu has shown no intention of meddling in the League's affairs. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. As the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League competition approaches in less than half a month, Lu Yu has traversed nearly the entire province, with S City being the last destination yet to be explored. Thus, upon mounting his resounding steed, he set forth towards S City. Unbeknownst to him, however, the internal strife within the Dragon Country Pokémon League has erupted, ignited by Lu Yu's existence. At the headquarters of the Dragon Country Pokémon League in the capital, the 4 esteemed champions gathered in an extraordinary assembly upon Cynthia's return, gazing at the identity information of Lu Yu projected on the screen, each enveloped in a profound silence. After a prolonged pause, it was Zhang Fantian, the foremost champion, who broke the stillness. This year, the provincial Pokémon League competitions are fervently underway, with champions already emerging from several regions, their collective strength surpassing that of the previous iteration. Yet, among those who could potentially ascend to the position of champion in the coming years, only 2 candidates stand out: Dakduo, the champion of the Capital's League and a master of mythical beasts, and a newcomer, whose lack of participation in major tournaments does not diminish his prowess and renown. At this juncture, the typically contentious champion from the Western Front, Chao Hao, interjected, disrupting Zhang Fantian's discourse. It is widely acknowledged that the second candidate mentioned refers to the recently popular Lu Yu, rumored to be an emerging trainer whose strength has already surpassed the level of a champion within mere months of his debut. This level of talent far exceeds that of the former champion Cynthia. Thus, I believe we should thoroughly investigate the mysteries surrounding his abilities and the origins of his Pokémon before jumping to conclusions. Zhang Fantian surely would not wish to witness the Dragon Country Pokémon League suffer betrayal from within its own ranks. As his words echoed, The room fell into an abrupt silence. Zhang and Chao, representing the fire and water types respectively, are the foremost authorities within the league, holding the highest power among the champions. Their differing elemental affinities, along with their allegiance to opposing factions, have fostered a palpable animosity between them. Hence, during this conference, Chao Hao seized the opportunity to mock Zhang Fantian's previous actions and the proposal to elevate Lu Yu as a member of the league's core, grooming him for a future role among the 4 champions. Upon hearing Chao Hao's remarks, Zhang's expression darkened immediately, but before he could respond, the 3rd champion, Li Lian, representing the steel type from the southern region, turned his gaze towards Cynthia. So it has been confirmed? The one who captured the 2 ancient disaster beasts, the ancient jade fish and the ancient sword leopard, is indeed Lu Yu? With Li Lian's inquiry, Cynthia nodded solemnly, her hands clasped as she maintained her dignified composure in the champion's seat. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yu is a trainer of our Dragon Country Pokémon League. Until we ascertain whether he has any connections to malevolent organizations, we cannot hastily label him. While it is true that 2 of the disaster beasts have fallen into his possession, Dactuo also commands numerous mythical beasts. Can we truly conclude, based solely on rumors, that our league's 2 most promising young trainers are affiliated with Team Rocket? Upon her pronouncement, Chao Hao, though begrudgingly, fell silent, shifting his attention to the 4th champion, Zhao Hao, the ground-type representative from the northern region. It is noteworthy that within the Pokémon League, the travel faction is considered radical, while the Academy faction embodies traditionalism, with the neutral faction serving as a balancing force between the 2 extremes. Among the 4 champions and the champion herself, Cynthia, the neutral faction wields significant influence, as both she and the 3rd champion, Li Lian, represent this alignment. Zhang Fantian, the fiery leader of the travel faction and the foremost champion, is a tempestuous figure. Yet, within the upper echelons of the Dragon Country Pokémon League, he stands alone as the sole representative of the travel faction. In contrast, Chao Hao and Zhao Hao belong to the Academy faction, explaining why Zhang Fantian is so eager to elevate Lu Yu to the ranks of the champions. Such an advancement would diminish the influence of both the neutral and Academy factions, significantly bolstering the power of the travel faction. However, such aggressive maneuvers have inevitably drawn the ire of Cynthia, Chao Hao, and others, despite the fact that many gym leaders and investigators are affiliated with the travel faction. The Academy faction boasts a considerable number of formidable members, as those emerging from the Academy predominantly align with this group. Ultimately, the situation has placed Lu Yu in a precarious position, drawing the attention of all 4 champions and the champion herself, with the true underlying cause being the contention between the travel and Academy factions. It is evident that Lu Yu has been thrust into this conflict, having been nurtured by the travel faction's leader, Zhang Fantian, establishing him as a formidable prodigy, which the others will not permit to easily ascend to the inner sanctum of the league's power. As for Cynthia, as the champion, her primary concern lies in maintaining balance. She must ensure that the next champion of the Dragon Country Pokémon League emerges from the neutral faction, preventing the league from veering into perilous territory. Generally speaking, it is customary for powerful trainers to affiliate with a faction only after ascending to the league's upper echelons. Rare is the case of one like Lu Yu, who finds himself automatically aligned with a faction upon his debut, leading to subsequent suppression by the Academy faction. Ultimately, it is Cynthia who solidifies the course of action. An investigation is essential, given that both Dactuo and Lu Yu have displayed capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary young trainers. It is imperative to uncover the complete truth. Once it is definitively established that neither possesses any blemish on their record, and after the conclusion of this year's championship, the decision regarding their potential inclusion in the training program for the 4 champions shall be made. However, as the Dragon Country Pokémon League begins to take action, Team Rocket, having faced setbacks in City Z, is once again devising new plans. Somewhere in the world, at the headquarters of Team Rocket, Giovanni sits at his desk, tenderly stroking the head of Meowth, a smile gracing his face. Present are several high-ranking officials of Team Rocket, including the 4 generals, Apollo, Athena, Lance, and Lambda, along with the 3 Beastmasters, Chakra, Sachi, and Oak, totaling 7 individuals. Although these 7 are all powerful figures of champion rank or higher, they regard Giovanni with trepidation, their demeanor akin to that of wayward students before a stern principal. After a prolonged wait, once Sakaki had thoroughly petted the head of Meowth, his smile abruptly vanished, and his gaze, sharp as that of an eagle, swept over the 7 individuals before him. He intoned coolly, "So?" The prior plan faltered due to a newcomer from the Dragon Kingdom's Elf Alliance and his illustrious fairy-type Pokémon. Upon hearing Sakake's words, Apollo was instantly drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly affirming the statement while refraining from further commentary. Concurrently, the remaining 6 executives were equally engulfed in apprehension. To speak candidly, Sakaki possessed an exceptionally high charisma, which enabled him to rally numerous formidable individuals to join Team Rocket and pledge their loyalty. Typically, Sakaki would not adopt the demeanor of a leader, instead presenting himself more like a friend. However, in the wake of a failed mission, he transformed into an embodiment of dread, a veritable harbinger of doom. Merely meeting his gaze could instill terror, quelling any thoughts of treachery against Team Rocket. As the sound of his fingers tapping on the table resonated, Sakake's voice followed suit. The Zhejiang Province Pokémon League is on the verge of commencement, is it not? When the 4 generals assemble, I shall observe how the Dragon Kingdom's Elf Alliance responds. If the competition is interrupted, it would be rather humiliating on a global scale. Following Sakake's directive, Apollo, leading the 4 generals, promptly descended to make arrangements, utilizing Team Rocket's undercover agents within the Pokémon League to gather the latest intelligence. At this juncture, Lu Yu had finally arrived at his last battle in Zhejiang Province. City. According to Lu Yu's recollections, the number of Pokémon he had genuinely trained with diligence, achieving maximum friendship levels, or at least a foundational emotional bond, would not exceed 200. In Zhejiang Province alone, he had released more than 10 Pokémon. Chapter 73, The Final Stop, Houndoom. Adding to this, he had previously retrieved 2 Pokémon of Master Level, namely the Shiny Fairy Pokémon and the Roaring Moon. Among his collection were a Garchomp at the Champion level, and 4 others, Banjuru, Guyu Fish, Gujian Leopard, and Lucario. He also possessed 4 Pokémon at the Elite level, including the Illusion Mask Meow, Scyther, Gyarados, and Talonflame. It is noteworthy that the Talonflame was initially at the Quasi-Elite level but, having accompanied Lu Yu, had recently ascended to the Elite rank. In total, with the newly captured Giant Tentacruel and Shiny Jengar, he had amassed 13 Pokémon, sufficient to form 2 battle teams. The ratio of 11 to 200 in Zhejiang Province indicated that Lu Yu had effectively reclaimed 1/20th of his trained Pokémon. Conversely, if considering 21 to 1,000, the odds became slightly less favorable, at a mere 50 to 1. Extrapolating this to the entire Dragon Kingdom's Elf Alliance, it could be presumed that the probabilities would similarly disseminate throughout the alliance rather than across the globe. Of course, this probability remained Lu Yu's conjecture. It was entirely possible that in the next province, he would encounter a stroke of misfortune. However, upon arriving in City, ready to challenge the Shun Yuan Gym, Lu Yu was met with an unexpected delight. This surprise stemmed from the fact that before he could challenge the gym, a wild Pokémon barreled into the city, disregarding the interference of the league's trainers, and headed straight for the Pokémon Center. Upon catching sight of this Pokémon, Lu Yu could not help but smile, for he immediately recognized that only a canine or wolf-type Pokémon could traverse mountains and rivers, overcoming all obstacles, to reunite with him. Indeed, what appeared before Lu Yu was none other than a Houndoom. This canine Pokémon, endowed with an innate superior sense of smell, could, even after merely encountering Lu Yu's scent in the game, locate him in this entirely new realm. The fervent determination to traverse countless miles in search of him was enough to stir the emotions of any heart. Thus, when Lu Yu observed the trainers from the Pokémon League dispatching their Pokémon to pursue the Houndoom, he swiftly unleashed all of his Pokeballs in the city. Excluding the 2 legendary Pokémon, the colossal Gyarados, Banjuru, and Garchomp immediately positioned themselves at the forefront, while the Fairy Pokémon and Roaring Moon flanked Lu Yu on either side. The Illusion Mask Meow, Lucario, Talonflame, and Scyther simultaneously assumed battle stances, their collective aura surging forth. With the emergence of these Pokémon, the situation stabilized. This Houndoom is mine. Should you take further action, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The chilling proclamation reverberated, causing the expressions of the 2 elite trainers from the league to darken, igniting within them an instinctual urge to flee. How could we have stumbled upon a wild Houndoom belonging to such a prominent trainer? They mused. If Lu Yu so much as offered a casual greeting, their careers would likely be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, who could have anticipated that a wild Houndoom was, in fact, a Pokémon of this elite trainer? However, since it was Lu Yu's Pokémon, it could not be considered wild. Furthermore, if it was indeed his Pokémon, why allow it to roam freely in the wild? Especially in a city where league regulations prohibited large Pokémon from appearing at will? Lu Yu was well aware of these regulations, yet the moment the Houndoom made its appearance, all such concerns paled in significance. Fortunately, the trainers who had acted were merely of elite rank and posed no threat to the elite-level Houndoom. Otherwise, had a king-level trainer inflicted harm upon it, Lu Yu would not hesitate to ensure it vanished from this world. To be candid, having discerned the corruption within the Pokémon League, Lu Yu harbored little enthusiasm for joining their ranks as the so-called champion. His true desire lay in embarking on adventures and living alongside his Pokémon. Like Ash, he wished to partake in various competitions. Even if he achieved the title of world champion, he would not cease his quest for adventure, nor would he ascend to the league's upper echelons. Why should one toil so laboriously within the league? Freedom was the essence of his pursuits, but the foundation of such liberty lay in being formidable to the extent that none could oppose him. Houndoom, it has been far too long. Upon hearing Lu Yu's voice, the Houndoom rushed forward, extending its tongue to express its joy at reuniting with Lu Yu. Caressing the Houndoom's mane, Lu Yu beamed with a knowing smile. Subsequently recalling his other Pokémon and locating a Pokémon bathing center, where he reserved a spacious bathing area. Thereafter, he released all his Pokémon once more, meticulously washing each one. Setting aside the Houndoom, who required cleaning after its arduous journey, it was only fitting that Gyarados and the others, having accompanied Lu Yu like family, contributed in return. Thankfully, Lu Yu's supernatural abilities facilitated this endeavor, for without them, the sheer size of these Pokémon would have rendered the task nearly impossible. Even the illusion mask Meow and the fairy Pokémon, appearing somewhat shy, insisted on being taken into a private room for their baths, their faces reddening like the rear of a monkey. Perhaps it was merely the modesty of these Pokémon maidens? Once all was attended to, Lu Yu retrieved the Pokeball containing Houndoom and began to examine its attribute panel. Pokémon, Houndoom. Level, LV66. Ability, Flash Fire. Type, Fire. Strength, Elite Level. Skills, Swift Yatfon. Big Dubao, Burnt to Ashes, Flashing Charge, Crunch. Affection Level, 255. With the return of the Wind Speed Dog, Lu Yu's collection of Pokémon has reached a total of 14. However, aside from the colossal Tentacruel he encounters every 3 months for a task, his mischievous little ghost currently possesses no combat prowess. Thus, the true companions who can accompany Lu Yu to the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League number only 12. This conveniently allows him to form 2 teams, and among these formidable Pokémon, all at the champion level, Lu Yu feels confident that none can wrest the title of champion from him in the Zhejiang League. After securing the badge from the Shun Garden Gym, Lu Yu commenced his final training. It wasn't until just 7 days remained before the commencement of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League that Lu Yu leisurely returned to H City with his Pokémon. In these final 7 days, Lu Yu harbored no other thoughts, focusing solely on resting and preparing for his inaugural large-scale competition. With the championship in his sights, he believed that showcasing his true strength would deter the Travel Faction, Neutral Faction, and Academia Faction from bothering him further. Yet, there existed another possibility. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's genuine prowess, their invitations and pressures might become even more frequent. Chapter 74. The Zhejiang League commences. On the last day of September 2016, the day of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League's grand opening. Upon arriving at the H City Stadium, Lu Yu's first task was to head to the registration desk, where he retrieved the 11 gym badges he had earned from various gym leaders in Zhejiang Province. Presenting his credentials as a renowned trainer, his registration was promptly accepted. Now, he awaited the conclusion of the opening ceremony before the battles commenced on October 1st. As long as he triumphed in every match, the championship title would naturally be within his reach. Upon the closure of registration, the 2016 Zhejiang Province Pokémon League boasted an impressive participation of 238 trainers. The majority hailed from Zhejiang Province, Su Province, and the Magic City, collectively constituting 80% of the total participants. However, numerous trainers journeyed from various corners of the nation, and even abroad, to partake in the competition. Notably, among them was Go Hao, who had previously clashed with Lu Yu. Before the opening ceremony began, the president of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League took to the stage to deliver an extensive speech, recounting the achievements and future aspirations of the league over the past year. After an hour of discourse, the moment finally arrived for the torchbearer, brandishing the sacred flame of the Molters, to ignite the torch in the stadium. Thus, the 2016 Zhejiang Province Pokémon League officially commenced. With over 1,000 challengers, even with 8 battle arenas operating simultaneously for the preliminary one-on-one matches, it would take at least 3 days to narrow down to the top 64 competitors, who would then engage in 3-on-3 battles. That evening, Lu Yu found himself alone by West Lake, observing the increasingly dense throngs of H City. He couldn't help but clench his fists. In truth, no world is as perfect as one imagines. Before his transference, Lu Yu harbored a deep affection for the worlds of pirates, Pokémon, and even Ultraman. Yet, Upon arriving in this realm, he discovered that, apart from the bonds with Pokémon, this world bore its own shadows. It possessed its own darkness. But Lu Yu resolved to become a beacon of light, a unique luminary, untainted by the mundane. On October 1st, 2016, a date that would be celebrated as National Day in his previous life, marked the commencement of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, a prominent event within the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance. The battle roster had already been published the previous night, with Lu Yu assigned the number 530. The machine selected his opponent, number 277, leading them to a one-on-one battle. The victor would advance to the next round, while the loser would see their journey in this year's Pokémon League come to an abrupt end. To qualify for the 3-on-3 competition, or the top 64, Lu Yu would need to endure at least 3 one-on-one matches, with the possibility of 4 should fortune not favor him. Now, we invite contestant number 530, Lu Yu, and contestant number 277, Zhang San, to the third battle arena. The announcement echoed thrice, capturing the attention of a significant portion of the audience within the H-City Stadium. To be frank, several seed players had already emerged in the ongoing Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, and Lu Yu was among the most notable. Thus, many had come specifically to witness Lu Yu's performance. Now that they had finally heard of his match, how could the audience contain their excitement? They turned their gazes towards the third battle arena, with those farther away opting to watch the match on the large screen. Moreover, as the Provincial Pokémon League was broadcasted nationwide, spectators throughout the Dragon Kingdom could now witness the entirety of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. Mom, it's Lu Yu's turn to battle. Stop what you're doing and come watch. Dad, the trainer who protected Z-City is starting his match. Didn't you say to call you when he competes? Hurry, hurry, Lu Yu's match is beginning. Let's cheer for him. At this moment, within the H-City Stadium, as Lu Yu confidently strode to one side of the battle arena, his opponent, the brother with the generic name, appeared before him. Although the individual was named Zhang San and sported glasses, presenting an air of refinement, Lu Yu felt an uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of a certain lawyer from his past life. Yet, he had no time for further contemplation, for as both competitors took their positions, the referee raised a flag, announcing the battle rules. The following match is the 36th contest in Arena 3, featuring competitors number 530, Lu Yu, and number 277, Zhang San. Each trainer may deploy only one Pokémon. The first to act shall be determined by drawing lots, with Lu Yu as the initial attacker. The match will conclude when either Pokémon is unable to continue fighting, determining the victor who shall advance to the next round. Now the match begins. Upon hearing that Lu Yu was the first to attack, the audience and those watching the live broadcast couldn't help but sigh. Lu Yu's luck seemed unparalleled. How had he ended up deploying his Pokémon before his opponent? However, Lu Yu remained remarkably composed. While he believed the championship was assuredly his, he took great care to research each opponent prior to every battle. After all, confidence is commendable, but a misstep in this one-on-one competition could lead to disaster. For instance, should Lu Yu unleash his Fire Arrow Eagle only to face an opponent wielding a peak champion-level electric-type Pokémon, victory would be virtually impossible. Therefore, selecting his Pokémon in accordance with his adversary was the key to sustainable combat. This Zhang San, according to the records, was a trainer on the cusp of champion level, prompting Lu Yu to decide to call forth his initial Pokémon for this first match. Step forth, Illusory Mask Meow. As the Pokeball shimmered with a crimson light, an enchanting Pokémon materialized instantly. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's deployment of the Illusory Mask Meow, Zhang San's expression subtly shifted, prompting him to summon his own Pokémon. A pinnacle tier, Kirin. Indeed, it was of the electric type. Perhaps he assumed I would unleash a Gyarados or a Talonflame. With a contemplative murmur, Lu Yu smiled and commanded the Illusory Mask Meow, unleash our true majesty, use Energy Ball. Following Lu Yu's directive, the Illusory Mask Meow let out a fierce cry, its hands swiftly coalescing a verdant sphere and hurling it towards Kirin. Chapter 75, the start of the top 64, the 3-on-3 matches. With Kirin incapacitated, the Illusory Mask Meow emerged victorious, thereby advancing participant 530, Lu Yu, to the next round. Ultimately, the victor was indeed Lu Yu. Even against an opponent as formidable as Kirin, Lu Yu believed that had he sent forth Talonflame, defeat would still have eluded him. Pokémon respond to the emotions of their trainers. This bond is what we call a connection. The deeper the bond, the more peculiar the dynamics of battle may become. In the second round, Lu Yu triumphed once more, this time deploying Talonflame against his opponent's Quasi-King level Mukahawk in an aerial duel. Before entering the top 64, Lu Yu faced opponents whose strengths were firmly established at the Quasi-King level, with trainers ranging from Elite Peak to initial Quasi-King tier already eliminated. Lu Yu considered himself fortunate, as his adversaries were no weaklings. Otherwise, Zhang San and his companions might have had a chance to reach the top 64 as well. In the final battle of the first round, Lu Yu's opponent was a trainer from Su Province, also at the intermediate Quasi-King tier. Upon learning that his adversary was Lu Yu, the opponent realized that his journey in the Zhejiang Province League would likely end here. The outcome, unsurprisingly, aligned with his expectations. When Lu Yu's Furfur made its entrance, the opponent's Charizard was decisively defeated, losing its ability to fight. Thus, Lu Yu advanced into the top 64 of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. At this juncture, the strength of opponents typically resided at the high Quasi-King tier. Therefore, in truly grand tournaments, elite level, and even gym-level trainers seldom had opportunities to showcase their prowess. To emerge victorious in such a competition, one must possess the strength of a champion-level trainer at the very least. On October 4th, the matches for the top 64 commenced, with Lu Yu scheduled for the fifth bout. Once all 64 contestants were confirmed, the battleground was established at the main arena of Hangzhou Sports Center. Various environmental battlefields would be selected, with one trainer sending out a Pokémon and the other choosing the battlefield for combat. After a wait of over 2 hours, it was finally Lu Yu's turn to compete. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, as Lu Yu emerged from the competitor's passage, the resounding cheers from the audience nearly lifted the entire stadium off its foundations. Witnessing such a scene, Lu Yu's adversary, Lu Wu, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, clearly struggling to maintain composure. Do not be overly anxious if you allow yourself to feel nervous. How can your Pokémon trust you to secure victory in this battle? Lu Yu's calm words momentarily stunned Lu Wu. However, in the next moment, he nodded, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Truth be told, every trainer in the top 64 was formidable. Lu Wu had been momentarily taken aback by the crowd's exuberance, leading to some wavering thoughts. Now, seeing Lu Yu encouraging him, he realized he could not betray the trust of his Pokémon. When the referee approached the battleground and waved his flag, he announced, "We now commence the fifth match of the second round, advancing from 64 to 32. The combatants are participant 530, Lu Yu, and participant 186, Lu Wu. Lu Yu will strike first, with Lu Wu selecting the battlefield. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon and may employ any amplification methods, including Titanization, Dynamax, Mega Evolution, and Z-moves. The battle concludes when one side's 3 Pokémon are rendered incapable of fighting." The moment the referee's command was issued, Lu Wu opted for a battlefield featuring a water pool. Upon hearing Lu Wu's choice, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile, promptly sending forth one of the 3 Pokémon he had pre-registered. Indeed, in large Pokémon tournaments, Pokémon must be confirmed in advance. Lu Yu chose Gyarados, Talonflame, and Illusory Mask Meow. Thus, regardless of the opponent faced, Lu Yu could only deploy these 3 Pokémon. This is part of the challenge and allure of grand competitions. Misjudging an opponent could easily lead to defeat. As the water-themed arena materialized, Lu Yu's Gyarados unleashed a thunderous roar, plunging into the pool. When Gyarados' massive form emerged, half of the water in the pool was effectively displaced. Upon seeing Lu Yu's first Pokémon was Gyarados, Lu Wu also sent forth his own initial Pokémon, surprising many. His first Pokémon was an Electric-type Electivire. At the high Quasi-King tier, understanding his opponent's intentions, Lu Yu wasted no time, commanding, "Gyarados, Ice Beam, cover the entire area. Electivire, do not give him a chance. Unleash your full-powered Thunderbolt." Should Thunderbolt connect, even with a level disparity, Gyarados would sustain significant damage due to the 4 times effectiveness against it. Consequently, as both trainers issued their commands, Gyarados acted first, unleashing powerful icy energy that encased Electivire in frost. The electric-type energy that had just begun to coalesce on Electivire's cheek was abruptly interrupted. Finish him off, Gyarados, use Dragon Tail. Following Lu Yu's command, Dragon Tail struck down upon the frozen Electivire, shattering the ice and sending the electric currents flying, rendering it completely incapable of battle. From Electivire's deployment to its incapacitation, the total time did not exceed 30 seconds. When the referee announced Electivire's defeat, the audience suddenly came to a realization. Goodness, Lu Yu is absolutely incredible. I declare Lu Yu a formidable contender for the championship of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. Without a doubt, Lu Yu will emerge as this year's champion, representing us in the national championship tournament. As Lu Wu watched his Electivire fall so swiftly, he gritted his teeth and sent out his second Pokémon, a water-type Kingdra. Unfortunately, It too was dispatched by Gyarados in just 2 moves. The final Pokémon was a flying-type Fearow, presumably Lu Wu's trump card, at the pinnacle of the Quasi-King tier. Chapter 76. The Top 16, another string of triumphs. However, for Gyarados, capable of employing Ice-type moves, the flying-type Fearow held no significant advantage. Unless Lu Wu possessed an amplification item that could allow Fearow to Mega Evolve or Titanize, thereby altering its strength or type. Yet, such amplification items, like Titan Crystals, Megastones, or Extreme Ribbons, are not possessions that every trainer can casually acquire. As anticipated by Lu Yu, the trainer named Lu Wu, after sending out his Beedrill, refrained from utilizing any enhancement items for his Pokémon, instead directing Beedrill to launch an attack directly. Beedrill unleashed a blade of air. Following Lu Wu's command, Beedrill's speed surged dramatically, and after distancing itself from the Gyarados, an innumerable array of blades, composed of flying-type energy, surged forth towards the Gyarados. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yu merely remarked with indifference, "Gyarados, disregard the opponent's assault and unleash Hydro Pump." Upon receiving Lu Yu's directive, Gyarados roared mightily. Its power, already at the pinnacle of the champion level, reached a terrifying threshold after 2 excessive boosts in confidence, rivaling even that of a champion. At the moment Hydro Pump was executed, it pierced through Beedrill as if it were a laser. In a single blow, it was defeated. Watching Beedrill plummet from the sky, both Lu Wu and the spectators stood in stunned silence until the referee's voice broke the stillness. Beedrill is unable to continue. Gyarados triumphs. Thus, advancing to the top 32 is contestant number 530, Lu Yu. The outcome elicited a raucous cheer from the crowd, as the audience erupted in chants of Lu Yu's name. Since the commencement of Lu Yu's matches, the total duration had not exceeded 3 minutes. Truly formidable. It was astonishing how Lu Yu could dispatch his opponents with such swiftness even in a 3-on-3 contest. Concurrently, prominent figures within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, including Cynthia and the Elite Four, began to focus their attention on this Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. After all, Lu Yu was participating in the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, and they were eager to ascertain his performance for either recruitment or rivalry. When news broke that Lu Yu had, in an invincible manner, forcefully advanced into the top 32, it elicited little surprise. After all, if he lacked the requisite strength to catch the attention of such esteemed champions and Elite Four, they would hardly invest so much effort in him. Meanwhile, Dacto, the champion of the Imperial Capital Pokémon Alliance, rarely took to his phone to observe Lu Yu's effortless victories. A slight smile gracing his lips as he mused, "A rare opponent. I hope you do not disappoint me, Lu Yu." Like Dacto, trainers who had won championships in their respective provincial leagues began seeking formidable rivals or potential adversaries in the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. The dark horse Lu Yu shone brightly, akin to the radiant moon, captivating all eyes. For instance, Lin Yunei, who narrowly claimed victory and became the champion of the Black Province Pokémon Alliance, observed Lu Yu effortlessly vanquishing his opponents, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in her gaze. With this thought, Lin Yunei seized her Rotom phone and sent Lu Yu a message, congratulating him on his advancement to the top 32. Recently concluding his match, Lu Yu, in a relaxed mood, arrived at a luxurious restaurant catering specifically to competing trainers, ordering several large shrimp, ready to savor his lunch. However, he soon discovered a new message on his Rotom phone. Upon opening it, he found it was a message from Lin Yunei, reading her congratulations for his entry into the top 32 of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. Lu Yu could not help but smile. To be frank, although the 18-year-old Lu Yu anticipated romance, he held little regard for the upper echelons of the Pokémon Alliance, especially the champions and Elite Four. In his previous life, he might have held great interest in figures like Cynthia and Kanna, yet upon actual contact, that feeling had somewhat crumbled, akin to a fan meeting their idol. Conversely, individuals like Lin Yunei, celebrity trainers with strength, popularity, and the ability to protect themselves while existing outside the alliance, evoked more favor from Lu Yu. Nevertheless, he understood she was quite busy. He recalled how, prior to the results of the Black Province Pokémon League, he had proactively called Lin Yunei to offer encouragement. He had also congratulated her upon her victory in the Black Province Pokémon League Championship. Thus, he responded with a smile, suggesting that Lin Yunei should remind him not to be nervous before the finals, or perhaps congratulate him upon winning the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League Championship for it to be more fitting. Upon receiving Lu Yu's reply, Lin Yunei revealed a radiant smile, thinking, "This guy is just too confident. It's not necessarily a good thing." On October 5th, the 5th day of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, the 32 finalists were determined. and the next phase would pit these 32 against one another for a place in the top 16, if time permitted. The trainers advancing to the top 16 would compete in 2 matches that day. Notably, once the 16 were confirmed, the third round would adopt a full 6-on-6 battle format. Therefore, Lu Yu's initial Pokémon for this round was Scyther, which, under its formidable offensive, effortlessly defeated its 32 challengers in a single sweep. Even opponents of Quasi-Elite 4 caliber posed no resistance. Observing this, everyone realized that within the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, there existed such an excessively young trainer, whose strength eclipsed all others, rendering them utterly outclassed, a lamentable truth. Even though several Elite Four trainers, who were initially confident in defeating the champion, now dreaded facing Lu Yu. His battles were consistently completed with swift triads, each lasting no longer than 3 minutes. The reason for Lu Yu's immense popularity and adoration stemmed from 2 primary factors: his prior confrontations with Team Rocket and the incident involving the gigantic Tentacruel, which had endeared him to the citizens and trainers of Zhejiang Province. Secondly, the explosive success of his prior advertisement with Lin Yunei had catapulted his fame nationwide and even across Asia. Rumor has it that fans even created a CP super topic for the two, stirring up gossip. According to staff from Zhejiang TV, when it was Lu Yu's turn to compete, viewership ratings would soar several-fold, with a significant portion of the audience being international spectators. After all, the Zhejiang Province Pokémon Alliance is one of the most formidable within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, and Lu Yu's matches naturally garnered considerable attention. Now, with Lu Yu's name, viewership ratings were guaranteed. By the afternoon, as the top 16 progressed to the quarterfinals, Lu Yu fortuitously faced an old rival, none other than Dog Hao. Chapter 77, a full 6-on-6 battle, rematching Dog Hao. As the third round commenced, Lu Yu drew the first match of this round, his opponent being Dog Hao, with whom he had previously crossed paths during the White Elephant Energy Cube Selection Tournament in N City. Reflecting on it, had Lu Yu not heard about this tournament from Miss Joy, he would have undoubtedly missed the chance to represent the White Elephant Energy Cube. Considering the true strength of the competitors, it was likely that Dog Hao would have been the one selected and subsequently featured alongside Lin Yunei in an advertisement, potentially propelling a trainer from a certain island's Pokémon Alliance to nationwide, even continental fame. Of course, even so, this individual's popularity could never rival that of Lu Yu, who had achieved so much. Perhaps the advertisement for the White Elephant Energy Cube would not have been nearly as successful as Lu Yu's involvement. Yet, each time he pondered this, Lu Yu felt a lingering discomfort in his heart. Why should this fellow be deemed worthy? Fortunately, such musings were merely hypothetical. The beauty of reality lay in its absoluteness, and regrettably, it too lacked the notion of what if. Now, we shall witness the match between the 37th contestant, the renowned trainer Go from the Island Nation Pokémon League, and the 530th contestant, the distinguished trainer Lu Yu from the Dragon Country Pokémon League. As this was the third round of the competition, both trainers would deploy a total of 6 Pokémon, with the freedom to utilize any items to enhance their abilities. A 10-minute intermission would ensue once one trainer's 3 Pokémon were rendered unable to battle. Ultimately, the match would conclude upon the defeat of all 6 Pokémon from either side, with the victor advancing to the top 8. As the referee announced this, the audience's cheers reached a fever pitch. 2 prominent Pokémon leagues, 2 illustrious trainers, both of whom were at least of champion caliber, were about to engage in a climactic clash of the younger generation of trainers. Moreover, one hailed from the Dragon Country Pokémon League, while the other represented the Island Nation Pokémon League. These 2 individuals essentially embodied the pinnacle of talent among the trainers of their respective nations. To speak candidly, any member of the Dragon Country Pokémon League would harbor some opinions about the Island Nation, or rather, the well-to-do trainers of the Island Nation Pokémon League. With the opportunity now laid bare before them, how could they refrain from rallying behind Lu Yu? Go, Lu Yu! Defeat this scoundrel! Ah, go! The very same who had previously boasted that all trainers from the Dragon Country Pokémon League were worthless, right? Wasn't he the one who had been soundly defeated by the great Lu Yu before? Yet, it was not entirely certain. While Lu Yu was indeed formidable, the prowess of the trainers from the Island Nation Pokémon League was universally acknowledged as supreme, with Ash from the Island Nation Pokémon League currently standing as the strongest among the 8 masters. Rumor has it that this fellow had traveled with Ash in the past, and considering this was a full 6-on-6 battle, it might well evolve into a fierce contest. Silence. The match is about to commence, and I shall forever support Lu Yu. I must admit, I am somewhat surprised you have made it this far into the top 16. However, at this stage, your journey in the league shall end here. There is no place for you among the top 8. As he uttered these words, The disdain within Lu Yu was almost palpable. The audience, well aware of the enmity between the two, naturally erupted in applause. Of course, there were also brainless fans of the island nation who began to berate Lu Yu for failing to show respect to his foreign counterpart, claiming he was bringing shame upon his own Pokémon League. Undoubtedly, Go's participation had drawn the attention of numerous trainers and online spectators from the island nation Pokémon League to this match. Perhaps this was one of the reasons for the increase in viewership. Upon hearing Lu Yu's remarks, Go's expression darkened as he grasped a Pokeball and declared coldly, "Lu Yu, I've said it before, this time, I will defeat you." The first match of the third round, the 16th to 8th knockout, commenced with Lu Yu selecting the battlefield while Go sent forth his Pokemon first. Thus, Lu Yu chose his former ace, Tyranitar, and the battlefield was set to the rocky terrain. As the rocky ground rose, Go hurled his Pokeball. With a flash of red light, a robust Nidoking emerged. Nidoking, a dual-type poison and ground Pokemon, radiated an aura that suggested it surpassed the fossil Aerodactyl Lu Yu had previously battled, likely possessing at least mid-tier champion strength. This indicated that despite Go's dubious character, he was indeed one of the leading figures among the younger trainers of the Island Nation Pokémon League. However, having Lu Yu and Go face off so quickly suggested that the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League officials were keen to eliminate this individual swiftly. Thus, a smile crept across Lu Yu's lips as he hurled his Pokeball with fervor. If Nidoking, standing at 3 meters tall, could be likened to a monster, then Lu Yu's Tyranitar, towering over 5 meters, could truly be called a behemoth. Astute observers had already discerned the depth of animosity between Lu Yu and Go. The Pokemon Lu Yu deployed was superior to Go's in terms of size, strength, and rarity. Simultaneously, the moment Tyranitar appeared, its Sandstream ability activated. In the next instant, Lu Yu commanded, "Tyranitar, unleash Earthquake." Seeing Lu Yu initiate such a powerful move right off the bat, Go ordered Nidoking to counter with Earthquake, hoping to negate Tyranitar's attack. However, this was merely a pipe dream. As both earthquakes were unleashed, the rocky terrain transformed under the dual forces, morphing the supposed rocky pillars and ground into a sandy battlefield. As a master of sand manipulation, Tyranitar declared, "I shall dominate this match." Soon, Nidoking could no longer withstand the relentless earthquakes and succumbed to Tyranitar's onslaught, after which Tyranitar charged forward, harnessing its command over the sand to enhance its speed dramatically. With a crushing blow, it defeated Nidoking entirely. Nidoking lost its ability to battle, and Tyranitar emerged victorious. Please send forth your next Pokemon, Trainer Go. Chapter 78. The Might of Tyranitar, the Divine Beast of the Second Half. A swift victory, yet again, even against a contender of champion caliber. Lu Yu's Tyranitar effortlessly dispatched its opponent. As the audience witnessed this spectacle, a wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd. Previously vocal supporters of the island nation were rendered speechless, their faces paling in shock. Simultaneously, within the ranks of the Island Nation Pokémon League, spectators were incensed by the glaring disparity in strength between the two trainers, with many lambasting Go for bringing disgrace upon their league. Of course, while some criticized, others rallied behind Go. After all, Go was quite well known within the Island Nation Pokémon League, hailed as the Beastmaster of the league. Yet, one could only wonder if Go would unleash his full potential in this encounter. "Humph, let you win this round. Now I call upon you, Absol." As Go sent forth his second Pokemon, the Dark-type Absol, Lu Yu's interest was piqued. It seemed that Go's prior arrogance during the tournaments had merit, for the Pokemon he now deployed was significantly stronger than before. Back then, Lu Yu had yet to recover many of his champion-level Pokemon, and had Go unleashed these formidable creatures earlier, Lu Yu himself could not have confidently claimed victory. Nevertheless, if Go could not seize the opportunity, that was a flaw of his own making. Tyranitar, summon a sandstorm. Absol, use Night Slash. As the commands were issued, a fearsome swirling blade of wind erupted from Absol's scythe, charging directly at Tyranitar. In response, Tyranitar activated the sandstorm, successfully blocking the Night Slash. And then the relentless storm enveloped Absol. With the control over shifting sands, Absol found itself immobilized, rendered incapable of resistance. As the sandstorm gradually dissipated, Absol lay defeated. Unable to continue the battle, Go's second Pokemon had once more succumbed. At this point, less than 2 minutes had elapsed. Upon realizing that Lu Yu's Banjira possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary king-level Pokemon, Gohao's expression shifted dramatically. He no longer held the unwavering confidence he had previously exuded. "It was truly unexpected that your prowess had ascended to such heights. Are you truly a novice trainer?" This statement, laden with profound skepticism, was perceived by Lu Yu as a venomous remark. From his current vantage point, he understood that for those who had been closely observing him, this secret was a matter of intrigue. Why was it that a trainer, who had only embarked on his journey less than half a year ago, could exhibit such formidable strength? It was precisely for this reason that Lu Yu had chosen to be so ostentatious in this battle tournament, achieving decisive victories in each encounter. Only in this manner could he assert his dominance before the entire nation, rendering him impervious to the machinations of others, whether in terms of influence or public opinion. Gohao's third Pokémon was the fossil pterosaur, which soared through the skies, adeptly evading the onslaught of the sandstorm. Fossil pterosaur, dive down and unleash Steel Wing. He commanded. Banjira, seize this opportunity and intercept the attack, capture the fossil pterosaur. With the realization that Gohao had little innovation left, Lu Yu felt a surge of disdain towards this adversary. In a 6-on-6 battle, Banjira was poised to dispatch Gohao's 3 Pokémon with minimal effort. Thus, the outcome of this clash had long been predetermined. In the next moment, as the fossil pterosaur lunged towards Banjira with its steel wing, Banjira unleashed a thunderous roar. The wrath emanating from a champion-level Pokémon instilled a sense of trepidation even in this apex predator, and it soon found itself without further opportunities. That fleeting moment of fear allowed Banjira to effortlessly grasp the fossil pterosaur's wings. Subsequently, with a swift ice punch, the fossil pterosaur was encased in a formidable icy energy, rendering it immobile. Finally, Banjira unleashed a devastating annihilation beam, obliterating the fossil pterosaur entirely. As the audience witnessed yet another Pokémon succumb to defeat, silence enveloped the arena. They begrudgingly recognized that regardless of whom Lu Yu faced, the outcome appeared to be a swift annihilation. Even this time, against an opponent renowned as a prominent trainer within the island's Pokémon League, the result remained consistent, with the fossil pterosaur incapacitated and Banjira emerging victorious. And with Gohao having lost 3 Pokémon, a 10-minute intermission was declared. Only after the referee announced the results of the first half did the spectators come to their senses, erupting into cheers for Lu Yu. Simultaneously, in a broadcast that reached audiences worldwide, trainers from various Pokémon leagues reacted with a spectrum of emotions. From the Sheep Pokémon League, the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League is indeed a formidable entity. This provincial Pokémon League has unveiled numerous powerful trainers, and this Lu Yu's strength rivals that of the champion of the Imperial Capital Pokémon League, Dactuo. From the A3 Pokémon League, the island's Pokémon League is lacking. How can they claim to be the pinnacle of the younger generation when they cannot even triumph over a rookie trainer in a provincial competition? What a disgrace. From the former Goryo Pokémon League, now a subsidiary of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, we believe Lu Yu may possess the bloodline of our Goryo Province Pokémon League. He should rightfully be one of us, not as a province native. From the beautiful Pokémon League, I love watching dogs fight dogs. Let them clash. From the Great Britain Pokémon League, Humph, the strongest used to be our Great Britain Pokémon League's Dandy. Now he's been outshined by someone from the Little Island Pokémon League. From the island's Pokémon League, is Gohao really up to the challenge? After all, he once traveled alongside Ash. He cannot truly be defeated so easily. Meanwhile, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League were fervently extolling Lu Yu, too engrossed in their admiration to engage in banter, especially since many of his most ardent fans were present to witness his match live. After the 10-minute intermission, Lu Yu and Gohao once again emerged from the player tunnel. The battlefield for the second half was randomly selected, and it turned out to be an icy arena, which surprised Lu Yu somewhat. Naturally, it was Gohao, who had already lost 3 Pokémon, who sent forth his Pokémon first. However, this time, as Gohao's Pokémon made its entrance, the crowd erupted in excitement. For the Pokémon that materialized on the icy battlefield was none other than a legendary beast. Upon beholding the blue and white wolf-like Pokémon adorned with a purple wave atop its head, Lu Yu's countenance shifted subtly. This was none other than the embodiment of the northern winds, Suicune, one of the 3 legendary beasts that had been stripped of its divine status. Goodness, a legendary beast. Is that Suicune? This is dire. Although Lu Yu is formidable, how can he contend against a legendary Pokémon? I believe Lu Yu can surely prevail. Indeed, while legendary Pokémon are rare and most trainers and ordinary individuals may never encounter one in their lifetime, for true powerhouses, a legendary Pokémon devoid of its divine role is hardly a fearsome entity. Chapter 79, Battle Against Suicune, the Battle of Godslayers. Oh, isn't this the Suicune that has been stripped of its legendary status, leaving only Raikou and Inui among the 3, abandoned by Ho-Oh? Hearing Lu Yu's derisive remarks, Gohao's expression darkened ominously. Their rivalry had stemmed from Gohao's arrogant remarks, and naturally, Lu Yu's disdain was rooted in the animosity he harbored from the Pokémon Journey series he had watched in his previous life, a sentiment that could not be easily extinguished. The notion of a one-ball Superman was simply intolerable. Gradually, this disdain had morphed into the current animosity. Now, whether driven by jealousy towards Lu Yu or by the rare occasions he had been utterly obliterated since his debut, Gohao had developed malevolent sentiments towards Lu Yu. Likewise, upon hearing Lu Yu's taunts, Suicune could no longer suppress its inner fury. Then I entrust this battle to you. Let us engage in a god-slaying clash, Garchomp. With a flash of crimson light, a massive Garchomp emerged as an Ice-type and Dragon-type Pokémon. It was truly in its element on the icy battlefield. As Garchomp materialized, the anger that had previously marred Suicune's visage gradually dissipated, replaced by a solemn demeanor. Meanwhile, Garchomp displayed a glimmer of joy. The very first battle after returning to Lu Yu's side would be a god-slaying battle, a testament to the trust Lu Yu placed in him. Thus, Garchomp was determined to secure victory in this match. Observing the expressions of both Suicune and Garchomp, the once mighty legendary Pokémon no longer radiated an aura of invincibility. Instead, it bore a countenance of gravitas. The audience gradually regained their composure. The current scene seemed to defy their expectations. Initially, they had presumed Lu Yu would be at a disadvantage against the legendary Suicune. However, Garchomp, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, appeared utterly unperturbed. Could it be that Lu Yu still had a chance in this battle, even against a legendary Pokémon? With expressions of disbelief, the battle commenced amid the spectators' anticipation. Speaking of which, the master-level Gyarados, a quasi-deity, could very well hold its own against Lu Yu's two formidable ancient divine Pokémon, the champion-level ancient Jade Fish and ancient Sword Leopard, not to mention the current embarrassment of the divine beasts, the Water Lord. Lu Yu vividly recalled the scene where the Water Lord was captured by Dog Hao, willingly entering his Pokeball to escape from pursuit. Such a creature, even with the guise of a divine beast, is ultimately just a champion-level Pokémon, and Lu Yu felt utterly unfazed. Gyarados, unleash Dragon Dance. Water Lord, use Aurora Beam. As the two trainers issued their commands, Gyarados began a peculiar dance, utilizing both its limbs, while the Water Lord opened its maw to unleash a column of icy energy. This time, the Aurora Beam successfully struck Gyarados. Even a divine beast's attack could not be ignored by it. Enjoyed that little warm-up, Gyarados? Show him your true power with a Steel Blade Assault. Perhaps due to the exhilaration of previous combos, Lu Yu favored initiating battles with a round of Dragon Dance for a power boost before launching his attacks. In the next moment, Gyarados, having absorbed the Aurora Beam, radiated a terrifying dragon energy and charged toward the Water Lord. However, it bore a fatal flaw. Gyarados was considerably slower than the Water Lord. Consequently, this attack was deftly evaded by the Water Lord. Witnessing this, Doghao's confidence soared once more. Water Lord, just like that. Use your superior speed to employ a hit-and-run strategy. Continue firing Aurora Beam and swiftly reposition after hitting. Upon receiving his trainer's command, the Water Lord let out a mighty roar and sprang into action. Observing all this, Lu Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Gyarados, utilize Earthquake. Since a singular attack could not land due to the Water Lord's swiftness, it would be more effective to unleash a continuous area attack. As anticipated, once Lu Yu altered his strategy, although the Water Lord possessed impressive jumping capabilities, it could not remain airborne for long. The moment it descended, Earthquake struck instantaneously. Though the effect may not have been overwhelming, it provided Gyarados with the opportunity. Now, Steel Blade Assault. Taking advantage of the Water Lord's temporary vulnerability from the Earthquake, Gyarados launched its Steel Blade Assault with an unstoppable force, charging directly at the Water Lord. In the next moment, a torrent of dragon energy collided with the Water Lord, sending it hurtling through the air. The audience fell into stunned silence, exchanging glances, each reflecting the shock in their eyes. Was Lu Yu truly preparing for a divine slaughter today? It is noteworthy that in the entire world, very few trainers have managed to defeat divine beasts with ordinary Pokémon in public competitions. Only Ash and Dandy, both champions among the 8 masters of yore. Now, Lu Yu's performance was even more terrifying than that of Ash and Dandy in their prime. As this scene reached the desks of those who had previously prided themselves as prominent figures, they could no longer remain seated. The Lu Yu capable of defeating divine beasts was far beyond the previously displayed king-level prowess. Such a standard warranted serious consideration on how to approach Lu Yu moving forward. Water Lord, please rise. You are a divine beast. How can you be outmatched by a creature like Gyarados? Hearing Doghao's desperate cries, The Water Lord strained every ounce of strength to rise from the ground, casting a defiant gaze toward Lu Yu and Gyarados. Yet, from Lu Yu's lips came the most despairing command. Deliver the final blow, Gyarados. Full force with Steel Blade Assault. With no means of evasion left, Gyarados' strike was utterly definitive. A thunderous crash echoed as the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the Water Lord, already devoid of fighting capability, lying in a deep pit, unable to rise again. Chapter 80. The Divine Beast Regieleki, the Fairy Pokémon emerges. After the Water Lord's defeat, Gyarados, panting heavily, let out a resounding dragon roar, seemingly expressing its exhilaration at having vanquished a divine beast. Indeed, even a quasi-deity, powerful enough to be classified as a master-level Pokémon, could achieve records of instantaneously defeating divine beasts within the game. Yet in the tangible realm of Pokémon, for an ordinary Pokémon to conquer a divine beast remains an exceedingly challenging endeavor, at least in all publicly held competitions thus far. Lu Yu stands as the second trainer to have truly defeated a divine beast with an ordinary Pokémon, the first being the current top of the 8 Masters, the world champion Ash. While figures like Dandy and Cynthia, ranking among the 8 Masters, could also triumph over certain non-divine beasts, the opportunity to achieve such feats eludes them, as the number of divine beast trainers is significantly lower than that of master-level trainers. Currently, the only prominent divine beast trainers in the Dragon Kingdom are Dacto and, to some extent, Lu Yu. Though only the 4 heavenly kings and champions of the Pokémon League are aware of his capture of the ancient jade fish and ancient sword leopard, they would not casually announce that Lu Yu himself is a divine beast trainer. Expanding this scope globally, the number of divine beast trainers would not exceed 5, including Dacto, Doghao, Ash, and the trio of divine pillars under Mr. Shindai, as well as the leader capable of commanding Articuno and Ash's Charizard. However, Ash's Solgaleo seems to have been released, and Mr. Shindai's trio also successfully liberated the Sacred Pillar King. Thus, the publicly recognized divine beast trainers currently appear to be only 2, Dacto and Doghao. This is why Lu Yu previously remarked that had it not been for his intervention, the representative of the White Elephant Energy Cube would have been Doghao. It's self-evident that the allure of divine beast trainers, aside from Ash, holds significant sway within the Pokémon League. With the Water Lord incapacitated, Gyarados emerged victorious, prompting the referee to announce, "Doghao, please send forth your next Pokémon." At this moment, Doghao inhaled sharply, unable to fathom that after the Water Lord's appearance, he could not defeat even a single Pokémon of Lu Yu's. Similarly, the audience and viewers of the live broadcast began to develop a genuine interest in Lu Yu, especially among the powerful figures of foreign Pokémon leagues. In their eyes, Lu Yu's Gyarados bore potential issues, perhaps transcending even the champion level. Yet, could a trainer so new to the scene truly possess a master-level Pokémon? If true, they must spare no effort to eliminate him before he fully rises. Otherwise, in a few years, the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League would dominate all adversaries. After recalling the Water Lord, Doghao narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Lu Yu. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed a shadow of Ash lurking behind Lu Yu. Could it be that this individual is capable of reaching Ash's level? With such thoughts, Doghao produced a new Pokeball, entrusting the outcome of this battle to this very moment. Go, Regieleki. Crush the opponent. As the voice of Doghao resonated, a radiant crimson light manifested, heralding the emergence of a brand new divine beast. Regieleki, alongside the original 3 pillars of deities, now stood with the Dragon Pillar and the Thunder Pillar. Had it not been for Doghao's taming, this Thunder Pillar would likely have garnered even greater popularity. Otherwise, like Lu Yu, who had taken a hiatus from the Pokemon anime due to Doghao, would have remained oblivious to this creature until he conducted his research. Moreover, it is rumored that the Primal Titan from Sword and Shield, a level 1 deity and the source of gigantfication, was also tamed by Doghao. TSK, TSK, TSK. After a brief moment of exasperation, Lu Yu summoned his psychic powers to gauge the strength of this Regieleki before him. A preliminary assessment indicated that this creature was at the champion level, likely comparable to Lu Yu's ancient sword leopard and ancient jade fish. This implies that the opponent is indeed a unique divine beast, endowed with divine authority. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu decided to withdraw his Gyarados and, for the first time, switch out his Pokemon. Since the opponent bore divine authority, he entrusted this battle to you. Initially, Lu Yu intended to deploy his Howling Moon, but recent research revealed that ancient species, also known as paradox species, have yet to gain traction in the Pokémon world, aside from a few professors and well-versed champions. Most individuals likely have never even heard of these ancient or future species, let alone seen them. Therefore, keeping it as a trump card, Lu Yu chose to send forth one of his strongest Pokémon, the Shiny Sylveon. Upon the appearance of the Shiny Sylveon, the audience, who had only recently become acquainted with Lu Yu during the Z-City Defense War, erupted in fervor. Wasn't this the formidable Shiny Sylveon that had previously battled the colossal Toxapex? Now, they were finally witnessing her in action again. Observing the arrival of the Sylveon, Doghao's expression darkened as he commanded Regieleki. Regieleki, unleash Thunder Cannon. With a devastating move boasting a power of 120. Regieleki swiftly initiated its attack on Sylveon. Witnessing this, Lu Yu immediately commanded Sylveon, Sylveon, show this creature, which hardly deserves the title of divine beast, what true power looks like. Unleash magical shine. In the next moment, a dazzling pink radiance illuminated the arena. A strike emanating from the caliber of a master-level attack surged forth. Subsequently, the Thunder Cannon was fully charged and collided with magical shine. The full-force assault from the divine beast, an electric-type move, failed to shatter magical shine, and instead, Regieleki staggered back, struck by the Sylveon's might. This unfolding spectacle left all spectators in a state of shock. Only Zhang Fantian, the foremost among the four kings of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, witnessed Lu Yu's formidable prowess and erupted into hearty laughter. Well done. This is precisely how it should be. Let those rascals see that this newly emerged star trainer possesses such strength. Who among them would dare to challenge him? As long as this lad has sufficient credentials, my faction's influence within the Pokémon Alliance will surpass that of the neutral faction. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of champions like Cynthia and Xiaohao. Observing the Sylveon, which evidently exhibited master-level combat capabilities, even among the elite, Cynthia's expression soured. Indeed, it was a boon for the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance to have promising juniors, but why was it that Lu Yu did not belong to the neutral faction? Chapter 81. An Invincible Presence, advancing to the semi-finals. Sylveon, harness Moonlight Power. The singular electric-type Regieleki could only sustain double damage from ground-type moves. Otherwise, it would typically resist attacks single-handedly or even double its defenses. Thus, Regieleki's battle attributes were indeed advantageous. Yet, even so, under the influence of divine authority, facing Lu Yu's master-level Sylveon, Regieleki found itself at a disadvantage. As Moonlight Power was unleashed, Doghao immediately commanded Regieleki to execute Thunder. A fierce exchange ensued, culminating in a violent explosion, after which Sylveon deftly maneuvered through the chaos to close in on Regieleki. Now's your chance, Sylveon, unleash Hyper Voice. Not good. Regieleki, quickly employ Thunder Cage. Thanks to Sylveon's Fairy Aura ability, all her normal-type moves transformed into Fairy-type moves, significantly amplifying their potency. At close range, the Hyper Voice, a special attack, rendered Regieleki momentarily dazed, fully absorbing the ensuing damage. However, divine beasts are indeed formidable, unlike Suicune, a non-divine entity that had entered Doghao's Pokeball to evade pursuers and had been stripped of its divine status. Regieleki, which was subdued by both Xiao Mao and Doghao, still retained a shred of its pride. After weathering Sylveon's onslaught, Regieleki seized the moment to unleash Thunder Cage. This move, akin to Fire Spin, could sustain continuous attacks for 4 to 5 turns, saturating the icy battlefield with crackling electricity, posing ongoing challenges for Sylveon. Sylveon, activate Mystic Guard. To prevent Sylveon from succumbing to the persistent electrical assaults, Lu Yu promptly instructed her to initiate Mystic Guard. Consequently, devoid of the hindrance of paralysis, Regieleki stood no chance. Sylveon, use Stored Power. The Stored Power move, boasting a staggering base power of 140 in-game, required prior usage of all other moves to activate. However, in the real world, as long as the bond with her trainer was strong enough, Sylveon could deploy it. With the enhancement from Fairy Aura, the power of this normal-type move surged dramatically. With a resounding boom, a colossal explosion erupted as Regieleki was sent flying by Sylveon's strike, crashing onto the icy surface and shattering it entirely. Realizing that Regieleki could not contend with Lu Yu's Sylveon, Doghao descended into madness. I'll have it out with you. No matter what, I must defeat at least one of your Pokémon. Regieleki, unleash Self-Destruct. Self-Destruct, a self-sacrificial move with a staggering power of 250, is the most formidable move among all Pokémon. Executed by a divine beast, even if Sylveon were to be struck, she would fall alongside him. However, Lu Yu had long anticipated Doghao's desperate ploy. In the preceding months, he had diligently trained alongside his Pokémon, ensuring that their efforts were not in vain. His command skills had undoubtedly sharpened significantly. At the moment Regieleki prepared to unleash self-destruct, Lu Yu's gaze bore no trace of panic. Instead, he calmly uttered 2 words, "Hold fast." Upon hearing Lu Yu's command, Doghouse sank to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted. Even as Doghouse issued the command, a multitude of Pokémon Alliance trainers had already arrived on the periphery of the battleground, deploying their formidable Pokémon to form a defensive perimeter, minimizing the explosion's impact and, most crucially, ensuring that the blast radius did not endanger the spectators. The referee swiftly departed, and immediately thereafter, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the air. From a distance, a small mushroom cloud erupted at the center of the H-City Sports Arena. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Gohao lay injured on the ground, while the fairy-like Pokémon activated a verdant shield, protecting Lu Yu completely unharmed. This stark contrast left the audience gasping in astonishment. Just how formidable was this fairy Pokémon to compel a divine beast to unleash such a catastrophic explosion yet remain unscathed? Furthermore, the intensity of the battle between the 2 trainers could easily rival that of a national championship. Could it be that Lu Yu possessed the prowess to contend for the championship title? Fortunately, the populace of this world is endowed with exceptional physical attributes and advanced medical facilities. Otherwise, in a previous life, even 10 lives would not suffice for Gohao. Most critically, should a renowned trainer from a foreign Pokémon League perish during battle, it might spark a diplomatic incident, which Lu Yu found rather troublesome. After a prolonged wait, as Regieleki collapsed, its eyes transforming into swirling patterns amidst the explosion's epicenter, the referee's voice rang out. Regieleki was declared unable to continue fighting. Due to Gohao's injuries, he had lost 5 Pokémon and could no longer battle, whereas Lu Yu had only dispatched 3 Pokémon, none of which had been rendered incapable of fighting. Thus, in this contest, Lu Yu, representing the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, emerged victorious and advanced to the top 8. Following the announcement, Miss Joy and the medical team carried the unconscious Gohao towards the Pokémon Center. Lu Yu had triumphed effortlessly, even with 2 divine beasts in play, none of which could defeat any of his Pokémon. This spectacle reached the desks of influential figures, prompting all to ponder the appropriate approach to this emerging star from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. After the top 8 matches concluded, Dakduo, who had been observing Lu Yu's battles, finally revealed a smile. It appeared that he could unleash his full potential during the national championship. On October 6th, in the quarterfinals, Lu Yu dispatched his magical masquerade Meow to decisively eliminate 3 of his opponent's Pokémon, followed by sending out Lucario, who breezed through the remainder. By this point, all the Pokémon Lu Yu intended to showcase had made their appearances in the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. The remaining Pokémon, the Ancient Jade Fish and Ancient Sword Leopard, along with one of the most enigmatic Pokémon, the ancient species Howling Moon, were not intended for display at this juncture. Their true stage awaited the national championship. Chapter 82, The Breakthrough Champion, Gyarados. The finals commence. With Gyarados rendered unable to continue, Lucario claimed victory. Thus the winner was contestant number 530, Lu Yu. Congratulations to Lu Yu for successfully advancing to the semifinals. After the referee reiterated Lu Yu's victory, the 4 finalists qualified for the top 3 were finally determined. Aside from Lu Yu, the other 3 contenders were no less formidable, particularly a middle-aged man who had been competing for over a decade, securing numerous provincial championships, hailing from the Magic City Pokémon League. The other 2 were a man and a woman, both in their 30s, with the weakest among them being a mid-tier king-level trainer. According to the draw, Lu Yu's upcoming opponent was Su Ling, a female trainer of mid-tier king level. It is noteworthy that this marked Lu Yu's first encounter with a female competitor since participating in the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. It seems that, in terms of sheer numbers, women face greater challenges in attaining higher tiers than their male counterparts. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the strongest trainer in the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League remains a woman. As the semifinals commenced, once Lu Yu dispatched Gyarados, the outcome was all but predetermined. With its overconfidence ability, Gyarados' attack power surged with each Pokémon it defeated. Thus, Su Ling's 3 Pokémon were effortlessly vanquished in the first half. Seizing the opportunity amidst the battle and with an abundance of energy cubes at its disposal, Gyarados ultimately broke through to the champion level, significantly enhancing its strength. Pokémon Gyarados. Level, LV 75. Ability, Overconfidence. Type, Water, Flying. Strength, Champion level. Skills, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse, Bite. Acrobatics, Flamethrower, Dragon Rage, Aqua Tail. Affection, 255. After 3 months, Lu Yu had successfully elevated his strength by 5 levels to reach the champion tier, bringing him a sense of relief. Compared to the game, this pace was undeniably slow, leaving little room for complaints. However, this was the reality of the Pokémon world. And achieving such a leap from high-level king to champion in just 3 months was a cause for great joy. This indicated that, at this rate, Lu Yu's other king-level Pokémon would also eventually ascend to the champion tier. Not to mention, Lu Yu's initial Pokémon, Magical Masquerade Meow, was currently teetering at the peak of king level, poised to break through to the champion tier. Similarly, Wind Speed Dog and Scyther had also reached high king level, only a final step away from the pinnacle. On the other hand, Fierce Arrow Hawk, having begun its journey from near king level, still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the peak of king level. The remaining Pokémon exhibited minimal strength enhancement between the champion and master levels. Nevertheless, Lu Yu's shiny Ghastly had evolved into Gengar, reaching elite level. Lu Yu believed that once Gengar completed its final evolution and attained near king level combat capability, it would also find its place in the various Pokémon leagues. With the Big Mouth Croc incapacitated, Gyarados secured victory. Thus, contestant number 530, Lu Yu, was congratulated for advancing to the finals. As the audience witnessed Lu Yu effortlessly advance to the finals, there was a palpable lack of excitement among them. In their view, after defeating Go Hao, the Divine Beast Trainer, Lu Yu's victory was a foregone conclusion. It would be absurd for him not to claim the championship title in this Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. Consequently, the anticipation diminished significantly. On October 10th, the final day of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, the third-place winner was decided in the morning, ultimately claimed by Su Ling, while another competitor secured 4th place. At noon, the rising star Lu Yu from the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League faced off against the seasoned powerhouse Lu Yi from the Magic City Pokémon League in the battle arena. The H-City Sports Arena was filled to capacity, with over 100,000 fans fervently chanting Lu Yu and Lu Yi's names. As the match commenced, the rocky battlefield slowly ascended, and Lu Yu sent forth his first Pokémon, Fierce Arrow Hawk. Upon catching sight of Fierce Arrow Hawk, Lu Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Over time, he had gained some understanding of Lu Yu's battle habits. Lu Yu tended to let his Pokémon take the stage one by one, engaging in spectacular battles that provided each Pokémon with an opportunity to shine, rarely repeating the same choices. Now that Lu Yu had sent out Fierce Arrow Hawk, did this imply that his trump cards had mostly been revealed? Although Lu Yi held little confidence in defeating Lu Yu's Gyarados and Fairy Pokémon, he felt entirely capable against the rest of Lu Yu's Pokémon. Perhaps he might even secure a victory in this match. Thus, after dispatching the formidable Golem, the decisive battle between Lu Yi and Lu Yu commenced in earnest. The Fierce Arrow Falcon launched a blazing charge, while Golem executed its Rock Slide. Thanks to the agility bestowed by its flying-type lineage, the Fierce Arrow Falcon deftly maneuvered amidst the rocky terrain, evading attacks with the finesse honed during its training under the tutelage of Bankila. Consequently, the onslaught from Golem failed to pose significant trouble, merely crashing into Golem itself. However, Fire-type moves against a Rock and Ground-type like Golem were not particularly effective. Golem unleashed its Rock Blade. The Fierce Arrow Falcon countered with Air Slash, deflecting the attack before retaliating with a Fiery Jet, giving Golem's pace and range. It found itself incapable of mounting an effective offense against the agile Fierce Arrow Falcon. Instead, it resorted to a guerrilla warfare style. If the battle prolonged, the rocky arena might ultimately succumb to flames. Indeed, Lu Yu's strategy mirrored the fierce clashes between Ash's Charizard and Gary's Blastoise. While the Fierce Arrow Falcon's strength may not have been sufficient, Lu Yu remained confident in his ability to overcome the seemingly disadvantageous Golem. It is through such experiences that Lu Yu would truly ascend to greatness, rather than relying solely on the overwhelming power of his Pokémon. As time elapsed, the audience began to realize that, aside from the previous legendary battles, this was the first instance where Lu Yu had spent such an extended duration in combat. Was it truly due to the formidable strength of his opponent, or was he merely granting them a semblance of dignity? In a conventional scenario, Lu Yu could have easily dispatched Golem with his Magical Masquerade Meow and Gyarados, yet he chose not to, continuing to command the Fierce Arrow Falcon to engage. Chapter 83, The Team Rocket Assault, the four generals emerge. At this moment, the rocky battlefield was alive with relentless attacks. As the Fierce Arrow Falcon unleashed a barrage of fiery strikes, the escalating temperature finally reached a tipping point. Pokémon of the elite level possessed the capability to alter the battlefield. As the rocky terrain melted away, on the verge of transforming into magma, Both Golem and its trainer were left somewhat dumbfounded. Could battles truly unfold in such a manner? However, when Louis sought to shift the environment to enable Golem to utilize rock-type skills, it was already too late. The overwhelming heat began to scorch Golem's very form. Fire types indeed had the upper hand against rock and ground types, but as temperatures soared, even stone could liquefy. To deliver the final blow, the fierce Arrow Falcon executed a full-powered blazing charge. With a resounding crash, the immense impact sent Golem staggering, while the sustained heat and concentrated attacks overwhelmed its defenses. When Golem was struck back, 1 foot sinking into the molten rock, the battle was concluded. Golem was rendered unable to continue. The fierce Arrow Falcon emerged victorious, prompting Louis to send forth his next Pokémon. With the triumph of the fierce Arrow Falcon, Louis exhaled a long, relieved breath. This match marked his first victory against a stronger foe, achieved through his own unique battle strategy. This indicated that Louis' command abilities had finally matured, no longer hindering his Pokémon, and indeed, under his guidance, they could contend with even more formidable adversaries. This was the true essence of a trainer's responsibility and duty. In the second battle, Louis summoned Gyarados, transforming the molten battlefield into a serene pool, and once the terrain solidified into rock again, Gyarados effortlessly overcame Louis' Soundwave Dragon. Champion-level prowess was not something a mere elite could rival. In the third round, a match of speed deities ensued, with the outcome predictably favoring Louis. However, as halftime approached, a sudden tumult erupted in the previously tranquil arena. Ordinary spectators, once hidden in the crowd, tore away their disguises to reveal the garb of Team Rocket, unleashing their Pokémon and inciting chaos. Bat Pokémon and Weezing surged forth, attacking the throngs, filling the venue with screams and cries of panic. Witnessing this, the trainers of the Pokémon League sprang into action, promptly reporting the incident. Realizing that the local league alone could not withstand the onslaught of Team Rocket, they would require the support of various divisions of the Pokémon League. Meanwhile, Xiaolong, the leader of the West Lake Gym, along with the heads of various investigative teams and police departments, rushed from all corners to prepare for the impending Team Rocket assault. In the next moment, before Lu Yu and Lu Yi could disengage from their battle, for shadowy figures descended from the sky, and Lu Yu sensed a subtle instability in the surrounding space. It appeared these 4 figures had been teleported directly to the battlefield by Psychic-type Pokémon, suggesting that Team Rocket had meticulously planned this assault. They intended to strike during the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, whether as retribution for past grievances or to assert Team Rocket's dominance. Upon recognizing the identities of the newcomers, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile mockingly. For him, as long as it wasn't Giovanni personally bringing Mutwo to trouble him, he felt entirely unfazed. Even if these 4 were the notorious generals of Team Rocket, feared worldwide, Lu Yu remained composed. After all, they were merely 4 advanced, peak-level trainers, collectively commanding only 24 Pokémon. It was hardly a daunting task. Not to mention, this was the Pokémon League's territory. The number of participating elite trainers alone could easily exceed double digits. Once these trainers unleashed their collective might, they could easily overwhelm the 4 generals. What audacity did Team Rocket possess to believe that with just 4 generals, they could disrupt the Zhejiang League? However, on a global broadcast, this sudden wave of assault would have monumental repercussions for both Team Rocket and the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. What Pokémon League? With the 4 generals of Team Rocket leading the charge, this event shall not proceed. As Apollo, the leading general, released his Pokeball, a robust Charizard and a desert dragonfly emerged, immediately launching beams toward Lu Yi. Concurrently, Athena, Lance, and Lambda swiftly dispatched their Pokémon, summoning Houndoom, Mytena, Swampert, and the Speed Deity, among others. Unsurprisingly, each of the Team Rocket generals possessed a canine Pokémon. As 12 Pokémon, all at least of the elite level, materialized, chaos erupted. Beyond the 4 generals, numerous quasi-elite, gym-level, and elite members of Team Rocket wreaked havoc throughout the venue. Caught unprepared, the Pokémon League was thrown into disarray. Seeing this, Lu Yu shook his head in resignation, realizing his championship match had been interrupted. A surge of unbridled anger welled within him as he dispatched his Pokémon. Do not hold back. Crush them all. Upon the release of the Pokeball by Lu Yu, the 4 Pokémon, Banjira, the Fairy Pokémon, the Garchomp, and Lucario, materialized instantaneously. Alongside them, the previously battled Gyarados, Arcanine, and the fully healthy Sizer, as well as the enchanting Mismagius, made their presence known. All 8 Pokémon emerged in unison, and upon witnessing Lu Yu's furious demeanor, They instinctively sensed their trainer's dissatisfaction and launched an assault on the 4 commanders of Team Rocket. Leading the charge was the Fairy Pokémon, who, with her master-level prowess, effortlessly faced 6 adversaries simultaneously. In her mind, the scoundrel who had previously targeted her trainer in Z-City was now her responsibility to vanquish. With a dazzling display of magic, she unleashed a torrent of pink energy, sending Apollo's Hydreigon hurtling through the air, only to struggle to rise from the ground moments later. Realizing the terrifying strength of the Fairy Pokémon, Apollo promptly dispatched all his remaining Pokémon, 4 Elite Level and 2 Peak Elite Level creatures, surrounding the Fairy Pokémon with their assault. Chapter 84. 1 against 4, Armored Mutuo. Fairy Pokémon. Handle this on your own. After all, even if they gang up on you, they cannot inflict significant harm. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the Fairy Pokémon let out a melodic cry, darting gracefully from side to side as she began to obstruct Apollo's 6 Pokémon. While it was termed obstruction, given the Fairy Pokémon's capabilities, a full unleashing of her strength would swiftly render the opponents powerless. What use were the 4 commanders of Team Rocket, after all? However, in light of the current battle dynamics, there was no need for her to exert herself entirely. A playful engagement would suffice. Truth be told, since joining Lu Yu, she had never truly unleashed her full power in any battle, even against Lu Yu's Colossal Tentacruel or Xiaohao's Divine Beast. Such was the hallmark of a master-level trainer, the epitome of invincibility. As the Fairy Pokémon effectively thwarted Apollo's advance, the remaining 3 commanders of Team Rocket could not help but display expressions of shock. How could this brat possess such overwhelming strength? One might wonder if Apollo was merely putting on a show, even against a master-level opponent. 1 against 6 seemed a tad exaggerated. Not only were the members of Team Rocket momentarily stunned, but the powerful figures from the Pokémon League surrounding them were also taken aback. They were aware of Lu Yu's strength, yet they had underestimated just how formidable he truly was, especially given that every time they witnessed such a grand display, it was during his confrontations with Team Rocket. This led many to recall the rampant rumors suggesting Lu Yu was an undercover agent for Team Rocket. Otherwise, how could someone from a modest background, lacking connections, and just starting out, have inexplicably acquired a master-level Mismagius as his starter Pokémon and subsequently captured such fearsome creatures? If memory serves, the Colossal Tentacruel was also a creation of Team Rocket, yet it had been captured by Lu Yu as well. Thus, was everything merely an act? Ultimately, the reason people found it hard to believe that a prodigy could attain such prowess within 4 months was that they could only attribute it to Lu Yu receiving support from Team Rocket. Coupled with the notorious reputation of the 4 commanders, it was unfathomable that they could be so easily thwarted by a newcomer. Could it be that a mere novice, just 4 months into his journey, truly possessed a master-level Pokémon? This was simply inconceivable. Meanwhile, the global audience still watching the live broadcast was left utterly dumbfounded when the camera panned to Lu Yu's battle against the 4 commanders of Team Rocket. They realized they had perhaps underestimated Lu Yu's capabilities. Here he was, single-handedly standing against the 4 commanders. Indeed, at that moment on the battlefield, before the official powerhouses of the Pokémon League intervened, Lu Yu had managed to encircle the 4 commanders with his Pokémon. Following the Fairy Pokémon's 6-1 victory, Garchomp also chose to confront Athena, unleashing its master-level battle prowess and swiftly eliminating one of her Pokémon. Curse that wretched dragon. Houndoom, Crobat, Abomasnow, Boskage, Weezing. Reduce this dragon to mere ashes. Yet, even with Athena's command, the 5 Pokémon stood little chance against Garchomp, as they were merely outclassed by a champion-level entity, allowing Garchomp to easily overpower them 5-1. Regarding the remaining Rance and Lambda, Lu Yu felt justified in deploying 2 champions and 2 peak elite-level Pokémon against them, thus granting the 4 commanders a semblance of respect. Consequently, the observers witnessed a remarkable spectacle. Lu Yu's 6 Pokémon, battling against 23 opponents, completely dominated the battlefield. The once feared 4 commanders of Team Rocket suffered a significant humiliation in front of the world, revealing that Team Rocket was not as formidable as previously thought. In the face of true strength, the officers of Team Rocket were no different from mere insects. However, Team Rocket's true might lay in their relentless tactics. Had they faced Pokémon League trainers of similar strength, even if they were superior to the 4 commanders, they would likely employ self-destructing Pokémon like Weezing, Electrode, and Geodude to directly assault the trainers, which was what granted Team Rocket their infamous reputation. Yet this time, Lu Yu's decisive actions rendered the 4 commanders unable to resort to such measures. When Pavilion Master Zhao Long and the various search officers arrived for support, They were greeted by the sight of the competitors in the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League utterly overwhelming the members of Team Rocket, with some having already concluded their battles. After all, the number of elite-level strongholds within Team Rocket was exceedingly limited, with the 4 commanders occupied by Lu Yu. The remaining Quasi-Master and Gym-level trainers stood no chance against the likes of Lu Yi and his compatriots. Thus, the attack by Team Rocket left Lu Yu perplexed as to why Sakaki would dare to assault the Pokémon League venue, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the League's powerful trainers. Just the contestants alone included over a dozen elite-level trainers. How could Team Rocket hope to contend with such formidable forces? The plan had failed. It was time to retreat. Upon hearing Apollo declare the mission a failure, and as more powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League emerged, the incident had devolved into a farce. Realizing their predicament, the 4 commanders, having already lost several Pokémon, nodded in agreement. In the next moment, as Apollo produced a button from his pocket, a surge of spatial energy flickered, and a humanoid Pokémon clad in armor materialized before them. It gazed blankly at Lu Yu, its armored eyes betraying a semblance of emotional fluctuation. Then, a wave of terrifying psychic energy swept across the battlefield, causing even the Master-level Garchomp and the Master-level Fairy Pokémon to emit cries of pain before being sent hurtling away. This marked the first instance since acquiring the Fairy Pokémon that Lu Yu found himself utterly defenseless. Such was the might of a level 1 deity. Indeed, upon the appearance of this armored Mewtwo, Lu Yu immediately recognized its identity. However, one could only ponder whether this Mewtwo bore any connection to him, a question that remained shrouded in mystery. Then, accompanied by overwhelming psychic abilities, all the members of Team Rocket present, along with their Pokémon, were whisked away by Mewtwo, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 85. Aftermath and Conspiracy. The stance of the Pokémon League. At this moment, it must be noted that the number of trainers from the Pokémon League present exceeded several thousand, with at least a double-digit count of Elite 4-level combatants, not to mention the abundance of quasi-elite and gym leaders. Under such an advantageous circumstance, many members of Team Rocket had already been defeated by the trainers of the Pokémon League, subsequently being captured one by the investigators. Furthermore, as long as Lu Yu was given sufficient time, the 4 generals of Team Rocket would undoubtedly face defeat, thus allowing for their apprehension and severing 4 significant limbs from the upper echelons of Team Rocket. However, to everyone's astonishment, at the moment a certain mysterious Pokémon appeared. Lu Yu's previously formidable demeanor seemed to crumble, rendering him exceptionally weak. It was as if it were all a deliberate act. Moreover, coincidentally, the attacks of the armored Mewtwo targeted solely Lu Yu's 6 Pokémon. The others felt no residual effects from Mewtwo's onslaught whatsoever. Coupled with Lu Yu's inexplicable strength, a sense of conspiracy began to permeate the minds of the onlookers. Perhaps this was merely a performance orchestrated between Lu Yu and Team Rocket. Otherwise, how could the 4 generals of Team Rocket, when united against Lu Yu, exhibit such a lack of self-preservation? Yes, they all acknowledged Lu Yu's prowess. But could he truly surpass 4 elite trainers? Not to mention, after the appearance of the 4 generals, the previously heinous tactics they employed seemed utterly ineffective, further fueling speculation. Meanwhile, Lu Yu himself fell into deep contemplation upon encountering the armored Mewtwo. In the latter stages of Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, with all versions unlocked, legendary Pokémon could naturally be captured and traded, allowing for the transfer of Pokémon from previous versions into Scarlet and Violet. This explains why Lu Yu could possess Pokémon from all generations. However, within a single Pokémon universe, a primary deity, especially an artificially created one like Mewtwo, should possess uniqueness. Thus, one must ponder whether the Mewtwo crafted by Team Rocket can genuinely be deemed as Lu Yu's Pokémon, or has Mewtwo's memory been altered? Why, upon seeing this Mewtwo, did Lu Yu feel no sense of familiarity? Or could it be that 2 Mewtwos truly exist in this world? Shaking his head, he endeavored to dismiss these thoughts from his mind. Regardless of the outcome, a visit to the Team Rocket headquarters would certainly yield answers. Yet, given Lu Yu's current predicament, he had no knowledge of the whereabouts of Team Rocket's headquarters, and even with 2 gym leader-level Pokémon at his disposal, it would be implausible for him to assault the stronghold of Team Rocket alone. That remarkably enigmatic Team Rocket boss, Sakaki, was no ordinary trainer. At the very least, he was a pinnacle master-level entity. After all, what merit could he have in establishing such a nefarious organization as Team Rocket to combat the global Pokémon League? Moreover, rumors suggested that during the peak of his career, the master-level trainer, Yulongdu, ranked just below the Dragon Master, had suffered defeat at Sakaki's hands, showcasing Sakaki's formidable prowess. Once Team Rocket retreated, the prominent figures of the Zhejiang Pokémon League promptly arrived. This sequence of events was quite routine. Once the troublemakers had departed, the official departments of the Pokémon League would arrive to manage the aftermath. They momentarily apologized to the audience, stating that the finals would be rescheduled following a casualty assessment and conclusion. Lu Yi and the other trainers who had confronted Team Rocket were also escorted to the headquarters of the Zhejiang Pokémon League. At this moment, in an interrogation room, Lu Yu was engaged in a routine dialogue with an investigator. Name: Lu Yu. Gender: male. Age. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu could not help but feel a surge of indignation. After valiantly thwarting the advances of Team Rocket's 4 generals, he was treated like a criminal upon reaching the investigator's base. Team Rocket was not a menace he had summoned. What was the meaning of this treatment? Thus, with a cold demeanor and narrowed eyes, Lu Yu nonchalantly propped his feet up, expressing his impatience. So, this is how the Zhejiang Pokémon League's investigative team treats a valiant contributor against Team Rocket, who is also a trainer. Upon uttering these words, the investigator was momentarily taken aback, offering an awkward smile. After skipping the basic procedures, he signaled for Lu Yu to wait, clarifying that all trainers entering the investigator's base underwent this process, and that he needed to consult with his superior regarding the next steps. Hearing this, even Lu Yu, despite his naivety, could grasp the underlying attitude these individuals held towards him. In theory, a renowned trainer, particularly one as exceptional as Lu Yu, should receive the utmost treatment. Yet these investigators seemed to be on guard against him. Could it be that they were already suspicious of the source of his power? My unease regarding Lu Yu is growing. His strength is undeniable, yet the stronger he appears, the more unsettling my instincts become. The previous battle in City Z catapulted him to national fame, making him a representative of the younger generation within the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, especially with the backing of Asian superstar endorsements. Now, practically every trainer and citizen across Zhejiang province, if not the entire nation, supports him. But today's confrontation with Team Rocket was undoubtedly staged. I have reason to suspect that Lu Yu is an infiltrator from Team Rocket, perhaps even a high-ranking operative. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Zhejiang Pokémon League, Zhao Long, the master of West Lake Gym, the captain of the investigators, the police chief, the president of the Pokémon League, and the principal of the Zhejiang Pokémon University were gathered in a circle, with the academy president being the first to voice the earlier assertion that Lu Yu was a Team Rocket mole. Upon hearing this, Zhao Long's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently upon the principal of the Pokémon University. Principal Yuan, you must be accountable for your words. Are you truly suggesting, without any evidence, that a young superstar dedicated to the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League is a traitor, thereby disheartening the trainers of the Zhejiang Pokémon League? Such a grave accusation has been levied, causing Principal Yuan's countenance to shift drastically. However, the police chief interjected with a smile, attempting to mediate. In truth, Principal Yuan's suspicions are not entirely unfounded. These two incidents are indeed rather coincidental. Given Lu Yu's strength, could it not be seen as excessive for him to dominate the 4 generals of Team Rocket? If Lu Yu is truly that powerful, then why did the mysterious Pokémon appear and instantly incapacitate all 6 of Lu Yu's Pokémon? Does Master Zhao believe that Team Rocket possesses a primary deity? This retort left Zhao Long momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to articulate a counter-argument due to insufficient grounds. Chapter 86, Prohibition of Matches? The Movements of Team Rocket. At this moment, while the internal discussions regarding how to address Lu Yu continued within the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, a Team Rocket mole had already relayed this information to boss Sakaki. Upon receiving this news, Sakaki, who had been in a rather delicate mood while reprimanding the 4 generals of Team Rocket, unexpectedly broke into a smile. Who would have thought that the internal factional struggles within the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League had reached such a magnitude? A rookie with such terrifying potential, who had been suppressing your 4 generals, was now embroiled in self-doubt. What a pity. Yet, this also presents us with an opportunity. With this thought, Sakaki's smile faded slightly, and he spoke in a serene tone. The true objective of this operation was, in fact, to assess the combat capabilities of Mutuo. As it stands, the plan appears flawless. However, concerning Lu Yu, we must prepare diligently for the forthcoming events. Athena, you are to engage with the internal covert network of the Dragon Kingdom Elf Alliance. Young individuals are prone to developing grievances against the Elf Alliance over such matters. Who knows, we might soon welcome a formidable recruit to Team Rocket. Upon this declaration, the 4 generals of Team Rocket emerged from the leader's office, exhaling a sigh of relief. No wonder this operation, despite its failure, did not incur the wrath of our leader. The actual intent was concealed, even from our own ranks, making it all the more impossible for the Elf Alliance to discern Team Rocket's true motives. Subsequently, Apollo turned towards Athena, his demeanor slightly serious. The implication from Boss Sakaki is for you to cultivate ties with Lu Yu, even if you do not succeed. You must create a facade that suggests he is colluding with Team Rocket. Hearing Apollo's words, Athena smiled calmly. Rest assured, I possess ample experience in such matters. I will ensure their internal discord leads to the expulsion of this little anomaly. Once a behemoth like Team Rocket sets its plans in motion, everything has already been meticulously orchestrated. Various facets of Team Rocket's influence began to exert pressure on Lu Yu, merely to provide the elder academics who oppose him with a pretext to attack, swaying the neutrals towards their side and instilling doubt within the traveling faction. Thus, Boss Sakaki's strategy would flourish, and under such circumstances, Team Rocket's recruitment may yield remarkable results. After receiving Sakaki's instructions, the undercover operative from Team Rocket within the Dragon Kingdom Elf Alliance submitted a dossier to the higher echelons of the academic faction, which purportedly contained evidence of Lu Yu's collusion with Team Rocket. Once this evidence was presented in the conference room where the upper echelons of the Zhejiang Province Elf Alliance convened, a profound silence enveloped the room. This was a document deliberately leaked by Team Rocket, and when compared to previous findings uncovered by the Elf Alliance, as well as Lu Yu's Pokémon, it ultimately confirmed the information. Subject 537, the illusory masked Meow, Strength, King level, escaped from Team Rocket's Base 37, whereabouts unknown. Subject 878, the gigantic stinging jellyfish. Strength, Champion level, captured by Lu Yu. Subject 777, the shiny fairy Pokémon, Strength, Master level, successfully escaped due to a lapse in supervision, whereabouts unknown. Only these three pieces of verified information exist. Yet, regardless of how it may be fabricated, the news of the gigantic stinging jellyfish is certain. In light of their suspicions towards Lu Yu, even if this information is false, they would be inclined to believe it. Therefore, Master Xiaolong, do you still wish to assert that Lu Yu has no ties to Team Rocket? If events unfold as you envision, Lu Yu may ascend to the position of the next Elite Four. Will our Dragon Kingdom Elf Alliance then become a mere garden for the nefarious Team Rocket? With these words, Master Xiaolong found himself momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, stating, I will inform King Zhang Fan of this matter. Faced with the undeniable facts, Xiaolong, a mere martial artist, was indeed no match for the politically astute academics, and thus could only invoke the name of Zhang Fan, one of the Elite Four. However, upon hearing Xiaolong's words, Principal Yuan continued to smile, asserting, Master Xiaolong, do not leverage King Zhang Fan to intimidate us. Should it be confirmed that Lu Yu is indeed an undercover agent for Team Rocket, then even King Zhang Fan, who granted Lu Yu the title of a legitimate trainer, would not escape culpability. Thus, I propose we prohibit Lu Yu from participating further in the Zhejiang Province Elf League, directly declaring Lu Yi the champion, and publicly stating that Lu Yu was injured by a mysterious Pokémon. Henceforth, Lu Yu, your trainer's qualification certificate shall be suspended, and until a thorough investigation is concluded, you shall remain here. Simultaneously, you shall no longer be permitted to participate in the Elf League, with the championship awarded directly to Lu Yi. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yu's expression bore an unsettling calmness, one so serene that even seasoned veterans like Principal Yuan were taken aback. Addressing the assembly of powerful figures and high-ranking officials from the Zhejiang Province Elf Alliance surrounding him, Lu Yu simply uttered, So, this is the final decision of the Zhejiang Province Elf Alliance, is it? Hearing Lu Yu's words, Zhao Long averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Lu Yu's eyes directly. Then, Principal Yuan interjected, Lu Yu, do not adopt such a demeanor. The current evidence clearly indicates your collusion with Team Rocket, and the majority of your Pokémon are experimental subjects from their base. After exchanging data with other elf alliances, it has become evident that your Garchomp, gigantic stinging jellyfish, Gyarados, Lucario, and Tyranitar all bear the marks of Team Rocket's influence. Therefore, until the investigation concludes, you are not permitted to leave. Gazing at the principal, whose face was adorned with a false smile, yet whose eyes reflected disdain and malice, Lu Yu found himself devoid of anger. What purpose does it serve to strive for such a treacherous elf alliance? After a self-deprecating smile, Lu Yu articulated a statement that plunged all present into a state of alarm. However, if I wish to leave, do you truly believe you pitiful beings can impede me? It must be said, Sakaki's strategy was masterfully executed. Employing tactics of undermining and turning allies against one another with minimal effort has effectively positioned Lu Yu and the Elf Alliance in opposition. Consequently, this scenario naturally benefits the third party, namely Team Rocket. Yet, just as Lu Yu prepared to unleash a Pokeball, a voice resonated sharply. Lu Yu, should you proceed with such actions, there will be no turning back. Chapter 87. Support and Bonds. The finals continue. Upon hearing this voice, the collective mindset of those present shifted dramatically. For the academic faction, represented by Zhao Long, it was akin to witnessing a beacon of hope, while the faces of Principal Yuan and his ilk transformed instantaneously. Indeed, the speaker was none other than Zhang Fan, the foremost among the Elite Four of the Dragon Kingdom Elf Alliance. With the arrival of this eminent figure, Zhao Long's confidence surged. Surely, the king would possess a resolution for the Lu Yu predicament. Thus, as King Zhang Fan approached Lu Yu with an icy countenance, he could only chuckle helplessly. You really thoughtlessly charged into such a simple scheme of betrayal. Aren't you usually quite clever? Have you yet to grasp the situation at hand? Why have so many hostile reports about you suddenly emerged, all intercepted from the Team Rocket base? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu instantly comprehended. Are you suggesting that Team Rocket has deliberately framed me, and these elder fools have seized the opportunity? Nodding in acknowledgement of Lu Yu's inquiry, King Zhang Fan burst into hearty laughter, finding Lu Yu quite agreeable. The academics, those elderly figures, are indeed clumsy. Most importantly, there are those among them who conspire with Team Rocket, intentionally sabotaging the burgeoning star trainer of the Dragon Kingdom Elf Alliance, thereby severing their own limbs. With a grim expression, Zhang Fan approached Principal Yuan, coldly stating, Principal Yuan, I have heard you have been in frequent contact with a certain individual. Do you believe our Elf Alliance has no moles within Team Rocket? This intricate web of espionage is indeed a fine performance. Upon the utterance of these words by Zhang Fan, Principal Yuan's heart sank, and a wave of panic washed over him. Zhang Fan, as a king, your words must be substantiated. On what grounds do you accuse me of being an undercover agent for the Rockets? Our current suspicion lies with Lu Yu. Do not presume that your status grants you the liberty to speak indiscriminately. Yet, before Principal Yuan could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Fan. When did I ever claim that you were colluding with the Rockets? Is this not a self-incrimination, Principal Yuan? At this juncture, the implications were glaringly apparent. Under the machinations of the Rocket's undercover agent, many members of the travel faction had unwittingly transformed into instruments poised to eliminate Lu Yu. What was unforeseen, however, was that Zhang Fan also possessed an informant within the Rockets, who had conveyed the entirety of this situation to him, prompting his swift arrival to address the incident concerning Lu Yu. Furthermore, stop using that scoundrel, Chao Hao, as a shield. Although I have my differences with him, he is one of the four kings of the Dragon Kingdom's Elf Alliance. At least his factional disputes do not equate to treason. He is already aware of this matter. You old fools should brace yourselves for a lifetime behind bars. With those words, Zhang Fan cast a cold glance at the assembly of aged scholars from the Academy faction, delivering a stern reminder. The heads of various prestigious gyms within the Zhejiang Province Elf Alliance, led by Lu Ying, Lin Xiao, and Lu Tian, collectively submitted a letter, vouching for Lu Yu's integrity with their personal honor and positions, asserting that he is by no means an undercover agent for the Rockets. This included the champion of the Imperial Capital Elf Alliance, Dak Duo, and Lin Yuner, the champion of the Black Province Elf Alliance, among others. Countless king-level powerhouses joined in solidarity. Reflect on your recent actions. The unfounded allegations against Lu Yu as a spy for the Rockets were ultimately dispelled through Zhang Fan's deft maneuvering. Otherwise, given Lu Yu's state at that time, a confrontation with the Academy faction could have erupted. It can only be said that those who dabble in politics harbor dark hearts. Lu Yu is merely 18 this year. Even accounting for his past life, he has lived just over 2 decades. Naturally, he cannot contend with these individuals who have been entrenched in this game since childhood. Achieving such a level of prowess is already indicative of his extraordinary talent. Concurrently, amidst the swirling rumors, a tempest of speculation regarding Lu Yu's strength, intertwined with the notion of him being a spy for the Rockets, ignited fervent discussions nationwide. This time, Lu Yu has finally catapulted to national fame. Ultimately, it was the champion of the Dragon Kingdom Elf Alliance, Sharona, who stepped forward, flanked by Zhang Fan and Chao Hao, to declare that all these allegations were utterly baseless. Gradually, the incident began to subside. Upon learning the full extent of the situation, Lu Yu expressed his gratitude to Dak Duo, Lu Ying, Lin Xiao, and the others via phone. Even the mightiest individual cannot thrive in this system without external support. It's all for naught. After conversing with King Zhang Fan for a while, Zhang inadvertently revealed that he and Dactywo would become the core training foundation for the next generation of the Dragon Kingdom Elf Alliance. To this, Lu Yu merely remarked, leaving Zhang Fan momentarily speechless. So, as of now, I am still but a pawn, maneuvered upon the chessboard, utilized to suppress dissent and expand influence. Dealing with you lot is utterly exhausting. Let us forego such titles as champion or king. I am determined to embrace the travel faction. Subsequently, Lu Yu also made a point to call Lin Yuner to extend his gratitude for her support, fabricating an excuse to treat her to a meal the next time they meet. On October 15th, amidst widespread anticipation, the final showdown between Lu Yu and Lu Yi commenced once more. Due to the prior interruption by the Rockets, this time it was a fresh 6-on-6 match, with King Zhang Fan serving as a special guest commentator for the battle. To everyone's surprise, those who had supported Lu Yu during the tumultuous events, wagering their personal names and honors, also made their presence felt at the venue. Among this group, Dactywo held the most influential voice. It was unclear what motivated his actions, as without him, he would undoubtedly become the next champion of the Dragon Kingdom Elf Alliance. This individual belonged to the neutral faction and was evidently unearthed by Sharona herself to be groomed as her successor. Thus, with his assistance, Sharona, the champion, was able to stand firmly alongside Zhang Fan, expediting the resolution of Lu Yu's predicament. At that moment, when Dactywo's gaze met Lu Yu's, a glimmer of competitive spirit flickered within him. Recognizing that look, Lu Yu instantly understood that Dactywo was eager for a true showdown, to honor their prior agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Yuner, accompanied by her Pokémon, appeared almost as a fangirl, fervently cheering for Lu Yu. Observing this, the crowd of fans collectively lamented, sensing an underlying tension between the two. Surely, the previous rumors could not be entirely true? To Lu Yu's astonishment, his sister was seated alongside Lin Yuner, and his parents were also present, cheering him on. In truth, the presence of these individuals quelled the turmoil within Lu Yu's heart. He would remember this show of camaraderie. Whether born from investment, promises, emotions, familial bonds, rivalries, or friendships, these people represented new ties in his life within this world. Chapter 88, The Final Battle. The Birth of a Champion. Due to a series of unforeseen events, the fervor surrounding the Zhejiang Province Elf Alliance's provincial league spread across the globe, and Lu Yu, who emerged victorious from this battle, became increasingly sought after. Now, anyone watching the Zhejiang Province Elf League, be they trainers or spectators, recognized the name Lu Yu, a rising star capable of defeating legendary Pokémon. The 2016 Zhejiang Province Elf League Finals are about to commence, featuring contestants number 530, Lu Yu, and number 117, Lu Yi. The match is now underway. As the referee announced the start of the match, Lu Yu and Lu Yi exchanged a glance before simultaneously releasing their Pokeballs. Thus, the clash resumed. Similar to previous matches, Lu Yi led with the same 3 Pokémon, only to be swiftly dispatched by Lu Yu's Scyther in a decisive 3-hit strike. As the second half commenced, the appearance of Lu Yi's peak King-level Charizard sparked Lu Yu's interest. It seems you've been holding back. Very well. Let us see what you've got. When the imposing figure of Gyarados materialized in the arena, a fiery confrontation between water and fire was imminent. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Gyarados, counter with Hydro Pump. Following their commands, both Pokémon executed their moves, the incompatible forces of water and fire colliding with tremendous force. The Flamethrower technique, in essence, resembled a fiery whirlwind, hollow at its core, while the Hydro Pump was precisely what its name suggested, a ferocious jet of water. Thus, the Hydro Pump surged through the center of the fiery vortex, crashing violently into Charizard, sending it plummeting from the sky. Simultaneously, Charizard's Flamethrower enveloped Gyarados, subjecting it to relentless assault. After the water's onslaught, Gyarados promptly followed up with a Water Tail. Observing Charizard descending from the sky, Gyarados let out a roar, its body radiating water-type energy, propelling itself toward Charizard like a colossal cannonball. Seizing the opportunity while Charizard was incapacitated, a barrage of moves rained down upon it, swiftly rendering it unable to continue fighting. Charizard is unable to battle. Please, Lu Yi, send out your next Pokémon. Gazing at his ace, which fell within a mere 5 minutes at the hands of the Gyarados, Lu Yi wore a face of utter helplessness. After recalling his Charizard, he swiftly dispatched another Pokeball. The 5th Pokémon was a Tyranitar, yet against Lu Yu's Gyarados, it was destined to meet a similar fate. Setting aside the overwhelming advantage of type matchups and sheer power, the enhancement from abilities alone propelled Gyarados' attack to a terrifying zenith. Lu Yi's final Pokémon was a quasi-legendary, the Bagon, Among all the quasi-legendaries, Lu Yu held a particular fondness for the earlier ones, such as Dragonite, Tyranitar, Salamence, and Metagross. The later generations introduced a few that piqued his interest, notably Dragapult and Garchomp. As for the Bagon, Lu Yu had previously owned one, primarily to complete his Pokédex. Much like the Guzzlord, the Bagon was one of the least coveted Pokémon for Lu Yu among the quasi-legendaries. Now Gyarados experienced the might of a quasi-legendary and unleashed Dragon Dance. Observing that Lu Yu's first instinct was not to attack, but rather to further bolster Gyarados' strength, Lu Yu's expression turned grim. Despair was nearly setting in. Truly, there existed an insurmountable chasm between genuine monsters and prodigies. Lu Yi, a celebrated figure in provincial Pokémon leagues, having claimed countless provincial championships and consistently ranking among the top in annual championship tournaments, had his best performance as a third-place finisher. After a decade of journey and experience, facing a monster like Lu Yu, he too was destined for defeat. Bagon Dragon Rush. As Gyarados performed an eccentric dance, the Bagon surged forward with an indomitable spirit, charging fiercely at Gyarados. In that final moment, Gyarados completed its Dragon Dance, and without needing Lu Yu's command, its colossal tail emanated a dreadful Dragon-type energy. The collision of Dragon Tail with Bagon was fierce. With 2 instances of attack enhancement, combined with the power of Dragon Dance, Gyarados' offensive prowess reached an alarming level. Even against a quasi-legendary. Yet, it still sent the Bagon soaring through the air, crashing violently to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu adhered to his combat principle of striking when the enemy is down, propelling Gyarados towards the Bagon. At close range, a wave of Dragon Pulse erupted. The relentless assault left Bagon incapable of counterattacking, ultimately succumbing to Gyarados' devastating move, Oblivion Wing, losing all combat capability. Thus, the victor was determined, and the champion was born. With Bagon unable to continue, Gyarados emerged triumphant, and the champion of this provincial Pokémon League was none other than Lu Yu. Once the battle concluded, the referee aptly declared the ultimate victor. In truth, the audience had already anticipated the outcome. It was clear that Lu Yu would claim the championship. Conversely, had Lu Yi emerged victorious, it would have constituted a shocking upset. Perhaps the spectators' emotions would have surged even more. However, Lu Yu's formidable strength suggested that this year's championship might see the provincial champion secure the overall title. As Lu Yu stood on the championship podium, flanked by Su Ling and Lu Yi, a smile crept onto his lips. Despite his disdain for the power struggles within the Pokémon League, the elation of winning the championship was undeniably exhilarating. Moreover, the esteemed Zhang Fan, the top champion of the Eastern War Zone, personally awarded Lu Yu this provincial title, garnering significant attention from the higher-ups. Zhang Fan seemed to regard Lu Yu as a potential core leader for the traveling faction. After claiming the championship, Lu Yu encountered Dacto. Initially, Lu Yu intended to express his gratitude for Dacto's prior assistance, but Dacto merely replied with indifference, "See you at the Grand Championship at year's end. Don't let me down, Lu Yu." Following Dacto's departure, Lu Yu sought out Lin Yunei, suggesting they celebrate together for his championship win. Chapter 89. Emotions and Crisis, Explosive Rumors. After winning the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League Championship, the 11 gym leaders of Zhejiang aligned with Lu Yu, initially intending to celebrate together. However, they soon spotted Lu Yu leaving with the highly popular Lin Yunei, eliciting knowing smiles among Zhao Long, Lu Tian, and others. If these two were to become a couple, would it not mean that the traveling faction could gain another powerhouse of champion caliber? Perhaps even a massively popular Asian superstar? Congratulations on winning the Zhejiang Championship. I knew you would succeed, Lin Yunei exclaimed, prompting a smile from Lu Yu. By the way, I must thank you for your earlier assistance. But are you truly certain I am not an undercover agent for Team Rocket? What if I were? Wouldn't that jeopardize your rise? Upon hearing Lu Yu's remark, Lin Yunei's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness. I must say, you often appear quite astute. How could you casually involve yourself in such high-stakes power struggles? Do you have any idea how concerned I am for you? However, having worked together, how could you possibly be affiliated with Team Rocket? I still believe in your character. As her words trailed off, Lin Yunei's voice softened. Hearing this, Lu Yu felt warmth in his heart. It was impossible for him not to harbor feelings for this beautiful girl who cared for him. Now, realizing that she had feelings for him too, Lu Yu felt a surge of emotion. However, when it came to matters of the heart, he believed it unnecessary to rush. After all, he understood that the threats against him, whether from Team Rocket or academic factions, would not cease entirely. Thus, he resolved to discuss matters of love only when he could disregard these adversities entirely. After all, Should Lin Yunei fall into danger due to her proximity to him, Lu Yu would regret it immensely. For now, he could not fully protect her. Yet, even so, this affection had begun to take root in Lu Yu's heart, destined to grow into a towering tree one day. Now let us raise a glass to our achievements as provincial champions. The celebratory dinner extended well into the night, with Lin Yunei sharing anecdotes and teasing stories about her celebrity career. The more Lu Yu learned about her, the more he felt compelled to care for her. However, being inherently reserved about his emotions, Lu Yu eventually escorted her back to her hotel, leaving her with a hint of longing in her eyes. He then departed H-City, heading home. Before leaving, Lu Yu used his psychic abilities to mark Lin Yunei, ensuring that with the presence of the fairy Pokémon, he could instantly sense her movements should any danger arise. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, a paparazzo with a photo in hand wore a knowing smirk. Upon returning home after an absence of more than 4 months, Lu Yu celebrated with his parents and sister. Following the festivities, he employed his extraordinary abilities to mark all 3 of them. He also took the time to inform King Zhongfan, arranging protective details for his family, while also conveying instructions to Lu Tian, the dojo master of J-City, the captain of the search officer team, and the police chief. Only after these matters were settled did Lu Yu feel a temporary sense of relief. After all, compared to his own family, his sister Lu Yin was merely a dojo-level trainer on the cusp of reaching the quasi-king tier, and his parents were only elite-level trainers. In contrast, Lin Yunei possessed ample self-defense capabilities. As long as she did not encounter any champion-level adversaries, ordinary individuals would find it exceedingly difficult to overpower her. Otherwise, as a beautiful superstar, she would attract countless admirers. If Lin Yunei lacked the requisite strength, how could she possibly safeguard herself? Hence, with a plan forming in his mind, Lu Yu continued his travels the day after the family celebration, embarking on a brand new journey. However, before Lu Yu could even leave Zhejiang province, Lin Yunei's phone rang. Upon answering, the panicked voice of the young lady filled Lu Yu's ears. Lu Yu, it's over. We've been embroiled in rumors again. Riding on your championship momentum, our scandal has exploded, and Weibo is crashing. Hearing Lin Yunei's words, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle, finding the situation somewhat amusing. What's the big deal? It's not like this hasn't happened before. If we ignore it, the truth will come out in a few days, right? Noticing Lu Yu's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Yunei's irritation flared slightly. I'm a stunning beauty, an Asian superstar, the dream girl of countless otaku. And here I am, forced into a romantic scandal with you. And you're completely unfazed? She lamented the potential influx of haters who might attack her due to her association with Lu Yu. After managing to calm her down, Lu Yu curiously opened Weibo. Thanks to the efforts of programmers, the platform had finally restored functionality, albeit still experiencing some lag. This clearly demonstrated the immense power of the current scandal. After enduring several minutes of buffering, Lu Yu accessed the trending topics on Weibo, only to find that the top 3 all bore a singular word. The first trending topic, Lin Yunei and Lu Yu spotted entering and exiting a hotel together, suspected cohabitation. The second, Lin Yunei Lu Yu. The third, Lin Yunei appears at the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, cheering for Lu Yu like a fangirl. The subsequent topics were predominantly centered around Lu Yu and Lin Yunei, while the trending topic for the champion of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League was relegated to 5th place. It was evident that the online populace in the Celestial Empire favored gossip over genuine matters, proving once more that entertainment reigns supreme. However, Lu Yu mused that his sudden fame stemmed not only from his initial achievements in safeguarding Z-City and winning the goodwill of the people of Zhejiang Province, but also from the burgeoning recognition on a national scale. His true nationwide acclaim was significantly bolstered by his association with Lin Yunei's advertisements and rumors. Furthermore, Lu Yu's eventual display of strength solidified his foundation. If this narrative were an entertainment piece, it would portray Lu Yu as a cad who capitalized on Lin Yunei's popularity to reap the rewards of fame. It was no wonder Lin Yunei had previously exhibited such a demeanor. Thus, Lu Yu took to Weibo, unexpectedly stoking the flames of the scandal with his own words. No romance here, but who wouldn't admire Lin Yunei? With this post, he instantly attracted a flurry of netizens and onlookers. Our Lu Yu is truly bold. He straightforwardly declared his feelings, unlike those other stars who firmly deny their relationships even after being caught red-handed. But to be fair, Lu Yu didn't really admit to anything. He merely mentioned having a bit of a crush on Lin Yunei. I'm shipping this couple. Chapter 90. The Sun Fairy Who Disdains Combat. Bodyguards? Wow, impressive. Honestly, if I were at Lu Yu's level, dining with a beloved star and expressing a bit of affection would be quite normal, right? Not happening. Yunei is mine. You lot better not even think about it. Not even Lu Yu. Ignoring the fervent discussions online, Lu Yu, after posting on Weibo, proceeded to tag Lin Yunar's official account, adding a comment expressing his admiration as her fan. Upon seeing this message, Lin Yunar, for reasons unknown, felt her previously simmering anger dissipate entirely, replaced by a radiant smile that few could appreciate, murmuring, "This guy isn't completely dense after all." Without further thought, Lin Yunar retweeted Lu Yu's post, clarifying that they were not in a romantic relationship, merely friends, but she too was a fan of Lu Yu. With both sides being fans of each other and having collaborated before, was it not entirely reasonable for them to share a meal? After the conclusion of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, Lu Yu naturally qualified for the year-end national championship, where he could vie for the title of annual champion, subsequently earning the right to challenge the Elite Four and the champion. The prior agreement with Dakdu was to partake in such a competition. Of course, Lin Yunar, as the provincial champion of the He Province Pokémon League, was equally eligible to compete, and it was possible that Lu Yu might even cross paths with her for a true showdown. Lu Yu had essentially traversed the entirety of Zhejiang Province and initially intended to travel to Su Province. However, upon reconsideration, he altered his plans, opting instead for the western region. The rationale behind this decision stemmed from his interactions with the fairy Pokémon and the fast Houndoom. He had gleaned insights into why they could locate him. The fairy Pokémon and fast Houndoom originally hailed from a location not far from Lu Yu, and based on their accounts, Pokémon capable of finding him were situated in the surrounding cities of Zhejiang Province. Now that 4.5 months had passed, if any Pokémon from the Jiangsu-Zhejiang-Shanghai area were still searching for him, they would have long since begun their quest. If they failed to find him, they would remain where they were. Moreover, during his trip to the capital for a commercial shoot, Lu Yu had serendipitously reunited with Bandira, which made him realize that many other Pokémon were also awaiting his return. In contrast to his frequent returns to Zhejiang Province and the upcoming national championship in the capital, he had never ventured into the western or central plains regions. Given familial obligations and travel arrangements, Lu Yu had the least experience in these areas. Thus, this journey prior to the championship would be dedicated to exploring the west. Additionally, per his agreement with the enormous Tentacruel, he was due to return to Zhejiang Province in less than a month to meet with it near the East China Sea. With determination set, Lu Yu released his Noivern, instructing it to ascend into the clouds as he made his way toward the western region. Initially intending to visit the central plains, Lu Yu instead found himself at the border of the new province within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, with ample time remaining before his meeting with the Tentacruel. If need be, he could swiftly return from the westernmost part of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League to the easternmost region, likely encountering numerous Pokémon along the way. The results were indeed promising. Upon arriving in the new province, Lu Yu's shiny fairy Pokémon's Pokeball began to tremble, as if sensing something. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Yu swiftly opened the Pokeball containing the fairy Pokémon. As soon as the fairy sprite appeared, she displayed a joyful expression and directed her gaze towards a distant hill, signaling Lu Yu to hasten his approach. Simultaneously, the voice of the fairy sprite was conveyed through her psychic abilities, transmitted directly to him. In the next moment, Lu Yu sensed a sudden fluctuation in space, and soon, a pink sprite, nearly the same size as the fairy sprite, materialized before him. This creature could only be the evolution of Eevee known as the Sunlight Sprite. Upon seeing the fairy sprite, the Sunlight Sprite emitted a delighted sound and affectionately nudged her with its head. Finally, the little creature spotted Lu Yu and leaped into his embrace with a beaming smile. It is worth noting that Lu Yu had previously acquired every evolution of Eevee, including Eevee itself, all of which he had trained meticulously. In the initial stages of his journey in the Zhuzi region, Eevee was among the first Pokémon he encountered. At that time, he captured numerous Eevees and gradually assembled a complete family portrait of the Eevee evolutions. Among these evolutions, the lowest level was 75. As the Pokémon caught from the 5 or 6-star titanium pits always had a minimum level of 75, which equated to the champion level. Furthermore, the members of the Eevee family shared a remarkable bond, with the glimmering fairy sprite as the leader, while the sunlight sprite ranked among the weaker ones. However, unlike the fairy sprite, Lu Yu's sunlight sprite shied away from combat. Indeed, every Pokémon is an individual with distinct personalities, habits, and lifestyles. Perhaps Lu Yu had not engaged the sunlight sprite in battles after capturing her. The most combat she had experienced was during training sessions, where she was placed at the forefront among her companions after reaching her effort points, allowing her to face wild Pokémon. Nevertheless, her temperament and abilities led Lu Yu to feel reassured about her protecting his family, which he deemed exceedingly beneficial. With champion-level prowess as a psychic-type Pokémon and a disinclination for battle, She would provide formidable protection for her parents in times of danger. If worse came to worst, could the Sunlight Sprite not simply flee? A champion-level Sunlight Sprite could instantly transport herself to another province or city, as long as Lu Yu provided her with a location marker, ensuring the utmost safety. With this in mind, Lu Yu felt liberated from worries, allowing him to focus solely on his own improvement. Pokémon Sunlight Sprite. Level LV75. Ability Synchronize. Type Psychic. Strength Champion level. Skills Affection, Power Swap, Illusion Beam, Telekinesis, Psychic, Memorabilia. Self-suggestion. Affection level 250. After reviewing the attributes of the Sunlight Sprite, Lu Yu resolved to raise her affection level to its maximum within the month, and then allow her to reside at home temporarily. In the future, as his collection of Pokémon grew, he could swap her position with Psychic or Ghost-type Pokémon, allowing each to guard his family for several months before rotating, which would be quite advantageous. This way, the Pokémon would harbor no grievances or dissatisfaction at being away from Lu Yu. Chapter 91. The Ascension of Psychic Powers, the Return of Team Rocket. With the Sunlight Sprite rejoining the team, Lu Yu prepared some specially crafted energy cubes favored by Psychic-type Pokémon, allowing her to indulge in a delightful feast. It is noteworthy that the evolutions of EV seem to possess a collective awareness, as they sensed the arrival of the Sunlight Sprite even before Lu Yu did, with the Fairy Sprite being the first to react. Previously, Lu Yu had housed the evolutions and EVs in the same container, frequently forming an EV team to battle, thus fostering their strong camaraderie. Moreover, the shared psychic energy between the Sunlight Sprite and the Fairy Sprite enabled them to sense each other's locations across vast distances, which was not entirely surprising to Lu Yu. Perhaps, due to their unique connection, Lu Yu could gather all the EV evolutions swiftly. Arriving in a new province with such a promising start instilled Lu Yu with a fervent enthusiasm for the journey ahead. However, what truly astonished him was when, while the Sunlight Sprite was dining, a glimmering Ghastly unexpectedly peeked out from Lu Yu's shadow, curiously observing her with intrigue. The synergy between Ghost-type and Psychic-type Pokémon lies predominantly in their mental prowess, and both can learn skills from each other's respective types, which could be considered a form of kinship. Thus, through the intertwining of their psychic energies, the relationship between these two Pokémon began to flourish. After a few days, Ghastly ceased to cling to Lu Yu and instead spent her days joyfully accompanying the Sunlight Sprite. The typically non-combative Sunlight Sprite exhibited remarkable patience toward Ghastly. Under her guidance, Ghastly even learned telekinesis, much to Lu Yu's astonishment. Witnessing this development stirred something within Lu Yu. He had long sought methods to enhance his psychic abilities. For the stronger his powers became, the closer he would approach the level of a high-tier psychic, potentially rivaling the likes of the formidable Naji. Therefore, for Lu Yu, finding Pokémon with special sensing capabilities could yield significant benefits. This was precisely why he had never given up on honing his psychic skills. However, after exploring various methods with minimal success, Lu Yu pondered whether he too could learn psychic skills, given that Ghastly was able to acquire them from the Sunlight Sprite. While he did not insist on mastering any specific psychic skill, he would be satisfied with gradually augmenting his overall psychic capacity. With this thought, Lu Yu summoned Lucario, the Fairy Sprite, the Sunlight Sprite, and Ghastly, all of whom possessed unique abilities. For instance, Lucario wielded aura powers, while the other three also had a degree of psychic capacity, with the Sunlight Sprite being particularly special as a Psychic-type Pokémon. Her presence had evidently catalyzed Ghastly's progress. Previously, Lu Yu had contemplated learning meditation and other psychic skills from the Fairy Sprite, yet he had been unable to grasp them, whether due to his lack of aptitude or the Fairy Sprite's unsuitability as an instructor. Regardless, he had struggled to master meditation, but now, witnessing Ghastly, a ghost and poison-type Pokémon, learning psychic skills from the Sunlight Sprite, Lu Yu was inspired. Perhaps his Sunlight Sprite was indeed a splendid teacher of psychic abilities. Sunlight Sprite, since you are a Psychic-type Pokémon, could you assist me in learning the meditation skill to enhance my psychic energy? As he spoke, Lu Yu extended his psychic abilities, intertwining them with Lucario's aura, the Sunlight Sprite, the Fairy Sprite, and Ghastly's mental energies. Understanding her master's intent, the Sunlight Sprite emitted a joyful cry and promptly executed the meditation skill before Lu Yu. Yet, this method had been attempted by the Fairy Sprite previously, and Lu Yu still found himself somewhat perplexed. Realizing that Lu Yu had not grasped his meaning, the gem atop the Sun Spirit's head instantly radiated a brilliant light, as an immensely terrifying superpower surged into Lu Yu's mind in an instant. Simultaneously, upon sensing the power of the Sun Spirit, Lu Yu's head echoed with a thunderous roar. Yet, in the very next moment, under the formidable control of the Sun Spirit, the entity directly invoked Lu Yu's superpower to perform meditation within his mind. This was akin to Lu Yu becoming a mere puppet, while the Sun Spirit assumed the role of the master puppeteer. Although the meditation skill was executed through the Sun Spirit's hands, the genuine sensation and the wielder of the superpower remained Lu Yu himself. Thus, when this profound experience fully registered in Lu Yu's mind, enlightenment dawned upon him. So this was how it could be orchestrated? In the ensuing days, Lu Yu diligently learned various methods of harnessing superpowers under the tutelage of the Sun Spirit. 3 days later, bolstered by the Sun Spirit's influence, Lu Yu's total superpower reached its zenith. It felt as if the membrane within his mind had been pierced. He experienced an initial pang of pain followed by a sudden clarity. If Lu Yu's previous total superpower had merely aligned with that of an ordinary level spirit, he was now poised to be recognized as a mid-level superpower user, his strength rivaling that of elite-level beings. Naturally, when compared to the likes of the Sun Spirit and Fairy Spirit, who were of championship caliber and leaders in their own right, there remained a palpable gap. However, Lu Yu had only just crossed the threshold into mid-level superpower status. On this path, there lay a considerable journey ahead. With the Sun Spirit's assistance, it was anticipated that Lu Yu's superpowers would soon enter a phase of explosive growth. Contemplating this, he dismissed any thoughts of transporting the Sun Spirit to his home. Perhaps a rotational system could be implemented? Championship-level spirits could take turns residing at his home for a month, switching monthly? However, such delightful notions were quickly overshadowed by the unwelcome arrival of Team Rocket once again. This group had somehow learned of Lu Yu's arrival in the new province, indicating that Team Rocket had infiltrated the internal workings of the Dragon Kingdom's Spirit Alliance quite deeply. In fact, among the traveling faction Lu Yu was acquainted with, there were members of Team Rocket. Chapter 92, The Recruitment of Sakaki, Lu Yu's response. It was somewhat surprising. Had Team Rocket's reach extended too far? How could they possibly find their way here? As Lu Yu spoke with a calm demeanor, the Sun Spirit, Fairy Spirit, Lucario, and Jengar were momentarily taken aback, their gazes sharpening with a hint of hostility towards the newcomer. The individual before them, whom Lucario had previously encountered, was unmistakably one of Team Rocket's 4 commanders, Athena. Do not be agitated, Mr. Lu Yu. Given your strength, you would not resort to violence against someone as inconsequential as myself, would you? Moreover, this time, we harbor no ill intentions. In truth, from the moment Athena received the mission from Boss Sakaki, she understood it was a daunting task. The notion of persuading Lu Yu to join Team Rocket was fraught with complications, especially since Team Rocket had intentionally leaked information to incite discontent among those in the Spirit Alliance regarding Lu Yu. Now, to ask him to abandon a promising future as a trainer within the Spirit Alliance and become an undercover agent for Team Rocket was a ludicrous proposition. Nevertheless, as a subordinate, despite harboring some reservations, her respect for Sakaki outweighed her concerns, prompting her to trace Lu Yu's whereabouts and approach him in the new province. Upon hearing Athena's words, Lu Yu furrowed his brow, unsure of her true intentions. Mr. Lu Yu, we at Team Rocket sincerely apologize for our previous actions. But since the Spirit Alliance does not trust you, why should you toil for them? At this proclamation, clarity washed over Lu Yu. He discerned Athena's true aim. She intended to recruit him, to genuinely transform him into a member of Team Rocket. A slight smile played upon Lu Yu's lips as he scrutinized Athena. Acknowledging that Sakaki's discerning eye was commendable, Athena's physique was indeed exceptional. It was just unfortunate that her face was rather average, standing in stark contrast to Lin Yun'er, with her flat figure juxtaposed against a stunning visage. Were they to merge into one, they would truly be a paragon of beauty. So, you wish for me to join Team Rocket? What would you be willing to offer in return? Seeing Lu Yu not immediately decline, but instead inquire what Team Rocket could provide, Athena's expression brightened with unexpected delight. She had initially presumed Lu Yu would have no interest at all. Would this indicate that he had grown disillusioned with the Spirit Alliance and was contemplating joining Team Rocket? However, just as Athena was about to express her thoughts, Lu Yu interrupted her. Do your words hold weight? Or should I request Boss Sakaki to speak to me directly? If you want me to join Team Rocket, he must step down. At this declaration, the smile that had graced Athena's face instantly froze, replaced by a look of anger. Yet at that moment, a calm and composed voice emerged. As the elusive and formidable leader of Team Rocket, the master trainer responsible for the creation of this nefarious organization, appeared before Lu Yu. Of course, this was merely an apparition. Then, Sakaki's voice resonated. Very well, if you are genuinely willing to join Team Rocket, the position of deputy leader is yours. Confronted with the sudden appearance of Sakaki's apparition and such a straightforward offer, even Lu Yu found himself momentarily stunned, caught in a dilemma while admiring Sakaki's demeanor. Frankly, if Team Rocket's ultimate goal was not to overthrow the Spirit Alliance, but to enhance the coexistence of humans and spirits, Lu Yu would not harbor any animosity towards such an organization. However, they viewed spirits as mere experimental subjects, attempting to create terrifying entities to subvert and control the world, committing unspeakable acts against both humans and Pokémon. An organization of such a nature was one Lu Yu could never join. Moreover, given the long-standing enmity between Team Rocket and the formidable Tentacruel, any conflict with his Pokémon translated to a conflict with Lu Yu himself, and their grievances were far from simple. Having come to this realization, a smile graced Lu Yu's lips. Boss Sakaki was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. However, I have never been one to play second fiddle. If the position of Team Rocket's leader were available, I might consider it. Otherwise, why would I forsake my official standing within the Spirit Alliance to become a pariah, hunted relentlessly by the Spirit Alliance, reduced to the status of refuse in the gutter? Upon hearing Lu Yu's response, Sakaki fell silent for a moment before calmly stating, "You possess great potential, aside from Ash. You are the most promising trainer I have seen in recent years. However, if you choose the wrong path, you must bear the consequences of your decision. I hope you do not come to regret it." Recognizing that a consensus could not be reached, Sakaki, with his pride, would not waste further words on Lu Yu. If even the deputy leader of Team Rocket could not sway Lu Yu, then no matter the terms, this man would never join their ranks. Since that was the case, they could only be adversaries. If persuasion fails, then threats shall suffice. It seems I must reassess my view of you, Boss Sakaki. Upon reaching this point, Lu Yu produced a pokeball, and as the crimson light flickered, a terrifying ancient predator emerged. Roaring Moon. With a fierce pounce, Roaring Moon lunged forward, causing Sakamoto's illusion to vanish in an instant. Unrelenting, Roaring Moon charged directly at Athena. Given that enmity was now inevitable, Lu Yu resolved to hold nothing back. The 4 commanders of Team Rocket? Let Sakamoto be reduced to merely 3 commanders from this day forth, for the scoundrel had dared to threaten Lu Yu, igniting a rebellious spirit within him. Thus, after a brief communication with Champion Zhang Fan via his Rotom phone, Lu Yu informed him of the ambush by Team Rocket and the successful capture of one of the commanders, Athena. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Fan was filled with elation, promptly stating that he would personally lead a team to New Province to retrieve Athena and bring her back to the Pokémon League headquarters. Naturally, the safety of Lu Yu's family was paramount. He entrusted the fairy-type Pokémon with a significant responsibility, sending her back to Jia Province for a month to safeguard his loved ones. After a month, she would be succeeded by other Pokémon in rotation. Chapter 93, Capturing Athena. The Flame Mountain. Understanding Lu Yu's intentions, the fairy Pokémon let out a delicate cry and directed her gaze toward Roaring Moon, insisting that it take good care of Lu Yu. With a reluctant farewell, the fairy Pokémon departed, being a creature of extraordinary ability. She could swiftly reach Jia Province and ensure her safe arrival. This was the unspoken understanding between Lu Yu and the fairy Pokémon. Although Roaring Moon might possess greater battle prowess, the Pokémon Lu Yu trusted most at this moment was indeed the fairy Pokémon. After more than an hour, Champion Zhang Fan finally arrived, accompanied by several quasi-champion and champion-level subordinates. From a distance, he waved at Lu Yu, who was atop his Charizard. To Lu Yu's surprise, this time, Team Rocket's armored Mutuo did not appear to rescue Athena. Given Sakamoto's cunning, he should have known that Athena was no match for him. Thus, either the armored Mutuo was not readily deployable, or Sakamoto harbored greater schemes. Lu Yu leaned toward the former. If Team Rocket could fully control Mutuo, no one in the Pokémon League would stand a chance against them. Only a true deity could contend with a level 1 god. Ordinary Pokémon at the master level were entirely unqualified. This was the true majesty of divine beasts. You have accomplished a great feat this time. Once you return to the Pokémon League, who can dispute your strength and status? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu chuckled and shook his head. His actions were merely a response to the previously established group of traveling elite trainers, a gesture to bolster his own support. Furthermore, given his close ties with Zhang Fan, he had long been categorized within the ranks of the traveling elite. As for Dacto and Lin Yunei, he could repay that favor when the opportunity arose. All right, I'm not accustomed to dealing with that bunch of rascals daily. If there's a fight, just call me. I won't involve myself in anything else. Observing Lu Yu's nonchalant demeanor and his complete lack of desire for power, Zhang Fan sighed in resignation. His initial push for Luyu was driven by the hope that Luyu would compete for the next championship of the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League. If Luyu chose not to contend, it was highly likely that Dacto, the neutral faction's representative, would take the title. This was something Zhang Fan could not accept. Yet having known Luyu for a long time, he understood his character. Forcing him into action would only lead to trouble. Such a person thrived under gentle persuasion rather than coercion. After Zhang Fan departed, Luyu made his way to his first destination in New Province. This location, well known to many, was called Flame Mountain. According to legend, in ancient times, a golden divine ape overturned the alchemical furnace of the Heavenly Emperor, provoking divine wrath that rained down holy fire, thus transforming the area into Flame Mountain, a paradise for fire-type Pokémon. This tale was familiar to Luyu from his past life, where a similar figure, the great sage Sun Wukong, known as the Monkey King, gained notoriety through the journey to the west. As he pondered the parallels between the two worlds, Luyu smiled slightly. Extending his psychic abilities to shield himself from the surrounding heat, he released his fire-type Pokémon, Blaziken and Houndoom, as he arrived at Flame Mountain, where he encountered his first Pokémon, a gym-level lava snail. In volcanic regions, Pokémon such as lava snail, lava worm, fire drake, and coal tortoise were exceedingly common. Not sensing any unusual presence due to his heightened abilities, Luyu instructed Blaziken to swiftly defeat the lava snail to gain battle experience. However, upon striking the lava snail, a horde of lava snails erupted from the volcano, a seemingly endless wave that surged forth in fury, as if Luyu had slain their kin. Faced with the onslaught of angry fire-type Pokémon, Luyu had no choice but to mount Houndoom and make a hasty retreat. Fortunately, Houndoom's speed proved advantageous. Otherwise, Luyu might have become mere fertilizer for the magma today. The recent swarm of lava snails numbered in the hundreds, each possessing strength above the elite level, with many at gym level and quasi-champion tiers. It seemed that this sparsely populated area, which occupied nearly 1/5 of the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League, was rich in Pokemon resources. Indeed, New Province had long been synonymous with danger, not due to the trainers and populace, but rather the harsh geographical conditions. Many inadequately prepared trainers had ventured into New Province, resulting in numerous casualties, coupled with the vast territory. The difficulty of search and rescue was exceedingly high, leading to a decline in the number of trainers willing to explore this region. Only those exceptionally skilled and daring, like Luyu, dared to venture here alone. Otherwise, even an ordinary quasi-champion would meet their doom upon encountering the lava snails of Flame Mountain. Thus, intentionally steering clear of the horde of lava snails, Luyu continued onward to the next mountain range. Indeed, Flame Mountain was not merely a single peak, but a vast expanse. Hence, upon arriving here, Luyu could confidently proclaim it a paradise for fire-type Pokémon. Scanning the surroundings, one could spot Pokémon like Houndoom, Blaziken, and even the trio of starters, Chimchar, Charizard, and others, each occupying their respective mountain peak. For a solitary trainer to capture one of these Pokémon was an arduous endeavor, akin to scaling a mountain. Unless one earned the approval of their entire group, success was nearly impossible. Learning from his past experiences, this time Luyu approached the fire-type Pokémon with caution, bringing Houndoom and Blaziken before a mountain peak. Observing the Charizards before him, he smiled and called out, "Is there a dragon among you interested in a clash of fire with this traveling trainer?" Upon hearing Luyu's words, the Charizards exchanged glances, and ultimately, a particularly robust Charizard, likely at the champion level, stepped forward to indicate that Luyu's Houndoom and Blaziken would engage in battle with him. Indeed, one-on-one combat was the true measure of a fire-type Pokémon's competitive spirit. Otherwise, akin to previous encounters, should the fiery temperamental elemental spirits be greeted without a word, they would not perceive Luyu's intentions as mere sparring, but would undoubtedly surge forth in a tumultuous throng. After directing the fierce Arrow Eagle to engage in battle, Luyu commenced orchestrating its combat maneuvers. The fierce Arrow Eagle executed a dazzling flash, swiftly repositioning to the rear of the Fire Dragon, unleashing an air slash. Upon receiving Luyu's command, the fierce Arrow Eagle let out a mighty roar, suddenly accelerating to narrowly evade the Fire Dragon's fiery onslaught, simultaneously releasing a barrage of aerial energy from its rear. Faced with the fierce Arrow Eagle's assault, the Fire Dragon seethed with rage. How dare a mere scruffy bird provoke its majestic presence? Truly a foolhardy act. Chapter 94, Blaziken. The third leader. The fierce Arrow Eagle unleashed its flare blitz. In comparison to the Fire Dragon, the fierce Arrow Eagle's speed was undeniably superior, and thus, the flare blitz, which further augmented its velocity, became its winning strategy. Speed is power, as famously articulated by a certain glimmering admiral who consumed the shimmer fruit. Have you ever been propelled by the speed of light? Although the fierce arrow eagle may not achieve light speed, it certainly reached Mach levels. Consequently, in prolonged combat, the swifter fierce arrow eagle proved to be more formidable, ultimately vanquishing the fire dragon and claiming victory. Following this triumph, Lu Yu did not seek to capture the fire dragon before him, for he had once possessed a fully evolved fire dragon, the inaugural 7-star event in Pokémon Scarlet and Violet. It bore the name the mightiest fire dragon. In Lu Yu's estimation, this creature was likely the fire dragon of the Dan Emperor, thus earning the title of the strongest, distinctly different from its counterparts. Thus, as he traversed and challenged along his journey, Lu Yu finally arrived at the realm of his beloved fire-type Pokémon. Amongst the fire-type spirits he cherished, such as the fire dragon, the wind speed dog, and the blazing monkey, if he were to select a singular favorite, it would undeniably be Blaziken. Indeed, not the legendary Ho-Oh, but Blaziken. The difference between their names is merely a radical variation. Yet, even when compared to the divine fire-type Pokémon, Lu Yu's affection for Blaziken remains unparalleled. This creature could be considered Lu Yu's destined partner, the cherished starter Pokémon. Although the fire dragon, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle had introduced Lu Yu to the enchanting world of Pokémon, they paled slightly in comparison to Blaziken. Initially, upon arriving at Fire Mountain, Lu Yu anticipated discovering fire-type spirits, yet the actuality was that none of his Pokémon, including the Magcargo, Fire Dragon, and Houndoom, were present. After Lu Yu's psychic abilities surpassed the intermediate level, he acquired the Solar Spirit's meditation skill, leading to a daily increase in his psychic capacity. Even during slumber, he could remain in a meditative state, speculating that as he grew stronger, he might forego sleep altogether, substituting it with meditation, achieving a terrifying level akin to Naji. It was through this enhanced psychic prowess that Lu Yu's bond with his Pokémon became increasingly apparent. Now, should any of Lu Yu's Pokémon enter within a 3,000-meter radius, he would undoubtedly sense their presence, indicating that as his psychic abilities strengthened, so too would his efficiency in locating his Pokémon. This also implied that Lu Yu's initial strategy bore a likelihood of success. Once his psychic level reached advanced, systematically searching each city would surely reunite him with his beloved Pokémon. Upon arriving at the peak where Blaziken resided, he suddenly felt a connection, sensing that amongst the Blaziken, Combusken, and Torchic, his Pokémon undoubtedly existed. Similarly, as Lu Yu entered his territory, two nearly elite-level Blaziken leapt forth from the group, standing before him like twin guardians, signaling that should he advance, he would invoke the ire of the Blaziken clan. Thus, halting his steps, Lu Yu swiftly expanded his psychic aura, and within the congregation of Blaziken, one towering nearly 3 meters high, well beyond the ordinary height of its kin, instinctively curved its beak into a smile. In the next moment, this Blaziken traversed past its companions, approaching Lu Yu. Blaziken. With the call of the Blaziken, the hundreds of Blaziken and Combusken behind paused in surprise, for they had not anticipated that their new leader was acquainted with this human. Indeed, over 4 months prior, their leader had ascended to Fire Mountain, defeating countless fire-type Pokémon, even effortlessly overcoming the leaders of the Fire Dragon and Blaziken clans. Ultimately, he joined their tribe and swiftly usurped the former leader, assuming the mantle of the Blaziken clan's chief. However, upon ascending to leadership, their chief had mentioned that he possessed a trainer's Pokémon, and should he encounter his trainer, he would depart. Thus, could it be that this man before them is the trainer their leader has awaited? With skepticism, the Blaziken's expressions shifted, pondering the consequences should their leader indeed depart with the Blaziken. As Lu Yu and Blaziken exchanged smiles, embracing each other, the scene was reminiscent of a child seeking affection from their parents. Undoubtedly, Lu Yu and Blaziken shared a profound bond, having weathered countless battles together, fostering mutual trust. Observing the large family of Blaziken behind, Lu Yu inquired with a smile, "It has been a long time, Blaziken. Are you willing to forsake these companions and embark on an unknown journey with me? If they leave you, will they find solace here on Fire Mountain?" Upon hearing Lu Yu's query, Blaziken turned to glance at its kin, then resolutely nodded back at Lu Yu. This signified its willingness, regardless of its location. It had come to this world solely to seek its trainer, and Lu Yu and his Pokémon were bound in a reciprocal journey. Furthermore, Blaziken was a premier clan within Fire Mountain. Without Lu Yu's Blaziken, they would merely lack an invincible presence, but their self-preservation would remain effortless. Consequently, bidding farewell to its companions, Blaziken chose a new leader and followed Lu Yu, embarking once more on their adventure. Pokemon Blaziken. Level LV100. Ability Speed Boost. Type Fire, Fighting. Strength Elite Leader Level. Skills Overheat, Flare Blitz, Rock Smash, Fire Punch, Blaze Kick, Fire Oath. Affection 255. Indeed, Blaziken's power is undoubtedly at the Elite Leader level. And given the bond shared with Lu Yu, it is certain that a Pokemon with maximum affection would willingly return to Lu Yu's side. However, should the affection not reach its zenith, and a new life emerges in this world, the Pokemon may find themselves in a dilemma. Hence, Lu Yu's pace must hasten. Chapter 95. The Divine Bird appears. Fire-type internal conflict. The urgency to reunite with his Pokemon grows, eliminating the need for a choice between the past and the present. To illustrate, if a fully bonded sprite, separated from Lu Yu for a decade upon arriving in this world, is eventually found by him, those 10 years would undoubtedly eclipse the time spent in Lu Yu's company, having established a life with a beloved, children, and even a family or clan. How could he possibly choose to follow Lu Yu once more? Even if he did follow, the thoughts of his family would persist in his heart. Faced with such a dilemma, Lu Yu would prefer not to witness it, nor would he wish to compel his sprite to make a choice. Fortunately, the current Blaziken has yet to reach such a juncture. As the days passed and the summit of Fire Mountain loomed ever closer, Lu Yu, upon mounting the roaring moon, ascended to the very peak of the volcano, which towered over 5,000 meters and was rumored to be an active volcano. Even from a distance of several kilometers, the intense heat nearly suffocated him. He promptly activated his psychic shield to withstand the extreme temperatures. Yet, peering down into the volcano's mouth, Lu Yu observed no fire-type sprites amidst the lava. Logically, being an active volcano, it should be home to more formidable fire sprites. Why then were they resting on the slopes of Fire Mountain, akin to the Blaziken and Charizard? It defied reason. Unless, perhaps, there resided within the magma a sprite of even greater terror, a being of at least master-level prowess, capable of subduing so many fire-type sprites. There even loomed the possibility of a legendary beast. Just as Lu Yu pondered this, a surge of flames erupted from the lava below, accompanied by a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens. In the next moment, something broke through the magma, revealing a colossal avian sprite, approximately 10 meters in size. Its wings thrumming as it emerged from the volcano, flames licking its form. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yu quickly instructed the roaring moon to retreat, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed upon the bird. Was this not one of the legendary three birds, the fire god Moltres? Moltres, one of the three legendary birds, typically serves as a subordinate to the sea god Lugia, aside from the three that possess divine authority, Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres. In the realm of Pokemon, formidable first-tier deities usually command three second-tier deities as subordinates. For instance, Lugia and the three birds, Ho-Oh and the three beasts. Well, now they would be referred to as the two beasts, given that Suicune has been stripped of its divine title due to the actions of a certain trainer. As for why this Moltres appeared so immense before Lu Yu, it was simply a trait of legendary beings. They can freely alter their size. One cannot point at a sky dragon such as Rayquaza and declare it merely 10 meters long in the Pokédex, while it possesses power that surpasses millions of sprites. It is evident that they can change their forms at will. Otherwise, why would ancient murals depict the beings that shaped land and sea, such as Groudon and Kyogre? And amidst their towering forms, how could Rayquaza pacify their fury? Thus, if a first-tier deity can transform to the size of a mountain, second-tier deities must possess a similar capability. Take Lu Yu's ancient sword leopard and ancient jade fish, for instance. Their normal sizes allow them to be rideable, with the ancient jade fish even capable of resting in Lu Yu's embrace. Yet, their true forms could easily reach the height of several hundred meters, akin to small hills. This is the essence of a legendary beast. In terms of Xinxia novels, such abilities equate to transcendent powers capable of altering heaven and earth. However, upon the appearance of Moltres before Lu Yu, the bond sensation stirred, clearly indicating that this creature was one of Lu Yu's sprites. Yet, as a legendary beast, it is evident that a trainer could never achieve the so-called maximum bond level, not to mention that Lu Yu himself had scarcely utilized the legendary beast since capturing it. Even if a maximum bond were attained, the pride of a legendary beast would not easily permit them to follow a trainer without a fight. At the very least, a battle must ensue to determine their willingness to accompany Lu Yu. Upon seeing Moltres, Lu Yu instinctively grasped this reality. Thus, both he and his sprite descended to the foot of Fire Mountain, standing opposed to one another. He then heard Moltres emit a high-pitched cry, expressing its yearning for freedom, an unshackled freedom. However, If Lu Yu wished to continue capturing it, a battle was the only way to determine who would prevail. Truth be told, Lu Yu's desire for a non-divine legendary beast was not particularly strong at this moment. While it is commendable that Moltres is a legendary beast with formidable combat prowess, it still pales in comparison to sprites of the master tier. Hence, capturing a second-tier deity such as Moltres, whose strength might not even surpass that of Lu Yu's Blaziken, was not a priority. Ultimately, the decision to release or capture should be made after a battle. Thus, an agreement was reached for a one-on-one duel. Naturally, Moltres would engage using its own flying capabilities, and Lu Yu's best options would have been to dispatch the Roaring Moon or even the Ancient Jade Fish and Ancient Sword Leopard. Yet, upon reflection, Lu Yu chose to send forth his recently reclaimed Blaziken. Both Moltres and Blaziken are fire-type sprites, their names differing by but a single radical. Battling against Moltres would surely be a clash of thunder and flame. This would also maximize the likelihood of Moltres conceding. Indeed, upon seeing Lu Yu's choice of opponent, Moltres was nearly incensed, its pride as a divine bird almost causing it to lash out. What was the meaning of this? I am the legendary bird known as the Fire God, and you dare to challenge me with a mere Blaziken? Yet Blaziken, eyeing the formidable opponent, was eager to engage, having long desired to confront the fire-type sovereign of Fire Mountain. Little did it anticipate that it would be pitted against its trainer's sprite, a divine bird no less. Such a battle was indeed rare and exhilarating for Blaziken. In the next instant, facing Blaziken, Moltres unleashed a fierce torrent of flames. In response, Blaziken leapt into action. Though Moltres possessed the ability to fly, Blaziken's impressive jumping prowess compensated for this shortcoming. Furthermore, with Blaziken's speed boost ability, the longer the battle continued, the swifter it would become. With such an advantage, defeating a master-tier sprite like Moltres would be a daunting challenge. Thus, harnessing the power of its descent, Blaziken executed a fiery kick. At Lu Yu's command, Blaziken roared, its right foot igniting with flames reminiscent of blood and with the force of gravity. It launched itself at Moltres. Seeing Blaziken employ a fire-type move, Moltres was consumed with fury, unleashing a jet of flames that collided fiercely with Blaziken's attack. Chapter 96. Blaziken vs. Moltres, the Fire God returns. A clash between fire-type sprites, a battle between a master-tier sprite and a second-tier fire deity. For the legendary Ho-Oh, it was truly a fool's errand for ordinary Pokémon to dare challenge the majesty of a divine beast. Yet, from the perspective of Blaziken, it was merely a trifling fire-type deity, not some ancient Groudon. Witnessing such arrogance, he felt compelled to assert his dominance today, not just for himself, but also for Lu Yu. Thus, as both sides unleashed their power, the tumult of their fiery confrontation drew the attention of numerous fire-type Pokémon clans in the vicinity. Upon realizing that it was the newly appointed leader of the Blaziken tribe engaging in a fierce exchange with the fire god Ho-Oh, all the Pokémon inhaled sharply, gazing at the Blaziken tribe with a newfound respect, simultaneously curious as to why such a formidable entity would ally with a human trainer. Blaziken, Fire Kick. Since this was a battle among fire-type Pokémon, Lu Yu chose not to instruct Blaziken to employ skills of other elements. Today, the contest between him and Ho-Oh would be determined solely by their prowess in fire-type combat. Similarly, the pride of the divine beast Ho-Oh would not permit it to employ any other tactics. Thus, as Blaziken executed its fire kick, Ho-Oh unleashed a ferocious inferno, and the two attacks met with equal ferocity. Based on Ho-Oh's imposing presence, it was apparent that the opponent's strength lingered at the champion level. Only with the enhancement of its divine essence could it compete with the master-level Blaziken. Furthermore, as a non-legendary divine beast, the odds favored Blaziken considerably. However, divine beasts possess their own strengths, such as extraordinary stamina and recovery abilities. Unlike when Lu Yu captured the Ancient Sword Leopard and the Ancient Jade Fish. Although they were legendary divine beasts, their bond with Lu Yu was markedly closer, and after dispelling their resentment, they returned to tranquility and voluntarily chose to accompany him, thus preventing further conflict. Moreover, the initial battle had concluded swiftly due to the Fairy-type Pokémon's natural advantage over the Dark-type. Should the fight have continued, Lu Yu could not guarantee how long it would take to emerge victorious in this divine beast contest. Not to mention that Ho-Oh, driven by an unwavering desire for freedom, ignited Blaziken's competitive spirit, and being of the same elemental type, the battle was bound to extend. As Blaziken countered Ho-Oh's fiery attack, the latter seethed with rage. It could not fathom being outmatched by a mere Blaziken. Consequently, flapping its wings, Ho-Oh unleashed one of its most formidable fire-type moves, Sacred Fire. As a spiraling column of flames erupted, even Blaziken dared not confront it head-on. In the next moment, Blaziken summoned its strength and leaped to a height of several hundred meters, evading Ho-Oh's onslaught. However, in the transient state of suspension, Blaziken found itself unable to escape Ho-Oh's subsequent strike. As a divine beast, Ho-Oh possessed an acute instinct for combat, and it promptly unleashed another sacred fire, striking Blaziken directly and sending it plummeting. After several intense minutes of combat, both Blaziken and Ho-Oh were left panting heavily. Such exertion drained their vitality. Yet, as the battle progressed, Blaziken's speed had reached its peak, making it increasingly difficult for Ho-Oh to land a hit. Conversely, Blaziken frequently found opportunities to strike Ho-Oh, causing the divine bird's composure to unravel. Indeed, when Blaziken seized an opening and delivered a powerful kick, leveraging its descending momentum to knock Ho-Oh from the sky, the outcome of the battle was all but sealed. At that moment, Blaziken unleashed its full power with a final sacred fire. The potency of this fire-type move was at its zenith during its initial use, and Luyu had never commanded Blaziken to employ such a technique before. As Ho-Oh descended to the ground, Blaziken unleashed a fierce column of flames, propelling Ho-Oh backward. The intense heat emanating from Blaziken, a master-level Pokémon, proved insurmountable even for the divine bird, which finally succumbed and lowered its wings in defeat. Witnessing this spectacle, Luyu retrieved Ho-Oh's Pokeball from his backpack and captured it. Pokemon Ho-Oh. Level 80. Ability, Pressure. Types, Fire, Flying. Strength, Champion level. Skills, Sacred Fire, Flare Blitz. Sacred Sword, Flamethrower, Brave Bird, Sunny Day. Affection, 180. At level 80, a secondary divine beast, even without its divine role, holds a mere 70% chance of losing against a master-level Pokemon. Should Ho-Oh's power ascend to the master level, their confrontation would likely yield a 50-50 outcome. However, if Ho-Oh were to attain the master level, the probability of Blaziken's victory would diminish to under 30%. In summary, at equal power levels, only a primary divine beast can contend with another of its kind. Even a secondary divine beast must possess a divine role and outnumber its opponent. Moreover, primary divine beasts typically reside at level 100, which aligns with the master level. A divine secondary beast surpasses a non-divine one, while even a master-level ordinary Pokémon struggles to engage on equal footing with a divine beast of the same tier. Of course, non-divine secondary beasts have a minuscule chance of triumphing. Among these tiers, as the level of divine beasts decreases, the level of non-divine Pokémon increases, potentially compensating for the disparity. But this is contingent upon excluding primary divine beasts. After releasing Ho-Oh once more, Luyu gazed intently at the legendary bird. Ho-Oh, if you truly yearn for freedom, I am willing to set you free. However, if you choose to remain with me, we shall be irrevocably bound together for life. I will not compel you to stay. Everything shall depend on your choice. With an affection level of 180, it was indeed not particularly high, which explained Ho-Oh's prior demeanor toward Luyu. Yet now that the wager had been established and Ho-Oh had lost, as a divine beast, it naturally accepted its fate. After much contemplation, Ho-Oh resolved to continue accompanying Luyu, for the life of a divine beast stretches over centuries. Even a century is but a fleeting moment in the span of a human life. Seeing Ho-Oh willingly choose to stay by his side, Luyu exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the surrounding Pokémon of Fire Mountain watched the fire god depart, exchanging glances filled with trepidation as they regarded Luyu and his Blaziken. Just how formidable must this creature be to have bested the fire god? Chapter 97. Kojiro, Pokémon Researcher? Ultimately, Ho-Oh's decision to accompany Luyu was largely influenced by the wager. Otherwise, it would have surely departed. As a divine beast, the essence of commitment is paramount, and having made its choice, Ho-Oh would harbor no further grievances toward Luyu. Initially, it was merely a matter of emotional connection, but after being subdued, Ho-Oh became increasingly docile, especially upon encountering Blaziken. After spending nearly half a month on Fire Mountain without discovering any new Pokémon or encountering any particularly intriguing ones to train, Luyu set his sights on his next destination. However, the new province was vast, its total area comparable to that of several Zhejiang provinces, if not more. Thus, Luyu rode his roaring Lunala, only selecting the most renowned locations to visit. The next destination is the Heavenly Lake, also known as the fabled ancient Yaoqi. One cannot help but wonder what adventures await Luyu in such a mystical place. Aside from the Heavenly Lake, the new province is replete with vast deserts, among which the most renowned is the Taklamakan Desert located within the Darim Basin. The Taklamakan Desert stands as the premier desert of the Dragon Kingdom's Elven Alliance. recognized as the second largest shifting desert in the world, and is esteemed as the 10th desert globally. In such an environment, resources pertaining to ground and rock-type elves are abundantly available. However, the peril associated with the Taklamakan Desert ranks among the highest in the Dragon Kingdom's Elven Alliance, rendering it a formidable travel ban. Generally, only those with the strength of a quasi-king may venture into the Taklamakan Desert for adventure. Even among quasi-kings, there are numerous trainers who have met their demise within this desert, and it is not uncommon for those at the king level to fall as well. Consequently, the number of trainers daring to enter the Taklamakan Desert is exceedingly scarce. On the periphery of the desert, Lu Yu dispatched his Banjira to accompany the desert tyrant as they traversed the sands, confident that nothing untoward would occur. However, before Lu Yu could step into the Taklamakan Desert, he encountered a team of researchers. Observing the group of researchers clad in white lab coats, led by a distinguished doctor, Lu Yu felt a surge of curiosity, only to be halted by one of the researchers. This trainer, the Taklamakan Desert has become exceedingly dangerous lately. There have been some anomalous occurrences. If you are not a king-level trainer, I would advise you to leave. Taken aback by the researcher's words, Lu Yu, filled with curiosity, inquired, dangerous? What anomalies? Since he had resolved to venture into the desert and now encountered a research team, he saw no harm in probing for information before deciding whether to enter the Taklamakan Desert. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to achieving victory in every battle. Seeing Lu Yu's determination to proceed, the researcher scrutinized him closely and exclaimed, "Oh my, you are Lu Yu, the renowned trainer." This proclamation captured the attention of the other researchers in the team, who swiftly gathered around. It truly is Lu Yu. He has come here. Indeed, powerful trainers are forged in the most perilous places. Such a mindset and charisma are truly enviable. One researcher remarked. Another interjected, "What a rascal. Lu Yu, I am curious if he has any relation to my goddess. After all, there have been 2 rumors about them." Unable to contain himself, he declared, "I must challenge him to a duel." To which another replied, "Save your breath. Even without Lu Yu, your goddess would never be yours." Hearing their banter, Lu Yu could not help but grimace, casting a glance at the clearly infatuated fan, feeling a sense of exasperation. What have I done to deserve this? If you lot continue to berate me, I might just take action against Lin Yunei. Just then, a man who appeared to be the lead researcher emerged and, noticing the crowd around Lu Yu, promptly instructed them to return to their tasks. "All right, Junior Kujiro." The researchers acknowledged and dispersed like startled birds, leaving only the researcher named Kojiro to exchange glances with Lu Yu. Lu Yu was taken aback by the sight of the gentleman before him, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, sporting blue tousled hair, and clad in a white researcher's coat, exuding an air of refinement. "Kojiro? Is this not the same Kojiro who has traveled with Giovanni for over 20 years, yet has shown no signs of aging, once an elite of Team Rocket, now transformed into a distinguished researcher?" After years of watching Pokémon TV and films, how could Lu Yu fail to recognize Kojiro? Yet, seeing him now, it seemed he was earnestly pursuing his dreams, having forsaken Team Rocket to become a researcher. What of his companions, Musashi and Nyarth? Where had they gone? This surreal realization left Lu Yu momentarily dazed, staring blankly at Kojiro. Noticing Lu Yu's gaze, Kojiro approached, a puzzled expression upon his face. "Sir, do we know each other?" The moment Kojiro spoke, Lu Yu snapped back to reality, internally cursing himself for his oversight, yet outwardly shaking his head. "No, I merely thought you resembled a friend of mine from the past. I was lost in thought." Upon hearing this, Kojiro smiled and replied, "Ah, I see. Sir, there are indeed abnormal situations occurring within the Taklamakan Desert. If it is not essential for you to enter, I would advise you to leave and return once the situation stabilizes. We are here to investigate these anomalies." Lu Yu furrowed his brow at Kojiro's words. The involvement of the official Elven Alliance suggested that matters in the Taklamakan Desert were indeed grave. Nevertheless, for a trainer like Lu Yu, the greater the danger, the more exhilarating the adventure, compelling him to delve deeper into the unknown. Presenting his esteemed trainer credentials, Lu Yu reassured the research team and, accompanied by his Banjira, ventured towards the heart of the Taklamakan Desert. As Lu Yu's figure receded into the distance, Kojiro found himself reminiscing about the times he, Musashi, and Nyarth pursued Ash and Pikachu. There was an uncanny resemblance between this trainer and the Ash of old, stirring within him a wave of nostalgia. Yet, only Lu Yu understood that he was not akin to anyone. He was merely a devoted admirer of the Pokémon franchise, a fervent fan of this grand saga. Chapter 98, The Desert Mystery and the Alien Intruder. In an instant, countless attacks descended upon the colossal orb of light, Yet ultimately, each one was absorbed, leaving it unscathed. Gradually, the orb seemed to harness the energy from the elves' assaults, regaining strength, and then, a slender figure, composed of what appeared to be a red thread and imbued with a hint of science fiction, began to materialize. Were Luyu present, he would undoubtedly recognize this entity as the cosmic virus, an extraterrestrial visitor at the level of a deity, Deoxys. Faced with this assembly of non-divine elves, Deoxys smirked slightly and instantly shifted into its attack form, unleashing an onslaught that decimated a multitude of elves. This is not good. The magnetic field has intensified, and the readings are escalating rapidly. Moreover, in the core area of the Taklamakan, the life signals are alarmingly potent, as if all the elves in the desert have congregated. Additionally, there was a life signature that exuded an aura of terror, reminiscent of the time when the divine beasts first appeared. Upon receiving this report from his subordinate researchers, Dr. Yu, who was present in the tent, exchanged a grave glance with Kojiro. Their expressions shifted dramatically. A divine beast. Wherever a divine beast appears, calamity for humanity ensues. However, compared to a divine beast manifesting in a bustling city, this desolate Taklamakan desert could very well serve as the optimal battleground. Immediately notify the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's Elven Alliance, requesting the intervention of champions and king-level experts. This is not an undertaking a mere research team can manage. Furthermore, issue an immediate travel ban for the new province, prohibiting any trainers from venturing into the Taklamakan desert. As Dr. Red Cedar reached this point in his discourse, Kojiro was suddenly reminded that just a few hours prior, the renowned trainer Lu Yu had ventured into the Taklamakan desert. This was a harbinger of trouble. Consequently, unbeknownst to Lu Yu, the entire Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance issued a new decree, summoning all the esteemed Elite Four members to the new province. Embodying the gravity of the situation, they were acutely aware that the stakes were high, for this was not a matter involving insignificant players, but a level 1 deity. The monumental reaction from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance did not escape the notice of the surrounding Pokémon leagues, and many ambitious individuals sought to seize a share of the unfolding drama. In a desperate move, the 4 elite members collectively rushed to fortify their defenses at the nation's borders, with the reigning champion, Cynthia, leading a cadre of seasoned elite members and a dozen provincial champions towards the new province. Simultaneously, a trending topic ignited nationwide. The Taklamakan desert had been entirely cordoned off, and according to whispers, several aspiring elite trainers had tragically perished in recent days. Moreover, the esteemed trainer Lu Yu had entered the desert mere hours ago and was now unreachable. Chapter 99, Collective Defeat, the Might of a Level 1 Deity. When this news ascended to trending status, the populace was left in stunned silence. Everyone was aware that the Taklamakan desert was fraught with peril, yet no one anticipated that several aspiring elite trainers would vanish in rapid succession, and now even Lu Yu was unaccounted for. This implied that the decision to seal off the Taklamakan desert was indeed prudent. But what could possibly have transpired within to cause such a string of disappearances among formidable beings? With curiosity and concern mounting, the events unfolding in the Taklamakan were increasingly brought to light. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, having traversed the desolate expanse without encountering a single Pokémon, found the situation quite bizarre. Although Kojiro had previously informed him of unusual occurrences within the Taklamakan desert, Lu Yu had dismissed it at the time. However, it now appeared that trouble was indeed brewing. After all, this was a desert, a sanctuary for ground and rock-type Pokémon, where one would reasonably expect to encounter a Pokémon every few steps. Yet, after several hours of travel, Lu Yu had not seen a single creature. In his frustration, he withdrew his Banjira and summoned his Honchkrow. Upon mounting Honchkrow, its enormous crimson wings flared, propelling Lu Yu into the skies above, where he soared through the sandstorm, his gaze sweeping across the desert below. Even though the horizon was boundless, Lu Yu could discern his bearings and urged Honchkrow towards the heart of the desert. At that moment, on the other side, the battle had escalated into a fierce confrontation. A cadre of Pokémon led by Shiny Banjira and Mega Garchomp faced off against Deoxys, who unleashed a mental shockwave that incapacitated a multitude in an instant, as if he wielded the might of a conqueror, without the power of an elite. Even the strongest could scarcely endure a single strike from a non-divine level 1 deity. Such was the stark reality. In the next moment, a furious roar erupted from Shiny Banjira, rallying the assembled ground-type Pokémon, Banjira, Mega Tyranitar, Hippowdon, and Dusknoir, who unleashed a barrage of destruction beam. Countless orange-yellow energy columns rained down like a volley of Katyusha rockets. Yet, For Deoxys, it was a mere flick of the wrist as he activated his defensive form, a transparent membrane manifesting to nullify all incoming assaults. This technique, known as Mysterious Guardian, was swiftly followed by a shift to his offensive form, unleashing a cosmic force that sent yet another group of Pokémon flying. Before a level 1 deity, the aggregation of quantity proved utterly futile against such power. Fortunately, Deoxys was not a native Pokémon of Earth. Otherwise, any level 1 deity would have instilled fear in the hearts of these desert Pokémon, rendering them too intimidated to engage him. Even with Shiny Bandura and Mega Garchomp rallying them, their courage paled in comparison. The clash raged on for over an hour, and as Deoxys reverted to his original state, he surveyed the multitude of fallen Pokémon below, emitting a scornful chuckle. Just as he prepared to depart, 2 Pokémon trembled and struggled to rise from the ground. As a psychic-type deity, Deoxys could easily sense that 2 Pokémon had not yet succumbed to defeat. Thus, he halted his departure, turning his gaze toward the yellow figure, none other than Shiny Bandura, one of the leaders of the resistance against him. Without a hint of mercy, Deoxys swiftly conjured an energy sphere and hurled it at Bandura. Even a leader-tier Bandura stood no chance against a level 1 deity of equal rank. With no means to fend off the impending assault, at that moment, a fierce roar reverberated from above. Following this, a dragon-type wave collided with the energy sphere, triggering its detonation. A cloud of dust erupted, momentarily obscuring Deoxys's view, and as the haze began to clear, he beheld an unusual Pokémon alongside a human standing before him. Indeed, the newcomers were none other than Luyu and Honchkrow. Having traveled for an hour, Luyu arrived just in time to witness Deoxys poised to strike at Shiny Bandura. Upon seeing Shiny Bandura, Luyu recognized him instantly as his own Pokémon. Likewise, the Mega Garchomp kneeling nearby was also his. These 2 creatures were the stalwarts of Luyu's Sandstorm team, one a fully evolved leader-level entity, and the other a master-level, level 91 Pokémon. This was precisely why Luyu had commanded Honchkrow to initiate an attack, for the sake of his Pokémon. Even in the face of a level 1 deity, Luyu was emboldened to fight, fully aware of the odds. Thus, in the next instant, Luyu summoned all his viable Pokémon to the fray. In unison, the leader-level Blaziken, Honchkrow, and Shiny Bandura took the forefront, while the master-level Dragapult and Mega Garchomp supported one another. Additionally, the champion-level Bandura, Lucario, and Gyarados, alongside the elite-level Scizor, Mimikyu, Talonflame, and Arcanine, all emerged simultaneously. The 3 divine beasts, Ancient Fish, Ancient Sword Leopard, and Moltres, took to the skies, their eyes gleaming with intent to vanquish Deoxys. The Pokémon still loyal to Luyu not only boasted formidable combat prowess, but also displayed unwavering camaraderie towards one another. Understanding that Shiny Bandura and Mega Garchomp were Luyu's Pokémon, witnessing their dire plight at the hands of an extraterrestrial foe who had wreaked havoc upon their homeland ignited a fierce fury within these divine beings. Sensing the determination radiating from Luyu's Pokémon, Deoxys's interest was piqued. He recognized that none among them were weaklings, yet they all belonged to a single man. This realization led him to conclude that Luyu must indeed be one of the strongest trainers on Earth. With this thought in mind, Deoxys immediately engaged in battle, his form flickering as he charged towards the forefront, aiming directly for Blaziken. As Deoxys initiated the assault, Luyu's expression darkened, his psychic abilities activated instantly, establishing a mental link with all his Pokémon. At the mere thought of a command, they sprang into action, ready for combat. Blaziken, evade. Everyone, launch an immediate offensive. Chapter 100. Only divine beasts can stand against divine beasts. Although the reasons behind the confrontation between Bandura, Garchomp, and the myriad creatures residing in the desert with Deoxys remain unclear, Luyu, recognizing them as his own Pokémon, could not stand idly by. Moreover, the extraterrestrial virus embodied by Deoxys exuded an unmistakable aura of peril, as if it were driven by vengeance. How else could one explain the multitude of fallen Pokémon strewn across the battlefield? Even a first-tier deity would not exhibit such wanton bloodlust towards ordinary Pokémon. Ultimately, the divine beasts are all rooted in the essence of Earth's Pokémon, sharing a common lineage, while Deoxys is not, hence it exhibits no trepidation in its assaults. In the next moment, as Deoxys activated its protective shield and charged towards Luyu, an overwhelming barrage of skills was unleashed, spearheaded by 3 pinnacle-level Pokémon and other divine beasts. With a thunderous roar, Bandura unleashed Dark Pulse, while Blaziken and Moltres unleashed Searing Flames. Meanwhile, The Ancient Sword Leopard and Ancient Jade Fish executed their Dark-type move, Catastrophe. If successful, even if Deoxys were a first-tier deity, its stamina would plummet by half, providing an opportunity for counterattack. Simultaneously, Garchomp, Bangira, and other Pokémon released their signature moves, striving to maximize their offensive capabilities and exploit Deoxys's weaknesses. However, as a multitude of attacks surged forth, Deoxys's eyes gleamed with intensity. Suddenly, a formidable psychic wave enveloped Deoxys, repelling the incoming skills. Against the assaults from elite and champion-level Pokémon, Deoxys' shield held strong, yet it could not entirely dismiss the attacks from pinnacle-level Pokémon and divine beasts. Especially the two Dark-type moves, Catastrophe, unleashed by the Ancient Sword Leopard and Ancient Jade Fish. As the attacks neared, Deoxys swiftly transformed into its speed form, evading the onslaught of Lu Yu's Pokémon in an instant. It then executed a transformation in midair, launching a psychic assault indiscriminately against all of Lu Yu's Pokémon. Fortunately, this extraterrestrial entity refrained from targeting Lu Yu directly. Otherwise, the sheer force of its psychic abilities could have spelled doom for him. Nonetheless, the weakest among them, the Talonflame, succumbed to the devastating blow, plummeting from the sky, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The remaining Pokémon, Mimikyu, Manectric, and Scyther, also bore grave expressions, evidently injured. At this juncture, it became apparent that elite-level Pokémon were not particularly effective against a first-tier deity. Understanding this reality, Lu Yu instructed Mimikyu, Scyther, and Manectric to stand guard before him, forming the final line of defense. Only Pokémon of champion rank or above possessed the qualification to confront a first-tier deity. At the very least, they would not be vanquished in a mere few moves. The shiny Bangira, and Garchomp formed one group. The Roaring Moon, Garchomp, and Gyarados formed another. Blaziken, Moltres, and Lucario constituted yet another, while the Ancient Sword Leopard and Ancient Jade Fish formed the last group, each positioned strategically. As the Ancient Sword Leopard underwent titanium crystallization and Blaziken initiated Mega Evolution, the command from Lu Yu ignited a surge of power within them. With the enhancements of the two items, the Ancient Sword Leopard and Blaziken's strength escalated significantly. In truth, the battle prowess of the Mega Evolved Bangira should be the highest. Yet after the prior skirmish, the shiny Bangira was on the brink of exhaustion, thus unable to sustain prolonged combat in its Mega form. Conversely, Blaziken's Mega Evolution allowed it to fully unleash its potential, at least enough to restrain Deoxys under accelerated conditions. Thus, with Blaziken's Mega Evolution activated, the entire team's combat capabilities surged anew, engaging Deoxys in a terrifyingly swift guerrilla warfare. Enraged by the relentless Mega Blaziken, Deoxys found it difficult to concentrate fully on its target, inhibiting its ability to swiftly dispatch Lu Yu's Pokémon. Meanwhile, the titanium crystallized Ancient Sword Leopard, with its Dark-type attributes, proved somewhat resistant to Deoxys's onslaught. Although Dark types are immune to psychic attacks, Deoxys wielded more than just psychic abilities. Nevertheless, with the titanium crystallized Ancient Sword Leopard shielding against Deoxys's strikes, Lu Yu found himself momentarily at parity with the first-tier deity. Witness the trio of pinnacle-level Pokémon, one of which had Mega Evolved, accompanied by 2 Master-level Pokémon and 3 Champion-level Pokémon, plus 2 Divine Beasts, one of which had undergone titanium crystallization, alongside a non-divine beast. With Lu Yu's psychic network enveloping the battlefield, directing the combat, they barely matched Deoxys's might, underscoring the true power of a first-tier deity. Moreover, among these Pokémon, the pivotal roles were played by the Divine Beasts, particularly Lu Yu's 2 Dark-type Divine Beasts. Lu Yu found it perplexing why Deoxys would seek vengeance upon the Pokémon of the Taklamakan Desert. Logically, once this creature emerged, the sky deity Rayquaza should have intervened. How could it have descended to engage in battle with mere desert Pokémon and a first-tier deity? As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden insight flashed through Lu Yu's consciousness. Was it possible that Deoxys had been severely injured by Rayquaza, subsequently retreating to the Taklamakan Desert to recuperate? Now, having regained its strength, was it bent on revenge? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, prompting Lu Yu to gaze skyward. After all, he had once been a trainer of the sky deity. He could not help but wonder where his Rayquaza might be at this moment. If it were present, Lu Yu was confident he could confront the world with unwavering resolve. For only a first-tier deity possesses battle power that humanity cannot withstand. The only beings capable of thwarting divine beasts are other divine beasts. Were it not for Lu Yu's Pokémon being exceptionally strong, reaching the pinnacle of ordinary Pokémon, and possessing divine beasts that countered Deoxys's attributes, he would have surely faced defeat. Although they had merely maintained a fragile equilibrium, the moment the ancient sword leopard, ancient jade fish, or either Roaring Moon or Mega Blaziken fell, the scales would tip dramatically. After all, the stamina of ordinary Pokémon pales in comparison to a creature like Deoxys, which is capable of self-restoration. Chapter 101. A critical juncture, the Sky Dragon emerges. After over an hour of intense battle, even the divine beast molters began to gasp for breath. The previously injured Shiny Banjira and Garchomp had long since collapsed, recalled by Luyu into their Pokeballs for rest. Consequently, Luyu's active Pokémon now consisted only of Mega Blaziken, Titanium Ancient Sword Leopard, Ancient Jade Fish, Roaring Moon, and Garchomp, all of whom still possessed sufficient strength to engage Deoxys. The remaining Pokémon were on the verge of exhaustion and had been returned to their Pokeballs. Similarly, while Deoxys was a first-tier deity, its strength was somewhat lacking compared to true first-tier deities. At the very least, this entity could not contend with Rayquaza. Thus, under the strain of intense combat, he himself had suffered a catastrophic assault from both the Ancient Sword Leopard and the Ancient Jade Fish, his stamina plummeting by half in an instant. Upon witnessing the dwindling number of Luyu's spirits, Dialga's expression transformed into an enigmatic smile. In the next moment, as it unleashed its self-restoration ability, the figure of Dialga loomed high in the sky, radiating an aura of brilliance. Luyu's countenance changed dramatically as he immediately commanded his spirits. Hasten, exert all your strength to thwart him. If he fully recovers, our efforts will be in vain. The Ancient Sword Leopard executed a crushing bite. The Ancient Jade Fish unleashed a cataclysmic strike. The Roaring Moon emitted a wave of malevolence. The Super Fire Chicken ignited a conflagration. The Spiked Dragon unleashed an icy beam, and the Flame Bird launched a powerful explosion. In that fleeting moment, all 6 spirits directed their attacks towards Dialga, hovering in the sky. As a divine beast, the Ancient Sword Leopard soared into the air, seeming to summon clouds beneath its feet, and lunged at Dialga with a vicious energy bite. The Ancient Jade Fish, seizing the moment, positioned itself on the opposite side of Dialga, channeling dark energy for a fierce strike. Under Luyu's command, the Roaring Moon and Flame Bird secured the other 2 flanks, preventing Dialga from escaping through any potential blind spots before launching their assaults. The Super Fire Chicken leapt with remarkable agility, momentarily defying gravity as it landed atop the Flame Bird, unleashing a devastating blaze. Meanwhile, the Spiked Dragon initiated its attack from below, effectively cornering Dialga, who found itself trapped with no means of evasion. However, as a Psychic-type spirit, Dialga possessed its own ace in the hole, teleportation. In a critical moment, it activated this ability, evading the onslaught of Luyu's 6 spirits and seizing the opportunity to successfully restore its stamina. All of Luyu's efforts were rendered futile, given the current circumstances. If this standoff continued for long, Luyu's remaining 6 spirits would inevitably fall one by one, leading to his ultimate demise. This marked the first time Luyu genuinely felt the specter of life and death looming over him. Who could have anticipated that a fully leveled first-tier deity would wield such terrifying combat prowess, exhibiting such cunning? Even against second-tier gods, ordinary spirits, it resorted to self-restoration. Had it not been for these abilities, Luyu, despite being a first-tier deity, would not have felt entirely outmatched. As he ground his teeth in frustration, a multitude of small black dots appeared in the distance, and soon after, a golden-haired, dashing woman emerged before Luyu. Upon seeing the spirits under Luyu's command, the newcomer's expression shifted, but she swiftly summoned her own spirits and launched an assault on Dialga. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Cynthia, the Dragon Kingdom's reigning champion. With the arrival of this distinguished master, Luyu's burden was significantly alleviated. Luyu should have felt elated, for Dialga lacked divine status. Otherwise, even Cynthia's presence would have been insufficient. Once 11 spirits engaged in chaotic battle with Dialga, Luyu began to gauge Cynthia's strength. Her ace, the Mega Garchomp, was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of master-level combat, hovering around level 99. The other spirits were also of master-level caliber, each approximately level 95. A figure of such caliber ranked 3rd in the world, indicating that Ash and Dan were likely of the master level as well. In this scenario, the confrontation would not merely hinge on the spirit strength, but rather on the bond and tactical acumen shared between trainer and spirit. In their collaborative efforts, Dialga found it challenging to gain the upper hand. However, it remained in a position of invulnerability. Given enough time, as Luyu and Cynthia's spirits depleted their stamina, victory would still belong to Dialga. Realizing that prolonging the battle was futile, Lu Yu's expression grew grave. Meanwhile, the external Dragon Kingdom Spirit Alliance was in an uproar due to the lockdown of the Taklamakan Desert and the mysterious disappearances of several formidable trainers, compounded by the invasion from foreign spirit alliances. Consequently, when the leading forces of the Dragon Kingdom Spirit Alliance united, Cynthia took charge to venture into the Taklamakan Desert, while the other 4 elite trainers mobilized to thwart the invasion. Upon reaching the heart of the Taklamakan Desert, Cynthia suggested she enter first to gather intel, instructing the subsequent team to await her signal before providing assistance. To her astonishment, in the core of the desert, she discovered Lu Yu commanding several divine beasts in combat against Dialga. As the Dragon Kingdom's champion, how could Cynthia not recognize Dialga? Over the years, the emergence of auroras and meteor showers across Earth had been attributed to the presence of spirits like Dialga, while some Dialga possessed amiable dispositions, coexisting peacefully with local spirits. The one before her was a ferocious creature driven solely by the instinct to battle. Lu Yu realized that continuing in this manner would render any reinforcements futile, as long as Dialga was afforded the chance to restore itself. Hearing Cynthia's voice, Lu Yu's expression shifted. Yet at this moment, he found himself at a loss. After enduring relentless combat, even the ancient sword leopard and ancient jade fish were nearing their limits. Furthermore, the Mega Evolution demanded a bond with the fire chicken, necessitating constant expenditure of psychic energy. In summary, after several hours of battle, Lu Yu's own stamina and mental fortitude were on the brink of collapse. Without a viable solution, no matter how many allies arrived, defeat was inevitable. For, lacking a force capable of contending with a first-tier deity, they could not prevent Dialga's self-restoration. Just then, a resonant dragon roar echoed from the heavens, jolting Lu Yu back to attention. Chapter 102, Black Rayquaza vs. Dialga. The self-restoration ability allowed for recovery of stamina. Thus, under circumstances where defenses could not be easily breached, Lu Yu's ancient sword leopard was utterly incapable of thwarting Dialga's use of this skill. Consequently, the opponent remained in a state of near invincibility, unfazed by the so-called siege. Hence, to genuinely contest a first-tier deity, at least another first-tier deity needed to emerge to thwart Dialga's self-restoration, enabling a potential defeat. At that moment, a thunderous dragon roar resonated throughout the skies. This roar caused the roaring moon, also a dragon-type spirit, to tremble, raising its head in disbelief towards the heavens. Simultaneously, the ancient sword leopard, ancient jade fish, and flame bird displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Most notably, Dialga, upon hearing that dragon roar, appeared as though it had encountered its nemesis, its previous composure shattering in an instant. Immediately, Dialga shifted to a defensive stance, regarding the descending figure with palpable trepidation. The newcomer was none other than Dialga's arch-nemesis. Indeed, any spirit arriving from the cosmos to Earth must first contend with this formidable presence. Yes, the being now manifesting before Lu Yu and Cynthia was the sky dragon, Rayquaza. However, unlike the typical Rayquaza, this one bore an ebony hue. In other words, he is a shiny Rayquaza. If we consider a typical Rayquaza, which serves as the guardian of the Earth's atmosphere, preventing intruders from invading, then with his immense power, he would undoubtedly prevail in a one-on-one confrontation against any first-tier deity. The odds of victory would be significantly in his favor. However, there exists a first-tier deity who, despite not being a guardian beast, possesses true combat prowess that surpasses many of those divine entities. Do you recall the scene from the movie featuring Hoopa, where the mischievous Hoopa summoned 6 first-tier deities, including Kyogre, Groudon, Reshiram, Zekrom, Palkia, and Dialga? Even though the Black Rayquaza had activated its Mega Evolution and received assistance from Latios and Latias, it still managed to take on all 6 simultaneously without faltering. Such an impressive feat utterly captivated Lu Yu, who had already held a fondness for Rayquaza. Consequently, he devoted countless hours in the game to eventually encounter a shiny Black Rayquaza. When this majestic creature appeared before Lu Yu, Rayquaza cast a profound glance in his direction before shifting its focus to Deoxys. Naturally, Rayquaza was immensely angered by the presence of this intruder on Earth, let alone the fact that after being defeated previously, this entity had concealed itself on Earth to recuperate, leaving the non-psychic Rayquaza unable to trace its whereabouts. Who could have anticipated that an initial oversight would lead to such significant repercussions? Just look at the fallen ground-type Pokémon around, and the trainer engaged in battle with Deoxys. Each one of them was a thorn in Rayquaza's side. Dragons possess their own vulnerabilities, and to provoke them is to invite their wrath. Thus, Without uttering a word, the black Rayquaza let out a thunderous roar, opening its massive jaws and twisting its formidable body as it charged directly at Deoxys. Upon witnessing this, Cynthia couldn't help but release a breath of relief. Although she was hailed as one of the most formidable trainers among humanity, encountering such a monstrosity still left her feeling inadequate. This is precisely why many top-tier champions are so devoted to capturing legendary Pokémon. With a legendary at their side, they could potentially battle such beings and elevate their own powers to an extraordinary level, far beyond that of ordinary trainers. Hence, this urgency within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance to mobilize their forces in response to the powerful life signatures detected in the Taklamakan Desert. Not only were domestic trainers eager for the chance to encounter potential legendary Pokémon within the desert, but top-tier champions from other nations also harbored their own ambitions. Nevertheless, with Rayquaza's emergence, at least as the guardian of Earth, it could thwart Deoxys and prevent any further calamity. At this juncture, Cynthia finally turned her gaze toward Luyu. Although she was already aware that he had captured 2 legendary Pokémon, placing him at a champion-level strength, upon seeing the Moltres alongside the remaining 3 Pokémon, she realized that Luyu's current prowess was at least comparable to her own. Such formidable strength. And yet the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance had previously sought to distance themselves from him. How foolish. With such terrifying power, how could he ever be content to join Team Rocket? However, as she contemplated initiating a conversation, Cynthia found herself at a loss for words, resulting in a rather heavy silence. Meanwhile, Luyu remained silent, intently watching the clash between Rayquaza and Deoxys. With Rayquaza entering the fray, the outcome of this battle was virtually predetermined. A black Rayquaza capable of taking on 6 opponents would face no difficulty against a single Deoxys. Simultaneously, upon Rayquaza's appearance, Luyu felt a ripple of emotions. In that instant of seeing Rayquaza, he recognized it as the very shiny Rayquaza he had meticulously sought after. Yet, even with their bond at its fullest, Luyu was uncertain whether this legendary would choose to follow him once more, or if it would be willing to set aside its pride as a guardian beast to return to his side. If it were to do so, Luyu would feel invincible, undeterred even when faced with Hoopa, the entity capable of summoning legendary Pokémon for battle, let alone the Pokémon League. However, should the creature decline to accompany him, it would signify that the pride of a first-tier deity remained unshakable. The battle raged on for half an hour, ultimately concluding with Rayquaza's victory over Deoxys, whose form collapsed and transformed into a meteorite, carried skyward by Rayquaza. Witnessing this, Luyu felt a surge of urgency, but he quickly regained his composure, recalling all his Pokémon except for Moltres, as he soared towards the heavens. Cynthia, the crisis has been averted. I must take my leave. With those words, Luyu ascended into the sky, leaving no time for Cynthia to respond. After observing Rayquaza, Deoxys, and Luyu all depart, Cynthia let out a resigned sigh before picking up her communicator to address the Pokémon League members on the periphery. The crisis has been resolved. Notify the medical team to rush to the core area. There are at least 10,000 Pokémon severely injured, and summon all Nurse Joys to the scene immediately. Furthermore, regarding Luyu, no further dissenting voices should arise within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, for it was primarily he who resolved this crisis. Upon hearing this, the 4 reigning champions, along with the top-tier experts of the Dragon Kingdom, were left utterly speechless in shock. What? Luyu resolved it again. So his power must have. As this realization dawned on him, the second champion, Water Champion Chao Hao, fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. By the way, the champion of the Island Pokémon League, Yulong Du, is currently engaged in battle with Zhang Fan in the East Sea. I suspect that Zhang Fan is no match for him, so since the crisis is averted, you should go assist him. After battling for a lifetime, I certainly do not wish to witness that old fellow fall before me at this moment. Upon hearing Chao Hao's words, Cynthia couldn't help but smile. It was quite heartening. Although there were internal factions, when it truly came down to survival, everyone united against external threats. That was the essence of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance. As Luyu pursued Rayquaza, he immediately activated his psychic shield. In the increasingly rarefied atmosphere of high altitudes, the psychic protection afforded him considerable ease. It wasn't until he had surged beyond the Earth's atmosphere that he truly felt the pressure. Had it not been for the fortification of his psychic powers, he would have struggled to breach the atmospheric confines. When he observed Rayquaza cast Deoxys's stone into the cosmos and obliterate it with a devastating beam of energy, Luyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. This vengeful and bloodthirsty Deoxys was certainly not a creature suitable for forming a bond with a trainer. Its demise was for the best. After vanquishing Deoxys, Rayquaza sensed Lu Yu's presence and gracefully glided toward him. Reuniting with his trainer, Rayquaza exhibited a hint of melancholy. The guardian of Earth's atmosphere should have been Rayquaza, yet this black Rayquaza now bore that responsibility, perhaps as a consequence of some unforeseen event befalling the Sky Dragon? As anticipated, upon inquiring, Latios began to reveal everything about his arrival in this world to Lu Yu. 6 months prior, shortly after arriving in this realm, Latios made his entrance beyond the Earth. At that moment, coincidentally, the Sky Dragon Latios was engaged in a fierce battle against 2 Deoxys. In a 2-on-1 scenario, even Latios was at a disadvantage. However, being of the same kind, Latios could not allow them to gang up on his fellow. Thus, he joined the fray out of indignation, and in a 2-on-2 situation, the 2 Deoxys were swiftly defeated. Yet, these troublesome Pokémon had the ability to transform into meteors upon sustaining injuries, leaving no trace behind, and with no leads to pursue, Latios could not locate the Deoxys. Nevertheless, due to this battle, the Black Latios and the Sky God forged a friendly relationship, gradually developing feelings for each other, ultimately becoming a pair of dragon deities. In the 2-on-1 situation, the Sky God also sustained some injuries and entrusted the responsibility of patrolling the skies to his partner, Lu Yu, the Black Latios. After starting a family, while Latios did harbor thoughts of searching for Lu Yu, he would not recklessly depart until his beloved's wounds had fully healed. Today, it was only upon sensing the presence of Deoxys that the Black Latios descended from the ozone layer to engage in battle. By a stroke of luck, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Yu. Understanding Latios's current predicament, Lu Yu smiled and affectionately patted Latios on the head, saying, "How wonderful, Latios! You have companions and a beloved. Thus, continue to protect them and the Earth. Who knows, perhaps you will soon have offspring." As he spoke, Lu Yu retrieved a Master Ball for Latios from his backpack. After careful consideration, Lu Yu ultimately decided to grant Latios his freedom. With a family now, Latios should not solely belong to Lu Yu. Yes, the thought of relinquishing such formidable power did indeed sadden Lu Yu, but in comparison to his Pokemon's happiness, he wished for their joy above all. For divine beings, their lifespans are endless. Ultimately, he was merely a transient figure in their lives. Who can assure that, in ancient times, these renowned deities did not have their own trainers? Perhaps they did, but as time passed, their trainers met their demise. Just as Lu Yu was about to release Latios, the Black Latios seemed to grasp this notion, letting out a roar, signaling Lu Yu to wait. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was perplexed. At that moment, a Latios of several hundred meters in length, adorned in vibrant green, gracefully approached Lu Yu and the Black Latios. Upon seeing Lu Yu, the Sky God instantly understood that this trainer must be the partner of his beloved. After his wife arrived, the Black Latios let out a low growl and engaged in an extended conversation with the Sky God, ultimately reaching a decision. In truth, had Latios not arrived today, Lu Yu might have faced grave peril. After all, being Lu Yu's Pokémon, especially one with maximum intimacy, Latios certainly did not wish for his trainer to encounter misfortune. Given this, it was more prudent for him to remain with Lu Yu. After all, with the Sky God's prowess, as long as they did not confront more than 2 divine beings, they would face little danger. Moreover, one of the Deoxys had already been vanquished by the Black Latios. Thus, his beloved was secure in the ozone layer, ensuring her safety. This was precisely why the Black Latios was willing to continue accompanying Lu Yu. When Lu Yu heard the response from Latios, he was taken aback. He had not expected Latios to forsake freedom to remain by his side. This was indeed a pleasant surprise, and with Latios at his side, as long as he did not encounter Arceus, he would be virtually invincible. Truly, the way one treats these beings dictates their reciprocation. Every sip and morsel is preordained. Had Lu Yu not considered releasing Latios, or even wished for Latios to accompany him, perhaps Latios would not have found it difficult to part from his family. Chapter 104. A Surge in Power, Pokémon Assembly. After bidding farewell to the Sky God, the Black Latios returned to Lu Yu's Master Ball. Henceforth, Lu Yu's first level 1 deity successfully returned. Pokémon, Latios. Level 100. Ability, Levitate. Types, Flying, Dragon. Strength, Elite Master Level. Skills, Draco Meteor, Hyper Voice, Dragon Pulse, Hurricane, Outrage, Roar of Time. Intimacy, 255. Observing the attributes of the Black Latios, Lu Yu felt a subtle smile grace his lips. With the presence of Black Latios, regardless of any trainer or level 1 deity, unless faced with 6 or 7 level 1 deities simultaneously, or encountering the creator god Arceus, Lu Yu could decisively crush and triumph over any opponent. claiming his rightful victory. Thus, the intimacy shared with Pokémon essentially determined whether Lu Yu could reclaim his Pokémon. Fortunately, Black Latios did not disappoint Lu Yu's choice. After expressing a hint of apology to the Sky God, Lu Yu remounted his roaring moon and returned to Earth. Having superpowers is indeed advantageous. Otherwise, a mere mortal would succumb to the lack of oxygen at high altitudes, let alone converse and battle with Latios in outer space. Upon returning to the Taklamakan Desert, Lu Yu observed personnel from the Pokémon League entering the core area to begin treating the fallen desert Pokémon. He promptly made his way to the Pokémon Center in W City, as he had not forgotten that during his recent battle with Deoxys, nearly all of his Pokémon had sustained significant injuries. Many Pokémon, such as the Shiny Bagon and the Garchomp, had been severely wounded, and their continued ability to fight was solely reliant on sheer will. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center in W City, Lu Yu entrusted all his Pokémon to Nurse Joy, excluding Latios. The others, including the Ancient Sword Leopard, Ancient Jade Fish, and Moltres, were all left under Nurse Joy's care. However, due to the overwhelming number of incapacitated Pokémon in the Taklamakan Desert, an excessive number of medical personnel had been dispatched from nearby provinces, leaving only Nurse Joy and a Chansey in W City. To restore Lu Yu's Pokémon stamina and provide treatment would require at least one full night. Moreover, upon seeing that among Lu Yu's Pokémon were 3 divine beings requiring treatment, even the well-experienced Nurse Joy gaped in disbelief. The renowned trainer Lu Yu was now a household name, known far and wide, even in the new province, where his recent escapades had garnered significant attention. Yet, considering the recent events in the Taklamakan Desert and Lu Yu's numerous severely injured Pokémon, including divine beings, it was evident that Lu Yu was one of the key figures in this unfolding saga. With this in mind, Nurse Joy promptly began treating Lu Yu's Pokémon. Meanwhile, the online community buzzed with discussions regarding Lu Yu and the actions of the Pokémon League, particularly after witnessing drone footage revealing the numerous Pokémon incapacitated in the vast expanse of the Taklamakan Desert. It was clear to all that a formidable deity had emerged in the heart of this arid wilderness, leading to such a terrifying predicament. As a result, the internet was abuzz with speculation. Ultimately, an official announcement from the Pokémon League confirmed that the reigning champion, Cynthia, alongside the renowned trainer Lu Yu, had successfully resolved the crisis in the Taklamakan Desert. Most notably, news of the appearance of the Sky God, Rayquaza, also circulated, and once the matter was settled, the criticisms aimed at the Pokémon League swiftly dissipated. The Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League's officials vehemently condemned the opportunistic behavior that had arisen amidst the chaos. With the emergence of Rayquaza, discussions about this incident escalated, particularly after trainers shared images online of Lu Yu arriving at the W City Pokémon Center, visibly exhausted and worn. Many netizens expressed their sympathy. It's truly perplexing whether the upper echelons of the Pokémon League are deluded, questioning if someone like Lu Yu could be an undercover agent for Team Rocket. Hasn't Lu Yu always been dedicated to the interests of our Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League? Heroes toil silently behind the scenes, and our stable lives are a testament to the protection afforded by these powerful individuals. Rumors circulated that nearly all of Lu Yu's Pokémon had sustained severe injuries. What kind of deity would necessitate the combined efforts of Champion Cynthia and Lu Yu, along with Rayquaza, to resolve such a crisis? Regarding the online chatter, Lu Yu paid little heed, instead receiving messages from Lin Yuna and Dacto, who reached out to reassure him of their well-being. Lu Yu then proceeded to the special care unit of the Pokémon Center, gazing at his Pokémon, a wave of guilt washing over him. At that moment, his shiny Garchomp and shiny Salamence were both wrapped in bandages, despite their robust physiques. The injuries sustained from the battle with the deity would require several days for recovery. Even the elite Pokémon, such as the Talonflame, had not emerged unscathed. Upon Lu Yu's entrance, his Pokémon, who had previously exhibited signs of pain, fell into a serene silence, seemingly attempting to convey that they were untroubled. Recognizing their sentiments, Lu Yu chose not to address them directly. However, in the coming week, Lu Yu would remain in W City, awaiting the recovery of his Pokémon, allowing himself a brief respite. Reflecting on his journey, Lu Yu had been in the field for over 6 months, with less than 2 months remaining until the year-end championship. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to 2 months prior. Firstly, he had acquired a unique fighting prowess among the deities, with the Black Rayquaza leading the charge. Secondly, he possessed 4 Pokémon of master-level strength: the Shiny Sylveon, Roaring Moon, Blaziken, and Shiny Garchomp. Notably, the time had come for Sylveon to rotate, and this time Lu Yu chose to reunite it with its parents. Upon returning, Sylvian was taken aback to see all of Lu Yu's Pokémon injured. Fortunately, Lu Yu himself was unharmed. Otherwise, she would have deeply regretted it. In the third tier of strength were the ancient deities, the ancient sword leopard, the ancient jade fish, and the firebird, who had not yet reached their peak but still stood formidable. However, compared to the two disaster Pokémon, the firebird was somewhat inferior. The master-level Pokémon, including the Dragapult and Garchomp, ranked at level 91, their combat abilities closely rivaling those of the three great deities, though the firebird could hardly contend with these two quasi-deities. Following that were the champion-level Pokémon, aside from the imminent encounter with the enormous Toxapex and the Sun Pokémon, who remained with their parents, Garchomp, Lucario, and Gyarados constituted the fourth tier of strength. Notably, the magical mask Meowth had ascended to the champion level due to this battle, finally breaking through that threshold. The final tier comprised the peak-level Pokémon, including the Scyther and Arcanine, along with the mid-level Talonflame. As for the shiny Gengar, it had just recently stepped into the Quasi-King tier. Chapter 105. The March Deadline, the return of the Ocean Pokémon. With such a formidable tier of strength, Lu Yu could effortlessly defeat several master-level trainers, even without Rayquaza's involvement. Thus, his true intention had never been to become the strongest in the world. Rather, he had embarked on this adventure to reclaim his Pokémon and uncover the truth behind his transmigration. After all, if one were to claim the title of the strongest, it seemed he had already achieved that status. Of course, one could not dismiss the existence of well-concealed adversaries, so it would be prudent to remain cautious. With Lu Yu's prowess, he could undoubtedly stand among the pinnacle of the current era, confidently asserting himself as the second strongest, even against opponents wielding deities. Even if they were quasi-deities, the odds were still in Lu Yu's favor. After spending 5 days in W City, once all of his Pokémon had fully recovered, Lu Yu set out to fulfill his agreement with the enormous Toxapex, riding Roaring Moon towards the East Sea. As Roaring Moon was an ancient breed, with only a handful existing worldwide, witnesses defined Lu Yu's aerial passage as the emergence of a new Pokémon. In terms of the Pokédex, there was scant information, merely encapsulated by the term mysterious. After several hours of travel, Lu Yu returned to Zhejiang province and arrived at the designated meeting spot by the East Sea, awaiting the arrival of the enormous Toxapex. However, perhaps due to unforeseen circumstances, the agreed time passed without its appearance, leaving Lu Yu anxious. He had no choice but to send out Gyarados to search for the whereabouts of the gigantic Toxapex in the East Sea. 3 days later, a tremendous roar echoed from the shore, and as Lu Yu activated his psychic abilities, he finally spotted a familiar silhouette approaching. Indeed, it was none other than Lu Yu's Gyarados, accompanied by the enormous Toxapex. Upon their return, Lu Yu was filled with joy and released all his Pokémon, except for the deities, to prepare for Toxapex's arrival. It's worth noting that the enormous Toxapex had arrived nearly 10 days later than their 3-month agreement. After all, Lu Yu himself had delayed his return by a week due to his Pokémon's injuries in the new province. Nevertheless, as long as Toxapex arrived safely, there would be no issues. Upon seeing Lu Yu again, the enormous Toxapex emerged from the sea, peering out with a ripple pattern in its eyes, exuding a friendly demeanor toward Lu Yu. Observing Toxapex's expression, Lu Yu shared the good news that he had avenged it significantly during the battle with Team Rocket. At this, Toxapex's expression shifted, feeling regretful for not being by Lu Yu's side, pondering how it might have contributed to the battle against Team Rocket. After exchanging pleasantries, the enormous Toxapex extended its tentacles, bringing forth a multitude of Pokémon from behind, revealing a throng of water-type Pokémon. A swarm of Squirtless, Wartortles, and a remarkably resilient Blastoise led the procession, followed by numerous water-type Pokémon such as Froakie, Greninja, Marill, and Water Fairy, all lined up before Lu Yu. Upon witnessing these Pokémon, a profound sense of connection enveloped Lu Yu. These extraordinary Pokémon were originally captured by Lu Yu from the 7-star Titanium Pit, and in his leisure time, he took the initiative to hatch several initial and second-stage Pokémon. For instance, the Greninja, of which there exists only a single specimen on the entire map, can only be captured when the 7-star Titanium Pit is activated. Upon a successful capture, a phrase is inscribed, the strongest Greninja, and it can only be captured once. The later appearances of Blastoise and similar Pokémon essentially continued this trend, allowing them to be captured in the Vermilion and Amethyst versions. Thus, it is no surprise that the mere return of Blastoise and Greninja signifies the emergence of master-level formidable Pokémon, leading to a significant enhancement in Lu Yu's overall strength. At this point, he has successfully gathered 6 master-level Pokémon for the first time, and his anticipation for the upcoming battle with Dacto grows ever more intriguing. Besides the Greninja and Blastoise lineage, there are also the Water Fairy Pokémon and its sister, the Sun Pokémon, which is a Water-type Pokémon of champion caliber. Another champion-level Pokémon is the beloved of Gyarados, Milotic. Indeed, Luyu himself is uncertain why Milotic has formed a bond with his Gyarados. Perhaps it is due to their shared history as once the weakest Pokémon, fostering mutual understanding. Regardless, the more Pokémon he retrieves, the more elated Luyu becomes. Additionally, he possesses two elite-level Pokémon, namely Psyduck and Shellder. Similarly, two combined Pokémon, the formidable duo of Chinchou and Milotic, have also returned to Luyu's side. Chinchou is a pure water-type Pokémon, while Milotic is a dragon-water hybrid, existing in conjunction with Chinchou. When they unite, Milotic merges into Chinchou's form, significantly enhancing Chinchou's capabilities. Beyond these, the remainder are primarily pre-elite level Pokémon, such as light-bodied Cod and Psyduck, totaling over 20 Pokémon. Unlike the previously recognized Pokémon, these have returned to Luyu in hopes of regaining their freedom rather than continuing to accompany him. Naturally, Luyu acquiesced to the Pokémon's wishes, releasing them one by one until only the remaining Pokémon congregated near the shoreline. 8 Pokémon, including Blastoise, Greninja, Chinchou, Milotic, the Water Fairy, and both Psyduck and Shellder, boast strength exceeding that of elite-level Pokémon, totaling around 20 Pokémon. The sudden influx of returning Pokémon far exceeds Luyu's initial collection, leaving him pleasantly astonished. Consequently, he prepared a grand feast to ensure all Pokémon were well fed, leading him to a new revelation. No, it would not be accurate to call it a new idea, for it had been conceived long ago but never realized. Chapter 106, Eastern Sea Island, named Penglai. Previously, Luyu had envisioned constructing a villa as a dwelling and resting place for himself and his Pokémon. Once he reunites with all his Pokémon, the number could easily reach hundreds, and he could invite his family to join him. This location would become the most formidable and impenetrable sanctuary in the world. While Luyu once contemplated establishing a gym, he now found himself entertaining a different notion, that is to seek out an island overseas, hire a construction team, and build an opulent estate as a new home for himself and his Pokémon. With this thought ignited, Luyu could no longer restrain himself, promptly addressing his water-type Pokémon, inquiring if they would be willing to reside in his new home on an island overseas, should he pursue that course. Those Pokémon who initially intended to depart were momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, the overwhelming majority expressed their willingness to relocate to the island alongside Luyu, delighted by their response. Luyu was fortunate to have previously marked the released Pokémon with the Water Fairy's superpower insignia as a token. This means that once Luyu's new home is established, those Pokémon wishing to return to the island and live with him need not concern themselves with whether they stay or go. Moreover, when Luyu eventually becomes the world's strongest, he could even establish a gym on this island for trainers from the Pokémon League to challenge him. Those who gain Luyu's approval would, in turn, achieve recognition as esteemed trainers, akin to elite status. This prospect holds immense allure for both Luyu and the challengers. With determination, Luyu withdrew all his Pokémon into their Pokeballs and promptly soared to the eastern coast aboard his majestic Pokémon, the Roaring Moon. Simultaneously, he contacted champion Cynthia and elite trainer Zhang Fantian, seeking to acquire ownership of an island within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League territory, naturally informing them of his intentions. Only with their consent could Luyu's plans come to fruition. After all, one is the reigning champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, akin to a top authority, while the other is the foremost of the 4 elite trainers, essentially the second in command. If they had no objections, everything could proceed according to Luyu's vision. Once Luyu laid out his proposal, Zhang Fantian readily agreed, and after much contemplation, Cynthia, perhaps feeling a tinge of guilt or seeking to curry favor after learning of Luyu's true strength, readily acquiesced. Thus, after 3 days of thorough searching along the Eastern Sea, Luyu finally discovered an island of considerable size, featuring a diverse ecosystem including small hills, rivers, woods, and plains. Its total area is approximately 1,000 square kilometers, more than half the size of Jeju Island. After greeting Cynthia and Zhang Fantian, this uninhabited island became Luyu's new sanctuary. Although located in the Eastern Sea, this island is adjacent to the easternmost reaches of the sea, bordering the Pacific Ocean. This geographical advantage explains why Luyu ultimately secured this island. As a result, he contacted several construction teams and invited his parents to oversee the project. Luyu transferred 100 billion to their accounts to commence the design of his new home. Simultaneously, he released all his Pokémon, preparing to enjoy a well-deserved respite on this island. With a few powerful yet non-combative Pokémon remaining at home, he could rest easy knowing his family's safety was ensured. Time flowed steadily within Lu Yu's plans, and the construction progress in the world of Pokémon was astonishingly rapid, given Lu Yu's ample funding. In a mere month, a luxurious estate rose from the ground, capable of accommodating an entire team of battle-ready companions. Naturally, as a trainer who relishes adventure and exploration, Lu Yu would not linger here indefinitely. After naming this island Penglai, he set out once more, accompanied by the formidable Tentacruel and a host of master-level water-type Pokémon, to continue searching the seas for more of his Pokémon to bring to this new island. Certainly, during this past month, Lu Yu has been quite industrious, seeking out all the Pokémon he had previously released. The vast majority of these creatures expressed a desire to return, while a few, such as Bada Fei, chose not to, and Lu Yu did not press the matter further. Presently, the number of Pokémon residing on Penglai Island has exceeded 3 digits. This signifies that Lu Yu has successfully recalled over 1/10, and perhaps even approaching 1/5, of his original count of more than 1,000 Pokémon. As January 2017 draws to a close and the new year approaches, the Grand Championship is scheduled for this time, marking it as the most anticipated event of the year for the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League. This year, the championship will commence in February, with less than a month remaining, officially starting on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Hence, Lu Yu decided to allow the water-type Pokémon to return in half a month before embarking on his final journey prior to the championship, traveling from south to north towards the imperial capital. Upon learning of Lu Yu's overseas venture in establishing an island, Dak Duo, Lin Yuner, and a number of gym leaders from Zhejiang all expressed a desire to come and stay for a while, especially Lin Yuner, who, having developed fond feelings for Lu Yu, sought every opportunity during her breaks to visit him, claiming that Penglai Island's picturesque scenery was the perfect retreat. Lu Yu made no significant objections to her visits. Yet their relationship remained largely unchanged, characterized merely by mutual affection. In contrast, Lu Yu's sister, Lu Yan, and his parents, after spending some time on Penglai, chose to depart once more, as, truth be told, humans are social creatures. While staying in such a place for a while is pleasant, the thought of being confined to the island for a lifetime would indeed be dull. Unlike Lu Yu, who possesses a limited social circle, they understood that if they were to leave permanently, they would never again see their old friends. Lu Yu comprehended this perspective, insisting, however, that upon their return, they must bring at least one champion-level Pokémon for protection. Once matters were settled, Lu Yu traversed through Su Province, making his way to Shan Province. Notably, perhaps due to the mass return of water-type Pokémon, Lu Yu's luck seemed to have dwindled, as he encountered none of his Pokémon throughout all of Su Province, a rather peculiar occurrence. However, upon stepping into Shan Province, he felt a sudden surge of awareness. Chapter 107, Red Lotus Knight and Azure Flame Reaper. At this moment, atop the majestic Taishan, renowned as How Does the Mount Tai Compare, and celebrated for its breathtaking vistas, a trainer riding the roaring moon arrived at this famed peak. Overwhelmed by the grandeur before him, Lu Yu could not help but stretch out his arms, embracing the magnificent scenery before embarking on his adventure atop Taishan. In truth, capturing Pokémon on Taishan is prohibited due to the nearby Taishan Nature Reserve. However, such regulations hold little weight for a top-tier trainer like Lu Yu. Moreover, his purpose for being there was to seek out his own Pokémon, not to capture others within the confines of the reserve. Had he harbored such intentions, he could have easily captured numerous fire-type Pokémon around Flame Mountain. But he refrained from doing so. As Lu Yu journeyed for over 7 months and recovered more and more Pokémon, his desire to capture new ones diminished significantly. After all, a person's energy is finite. It is implausible for Lu Yu to possess a battle-ready team exceeding 1,000 Pokémon, as he would likely not experience enough battles to justify such a number in his lifetime. Consequently, Lu Yu has become increasingly selective in choosing which Pokémon to recall. Those who do not relish battles are generally not invited to participate in competitions. Pokémon that prefer the tranquility of Penglai Island, having formed new families, are also not taken away. Nevertheless, Lu Yu currently has no less than 28 Pokémon capable of battle, and with the upcoming Grand Championship in half a month, not all of them can be deployed. Should other trainers learn of Lu Yu's predicament in selecting which Pokémon to battle with in the championship, they would surely be astounded. How is it possible that the strongest lineups of provincial champions consist of merely 6 Pokémon, with perhaps 1 or 2 swapped due to opponents? While Lu Yu struggles with his selections, surely, the outcome seems predetermined. As Lu Yu reached the summit of Taishan, an unusual sensation surged within his heart. At that moment, a humanoid Pokémon, towering nearly 3 meters, emerged from his left side, adorned with a fiery crown and a mesmerizing blend of red, yellow, and black hues, reminiscent of a valiant general. Upon seeing this creature, Luyu immediately recognized it as the exclusive Pokémon from Pokémon Scarlet, the Red Lotus Knight, evolved from the Carbon Little Servant. Simultaneously, another humanoid Pokémon gradually appeared to Luyu's right. Unlike the Red Lotus Knight, this other creature, also an evolution of the Carbon Little Servant, was entirely purple, with arms resembling flaming swords, clearly the embodiment of a vengeful spirit assassin. Indeed, the second Pokémon manifesting before Luyu was none other than the exclusive Pokémon from Pokémon Violet, the Azure Flame Reaper. Both the Red Lotus Knight and the Azure Flame Reaper are evolutions of the Carbon Little Servant, and both possess commendable combat abilities. Particularly, the Azure Flame Reaper wields the ability Requiem Blade, which restores its health while attacking opponents, making it even more striking than the Red Lotus Knight. However, Luyu initially purchased the Scarlet version, trading for the Violet exclusive with a friend. As time passed, after utilizing the Red Lotus Knight in numerous battles, Luyu developed a deep appreciation for its prowess, feeling it bore similarities to the Fire Chicken. Yet, Luyu was somewhat taken aback by the presence of both Pokémon at Taishan, seemingly eager to spar and test their strengths. In the next instant, as the two Pokémon met, a cataclysmic showdown erupted. As Fire-type Pokémon, sharing common evolutionary roots and possessing psychic and ghostly attributes, their rivalry was unquestionable. After more than half an hour of intense confrontation, the two Pokémon withdrew simultaneously, and Luyu cautiously peered out. Enough already. Why do you both appear as fierce rivals in this world? Upon hearing Luyu's words, both the Red Lotus Knight and the Azure Flame Reaper paused in surprise, seemingly unprepared for the presence of a third party atop Taishan during their usual duels. Yet, in the next moment, both Pokémon expressed their bewilderment, sensing an inexplicable familiarity in Luyu's voice and aura. Upon recognizing Luyu, the Red Lotus Knight and the Azure Flame Reaper were momentarily stunned. Then, in an instant, they rushed to Luyu's side, their faces alight with excitement. Indeed, these two were undoubtedly Luyu's Pokémon from the past, both of exceptional caliber. As he gazed upon the Radiant Flame Knight and the Spectral Blade Demon, Luyu was suddenly struck by an uncanny sensation akin to Song Jiang's encounter at Shadow Mountain, where he crossed paths with the dueling young Lord Lu Feng and the valiant General Guosheng. As for why the two Pokémon had failed to detect Luyu moments ago, it was undoubtedly due to the ethereal powers of the fairy Pokémon. Luyu mused that even a routine search would not reveal his presence. Only a certain Mutuo from Team Rocket could potentially breach the fairy Pokémon's extraordinary defense. Naturally, Luyu's caution was also a response to the threat of Team Rocket. Having already dispatched one of their generals, he felt an inevitable retaliation loomed on the horizon. Thus, he had been concealing his whereabouts throughout his journey. The outcome, however, did not disappoint him, as both Pokémon expressed their desire to accompany him, leading him to return them to their Pokeballs for a status check. Pokémon Flame Knight. Level 100. Ability, Blaze. Type, Fire, Psychic. Strength, Leader Tier. Skills, Magical Flame. Scorched Earth, Smoke Screen, Armored Cannon, Wide Area Assault, Shared Fate. Affection, 255. Pokémon, Spectral Blade Demon. Level 100. Ability, Blaze. Type, Fire Ghost. Strength, Leader Tier. Skills, Nightshade. Scorched Earth, Smoke Screen, Remorse Blade, Flashing Flame Charge, Will-O-Wisp. Affection, 255. Chapter 108. The Armored Mutuo reappears, a clash with a legendary Pokémon. When it comes to the Flame Knight and the Spectral Blade Demon, their striking aesthetics undoubtedly rank them among the most visually stunning Pokémon in the recently launched Pokémon Scarlet and Violet. How could trainers possibly resist such powerful and handsome creatures? However, perhaps due to the novelty of the Scarlet and Violet version, many in this Pokémon world remain oblivious to certain new Pokémon, even though Titanization has become a viable strategy in battles. Take, for instance, the ancient species known as Roaring Moon, often referred to as a paradox Pokémon. Despite its inclusion in the Pokédex, a significant number of trainers remain unaware of it, let alone the average person. Similarly, many are unfamiliar with the Flame Knight and the Spectral Blade Demon. Although Luyu has managed to retrieve numerous Pokémon, only a handful are genuinely willing to engage in battle and participate in Pokémon competitions. Yet, it is evident that these two leader-tier Pokémon are not among the reluctant. Observing their daily contests for supremacy atop Mount Tai, Luyu recognizes them as a peculiar pair within his roster. It is rather amusing, whether by fate or mere chance, that these two Pokémon, which evolved from the same species and were never meant to confront one another, have become rivals. Within Lu Yu's collection, they have persistently vied for superiority over each other. Understanding their competitive spirit, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile slightly, conceiving an excellent strategy for their future Pokémon League encounters. There would undoubtedly be challengers aplenty, with master-level trainers whose prowess rivals their own. In due course, it would come down to who could defeat more opponents, and that would be the true measure of their strength. Upon hearing Lu Yu's proposal, both the Flame Knight and the Spectral Blade Demon paused in surprise before breaking into smiles, tacitly agreeing to his suggestion. However, just as Lu Yu prepared to depart Mount Tai and continue his journey northward, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Flame Knight, being a psychic type, was the first to react, fixating intently on the horizon and assuming a battle stance, as if sensing a formidable adversary's approach. Witnessing this display, the Spectral Blade Demon, both rival and ally, swiftly ignited its twin swords, glaring fiercely ahead. Simultaneously, the fairy Pokémon approached Lu Yu, and at that moment, the 3-leader tier Pokémon sensed a grave threat looming. This sudden shift caught Lu Yu off guard as well. When his own psychic abilities detected the alterations in the surrounding space, his expression turned serious. He had a strong inkling of the identity of the approaching foe. As anticipated, it was the retaliation from Team Rocket that he had long feared. Indeed, standing before Lu Yu was an armored Mewtwo, encased in a special metal that revealed only its piercing eyes. Had Team Rocket launched their assault a month earlier, when his Pokémon were severely injured and he had yet to recover his Rayquaza, Lu Yu would have undoubtedly been no match for this legendary Pokémon. But now, with Rayquaza as his trump card, Lu Yu felt confident against the Mewtwo, especially considering he commanded a roster of 8-leader tier Pokémon. Today, he was eager to witness the outcome of an 8-on-1 battle against the armored Mewtwo. Thus, he summoned his Tyranitar, Roaring Moon, Blaziken, Blastoise, and Greninja, unleashing them all and initiating Mega Evolution for Tyranitar. The new battle commenced, 8 against 1, one of which was a Mega Evolved Tyranitar. Any ordinary master-level trainer would find themselves overwhelmed by Lu Yu's formidable lineup. Yet, the adversary was a legendary Pokémon of the same leader tier. Despite the armor slightly diminishing its combat efficacy, it remained a force to be reckoned with. Mega Tyranitar unleashed a Sandstorm, employing Rock Slide, while Roaring Moon executed Crunch, Blaziken utilized Blaze Kick, and Greninja and Blastoise unleashed Hydro Pump. The fairy Pokémon cast Shining Magic, and the Flame Knight unleashed Scorched Earth, while the Spectral Blade Demon struck with the Remorse Blade. Following Lu Yu's commands, the 8-leader tier Pokémon launched a simultaneous assault. It is worth noting that among the leader tier Pokémon, 3 were of the Fire type, highlighting Lu Yu's evident affinity for Fire-type creatures. As the battle erupted, the armored Mewtwo regarded the advancing Pokémon with disdain, offering a derisive smile before raising its right hand to unleash an overwhelming psychic wave. This force radiated an aura reminiscent of a divine beast's oppressive presence, compelling Lu Yu and all his Pokémon to entertain thoughts of submission. However, even against a legendary Pokémon, the notion of surrender was nothing more than a delusion. After a brief standoff, it was the Flame Knight, being a psychic type, who first discerned the vulnerabilities within the psychic web and adeptly broke through. With the breach established, the Spectral Blade Demon followed suit, unleashing 2 intersecting azure flames toward the armored Mewtwo. Seeing 2 Pokémon breach its defenses startled the armored Mewtwo momentarily. Yet, it quickly ceased holding back, activating its protective shield and charging directly at Lu Yu's Pokémon. Despite the collective might of the Pokémon executing their strongest attacks, they failed to shatter the Mewtwo's shield, instead being sent scattering by the force of its assault. It was evident that even 8-leader tier Pokémon were no match for a legendary. Nonetheless, maintaining a temporary balance was still achievable. Lu Yu's decision to engage the armored Mewtwo with his Pokémon rather than deploying Rayquaza was a strategic move aimed at honing the courage of his elite Pokémon to face a divine beast in battle. To strive for greatness despite knowing the odds is the foundation for reaching even greater heights. After more than an hour of intense battle, the first to fall was the Water Arrow Turtle, prompting Lu Yu to abandon any further attempts at training. With a swift motion, he produced a Master Ball. As the crimson light flickered, a colossal black dragon, stretching several dozen meters, suddenly emerged, opening its gaping maw towards the armored Mewtwo. This formidable black dragon was none other than Lu Yu's trump card, the shiny Rayquaza. Chapter 109. Sakake's Fury, the flags lowered. Ordinary Pokémon at the Master level can only be defeated by those of the first Divine tier. Even second-tier deities, when faced with Pokémon of the Master level, would find it exceedingly difficult to secure victory. Yet, there exist those unreasonable beings, the first-tier gods, even artificial Pokémon, that possess such terrifying combat prowess, capable of defeating Lu Yu's water arrow turtle. The prolonged combat served once more to deepen Lu Yu's understanding of the vast chasm between ordinary Pokémon and divine beasts. To be candid, had Lu Yu not been focused on attacking but rather sought to retreat for self-preservation, it would likely have been an easy endeavor. However, the opposing Pokémon was a psychic-type divine beast, leaving no avenue for escape. In fact, Lu Yu had never contemplated fleeing, with Rayquaza by his side. The notion of retreat had become utterly irrelevant. Thus, as the roaring dragon-type divine beast materialized, the armored Mutwo finally halted its advance, hovering in the sky, devoid of any further movement. Even Mutwo could sense the terrifying power emanating from the black dragon before it, a force that was at least on par with its own tier. Meanwhile, Sakaki, the leader of Team Rocket, was observing Mutwo's actions through a display screen. Initially, he wore a mocking expression at the sight of Lu Yu deploying 8 Pokémon to battle Mutwo, but as time passed, his demeanor darkened considerably. As a master-level trainer, perhaps even one who had reached the pinnacle of the Pokémon hierarchy, Sakaki was acutely aware of the disparity between first-tier gods and his own Pokémon. The fact that Lu Yu could engage in a prolonged battle against a first-tier god with 8 ordinary Pokémon was ample evidence that his Pokémon were, at the very least, master level, if not at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. This meant that should Team Rocket wish to trouble Lu Yu, confronting him without Mutwo would be tantamount to delivering themselves to their doom. Even Sakaki himself dared not claim he could defeat Lu Yu. After more than an hour of combat, as the creator of Mutwo, Sakaki understood well that Mutwo had not held back at all during this time. Even if Sakaki sent out all of his ace Pokémon, including the Mega-Evolved Beedrill, it would be impossible for them to withstand Mutwo for an hour. Thus, astonished by Lu Yu's strength, Sakaki began to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, upon witnessing Lu Yu unleash a Master Ball to summon the Black Rayquaza, he could no longer remain seated. Wasn't it his inability to capture a first-tier god that had led him to resort to utilizing Mew's genes to clone an artificial divine beast to combat first-tier gods and the Pokémon League? Now he found himself witnessing the realization of a dream he would never achieve, executed by a genius youth opposing him, an actual shining first-tier god. How could this not leave Sakaki astounded? After his initial shock, Sakaki slumped down, his mind beginning to clear. Yet he still wished to observe the power comparison between Mutwo and the Black Rayquaza to ascertain if any disparity existed. If no difference was found, the plan could still proceed. However, if Mutwo proved to be no match for the shiny Rayquaza, then Team Rocket would need to devise a completely new strategy against Lu Yu. At this moment, the armored Mutwo's expression changed as it faced the suddenly materialized Black Rayquaza. As a clone created by Team Rocket scientists, infused with various powerful Pokémon DNA, Mutwo had been instilled with the notion of being the world's strongest since its inception. Indeed, since its birth, it had decimated opponents with ease. Even in battling Lu Yu, it had maintained a significant advantage, and thus, despite Lu Yu possessing a first-tier god as a trump card, Mutwo was more than willing to engage in combat, eager to proclaim to the world its status as the king. In the next instant, the armored Mutwo unleashed its formidable psychic powers, attempting to predict Rayquaza's movements. Subsequently, it fired 3 successive shadow balls directly at Rayquaza. Unfazed by Mutwo's assault, Rayquaza's battle spirit surged. It understood that if Lu Yu had summoned it, the opponent it faced was surely a divine beast. Naturally combative, Rayquaza thrived in the face of formidable foes, and upon receiving Lu Yu's command, unleashed a Dragon Pulse. With a thunderous crash, the Dragon Pulse collided with the 3 shadow balls, resulting in a massive explosion. In this initial clash, neither side was able to claim victory. Indeed, even if the Black Rayquaza's power far surpassed that of an ordinary first-tier god, Mutwo was still revered as the strongest Pokémon of the first generation, possessing its own advantages. Furthermore, true strength in battle is not solely determined by raw power. Various environmental factors and one's condition play a significant role to truly determine the superiority of first-tier gods. A prolonged engagement is essential. Of course, this does not apply to Dialga and Palkia, who are considered archenemies of Rayquaza and lack divine status, thus excluded from this discussion. As the battle between Rayquaza and Mutwo intensified, the Black Rayquaza suddenly swung its immense tail toward the armored Mutwo. In response to this attack, Mutwo executed a swift teleportation to evade, then utilized Future Sight. Witnessing this, Lu Yu's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to issue a command to Rayquaza. Rayquaza, concentrate your Destruction Ray, and fire towards the 11 o'clock direction in 3 seconds. Upon receiving Lu Yu's order, the black Rayquaza complied without hesitation, gathering the orange-yellow energy in its mouth, then unleashing it with a fierce explosion. At that precise moment, the armored Mutwo appeared directly in the path of the Destruction Ray, resulting in a successful hit. Seeing this unfold, a slight smirk appeared on Lu Yu's lips. While Psychic-type divine beasts possess immense psychic power, the instantaneous teleportation within spatial fluctuations allowed Lu Yu, as a Psychic-type user, to perceive an opening. Enduring the full force of Rayquaza's attack, Mutwo's armor shattered. As it felt a portion of its armored protection dissipate, Mutwo sensed its control over its body strengthening, and its cognitive abilities sharpening, as if recalling something profound. Observing this scene from the Team Rocket base, Sakaki immediately commanded the armored Mutwo to return to the base while issuing orders to all Team Rocket members. In the near future, all members of Team Rocket must avoid provoking Lu Yu. Upon hearing the latest directive from Team Rocket, the cadre members displayed expressions of confusion. Yet Sakaki offered no explanations. The phone shattered, the mindset crumbled, and it felt as though he had been beset by misfortune recently. What a predicament. Chapter 110, New Year. The championship tournament commences. Indeed, Sakaki found himself at a loss. He had imagined that by creating a Mutwo with powers rivaling those of a legendary Pokémon, his ambitions and dreams would come to fruition, allowing him to become the sovereign of the entire world. However, who could have anticipated that a young trainer, fresh on the scene, would capture a legendary Pokémon, a shiny Rayquaza, within just a month of his debut? Such formidable power posed a significant threat to his meticulously crafted plans. Moreover, as a synthetic Pokémon, Mutwo possessed immense strength. Had it not been for its formidable armor, even Sakaki would find it challenging to command it effortlessly. Consequently, after a portion of Mutwo's armor was shattered, Sakaki promptly ordered its retreat to the base. If the armor continued to crumble, he could not guarantee his ability to maintain control over Mutwo. In the next moment, as the black Rayquaza prepared to unleash a powerful move, the armored Mutwo vanished instantaneously, the space quivering briefly before settling into stillness. Once the armored Mutwo had departed, Lu Yu felt a surge of apprehension. Yet after a prolonged wait without any further sign from Mutwo, he finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, with Rayquaza at his side, Lu Yu felt considerably safer. Otherwise, facing Team Rocket alongside Mutwo would have presented a substantial threat. Now, however, he remained utterly unperturbed. Even if Team Rocket harbored greater animosity towards him after today's battle or sought to seize Rayquaza from him, Lu Yu felt undaunted, believing he could confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Retrieving Rayquaza, Lu Yu released his Blastoise once more, administering healing ointment before tending to the wounds of his other 7 gym leader-level Pokémon. Although Blastoise ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, this encounter differed from his prior battle against Deoxys. During that clash, Banjira and the other Pokémon fought with all their might. This time, although the armored Mutwo was indeed formidable, it had not truly aimed to kill, and Lu Yu's Pokémon were all at peak levels, boasting commendable recovery abilities. Thus, there was no need for an extended stay of 5 days at the Pokémon Center as before. After successfully recapturing the Flame Armor Rider and the Azure Flame Blade Ghost in Mount Tai, gaining 2 powerful allies and repelling Team Rocket's assault, Lu Yu set his sights on the North Province. A passage through the North Province would lead him to the Imperial capital, and with only a few days remaining until the commencement of the championship tournament, he felt a tinge of regret at having to spend this year's New Year's Eve alone. On January 28, 2017, New Year's Eve, Lu Yu arrived at the Imperial capital, and upon registering in the player area, he received a call from Lin Yunei. Initially, he thought little of it, but upon answering, he discovered that she was also in the contestant village and had not returned home for the holiday. Intrigued by this revelation, Lu Yu blurted out, "Since you're alone too, would you like to join me for a meal to celebrate a special New Year?" After a 3-second silence, Lin Yunei replied sweetly with an affirmative yes. Thus, the two, unable to celebrate the new year with their families due to the competition, found temporary solace in each other's company, and amidst laughter and conversation, New Year's passed by. On January 29th, the first day of the new year, as the night's grand fireworks display concluded, the long-awaited 2016 National Championship Tournament of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League finally commenced. Within the bird's nest of the Imperial capital, provincial champions from various regions entered amidst the flash of cameras, broadcasting live to the world. Unlike the previous competition Lu Yu participated in, which was aired by the Zhejiang Provincial Television, this national championship tournament was being broadcasted in its entirety by the central television station, reaching audiences worldwide, including in Africa. As the opening ceremony unfolded, the first act featured the torchbearer circling the bird's nest, aided by flying-type Pokémon, successfully igniting the sacred flame. Once lit, the national championship's champion, Sharona, alongside the Elite Four, took the stage for their addresses. After an extensive half-hour, it was finally time for the 24 provincial champions, 4 municipal champions, 5 autonomous region champions, and 2 special administrative region champions to be introduced, a total of 35 competitors. Typically, with 32 participants, direct one-on-one matches would determine the top 16, ultimately leading to the crowning of the champion. However, this was the championship league, and standard rules did not apply. Furthermore, given that all participants were champions from their respective provinces, merely competing in a single match would be quite a discredit to their reputations. Consequently, the championship league's rules dictated that these 35 provincial champions would be divided into 8 groups, each consisting of either 5 or 4 participants, ultimately determining the strongest to advance to the top 8. Within the same group, all members would engage in 3-on-3 battles, scoring points for victories, losing points for defeats, and no points awarded for ties. The highest scorers would then advance to the top 8, followed by a 6-on-6 battle to decide the ultimate champion. Upon hearing this new format, the participants collectively held their breath in anticipation. Among the provincial champions, Lu Yu, the champion from the Zhejiang province, Dakdo, the champion from the imperial capital, and Longxiang, the champion from the magic capital, all maintained calm expressions, seemingly unfazed by the rules. Indeed, these 3 were considered the frontrunners, often referred to as seed players. According to the draw, Lu Yu found himself placed in a group with the champions from Goryeo province, Huanyuan province, Shin province, and Shan province, meaning that to advance to the top 8, he would need to defeat each of them. Notably, Dakdo and Longxiang were not in the same group, and Lin Yune's opponents were also formidable, as any trainer reaching the provincial champion level possesses at least a few peak elite Pokémon. The 8 groups, labeled A to H, placed Lu Yu in Group E, with their battles scheduled for the 5th match. If Lu Yu were to advance to the top 8, his next opponent would be the first place from Group F. Coincidentally, Lin Yune was in Group F, meaning that no matter what, she could only reach the top 8 at most. In the draw, Lu Yu's first opponent was Kim Jae-hyung, the provincial champion from Goryeo province. Chapter 111, the first match. The beginning of a legend. To speak of this place, Lu Yu had never held much fondness for its inhabitants in his past life, given the common perceptions surrounding them. However, in this world, Goryeo had become a province of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, and Lu Yu no longer harbored such sentiments. Nonetheless, he resolved to give his all in battle, as a true trainer ought to respect their opponent. The first match of Group A featured Dakdo, and after his Darkrai effortlessly dispatched 3 opponents without sustaining any damage, Lu Yu couldn't help but express admiration. This fellow was as ostentatious as ever, yet it was undeniable that Darkrai's Dark Void move left few Pokémon capable of escaping its sleep-inducing effects. A subsequent Dream Eater would be more than sufficient to eliminate even top-tier Pokémon. Essentially, none of the competitors reached the championship level, or rather, even the most resolute and determined spirits could not withstand the onslaught of Darkrai. After Darkdo effortlessly dispatched the North Province champion, the audience erupted into cheers. Naturally, the spectators from the North Province wore expressions of disappointment, but ultimately, they were all part of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance. And losing to such a top seed was not a disgrace. Following the matches in Group B, the event proceeded steadily until the commencement of Lu Yu's match, which once again ignited fervent cheers from the crowd. Now, we enter the first battle of the 2016 Annual Championship Challenge, featuring Lu Yu from the Zhejiang Province Pokémon Alliance against Jin Ziheng from the Goryeo Province Pokémon Alliance. The battle will take place on a standard battlefield, with Lu Yu being granted the first move. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he unleashed a Pokeball, revealing a formidable bug and Steel-type Scyther on the battlefield. This Scyther, aside from the magical Masquerade Meow, was the first of Lu Yu's King-level Pokémon to return. Its current strength had reached the pinnacle of King level, so Lu Yu chose it as his vanguard for this inaugural match, hoping it could successfully break through to the championship level. Upon seeing Lu Yu's Scyther, Jin Ziheng revealed a hint of a smile, and in the next moment, as the Pokeball flashed red, a Blaziken appeared, Recognizing the Blaziken, Luyu assessed its strength to be at most High King level, indicating a lack of top-tier talents from Goryeo Province. According to the current classification of strength, High Kings are the champions from each province, representing the final tier. However, in recent years, most provincial champions have exhibited such levels of power. Each individual at the pinnacle of king-level combat would typically possess 1 or 2 such Pokémon. Yet, those who are entirely composed of pinnacle king-level Pokémon are exceedingly rare. Among the 35 champions born each year, having 10 is already considered a substantial number. As for the championship level, currently, aside from Luyu and his companions, there are only 3 others. The master level is attainable by only Luyu, Darkdo, and Longxiang. With even the champion from Magic City, Longxiang, remaining an enigma to Luyu regarding his true strength. Facing a situation where the attributes were not in his favor, Luyu exhibited no signs of concern and commanded Scyther to execute a rapid spin. Following Luyu's command, Scyther transformed into a streak of red lightning, engaging in guerrilla warfare against the Blaziken, which was at a disadvantage in speed, occasionally executing a sword's dance and unleashing flying-type moves. Scyther made it difficult for the Blaziken to cope. Frustrated, the Blaziken decided to retaliate with a blaze kick. In the next moment, heeding his trainer's command, the Blaziken unleashed its full power, sending forth waves of terrifying flames from the ground, nearly engulfing the entire arena, aimed directly at Scyther. Witnessing this scene, Luyu remained unperturbed, merely instructing Scyther to ascend into the air, where it unleashed 2 beams of destructive energy from its arms, striking the Blaziken squarely. As the smoke cleared, the Blaziken's eyes spiraled, completely incapacitated. The second Pokémon, an unfortunate rock-type Tyranitar, was swiftly defeated by Scyther as well. Witnessing the loss of 2 Pokémon in less than 10 minutes, Jin Ziheng's expression darkened, yet the battle must continue. Next, he summoned a Xerneas, a flying and dragon-type Pokémon, which had a clear aerial advantage over Scyther. However, after having undergone 2 rounds of Swords Dance enhancements, Scyther was hardly intimidated by this peak king-level Xerneas. Scyther Thunder Punch, Luyu commanded, and once again, Scyther transformed into a flash of red light, its fists crackling with powerful electricity, striking fiercely against the Xerneas. With 2 successful hits, the Xerneas cried out in agony as it plummeted from the sky, only managing to unleash a dragon pulse before being effortlessly defeated by the charging Scyther. With the Xerneas incapacitated, Scyther emerged victorious, thus securing the win for Luyu from the Zhejiang Province Pokémon Alliance in the first match of Group E. Luyu's victory was unsurprising. However, compared to Darkdo, who had summoned a divine beast to swiftly eliminate opponents, Luyu's display seemed rather subdued. Even though both competitors achieved a clean sweep, Luyu's total time was significantly longer than Darkdo's. Observing this, the naysayers quickly speculated that Luyu's strength was no match for Darkdo, predicting a dismal defeat for him in the future, until the final match of Group H, where Longxiang, regarded alongside Luyu and Darkdo as one of the top seed competitors, finally showcased his prowess. Longxiang's first Pokémon was a desert dragonfly, evidently of a different caliber, at least at the championship level, effortlessly defeating the champion from the port region. In terms of time, Longxiang's victory was much swifter than Luyu's, though still slower than Darkdo's. Consequently, the overall strength of the 3 top seeds was ranked by netizens, with Darkdo, due to the appearance of a divine beast, claiming the top spot. Longxiang, having deployed his main force with ease, secured 2nd place. Luyu was placed 3rd, but some bystanders defended him, noting that he had not deployed his strongest Pokémon in battle. Had his Banette appeared, the match would have concluded long ago. Thus, the first day's 8 matches came to an end. This round-robin format would unfold over 4 days, culminating in the determination of the top 8, paving the way for a comprehensive 6-on-6 battle. Luyu's legendary journey was destined to commence from this point onward. Chapter 112, the second match, All-Out Battle. On January 29, 2017, the second day of the new year, the second match commenced in succession, with Darkdo continuing his winning streak, easily defeating 3 of his opponent's Pokémon with his Darkrai. Observing this, Luyu couldn't help but shake his head. After conferring with his Pokémon the previous night, he learned that all his Pokémon were willing to battle. However, if he continued with the 1 vs 3 format, none would have the opportunity to fight. Thus, Luyu resolved to send out his untested Pokémon for the battles. Once he successfully defeated one of his opponent's Pokémon, he would immediately switch. As for the 1 vs 3 strategy, Luyu deemed it unnecessary, given his extensive roster of Pokémon. Unlike Darkdo and Longxiang, who relied heavily on a limited few. Having made this decision, When it was Lu Yu's turn to face off in the second match, he found himself up against Jiang Xinlei, the champion from the Bei province. Compared to the previous champion from Goryeo province, Jin Ziying, Jiang Xinlei's strength was slightly superior. This was evident as his first Pokemon was a pinnacle king-level Bellossom. Bellossom, it's your time to shine, Lu Yu commanded, summoning his majestic Talonflame to the battlefield. Its hawk-like eyes fixated intently on the Bellossom, as if it were already within its grasp. Seeing Lu Yu seemingly underestimate his opponent by deploying his weakest Pokemon, Jiang Xinlei secretly chuckled, thinking this was an opportunity presented to him. In truth, the participating competitors were already well acquainted with the profiles of the 3 top seeds in this championship. Therefore, Jiang Xinlei's reaction upon the appearance of Talonflame was entirely understandable. However, were Lu Yu to discover that they had deliberately investigated him, perusing all publicly available information, he could only respond, "My apologies, dear friends, but that information is woefully outdated. Flame Arrow Hawk, unleash your fiery charge." Without further ado, Lu Yu promptly commanded the Flame Arrow Hawk, which shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly striking the Great Chrysanthemum. Enduring the brunt of a fire-type attack, the Great Chrysanthemum let out a piercing cry. In that moment, Jiang Xinlei, still astonished by the speed of the Flame Arrow Hawk, finally regained his composure and issued a command to the Great Chrysanthemum. Alas, by then, the Flame Arrow Hawk had already taken flight, evading the attack with ease. "Continue, unleash a torrent of flames." Lu Yu's voice, icy and resolute, sounded like the final decree for the Great Chrysanthemum. The Grass-type's struggle against the Fire-type, coupled with the aerial prowess of its opponent, was a daunting challenge, especially given that the opponent's tactical acumen was far superior to Jiang Xinlei's. Thus, under the overwhelming assault of the Flame Arrow Hawk, the Great Chrysanthemum ultimately succumbed, losing its ability to continue the battle. Observing this spectacle, some familiar with Lu Yu could not help but exhibit expressions of astonishment. The Flame Arrow Hawk was reputedly the weakest Pokemon in Lu Yu's possession, yet he had effortlessly defeated a key Pokemon of a provincial champion, one at the same tier. What level had he truly attained? Nonetheless, it should be noted that Lu Yu's weakest Pokemon was, in fact, the White Jengar, which still lingered at the peak of the Quasi-King level, far from being ready to engage in such a battle. After recalling the Great Chrysanthemum, Jiang Xinlei sent forth his second Pokemon, still at the peak of the King level, this time a Water type, presumably aiming to counter Lu Yu's Flame Arrow Hawk. Oh, a rather rare Swampert, indeed, impressive. Just as everyone expected Lu Yu to allow the Flame Arrow Hawk to engage with the Swampert, he instead withdrew it and summoned his own Psyduck. Psyduck, the Pokemon returning alongside the colossal Tentacruel, possessed both Psychic and Water-type abilities. Although its strength had yet to genuinely reach the peak of the King level, Lu Yu remained confident in his chances of victory. Psyduck, activate Psychic Net and unleash a flurry of attacks. Upon receiving the command, Psyduck extended its claws, teleporting instantaneously behind the Swampert, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. Despite Swampert's formidable ground-sensing abilities, it fell short against a Psychic-type Pokemon. The Hydro Pump attack sent it soaring. The close-range Hydro Pump, infused with psychic energy, propelled Swampert into the air. In the face of Psyduck's combination of skills, Swampert found itself at a distinct disadvantage, quickly following the fate of the Great Chrysanthemum, rendered unable to continue fighting. Witnessing Lu Yu's new Pokemon display its usual dominance, Jiang Xinlei could no longer remain composed. However, with 2 of his King-level Pokemon having suffered such dismal defeats, he pondered the fate of his remaining one, knowing it would likely meet the same end. This realization cast a shadow over his thoughts, as he came to terms with the likelihood of being eliminated from the tournament. After recalling Psyduck and sending forth his final Pokemon, the Rapidash, Jiang Xinlei's last Pokemon, the Magcargo, also succumbed, losing the ability to battle. With Magcargo's defeat, Rapidash claimed victory, thus securing Lu Yu's win in the second match of Group E, earning him a point, bringing his total to 2. Lu Yu was fortunate, as each group had only 1 match per day, considering that the group battles involved 4 or 5 participants competing simultaneously. When the F group's matches commenced, Lu Yu chose not to leave but rather took a keen interest in the audience, watching the battle between Lin Yunei and the new provincial champion. This marked Lin Yunei's first battle in the championship, one of the mere 5 female trainers among the 35 provincial champions. Of course, in terms of appearance, Lin Yunei was somewhat overshadowed by the other 4, yet in terms of strength, Lu Yu believed she was on par. After observing the matches of this group, Lu Yu had come to gauge the overall prowess of the competitors. Seed players like Lu Yu, Dakudo, and Long Xiang were in a league of their own, followed by the champions from Su Province, Sichuan Province, and Jiangcheng, each possessing several Pokémon of championship caliber, though it remained uncertain if they had truly attained champion status. The rest were largely evenly matched, with victories hinging on tactical skill and fortune. Prior to the commencement of the F Group match, Lu Yu reminisced about Lin Yune's support for him, smiling as he accepted a banner from a fan, cheering her on. Chapter 113, The Fourth Battle. Unlike Group E, which comprised 5 contestants, Group F consisted of only 4, meaning the total number of provincial champions across both groups was 9. Both groups had enjoyed favorable luck, requiring only 6 battles to determine the final 4 contenders. However, Lu Yu's 5-person group would have to endure 10 battles to ultimately ascertain the top contender. Consequently, after the 6th battle concluded, 5 of the top 8 had already emerged, while the remaining 3 groups faced 2 to 3 battles daily to catch up. Coincidentally, among the 8 competitors, 5 hailed from the same group as Lu Yu, Dekuto, and Long Xiang. However, as Lu Yu waved Lin Yune's banner in support, the audience erupted with excitement. The two had already sparked rumors, which, although downplayed as merely being in the process of getting to know each other, did not deter the online community. Fans had eagerly established a fan club, and the number of supporters reveling in the drama was substantial. Now, witnessing Lu Yu's unabashed support for Lin Yune, the atmosphere became electric. The gossip far eclipsed the battles themselves. This left those who could only watch the live stream regretting their decision, wishing they had purchased tickets to attend in person. As for Lin Yune, upon seeing Lu Yu's enthusiastic support, she flashed a sweet smile and prepared for her own battle. Lu Yu had not previously encountered Lin Yune's Pokémon, at least not in their entirety, but upon her deploying her true mainstay, he couldn't help but marvel. This girl's potential seemed truly promising, at least with a shot at the championship level. If others were to learn that Lu Yu deemed championship-level strength merely decent, they would likely rush to challenge him, declaring, "Yes, you are impressive, you are aloof. Show us your prowess without relying on luck, and see if you can truly reach that championship level." Indeed, Lin Yune's first Pokémon was the Sylveon, a beginner-level champion Pokémon, which effortlessly dispatched 2 of her opponent's Pokémon. It was not until the 3rd battle that Lin Yune switched to her new Pokémon, a Raichu at the peak of the king level. It seemed her Pokémon were all of the adorable variety, perfectly aligning with her persona. After a whispered remark, the F Group match concluded with Lin Yune's victory, earning her a point. When their gazes met, both smiled, igniting yet another wave of discussion. On the 3rd day, with no battles for Lu Yu, Lin Yune took to the arena again, triumphing once more. This made Lu Yu reflect. It appeared he was destined to face Lin Yune in the quarterfinals, and he wondered if she would end up in tears after their match. In response to Lu Yu's boastful words, Lin Yune became incensed, determined to teach him a lesson, asserting, "Older sister is older than you, so speak respectfully." Until the 4th match, Lu Yu was once again drawn and proceeded to engage in his 3rd battle. With the conclusion of this contest, all he needed was one more victory to effectively end the first round of competition. This time, his opponent was the champion from Shun Province, whose prowess was not to be underestimated. He was indeed qualified to contend for a spot in the top 8. Yet, misfortune struck him as he found himself pitted against Lu Yu, the harbinger of doom in this particular group. The moniker Death Group was bestowed upon them by netizens, for when one faced Lu Yu, Dak Duo, and Long Xiang, even the mightiest would inevitably kneel. As the match commenced, Shun Province's champion, Chi Feiyu, unleashed his champion-level Mighty Crocodile. Unfortunately, it was met with Lu Yu's initial Pokémon, the already champion-tier illusory Mask Meow. Within 3 minutes, the mighty crocodile was brought to its knees. Thus, it is said that luck is a form of strength. Otherwise, if Lu Yu's first Pokémon had been a Pokémon Master level, the battle would have dragged on for at least 10 minutes. For the 2nd round, Lu Yu sent forth his water Pokémon to face Chi Feiyu's fire Pokémon. The fire Pokémon unleashed a fire spin. In response, the water Pokémon launched a water gun attack. The clash between water and fire culminated in the flames' defeat. Observing Lu Yu alter his strategy, the participating competitors and audience were filled with confusion. Was he not the seeded player? Was it not preferable for a seed to sweep the competition? Why change Pokémon? To this, Lu Yu could only express that in a match, victory or defeat is inconsequential. What truly matters is the joy derived from the experience. In the final battle, Lu Yu's Milotic took to the field against a Charizard. However, as it was the last match, Chi Feiyu promptly utilized a Mega Evolution Stone, enabling Charizard to undergo Mega Evolution, transforming into Mega Charizard X, a formidable creature embodying both dragon and fire types. Witnessing this, Lu Yu finally displayed a hint of a smile. Such an opponent was worthy of his utmost effort. Milotic unleashed a water gun. Mega Charizard retaliated with Dragon Pulse. When the attacks of the dragon and water types collided, the empowered Charizard finally gained the upper hand over Milotic, and the Dragon Pulse struck with explosive force. As Chi Feiyu momentarily suppressed Lu Yu, the audience, who had initially thought the outcome was predetermined, suddenly found themselves captivated. To be candid, a one-sided match lacks excitement. When Lu Yu stood there, everyone was aware that victory would undoubtedly belong to him. Thus, when Chi Feiyu managed to momentarily dominate Lu Yu's Milotic with his Mega Charizard, the crowd erupted in cheers. Truth be told, a surprising upset would have been far more thrilling. One could not help but ponder this peculiar mindset. For Lu Yu, however, he remained unfazed. If a Mega Evolution could not even muster this level of power, what merit did it hold? In the next moment, Lu Yu once again commanded Milotic. Milotic, unleash Water Pulse, in rapid succession. After altering the method of skill deployment, Milotic comprehended the instruction instantly and unleashed a swift Water Pulse. Unlike the usual continuous Water Pulse, this time Milotic released a single column of water before pausing to continue the attack. As a result, dozens of water columns appeared in the air, all aimed at Mega Charizard. It is worth noting that among the current 8 masters, many trainers boast a Charizard, which is among the few Pokémon capable of 2 Mega Evolutions. Hence, it naturally attracted numerous trainers' admiration. Even Lu Yu himself had lost count of how many trainers with Charizards he had encountered. Faced with the flurry of small water pulses before him, Mega Charizard was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing its trainer's command to evade, Charizard flapped its wings vigorously. Yet, even with its swift speed and agility, it was unable to escape the overwhelming assault and was struck by Milotic. Once the opponent revealed a vulnerability, it marked the commencement of Lu Yu's decisive move. Milotic now? Use Water Gun. Witnessing Mega Charizard being struck by the barrage of water pulses and momentarily plummeting from the sky, Milotic seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful water gun, sending Charizard soaring. Simultaneously, as Milotic twisted its body, it approached the now vulnerable Mega Charizard and unleashed a dragon tail. As the dust began to settle, a Charizard that had reverted to its original form, but was devoid of battle capability, lay in a deep pit. With Charizard incapacitated, Milotic emerged victorious, thus marking Lu Yu's triumph in the 4th match of Group E, earning him another point. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Lu Yu's battle concluded. He needed only one more victory. No, even if he were to lose, he was highly likely to advance to the top 8, for thus far, aside from Lu Yu, the highest points accumulated by other members of Group E was merely 1. Some even languished in negative scores. Following Lu Yu's battle, it was time for Lin Yune's match in Group F. Perhaps Lu Yu had previously misjudged this popular star, believing her celebrity status overshadowed her abilities as a trainer. Yet, he soon realized his miscalculation. Lin Yune's strength clearly surpassed that of an ordinary provincial champion, leading her to yet another victory. With both Lu Yu and Lin Yune emerging victorious, the audience was naturally elated. Their cherished pairing might soon become a reality, and the prospect of both reaching the top 8 was thrilling. By the 6th day, there were no further matches for Lu Yu. Yet the contenders advancing to the top 8 from the other 5 groups had been determined. Besides Lu Yu, Dakduo, and Longxiang, the remaining 5 were the provincial champions Lin Yune from Yi Province, and the champions from Su Province, Chuan Province, Jiangxing, and Yuzhou. Subsequently, the members from the 3 groups that included Dakduo, Lu Yu, and Longxiang began their series of battles. Lu Yu was assigned to the final match, facing Suk, the champion from Shan Province. Coincidentally, Lu Yu had accumulated 3 points, making him the highest scorer in Group E, while Suk had amassed 2 points. Should he cause an upset by defeating Lu Yu, both would have 3 points, resulting in a tie. In that case, a tiebreaker would be necessary to determine who would advance to the top 8. However, Lu Yu asserted that dreaming of advancing to the top 8 only to face Lin Yune was folly. As the match commenced, the champion-level Sun Pokémon appeared first. Although the Sun Pokémon was not particularly fond of battle, it was still capable of participating, unlike others such as the sluggish Slaking. Lu Yu sent forth his Sun Pokémon, while Shan Province's champion Suk unleashed his Jengar. The 2 Pokémon were inherently counteractive to one another. As the battle began, Lu Yu commanded his Sun Pokémon to use Light of Illusion. With its ability to teleport, the Sun Pokémon possessed agility far superior to Jengar. Although Jengar could merge with shadows, under the formidable psychic net, it had nowhere to hide. Not to mention, the champion-level Sun Pokémon was even stronger than Jengar at the peak of the master level. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. Gengar was defeated, and the Sun Pokémon emerged victorious with ease. In the second round, much to everyone's surprise, after Sook summoned his champion-level Mega Steelix, Luyu countered by releasing his massive Tentacruel. Towering over 50 meters, the gigantic Tentacruel occupied a significant portion of the battlefield, while Mega Steelix's mere 3 to 5 meters seemed insignificant in comparison. In recounting the tale, the colossal venomous jellyfish was the pivotal factor that catapulted Luyu to fame in his initial battle. Hence, when the audience from Zhejiang province beheld this scene once more, their faces radiated astonishment. The gigantic jellyfish unleashed a torrent of water. Though termed a water cannon, it bore no resemblance to one. It was akin to a deluge, rendering the super iron Tyrannosaurus utterly helpless against the onslaught, which sent it hurtling away. The super iron Tyrannosaurus retaliated with its destruction beam. In response, we shall also unleash the destruction beam. In the next moment, as two orange-yellow energy columns materialized, the massive beam of energy from the jellyfish, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, obliterated the super iron Tyrannosaurus in an instant. The super iron Tyrannosaurus was rendered incapable of battle. Thus, the referee urged Sook to dispatch his next Pokémon. Hearing the referee's insistence, Sook wore a pained expression, but with a resigned sigh, he sent forth his final Pokémon, the Draconic Tail Scaled Dragon, finally feeling a sense of relief. Sometimes, one may know the outcome, yet still feel compelled to defy fate, believing victory is within reach. Over time, this becomes a mental demon. However, now that Sook recognized his inability to triumph and relinquished his obsession, his fighting spirit soared even higher. Even if defeat was inevitable, he was determined to showcase his true prowess to Luyu. Draconic Tail Scaled Dragon, advance and unleash Dragon Pulse. Then follow up with Rock Smash upon nearing Banjira. Confronting this semi-divine being, Luyu dispatched his former ace, Banjira. Semi-divine versus semi-divine. Despite the opponent possessing a fourfold type advantage, Luyu remained unfazed. Banjira, unleash Rock Slide. In response to the ferocious Draconic Tail Scaled Dragon, Banjira let out a mighty roar, summoning countless colossal boulders from the sky that crashed down upon the Draconic Tail Scaled Dragon. Witnessing this, the Draconic Tail Scaled Dragon withdrew its ranged attacks, combining its tail, fists, and headbutt to break through and reach Banjira. This was the moment. The Draconic Tail Scaled Dragon unleashed a close combat, a powerful fighting type move. Even though it would bring negative consequences post-usage, it represented Sook's sole opportunity to defeat one of Luyu's Pokémon head-on. Since Luyu embarked on his journey, aside from facing a first-level deity, he had never lost a match. No one had even managed to incapacitate one of his Pokémon. Therefore, for Sook, defeating Luyu's Banjira equated to victory. Alas, Luyu would not grant him this chance. Banjira, initiate Earthquake, then follow up with Destruction Beam. In the next moment, as the Draconic Tail Scaled Dragon launched its formidable attack toward Banjira, the latter sprang into action, swinging its massive tail with vigor and planting its feet firmly on the ground. A thunderous rumble erupted as the battleground fissured, delivering relentless blows upon the Draconic Tail Scaled Dragon. Subsequently, Banjira seized the Draconic Tail Scaled Dragon's fists with its clawed hands, exerting immense force that rendered the Draconic Tail Scaled Dragon unable to break free. Then, Banjira began to gather an orange-yellow beam of energy in its mouth. With a resounding boom, silence ensued. As the dust gradually settled, the referee waved the flag, wearing an expression of inevitability. The Draconic Tail Scaled Dragon has lost its battle ability. Banjira is victorious. Thus, the champion advancing to the top 8 is Luyu from the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. Upon Luyu securing a place in the top 8, the final 8 champions for the 2016 annual championship of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League were finally determined. Chapter 115. The semifinals begin. Luyu versus Lin Yuna. The final 8 contenders are Luyu, Dark Duo, Long Xiang, Lin Yuna, and champions from 4 other provinces and municipalities. The first match featured Dark Duo, who, even in the quarterfinals, effortlessly triumphed over his opponent with a single Darkrai, achieving a miraculous streak of 6 victories. Such a feat was beyond Long Xiang's capabilities. As for Luyu, it was not that he could not achieve this, but rather that he chose not to, especially since his next opponent was the amiable Lin Yuna. Would he really forsake a perfect streak? Thus, he shook his head, unwilling to vie for such a hollow title, and soon it was Luyu's turn to battle. The matches of groups E and F were the third contest of the day, and by now, it was already afternoon. After all, with only 4 matches in the top 8, even a 6-on-6 contest could be completed in a day. As Lu Yu and Lin Yuna took their positions on opposite sides of the battlefield, the audience could hardly contain their excitement. This was a battle between rumored lovers. Truly exhilarating. Although it seemed my goddess had a greater chance of losing, I couldn't help but want to witness her in tears after a defeat. You up there? Are you a devil? I just want to know, if Lu Yu wins, will their relationship change? After all, there's an old saying. A moment of delight in tormenting a wife leads to a funeral pyre for pursuing her. Lu Yu, go for it. Make her cry. I want to see what happens next. What if Lu Yu intentionally lets Lin Yuna win? Then I would miss the pinnacle showdown between Lu Yu and Dark Duo. Now, the quarterfinal match begins, pitting Lu Yu from Zhejiang Province against Lin Yuna from Heisheng Province. With the rules set for a 6-on-6 battle until one side's 6 Pokémon are incapacitated. Lu Yu is to attack first, and Lin Yuna may choose the battlefield. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Lin Yuna promptly selected the water arena. As the massive pool rose, a smirk crept onto Lu Yu's lips as he sent forth his Cheering Boss. Cheering Boss, a new Pokémon from Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, possesses impressive combat prowess and a notably large physique. Even without Milotic, it stands as a formidable force. Seeing Lu Yu deploy a previously unseen Pokémon, the audience, along with Long Xiang and Dark Duo, who believed they alone could match him, adopted serious expressions. This Cheering Boss was no mere champion-level threat. Similarly, the 4 Elite Four members present displayed solemnity, except for Cynthia, who was already aware of Lu Yu's true capabilities and remained unfazed. In fact, to this day, Lu Yu had yet to unveil his strongest Pokémon, a fact that had been witnessed in the Taklamakan Desert. I hope you won't hold back during the match, otherwise, I won't spare you. At this moment, in the arena, hearing Lin Yuna's playful threat, Lu Yu chuckled heartily. Rest assured, if you lose, don't cry, for I certainly won T-Console, a little crybaby. This exchange elicited laughter from the audience, and thus, the battle commenced. Facing Lu Yu's water-type Cheering Boss, Lin Yuna's first Pokémon was the champion-level Raichu. In truth, Lu Yu held a greater fondness for Raichu than for Pikachu, for its chubby form was undeniably more endearing. However, now it was less adorable, considering the opponent's type completely countered the robust Cheering Boss. Cheering Boss, let us greet our opponent with Surf. At that moment, standing on the water arena's surfboard, Raichu paused at Lu Yu's words, prompting Lin Yuna to immediately retort. Is that your way of greeting? Raichu, unleash thunder with full force. No sooner had she spoken than the roaring waves overturned the surfboard, and Raichu's thunder attack struck directly at Cheering Boss. The formidable skill of the special attack allowed the defensively adept Chahoba to suffer a considerable shock. Quite intriguing, Chahoba, unleash rain dance. Witnessing Lu Yu alter the weather, Lin Yuna sensed an ominous turn of events. The number of water-type Pokémon Lu Yu had summoned was rather alarming. Was he, perhaps, intending to establish a rain team? Thus, she continued to issue commands to the Raichu currently in the pool. Speaking of which, for Raichu, whose surfboard had been swept away, the absence of a stable footing rendered it a sitting duck. However, as an electric-type Pokémon, its strength lay precisely in this aspect. As long as it continued to discharge electricity, the opposing water-type Pokémon would undoubtedly be struck and left with no means of evasion. Raichu, keep discharging electricity. Let us go all out. Chahoba, unleash Draco Meteor. A dragon-type move. While the presence of Milotic could amplify its power, the prowess of a master-level attack is immediately evident. With another Titanfall, Chahoba endured 3 minutes of relentless electric discharge, relying on its robust stamina to send Raichu packing. Once Raichu was rendered incapable of battle, Lin Yuna pursed her lips and summoned her next Pokémon. This time, it was the Flying-type Pokémon, Swablu. Dragon-type against Flying-type. No need to concern oneself. Chahoba, use Rest. After all, Raichu, being an Electric-type Pokémon, had suffered considerable damage while Chahoba was submerged in water. Thus, this battle was a prime opportunity to recuperate some health. Observing Lu Yu employ a rather irritating tactic, Lin Yuna furrowed her brow and commanded Swablu. Swablu, unleash successive dragon pulses, striving to defeat Chahoba before it fully recovers. Following her trainer's orders, Swablu valiantly executed its moves, even under the rain. Alas, Swablu's lush feathers became its first weakness. In the rainy conditions, weighed down by excess water, Swablu's flying capabilities were significantly hampered, while Chahoba was inherently a Pokémon with high defense and stamina. Despite Swablu's numerous assaults, Chahoba showed no signs of fatigue. Thus, under the influence of Lu Yu's murmurs, Chahoba swiftly unleashed Ice Beam, dispatching Swablu without hesitation. Having downed 2 of Lin Yuna's Pokémon, the playful expression vanished from her delicate face. It appeared she was now genuinely serious. Chapter 116. A moment of delight in spousal torment, endless delight in spousal torment. After Raichu and Swablu were both rendered incapable of battle, Lin Yuna's expression turned grave as she dispatched her final Pokémon of the first half, the water-type Milotic. This Milotic, while not at the champion level, possessed peak elite strength. Thus, under Chihoba's assault, Lin Yuna's third Pokémon swiftly succumbed, while Chihoba, thanks to its restability, regained its peak vitality. This indicated that Lin Yuna's trio of Pokémon had achieved virtually no victories and had all been incapacitated, resembling the tactics of Darkrai employed by Dacto. After all, Darkrai, the embodiment of nightmares, possesses the Dream Eater ability, allowing for infinite stamina recovery. With Milotic defeated, Chihoba emerged victorious, concluding the first half. And a 10-minute intermission followed. As the referee announced this, the spectators sensed an unspoken tension brewing, observing Lu Yu's unyielding demeanor. As for Lin Yuna, she exhaled a sigh of resignation and turned to walk towards the player tunnel. Perhaps this was the nature of girls. What they say often diverges from their true sentiments. Even though Lin Yuna insisted Lu Yu hold nothing back, the reality of being swept away in a single sweep was undeniably disheartening, making her strength appear wanting. After all, in previous encounters with provincial champions, Lu Yu had never swept anyone aside in such a manner, always switching Pokémon after each battle. Consequently, a post surfaced online. Rapidly trending, a moment of delight in spousal torment, endless delight in spousal torment. The footage depicted Lu Yu launching merciless attacks, meticulously edited for dramatic effect. After the 10-minute intermission, when Lu Yu and Lin Yuna resumed their positions in the arena, the battlefield transformed into a standard one. This suited Lu Yu's preferences perfectly. Thus, he summoned his Gyarados, inciting a stir among the spectators. It appeared Lu Yu had finally recognized his misstep and began switching Pokémon. Facing Lu Yu's Gyarados, Lin Yuna's next Pokémon was the impressively large yet highly popular Snorlax. This Snorlax undoubtedly boasted champion-level strength. In just over half a year, had Lin Yuna undergone such a dramatic transformation? From merely a peak elite in Lu Yu's eyes to a formidable trainer on the brink of champion status? Conversely, one could argue that not reaching champion status still classifies her as elite, thus her being a peak elite is not inaccurate. Yet, during their prior advertising shoots, Lin Yuna's Pokémon seemed to only reach elite high levels, or perhaps her previous Pokémon were not her mainstays. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Lu Yu issued commands to Gyarados. Hyper Beam, unleashed continuously. Now at the champion level, even approaching mid-champion strength, Gyarados faced minimal repercussions when executing Hyper Beam. Thus, as a mobile artillery, Gyarados had become an impregnable fortress. Witnessing Gyarados unleash a barrage of Hyper Beams, the crowd could not help but pale, even against Snorlax. Such an assault would inflict significant damage. Snorlax, use Body Slam. The next moment, Snorlax roared, its feet thundering upon the ground, charging toward Gyarados with an imposing presence. However, while Snorlax was indeed massive compared to other Pokémon, it was merely a minor inconvenience to Lu Yu's colossal Gyarados. Gyarados employed Dragon Tail, ensnaring Snorlax. Following Lu Yu's command, Gyarados swiftly moved, its massive tail, imbued with dragon energy, struck Snorlax, resulting in a series of explosive impacts. Subsequently, the enormous Gyarados utilized its sheer size to ensnare Snorlax, exerting pressure on its fat. At this juncture, Lin Yuna understood Lu Yu's intent to have Gyarados employ a binding technique, ultimately exhausting Snorlax's stamina. Snorlax, use Rest. Then Dream Eater. Hearing this, Lu Yu inwardly lamented. If Snorlax could also use Dream Talk, it would truly become a battle of chance. The next moment, Snorlax inhaled deeply, entering a state of slumber to recover its stamina, then unleashed Ice Punch, exerting all its strength to free one hand from Gyarados' grasp and deliver a crushing blow. Simultaneously, Gyarados opened its maw wide, activating Bite, fiercely clamping down on Snorlax's fist. Having restrained Snorlax's hand, Gyarados continued to unleash Hyper Beam. Now it was a race to see whether Snorlax could recover faster or Gyarados could attack more swiftly. Ultimately, before Snorlax could awaken, it succumbed to incapacity, resulting in Gyarados' victory. As the formidable Snorlax succumbed to defeat, the imposing Gyarados unleashed a resounding roar, its overconfidence ability activating, further amplifying its already formidable attack power. With Snorlax recalled and the fairy-type Pokémon sent forth, Lin Yuna was now cornered with no way out. Observing that Lu Yu had no intention of substituting Gyarados, it became evident that he was resolutely determined to deliver a thorough, unrelenting series of victories against Lin Yunei. In fact, had he chosen not to switch out, Lu Yu might even have been capable of achieving a staggering 6 consecutive wins. Gyarados, tasked with vanquishing its opponent, unleashed a dragon rage. A fierce fireball erupted, crashing violently against the fairy-type Pokémon, which, despite being a high-tier champion-level Pokémon, was sent hurtling through the air, unable to withstand even a few blows from Gyarados before losing its capability to fight. Thus, Lin Yunei was left with but a single Pokémon, her true ace. The initial Pokémon, Sceptile, boasting champion-level strength and a formidable level of 79. With the appearance of Sceptile, Gyarados immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. This adversary exuded a level of intimidation comparable to that of its own allies, perhaps even surpassing that of the illusory Meowstic. However, just when everyone anticipated Lu Yu to continue with Gyarados, he instead withdrew it, summoning a live Lucario to face Sceptile. Both Pokémon were evenly matched, each capable of Mega Evolution, promising an exhilarating clash ahead. In the next instant, Lu Yu and Lin Yunei exchanged knowing glances, each revealing the keystone adorning their wrists, and then shouted for Mega Evolution, as a cascade of radiant colors enveloped the arena. Chapter 117, Mega Sceptile vs. Mega Lucario, the semifinals. At this moment, Lu Yu and Lin Yunei, having activated their Mega Evolutions, exchanged smiles, and as the brilliant light descended, both Mega Sceptile and Mega Lucario made their grand entrance. Mega Evolution marked the 7th utilization of enhancement items in the Provincial Championship. It is remarkable that while Pokémon battles may incorporate Mega Evolution, Gigantamaxing, Terrestrialization, and Z-moves, those who truly possess these items are invariably formidable trainers. While audiences might witness every participating trainer utilizing various enhancement items in premier tournaments, such as the Master 8 Challenge, it is precisely because these trainers stand at the pinnacle of the world that they can wield such extraordinary items. Ordinary trainers, even those of champion caliber, may not necessarily possess a Megastone. The odds remain exceedingly low. Thus, when both Lu Yu and Lin Yunei revealed their Megastones, the crowd's enthusiasm was finally ignited. Lucario's strength was on par with Sceptile's, and with both unleashing their Mega Evolutions, this battle promised to be a true spectacle. It is worth noting that Lu Yu's trio of Pokémon included 1 Master Level and 2 formidable champions. And even if the final tally were 3-6 in favor of Lin Yunei, such prowess would leave even Dragon Knight uncertain of securing victory over Lu Yu. Mega Lucario, unleash Aura Sphere. Following Lu Yu's command, Lucario emitted a fierce cry, positioning its hands before its chest and conjuring a blue energy sphere, launching it toward Mega Sceptile. In response to Lucario's onslaught, Mega Sceptile, under Lin Yunei's directive, unleashed a Dragon Pulse, resulting in a clash of skills that produced an equal stalemate. Witnessing this exchange, the esteemed guests, including Cynthia and the Elite Four, were suddenly invigorated. With their discerning eyes, particularly Cynthia's, a master-level trainer, they had sensed the outcome when Lu Yu deployed his master-level Pokémon earlier. Only in such a closely matched scenario could they find intrigue in speculating the eventual victor of this bout. Mega Sceptile summoned Solar Beam, then unleashed Solar Flare. With Lin Yunei's command, Mega Sceptile adeptly manipulated the weather energy, intensifying the sunlight. A pale green energy beam shot forth, aimed directly at Mega Lucario. In the face of this attack, Lucario, fully harnessing its aura powers, swiftly executed Quick Attack, narrowly evading Mega Sceptile's strike. Charging forward, Lucario unleashed Metal Claw. Lucario. It roared in response, as Mega Lucario dashed toward Mega Sceptile, engaging in a fierce clash with its tail, both Pokémon recoiling several steps. This evenly matched contest ignited the audience into a frenzy. Indeed, many prior trainers who faced Lu Yu had been swiftly eliminated, leading some spectators to erroneously perceive their opponents as weak. However, as Lin Yunei demonstrated her ability to genuinely contend with Lu Yu's main force, the realization dawned upon the audience. It was not that these competitors were lacking in strength, but rather that Lu Yu was extraordinarily powerful. Each participant, championing the strongest trainers selected from their respective provinces, could hardly be deemed weak. They all commenced their journeys as Elite Four members, standing among the most elite in the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, with fewer than 10 individuals surpassing their prowess. Thus, when the crowd observed Lin Yunei truly matching Lu Yu, they felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Lin Yunei was formidable. It was merely unfortunate that she faced Lu Yu. Living in an era dominated by figures like Lu Yu and Darkrai was perhaps the lament of these trainers. As the battle progressed, both sides engaged in a flurry of attacks, yet neither could seize the opportune moment to secure a decisive victory. Mega Sceptile, continue with Solar Flare. Mega Lucario, Rapid Fire Aura Spheres. In the next instant, the pale green energy beam collided with the blue energy sphere, resulting in an explosion. Then, at Lu Yu's command, Mega Lucario charged into the smoke, engaging in close-quarters combat with Mega Sceptile. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Utilizing the cover of smoke from the explosion, Lucario, endowed with aura powers, sensed its surroundings with clarity and, employing Dig, approached Sceptile from below. Suddenly, a surprise ice punch struck Mega Sceptile, leaving it bewildered. As a Dragon-type Pokémon post-Mega Evolution, Mega Sceptile naturally feared Ice-type moves, and Lu Yu had previously given no indication that Lucario possessed such capabilities. Now, as the battle reached this critical juncture, both Pokémon neared their limits of endurance. In this context, the injured Mega Sceptile revealed a vulnerability. As the smoke cleared, Lu Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he beheld Lin Yun's incredulous expression, declaring, "Finish it, Mega Lucario. Execute close combat." In the following moment, amidst a flurry of punches, Mega Sceptile could no longer mount any defense, its stamina waning, leading to the cessation of its Mega Evolution as it reverted to its original form. In its eyes, filled with reluctance, it fell to the ground. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, pulling the stunned spectators back to reality. The Super Lizard King has lost its combat prowess, and the Super Lucario has emerged victorious. Thus, in this qualifying round, the contender advancing to the semifinals, securing a place among the final four, is Lu Yu from Zhejiang Province. As the announcement reverberated, the arena erupted in jubilant cheers. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Yu, accompanied by the Super Lucario, traversed the battlefield and approached Lin Yun. Smiling as he remarked, "This time, I certainly did not hold back." Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Lin Yun, who had initially felt a twinge of annoyance, unexpectedly chuckled, then playfully punched Lu Yu. Given their rapport, such banter was merely a jest. After recalling the Lizard King, Lin Yun turned to Lu Yu with a serious expression. And after a prolonged silence, she declared, "Having defeated me, if you do not claim the championship, do not come back to see me." Chapter 118, Semifinals and the Bet. Lu Yu vs. Long Xiang. With Long Xiang having vanquished his opponent, the finalists for the semifinals have been established. They are the Beastmaster from the Imperial Capital's Pokémon League, future successor to Champion Cynthia, Dark Duo, the strongest trainer from the Western region, a champion-level powerhouse adept at utilizing ground-type Pokémon, Lu Ming, the youngest notable trainer, having made a name for himself nationwide, lauded as a prodigy, even surpassing Cynthia, Lu Yu from Zhejiang Province, and finally, from the Dragon Lord family, recognized as the representative of the younger generation from the Dragon Lord lineage, Long Xiang from the Magic City Pokémon League. These four represent the strongest trainers emerging from the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League this year, all possessing capabilities at least at the champion level. This implies that, aside from the seasoned trainer from the Western region, 3 more top-tier young talents have emerged in the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League. While both Dark Duo and Long Xiang have been active for several years, it is during this period that they have truly embarked on the path of becoming the world's strongest trainers. The first half of the semifinals commences with a battle between Dark Duo from the Imperial Capital Pokémon League and Lu Ming, the strongest trainer from the Western region. The match is now underway. The semifinals consist of only 2 matches, scheduled for the morning and afternoon. Thus, Lu Yu will naturally combat Long Xiang in the afternoon. As expected, the 4 trainers are currently present on the battlefield. However, unlike the 2 engaged in combat, Lu Yu and Long Xiang sit in the audience, observing the battle keenly. After all, regardless of who emerges victorious, it will provide invaluable insights for their forthcoming clash. At this moment, Lu Yu and Lin Yun are seated together, watching the match between Dark Duo and Lu Ming, occasionally exchanging remarks. Although they had earlier joked about the trials of love, Lin Yun is not one to lack understanding. A loss is a loss. Furthermore, Lu Yu's decisive victory over her with the Super Lucario and the Lizard King clearly demonstrated his earnest intentions, which naturally left Lin Yun unperturbed. So, who do you believe has a greater chance of winning this match? Upon hearing Lin Yun's inquiry, Lu Yu smiled and confidently directed his gaze toward Dark Duo. "We still have an agreement to fulfill. This fellow will not lose, even if his opponents are all champion level. The Nightmare Pokémon, Darkrai, can still achieve a clean sweep." Lin Yun, intrigued by Lu Yu's confidence, mused that while she too believed Dark Duo had the upper hand, Lu Ming was by no means a weak adversary. It seemed implausible that Dark Duo could easily accomplish a clean sweep under such circumstances, didn't it? I doubt it. Even if Dark Duo is formidable, his Darkrai is bound to lose its combat ability. I believe Lu Ming will at least force Dark Duo to summon a second Pokémon. Speaking of which, our knowledge regarding Dark Duo is limited to Darkrai and the details of his Pokémon from 2 years ago. We are quite unaware of what other Pokémon he possesses. Observing Lin Yune's adorably perplexed expression, Lu Yu, feeling spirited, leaned closer and said, "Since you have your doubts, let us make a wager. Let us bet on how many Pokémon Dark Duo will ultimately deploy. If his Darkrai loses, I will concede. Conversely, if it prevails, then I win. What say you?" Hearing Lu Yu's proposition, Lin Yune, undeterred, readily accepted the wager, declaring that she had never feared anything throughout her life. "What are the terms of the wager? What rewards or penalties shall we establish?" Lin Yune inquired. Lu Yu replied that since he proposed the bet, the specifics regarding penalties and rewards would be determined by Lin Yune. After some contemplation, she mischievously proposed, if one loses, they must grant the winner one request, regardless of what it entails, with no opportunity for reneging. The one who reneges shall be deemed a puppy. Seeing the child's playfulness in Lin Yune, Lu Yu chuckled and acquiesced. Time swiftly passed as their playful banter continued, and soon, the battle had progressed for over half an hour. As the final match began, Lu Yu maintained an air of calm. No one understood Dark Duo's strength better than he. Thus, this wager seemed destined for Lin Yune's loss. As anticipated, when Darkrai faced Lu Ming's ace, the Bloodwing Dragon, it unleashed a relentless combination of Black Holes and Dream Eater. Despite Bloodwing Dragon's eventual awakening, it proved futile. Bloodwing Dragon succumbed to defeat, granting victory to Darkrai, thus securing a place in the finals for Dark Duo from the Imperial Capital Pokémon League. As the announcement echoed, the audience collectively acknowledged the inevitable. However, they were left pondering why even the semi-final contenders were unable to compel Dark Duo to reveal a second Pokémon. Could the disparity between them truly be so vast? Did the prowess exhibited by Lu Yu and Long Xiang genuinely pose a threat to Dark Duo? If so many trainers failed to evade the onslaught of Black Hole and Dream Eater, could they succeed where others had faltered? Indeed, as Dark Duo carried the prestige of a legendary Pokémon, many observers began to grapple with the notion that, despite being seed contenders, his strength evidently surpassed that of Lu Yu and Long Xiang. In the afternoon, as Lu Yu's match commenced, Lin Yune brandished a support banner for him, standing at the forefront of the fan club, enthusiastically cheering him on, embodying the quintessential role of a devoted admirer. The latter half of the quarterfinals is now underway. Lu Yu from the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League versus Long Xiang from the Magic City Pokémon League. The battlefield is set in a desert arena, with Lu Yu designated to attack first. Upon hearing this, a slight smile graced Lu Yu's lips as he produced a Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a fierce bite shark made its grand entrance. At the sight of the fierce bite shark, Cynthia's pupils contracted momentarily, only to quickly regain their composure as she keenly observed the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, the spectators from the Zhejiang Province and Magic City Pokémon Leagues were filled with exhilaration. It is noteworthy that historically, the annual championship has typically been a contest between the Imperial Capital and Magic City Pokémon Leagues for the top 2 spots, with other regions such as Zhejiang, Su, and Shun vying for the final 4 or top 8. Now, with Lu Yu's prowess firmly established, the audience naturally hoped to witness the end of such monopolistic dominance. Chapter 119. The Unrivaled Presence, the True Terror of Lu Yu. Upon the emergence of Lu Yu's fierce bite landshark, Long Xiang could not help but smile. As the strongest among the younger generation of the Dragon Clan, his prowess was at the championship level, and not merely at an ordinary championship tier, but at the intermediate championship level. It can be said that among the trainers who have attained the championship level, the number within the entire Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League is merely in the double digits. Moreover, the individuals surpassing the intermediate championship level do not exceed 20, even when including those reclusive veterans. Hence, Long Xiang could confidently assert that he could walk with impunity in this world. Thus, when he witnessed Lu Yu dispatch his most adept Dragon-type Pokémon before him, Long Xiang chuckled. In the next moment, as the Pokeball emitted a crimson glow, a robust Dragonite materialized upon the battlefield. The internal clash between Dragon-type quasi-deities instantly captivated the attention of all onlookers. The battle was about to commence. Fierce Bite Landshark, unleash a sandstorm, and then vanquish him. Without further ado, upon Lu Yu issuing this command, the Fierce Bite Landshark exuded a trace of bloodthirsty malice. In an instant, a tempest of sand surged forth, And just as Dragonite prepared to ascend into the skies, Fierce Bite Land Shark emerged from the storm like a predator lying in wait. Subsequently, a powerful Dragon Claw attack erupted, striking Dragonite from the air. Upon crashing to the ground, the temporarily subdued Dragonite had no capacity for resistance. The chasm between the levels of 84 and 92 was insurmountable. Thus, as countless Dragon Claw strikes rained down upon Dragonite, this once proud quasi-deity Pokémon, cherished by Long Xiang, swiftly succumbed to defeat. Remarkably, this transpired in a mere 30 seconds. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the Bird's Nest Arena, over 100,000 spectators fell into a stunned silence. And the central broadcasting studio was devoid of any comments. After 3 seconds of stunned immobility, as if time had ceased, a cacophony of awe erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming flood of comments. Oh my goodness! Words cannot express my astonishment. Lu Yu, the Great One, has concealed such depths, such formidable strength. Even a seed competitor like Long Xiang was defeated in 30 seconds? What a monstrous display of bloodthirsty prowess. This fierce Bite Land Shark's strength far exceeds that of previous adversaries like Banjira and Gyarados. What do you think Lu Yu's true trump card is? He seems as enigmatic as Dacto, with his final move completely shrouded in mystery. I eagerly anticipate their confrontation. At this moment, witnessing Dragonite's defeat in 30 seconds, Long Xiang's earlier smile had entirely frozen into an expression of embarrassment. Yet, as a formidable trainer, he quickly regained his composure. Recalling the incapacitated Dragonite and sending forth his next Pokémon. As a scion of the Dragon Clan, Long Xiang's Pokémon were naturally all Dragon types. His second choice, a Desert Dragonfly, was slightly weaker than the previous Dragonite. Thus, as another Sandstorm Pokémon, it stood no chance against the fierce Bite Land Shark, leading to yet another defeat. Having lost 2 Pokémon in succession, Long Xiang's expression resembled his name, utterly demoralized. As a trainer who had been heralded as a genius since his debut, he had never before endured such a devastating defeat. How could it be that Lu Yu could contend vibrantly with Lin Yunair, while he himself faced immediate annihilation? With the possibility of victory for Lucario and Lizard King, he was now facing utter obliteration? To this, Lu Yu could only reflect that such was the consequence of being irrelevant to him and not a beautiful maiden. Otherwise, he might have spared a modicum of leniency. Most importantly, given his prior agreement with Dacto, Lu Yu was determined to match him in stature and presence during their clash. He would not allow the audience to perceive him as inferior to Dacto, standing on par with Long Xiang. Thus, Lu Yu aimed to deliver a decisive series of blows to illustrate what true strength entailed. Step 4, Bloodwing Dragon. I implore you, Mega Evolve. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the Mega Evolution, and Long Xiang's strongest Pokémon, Bloodwing Dragon, emerged, enveloped in a cascade of dazzling light. The moment Bloodwing Dragon beheld Lu Yu's fierce Bite Land Shark, it emitted a fierce roar, opening its gaping maw to charge at the fierce Bite Land Shark. However, the raging sandstorm obscured Bloodwing Dragon's vision, severely hampering its ability to engage. Dragon Pulse. Recognizing the futility of charging into the storm, and perhaps haunted by the previous battles, Long Xiang opted against sending Bloodwing Dragon directly into the fray this time. Instead, he ascended into the sky, maintaining a safe distance from the tempest, and began unleashing ranged attacks. Such a strategy was sound, yet it also indicated Long Xiang's lack of confidence in engaging fierce Bite Land Shark in close combat. Over time, this would undoubtedly undermine his mental fortitude, presenting Lu Yu with the opportunity to secure victory. Fierce Bite Land Shark, Dragon Rush. With Lu Yu's command, the fierce Bite Land Shark erupted from the sandstorm, propelled by a jet-like force, soaring into the air. Harnessing the momentum, a colossal blue spectral dragon manifested, charging forth with indomitable ferocity towards Bloodwing Dragon. Withstanding Bloodwing Dragon's Dragon Pulse attack from a distance, it appeared as though fierce Bite Land Shark was a colossal dragon consuming boundless energy. Ultimately, it sought to engulf Bloodwing Dragon as well. In the next moment, after a standoff of less than 3 seconds, Bloodwing Dragon's Dragon Pulse was shattered, and the unrelenting fierce Bite Land Shark collided with Bloodwing Dragon. A resounding roar echoed, and the one descending from the skies was none other than Bloodwing Dragon. At that moment, fierce Bite Land Shark perched atop Bloodwing Dragon, its claws tightly gripping its neck, then unleashed the bite skill. The incessant onslaught compelled Bloodwing Dragon to roar in frustration, yet it was utterly incapable of dislodging its assailant. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, Bloodwing Dragon succumbed to exhaustion and plummeted to the ground, becoming entombed in the storm's grave. In the next instant, the tempest unleashed its full fury, enveloping the battlefield in a chaotic whirlwind, rendering visibility impossible. Chapter 120. 1 against 6. Rampaging Fierce Bite Land Shark. Deliver the final blow. Fierce Bite Land Shark, unleash your full dragon rush. As Lu Yu's voice resonated, the fierce Bite Land Shark, concealed within the storm like an assassin, burst forth from the sand, launching a surprise attack on Bloodwing Dragon. Even in its mega-evolved form, Bloodwing Dragon, a dragon-type Pokémon, was still subjected to the double effect of dragon-type moves. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the sandstorm gradually subsided. As the onlookers directed their gaze, they beheld Bloodwing Dragon, now devoid of combat capability, having reverted from its mega-evolved state, with only its head visible upon the desert ground, its eyes reduced to swirling patterns. Witnessing this scene, Long Xiang's hands trembled uncontrollably. With his pride, he never once considered that he would be defeated by Lu Yu. Yet the reality is that Lu Yu's true combat prowess far surpasses his own. The Bloodwing Flying Dragon has lost its fighting capability, and the Mega Sharpedo has secured victory. Since the Longxiang contestant has already lost 3 Pokémon, we shall now take a break. Upon hearing the referee's urging, Longxiang finally snapped back to reality and turned his gaze towards Lu Yu. However, at this moment, Lu Yu had already turned with the Mega Sharpedo and entered the player's passage, not sparing him even a glance. On the contrary, just as he was about to enter the rest area, Lu Yu waved towards Lin Yuner, which only served to infuriate Longxiang further. This fellow clearly held him in contempt. 10 minutes later, as Lu Yu and Longxiang emerged from the rest area and returned to the battlefield, the sandy arena had been transformed into a grassy one. Lu Yu showed no sign of reaction and continued to send forth the Mega Sharpedo, indicating that today, he would engage in battle with it. Dacto could achieve a streak of 6 victories relying on his mythical Pokémon. Lu Yu could certainly do the same, and he was merely using ordinary Pokémon, even if he himself was considered a demigod. Witnessing this scene, Dacto's lips curled into a slight smile, since acquiring Darkrai. It was the first time he felt such eagerness to face Lu Yu. For anyone, even champions, when encountering Dacto, a single use of Darkrai's Black Hole followed by Dream Eater suffices to secure victory. It had been so long since he found battling Pokémon to be entertaining that he had nearly lost interest. At that moment, Lu Yu appeared, a formidable rival whose mere presence instilled pressure, particularly that of the Garchomp. Little did Dacto anticipate that aside from the Garchomp and the shiny Sylveon, Lu Yu possessed yet another incredibly powerful Pokémon, the Mega Sharpedo. The battle raged on, and after the 4th Pokémon, Longxiang's 7th Fairy-type Pokémon, was effortlessly dispatched by the Mega Sharpedo, the tide of battle became starkly evident. For the first time, faced with such a crushing defeat, Longxiang struggled to maintain his composure. 4 true champions, having never tasted defeat since their debut, when confronted with such overwhelming adversity, they either rise anew or fall into despondency. In the 5th round, Longxiang's Pokémon was a Hydreigon, and Lu Yu could not help but admire the lineage of the Dragon Clan. Each of these Pokémon was indeed a rare breed. With 3 demigods already in play, their wealth of resources was truly extravagant. The Mega Sharpedo charged forth with Dragon Rush, while the Hydreigon unleashed Dragon Pulse. Another clash of Dragon-type moves ensued, yet even the prior Super Bloodwing Flying Dragon could not withstand the Mega Sharpedo. How could the comparatively weaker Hydreigon hold its ground? As the Dragon Pulse surged forth, the Mega Sharpedo charged through it with a bloodthirsty ferocity, crashing directly into the Hydreigon, landing a decisive hit with Dragon Rush. The concept that the one applying the pulse would inevitably lose was well understood by Lu Yu. After knocking the Hydreigon from the sky, the subsequent developments needed no further commentary from Lu Yu. Notably, during battle, the Mega Sharpedo would be compelled to unleash an overwhelming desire to fight, a relentless pursuit of victory. This trait may have been influenced by its earlier defeat at the hands of Deoxys, thus rendering the current Mega Sharpedo even stronger than before. Even when under attack, as long as the Mega Sharpedo could endure, it would not delay its offensive. Once the Hydreigon was defeated, Longxiang was left with only 1 Pokémon. Gritting his teeth and sporting a visibly displeased expression, Longxiang revealed his last trump card, which unsurprisingly turned out to be another Mega Sharpedo. Regrettably, it had already undergone Mega Evolution, thus lacking any amplification items. The same Pokémon showcasing its final struggle, with both possessing Mega Sharpedos. One could only wonder how our champion, renowned for his expertise with Mega Sharpedo, would perceive this battle. During the commentary, the host called upon Cynthia. She expressed her belief that Lu Yu had the upper hand, though the strength of the Dragon Clan should not be underestimated. It was a close call. Faced with its counterpart, Lu Yu's Mega Sharpedo instinctively licked its sharp fangs, and its fin-like hands began to clash, reaching a pinnacle of combat fervor. The Mega Sharpedo unleashed Dragon Rage. As Longxiang issued his command, Lu Yu simply uttered 3 words, "Take him down," allowing the Mega Sharpedo to act autonomously. The battle commenced, and the 2 Mega Sharpedos collided with one another, disregarding the fact that they were in a competitive arena, engaging in a savage display of tearing and biting. Perhaps this type of Pokemon was inherently fierce, or perhaps Lu Yu's Mega Sharpedo's ferocity had awakened a similar instinct in its opponent. Regardless, when the battle concluded, Longxiang's Mega Sharpedo was left battered and bloodied, a pitiful sight indeed. With the Mega Sharpedo incapacitated, the Mega Sharpedo emerged victorious, thus declaring Lu Yu the contestant from Zhejiang Province, the victor of this semi-final match. Let us congratulate Lu Yu on advancing to the finals. Indeed, Lu Yu's victory was indisputable, demonstrating overwhelming strength even in the face of Longxiang, another top contender. Only at this moment did the audience realize that the reason Lu Yu had not consistently swept through his opponents was merely to grant his Pokemon the opportunity to battle. Now, perhaps with most of his Pokemon already showcased, he deliberately presented himself in a formidable manner, aiming for the championship. Yet, they remained unaware that even the Mega Sharpedo and Garchomp were not Lu Yu's ultimate trump cards. Chapter 121, The Final Showdown, Banjura vs. Darkrai. In truth, as the annual championship reached its final battle, Lu Yu still had many Pokemon yet to appear. The rationale behind this was that it would be overly presumptuous to deploy his top-tier Pokemon merely to counter a champion-level Longxiang. Even against Dacto, he would need 6 Pokemon, leaving Lu Yu with 4 Divine Beasts, 8 Master-tier Pokemon, and 1 Garchomp still to be utilized, totaling 13 Pokemon. Thus, contemplating the battle against Dacto, where the top 3 contestants of the annual championship would be eligible to challenge the Elite Four, Lu Yu felt no trepidation. His true aces would remain reserved for the clash with the Elite Four. Early that morning, the bird's nest was teeming with spectators, and even outside, hundreds of thousands had gathered to witness the ultimate victor of the finals. Would Lu Yu, who advanced with an overwhelming demeanor, claim the final championship, or would Dacto, wielding his mythical Pokemon, defend his invincible stature? Today is February 18th, 2017, at the venue for the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League's 2016 Annual Championship Finals. The host delivered an impassioned speech on stage, interviewing the 4 Elite Four members and champion Cynthia about whom they believe had the greater probability of winning today's match. Among the Elite Four, Zhang Fan unequivocally declared that Lu Yu's victory was inevitable. Meanwhile, Chao Hao, naturally at odds with Zhang Fan, contended that Dacto, possessing mythical Pokemon, was the prime candidate for the championship. Only after much contemplation did Cynthia finally concede that she could not definitively identify the ultimate victor. However, considering that Dacto is the heir to the Dragon Kingdom's Pokemon League under Cynthia, one must ponder whether Cynthia holds greater faith in Lu Yu's prospects. After all, she herself was the champion of the annual championship tournament and subsequently ascended to the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokemon League. If she truly favored Dacto, she ought to encourage him rather than express indecision. Yet, it is understandable, prior to this moment, Cynthia likely believed that Dacto had a greater chance of clinching the annual championship. But upon witnessing Lu Yu and his formidable team of Pokemon in the Taklamakan Desert, her confidence waned. Shortly thereafter, the host, acutely aware of the prevailing excitement, hurried over to Lin Yunei. Miss Lin Yunei, first and foremost, congratulations on your commendable achievement of reaching the top 8 in the annual championship. Before the final match commences, may I inquire who you believe will emerge victorious? At the host's inquiry, Lin Yunei did not hesitate in the slightest, and with a radiant smile, she declared, that would undoubtedly be Lu Yu. I have faith that he can triumph. Upon hearing Lin Yunei's response, the host chuckled. It seems that Miss Lin and Mr. Lu Yu share a remarkable bond. Previously, there were whispers of romance between the two, and as a fan of yours, may I be so bold as to ask if you and Lu Yu are indeed an item? When the topic turned in this direction, Lin Yun momentarily froze, but her poise as a star quickly restored her composure, and she offered a natural smile. Regarding that, should there be any developments, I will certainly inform my fans and everyone, but for now, we are just good friends. After interviewing Lin Yunei, the host turned to speak with Longxiang, who had just secured victory in the third-place match. Upon hearing Lu Yu's name, Longxiang felt a swell of displeasure, but managed to maintain a semblance of a smile for the cameras. Naturally, he hoped that Dacto would be able to defeat Lu Yu, considering that this individual had previously bested him in a series of 6 matches. Furthermore, with Darkdo possessing a legendary Pokémon. There was a compelling belief that he could indeed overcome Luyo. However, if Luyo were to lose, would that not imply that Darkdo was indeed superior? After much deliberation, Longxiang grit his teeth and expressed that he believed Luyo could ultimately claim victory. As time passed, and the clock struck 1 in the afternoon, the finals of the annual championship finally commenced. Emerging from the left tunnel was Luyo from the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League, clad in an exquisitely tailored luxury casual suit that accentuated his impressive physique and handsome features, eliciting cheers from a throng of female fans proclaiming, "Brother, slay me." Darkdo, on the other hand, sported flowing gray-white hair that obscured one of his eyes, complemented by attire reminiscent of Darkrai, exuding an unusual yet striking charm. These two male icons, both among the most powerful and celebrated trainers in the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, drew global attention to today's battle. After all, with both contenders speculated to be of master-level prowess, their influence transcended borders. The world has only a handful of master-level trainers, akin to nuclear-grade combatants. Should a new master-level trainer emerge, the world's strongest 8 would inevitably undergo a transformation. Luyo, I've been eagerly anticipating this clash. Please do not let me down. Hearing Darkdo's words, Luyo brandished a Pokeball, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he hurled the ball forward. I too have longed for this moment. Let us settle the score from our last encounter. As the Pokeball illuminated with a vibrant red glow, a rampaging Banjira manifested. Revealing itself as Luyo's champion-level Banjira, the very Pokémon Darkdo had once aspired to capture. Upon witnessing Banjira's emergence, Darkdo chuckled heartily, and Darkrai promptly appeared from behind him, joining the fray. Once both trainers' faces and their Pokémon were displayed on the grand screen, the battle commenced. Banjira, reclaim your honor. Unleash Sandstorm. With Banjira's innate affinity for stirring sandstorms, upon hearing Luyo's command, a more potent sandstorm enveloped the battlefield. In that instant, even a legendary Pokémon like Darkrai could not evade its effects. Despite the presence of ghost-type Pokémon's evasive tactics, under the all-encompassing sandstorm, Banjira would be able to track their movements. Thus, even a legendary Pokémon like Darkrai was not insurmountable. Darkrai, as usual, used Black Hole. Following Darkdo's command, Darkrai catapulted into the sandstorm. Although it was somewhat fragile, as long as the Black Hole attack connected, Banjira would either fall or be gravely injured. The reason Luyo chose Banjira as his first Pokémon instead of a legendary was rooted in the prior agreement made with Darkdo. Moreover, their initial encounter had been sparked by Banjira, as Darkdo had sought to capture it, but was taken aback by its indomitable spirit, prompting him to dispatch 2 legendary Pokémon to intervene. After Luyo thwarted him, they established their pact. Hence, today's appearance of Banjira was to finally gauge its prowess against Darkrai in earnest. However, from their dialogue, it was clear that Luyo and Darkdo had a history of friction. Perhaps it was the unresolved tension from their previous encounter that led to this climactic showdown. As the audience absorbed this revelation, their excitement surged. The question loomed, could Luyo slay a god, or would Darkdo, alongside his legendary Pokémon, crush Luyo? It was notable that despite the strength of numerous provincial champions, they ultimately succumbed to Darkrai's Black Hole technique. In the next moment, as Darkdo commanded Darkrai to unleash its Black Hole attack, the audience collectively held their breath, including the Elite Four and champions, who found themselves at a loss for an effective counter. Yet, as Darkrai emerged amidst the swirling sandstorm, it was quickly besieged by the Tempest, allowing Banjira to discern its whereabouts. As a surging wave of dark energy manifested, Banjira unleashed a malevolent wave of energy, striking Darkrai just as the Black Hole technique enveloped Banjira. This exchange resulted in mutual damage. However, if Banjira could not regain consciousness, the ultimate victor would still be Darkdo and Darkrai. The moment Banjira succumbed to slumber, a collective sigh swept through the arena. It appeared that even Luyo's Pokémon could not withstand the might of the Black Hole. Truth be told, the Black Hole technique is indeed quite formidable, particularly against ordinary Pokémon. Even among legendary beings, a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Yet, if a Pokémon ensnared by the Black Hole possesses extraordinary willpower, it could potentially turn the tide. For a reference, one might recall Ash's Lizard King overcoming Darkrai in a similar scenario. Luyo's Banjira derives its strength from an unwavering will, placing it among the elite of all his Pokémon. The moment Darkdo believed victory was in his grasp, poised to command Darkrai to unleash Dream Eater and thereby vanquish Banjira. A resonant voice from Luyo, imbued with psychic energy, forcefully penetrated Banjira's consciousness. Banjira, awaken. Execute Destruction Ray. As Lu Yu's command echoed, Banjira's eyes, previously closed, burst open. It unleashed a furious roar emblematic of the desert tyrant, summoning a surge of orange-yellow energy that erupted forth. The Dream Eater technique could only manifest when a Pokémon was in slumber, rendering Banjira immune to its effects, while Darkrai suffered grievous injuries from Banjira's Destruction Ray. Do not grant him further chances. Unleash Earthquake amidst the sandstorm. With Banjira's roar, a torrent of old grievances and new vendettas erupted. And the Earthquake strike struck Darkrai with unerring precision. For the first time, this mythical creature emitted a cry of despair on the battlefield. The unexpected reversal left all spectators gasping in disbelief. Just moments prior, Banjira had succumbed to sleep, leading many to presume Lu Yu was destined for defeat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Banjira awoke and successfully inflicted severe damage upon Darkrai. Darkrai, unleash a barrage of shadow balls. Banjira, use Rock Smash. Within the swirling sands, Darkrai's presence enabled Banjira to easily pinpoint its location, akin to activating a psychic net to effortlessly ensnare the target. The ensuing exchange was inevitable. Darkdo, aware that Darkrai's most formidable move, the Black Hole, had lost its intended efficacy, ordered a direct confrontation between Darkrai and Banjira. The climactic strike, an impact wave of unimaginable force. Darkrai unleashed its full might with a wave of malevolence. At that moment, the battlefield bore witness to a massive green beast roaring, enveloped in spiraling violet-white energy. Charging towards Darkrai, undeterred by the formidable wave of darkness, Banjira pressed forward. Ultimately, the energy dissipated, and the tremendous impact struck Darkrai, triggering a violent explosion. As the dust settled, a breathless Banjira collapsed onto the ground, while Darkrai lay incapacitated, unable to rise. Thus, the Godslayer battle unfolded before the eyes of the world. By the heavens, what have I witnessed? Lu Yu has felled Darkrai, a mythical beast, with a mere quasi-divine Pokémon. Is this true? The disbelief was palpable, after all. Weren't divine beasts considered invincible? Yet, it was known that Lu Yu had previously defeated 2 secondary divine beasts belonging to the Island Nation's Pokémon League. I declare Lu Yu the Godslayer. Our Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League is on the brink of a glorious resurgence. At that moment, as Lu Yu faced the seemingly invincible Darkrai of Darkdo, the audience erupted in fervent cheer. Even Lin Yunei was jubilant, disregarding her image. Darkdo, recalling Darkrai, displayed a rare expression of astonishment and remarked with a smile, I never anticipated my Darkrai would fall to you. Lu Yu, you are indeed a formidable adversary. I am utterly exhilarated. Now, I entrust this battle to you. With those words, Darkdo produced another Pokeball, and as the crimson glow flickered, a blue-white Pokémon resembling a jet emerged. This was none other than Darkdo's second ace, Latios, a fellow mythical creature. The revelation of Darkdo's second divine Pokémon drew gasps from the crowd. It was his first time deploying a second Pokémon. Speculation surged. Could it be that all 6 of his main battle Pokémon were divine beasts? Upon witnessing Latios' arrival, Lu Yu promptly recalled Banjira, recognizing its fatigue and the futility of continuing the battle. Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lu Yu boldly proclaimed, Then I entrust this battle to you, Moltres. The audience exhaled in relief. Indeed, how could Lu Yu possess such prowess without a divine beast of his own? Chapter 123, Moltres vs. Latios Siblings. Typically, if an ordinary trainer possessed a divine beast, envy and resentment would ensue. However, Lu Yu was an exception. His record of defeating mythical creatures with ordinary Pokémon, coupled with his previous effortless victories over 2 divine beasts belonging to Dogeo, had elevated the perception of his strength to an almost terrifying level. It seemed as though no opponent could withstand Lu Yu, and his trump cards grew increasingly formidable, perpetually shrouded in mystery. In this context, the absence of a divine beast on Lu Yu's side was, paradoxically, a shocking revelation. Thus, when Moltres materialized on the battlefield, the gasps were muted, overshadowed by the sentiment of I knew it all along. Yet, Darkdo was no weakling. Even Lu Yu's most devoted fans dared not assert that he had a 100% chance of victory. I anticipated this. A man like you could never lack a divine beast. Latios, take the initiative and unleash clean light. As Darkdo commanded, Latios surged forward with astonishing speed, akin to a jet, launching a beam of light toward Moltres from behind. Moltres, counter with Fire Blast. As both divine beast trainers issued their commands, the explosive clash of Fire Blast and Clean Light resulted in a violent detonation. However, as both were flying-type Pokémon, this aerial confrontation bore no adverse effects. Continue with Flamethrower. Dragon Pulse. At this juncture, the battle unfolded in a back-and-forth exchange. While Latios was swift, Moltres was no slouch, and their power levels were comparably matched, resulting in negligible disparity. However, it seemed Latios might be capable of Mega Evolution. Should it initiate this transformation, Moltres would surely find itself at a severe disadvantage. Yet, if Darkdo had refrained from allowing Darkrai to Mega Evolve, it implied he possessed even stronger cards up his sleeve. Latios unleashed Dragon Rush. As a psychic and dragon-type mythical creature, Latios' combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Though Moltres was merely a secondary divine beast, it stood resolutely against Latios under Lu Yu's command. Evading Latios' assault by ascending rapidly, Moltres then unleashed a barrage of hot winds. This widespread attack, even against a flying-type Pokémon, was difficult to evade. As Latios charged with the shadowy form of a dragon, Moltres soared skyward, narrowly avoiding the attack. In an instant, it turned around, its wings flapping vigorously, unleashing a tremendous outpouring of fire-type energy toward Latios. This time, Latios could not evade and was struck, plummeting towards the ground. Now's our chance. Pursue and unleash Incinerate. One of the most powerful fire-type moves, Lu Yu seized this opportunity for Moltres to unleash its full potential. In an instant, under the force exerted by the flame bird, a sudden blaze erupted, causing the temperature within the entire nest to soar several degrees, not to mention the plight of Latios, who found itself at the epicenter of the assault. Before it could react, Latios was struck by the fierce flames of the flame bird, letting out a cry of anguish as it plummeted to the ground, sustaining significant injuries. The divine avian struck with ferocity, seizing the advantage. Lu Yu commanded the flame bird to continue its offensive. Latios evade. Feeling the searing heat in its chest, Latios squinted its eyes slightly, sensing the imminent threat. Summoning all its strength, it attempted to soar once more, yet was still sent flying by the flame bird's onslaught. Hearing Latios' lament, Darkdo promptly withdrew it into its Pokeball. This action spared Latios from losing its ability to battle entirely. However, this took Lu Yu by surprise. In his previous encounters, opponents seldom had the opportunity to substitute their Pokemon, as they were either swiftly defeated or engaged in a fiercely balanced struggle. After recalling Latios, Darkdo sent forth his third Pokemon. Similar to Latios, this Pokemon bore the colors of red and white, clearly indicating it was Latias, the sister of Latios. Indeed, another legendary beast. Not unexpectedly, Lu Yu commanded the flame bird to continue battling against Latias. Yet, the flame bird, having already exerted itself in its prior bout with Latios, found its stamina, endurance, and speed lacking compared to the fresh Latias. After a brief skirmish, Latias seized the opportunity and struck the flame bird down with a clean beam. Now is our chance. Latias unleashed Dragon Pulse. Flame bird dodge. However, the flame bird, nearing its physical limits and facing two opponents, found evasion increasingly difficult. Ultimately, it was unable to escape, and Latias' attack sent it crashing out of the arena. The flame bird was rendered incapable of battle, and Latias emerged victorious. For the first time, Lu Yu's Pokemon had succumbed in battle, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the outcome of this confrontation. Indeed, Darkdo's Pokemon were largely on par with Lu Yu's. Even if a gym leader-level Pokemon appeared, against these legendary beasts, they could only claim a slight edge. To think that Lu Yu had lost, this marked the first instance of any of his Pokemon being incapacitated in combat. Darkdo, too, shared this sentiment. It seemed the title of Twin Stars of the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League was well-deserved. After recalling the flame bird and acknowledging its hard-fought efforts, Lu Yu dispatched his third Pokemon. Now, it's your turn to finish things, Blaziken. Indeed, instead of summoning another legendary beast like the ancient Jade Fish or ancient Sword Leopard, Lu Yu opted for Blaziken. A gym leader-level Pokemon could easily contend against a critically weakened Latias and a Latios with over half its health remaining. Blaziken, go forth and execute Blaze Kick. Those who initially believed Lu Yu would surely win, now felt a pang of anxiety upon realizing he had no legendary Pokemon left. Did that mean he only had the Flame Bird? Yet, they could not have anticipated that Lu Yu's Blaziken possessed strength surpassing that of the legendary Flame Bird. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, Blaziken leaped into the air, flames igniting at its feet. Harnessing the force of its descent, Blaziken delivered a powerful kick to Latias' head. Struck, Latias cried out in pain and began to tumble downwards. Chapter 124, 1 against 2, Ancient Jade Fish vs. NTI. No one expected that after Lu Yu had lost the Flame Bird, the newly emerged Blaziken would exhibit power seemingly greater than that of its predecessor. Indeed, when Blaziken soared high and kicked the already diminished Latias to the ground, gasps of astonishment filled the arena. How could it seem that among Lu Yu's Pokémon, ordinary ones possessed combat prowess surpassing that of legendary beasts? With such perplexity in their minds, the spectators continued to observe the ongoing battle. Blaziken, continue your assault. Unleash your moves freely. To their astonishment, Lu Yu commanded Blaziken to engage in free combat, and it immediately jumped before Latias with a fiery punch. When Latias attempted to evade, Blaziken unleashed a torrent of flames that struck directly. Following that, flames ignited once more on its right leg, propelling Latias violently away. After enduring a flurry of Blaziken's attacks, Latias was consumed by fury. She had not been so thoroughly bested even when facing the flame bird. How dare this mere chicken be so audacious? Thus, as the two Pokémon engaged in a fierce struggle, she realized that this opponent was indeed stronger than the legendary flame bird. Latias unleashed Dragon Pulse, counter with a Fire Blast. As both trainers issued their commands simultaneously, Blaziken unleashed a searing flame, clashing fiercely with Latias's potent Dragon-type energy. The ensuing explosion sent shockwaves through the arena, and amidst the smoke, Blaziken surged forth, unleashing a devastating inferno that struck Latias directly. Unable to evade the might of a gym leader's most potent attack, Latias emitted a sorrowful wail as it was struck. As the smoke began to clear, a battered Latias collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Latias has lost its ability to battle. Dacto, please send out your next Pokémon. Witnessing Lu Yu once again vanquishing a legendary with an ordinary Pokémon, this time merely Blaziken, one of the starter trio, ignited a fervor among Lu Yu's fans. After Dacto recalled Latias, he promptly sent forth Latios again. The previous Latios had been critically weakened, but the recovery abilities of legendary Pokémon were indeed formidable. Having rested in its Pokeball for several minutes, its strength had somewhat returned. Yet, facing Blaziken, it still seemed insufficient. Latios, use Obliterate. Dacto was well aware of Latios's diminished stamina, hence he initiated with a powerful move, desperately attempting to defeat Lu Yu's Blaziken. Even now, Dacto retained ample confidence to contend with Lu Yu's Pokémon. Why? Because of the pride of a legendary trainer. Like Lu Yu, he had never tasted defeat since his debut. With such unwavering confidence, how could he fathom losing to Lu Yu? Continuing to unleash Inferno, taking advantage of Latios's moment of rigidity, Blaziken prepared to unleash a series of attacks to conclude the battle. Understanding Lu Yu's intent, Blaziken once again executed Inferno to block Latios's Obliterate, then surged forward towards Latios once more. Flame Punch, Flame Kick, and the formidable Big Bang skill unfolded in a dazzling display, culminating in a decisive moment where the fiery avian unleashed a full-powered Flame Kick, sending Latios crashing to the ground, rendering it incapable of further combat. With Latios defeated, the fiery bird emerged victorious, leading to a 10-minute intermission as Dacto had lost 3 Pokémon. The prolonged battle, spanning an hour and a half, had left both trainers, Lu Yu and Dacto, feeling somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, it is quite common for elite Pokémon to experience both victories and defeats. Presently, Lu Yu had lost his Firebird, and with Banjira nearly at its last breath, the fiery chicken had downed 2 Pokémon, exhausting more than half of its stamina. In contrast to Dacto, who had lost 3 Pokémon, Lu Yu still maintained a considerable advantage. The question now remained, what other trump cards did Dacto possess? It was indeed surprising that despite unleashing 3 legendary beasts, Dacto had only managed to defeat one of Lu Yu's Pokémon. Although Banjira and the fiery chicken were both running low on energy, the situation was still quite astonishing. Indeed, Lu Yu's prowess was commendable. He seemed destined to clinch the championship, ready to face the Elite Four and ultimately challenge the champion. At that moment, resting in the lounge, Lu Yu sighed deeply, acknowledging that Dacto's strength surpassed that of any opponent he had encountered thus far. He hoped that his assumptions were not misguided. Otherwise, the final adversary might prove to be a considerable waste of effort. It is worth noting that the championship tournament required participants to finalize their roster of Pokémon beforehand. Should one succumb to defeat due to roster issues, it would be of no one's fault. Thus, Lu Yu, who had always found Dacto to be quite mysterious, had included that enigmatic individual in his lineup of 6 Pokémon. Soon, the second half of the match commenced. As Lu Yu and Dacto took their positions once more, a new battle began. This time, it was Dacto who made the first move. I entrust you with this, my ace, Inti. Upon hearing this name, Lu Yu felt a surge of pressure. Unlike Suakun, NTI had not been stripped of its divine status. The moment NEI appeared, the very arena seemed to transform into molten lava. This creature was undoubtedly a divine beast, the most powerful among the 3 legendary beasts. Without hesitation, Lu Yu responded to the fire-type deity by sending out his own ancient fish. As both were fire types and divine beings, this battle promised to be intriguing. Chapter 125. The Divine Conflict resurfaces, tense. Turns out Lu Yu also possesses a legendary beast. I must admit, it makes me quite anxious for him. Upon hearing this, the audience cast sidelong glances at the boy who had just spoken, pondering whether a man capable of defeating legendary Pokémon with ordinary ones could indeed rely on a legendary beast to secure victory. NTI, a master-level NTI. I've never seen one before. It seems he is indeed one of your trump cards. Recognizing that Lu Yu could discern the strength of his NTI at a glance, Dacto felt no surprise. Rather, his fighting spirit soared. Indeed, this legendary beast represented a formidable obstacle for Lu Yu. At present, Lu Yu's only certain advantage over the master-level NTI was his Latios. Even his ancient fish would only have a 60 to 40 chance against it, leaving Lu Yu with a mere 40 probability of victory. However, Lu Yu was not entirely devoid of chances, as the 4 calamities, when compared to the 3 Pokémon resurrected by Ho-Oh, could potentially turn the tide with the right utilization of their devastating skills. After all, this skill could eliminate half of the opponent's stamina with a successful hit. In the next moment, as the ancient fish unleashed a surge of intense dark energy, NTI sensed impending danger and ignited with fierce flames, unleashing a sacred fire. The clash of the calamity and the sacred flame resulted in a powerful explosion, with both sides initially testing each other's strengths in a stalemate. The sacred flame skill was evidently one NEI had learned from Ho-Oh, and the divine power it wielded clashed with the force of calamity, representing the perfect counterbalance. NEI unleashed the Big Bang. Without hesitation, the formidable NTI roared, reminiscent of 1,000 beasts bowing in submission, sending forth a torrent of ferocious flames toward the ancient fish. Yet, as a creature capable of swimming in molten magma, the ancient fish boldly declared, "I fear not the flames." Despite possessing a dark-type attribute, the damage inflicted by this fire-type skill was minimal. Let us retaliate with our own Big Bang. As 2 fiery blasts collided, the temperature of the battlefield began to rise steadily, causing beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of both Lu Yu and Dacto. Indeed, in a true contest of strength, lacking sufficient physical endurance would prove detrimental. Fortunately, as a mid-level psychic, Lu Yu could withstand such temperatures. After all, he could traverse outer space without a hitch. Ancient fish, unleash the wave of darkness. NTI, unleash the jet flame. Ancient fish, once more with the calamity. NTI, continue the assault with the sacred flame. After more than half an hour of battle, neither trainer had gained a definitive advantage. Each time Lu Yu employed the calamity, Dacto would counter with the sacred flame, rendering the skill ineffective. The battlefield now resembled a sweltering summer day, despite it being the height of winter, making it feel as though one might wish to shed all clothing. Unsurprisingly, once this battle concluded, a cold breeze would sweep through the arena, leaving a significant portion of the audience ill by the next day. Ancient fish, unleash the calamity once more. NTI, charge forward and unleash the sacred flame. Another wave of confrontation ensued, yet ultimately, the ancient fish was still a fish, not an NTI, and the latter's speed on the battlefield far surpassed that of the ancient fish. Swiftly, as NTI capitalized on the explosion to close in on Lu Yu, it sank its teeth into the ancient fish's tail. Damn it, ancient fish, unleash your full power. Incinerate everything. NTI, hold on. Keep biting down. Do not relent. In an instant, both legendary beasts found themselves locked in a stalemate. After several minutes, the ancient fish could no longer endure the pain in its tail and the relentless assault from NTI, exhausting its stamina and losing its ability to fight. NTI, too, was panting heavily, on the brink of exhaustion. As Lu Yu sent forth the fiery chicken once more, both Pokémon ultimately succumbed, losing their combat capabilities simultaneously. Thus, Lu Yu had lost 3 of his 6 Pokémon, the fiery chicken, the firebird, and the ancient fish, leaving only the nearly defeated Banjira. Conversely, Dacto had lost 4 of his 6 Pokémon, including his so-called ace, NTI. In this scenario, Lu Yu held only a slight advantage. Both the fiery chicken and NEI have lost their combat capabilities. Both trainers are to proceed with deploying their Pokémon. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, those who initially believed Lu Yu was assured victory began to feel conflicted. It appeared that his advantage was not as substantial as they had hoped. Could Dacto truly secure a win? One can only assert that in a genuine battle, until the very last moment, neither side can truly ascertain who shall emerge victorious. In this encounter, I entrust it to you, the Dream God, Cresselia. In the next instant, as Darkdo's Pokeball emitted a radiant crimson light, the esteemed Dream God, Cresselia, materialized gracefully, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Indeed, this fellow Darkdo has chosen a fifth Pokémon that is a mythical creature. Thus his primary battle squad consists entirely of legendary beings, privately rejoicing as he integrated that individual into his battle strategy. Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he dispatched his fifth Pokémon, the Ancient Sword Leopard. The Dark-type and Ice-type Ancient Sword Leopard appeared to possess the perfect advantage over the opposing Dream God, Cresselia. So, let your prowess shine forth, Ancient Sword Leopard, unleash catastrophe. As one of the four great beasts of disaster, this move is naturally exclusive to them. Not to mention, Dark-type moves effectively counter Psychic types, while Psychic-type moves are utterly ineffective against Dark-type Pokémon. Therefore, it is safe to say that Lu Yu's victory is assured. As the catastrophe move surged toward Cresselia, she let out a soft gasp and vanished in an instant. Yet, in the following moment, the Ancient Sword Leopard swiftly altered its course, executing a dark pulse that struck Cresselia with precision. Ancient Sword Leopard, continue your assault. Unleash catastrophe once more. Seizing the moment that Cresselia was hit, Ancient Sword Leopard launched another attack, and the tide of battle swiftly turned in Lu Yu's favor. 10 minutes later, Cresselia lay utterly incapacitated beneath the relentless onslaught of the Ancient Sword Leopard. With Cresselia defeated, the Ancient Sword Leopard emerged victorious, prompting Darkdo to send forth his next Pokémon. At this juncture, Lu Yu retained 3 Pokémon, while Darkdo was left with but 1. Witnessing this tense and precarious battle, the crowd erupted in exclamations. For a contest that could swing either way is undeniably the most thrilling. After all, who could truly know the victor until the very end? Chapter 125, The Ideal Hero. Zekrom. At this moment, within the finals of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League's annual championship, one participant, Darkdo, had already lost 5 legendary Pokémon, with only 1 remaining, finding himself in a disadvantaged position. On the other hand, Lu Yu still possessed a sufficiently vigorous Ancient Sword Leopard, a critically weakened Banette, and another fully healthy Pokémon yet to engage, thus holding a significant advantage. If Darkdo's final Pokémon were merely a mythical being or a second-tier deity, victory would only be conceivable if it possessed combat prowess akin to that of the legendary NTI. However, even so, there was not a trace of panic to be seen on Darkdo's face. Observing Darkdo's confident demeanor, Lu Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable intuition that perhaps, like him, Darkdo also had a first-tier deity in his arsenal. Otherwise, how could he remain so composed in such a dire situation? In the next moment, Darkdo spoke. Lu Yu, I have completely acknowledged your strength. If you can defeat the next Pokémon I summon, I will accept my defeat graciously. As Darkdo's words resonated, a Master Ball materialized in his hand, prompting the audience to collectively hold their breath, as though they anticipated something extraordinary. Surely, this cannot be a first-tier deity. Otherwise, why had Darkdo previously utilized ordinary Pokeballs for mythical creatures while resorting to a Master Ball for this one? Indeed, I share this sentiment. Only historically renowned figures have ever possessed first-tier deities. Upon hearing the murmurs around her, Cynthia finally revealed a smile. If Darkdo possesses a first-tier deity, then he undeniably stands a chance of victory. Otherwise, should it merely be a mythical creature, Lu Yu still retains a substantial likelihood of winning. As the Master Ball burst forth with a crimson glow, a colossal dragon, cloaked in darkness and exuding a terrifying aura, materialized before the astonished crowd. Not only did the spectators present fall into a stupor, but viewers worldwide, closely following the match, were left utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in another location, a man clutching a Master Ball whispered to himself, seemingly having finally found his worthy adversary. A first-tier deity, the ideal hero, Zekrom of the Tau Trio. Now that is a formidable strategy. After commending Darkdo, Lu Yu reflected on the earlier assistance Darkdo had provided him, choosing not to directly summon his final Pokémon. After all, he had no intention of contending for the title of champion. Thus, fulfilling the aspirations of this future champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League seemed a worthy endeavor. Ancient Sword Leopard, continue the battle, unleash Ice Pillar Drop. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, the Ancient Sword Leopard, sensing the gravity of the situation, emitted a fierce roar as countless ice pillars rained down from the sky, crashing directly onto Zekrom. Yet, a first-tier deity is still a first-tier deity, even second-tier deity Pokémon, prior to reaching their maximum potential, remain significantly inferior. Otherwise, when facing Dialga, Palkia, and the other legendary Pokémon, Lu Yu's team would have achieved a master-level status. And with the assistance of those demigods, he would not have faced defeat. As Zekrom countered the ancient sword leopard's assault, Darkdo chuckled with ease. No one has ever managed to push me to this extent. Zekrom, unleash your true power, Cross Thunder. Upon Darkdo's command, a surge of terrifying electrical energy erupted forth, crackling throughout the battlefield. Notably, as a first-tier deity capable of manipulating its size at will, Zekrom stood a mere 5 meters tall, merely due to the diminutive stature of its opponent. Otherwise, it could easily manifest a form exceeding 1,000 meters. With a resounding crash, the battlefield succumbed to the onslaught of Cross Thunder, the steel frame of the arena groaning ominously, as if it might collapse at the slightest disturbance. When the tempestuous lightning finally abated, an exhausted ancient sword leopard reappeared before the spectators. This strike had decisively showcased the disparity in power. Having already exerted considerable effort to defeat Cresselia, the ancient sword leopard now faced the first-tier deity, Zekrom, with no evolutionary items to bolster its strength. After enduring less than 10 minutes, the ancient sword leopard ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Retrieving the ancient sword leopard, and under the sympathetic gazes of the onlookers, Lu Yu summoned forth Banette once more. Yet, the critically weakened Banette, confronted with a first-tier deity, fell after merely one attack, unable to rise again. Thus, Lu Yu was left with but one Pokémon remaining. At this moment, all present comprehended that had Darkdo not possessed a first-tier deity, the ultimate champion of this battle would undoubtedly have been Lu Yu. Alas, who could have anticipated that Darkdo indeed had a first-tier deity in his possession? Even now, many were incredulous, for once one possesses a first-tier deity and secures the championship of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, any aspirations of rival leagues to challenge them would be mere folly. At this moment, the esteemed Pokémon League of the Island Nation, alongside the formidable Eagle Pokémon League, witnessed a dramatic shift in expression as they contemplated the potential sacrifices they might make to draw Darkdo into their ranks. Observing Lu Yu, who stood resolutely on the battlefield yet hesitated to dispatch his next Pokémon, a sense of helplessness enveloped the crowd. Nevertheless, despite the mounting tension, there were still voices rallying in support of Lu Yu, a sound that resonated with an oddly familiar warmth. Following the source of the cheers, Lu Yu's heart swelled with joy upon recognizing Lin Yunei, his sister Lu Yin, their parents, and a few close friends. Yet, this smile, perceived by others, bore a tinge of bitterness. It was indeed a pity. Had Darkdo not possessed a first-level deity, how could he possibly stand a chance against Lu Yu? Enough of the boasting upstairs. I cannot abide by Lu Yu's pretentious demeanor. Let Darkdo teach him the meaning of defeat. They murmured, aware that this was the final Pokémon. Uncertain if Lu Yu still had any hidden cards. The unfolding climax of the finals was nothing short of dazzling, and until the very last moment, the victor remained shrouded in uncertainty. It seemed increasingly apparent that Darkdo would emerge victorious, and Lu Yu would inevitably face defeat. Yet, regardless of the outcome, the prowess of both trainers was irrefutable. As whispers of doubt and disbelief wafted around him, Lu Yu shook his head and retrieved a Master Ball from his belt. When the camera zoomed in, the crowd erupted as they beheld the distinctive hue of the Pokeball. Chapter 126, The Pinnacle Divine Battle, Rayquaza vs. Zekrom. Goodness. Lu Yu possesses a Master Ball too. I knew my idol wouldn't disappoint. Hey, this is outrageous. Are today's young trainers truly this formidable? Having legendary Pokemon and even first-level deities at their disposal? The match was an eye-opener, showcasing two competitors worthy of being in the top 5 strongest trainers of our Dragon Nation. Perhaps it was time for a change in the reigning Elite Four and champion. As Lu Yu clutched the Master Ball, Darkdo's expression brightened with intrigue. Such a battle was bound to be thrilling, otherwise, with the sheer dominance of legendary Pokemon, even champion Cynthia might struggle to claim victory. The instant Lu Yu unleashed the Master Ball, a colossal black dragon emerged, unleashing a thunderous roar. This was Rayquaza. But what astonished everyone was its unusual black coloration rather than the typical green. This revelation left the audience in awe. It was clear that trainers of Lu Yu and Darkdo's caliber, possessing such entities, were akin to wielding strategic-grade weapons, national treasures in their own right. The Dragon Nation Pokémon League now boasted 2 such extraordinary trainers, a remarkable fortune indeed. Darkdo, upon witnessing Lu Yu's black Rayquaza, displayed a hint of surprise at its coloration but quickly regained his composure. Meanwhile, Cynthia gazed intently at the familiar Rayquaza, recognizing it as the one that had rescued both Lu Yu and herself in the Taklamakan Desert. Yet, she was left pondering how Lu Yu had managed to capture Rayquaza. At this moment, surveying the Pokémon on both sides, Lu Yu turned to Darkdo with a smile. Now, let us engage in a true first-level deity battle, unencumbered by the constraints of the battlefield. Darkdo, eager for the challenge, echoed Lu Yu's call to their respective legendary Pokémon. In synchrony, Rayquaza and Zekrom exchanged fierce glances. Their battle spirit ignited before soaring into the skies. Lu Yu promptly released another Pokeball, summoning his Pokémon, Noivern, and took to the air, pursuing the two first-level deities. The crowd, witnessing Lu Yu's Noivern, reminiscent of a blood-winged dragon yet distinct, was left puzzled. Noivern was shrouded in mystery, a top-tier predator and a paradoxical species, beyond the full comprehension of contemporary humanity, known only by name. Simultaneously, Darkdo unleashed another Pokémon, a Dragonite. With both trainers mounted on their aerial steeds, they commanded their legendary Pokémon to commence battle. As the Titans ascended into the heavens, they exchanged orders, while the audience below exchanged bewildered glances. Struggling to grasp the unfolding spectacle, the host stepped in to ease the tension, noting that a true clash between first-level deities posed a significant threat to the safety of the metropolis, making their aerial duel prudent. To ensure the audience experienced the most exhilarating and unforgettable first-level deity showdown, a multitude of drones swiftly took flight, capturing every moment of the confrontation. Rayquaza Dragon Pulse, Zekrom Dragon Pulse. As the Black Rayquaza, capable of Mega Evolution and able to take on 6 opponents, faced Zekrom, its battle prowess was undeniably superior. However, as both were first-level deities, and Rayquaza had yet to unleash its Mega Evolution, the outcome could not be determined so early in the fray. A cacophony of explosions echoed through the air. Though the combatants had vanished from view, the overwhelming destruction reached the ears of the spectators. Gradually, as the drones finally captured the scene of the battle, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Black Rayquaza, akin to a colossal serpent, had coiled around Zekrom, who struggled to break free. Zekrom crossed thunder. Rayquaza unleashed Dragon Breath. As Zekrom thrust its claws forward, unleashing a tempest of terrifying lightning, Rayquaza emitted a roar of pain and retaliated with a surge of Emerald Dragon Breath, striking Zekrom head-on. The two titans exchanged blows, seemingly driven by the honor of first-level deities, refusing to evade one another's attacks, leading to a battle of attrition where only the one who faltered would fall. Such a clash was gruesome. It was fortunate that they were first-level deities, endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities, allowing them to recover swiftly after defeat. With that, Lu Yu commanded Rayquaza to execute a decisive strike. Despite Zekrom's formidable resistance to flying-type moves, Lu Yu urged Rayquaza to attack. As the massive dragon sword, imbued with the essence of the dragon god, it collided forcefully with Zekrom. Although Zekrom possessed remarkable resilience, it could not suppress its cries of agony as it plummeted from the sky, only to stabilize itself mid-air. With its tail igniting like a jet, it retaliated with Dragon Rush, crashing into Rayquaza. While it was said that the battle was dictated by the two trainers, their immense sizes rendered their commands ineffective. In contrast to Darkdo, who relied on telepathy through Dragonite, Lu Yu, possessing psychic abilities, could directly implant commands into Rayquaza's mind. Rayquaza, use Dragon Tail, and give him a resounding slap. In response to Lu Yu's command, Rayquaza's lips curled into a slight smile, and with astonishing speed, its colossal tail struck fiercely against the visage of Zekrom. Chapter 127. Triumph and Defeat, the Birth of the Champion. As the saying goes, one ought not to strike the face, especially when it concerns a divine dragon. Consequently, Zekrom, humiliated by this affront, erupted in furious rage, unleashing a thunderous roar, its mouth opening to emit a piercing shout, before charging forward to clasp Rayquaza tightly, refusing to let go. You dare strike my face? Then let us perish together. It is said that a dragon has its sensitive scales, and to touch them is to invoke wrath. At this moment, Zekrom was akin to a dragon whose scales had been touched, instantly retaliating. Rayquaza managed to break free, executing Dragon Ascent. In this direct confrontation, it was evident that the physical prowess of Dragon-type moves inflicted greater damage upon Zekrom. Furthermore, both Zekrom and Rayquaza were equal-tier Dragon-type deities, rendering their combat status relatively balanced. Faced with Rayquaza's Dragon Ascent, Zekrom showed no signs of yielding, trembling as it unleashed its own Dragon Ascent, the two dragon gods colliding once more. The cacophony of their clashes resonated from above, causing the spectators below to sit up straight, anxiously fearing that one of the dragons might plummet from the sky in defeat. This epic battle raged on from 3 in the afternoon until 5, with no victor emerging. Historically, finals typically concluded within 2 hours. Yet Lu Yu and Dacto had been engaged in combat since 1 o'clock, continuing into the evening without a resolution. The prolonged struggle began to wear on the audience's stamina. Indeed, the fierce clash of first-tier deities was a spectacle many might never witness in their lifetime. But even so, human endurance has its limits. At that moment, a tremendous dragon's roar echoed through the sky. However, unlike the previous battle cries filled with fervor, this time, the roar bore a hint of lamentation. In the next instant, a colossal black dragon slowly descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the battlefield. At this moment, Zekrom had reverted to a size of 5 to 6 meters. Nevertheless, even this fall from the skies created a significant crater in the battleground. Even the nest could not help but tremble for a considerable duration. Following this, Rayquaza leisurely descended from the sky, positioning itself before Zekrom, and unleashed a dragon pulse. Zekrom, hurry and evade. Hearing Dacto's command, Zekrom yearned to comply, but its current stamina rendered it incapable. After 2 hours of fierce combat, aside from the initial half-hour where both seemed evenly matched, Zekrom's combat capabilities had dwindled significantly, leading to its current state. Thus, Zekrom, forced to endure Rayquaza's attack, trembled violently before ultimately collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Witnessing this scene, Rayquaza suddenly soared into the air, emitting a triumphant roar to assert its dominance, reveling in its victory. After a display of power, it became clear to all that the 2-hour divine battle had concluded with Lu Yu and Rayquaza emerging victorious, confirming that Zekrom could no longer continue fighting. The referee cautiously raised the flag and announced the final result. Zekrom had lost its fighting capability, and Rayquaza had claimed victory. Thus, the champion of the 2016 Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League was none other than Lu Yu from the Zhejiang Pokémon Alliance. Let us extend our warmest applause to celebrate the birth of a champion. Simultaneously, let us congratulate Dacto for securing the runner-up position in this annual championship. Upon hearing the referee and host's words, the entire audience rose to their feet, expressing their congratulations with fervent enthusiasm to both competitors. Regardless of the outcome, what mattered was that both Lu Yu and Dacto were trainers of first-tier deities. With a first-tier deity at their command, their combat prowess ranked among the world's top 10, capable of contending with the Elite Four. After attaining the honor of being crowned champion, Dacto appeared to find solace, striding confidently towards Lu Yu. Extending his hand with a smile, perhaps I have been too immersed in the glory of a divine beast trainer, underestimating the world. In terms of true combat strategy, I concede that I still have much to learn from you. However, in our next encounter, I shall not be so easily defeated. Upon hearing Dacto's words, Lu Yu responded with a smile. In that case, let us bury our past grievances. After all, having a worthy rival to spar with is quite enjoyable. Just as Lu Yu and Dacto shook hands and exchanged smiles, the photographer's shutter clicked rapidly, capturing the moment dubbed the Century Handshake, which quickly trended online. Following Lu Yu's victory, his parents, Sister Lu Yan, and Lin Yunei rushed from the stands to embrace him. In that moment, they cheered, celebrating the remarkable achievement of their family. At 6 o'clock that evening, the champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, Cynthia, presented awards to Lu Yu, Dacto, and Long Xiang. In truth, Cynthia felt a mix of admiration and exasperation towards Lu Yu. She admired him as a future top trainer of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, yet resented that he was not from her faction and had defeated her prized disciple, Dacto. Should Dacto wish to succeed Cynthia as the champion, public opinion might suggest that he was unworthy, with Lu Yu appearing far more suitable. However, Cynthia could not bring herself to target Lu Yu as champion. She possessed the grace to rise above such feelings. Thus, when Lu Yu received the pure gold trophy symbolizing the championship from Cynthia, he released all his Pokémon to share in the moment of glory. Though the competition was technically concluded, the top 3 finalists still possessed an additional privilege yet to be utilized, marking this award ceremony as the dawn of a new era. When the host reappeared before Lu Yu, Dacto, and Long Xiang, smilingly inquiring if they wished to invoke the privilege of the top 3, all 3 responded in unison, "We shall use it." Thus, the seemingly concluded tournament was reignited. At noon the following day, a challenge match against the Elite Four and the champion would commence. Should they succeed in defeating the Elite Four and the champion, a new champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League would emerge. Chapter 128. The Elite Four Challenge begins. Lu Yu's victory and championship title spread swiftly through various Pokémon leagues, including the Island Nations, the Bear Nations, the Eagle Nations, and the Bull Nations. Terms such as Lu Yu's championship, Rayquaza, first-tier deity, and divine beast trainer began trending. In an instant, Lu Yu had truly transcended boundaries, becoming a globally recognized name. Whether in Europe, Africa, West Asia, or East Asia, with everyone aware of the formidable trainer known as Lu Yu, the master of the illustrious Rayquaza. At this moment, Lu Yu finally mustered the courage to declare before Lin Yuner that his popularity had eclipsed hers. Rather than relying on rumors to gain recognition from the public in other nations as he had done previously. That evening, after celebrating with Lin Yuner and her family, Lu Yu began to prepare for the upcoming Elite Four Challenge, which is contested in the order of 3rd place, 2nd place, and finally, the champion. Long Xiang possessed championship-level strength, yet it remained uncertain whether the 4th Elite Four could withstand his onslaught. However, it was indisputable that Zhang Fan and Xiao Hao were undoubtedly stronger than Long Xiang. Thus, it was unrealistic for Long Xiang to aspire to become one of the Elite Four at this moment. As for Dacto, once he deployed his Zekrom, even Cynthia would struggle against him, making a change of champion inevitable. Similarly, Lu Yu, upon unleashing his Rayquaza, would find the champion's throne within easy reach. Yet, for such formidable trainers, the pursuit of the champion's title was not merely a competition. Engaging in battles with other elites was the very essence of their passion. Therefore, Lu Yu did not harbor ambitions of claiming the champion's position. Nevertheless, he was determined to participate in the Elite Four Challenge. However, he felt that the presence of legendary Pokémon was unnecessary in such a context, at least in his mind. After all, those prominent figures had been itching for a long time. The following day, even before noon, the area surrounding the bird's nest was teeming with throngs of people. Hundreds of thousands of trainers gathered in the capital, eager to witness whether anyone would ascend to the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League during this Elite Four Challenge. Moreover, powerful trainers from various Pokémon leagues were present to spectate, including the renowned champion-level trainer Shigeru Okito from the Island Nations Pokémon League, and George from the Eagle Sauce Pokémon League, who occupied the front row. After all, with Cynthia no longer serving as the champion of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, such a significant transition in champions necessitated the participation of powerful trainers from surrounding leagues. Following the determination of the victor, a champion inauguration ceremony would ensue, likely involving the collective arrival of the 8 masters. At this moment, Lu Yu found himself seated at the forefront alongside Lin Yuner and Dacto. Today marked Long Xiang's match, and should it conclude swiftly, Dacto would have the opportunity to take the stage. However, if it dragged on, Lu Yu's match might not occur until the day after tomorrow. As the event commenced, the host grandly introduced Long Xiang, who soon took to the arena as the 4th Elite Four member, the Northern King Xiao Hao. After both trainers dispatched their Pokémon, Xiao Hao, a master of ground-type Pokémon, naturally sent forth his Hippowdon to engage in battle against Long Xiang's Dragon-type Pokémon. The Sandstorm team exhibited formidable strength, and after over 2 hours of combat, Xiao Hao was ultimately defeated by Long Xiang with a score of 5-6. However, at this juncture, Long Xiang found himself lacking the energy to continue challenging the 3rd Elite Four, the Southern King Li Lian. Indeed, to successfully ascend to the champion's throne, one must defeat all 4 Elite Four members in succession before facing the reigning champion. Yet, merely attaining the title of Elite Four also necessitated overcoming all 4 members one by one. Thus, despite having vanquished Xiao Hao, Long Xiang had not yet secured his position among the Elite Four, as 3 even stronger trainers still stood before him. This elucidates why champions and Elite Four members do not frequently change. After all, to become an Elite Four member, one must triumph over all 4. As Long Xiang continued to challenge the 3rd Elite Four, the Steel-type Master Li Lian, he managed to defeat 3 of Li Lian's Pokémon. But soon his second team was entirely incapacitated. Consequently, Long Xiang's challenge ended in failure, preventing him from becoming a new Elite Four member. While this outcome was somewhat disappointing, Xiao Hao's defeat nonetheless served as a testament to Long Xiang's strength. However, time remained, and when Dacto took the stage, the 4th Elite Four member Xiao Hao unleashed his second team of Pokémon to confront Dacto's main lineup. Thus, a single Darkrai swiftly overwhelmed all 6 of Xiao Hao's Pokémon. Given Dacto's current prowess, he was undoubtedly at the master level. Once his Zekrom emerged, only the likes of Dan D and Ash, former world champions, could hope to impede his advance. In facing the formidable 3rd Elite Four member, Li Lian, Dacto again unleashed Darkrai, sweeping through the competition. However, the situation shifted when Xiao Hao, the Water-type King and the 2nd Elite Four member, entered the fray. To hold the position of second Elite Four member within the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, one must possess at least championship-level prowess, akin to Zhang Fan. Residing at the pinnacle of the Master Tier, surpassing the champion level, it is crucial not to underestimate the Elite Four, as they are not merely at the elite level. The Ultimate Champion also stands at the championship level, having emerged victorious among all the elite and champions. While Li Lian and Zhao Hao may not rank among the top 5 in the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, they nonetheless belong to the upper echelon. The Elite Four are the creme de la creme. Dacto's battle against the Water-type King Zhao Hao proved far more challenging than anticipated. If even the second Elite Four member could be taken down by Dacto's Darkrai, then his reputation would not be as formidable as it seemed. Ultimately, after sacrificing 2 legendary Pokémon, Dacto managed to defeat Zhao Hao, only to face the Eastern King, Zhang Fan, the strongest Elite Four member in the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League. In the clash against Zhang Fan, Dacto initiated the battle with Cresselia, attempting to replicate the strategy that had worked with Darkrai, but was swiftly thwarted by Zhang Fan. In the end, after Dacto's remaining 3 legendary Pokémon fell, Zhang Fan still had 2 Pokémon at his disposal. Left with no choice, Dacto resorted to deploying his ordinary Pokémon to contend with Zhang Fan. In a 3 versus 2 scenario, Dacto narrowly emerged victorious. However, at this point, facing the champion Cynthia would be a futile endeavor, unless Dacto unleashed his trump card, Zekrom. Chapter 128, The Pinnacle Match, Lu Yu's Legend. At precisely 6 o'clock that evening, after Dacto single-handedly defeated the 4 strongest Elite Four members of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, he found himself too drained to challenge the reigning champion, Cynthia. Thus, to usurp a champion's title, the successor's strength typically must far exceed that of their predecessor. Furthermore, they must possess several elite teams to first vanquish the 4 Elite Four members. Even now, Dacto recognized that he could not defeat Cynthia without deploying Zekrom, leading him to decide against challenging her. Regardless, his strength had been validated, and whether or not the championship was his was no longer a significant concern. Moreover, Dacto had originally been groomed to become the next champion of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League. Even if Dacto were to defeat Cynthia with Zekrom, he would ultimately be paving the way for Lu Yu. Thus, Dacto's decision was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. After both of their battles concluded, the following morning marked the beginning of Lu Yu's challenge. As before, standing before Lu Yu was Zhao Hao, the ground-type member of the Elite Four. After Lu Yu unleashed his colossal Tentacruel, his dazzling Mismagius, and his ferocious Gyarados, the stage was set for his own legendary confrontation. Zhao Haoyan's reign as the king met with a swift defeat. The entire confrontation lasted a mere hour from inception to conclusion. Subsequently, without a moment's respite, Li Lian, the Steel-type monarch, also succumbed to the relentless onslaught of Lu Yu's fierce companions, the Arrow Hawk, the Speed Dog, and the formidable Banjira. It was only upon the emergence of Zhao Hao, the Water-type sovereign, that Lu Yu began to adopt a more serious demeanor. Unleashing the Master-level Spear Dragon and activating its titanium crystal transformation, the Spear Dragon commenced its merciless rampage. Commanded by Lu Yu, it unleashed an Ice Pillar strike upon the Gyarados. Following Lu Yu's directive and empowered by the titanium crystal augmentation, the Spear Dragon let out a thunderous roar, encasing the Gyarados in a solid ice prison. Unable to shatter the icy bonds, the Gyarados quickly lost its combat capabilities. Having been eliminated without delay, Zhao Hao, witnessing Lu Yu's might firsthand, wore an expression of sheer frustration. Their previous enmity, stemming from certain grievances, rendered Lu Yu's unyielding assault on the Second King entirely justifiable. Yet, it was Zhao Hao who bore the brunt of the humiliation. Thus, it is prudent to avoid provoking Lu Yu. The retribution he wields is nearly insurmountable. Fortunately, Zhao Hao was no traitor, or else Lu Yu's wrath would have been far more severe than mere embarrassment. After recalling the Gyarados, Zhao Hao dispatched his second Pokémon, the Blastoise. This Blastoise, a cornerstone of Zhao Hao's team and his original Pokémon, had attained master-level prowess, being one of only 2 Pokémon in his possession to reach such heights. The moment the Blastoise entered the fray, it immediately activated its Mega Evolution. In the next instant, as the dazzling spectrum of light enveloped the Blastoise, the Mega Blastoise appeared before Lu Yu in a majestic new form. The Mega Blastoise unleashed a Dragon Pulse. Following Zhao Hao's command, the Mega Blastoise sprang into action, launching a column of Dragon-type energy directly at the Spear Dragon. In response to this attack, the Spear Dragon let out a resounding roar, instantly erupting with an ice beam that not only neutralized the Dragon Pulse, but also struck the Blastoise with unrelenting force. Witnessing this, Chow Hao's expression darkened. Who could have anticipated that even with the Blastoise's mega evolution, its overall strength would still fall short of the Spear Dragon's prowess? Before Chow Hao could ponder further, Lu Yu issued his next command. Spear Dragon, after using Dance of the Dragons, execute a blade charge. Thus, amidst the resplendent glow of titanium crystal, the Spear Dragon began a peculiar dance, and upon the conclusion of the Dance of the Dragons, it was enveloped in dragon-type energy. With newfound momentum, it charged fiercely at the Mega Blastoise. With a resounding crash, as the explosion dissipated, the Blastoise, forced to revert from its mega form, revealed its incapacitated state. Under such circumstances, Chow Hao's third Pokémon stood little chance against Lu Yu's Spear Dragon. As Chow Hao lost 3 Pokémon, the mid-battle respite commenced. After recalling the Spear Dragon, Lu Yu's item enhancement effects came to an end. However, given the Spear Dragon's might, executing another triple victory was hardly a challenge. To ensure his chances of victory, Lu Yu released the Shiny Sylveon, a formidable force from the Master Level, utterly overwhelming the Water-type king before him. After subduing him effortlessly, it was time for the first king, Zhang Fan, to take the stage. Sharing the same faction, Zhang Fan laughed heartily upon seeing Lu Yu oppose him. To be honest, he would rather lose promptly to Lu Yu, allowing him to face Cynthia in the best possible condition and ultimately defeat her to become the new champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. However, prior to this battle, Lu Yu had reiterated on multiple occasions that he would not truly assume the title of champion. After all, managing the affairs of the entire Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League was exceedingly cumbersome. If that were the case, how could Lu Yu embark on his quest to find his Pokémon? Thus, akin to Ash or Steven, who had held the championship title only to relinquish it swiftly, was precisely what Lu Yu desired. That represented a taste of freedom, rather than being shackled by the honor of a champion, for with a crown comes substantial weight. In his battle against Zhang Fan, Lu Yu refrained from the brutal efficiency he had demonstrated against Chow Hao, instead opting to engage with a selection of his own elite and champion-level Pokémon. Amidst a back-and-forth exchange of victories, they arrived at the final match. Blaziken, I entrust this battle to you. Zhang Fan's ultimate ace was his Charizard, which, upon entering the battlefield, immediately initiated its Mega Evolution. However, unlike others, Zhang Fan's Mega Charizard was of the Y variant. To honor Zhang Fan, Lu Yu too allowed Blaziken to Mega Evolve. Thus, the two fiery champions, having undergone their transformations, commenced their battle reminiscent of the legendary clash between Ash and Paul. The Mega Blaziken unleashed a Blaze Kick, while the Mega Charizard retaliated with a Flamethrower. As both trainers simultaneously issued their commands, the Mega Blaziken was engulfed in a golden flame, emanating the power of a master-level fire. With a single kick, it obliterated the oncoming Flamethrower, delivering a powerful strike to the Charizard's neck, sending it soaring. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was reeling, the Mega Blaziken accelerated and delivered another kick, striking the Charizard squarely in its ample belly. In truth, Lu Yu had a fondness for Blaziken, particularly for its unique fighting style. It resembled a martial arts master, proficient in an array of techniques, hands, fists, kicks, legs, and knees, executing them with such finesse that Lu Yu need not issue commands. It would simply declare, I will take on 10 at once. Thus, when facing the Mega Charizard, the latter resembled a mere punching bag, subjected to the myriad of stylish assaults from the Blaziken. For the final blow, the Mega Blaziken unleashed its signature move, Inferno. In response to Lu Yu's climactic offensive, Zhang Fan had no choice but to command his Charizard to execute its own Inferno. Alas, historically, the one who counters a wave inevitably succumbs. The Mega Charizard could hardly withstand the onslaught, faltering within mere seconds before being completely overwhelmed and rendered incapable of continuing the battle. With the Charizard defeated, the Mega Blaziken emerged victorious, thus declaring Lu Yu the champion of this 4 Elite challenge. Successfully overcoming the 4 Elite, Lu Yu had now earned the right to ascend as one of the 4 Elite. According to the norms of logic, Dacto should presently hold the title of the first king of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, and should Lu Yu succeed him, the current hierarchy among the 4 Elites would be: first King Lu Yu, second King Dacto, third King Zhang Fan, and fourth King Chow Hao, with the weakest among them being at the pinnacle of champion level, and Chow Hao just a step shy of master level. The 5 mightiest beings within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League were more than capable of dominating all. After vanquishing Zhang Fan, Cynthia finally descended from her champion's throne, striding confidently toward Lu Yu with a smile. At long last, this day has arrived. In truth, I anticipated today's battle long ago, even during our encounter in the Taklamakan Desert. Come forth, let me witness the prowess of the next generation's strongest within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. Upon her declaration, the crowd erupted in cheers. Within the live broadcast, over 14 billion souls within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League held their breath in anticipation. It is worth noting that Sharona, as the champion of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, has rarely been seen in action during official matches, especially during this transitional phase of generational change. This battle is destined to be recorded in the annals of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League. Simultaneously, the audience within the Bird's Nest Arena has suddenly divided into two factions, one supporting Lu Yu and the other backing Sharona. Predominantly, the male spectators are inclined to cheer for Sharona, given her status as a beautiful champion with formidable popularity. Conversely, the majority of female spectators favor Lu Yu. For who could resist a handsome young man? Naturally, many fans express admiration for both, alternating their cheers between Lu Yu and Sharona. Upon hearing Sharona's statement, Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he retrieved a Pokeball. This battle is one I have eagerly anticipated. My seasoned companions have long been itching for action. For our first match, I choose you, Greninja. As the Pokeball emitted a flash of red light, Lu Yu sent forth his first Pokemon, Greninja, against Sharona's initial choice, the Ghost and Dark-type Pokemon, Coexist. This marks Greninja's first battle since its return. And considering the other gym leader-level Pokemon that have yet to see combat, Lu Yu has been saving them for a thrilling clash with Sharona. Observing Lu Yu's choice to send out a new Pokemon rather than a legendary to face Sharona, astute onlookers began to speculate. Could it be that Lu Yu intends to utilize a Pokemon that has never been seen before to combat Sharona? Does he possess a hidden card? Those in the vicinity gasped in disbelief. Given Lu Yu's character, such a possibility is not out of the question. Greninja, it seems you have truly reached that level. Let's ignite the spirit of battle. Coexist, this opponent may prove even more formidable than Ash. With Sharona's words hanging in the air and disregarding the astonished expressions of onlookers, the battle commenced. Greninja, use Water Shuriken. Coexist, unleash Shadow Ball. In an instant, the dark purple Shadow Ball collided with the Water Shuriken, resulting in a small explosion. Seizing the moment, charge in and execute Shadow Sneak. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, Greninja sprang into action, demonstrating a ninja-like combat instinct as it darted through the smoke. Unleashing a Ghost-type move before Coexist. Stung by the attack, Coexist, undeterred by its injuries, retaliated with the Curse technique. At the moment the curse struck, Greninja's expression shifted. But as a Pokemon with exceptional battle awareness, it endured the pain. Consequently, Greninja intensified its assault on Coexist. Hydro Pump. At close range, a powerful Hydro Pump erupted, sending Coexist flying. Just as Sharona commanded Coexist to use Hypnosis, Greninja seized the opportunity, launching a Dark Pulse that knocked Coexist out. With this, Greninja claimed victory. In the first round, Lu Yu emerged victorious with ease. Greninja, a gym leader-level Pokemon, faced off against the master-level Coexist, ensuring a favorable outcome, especially considering Greninja's ability to switch forms at will. The skills employed were further amplified by its typing, hence Coexist's defeat was hardly unjust. However, this scene appeared quite peculiar to the onlookers. At present, the Pokémon League Worldwide has only organized the Elite 8 battles twice in the inaugural tournament. The champion was Dan D, with Sharona finishing as the runner-up, thus ranking as the second strongest in the world. Even with Ash's emergence in the second tournament, Sharona managed to secure a place among the top 3 competitors. Now, a trainer who has barely debuted for a year has demonstrated the prowess to defeat Sharona, albeit only her first Pokemon, which is nothing short of shocking. Not to mention, Lu Yu has yet to unleash his legendary Pokemon. In truth, since Lu Yu and Darkray's arrival, the rise of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League has become unstoppable, while other countries' Pokémon Leagues remain oblivious. Even within the Dragon Kingdom's League, many still believe that the Island Nations League and the John League were superior. Only now do they realize just how formidable the Dragon Kingdom's League has become. After recalling Coexist, Sharona donned a faint smile of relief as she prepared for her final battle. Chapter 130. The Intensifying Battle. After Greninja's triumph over Coexist, it is essential to acknowledge that Coexist is a distinguished master-level Pokemon. Thus, to allow her subsequent Pokemon a chance to battle, Lu Yu recalled Greninja. In the next moment, Lu Yu held up another Pokeball, summoning Blastoise. Blastoise, one of the original starter Pokemon, is also a gym leader-level Pokemon, retrieved from the depths of the ocean alongside Greninja by the formidable Tentacruel. Sharona's next choice, Gastrodon, is a water-type Pokemon with ground-type characteristics, possessing the water absorbability. which enhances its special attack when hit by water-type moves. Therefore, facing the imposing Gastrodon, Lu Yu promptly commanded Blastoise. Blastoise, unleash Hydro Pump. Gastrodon, use Water Pulse. In the next instant, the two water-type moves collided, creating a massive splash that sent water cascading everywhere, affecting both Pokémon. Just then, Lu Yu's psychic abilities activated, scanning Gastrodon thoroughly, and upon determining that its momentum had not increased, he sighed in relief. It appears not to have the water absorbability. Thus, this match allows Blastoise to utilize its water-type moves. Continue the assault, Blastoise, execute Hydro Cannon, and immediately follow up with Hydro Pump. Following Lu Yu's command, Blastoise let out a fierce roar and gathered its full power, charging at Gastrodon. In response to Blastoise's strike, Gastrodon remained composed, attempting to counter with Mud Shot. But after failing, it was sent flying by Blastoise's impact. Just as Gastrodon prepared to counterattack, Blastoise's Hydro Pump struck it, sending it sprawling and averting danger. Now is the time for Ice Beam. At this moment, the battlefield was littered with puddles, and Gastrodon was soaking wet. A rapid drop in temperature could potentially freeze it. Observing the situation, Sharona sensed impending doom and commanded Gastrodon to initiate Sand Tomb. Should the entire battlefield transform into quicksand, Gastrodon would gain a significant advantage, potentially turning the tide in its favor. However, Blastoise's speed far surpassed Gastrodon's. As an icy blue beam shot forth, Gastrodon failed to evade and was promptly encased in ice. At this juncture, Gastrodon's chances of a comeback appeared dismally slim. Thus, to deliver the final blow, Hydro Cannon. With a thunderous roar, a massive explosion erupted, scattering shards of ice everywhere, and Gastrodon ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground. In the second round, Lu Yu secured yet another victory. At this moment, gripping the Pokeball tightly, Sharona prepared to send forth her third Pokémon, Togekiss. The majestic Pokégeese stands as the pinnacle of Cynthia's formidable lineup, boasting an impressive level of 97, placing it among the elite echelon of Pokémon in the world. Upon seeing Pokégeese, Lu Yu promptly recalled his Blastoise and summoned his Roaring Moon to the battlefield. At that moment, as Roaring Moon made its entrance with a familiar dragon roar, both the audience present and viewers worldwide were momentarily taken aback. What Pokémon is this? A Bloodwing dragon, perhaps? Yet it appears somewhat peculiar, murmured the onlookers. It seems the Pokédex has catalogued such a Pokémon, named Roaring Moon, said to be a paradox form of the Bloodwing dragon, but detailed information is scarce. I had presumed it to be a mere figment of imagination. Who would have thought it was real? Lu Yu indeed possessed an impressive array of Pokémon, each exhibiting remarkable strength, almost monstrous in nature, making even the champion Cynthia appear somewhat fragile in his presence. As he prepared to represent the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance in the upcoming Elite 8 tournament, many speculated that he might rival Ash and bring home the championship. Remarkable. You even have Roaring Moon? Cynthia expressed her astonishment at Lu Yu's ability to capture such a Pokémon, but she quickly regained her composure, offering a self-deprecating smile. Well, given that you possess a god-tier Pokémon, it's hardly surprising that you would have Roaring Moon as well. Pokégeese, commence battle. Utilize Aura Sphere. Upon receiving Cynthia's command, Pokégeese swiftly took flight, flapping its wings to unleash a cerulean energy sphere aimed directly at Roaring Moon. As a dragon and dark-type Pokémon, Roaring Moon was naturally susceptible to fighting-type moves, prompting Lu Yu to direct it to evade swiftly and retaliate with Dragon Pulse. As the battle ascended into the skies, Roaring Moon unleashed its dominance as a top-tier predator. In its eyes, no Pokémon could dare to appear in the air without its consent. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, Roaring Moon spread its colossal crimson wings and surged forth like a bolt from a crossbow. In the next instant, Roaring Moon opened its gaping maw and unleashed a dragon-type energy beam, forcing Pokégeese to dodge. With a sudden burst of acceleration, it closed the distance, executing a crunch attack that elicited a cry of pain from Pokégeese. However, Roaring Moon's assault did not conclude there. Once it clamped its jaws around Pokégeese, it refused to relent, using its powerful wings to batter Pokégeese relentlessly. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Pokégeese was forced to descend to the ground, where it was mercilessly overwhelmed by Roaring Moon. Before long, Pokégeese began to wheeze, its stamina waning. Observing this, Cynthia felt a pang of anxiety. Yet she was powerless against the sheer strength of her opponent, whose prowess was akin to that of a seasoned master, despite the marginal level difference between them. Roaring Moon. Dragon Rush. Following Lu Yu's command, Roaring Moon maintained its grip on Pokégeese, emanating a tremendous energy before plummeting from the sky, driving Pokégeese into the earth below. As the dust settled, Pokégeese was rendered unable to continue fighting, collapsing into a deep crater. With Pokégeese incapacitated, Roaring Moon emerged victorious, leading to a 10-minute break in the battle as Cynthia had lost 3 Pokémon. Exhaling deeply, the referee issued the command, astonished that this up-and-coming trainer, who had only recently made a name for himself, possessed such remarkable prowess. Even Cynthia, the champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, appeared novice-like in his presence. Chapter 131. The second half begins. Goodness. Before Lu Yu, even the current world number 3, champion Cynthia, proves to be no match. This Lu Yu is truly extraordinary. The spectators murmured, realizing that he had not yet exerted his full strength in previous battles. These Pokémon were merely his true trump cards, seemingly surpassing even legendary Pokémon. With such talent within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, how could they not rise among the ranks of the formidable? Listening to the murmurs within the Bird's Nest Stadium, Lu Yu clenched his fists. In truth, ever since he returned with several Master-tier Pokémon, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of the world. Yet, he had not anticipated Cynthia's fragility in the face of his power. However, the likes of the Dan Emperor and Ash were no mere pushovers. They surely possessed their own 6 Master-tier Pokémon. Thus, the final clashes of the Elite 8 tournament would be the true battles of equals for Lu Yu. With a soft murmur, Lu Yu approached the entrance to the contestant corridor, casting his gaze upon the striking figure of golden-haired Cynthia, a smile gracing his lips. In his early days of watching Pokémon, Cynthia had indeed been one of his favorite female characters. However, their encounters in this world had led to considerable friction between them. Nevertheless, having bested her, Lu Yu's dream of becoming the strongest had, at least within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, been realized. All past grievances would henceforth be laid to rest. As the second half of the match commenced, Lu Yu sent forth his next Pokémon, and to no one's surprise, he had indeed reserved a team of untapped Pokémon for this ultimate battle. Thus, his 4th Pokémon was one of the rarest, the Scorching Flame Reaper. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's choice of Scorching Flame Reaper, Cynthia's expression shifted slightly, for 2 of her next 3 Pokémon would be at a disadvantage against Lu Yu's Fiery Spectre. However, her strongest ace, the Mega Garchomp, would surely find itself targeted by Lu Yu's Banette. With a resigned sigh, Cynthia sent forth one of her ace Pokémon, Lucario. Lucario, at level 99, stood just shy of Master-tier status, representing peak mastery. Such an opponent piqued Scorching Flame Reaper's interest. Scorching Flame Reaper used Judgment Blade. Judgment Blade, a fire-type move, could restore its own health upon landing a hit, meaning that as long as it inflicted a certain amount of damage, Scorching Flame Reaper would be nearly at full health. With Lu Yu's command issued, Scorching Flame Reaper, akin to a ghostly assassin, unleashed a cerulean flame slash. Lucario, employ Aura Sphere. With a resounding clash, Judgment Blade and Aura Sphere collided, but before long, the fiery blade was neutralized by the energy sphere. Seizing the moment, Lucario lunged forward, executing a lightning punch. Flame Burst. No matter how one viewed it, Lucario, as a Steel-type Pokémon, was inherently vulnerable to Fire-type moves, and its Fighting-type techniques proved futile against Scorching Flame Reaper's Ghost-type attributes. Just barely evading Scorching Flame Reaper's attack, Lucario rapidly gathered its aura energy. Lucario used Detect. Detect was primarily designed to counter Ghost-type Pokémon, allowing normal and Fighting-type moves to hit Ghost types. However, Lu Yu remained unfazed. If Lucario couldn't even employ its Fighting-type moves, what was the essence of this battle? Lucario, continue unleashing Aura Sphere. Scorching Flame Reaper, Blaze Charge. Upon the issuance of Lu Yu's command, the Tsang Yen Ren Gue ignited in ethereal blue flames, resembling a spectral knight, rapidly advancing with vengeful fury. Even in the face of Lucario's Aura Sphere, the Tsang Yen Ren Gue remained unfazed, the flames absorbing a substantial portion of the attack, and due to type advantages, the damage was negligible. Subsequently, the Flare Blitz collided fiercely with Lucario, sending it hurtling through the air. Lucario, hold on, unleash Bone Rush. Upon hearing Sharona's voice, Lucario gritted its teeth against the pain and summoned a blue bone staff into its grasp. Thus, wielding this weapon, Lucario clashed against the Tsang Yen Ren Gue's sword-like arms. Curse Sword, Bone Rush. Another fierce exchange ensued. Despite Lucario employing a ground-type move, the Tsang Yen Ren Gue, with its formidable strength, successfully countered all of Lucario's attacks. The final blow was delivered, incinerating everything in its wake. The uniquely eerie blue flames of the Tsang Yen Ren Gue unleashed a devastating onslaught, overwhelming Lucario, which could not withstand the onslaught, regardless of how ferociously it wielded the bone staff. Finally, as the staff disintegrated, the flames enveloped Lucario entirely, igniting suddenly. With a thunderous boom, amidst the explosion, Lucario was sent flying, utterly incapacitated. Lucario has lost its fighting capability. Champion Sharona, please send out your next Pokémon. This time, before Sharona could recall her Pokémon, Luyu swiftly returned the Tsang Yen Ringui to its Pokeball and summoned the Hong Lian Kai Chi. With a slight frown, Sharona sent forth Roserade. The grass and poison type perfectly countered Luyu's Hong Lian Kai Chi, and though Luyu had not intended it, this fortuitous matchup led many to believe that Luyu had meticulously strategized for this battle. Roserade, use Sludge Bomb. Hong Lian Kai Chi, deploy Iron Defense. Observing Luyu's lack of offensive action, opting instead to bolster Hong Lian Kai Chi with enhancement moves, Sharona felt a twinge of unease, but soon, her amusement faded. Quickly, stop him. Roserade, unleash Solar Flare. Hong Lian Kai Chi, ignore it, and continue using Iron Defense. After successfully executing 3 Iron Defenses and 1 Calm Mind, amidst the spectators' confusion regarding Luyu's relentless use of enhancement moves, a smile broke across his face. Now, dispatch your foe, Hong Lian Kai Chi, unleash assist power. As the words left his lips, a terrifying surge of psychic energy erupted, launching Roserade out of the battlefield. Chapter 132, The Final Battle, Clash of the Desert Monarchs. The assist power move, while initially modest in strength, could significantly amplify its potency through various enhancement skills. Recalling the time when the 7-star Pit's Flare Blitz champion emerged, Luyu had employed the same tactic with Hong Lian Kai Chi. Various iron defenses bolstered its attributes, then a single assist power obliterated the opponent. Now Roserade, a poison-type Pokémon, bore the brunt of the amplified attack from Hong Lian Kai Chi's lethal strike, leaving it utterly defenseless. When Roserade succumbed to the onslaught and was eliminated by Hong Lian Kai Chi, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Even those who had high hopes for Luyu, believing he could defeat Sharona, found it difficult to comprehend the situation. It felt as though Luyu existed on an entirely different plane, truly a marvel of nature. After recalling the incapacitated Roserade, Sharona's demeanor shifted, her previously commanding presence transformed, for her next contender was her trump card, the apex of ground-type Pokémon, the formidable Garchomp, a cornerstone of the Sandstorm team. Even without having defeated any of Luyu's Pokémon, Sharona radiated confidence, as if bolstered by the bond with her longtime partner. Luyu, after returning Hong Lian Kai Chi, flashed a grin and proclaimed, "Then, I entrust the true desert tyrant to you." Following a burst of crimson light from the Pokeball, a radiant shiny Bangira emerged onto the battlefield. Upon seeing its opponent, Bangira and Garchomp assumed their battle stances, both sensing the palpable tension emanating from one another. When Sharona realized Luyu had indeed summoned this Pokémon, she brimmed with renewed vigor, while the astonished audience gasped at the revelation of Luyu's shiny Bangira. Bangira, unleash Earthquake. Without hesitation, Luyu commanded an onslaught. Upon receiving the order, the shiny Bangira roared and slammed its right foot into the ground, unleashing a relentless wave of seismic energy towards Garchomp. Reacting swiftly, Sharona and Garchomp countered. Let's retaliate with Earthquake. Understanding Sharona's intent, Garchomp matched the attack, and thus, the two Pokémon engaged in an earth-shattering clash. This confrontation would determine who possessed greater endurance. Otherwise, their relentless offensive would merely cancel one another out. The Earthquake standoff persisted for nearly 2 minutes, beads of sweat glistening on Garchomp's brow until a slight advantage emerged. In a critical moment, Garchomp's dorsal fin unleashed a burst of propulsion, allowing it to briefly ascend and evade Bangira's deadly strike. With the attack missing, Bangira, unable to sustain its Earthquake assault, ceased its offensive, then unleashed Dark Pulse. As Luyu issued another command, Bangira understood perfectly, targeting the airborne Garchomp with its full-force strike. Garchomp, respond with Dragon Pulse. The next instant, a fierce collision of Dark-type and Dragon-type energies erupted, resulting in a violent explosion. As the dust settled, the two demigods, Bangira and Garchomp, stood poised, ready to unleash their next moves. It was at this moment that Luyu realized that Sharona's ace was not merely at the master level, but perhaps the sole Pokémon in her arsenal that had reached the status of a champion. Evidently, the true gap between Bangira and Garchomp's prowess was minimal. Realizing this, Luyu felt a surge of excitement, for it marked his first encounter with another's champion-level Pokémon, serving as a valuable experience before facing Diantha and Ash. Bangira, use Rock Slide. Garchomp, counter with Stone Edge. As colossal boulders rained down from above, Banjira roared in defiance, while Garchomp utilized its razor-sharp claws to effortlessly slice through the descending rocks as if they were mere foam. Now, surge forward with Dragon Claw. Banjira assumed a defensive stance, anticipating Garchomp's approach, ready to respond with a meteor mash. Thus, the back-and-forth onslaught commenced once more, with both sides' Pokémon being demigods, all at the pinnacle of their respective realms, rendering them nearly evenly matched. Sufficient opportunities to decisively vanquish one another were scarce. Mega Sharpedo unleashed Dragon Rush once more. Banjira counter with Hyper Beam. As Mega Sharpedo charged at Banjira with ferocious momentum, Banjira took a slight step back, harnessing the entirety of its might, unleashing a devastating attack from its maw. The shockwaves produced by this strike obliterated the surface of the battlefield, crashing forcefully into Mega Sharpedo. Even though Mega Sharpedo was enveloped in Dragon-type energy, it was ultimately shattered by the Hyper Beam, sent hurtling away. Initially, this was Banjira's opportunity. However, it was momentarily immobilized by the aftermath of the Hyper Beam, and this golden chance evaporated. The battle raged on for a full hour, and as Banjira and Mega Sharpedo panted heavily, Luyu and Cynthia exchanged glances, activating their Mega Evolutions simultaneously. Banjira Mega Evolve, Mega Sharpedo Mega Evolve. Accompanied by their fervent cries, two radiant beams of prismatic light erupted forth, heralding the swift emergence of Mega Sharpedo and Mega Banjira, instilling immense intimidation. Let us conclude this with one decisive blow. Mega Banjira, unleash your full force Gigaton Impact. Very well. Mega Sharpedo, we too shall unleash our full force Gigaton Impact. As Luyu and Cynthia shouted with all their might, bolstered by the profound bond between trainer and Pokémon, the effects of Mega Evolution took hold. The two demigods of the sandstorm began to coalesce purple and white spiraling energy. Then, like two cannonballs, they collided with tremendous force, accompanied by sizzling sounds of melting. Indeed, as the two Pokémon clashed, the energy of the Gigaton Impact began to dissolve against each other. The question remained, who would falter first? Chapter 133, Victory, the champion emerges. At this moment, the confrontation between Mega Banjira and Mega Sharpedo extended for an increasingly protracted duration. After a full 3 minutes, the purple and white spirals dissipated entirely. Yet, Mega Banjira and Mega Sharpedo continued to clash with their physical forms. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of billions within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League collectively quickened, an inexplicable tension enveloping the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the esteemed guests and elite trainers in the audience felt a palpable anxiety. Luyu's prowess was astonishing. How could the world's third-ranked trainer face him without any semblance of resistance? Such an opponent. Could even Ash manage to thwart him? As Blue pondered, the other guests from various international Pokémon leagues shared similar sentiments. It was not merely the victory that awaited Cynthia. At present, Luyu still had 5 Pokémon capable of battle, a terrifying display of power. After a prolonged wait, when both Banjira and Sharpedo were nearly drained of strength, the final outcome was revealed. Mega Banjira proved to be the superior force, and at the moment Mega Sharpedo staggered and collapsed, its Mega Evolution faded away. Subsequently, the exhausted Mega Sharpedo succumbed to complete fatigue upon the defeat of its opponent. Mega Banjira too reverted from its Mega Evolution state, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Truth be told, had Mega Sharpedo held on for merely a few more seconds, Banjira might have been unable to endure. Yet, the result was favorable. Luyu had triumphed over Cynthia, successfully defeating the 4 Elite Four members of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League and the reigning champion. Thus, the title of champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League was decisively transferred, with Mega Sharpedo rendered incapable of battle and Banjira emerging victorious. And given that Cynthia's 6 Pokémon had all lost their combat capabilities, I hereby declare that Luyu's challenge against the Elite Four has been a resounding success. Let us welcome the new champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, Luyu. Following the announcement of the final results by the host and judges, the entire venue erupted in jubilation as all guests, champions, and elite trainers rose to their feet, applauding in tribute to Luyu. It is noteworthy that to participate in the Master 8 Challenge, one must first secure the title of Pokémon League Champion to qualify for the challenge. This implies that despite Dacto's formidable strength, only 2 individuals within the entire Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League are eligible to compete in the Master 8 tournament: Luyu and Cynthia. As the battle concluded and the cheers of the crowd reverberated, Luyu displayed a gentle smile. He had not anticipated achieving his dream of becoming the strongest would be so straightforward, bordering on surreal. However, upon witnessing Banjira give him a thumbs up along with his parents, sister, Dacto, Lin Yunna, and others cheering him on. Lu Yu regained his composure, releasing all of his Pokémon, including Rayquaza. This victory was a culmination of their collective efforts, and this honor was one to be embraced together with all his Pokémon. As Rayquaza, Ancient Sword Leopard, Ancient Jade Fish, Moltres, Blaziken, Sylveon, Lunala, Blaziken, Banjira, Greninja, Blastoise, Gyarados, Charizard, Tyranitar, Sharpedo, Tentacruel, Lucario, Gyarados, Solgaleo, Ancient Jade Fish, Ancient Sword Leopard, Moltres, Mimikyu, Vaporeon, Milotic, Scizor, Talonflame, and Arcanine all appeared. It was a sight to behold. Even Shiny Jengar, though belonging to Lu Yu, had yet to officially participate in any competition, was present. Dozens of Pokémon joyfully lifted the trophy before them, laughing heartily. This scene was broadcasted live, reaching audiences worldwide. Now, everyone knew that from the formidable realm of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, a new champion trainer had emerged. On trending searches, Lu Yu's victory was already making waves, with social media platforms like Weibo crashing due to the overwhelming influx of users. After 3 hours of repairs, they gradually returned to normal. That evening, at the starting point of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, news reporter Bing Bing interviewed Lu Yu, exclaiming, "Congratulations to Mr. Lu Yu for winning the championship. On behalf of the netizens, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. What are your thoughts now that you have become the champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League?" Initially reluctant to respond to the interview, Lu Yu felt compelled to express himself given his newfound status as champion. Clearing his throat, he smiled and said, "It feels surreal, almost like a dream. I've only been a trainer for a little over 10 months, and here I am, the league champion. Of course, my deepest gratitude goes to my Pokémon, and to my own efforts. To be honest, I haven't contributed much. The real strength lies within my Pokémon." As the audience listened to Lu Yu's words, their initial admiration slowly transformed into disbelief. "What? You attribute your championship to your Pokémon's strength rather than your own efforts? How outrageous. Could you consider the struggles of us lower-tier trainers?" However, Lu Yu's final statement left everyone in a state of astonishment. Bing Bing, too, wore a look of disbelief. Even as a seasoned host, she found it impossible to maintain her composure upon hearing Lu Yu's words. With an incredulous expression, she inquired, "Champion Lu Yu, what did you just say?" Observing the skeptical faces around him, Lu Yu sighed, displaying a hint of resignation. "To be honest, I am merely an ordinary individual. Although my prowess as a trainer is formidable, I find myself ill-equipped to manage the myriad responsibilities that accompany the title of champion. Therefore, I have decided to relinquish my title as the Grand Champion, allowing Champion Cynthia to continue in her role while I embark on a journey to further enhance my skills in preparation for the upcoming Elite 8 Challenge. Of course, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, wherever the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League requires my assistance, I shall undoubtedly return, regardless of my circumstances at that time." This proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the world. After all, it is unprecedented for a trainer to abdicate the title of champion so soon after attaining it. What? Lu Yu has just triumphed over the Elite Four and Cynthia, yet he is eager to step down from his position? Being the Grand Champion equates to holding the highest authority within the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, something that everyone aspires to attain, and he discards it so casually? Is that not somewhat extravagant? What is so undesirable about being a champion? Does one not have the opportunity to grow stronger once crowned? Who can fathom the thoughts of such a genius? Perhaps he is akin to Ash from the Island Kingdom's Pokémon League, merely a battle enthusiast, indifferent to power. At this moment, Lu Yu's remarks have captured the attention of trainers and the public worldwide. King Zhongfan urged Lu Yu numerous times, but seeing that he could not sway his decision, everyone felt a sense of helplessness. Moreover, Lu Yu's reasoning was quite sound. He aimed to dedicate himself to the Elite 8 Challenge. So, you mean to say that Lu Yu's participation in the Elite Four and Champion Challenge was solely to qualify for the Elite 8 Challenge? While that may be correct, it is necessary to become the National Pokémon League champion to earn the right to challenge the Elite 8. Ultimately, following a series of competitions, the new strongest 8 trainers in the world were determined, and the Elite 8 Challenge commenced. Now, Lu Yu has officially qualified for the Elite 8 Challenge. Recognizing Lu Yu's genuine desire to forego the title of Grand Champion, Cynthia reluctantly accepted his proposal, leaving the champion position temporarily vacant, awaiting the emergence of the next challenger capable of confronting the new Elite Four. Former Grand Champion Cynthia became the first Elite, Zhang Fan II, Chao Hao III, and Li Lian IV. Meanwhile, the previous fourth Elite, Zhao Hao, regrettably exited the ranks of the Elite Four. After the awards ceremony and receiving the honors he deserved, Lu Yu returned to his island, leisurely spending a week with his Pokémon before embarking on a new journey. The Elite 8 Challenge is set to occur every 4 years on August 1st. During these 4 years, all eligible trainers will first engage in a preliminary round to determine the strongest few, who will then challenge the trainer ranked 8th among the Elite 8. Upon successful challenge, the position of the 8th Elite will be permanently shifted, leading to an internal conflict among the Elite 8. It is worth noting that the previous 8 Masters, ranked from 1st to 7th in the world, do not need to participate in the preliminary rounds. They simply await the start of the internal conflict among the Elite 8. The last Elite 8 Challenge took place over 3 years ago, meaning this August marks the commencement of a new Elite 8 Challenge. Regrettably, Dacto is unlikely to participate this time. Even though his strength surpasses that of the so-called Alan, he must wait for the next opportunity due to Lu Yu's recent triumph. Truth be told, despite the Elite 8 Challenge occurring every 4 years, the number of trainers genuinely qualified to participate in the challenge over 4 years does not exceed 10. Furthermore, this is merely the qualification to challenge. There remains a considerable distance to travel before one can confront the Elite 8. After all, the participants are the strongest of each Pokémon League. They are either former champions or current champions. Such combative prowess cannot be easily replaced. Now, it is late February, and only 5 months remain until the Elite 8 Challenge in August. During these 5 months, Lu Yu must traverse several nations and defeat numerous strong opponents to genuinely acquire the qualification to challenge the Elite 8. It is noteworthy that the newly ranked Elite 8 are as follows. First is Ash, second is Dandy, third is Cynthia, fourth is Alan, fifth is Karuna, sixth is Da Wu, seventh is Yulong Du, and eighth is Alan. The unfortunate Da Wu and Du, once the most formidable men of previous generations, now find themselves relegated to such lowly ranks in this new version. Thus, armed with the challenge map for the Elite 8 and the route for capturing Pokémon, Lu Yu's first destination is the Island Kingdom Pokémon League. It is important to mention that unlike the challenges depicted in the original Pokémon TV storyline, simply securing the championship title is insufficient to participate in the Elite 8 battles this time. One must also challenge a top trainer from the Island Kingdom Pokémon League. The Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, the John Bull Pokémon League, the Gall Chicken Pokémon League, the Eagle Sauce Pokémon League, and the Arctic Bear Pokémon League. Upon successful completion, one can then battle Alan among the Elite 8. Victory would grant entry into the Elite 8. Naturally, one might wonder why. Since Cynthia ranks 3rd in the world and Lu Yu has defeated her, he cannot directly obtain the qualification to challenge the Elite 8? In response, the World Pokémon League clarifies that even if a challenger defeats the previous champion, as in Lu Yu's case, he has only vanquished the champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, Cynthia, and not the Elite 8 champion ranked 3rd in the world. Thus, the established procedures must still be followed. Therefore, Lu Yu's first stop is prepared to challenge the renowned trainer Professor Oak of the Island Kingdom Pokémon League. After defeating him, he can proceed to his next destination. As for defeating the renowned trainer of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, Lu Yu's task is already completed. He merely needs to challenge the strong trainers from the other 5 Pokémon Leagues. Consequently, riding on a colossal Tentacruel, Lu Yu sets forth from the East China Sea towards the Island Kingdom Pokémon League. As soon as Lu Yu chose the Island Kingdom Pokémon League as his destination, the news spread rapidly, igniting anticipation and speculation regarding his first stop. After all, over the years, the champion position within the powerful Pokémon Leagues has remained unchanged. This implies that there have been no new contenders with the qualification to challenge the Elite 8 in the past 4 years. Consequently, Lu Yu is currently the only individual capable of challenging the Elite 8, naturally drawing global attention. Meanwhile, those lesser Pokémon Leagues, even with a new champion, find themselves unable to fulfill the subsequent challenge against the 6 formidable trainers. Thus, Lu Yu's every move is now of great interest to many. I recall that in the previous competition, only the Island Kingdom Pokémon League produced a figure capable of shaking the Elite 8, Ash, who ousted the Arctic Bear Pokémon League champion Adak from the global top 8, subsequently claiming the title of world number 1, capturing the fascination of all. Uncertain as it is, one cannot help but wonder where Lu Yu's journey will lead him this time. Chapter 135, Awaiting the Arrival of Autumn on September 8th. Have you heard? The latest champion of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League resigned from his title almost immediately after claiming it. A tenure even shorter than that of our own Da Wu in the Pokémon League. It is said that he is now preparing to challenge the 8 Masters League, with the first stop likely being our island nation's Pokémon League. Is that true? to have defeated the world's third-ranked champion, Cynthia, to become the ultimate champion. Luyu truly should not be underestimated. Is it possible that only Ash from our Pokémon League can stand in his way? As the trainers of the Island Nation's Pokémon League began to discuss the latest news, the official Pokémon League also issued a stern directive to its esteemed trainers, who act as evaluators. Given that the 8 Masters Challenge has only been held twice, the first tournament featured the strongest trainers from various national Pokémon leagues, all of whom were champions. Therefore, there was no doubt about the outcome of the inaugural 8 Masters League. However, during the second iteration, with new rules introduced, Ash from the Island Nation's Pokémon League swept through the evaluators of the other leagues, ultimately becoming the new world champion. This victory sent the entire Island Nation's Pokémon League into a state of euphoria, leading many trainers to believe they were the world's best, looking down upon trainers from other nations. This sentiment was further fueled by previous provocations from Gohao. Thus, in the last 8 Masters Challenge, all participating national Pokémon leagues were collectively defeated, losing face and allowing the Island Nation's Pokémon League to emerge as the foremost. Naturally, having experienced such circumstances before, the Island Nation's Pokémon League does not wish to become a mere stepping stone for Luyu of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League. Consequently, they issued a stringent mandate to the evaluators of the 8 Masters League. At this juncture, it is essential to mention the so-called evaluators of the 8 Masters League. These evaluators are selected from the world's strongest Pokémon leagues, amounting to 6 in total. Moreover, these 6 leagues are the only ones that have previously held the title of 8 Masters. Therefore, to challenge the 8 Masters, even after becoming the champion of one's own Pokémon League, one must defeat these evaluators once more. These evaluators are, for the most part, the most formidable trainers among the 6 strongest Pokémon leagues in the world, ranking just below the champions, the Elite Four, and the 8 Masters themselves. For instance, the evaluators from the Island Nation's Pokémon League include the renowned trainers Shigeru Okido and Shinji. Both of these individuals were fierce rivals of the world champion Ash in their prime, and their prowess is beyond question. To vanquish them is tantamount to conquering one of the 6 major Pokémon leagues. As for the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, its 3 evaluators are Yiyu, Ziyi, and Wang Song. The first 2 have also faced Ash in battle and were stronger than him at the time, thus fully deserving of their roles. Hence, these individuals serve as the principal evaluators for the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League. However, since Luyu has already triumphed over the reigning champion, he is theoretically the strongest within the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, effectively having surpassed Yiyu, Ziyi, and Wang Song without needing to battle them again. This implies that Luyu need only challenge the remaining 5 major Pokémon leagues to fulfill the requirements to face the world's 8th-ranked trainer, AI Lon. By defeating AI Lon, he would gain entry into the internal conflict of the 8 Masters, thereby commencing the quest for global rankings. Ash had followed a similar path. He did not engage in another battle with Shigeru Okido or Shinji within his own country, but instead challenged the other 5 major Pokémon leagues. It can be said that any new challenger from these 6 major Pokémon leagues is almost guaranteed a place among the 8 Masters. Conversely, a new champion emerging from outside these 6 leagues, even if they are the strongest in their own league, may not necessarily match the strength of Yiyu, Shigeru Okido, and others. Thus, even though over the past 4 years, numerous champions have emerged worldwide, the 6 major Pokémon leagues seldom see a change in their champions. This explains why Luyu's ascent to the championship of the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League has garnered global attention. At this moment, within the Island Nation's Pokémon League, Shigeru Okido, who had specifically attended Luyu's matches, felt a twinge of concern upon learning about the official edict from the Island Nation's Pokémon League. The notion of stopping Luyu seemed almost ludicrous. One would expect the likes of Yulong-Du, Dawu, and Ash to return before anyone could claim such a task. Although he and Shinji possess formidable strength and championship-level battle capabilities, they still feel inadequate against someone capable of defeating Cynthia. Nevertheless, in matters of Pokémon battles, neither he nor Shinji would shy away from a fight. Whether they can halt Luyu remains a matter of destiny. Meanwhile, Luyu swiftly arrived at the coastline of the Island Nation's Pokémon League, where he noted that, in stark contrast to the Dragon Kingdom's waters, the environment here was heavily polluted. In areas like Fukushima, not a single fish could be seen, likely having perished long ago, for the safety of his Pokémon. Upon entering the waters of the Island Nation's Pokémon League, Luyu recalled his gigantic toxic jellyfish and rode his roaring lunar steed to Tokyo. In the wilderness surrounding Tokyo, he dispatched his Psychic-type Pokémon, including the Red Lotus Armored Knight, Solar Pokémon, and Fairy Pokémon, along with his own psychic abilities, to radiate outward. seeking out the presence of his own Pokémon within the island nation's Pokémon League, whether by fortune or fate. Upon discovering that he could harness the psychic abilities of his Pokémon to extend his search across several cities, even spanning an entire province, locating Pokémon became remarkably more convenient. Lu Yu planned to scour every province after competing in the island nation's Pokémon League before embarking on his journey with the Arctic Bear Pokémon League. Thus far, he had yet to uncover any significant findings, content in the knowledge that he had not encountered any of his own Pokémon within the island nation's Pokémon League. Upon sensing the absence of familiar energies within the island nation, Lu Yu felt reassured that the lack of his own Pokémon was a fortunate circumstance. For who could say what experiments the little creatures, enjoying their lives, might undergo? That would be akin to the nefarious schemes of Team Rocket. With a sigh of relief, Lu Yu summoned all his Pokémon back and strode purposefully towards the Tokyo Sports Arena, where Shinji and Shigeru Okito awaited his arrival. This highly anticipated battle was on the verge of commencing, and Lu Yu was eager to engage with these renowned trainers from the island nation's Pokémon League. As the saying goes, awaiting the arrival of autumn on September 8th, galloping to Tokyo to admire the cherry blossoms. Chapter 136. Galloping to Tokyo to admire the cherry blossoms. Here we are at Tokyo TV station, broadcasting live from the largest arena of the island nation's Pokémon League, where our eyes can now see. The Tokyo Sports Arena is filled to capacity, with even tens of thousands outside who could not secure tickets, all gathered to cheer for our esteemed trainers Shigeru Okito and Shinji. The massive turnout is, of course, due to the fact that today marks the first match of the 8 Masters Challenge, where the new former champion from the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, Lu Yu, is set to challenge the evaluators of the 8 Masters League. As the words of the esteemed host Mikami from Tokyo TV echoed, the audience watching the live broadcast surged with excitement. Viewers from the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League fervently cheered for Lu Yu, while those from the island nation's Pokémon League, along with spectators from other leagues, filled the air with jeers, not wishing to witness a formidable challenger from a foreign league rise above their own. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Tokyo Sports Arena was a sea of faces, with over 80% of the audience hailing from the island nation's Pokémon League. At least 15% were dedicated supporters who had traveled from the Dragon Kingdom's league to rally behind Lu Yu, while the remaining 5% comprised spectators from various other leagues. As the clock struck 10, a deafening cheer erupted from the audience, primarily from the island nation's league. Excluding those like Ryudo, Daigo, and Shota, the spotlight fell on Shigeru Okito, the grandson of the world-renowned Professor Oak, a prominent trainer in the island nation's league, known for holding the title of the youngest doctor. Opposite him stood Shinji, another of the strongest trainers from the island nation's league. As the two stepped onto the battlefield, the crowd erupted once more in applause. At that moment, Shigeru and Shinji exchanged glances and turned their eyes skyward, where a small black dot approached rapidly. Before long, a massive Crimson Dragon-type Pokémon soared into view, and the trainer riding it revealed himself, none other than Lu Yu, who had come to challenge the World Masters Tournament. Upon his arrival, the enthusiasm of the Dragon Kingdom's league supporters ignited, their fervor palpable even in a foreign land. A unified chant from the Dragon Kingdom's supporters momentarily drowned out the voices from the island nation's league, leading many newcomers to mistakenly believe they were in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. This rivalry stirred the blood of the Dragon Kingdom's fans, contrasting with the seemingly comfortable lives of those from the island nation's league. Once the arena quieted, the Tokyo TV host promptly extended the microphone to Lu Yu. "Greetings, Mr. Lu Yu. I am Mikami from Tokyo TV, responsible for the commentary of this Masters Challenge. It is a pleasure to meet you." Seeing the familiar face before him, Lu Yu felt a moment of dissonance, pondering why Mikami had chosen to be a host rather than an educator in this world. However, this fleeting thought vanished as he smiled and replied, "Hello, Ms. Mikami. It is a pleasure to see you as well. It seems the Island Nations League is well prepared to welcome me. Shall we commence the battle?" With Lu Yu's immediate focus on battling, the audience understood that he, much like Shota, was a fervent combatant. Did only a battle enthusiast possess the right to contend for the title of master? Many from the Island Nation's league expressed their discontent, perceiving Lu Yu's confidence as arrogance, as if he were assured of victory against Shigeru and Shinji. Gradually, individual jeers coalesced into a cacophony of mockery. Hearing this, the Dragon Kingdom's supporters bristled, retaliating vocally against the Island Nations League fans. Meanwhile, online discussions erupted into chaos. Amidst this turmoil, Lu Yu remained composed, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he retrieved a Pokeball, fixing his gaze upon the referee of the World Pokémon League. In this Masters Challenge, how many examiners must one defeat? Upon hearing Lu Yu's inquiry, The referee clarified that he only needed to battle one of the two main examiners, Shigeru or Shinji, and defeat them to succeed in the challenge. Even if he lost to Shigeru, he could still challenge Shinji. However, if he failed both times, he would forfeit his chance to compete for the title of master. Akin to those champions from lesser nations who never truly entered the ranks of the elite. Understanding the rules, Lu Yu coolly inquired, "Is it permissible to engage in a doubles match?" The audience, initially simmering with excitement, turned their attention to Lu Yu, puzzled by his request. Doubles? When had this concept entered the Masters Challenge? However, Lu Yu's next words sent shockwaves through the arena and beyond. "What I mean is, I will battle both of them simultaneously, each with 6 Pokémon. I will take on 2 at once." This declaration ignited a flicker of anger even in the usually composed Shigeru, while Shinji's expression remained stoic. The audience erupted in outrage. Even among the supporters of the Island Nations League, who harbored concerns over Lu Yu's audacity. Yet, as the referee confirmed Lu Yu's intent, he sought clarification once more. Upon receiving a definitive nod from Lu Yu, he contacted the president of the World Pokémon League. Ultimately, the doubles match was sanctioned, with Lu Yu challenging the 2 strongest trainers of the Island Nations League, excluding the Masters. Given their combined strength, even Shoto would hesitate to claim victory. Was Lu Yu truly overstepping his bounds this time? In reality, Lu Yu's audacious decision and his prior resignation from the title of champion of the Dragon Kingdom's League were all part of a carefully orchestrated plan. For any member of the Dragon Kingdom's League, a deep-seated resentment toward the Island Nation's League persisted, unyielding even in this new world. Since Lu Yu had been unable to confront this animosity in his previous life, he now sought to deliver a resounding blow to the Island Nations League while he had the capability. Even if his actions were seen as excessive, Lu Yu was no longer the champion of the Dragon Kingdom's League. This was a personal endeavor that transcended league boundaries, a perfectly devised plan. Thus, it was not a matter of waiting for the autumn of September 8th. Today, he would make his mark in Tokyo, beneath the cherry blossoms. Chapter 137, 1 against 2. Let me confirm once more, contestant Lu Yu, do you truly wish to engage in a doubles match against Shigeru and Shinji? If you insist, a failure will forfeit your eligibility in the Masters Challenge. Upon hearing the referee's final confirmation, Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and released his Pokémon. With a flash of red light, a shiny Banjira appeared, seemingly already attuned to its trainer's intent, letting out a powerful roar upon its emergence. The sight of the shiny Banjira reminded the supporters of the Dragon Kingdom of Lu Yu's previous battle against Sharona Escaridos. Perhaps Lu Yu truly could emerge victorious, which would significantly bolster the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom's League and elevate their standing in the ongoing online discourse. Of course, as fellow supporters, all that was needed now was to rally behind Lu Yu with unwavering trust. As for the detractors, they were insignificant in the face of overwhelming strength. Upon witnessing Lu Yu dispatch his Pokémon, Professor Okido and Shinji exchanged knowing glances before each made their way to the battlefield, their Pokeballs shimmering in hand. A formidable Boshicator and a Nidoking immediately emerged. The Boshicator belonged to Shinji, while the Nidoking was one of Professor Okido's trump cards. Consequently, as these 2 Pokémon materialized, the audience, well-versed in the prowess of Professor Okido and Shinji, felt a twinge of unease. Could Lu Yu's Banjira truly withstand the might of 2 Pokémon standing at the pinnacle of champion-level prowess? If Lu Yu were to assert at the champion level, he could indeed hold his own with the strength of a gym leader. However, against 2 master-level Pokémon, that posed a significant challenge, especially considering the illustrious reputations of these trainers, who might possess 1 or 2 extraordinarily powerful high-tier master Pokémon. Without further ado, Lu Yu moved his right hand, and a cascade of vibrant colors erupted. Banjira, Mega Evolution. Observing this spectacle, the commentators swiftly reacted. Oh, what do we see here? Champion Lu Yu, having just deployed his shiny Banjira, has immediately initiated its Mega Evolution. Does he feel that his ordinary state cannot compete with Professor Okido and Shinji? To this, Lu Yu merely smirked, unfazed, as Professor Okido and Shinji promptly launched their attacks. Nidoking, use Earthquake. Boshicator, let us unleash Earthquake as well. In an instant, 2 immensely powerful earthquakes surged forth, hurtling towards Mega Banjira. In light of this, Lu Yu calmly commanded, Mega Banjira, unleash Sandstorm and then execute Earthquake. The next moment, at Lu Yu's command, Banjira let out a mighty roar, and an endless tide of shifting sands flooded the once tranquil battlefield. In a mere heartbeat, the arena transformed into a desert landscape, making it challenging even for the ground-type Nidoking to exert its full strength. At that moment, as all three Pokémon unleashed their earthquakes, the entire Tokyo Sports Hall began to tremble, as if on the brink of collapse. However, as the largest battleground of the island's Pokémon League, the venue's infrastructure had long been designed to withstand master-level confrontations. Thus, even Luyu's Banjira, at the gym leader tier, could endure for some time. A minute later, the relentless barrage of attacks began to take its toll, causing both Bashikator and Nidoking to falter. Witnessing this, Professor Okito's expression shifted dramatically as he promptly commanded, "Change tactics." Nidoking used Toxic Spikes. Realizing that their two Pokémon appeared to be outmatched by Luyu's Mega Banjira, Shigeru resolved to weaken Banjira's condition first. Once Banjira was poisoned, all they would need to do was stall for time. Understanding Shigeru's intentions, Shinji also directed Bashikator, use Metal Claw and charge straight at Banjira. With their strategy set, Luyu quickly grasped Shigeru and Shinji's intentions and promptly instructed his Mega Banjira, locate Nidoking amidst the sandstorm, evade their attack. Then unleash Iron Tail to confront Bashikator head-on and take it down first. Upon hearing Luyu's command, Mega Banjira emitted a fierce roar. In the midst of the sandstorm, it became the desert tyrant, the sovereign of the sands, with every movement under its vigilant gaze. Consequently, when Nidoking launched its Toxic Spikes, a wall of sand materialized in front of Banjira, effectively blocking the attack. To deceive Bashikator and Nidoking, Banjira let out a roar, feigning that it had been struck successfully. Upon hearing Banjira's fierce roar, Shinji's eyes lit up, and Bashikator, propelled by the sound, charged at Banjira. However, what awaited it was not a poisoned Banjira, but rather Banjira's colossal Iron Tail. With a resounding crash, the larger and more powerful Mega Banjira effortlessly deflected Bashikator's Metal Claw and sent it sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, Mega Banjira unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Bashikator. As Bashikator cried out in pain, Shigeru and Shinji finally realized they had fallen into Luyu's trap. As Shigeru commanded his Nidoking to provide support, Bashikator had already ceased its movements, having been knocked out by Banjira, losing its fighting capability. However, lacking psychic abilities, neither Shinji nor Shigeru could discern the current state of the battle. Amidst the overwhelming effects of the sandstorm, only Luyu could perceive everything. After dispatching Bashikator, Mega Banjira did not rest, swiftly maneuvering behind Nidoking and unleashing a devastating hyper beam that sent it flying. Subsequently, a whirlpool of sand formed, dragging Nidoking into its depths. Bashikator, what happened? Respond to me. Nidoking. As Shigeru and Shinji issued their commands, their Pokémon remained unresponsive, further intensifying a sense of foreboding among the onlookers. Chapter 138, Luyu vs. Shigeru and Shinji. As the sandstorm gradually dissipated, the spectators realized their prior assumptions had been accurate. Even with the combined efforts of Shinji and Shigeru, facing Luyu's Mega Banjira was still insufficient. The defeated Nidoking and Bashikator served as irrefutable evidence. Those familiar with Luyu's combat style would know he typically preferred sequential battles, allowing his Pokémon to engage one at a time. Yet today, after Mega Banjira had felled two Pokémon, Luyu showed no intention of switching, seemingly resolved to continue with his shiny Mega Banjira. Upon witnessing this scene, trainers and spectators from the island's Pokémon League began to voice their frustrations, berating Shinji and Shigeru for their inadequacy, having been defeated in a 2-on-1 battle. Conversely, netizens from the Dragon Country Pokémon League reveled in the spectacle, their excitement palpable both online and offline, mercilessly criticizing Shigeru and Shinji for their performance. Damn it, Luyu is too powerful. Such a man trampling through Tokyo today is truly a role model for us all. Ha ha ha, these two have no retort whatsoever. I hope Luyu defeats Ash in this year's Master Tournament and claims the title of World Champion, allowing our Dragon Country Pokémon League to rise to prominence. Go, Luyu. We will all support you. At that moment, as Luyu demonstrated his overwhelming combat prowess by defeating Shinji and Professor Okito's first Pokémon single-handedly, Shinji and Shigeru exchanged solemn glances, their expressions etched with gravity. Despite their prior knowledge of Luyu's formidable strength, experiencing his insurmountable might in battle left them feeling utterly despondent. Nevertheless, as some of the most renowned trainers in the island nation, they would not back down. In the next moment, having sent forth new Pokémon, the battle reignited. In the face of Luyu's Mega Banjira, Shigeru directly dispatched his ace Pokémon, Blastoise, a formidable creature that had reached master-level strength. Moreover, upon its arrival, Shigeru activated the Mega Stone, initiating Blastoise's Mega Evolution. Thus, in comparison to Luyu's Mega Garchomp, the prowess of Blastoise has been minimized to the utmost. Upon witnessing the deployment of Shiro's ace Pokémon, Shinji's thoughts were instantly ignited, and his ace Pokémon, Electivire, promptly emerged. The combination of water and electricity made for an intriguing confrontation against Lu Yu's Mega Garchomp. As the battle commenced once more, Mega Garchomp unleashed a sandstorm that engulfed the entire arena, inflicting continuous damage upon both Blastoise and Electivire. Electivire initiated an electric attack with Charge Beam. Blastoise, in turn, unleashed a powerful Hydro Pump while calling forth rain to dissipate the swirling sandstorm. At this moment, seeing the sandstorm rise again, Shiro immediately commanded Blastoise and Lu Yu's Mega Garchomp to seize control of the weather effect. It can be said that as long as one side gains an advantage in the weather battle, their probability of victory increases significantly. Unfortunately, even though Blastoise had undergone Mega Evolution, it was still no match for Mega Garchomp in terms of weather control. Blastoise was only able to forcibly dispel the sandstorm from a few square meters around itself and Electivire. Mega Garchomp unleashed a Dark Pulse. Without granting the opponent any respite, Lu Yu issued another command. Suddenly, from within the endless sandstorm, a dark purple energy wave surged forth, striking Electivire with tremendous force. Hit by Mega Garchomp's attack, Electivire let out a roar and immediately retaliated with a thunderbolt towards the source of the dark pulse. Alas, within the sandstorm, Garchomp was no longer the tyrant of the desert, but rather a desert assassin. Following a successful hit under Lu Yu's command, it swiftly relocated and engaged in guerrilla warfare with Blastoise and Electivire. When it comes to guerrilla tactics, the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League is the progenitor of such strategies worldwide. Thus, when Lu Yu struck true and allowed Garchomp to vanish back into the sandstorm, Shiro and Shinji's expressions darkened. They understood that if this continued, Blastoise and Electivire would inevitably be completely overwhelmed by Mega Garchomp. If even the strongest Pokémon could not thwart Lu Yu, then this battle was already lost. After a moment of contemplation, Shiro ultimately devised a new strategy. Shinji, send your Electivire into the sandstorm. Upon encountering an attack, immediately employ fighting-type skills, while Blastoise unleashes a relentless barrage of Hydro Pumps. Following Shiro's orders, Blastoise shouted a fierce Kamehameha, and a terrifying torrent of water began to surge, washing away all the loose sand around. As the quicksand absorbed the moisture, it became increasingly difficult for Mega Garchomp to maintain control. Gradually, half of the arena's sand was saturated by Blastoise's Hydro Pump. In this manner, Mega Garchomp would find it challenging to conceal itself successfully. Given this, they decided to confront it head-on. Mega Garchomp unleashed a Destruction Beam, targeting Electivire first. Compared to Shiro, Lu Yu still perceived Shinji's strength as slightly inferior. So he aimed to eliminate Electivire before turning his attention to Blastoise, preserving his odds of victory. In the next moment, as Garchomp roared and launched an orange-yellow energy beam, Electivire employed Protect, completely blocking Garchomp's lethal strike. Subsequently, Shiro quickly identified a flaw in Lu Yu's strategy and commanded Blastoise to attack Mega Garchomp. As the fierce torrent of water surged forth, striking Mega Garchomp directly, Electivire also seized the opportunity to unleash thunder, taking advantage of the moisture on Garchomp. Just as Shiro and Shinji believed this attack was proceeding smoothly, Lu Yu smiled. Mega Garchomp, Megaton Shockwave. Upon witnessing the smile on Lu Yu's face, Shiro and Shinji felt a sense of impending doom, yet they could not pinpoint the source of the true danger. Only then did they realize that the Mega Garchomp they had seen earlier, half concealed within the sandstorm, was merely a decoy, and the presence of the sandstorm had masked the truth from them. At Lu Yu's command, Mega Garchomp charged forth like a tank. The immense force sent both Blastoise and Electivire flying. Struck by such a heavy blow, the two Pokémon found themselves unable to rise. And as Mega Garchomp's moment of vulnerability passed, a single Destruction Beam obliterated Electivire, leaving even Shiro's Blastoise on the brink of exhaustion. After being ravaged by the sandstorm, it could no longer endure, reverting to its original form and losing its fighting capability. Chapter 139, An Unstoppable Force. Following the defeat of Nidoqueen and Walrein, Mega Garchomp emerged victorious, causing Shinji and Shiro to each lose 3 Pokémon. A halftime break ensued, with the second half of the match set to commence in 10 minutes. As the referee signaled, Shinji gripped his Pokeball tightly, his gaze narrowing, a sense of despair once again washing over his countenance. At that moment, he recalled his older brother, a once prodigious and formidable talent, who, when faced with the legendary Pokémon in the Battle Pyramid, had been utterly crushed, unable to mount a counterattack. How reminiscent this battle was of that day. Who could have foreseen that this newly risen champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League possessed such terrifying strength, with a single shiny Garchomp, effortlessly defeating 3 of Shiro and Shinji's Pokémon. Naturally, even Garchomp had now exhausted its stamina. Thus, Luyu wisely chose to withdraw, coinciding perfectly with the halftime break. He had no intention of utilizing Garchomp in the second half. As for Shiro, watching Luyu retreat with Garchomp, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He had originally thought that Luyu could only achieve such a 1 versus 2 victory if he sent out a legendary Pokémon like Rayquaza. Yet now, it was evident he had been mistaken. Even having overestimated Luyu, the reality was that Luyu was far more powerful than they had imagined. At the moment Luyu departed, chaos erupted within the Tokyo sports arena, with fervent shouts reverberating throughout. Shinji and Shiro, you are the disgrace of the island nation's Pokémon League. Humiliated in this manner, how could you dare to lose? Utterly tarnishing the reputation of our island nation's Pokémon League. Why don't you just go die? How can you even call yourselves renowned trainers after being crushed by a trainer from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League? In an instant, the atmosphere in the Tokyo sports arena became charged with outrage, as if Shinji and Shiro were truly the most heinous of criminals. Yet, in truth, losing face for the nation was perhaps more humiliating than any crime. However, these individuals overlooked one crucial fact. Luyu was the man who had defeated Cynthia. And according to world rankings, he was at least a top 8 contender. To put it nicely, Luyu was now capable of ranking 3rd in the world, with such strength. Was it not entirely reasonable for him to overpower Shinji and Shiro? Meanwhile, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League was ecstatic. Although it is often said that the members of the Dragon Country Elf Alliance can become embroiled in petty disputes over trivial matters, when Luyu enters the fray as the former champion of the Dragon Country Elf Alliance, he effortlessly vanquishes the 2 most renowned trainers in the world. At that moment, they bask in the glory of his triumph. In an instant, Luyu is elevated to a near-divine status domestically, embodying the hopes of the entire Dragon Country Elf Alliance's one. For billion citizens who believe he can secure the title of Master of 8. Some even speculate that he may defeat the former world champion, Dan D, and the current champion, Ash, to claim the title of the new world champion. However, should Luyu fail to live up to their expectations, he may become a target of scorn and derision. As for trainers from other countries' elf alliances, upon witnessing the live broadcast, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Champions from various regions quickly declared, "Let us refrain from provoking the Dragon Country Elf Alliance for the time being." Did they not see how the constantly floundering Island Country Elf Alliance was publicly humiliated by Luyu? Moreover, considering Luyu is acting solely as an individual trainer, even in the event of their anger, the Island Country Elf Alliance could not bully him by sending out their top trainers like Daigo, Yolongdu, or Ash. If that were to happen, a loss would not only be embarrassing, but could also significantly alter their world ranking, leading to a complete loss of face globally. As the second half of the match commenced, Luyu once again stepped onto the battlefield, this time greeted not by the jeers of the Tokyo sports arena crowd. The members of the Island Country Elf Alliance understood that in the current climate, further insults towards Luyu would only serve to humiliate themselves. With Luyu's character, he would undoubtedly retaliate with even greater fervor against those who dared to challenge him. Before the match began, Xiao Mao remarked, "We are merely the examiners. Given your strength, successfully challenging the Master of 8 should be a walk in the park, especially since you are a trainer capable of defeating the world's 3rd-ranked trainer, Sharona. A failure in this challenge would indeed be a farce. Since the 2-on-2 format was your suggestion, you should send forth 2 of your Pokémon for the second half." Surprised by Xiao Mao's words, Luyu sensed a hint of concession in their demeanor. Eager to conclude the battle swiftly, he agreed to this method of combat. Consequently, as Luyu tossed out 2 Pokeballs, a purple and a red Pokémon emerged. Indeed, the 2 Pokémon he deployed were both different evolutionary paths of the same species. One, a fire and ghost type, the Tsang Yen Ringui, the other, a fire and psychic type, the Hong Lian Kai Chi. With 2 Pokémon of the same lineage engaging in a double battle, it would spell disaster for their opponents. As Xiao Mao and Shinji beheld Luyu's choice of Pokémon, the same ones that had previously confronted Sharona, despair washed over them. However, as elite trainers, they understood that a loss is merely a loss. There is no shame in it. "Then, I place my trust in you, Moon Pokémon." Upon Xiao Mao's command, a formidable Moon Pokémon took to the field, while Shinji sent forth his Metagross. Though steel types are weak against fire types, he had no other options left, as the rest of his Pokémon were also countered by Luyu's. Thus, he decided to deploy a more powerful quasi-legendary Pokémon. Metagross, use Psychic. Moon Pokémon. Unleash Dark Pulse. Following their commands, the Moon Pokémon released a wave of dark energy, while Metagross's eyes glowed a haunting blue as it began to manipulate psychic forces. Facing their onslaught, the Honglian Kaichi and Tsangyin Ringui exchanged glances and chose their respective adversaries. Without needing Lu Yu's commands, the Honglian Kaichi teleported towards Metagross, while Tsangyin Ringui executed a Requiem Blade, perfectly countering the Dark Pulse. In the next moment, the Honglian Kaichi unleashed a ferocious fire-type attack upon Metagross, engulfing it in an inferno. Endless flames erupted, enveloping the Metagross entirely. Simultaneously, Tsangyin Ringui sprang into action, gracefully approaching the Moon Pokémon, and swung its dual blades with ferocity. In response to the combined assault of the Honglian Kaichi and Tsangyin Ringui, Xiao Mao and Shinji swiftly issued commands to their Pokémon. Soon, despite the pain, Metagross teleported behind the Honglian Kaichi, poised to strike. However, just as it was about to launch its attack, the Honglian Kaichi unleashed a powerful psychic move. Being a psychic type as well, the Honglian Kaichi possessed a higher level of psychic ability than Metagross. Meanwhile, Tsangyin Ringui activated Nightshade, successfully hitting the Moon Pokémon. As time passed, both the Moon Pokémon and Metagross began to falter, ultimately losing their ability to continue fighting. Consequently, both trainers' fifth Pokémon fell prey to the Tsangyin Ringui and Honglian Kaichi. With only one Pokémon remaining for Xiao Mao and Shinji, they exchanged glances and simultaneously sent out their final Pokémon. Shinji's choice was Torterra, while Xiao Mao summoned Golem. In terms of type matchups, they balanced each other out. Golem, use Earthquake. Torterra, we shall also unleash Earthquake. 4 non-flying Pokémon, especially fire types. The ground-type Earthquake move was the optimal method of attack. As waves of ground-type energy erupted, Lu Yu issued new commands to Tsangyin Ringui and Honglian Kaichi. Honglian Kaichi, Tsangyin Ringui, unleash Fire Oath simultaneously. The Fire Oath move erupts with terrifying flames from beneath the ground, resembling a 6-pointed star formation, effectively countering the opponent's Earthquake move. As anticipated, under the combined might of Tsangyin Ringui and Honglian Kaichi, red and purple flames surged from the earth like a volcanic eruption, crashing down upon Torterra and Golem. Given Torterra's grass-type attributes, it suffered immensely from the dual Fire Oath assault, its strength plummeting dramatically. Golem, on the other hand, fared better, being a rock and ground-type Pokémon with high resistance to fire-type attacks. Golem, use Rock Slide. Torterra, hold on and use Rock Climb. With their commands echoing, Honglian Kaichi and Tsangyin Ringui simultaneously focused their gaze on Torterra, unleashing 2 terrifying flames in an instant. This strike, no matter how strong Torterra might be, could not withstand the mightiest moves from 2 master-level Pokémon. As flames capable of incinerating everything surged forth, Torterra's Rock Climb was swiftly shattered, sending it flying through the air. Upon crashing down, a massive crater formed on the battlefield. Thus, Torterra lost its ability to fight, leaving Lu Yu's opponents with only Golem remaining. At that moment, the audience, witnessing the overwhelming power of the Honglian Kaichi and Tsangyin Ringui, couldn't help but swallow hard. Their emotions were indeed complex. They were witnessing Lu Yu's strength firsthand. It was not that Shinji and Xiao Mao were weak, rather, Lu Yu was undeniably formidable. With his caliber of combat, he undoubtedly deserved a place among the Masters of 8. Whether he could claim the title of world champion remained uncertain, but he was assuredly destined to rank within the top 3. Golem, since there is no other option, let us go all out. Use Explosion. As he witnessed his inevitable defeat, Shigeru found himself at a loss. If he could salvage even a modicum of pride, then let him at least vanquish one of Lu Yu's formidable Pokémon. Thus, the formidable move known as Explosion, boasting a staggering power of 250, was unleashed from the hands of his Golem. With champion-level prowess, this explosive ability might indeed obliterate a master-level or even a gym leader-level Pokémon, not to mention the rest. The battlefield was relatively confined. Even if the Red Lotus Armored Knight and the Azure Flameblade Ghost could evade it, where could they possibly retreat? Enveloping themselves in a fiery vortex and then executing Protect, the 2 Pokémon instantly braced themselves upon hearing Lu Yu's command. Then, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, shattering the battlefield within the Tokyo Dome. Both trainers, Shinji and Shigeru, dispatched another Pokémon to shield themselves. As for Lu Yu, would a psychic not be unfazed by such reverberations of destruction? As the smoke gradually dissipated, the already incapacitated Golem lay in a deep crater, while the metallic structures of the battlefield lay utterly in ruins. From within that crater, a flame erupted, revealing the true forms of the Pokémon. Who else but the Red Lotus Armored Knight and the Azure Flameblade Ghost? Indeed, under the protection of Protect and the Fiery Vortex, the two Pokémon emerged unscathed. Consequently, all 6 Pokémon of Shinji and Shigeru had lost their ability to fight, while Lu Yu had only summoned 3, thus achieving a remarkable victory over 12 Pokémon. Such an accomplishment deserves a place in the annals of history. After all, even formidable trainers like Dan D and Ash Ketchum might not have achieved such a feat. Following the conclusion of the battle, the president of the World Pokémon League, Damarich, proclaimed Lu Yu's successful challenge at the second station of the 8 Masters. What remained was to defeat the examiners of the Eagle Sauce Pokémon League, the Polar Bear Pokémon League, the John Bull, and the Gall Chicken Pokémon League, after which Lu Yu could battle the 8th-ranked Alan. Victory would grant him entry into the 8 Masters. Defeat would mark his end. Upon Lu Yu's triumph, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League erupted with overwhelming enthusiasm, waving flags with fervor. Thus, a sea of red banners fluttered in the Tokyo Dome, reminiscent of the ancient saying that the banner shall one day wave upon the peak of Mount Fuji, now on the brink of realization. After the battle, Lu Yu departed from the Island Pokémon League, as his explorations had revealed that none of his Pokémon resided within its confines. Naturally, there was no reason to linger. Upon returning to Zhejiang Province, Lu Yu began to search tirelessly for his beloved Pokémon with the aid of his psychic Pokémon. When he arrived in Jiangsu Province, the Red Lotus Armored Knight conveyed a message, indicating the presence of a familiar aura in the vicinity. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu ceased his activities and proceeded toward the location indicated by the Red Lotus Armored Knight. With several powerful psychic Pokémon at his disposal, searching an entire city had become rather straightforward. Typically, a provincial Pokémon League could be scanned within a day. Lu Yu estimated that a thorough examination of the entire Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League would take approximately a month and a half. Although the 8 Masters competition was still months away, Lu Yu believed that it was prudent to seek out Pokémon in advance. This time was essential for preparation. Chapter 141, Paradox Species, Iron Fist, Sea God? Atop the majestic purple-gold mountain in Jiangsu Province, a creature resembling a sumo wrestler, known as the Iron Fist Pokémon, appeared before Lu Yu. However, unlike its counterpart, this creature shimmered in hues of yellow and silver, boasting true iron fists that radiated a metallic sheen. Indeed, this was the paradox species of the Iron Fist Pokémon, also referred to as the future species, Iron Arm. The Iron Arm belongs to the electric and fighting types, renowned for its formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, making it one of the most suitable Pokémon for tackling the Titanium Crystal Pit in the Pokémon Scarlet and Violet versions. In his previous life, Lu Yu had vanquished countless Pokémon within the Titanium Crystal Pit using Iron Arm, many of which he had collected thanks to Iron Arm's existence. It is safe to say that Iron Arm was undoubtedly the most frequently utilized Pokémon for this purpose. Thus, the bond between Iron Arm and Lu Yu had reached its zenith. Upon seeing Lu Yu, Iron Arm paused momentarily. Then its eyes gleamed with joy as it sprinted towards him. Recognizing its trainer, Lu Yu laughed heartily and leapt into Iron Arm's embrace. Standing at an impressive height of 4 meters, Iron Arm's massive frame was a perfect fit for Lu Yu, who stood at just over 1 meter 80. At last, I've found you, Iron Arm. The more familiar and frequently used a Pokémon, the higher its status in Lu Yu's heart. It had been nearly a year since he arrived in this Pokémon world, and he had managed to recover many of the Pokémon he had previously trained. Those Pokémon averse to battle resided on the enchanting Penlai Island, as Lu Yu envisioned returning to them once he achieved his dream of becoming the world's strongest trainer. He envisioned embarking on adventures and journeys, continuously seeking out Pokémon along the way. Months passed, and Penlai Island blossomed with various facilities, allowing Lu Yu's family to visit and stay for a while. The master bedroom of the villa had been completely claimed by Lin Yuna. When Lu Yu playfully remarked that it would be his future wife's room, Lin Yuna stubbornly refused to vacate, claiming she needed to thoroughly assess the living environment of her future partner. Lu Yu understood the nature of his relationship with Lin Yuna. However, he refrained from addressing the matter until he became the world's #1. After all, there was no rush. If all went smoothly, he could make his intentions clear or confess after the 8 Masters competition concluded. Upon finally reuniting with Iron Arm, he asked, Iron Arm, are you willing to join me once more on my adventures and help me realize my dream of becoming the world's strongest trainer? At Lu Yu's words, Iron Arm nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Lu Yu retrieved Iron Arm's Pokeball from his backpack, and Iron Arm's attributes appeared before his eyes. Pokémon, Iron Arm level, LV 100. Ability, Quark Charge. Types, Electric, Fighting. Strength, Gym Leader level. Skills, Absorb Punch, Belly Drum, Thunder Punch, Volt Tackle, Close Combat, True Chi Punch. Affection, 255. Having once again captured Iron Arm, Lu Yu departed Jiangsu Province, heading towards his next destination. Upon arriving in Fujian Province, the Lugia feather he had acquired from a veteran champion at the game center reacted, emitting a silvery glow. This intrigued Lu Yu, and from this silver feather of Lugia, he discerned that the radiant light seemed to be guiding him. Thus, having pinpointed his direction, Lu Yu continued his operations in Fujian Province, utilizing his extraordinary abilities to search for his Pokémon, and indeed, he discovered quite a number. However, in terms of strength, he did not encounter any Pokémon at the Master, Elite, or even Champion levels. He only found a few that were at the quasi-elite tier and had not undergone much training. As Lu Yu followed the argent feather to the seaside and gazed upon the vast expanse of the ocean, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that the sea deity, Lugia, resides near the coast of Fujian? After all, Lugia is indeed the god of the sea. Therefore, it seems quite natural that the presence of the sea deity would resonate within the range of the argent feather, illuminating with a glow. Consequently, he released his Pokémon, Roaring Moon, and mounted it, commencing his search in the nearby waters, activating all his psychic abilities in accordance with the argent feather's guidance. Lu Yu was drawing ever closer to his destination. Yet, at that moment, he heard an unusual cry. Upon further investigation with his psychic powers, it appeared that a Pokémon was in distress. Witnessing this, Lu Yu urged Roaring Moon towards the source of the sound, 3 nautical miles from the shoreline. Lu Yu discovered an anomaly, a diminutive Lugia, scarcely a meter in size, ensnared within an iron cage. The earlier cries for help had indeed emanated from this small Lugia. It was evident that the argent feather had reacted due to this creature and not because he had encountered the true sea deity. Upon realizing this, Lu Yu furrowed his brows. What kind of entity would dare capture a small Lugia in the waters adjacent to the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League? After all, its parents were at least deities, who would be audacious enough to provoke the god of the sea. But before he could ponder further, the distant sea surface suddenly roiled violently, and upon witnessing this, the small Lugia exhibited a look of surprise. In the next instant, a fully formed Lugia, measuring approximately 5 to 6 meters in length, surged forth from the ocean. Upon seeing its offspring captured by Lu Yu, it was consumed by fury, immediately unleashing a water pulse attack towards him. Clearly, Lugia perceived Lu Yu as the culprit. Chapter 142, Rescue and the Capture of the Sea Deity. What on earth is happening? Your child is not the one I captured. As Lu Yu observed the Lugia launching its attack, he swiftly directed Roaring Moon to evade, gripping the Master Ball tightly in his hand. Should Lugia launch another offensive against him, Lu Yu would have no choice but to summon Rayquaza to engage in battle. In the next moment, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Lugia glanced left and right, and upon realizing there were no other individuals present, it became infuriated. Consequently, an even more ferocious attack erupted from its mouth. Faced with the full force assault of the sea deity, Lu Yu could no longer maintain his composure. He immediately threw the Master Ball and shouted, "Rayquaza, unleash Dragon Pulse." As a crimson light flashed, a formidable black dragon emerged, unleashing a Dragon Pulse that collided with Lugia's attack, causing the waters to surge tumultuously. Upon witnessing Rayquaza, the sea deity gradually regained its composure. With such a formidable adversary nearby, if it continued to rage, not only would it fail to rescue its offspring, but it might also find itself at the mercy of this man before it. However, at that moment, a submarine slowly surfaced from the depths of the sea. A burly man clad in a blue scarf stood atop the submarine, laughing heartily. "Lugia, the sea deity, at last, I have tracked you down. If you wish to spare your child from harm, you will obediently follow the commands of our Team Aqua." Upon hearing this, and recognizing the somewhat familiar submarine, Lu Yu was initially taken aback, only to realize that the individual was none other than Shui Wudong, the leader of Team Aqua. Wasn't he perpetually in search of the sea deity Kyogre? Why had he now turned his attention to Lugia? While both Lugia and Kyogre are indeed sea deities, they are entirely different entities. As Lu Yu pondered this, Shui Wudong seemed to finally notice the unfolding scene. When he beheld the thoroughly enraged sea deity Lugia and the imposing black dragon glaring at him, he was utterly dumbfounded. This was not at all what he had anticipated. Originally, Shui Wudong's plan and ambition revolved around locating the sea deity Kyogre and transforming the entire world into an oceanic realm, which was the very reason he had established Team Aqua. Concurrently, they were in direct opposition to an organization known as Team Magma, whose belief centered around Groudon, the deity of the land, clearly conflicting with their objectives. Yet, as time passed, Shui Wudong found it increasingly impossible to locate Kyogre. One day, while sailing the seas, he heard a peculiar cry. Upon investigation, he discovered the traces of the small Lugia. Thus, upon learning of this matter, Shui Wudong initiated a plan targeting the other sea deity, Lugia, since both Lugia and Kyogre were sea deities. Utilizing the small Lugia as leverage to compel Lugia to obey his commands seemed highly plausible. With Lugia's assistance, discovering Kyogre's south resting place would undoubtedly be the optimal solution. Furthermore, with Lugia present, even if Kyogre were to awaken and retaliate, they would possess the necessary strength to confront it, leading to the current scenario. While the small Lugia frolicked in the surrounding waters, it was discovered by Shui Wudong, who then set his plan into motion. However, the scene before him was entirely beyond Shui Wudong's expectations. What was happening? How had a Rayquaza appeared, an entity that was completely outside of his plans? In this world, who was unaware that this radiant black Rayquaza belonged to Lu Yu, the newly appointed champion of the Dragon Kingdom, who was striving for the title of Master? Lu Yu, what brings you here? The words slipped from Shui Wudong's mouth, causing Lu Yu to come back to his senses. Oh, so it turns out this entire affair was orchestrated by your Team Aqua, to dare appear in the waters near my Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon League, and even attempt to lay hands on a deity of the first rank. Do you take me, this champion, for a fool? Having previously been misunderstood by Lugia, Lu Yu had long simmered with indignation. Now, upon witnessing the true instigators, he wasted no effort and commanded Rayquaza to unleash the most powerful destruction ray towards Shui Wudong and his submarine. As the orange-yellow energy beam struck Shui Wudong's submarine, a tremendous explosion erupted, attracting the attention of numerous Pokémon League inspectors to the scene. The outcome was rather ironic. A group that had wreaked havoc upon the seas, becoming a significant concern for various Pokémon Leagues, was swiftly apprehended by Lu Yu. There was no other option. This time, Team Aqua had brought this upon themselves, and Lu Yu had merely seized the opportunity. With Rayquaza present, along with Lu Yu's multitude of Psychic-type Pokémon, how could Team Aqua possibly escape? The order was given to escort Shui Wudong and his subordinates to the Pokémon League headquarters, and after placing a call to Zhang Fan for assistance, Lu Yu finally turned his attention back to Lugia. It is worth mentioning that the former third Heavenly King, Li Lian, has essentially abdicated his position upon Lu Yu's ascension as the fourth Heavenly King. Consequently, a brand new lineup of the four Heavenly Kings has emerged: the first Heavenly King, Shalona; the second Heavenly King, Dakduo; the third Heavenly King, Zhang Fan; and the fourth Heavenly King, Chao Hao. Lu Yu is now referred to as the former champion, but nearly everyone chooses to call him the Dragon Kingdom champion. This arrangement allows Lu Yu to enjoy the privileges of a champion without the burdens of managing the affairs of a national Pokémon League. Upon realizing that Lu Yu was not the trainer who had captured his child, the benevolent sea god, Lugia, extended an apology to Lu Yu. This occurred until Lu Yu presented Lugia with its silvery white feather, signaling his intent to challenge it. Observing Lu Yu's black Rayquaza, Lugia flapped its enormous wings and dove into the sea, only to resurface after entrusting its child to its mate. Much to Lu Yu's surprise, Lugia exhibited no desire to battle, understanding both Rayquaza's formidable strength and the fact that Lu Yu had rescued its offspring. With the feather in hand, Lugia was willing to temporarily join Lu Yu as his Pokémon. Chapter 143. The Reason, Second Stop, Polar Bear. At this moment, witnessing Lugia now residing within his Master Ball, Lu Yu was enveloped by a peculiar sensation. This feeling was strikingly familiar. Undeniably, this Lugia was his own Pokémon. Yet, why had neither recognized the other from the outset? Reflecting on this, Lu Yu recalled his initial encounters with the ancient jade fish and the ancient sword leopard. Perhaps, like them, Lugia's memories had faded over time, leading to such a sensation. As he gazed at Lugia, Lu Yu gently stroked its wings and remarked with a smile, "I never imagined you would have a wife and child now. It seems that terrifying power brought you to the ultra-ancient era. Spending countless years here has likely dulled your recognition of me as your trainer." Listening to Lu Yu's words, Lugia nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Yu's speculations were correct. Lugia had existed in this world for over 10,000 years, and such an expanse of time had naturally diminished their bond. Had they met anew, with a family, wife, and child in place, Lugia would undoubtedly have refused to accompany Lu Yu once more. Yet, fate had a cruel twist. When its child was captured, it was Lu Yu who appeared first, shattering the cage that imprisoned little Lugia, thereby nullifying any leverage or threat from the water fleet. This facilitated an easy defeat for the water fleet. Had little Lugia fallen into their hands, the situation would have been immensely more complicated. If Lugia had been coerced by the enemy, a fierce battle against Lu Yu would have been exceedingly difficult to navigate. With this connection established, and a calmer Lugia recalling the past, it was willing to follow Lu Yu upon hearing his words. Otherwise, there would have been no possibility of departure for Lugia. Furthermore, these legendary Pokémon share a common sentiment. Lu Yu is merely human, with a lifespan that may barely exceed a century. For legendary beings, or even semi-legendary and certain psychic Pokémon, such a lifespan is but a fleeting moment. Hence, why not resolve to accompany Lu Yu throughout his life, ensuring they have no regrets? With Lugia now at his side, Lu Yu's quest to find other Pokémon progressed at an accelerated pace. For Lugia was indeed the sea god and one of the psychic-type Pokémon. Soon, the champion-level Axe Dragon and the master-level three-headed dragon returned to him. Other Pokémon were dispatched to the Punlai Islands, and after a month, Lu Yu set his sights on his second destination, the Polar Bear Pokémon League. The 8 Masters Challenge, even in the assessment phase, requires prior notification to the Pokémon League he intends to challenge. The esteemed president of the World Pokémon League, Mr. Damalanki, would personally attend to witness the competition. Lu Yu had informed the Polar Bear Pokémon League 7 days in advance, thus he was well prepared for the upcoming battle. The Polar Bear Pokémon League maintained a cordial relationship with the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, so Lu Yu saw no need to arrogantly declare a direct challenge to the 2 examiners as before. Instead, he selected Lovsky as his adversarial contender. The match was scheduled for noon at the Moscow Sports Arena, where a multitude of battle enthusiasts gathered to witness the highly competitive Lu Yu in action. For many Westerners drawn to strength, Lu Yu's formidable prowess was enough to earn him a legion of admirers. Consequently, despite battling within the Polar Bear Pokémon League, the number of supporters for Lu Yu was staggering. As Lu Yu arrived atop his roaring moon, the atmosphere in the Moscow Sports Arena erupted into deafening cheers, nearly lifting the roof off the venue. Lu Yu, Lu Yu, Lu Yu, champion, champion, champion. To be frank, compared to allowing the trainers from the John Bull Pokémon League and the Island Nation Pokémon League to claim the title of world champion, the attendees from the Polar Bear Pokémon League preferred to see Lu Yu from the Dragon Kingdom ascend to the top. Upon dismounting from his roaring moon and encountering the burly, blonde-bearded Lovsky, Lu Yu smiled widely. Let us relish the forthcoming battle. This scene, broadcast across the globe, incited outrage among the members of the Island Nation Pokémon League. What does this mean? Previously, during our assessment battles, he was so arrogant, and now facing the Polar Bear, he is back down, get it straight upstairs. This is called the demeanor of a great nation, a refreshing breeze. Treating you is a different attitude altogether. Perhaps take a moment to reflect on your prior conduct? As the spectacle unfolded, it was evident that soon it would be the turn of the Gallic Rooster, John Bull, and Eagle Sauce. There was no doubt, Lu Yu's current strength was at least third in the world, with only Dan D and Ash posing a potential challenge. When the competition commenced, Lovsky sent forth a Pokémon, the embodiment of the Polar Bear Pokémon League, the Frostland Bear, immediately making its entrance. The Frostland Bear, a champion-level Pokémon, had not seen a worthy successor since the first 8 Masters Challenge crowned Adak. The strongest contenders now were merely champion-level trainers, and the best among them was only a high-level champion. Thus, upon witnessing the Frostland Bear's arrival, Lu Yu summoned his newly retrieved champion-grade Blade General. The Blade General, a rare prodigy among the ranks of 1,000 cutting commanders, possessed an immense aura of power. As the match commenced, Lu Yu promptly commanded, Blade General, deploy Stealth Rock. Once the Stealth Rock skill was unleashed, as long as the Blade General remained capable of battle, Lovsky's next 5 Pokémon would incur damage upon their entry. Upon witnessing this scene, Lovsky's expression subtly shifted, prompting him to issue a command to the Frosted Bear without hesitation. Frosted Bear, unleash Rock Smash. Execute a surprise attack and intercept his skill. As both trainers simultaneously delivered their orders, the battle between the Blade General and the Frosted Bear commenced in earnest. Following a fierce exchange, the Frosted Bear staggered backwards several steps, clearly indicating that its strength paled in comparison to Lu Yu's Blade General. Continue the assault. Use critical hit. Under the relentless barrage from the Blade General, the Frosted Bear ultimately succumbed first, losing its combat capability, while Lu Yu's Blade General merely exhibited slight fatigue, retaining ample fighting spirit. Chapter 146, A Casual Domination, the 8 Masters Challenge. After the victory of the Blade General, Lu Yu promptly dispatched a new Pokémon, for he had amassed a considerable number of Pokémon returning to his side during this time. Essentially, aside from a handful of legendary Pokémon or those of master-level caliber, most had returned. After all, during his true training phase, Lu Yu had only actively cultivated around 100 Pokémon. The rest were merely fillers. Thus, despite recovering them, Lu Yu merely assigned them to Penglai Island. In such a high-stakes match, even a shiny Jengar might not find an opportunity, let alone the others. Soon, when the champion-level Axu appeared, Lovsky sent out his own Pokémon, much to everyone's astonishment, as he too summoned an Axu. A battle between Pokémon of the same type surprised the onlookers. Axu Dragon Rush. However, compared to Lu Yu's Axu, the opposing one was clearly at a significant disadvantage. Following the battle, Lovsky faced yet another defeat. Thus, as each Pokémon took to the field, when Lovsky's final Pokémon, the Emperor Napu, fell to Lu Yu's shiny Jengar. The battle reached its conclusion. After winning the second match, Lu Yu swiftly made his way to the Gallic Chicken, John Bull, and Eagle Sauce Pokémon Leagues. Engaging in combat with these examiners posed no pressure for Lu Yu, and unlike the matches with the Island Nations Pokémon League, these examiners were characters not found in the original narrative. Consequently, Lu Yu deemed it unnecessary to elaborate on his battles with them. Having triumphed over all the examiners, Lu Yu naturally secured the qualification to challenge the 8 Masters. Furthermore, he now had the opportunity to face one of the strongest in the world, Island. From the Eagle Sauce Pokémon League, should Lu Yu emerge victorious, he would ascend to the rank of the world's 8th strongest. Should he lose, the 8 Masters would remain unchanged, and another world ranking match would ensue. This upcoming match garnered considerable global attention, with anticipation surrounding whether Lu Yu could elevate his rank and join the ranks of the world's most formidable trainers. Scheduled for this Sunday at noon, the battle would take place in the ancient Roman Colosseum, located within the European Pokémon League. The selection of a neutral battleground aimed to provide both Lu Yu and Island a fair competition environment, as either home or away settings could significantly impact the outcome. However, as the Sunday match commenced, it became evident that at least half of the audience within the Roman Colosseum consisted of supporters from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. To ensure their popularity rivaled that of their opponents across the ocean, fans and spectators from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League made the journey to cheer for Lu Yu. After all, the scene of a lone figure crossing oceans to compete in a 100-meter race, as seen centuries ago, would never be replicated. As the match began, the arena erupted with cheers. Island, Island, Island. Despite Lu Yu's previous dominant victories over the examiners of the Gallic Chicken, John Bull, and Eagle Sauce Pokémon Leagues, this did little to sway the sentiments of many who harbored dissatisfaction towards an Asian competitor. Even Ash, despite his global acclaim, could not rival the influence of Dan Emperor in the West. Thus, the majority of Westerners rallied behind Island, believing he could thwart Lu Yu at this juncture. Conversely, most Asians supported Lu Yu, although some skeptics felt he would surely falter, claiming his earlier triumph over Cynthia was merely a ruse. Lu Yu paid no mind to such detractors, resolutely letting his prowess speak for itself. Consequently, when Lu Yu made his entrance, his support was equally as fervent as that of Island, who had previously held the title of an 8-time master. As Lu Yu and Island approached the battlefield, their long-anticipated match commenced. The contest featured 3 Pokémon from each side, and victory would be determined when either party's Pokémon were all rendered unable to continue fighting. If Lu Yu prevailed, he would supplant Island as the 8th strongest in the world. If Island triumphed, the rankings of the 8 Masters would remain unchanged. Now, the match is underway. As the referee announced the commencement, Island immediately sent forth his Pokémon. To be frank, Lu Yu regarded Island as the only one among the 8 Masters who was somewhat undeserving of his title. After all, unlike the others, who were champions of their respective leagues, Island had never held a true regional championship title, leading to the perception that he was a character artificially elevated by the narrative. The reason for the 3 Pokémon format in this battle stemmed from the first round of the 8 Masters, which consisted of 3-on-3 matches. Only upon reaching the semifinals would the full 6-on-6 battles commence. Upon entering the arena, Island unleashed his ace Pokémon, Charizard. If there were to be a contest to identify the most renowned trainer of Charizard, it would undoubtedly be Dan Emperor, Island, and Ash. Presently, the title of the world's top Charizard still belonged to Dan Emperor, while it remained uncertain who would claim the second spot between Ash and Island. However, Lu Yu contemplated altering this hierarchy today. Thus, amidst the audience's confusion, he summoned his own Pokeball. As the crimson light shimmered, a Charizard of exceptional stature and presence, far surpassing Island's, emerged. Indeed, Lu Yu's Charizard was one of those recently returned, reminiscent of the first 7-star event from long ago. This Charizard was heralded as the world's strongest, evoking memories of Dan Emperor's Charizard from the anime. Chapter 147, the contest for the 8th place in the world. Luyu vs. Island. In fact, Pokémon from the Scarlet and Violet series that emerged from 7-star event pits possess unique designations. For instance, Charizard is marked as the strongest Charizard. Similarly, Pokémon like Shiny Talonflame and Greninja also bear the strongest designations. Thus, upon the emergence of Luyu's Charizard, the arena was instantly set ablaze with excitement. The Charizard, a Pokémon of remarkable renown, has captured the hearts of enthusiasts worldwide, particularly due to its association with elite trainers who wield this powerful creature. Currently, among the top 8 trainers globally, Ash, Diantha, Aylin, and Yulong each possesses a Charizard, with the recent entrant, Luyu, also boasting one, seemingly even more formidable than Aylin's. Such a revelation is nothing short of astonishing. In anticipation of competing against the 8 Masters, Aylin had previously scrutinized various battle records of Luyu, particularly noting the presence of a Rayquaza. Aylin realized that should Rayquaza be unleashed, the battle would be all but over. This pinnacle of combat prowess may even surpass that of Diantha, and as for Ash, he defies all norms of evaluation. According to the data, Ash had once possessed a level 1 Solgaleo, which he ultimately released. If the day arrives when Ash faces a trainer with a level 1 legendary, he might very well seek out Solgaleo for an epic showdown. However, Aylin's attention was primarily fixed on Luyu's Pokémon that had previously triumphed over Cynthia. Regarding Charizard, Aylin felt no trepidation as long as it wasn't Diantha's. After all, his own Charizard is celebrated as the second strongest in the world. Thus, as the battle commenced, Aylin immediately activated Mega Evolution, transforming his ace Charizard into Charizard X. Witnessing this transformation, Luyu could not help but smile at the sight of this formidable Mega Charizard, now at the zenith of master-level combat. Charizard, unleash your flames and greet the opponent. Upon receiving Luyu's command, Charizard let out a fierce roar, then released a column of searing flames directed at Charizard X. Aylin was undeterred, promptly countering with, Charizard, retaliate with your own flames. The moment the azure and crimson flames collided, the intense heat caused a spectacular fusion. Yet, it was not long before the red flames began to consume the bluish inferno. In a mere 3 seconds, Charizard X's attack was thwarted, and the ferocious crimson flames struck its massive belly, eliciting a pained cry. Now, strike with your wings. Seizing the opportunity, Luyu urged Charizard to swiftly approach Charizard X, whereupon its steel-like wings came crashing down upon the vulnerable abdomen of Charizard X. With 2 successive skills executed, the already injured Charizard X was further wounded, letting out a furious roar as it retaliated by sinking its teeth into Luyu's Charizard. In response, Luyu's Charizard extended its right claw, unleashing a dragon claw that sent Charizard X hurtling away. The audience, once boisterous, fell into a stunned silence. This was unexpected. Aylin, a seasoned trainer who had held the title of top 8 master twice, had never faced such a dire situation with his Charizard, except against Diantha's. What could this mean? Was Luyu's Charizard truly superior to Aylin's ace? To be candid, Luyu's demonstrated prowess was more astonishing than that of other trainers, as he lacked a fixed ace. While one might consider Rayquaza his true champion, his other Pokémon, including the Shiny Tyranitar and Shiny Sylveon, also exhibited exceptional strength, devoid of any weaknesses. Now, even a Charizard that had never seen battle could overpower an ace of the 8 Masters, leaving many utterly bewildered. Charizard, unleash Dragon Rage. In the face of Aylin's newly transformed Dragon-type Charizard, Luyu commanded his Charizard to employ Dragon-type moves for optimal effect. With a thunderous roar, a fireball materialized, and Charizard X was forced out of its Mega Evolution, collapsing in defeat. Charizard has lost its fighting capability. Luyu triumphs. Aylin, please send forth your next Pokémon. As the referee announced this outcome, a palpable gasp swept through the crowd. Aylin, the 8th-ranked trainer in the world, had seen his ace fall. Drawing a deep breath and feeling the oppressive force emanating from Luyu, Aylin couldn't help but recall the similar pressure he felt when battling Diantha. Aylin's second Pokémon was Tyranitar. Upon seeing this, Luyu smiled and withdrew his Charizard, sending forth his shiny Tyranitar instead. Indeed, Luyu aimed to use the same Pokémon as his opponent, but in a more dominant manner to assert his true strength to the world. For the Western audience, a show of overwhelming prowess was necessary to garner respect. Despite having previously defeated Cynthia, many high-ranking Western trainers remained unconvinced of Luyu's capabilities. Now, in the grand arena of the Roman Colosseum, with tens of thousands of spectators, including trainers from around the globe and the elite 8 masters of the Eagle Alliance, The stakes were monumental. Only through such a display could they truly witness the rise of the Eastern Pokémon Alliance. Tyranitar, prepare for battle. Use Earthquake. Luyu struck first. And Alan, recognizing the situation, knew he was destined to lose this round. Tyranitar, retaliate with Earthquake. As both Tyranitars clashed, Alan's Pokémon stood no chance against Luyu's. The relentless shockwaves overwhelmed Alan's Tyranitar, toppling it under the might of the ground-type energy. Seizing the moment, Luyu commanded, Tyranitar, unleash Dark Pulse. As Alan's Tyranitar fell, Luyu pressed the advantage, directing his Tyranitar to continue the assault. The battle prowess of the shiny Pokémon was too overwhelming for Alan's Tyranitar to withstand. Indeed, even with type advantages, Ash's Pikachu had previously defeated Tyranitar, so there was no reason to believe Luyu's Tyranitar would falter. As expected, Alan's Tyranitar succumbed to Luyu's relentless assault, losing its fighting capability. Witnessing Luyu's effortless victory over his Tyranitar, Alan's expression darkened. How could it be that within just 4 years of holding the title of Top 8 Master, he faced such a daunting challenge from a newcomer trainer? Confounded, the audience in the Roman Colosseum mirrored his shock, their faces pale with disbelief. If they had previously harbored any semblance of hostility toward Luyu, perceiving his strength as mere theatrics, the unfolding spectacle had left them utterly astounded. In their eyes, the world-renowned trainer Alan, ranked 8th globally, surprisingly succumbed to defeat against Luyu in such a tragic fashion. Although Alan still possessed one Pokémon, what difference could it possibly make at this juncture? The outcome of this match was already predetermined. Luyu was destined to emerge victorious, and that too with remarkable ease. Alan's third Pokémon was a quasi-legend, a Metagross. Akin to Digosace. Upon laying eyes on this formidable creature, Luyu couldn't help but smile. With a flash of crimson light, Luyu recalled his Bankisha, and in its stead, a formidable three-headed dragon, a dragon-type Pokémon of the highest caliber, materialized. Upon witnessing the appearance of this dark-type, three-headed dragon, Alan immediately recognized that this battle was futile, while Metagross, being a quasi-legend with steel and psychic attributes, posed a threat. The three-headed dragon, being a combination of dark and dragon types, was immune to psychic-type moves. Furthermore, the three-headed dragon possessed the ability to fly. What a predicament! In the next moment, Luyu launched an offensive against Metagross. The three-headed dragon unleashed a Dark Pulse. Known for its proficiency in special attacks, the three-headed dragon could have easily dispatched Metagross in a single blow if this were merely a game. However, this was the realm of reality, and to everyone's astonishment, Alan commanded his Metagross to use Protect, managing to withstand this lethal strike, albeit barely. Metagross retaliated with a light cannon. Following Alan's command, Metagross let out a mighty roar, launching a terrifying beam of steel-type energy towards the three-headed dragon. Dragon Pulse. Luyu's calm voice resonated as all three heads of the dragon simultaneously unleashed an attack, forming a triangular formation that swiftly dismantled the steel cannon. The relentless assault continued, striking Metagross directly. Seizing this opportunity, the three-headed dragon closed in on Metagross and executed a close-range Dark Pulse, sending Metagross soaring through the air. For the final blow, a tri-attack ensued. In an instant, red, blue, and white colors intertwined in a dazzling display, striking Metagross in a triangular formation. As a deafening explosion echoed, the roar of Metagross abruptly ceased. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a defeated Metagross lay motionless on the ground, marking the decisive conclusion of the battle. Witnessing this scene, the referee swiftly waved the flag, declaring, Metagross has lost its fighting capability. The three-headed dragon is victorious. As all of Alan's Pokémon have been rendered incapable of battle, the winner is Luyu of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance. Furthermore, as Luyu had successfully passed all assessments, he would replace Alan and ascend to become one of the 8 Masters, currently ranked 8th in the world. With the referee announcing the final results, the entire populace of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance erupted in jubilation. After years, they finally had a trainer standing at the pinnacle of the world. 2 representatives from the Dragon Kingdom now occupied the top 8, one in 3rd place and the other in 8th. It was anticipated that Luyu's rank in the new list of 8 Masters could potentially rise even higher. Upon witnessing Luyu's victory, Mr. Demalanki, the president of the World Pokémon League, stepped out from the guest section, microphone in hand, addressing the crowd in the ancient Roman stadium. With the new rankings established, the 8 Masters Challenge would commence at the Bird's Nest Stadium of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance. Currently, the world's top trainer is Ash from the Island Pokémon Alliance, followed by Dan from the United Kingdom Pokémon Alliance in 2nd place. The third is Cynthia from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance. Fourth is Karuna from the Gallic Rooster Pokémon Alliance. Fifth is Alice from the Eagle Sauce Pokémon Alliance. Sixth is Yolongdu from the Island Pokémon Alliance. Seventh is Daigo from the Island Pokémon Alliance. And finally, eighth is Luyu from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance. These 8 individuals comprise the newly ranked top 8 contestants in the world, with the battle sequence set as follows: 5th-ranked Alice against 1st-ranked Ash, 6th-ranked Yolongdu against 2nd-ranked Dan, 7th-ranked Daigo against 3rd-ranked Cynthia, and 8th-ranked Luyu against 4th-ranked Karuna. The first round of the 8 Masters competition is slated to commence next week. Upon hearing Mr. Damalanki's announcement as the president of the World Pokémon League, the audience fell into a momentary hush before erupting into fervent cheers. At long last, the quadrennial World 8 Masters Challenge is about to begin. Among these 8 trainers, Luyu is the one with the shortest tenure. Having only debuted a mere year and a half ago, such a miraculous feat is unlikely to be replicated. Following his victory over Alan, Luyu returned to the tranquil shores of Penglai Island for his final moments of rest. The competition among the 8 Masters consists of 3 rounds. The first is a 3-on-3 battle between Luyu and Karuna, allowing Luyu to deploy a maximum of 3 Pokémon. The second round is a semi-final, featuring a 6-on-6 battle, as is the final round. Even accounting for Pokémon that had previously participated, Luyu's battle roster totals merely 15. In comparison to other recently returned top-tier Pokémon, this number appears insufficient. While other formidable trainers pondered strategies to secure victory, Luyu found himself troubled over which Pokémon to send into battle. The abundance of options was proving to be quite a conundrum. Chapter 149. The 8 Masters commence. Luyu versus Karuna. Tomorrow marks the day of your 8 Masters competition. Yet you appear completely unfazed. It feels as though I, the spectator, am more anxious than you, the participant. At this moment, Luyu, lounging in the villa district of Penglai Island and gazing out at the boundless sea, heard Lin Yunar's teasing voice beside him. In response, Luyu simply smiled and replied, as the saying goes, the emperor is not anxious but the eunuch is. I firmly believe I will triumph in the first round. It merely depends on whether I face Ash or Dan in the second. To me, Karuna is merely a trivial hurdle. Lin Yunar, taken aback by Luyu's audacity in underestimating the world's 4th-ranked trainer, couldn't help but feel speechless. Yet, recalling that he had previously defeated Cynthia, she pondered that perhaps facing the world's 4th-ranked trainer was indeed not a daunting challenge. Wait a moment, did you just imply that I am the eunuch? Upon realizing this, Lin Yunar felt a surge of indignation and promptly seized a pillow from the lounge chair, hurling it at Luyu. Seeing Lin Yunar's sudden fury, Luyu deftly dodged, exclaiming, "Hold on, I still have a match tomorrow. It would be embarrassing if you caused me to get injured." To be honest, the nature of their relationship had become quite transparent. However, Lin Yunar insisted that, as an Asian superstar, it was the boy's duty to initiate romantic advances. Meanwhile, Luyu was continuously seeking the right moment, believing that if he claimed the championship after the 8 Masters concluded, it would provide an opportune occasion. The following day, the vicinity of the Bird's Nest Stadium was teeming with people, as the entire capital city seemed to have descended into a sea of millions of visitors. The 8 Masters competition, held every 4 years, represents the pinnacle of strength from various Pokémon alliances around the globe. While some may argue that it is merely a self-indulgent spectacle among major national Pokémon alliances, the reality remains that the world's elite trainers hail from the most formidable Pokémon leagues. Until the third tournament, only a handful of Pokémon alliances had emerged, with no representatives from other nations ever having entered the ranks of the top 8 Masters. One might ponder if this is a reflection of melancholy. At precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, the match between the world's 4th-ranked and the 8th-ranked contenders commenced, marking the beginning of the day. As expected, it was a clash between the 2 weakest competitors in the global top 8, and naturally, Luyu, being a newcomer, was placed in the forefront. The Psychic Queen, Karuna, fielded her ace, a shiny Gardevoir, which coincidentally, Luyu also possessed. However, while Luyu's Gardevoir had not attained master level, his shiny Galate boasted the prowess of a gym leader. Thus, the moment the referee announced the onset of the battle, Luyu sent forth his shiny Galate, a different evolutionary form of Kirlia. Upon witnessing Luyu's choice of Pokémon, Karuna smiled, and her Gardevoir made its entrance. Without any surprises, Karuna immediately commanded her Gardevoir to Mega Evolve into Mega Gardevoir, engaging Luyu's shiny Galate in combat. Galate executed Sword's Dance. Observing Luyu's initial move to enhance his attack power, Karuna promptly instructed her Mega Gardevoir to utilize Calm Mind. both being Psychic-type Pokémon with the same primary attribute and evolving from the same lineage. Even though Gallade possessed Fighting-type attributes, the actual damage dealt was not particularly significant. Thus, aware that she could not easily interrupt Luyu's Gallade's attack boost, Karuna naturally directed her Gardevoir to employ a power-boosting move. However, in terms of the speed of skill execution, Gallade had the upper hand. After completing Sword's Dance, Gallade leaped forward, charging directly at Mega Gardevoir, preparing to unleash a Thunder Punch. In a critical moment, Mega Gardevoir swiftly utilized Teleport, narrowly evading Gallade's assault. Yet, at that instant, Luyu's command was also issued. He instructed Gallade to ensnare Mega Gardevoir's movements with Psychic, launching an attack the moment she materialized. Comprehending Luyu's directive, Gallade acted immediately. In the next heartbeat, as Gardevoir reappeared, Gallade's fist was already upon her. In terms of total psychic energy and strength, even in her mega-evolved state, Gardevoir was still inferior to Gallade. After all, one was ultimately at the gym leader level, while the other merely reached the peak of master level. A resounding crash echoed as Gallade's strike landed squarely on Mega Gardevoir, sending her soaring. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience within the arena, as well as the hundreds of thousands watching on massive screens outside, and even viewers from around the world via live broadcast, collectively gasped in astonishment. However, the spectators from the Dragon Kingdom's Pokémon Alliance erupted in cheers. Luyu was undeniably formidable. After all, he was the world's fourth-ranked. Even with Karuna's ace Pokémon in Mega Evolution, it was clear that Luyu's non-Mega evolved Pokémon was no match. One might wonder how Luyu's Pokémon could be so exceptionally powerful and with such a high probability of being shiny. Why ponder such matters? A genius among geniuses is beyond our comprehension. It is better to rally behind him. Luyu, fight on. After being struck by Gallade, Mega Gardevoir regained her composure and retaliated with Moonblast. Following Teleport, she launched another Thunder Punch. It was a repetition of tactics, yet under the circumstances of inferior raw strength. Even Karuna could not devise a strategy to evade Gallade's onslaught. Moreover, by a fortunate twist of fate, this instance of Thunder Punch left Mega Gardevoir paralyzed. Following a relentless series of attacks, Karuna's ace was declared defeated. Gardevoir has lost its ability to battle. Please send forth the next Pokémon, Karuna. Hearing the referee's urging, Karuna exhaled deeply. It was settled, for if Cynthia had fallen to Luyu, then her own defeat bore no shame. Clenching her Pokeball tightly, Karuna dispatched her next Pokémon. As the crimson light flashed, a Hawlucha emerged, boasting strength at the mid-tier master level. Upon seeing this Pokémon, Luyu recalled Gallade and sent forth a shiny Gengar, a Pokémon he had acquired over a year ago but had never truly battled with. A shiny Gengar, currently at the initial level of master, just shy of level 90. The reason for bringing Gengar into battle was simple. If he didn't utilize him now, he would have no chance against future opponents. After all, Luyu's current adversaries were all at least at the master level. Chapter 150, Advancing to the Semifinals. The Battle of the Final Four. Coincidentally, just days prior, Gengar had successfully broken through the master level during a battle against Lugia, making him Luyu's main force for this encounter. Then, let us Mega Evolve Gengar. In the next instant, at Luyu's command, a radiant spectrum of colors enveloped Gengar entirely. Subsequently, a transformed white Mega Gengar manifested before the audience. As the crowd marveled at yet another shiny Pokémon, Hawlucha was the first to mount an attack against Gengar. Due to fighting-type moves being ineffective against ghost-type Pokémon, Hawlucha found itself at a disadvantage in this battle. Nonetheless, flying-type moves remained a viable option. Hawlucha unleashed Air Slash. Upon hearing Karuna's command, Hawlucha let out a battle cry, flapping its small wings vigorously, sending forth a barrage of energy composed of flying-type light towards Mega Gengar. In response to Hawlucha's assault, Mega Gengar dove into the shadows, disappearing from sight, causing Hawlucha's attack to miss entirely. Realizing that Hawlucha was ineffectual against the ghost-type Mega Gengar, Karuna promptly withdrew Hawlucha into its Pokeball. Immediately afterward, she brought forth another Pokeball, summoning a Dragapult. Upon seeing this quasi-legendary dragon type, Luyu's lips twitched slightly. He had initially intended for Mega Gengar to battle Hawlucha, but it appeared that Gengar would face a heavier burden. Against this quasi-legendary, Gengar's raw strength was somewhat lacking, yet it was not insurmountable. Mega Gengar, use Hypnosis. Complying with his trainer's command, Gengar emerged from the shadows of Dragapult, launching Hypnosis. Startled by the sudden appearance of Mega Gengar, Dragapult nearly faltered. But as a seasoned warrior, it quickly regained its composure. It retaliated with Dragon Rush, striking Mega Gengar directly, yet simultaneously, Gengar's hypnosis found its mark. The next sequence was straightforward. Continue the assault, Gengar. You sing. Seizing the opportunity while Dragapult succumbed to slumber, Mega Gengar began to serenade a melody that would render its opponent completely incapacitated after 3 turns. Once this move successfully landed, Dragapult's ability to resist was virtually obliterated. Thus, with a stern expression, Karuna commanded Dragapult to execute Dream Eater, only to find it was for naught. Continue using Dream Eater. Indeed, Gengar is capable of mastering the Dream Eater technique. However, it pales in comparison to the prowess of the mythical Pokémon, Darkrai. Moreover, this skill can only be acquired by a Gengar of exceptional talent. As Mega Gengar drained the energy of the struggling Nihilego, the latter finally awakened from its slumber, its eyes blazing with fury. As the saying goes, a dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it, and it shall erupt with rage. In the next moment, the enraged Nihilego unleashed its fury, knowing it had but one last opportunity to deploy its technique, and it intended to risk everything to see if it could vanquish Mega Gengar. In response to Nihilego's desperate offensive, Mega Gengar, under Lu Yu's command, activated Protect. Suddenly, an overwhelming dragon-type aura erupted, and the usually gentle Nihilego bristled with fury, crashing forcefully against Mega Gengar's green shield. Half a minute later, the Protect technique dissipated, and Mega Gengar unleashed a wave of malevolence. Another explosion echoed, and Nihilego finally succumbed, losing its ability to battle. Mega Gengar, though slightly out of breath, remained relatively unscathed. Despite its formidable strength, Gengar's stamina is notoriously lacking. Had Protect lasted just a few seconds less, they might have faced mutual destruction. After recalling the incapacitated Nihilego, Karuna sent forth her previously deployed Grapploct. It was clear that she was destined to lose this match. She merely hoped to avoid finishing in 8th place. With a deep exhale, the final battle commenced. Recalling Gengar, Lu Yu chose to send forth his master-level Pokémon, Dragonite. In a matter of moments, Dragonite vanquished Grapploct with minimal effort. Grapploct, unable to continue, fell to defeat, and with all 3 of Karuna's Pokémon rendered incapable of battle, Lu Yu emerged victorious, advancing to the semifinals. As the outcome was determined, the arena erupted in cheers, though the audience from the Galas Pokémon League was on the brink of riotous anger. How could the 4th-ranked lose to the 8th? This was simply inconceivable. After Lu Yu's match concluded, he made his way to the front of the audience to observe the ensuing battles of the other 6 contenders. To his surprise, the defeated Karuna approached him, seemingly eager for a proper introduction. I never expected to be defeated by a newcomer with barely over a year of experience. I must be getting old. Although Karuna spoke in French, Lu Yu, possessing psychic abilities, understood all Pokémon languages and had no fear of her words. Thus, smiling, he replied, "It's all well and good. After all, I have defeated Cynthia, who is ranked even higher than you." Karuna responded, "You certainly know how to engage in conversation." Shortly thereafter, when the world's 3rd-ranked Cynthia faced off against the 7th-ranked Daigo, both were left with only their final Pokémon. The battle between Mega Salamence and Mega Metagross was nothing short of brutal. Ultimately, Cynthia's prowess prevailed, leading to Daigo's defeat and her advancement to the top 4. The match between Dan Emperor and Yulong Du also unfolded without suspense. Under the onslaught of a Charizard, Yulong Du's Dragonite succumbed to defeat. Meanwhile, the contest between Ash and Alice concluded with the victory of the latter's shiny Pokémon. The 4 defeated competitors were set to battle once more. Thus, a new world ranking emerged. Daigo ranked 8th, Karuna 7th, Yulong Du 6th, and Alice 5th. Following their matches, a fresh battle bracket was revealed: Cynthia versus Ash, Lu Yu versus Alan. It was noteworthy that among the 4 remaining top-tier trainers, 2 hailed from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League, a fact that incited great cheer domestically. Even if both lost, Lu Yu and Cynthia ranked among the top 4, a significant improvement over the previous state, where only one trainer represented the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League. Chapter 151, Lu Yu vs. Dan Emperor. The semi-final schedule today proved somewhat unexpected, as the match between Ash and Cynthia commenced first, rather than the anticipated duel between Lu Yu and Dan Emperor. Similarly, the matches for the morning were designated for Ash and Cynthia, with Lu Yu and Dan Emperor slated for the afternoon. At precisely 7 in the morning, as the battle between Cynthia and Ash began, Lu Yu arrived at the guest seating area, joining several top trainers to witness the contest. Before the match commenced, the host approached the guest area to inquire about their predictions for the morning's battle. Unsurprisingly, the representatives from the Island Pokémon League, Yulong Du and Daigo, favored Ash. Dan Emperor, Karuna, and Alice echoed similar sentiments. When it was Lu Yu's turn to speak, he paused for a few seconds before smiling and stating, "It's hard to say. Either could win, but I hope Cynthia emerges victorious." Naturally, as a fellow compatriot, Lu Yu was inclined to support Cynthia, even though he believed Ash had a greater chance of victory. In the climactic battle, Ash's Pikachu ultimately triumphed over Cynthia's Salamence, securing a place in the finals. This indicated that only one spot remained for the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League in the final showdown. The anticipated meeting of Cynthia and Lu Yu in the final was no longer possible. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Bird's Nest Stadium buzzed with excitement once more, as hundreds of thousands of spectators gathered, prompting the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League officials to deploy thousands of trainers and officials to maintain order. As the match commenced, Lu Yu and Dan Emperor emerged from their respective battle corridors, brimming with confidence. Having lost to Ash previously, Dan Emperor was determined to reclaim his title as world champion. Thus, he believed that while facing Lu Yu would be challenging, as long as he refrained from deploying his so-called Rayquaza, victory was within reach. The second match of the second round of the third Master League commenced, featuring the champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League versus the champion of the John Bull Pokémon League. Lu Yu was the first to strike, with the battleground set on an icy arena. As the referee's words echoed, the icy battlefield slowly rose from beneath, and upon the commencement of the match signal, Lu Yu hurled his Pokeball forward. In the next instant, a fiery new evolution of the Primeape known as the Abandoned Monkey, a leader-tier Pokémon, made its grand entrance. Upon witnessing the Abandoned Monkey, Dan Emperor deployed his own Pokémon, the Thunderous King Kong. The Thunderous King Kong, a leader-level Pokémon. Upon recognizing the strength of his opponent, Lu Yu instantly realized that among the multitude of trainers worldwide, only 3 had truly attained the pinnacle of leadership: himself, Dan Emperor, and Ash. As the battle unfolded, it became clear that the contest would hinge on the trainer's command and the Pokémon's willpower, given their equal strength. The battle commenced as the Abandoned Monkey leaped into action. While the Thunderous King Kong stood its ground, both Pokémon's right fists glowing with a radiant light before colliding with great force. However, in terms of raw power, the Abandoned Monkey proved superior, as it was a fighting-type Pokémon, adept in combat techniques. However, the Thunderous Gigantopithecus, being a grass-type Pokémon, lacks the enhancement of fighting-type attributes. Consequently, when both sides commenced their tentative exchanges, the Thunderous Gigantopithecus was forced back several steps by the Abandoned World Monkey. Witnessing this scene, everyone was astounded. While the Abandoned World Monkey continued its advance, moving with an ethereal grace akin to a specter, launching an assault on the Thunderous Gigantopithecus. It is worth mentioning that after evolving into the Abandoned World Monkey, it not only possessed fighting-type attributes, but also benefited from ghost-type powers. Thus, when the Fury Punch was unleashed, the Thunderous Gigantopithecus found itself unable to evade the assault in that fleeting moment, receiving a direct blow to the face. The searing pain jolted the Thunderous Gigantopithecus awake, and under the guidance of the Dan Emperor, the Wood Hammer technique was promptly utilized, delivering a close-range grass-type attack directly to the Abandoned World Monkey. In response to the excruciating impact, the Abandoned World Monkey emitted a howl of anguish. Steady yourself. Abandoned World Monkey. Execute Absorb Punch. The Absorb Punch, a fighting-type skill, not only siphons the opponent's energy, but also boasts considerable power, making it an ideal move against the Titanium Crystal Pit. Thus, enduring the agony, the Abandoned World Monkey unleashed a powerful punch upon the Thunderous Gigantopithecus, gradually recovering its strength and significantly mitigating the damage inflicted by the earlier Wood Hammer. Continue. Flame Punch. While the opponent may have initially gained the upper hand, the Abandoned World Monkey, with its restorative abilities, began to shift the tide of battle, despite the Dan Emperor activating the grassy terrain. The first match ultimately concluded with the Abandoned World Monkey emerging victorious. After recalling the Thunderous Gigantopithecus, the Dan Emperor sent forth the Facade Dodger. Similar to the previously deployed Thunderous Gigantopithecus and the Dan Emperor's commonly used Blazing Ace, the Facade Dodger represents one of the 3 prestigious starters of their region. These 3 Pokémon epitomize the essence of the John Bull Pokémon Alliance, and thus the Dan Emperor is often hailed as the undefeated champion. However, this title has waned since his last battle with Ash. After recalling the Abandoned World Monkey, Lu Yu surveyed the Facade Dodger before dispatching his new Pokémon, the Master-Level Venusaur. As fellow first-generation starters, with Blastoise and Charizard returning, it was only fitting for Venusaur to make an appearance. Venusaur unleashed the Triple Powder Attack. Upon hearing Lu Yu's command, Venusaur let out a fierce cry, simultaneously releasing paralyzing powder, poison powder, and sleep powder, dispersing the powders throughout the battlefield. Faced with the nauseating assault of Venusaur's powders, the Dan Emperor's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to instruct the Facade Dodger. Facade Dodger, use Surf to wash away those powders. Stop him. Solar Flare. Seemingly caught off guard by Lu Yu's immediate initiation of a powerful grass-type move, the Dan Emperor paused momentarily. Most crucially, the grassy terrain from earlier was still in effect. This enhancement led to a remarkable acceleration in Venusaur's Solar Flare. In the next instant, just as the Facade Dodger's Surf managed to clear away the three powders, an extraordinarily formidable surge of grass-type energy erupted, shattering the wave and striking the Facade Dodger directly. Chapter 152, The Ace Battle. With the Facade Dodger incapacitated, Venusaur claimed victory, prompting the Dan Emperor to send forth his next Pokémon. At that moment, upon hearing the referee's declaration, the Dan Emperor, once the world's #1, exhaled a heavy sigh, recalling the Facade Dodger and sending out the Blazing Ace. Including the earlier thunderous Gigantopithecus and Facade Dodger, the initial trio of the John Bull Pokémon Alliance was now complete. However, it is undeniable that the Dan Emperor single-handedly elevated his Pokémon Alliance's starters to prominence. Nevertheless, upon facing the Dan Emperor's Blazing Ace, Lu Yu also recalled the breathless Venusaur, sending forth a somewhat unexpected Pokémon, the Infernape. Known as the Great Sage, this title is often associated with Ash's formidable Infernape. Yet Lu Yu's version perhaps deserves the moniker even more. After all, the master-level strength is not something just anyone can possess. Infernape, go! Sonic Punch Combo. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, Infernape shouted loudly and charged towards the Blazing Ace. In the presence of this powerful fighting-type Pokémon, the Blazing Ace appeared slightly outmatched. Initially, Lu Yu had intended for Blaziken to face the Dan Emperor's Blazing Ace, as it was likely his second strongest Pokémon. However, fortuitously, the recently returned Infernape, brimming with confidence, sought to battle, and Lu Yu naturally obliged. Blazing Ace, unleash Flame Punch. In an instant, the two fire-type Pokémon engaged in a spirited exchange of fighting techniques, each delivering and receiving blows in a lively spectacle. Concurrently, amidst the sporadic clashes of fire-type moves, the temperature in the arena began to rise steadily. Infernape, Blaze Charge. Blazing Ace, we shall also use Blaze Charge. Another collision ensued, with both sides being forced back, yet as Infernape prepared to advance once more, its legs suddenly weakened, causing it to kneel on one knee, exhausted. Yet, the Blazing Ace, which should have seized this opportunity to finish off Infernape, remained motionless. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the Blazing Ace had already expended its energy and lost the will to fight. The first half of the match concluded rather swiftly. Yet it was undeniable that the Dan Emperor had lost 3 Pokémon, while Lu Yu's team had not a single one incapacitated, the worst being merely on the brink of exhaustion. This was, after all, a feat of a master-level trainer. It was indeed exaggerated to expect one to take on 2 opponents. As the second half commenced, Lu Yu dispatched the bone-patterned giant croc to defeat the Dan Emperor's ice doll. Before it could be recalled, the multi-dragon Baturu took the stage and knocked the bone-patterned giant croc down. Thus, Lu Yu sent forth his newly trained master-level illusory Mask Meow, which quickly incapacitated the multi-dragon Baturu under the onslaught of its playful attacks. This time, Lu Yu had learned his lesson, knowing that the opponent still had a Charizard left. He promptly recalled the illusory Mask Meow and immediately sent out the Shiny Bangira. The Shiny Bangira, Lu Yu's ace Pokémon among master-level fighters, was typically his choice against the opponent's top Pokémon. As for the other Pokémon, perhaps due to less frequent usage, Lu Yu seemed to place greater trust in Bangira. Moreover, the Dan Emperor would undoubtedly aim to Gigantamax his Charizard, prompting Lu Yu to deploy a Pokémon capable of amplifying its power. Compared to Titanization, Gigantamaxing, and Z-moves, Lu Yu preferred Mega Evolution, thus allowing Bangira to take the stage. Bangira Mega Evolve, Charizard Gigantamax. As the two Pokémon emerged, the radiant brilliance of Mega Evolution intertwined with the dark purple aura of Gigantamaxing began to manifest. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Gazing upon the colossal Charizard, towering nearly 100 meters. Even Lu Yu's Bangira, though Mega Evolved, stood at a mere 7 or 8 meters. In this comparison, the disparity between the two seemed vast. Yet, Super Bangira stood undaunted. After all, as long as Lu Yu's Bangira took the field, it represented a formidable presence, invincible among its peers. In terms of temperament, willpower, and strength, it truly embodied excellence. With a thunderous roar that unleashed his might as the desert tyrant, Banjira swiftly activated his sandstorm abilities, enveloping himself in a torrent of raging sands. Reaching a master-level existence, manipulating the desert was akin to Crocodile, who had consumed the sand fruit. As a multitude of sand shields materialized, even the Gigantamax Charizard was unable to penetrate them with a single strike. It could not even inflict harm upon Banjira. Witnessing this scene, Dan Emperor's lips twitched slightly, prompting him to issue another command to Charizard. Charizard, unleash G-Max Inferno. This move represented Charizard's most potent attack post-Gigantamax, and upon seeing this, Luyu directed his gaze towards Banjira. Without needing further words from Luyu, Banjira comprehended his intent. In the next instant, a terrifying energy began to coalesce within Banjira's maw. As the overwhelming flames surged towards him, Banjira unleashed his destructive beam, which, perhaps due to its density, pierced through the flames before colliding fiercely with Charizard's visage. After all, in its Gigantamax state, Charizard was merely a target waiting to be struck, requiring no precise aim for any attack to land directly. Simultaneously, Charizard's Inferno struck Banjira with equal ferocity. In this exchange, neither side emerged unscathed. However, amidst the ongoing battle, Luyu discerned an anomaly. Typically, Gigantamax forms lasted only 3 turns, yet Dan Emperor's Charizard had been battling for over 10 minutes without reverting. The only plausible explanation was that this individual had previously captured the Ultra Titan, from whom Gigantamax originated. Charizard, deliver the finishing blow with another G-Max Inferno. Super Banjira, unleash the Megaton Shockwave. As both trainers commanded their final moves, Super Banjira began to gather a terrifying wave of energy, with violet and white spirals manifesting. Gigantamax Charizard opened its imposing maw, the scorching flames within already exuding a suffocating aura before being unleashed in a cataclysmic clash. Chapter 153, The Finals. With Charizard rendered incapable of battle, Banjira emerged victorious, propelling Luyu of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance into the finals. As the outcome became clear, the audience erupted in applause, acknowledging Luyu's prowess after his victory over Dan Emperor. Indeed, if anyone still doubted Luyu's capabilities as a member of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, they would be sorely mistaken. Such individuals were not worthy of Luyu's concern. At that moment, gazing at the incapacitated Charizard and the triumphant Banjira, Dan Emperor found himself momentarily dazed before finally offering a wry smile. He had believed he could defeat Ash once more and reclaim the title of world champion. But now he grasped a profound truth. In every generation, new talents emerge, each commanding the stage for centuries. Luyu had triumphed. News of this victory reverberated across the homeland, igniting jubilant celebrations among the members of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance. For it marked the first time since its inception that someone had reached the top 8 in the Master Tournament. The championship and the title of World Number 1 were tantalizingly close. After the match, Luyu was greeted by the exuberant Lin Yuna, who dashed into his embrace. Wow, you're incredible. You truly defeated Dan Emperor. Now, we're just one step away from claiming the world title. Hearing her words, Luyu smiled, relishing the warmth of her presence and the beauty of her countenance, known as the epitome of divine beauty. Well, this fortune was brought upon by you. I won't let it go to waste. His playful remark shattered the earlier atmosphere, prompting an indignant Lin Yuna to shake her tiny fists at him. The following day brought a momentous occasion that captured the attention of the world. For the first time, both finalists in the pinnacle of global competition hailed from Asia, rather than Western nations. As Luyu stood poised on the battlefield opposite Ash, the audience erupted in cheers. The vast arena was predominantly filled with supporters from the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, while fans from neighboring regions struggled to secure tickets. Outside the bird's nest, hundreds of thousands gathered, unable to witness the event live, yet fervently cheering for Luyu and their Pokémon Alliance. Luyu felt compelled to meet their expectations. After all, he had once been the champion of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon Alliance, and a champion bore the weight of responsibility, with victory being a crucial aspect of that duty. At that moment, standing on the battlefield, Luyu gazed at Ash, the man who had accompanied him through his formative years and had now matured into a true youth. And a smile broke across his face. Ash, a name renowned for ages, I have long awaited the chance to battle you. Taken aback by Luyu's words, Ash glanced at Pikachu perched on his shoulder and chuckled, addressing Luyu as if they were old friends reunited after years apart. Indeed, I've been looking forward to today's battle as well, right, Pikachu? The first half of his statement was directed at Luyu, while the latter half was for Pikachu, who responded with a determined fist pump, ready for victory. Let us create a spectacle. With those words, Luyu initiated the assault, As the Pokeball flashed red, a Pokemon radiating a silvery white sheen appeared. The Iron Fist Pokemon, one of Lu Yu's most formidable companions. To confront the man who had occupied a significant part of his youth, Lu Yu resolved to unleash his strongest team of 6 Pokemon for this battle. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's Iron Fist Pokemon, Ash smiled slightly and threw his own Pokeball, summoning the Grass-type Lizard King, coolly holding a twig and gazing intently at Iron Fist. As anticipated, Lizard King was among Ash's most powerful Pokemon, representing the pinnacle of his Grass-type team. Indeed, only this man could reach such heights, with every Pokemon at the Master level. Lizard King, let's take the initiative and unleash Seed Bomb. Upon hearing Ash's command, Lizard King transformed into a blur, unleashing a barrage of green projectiles towards Iron Fist. In truth, facing a speed-oriented Pokemon like Lizard King, Iron Fist, which lacked agility, found it nearly impossible to land a hit. However, Iron Fist excelled in defense, akin to a tank. If Lizard King were to be struck even once, the tide of battle could dramatically shift. Thus, with no unexpected turns, Lu Yu began the match by commanding Iron Fist to utilize Belly Drum. Exerting half of his stamina, Lu Yu aimed to maximize his attack power. If given the slightest opportunity, the Lizard King would soon be vanquished. As the Lizard King unleashed a ranged assault with its remarkable speed upon the Iron Arm, Lu Yu diligently sought an opening, commanding the Iron Arm to maintain its Iron Wall stance to bolster its defenses. Minutes passed, and a spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Yu's mind. Iron Arm, now is the time. Unleash a full-force earthquake. At that moment, despite the Iron Arm's sluggish speed, its attack and defense had reached their zenith, and the Lizard King was inevitably struck by the encompassing nature of the earthquake. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu deliberately positioned himself at the closest distance to the Iron Arm. And as the Lizard King was momentarily distracted by the tremors, the Iron Arm lunged forward with ferocity. With a mighty punch, it struck down. The force of the blow so terrifying that the Lizard King was sent crashing out of the arena, rendered incapable of further combat. Remarkably, the Iron Arm, which had been on the brink of exhaustion, regained a significant portion of its stamina. With the Lizard King incapacitated, the Iron Arm was declared the victor. Cheers erupted from the audience as they witnessed the Iron Arm's formidable prowess. Ash, displaying a hint of surprise, recalled the Lizard King and sent forth his second Pokemon, the Infernape. The Infernape, one of Ash's most potent Fire-type Pokemon, rivaled even the Charizard. Upon seeing the Infernape, Lu Yu smiled and recalled the Iron Arm, dispatching his own chosen contender to face the fiery opponent. Chapter 154, The Pinnacle Match. As the Pokeball flashed with crimson light, a lithe Blaziken appeared on the battlefield. Blaziken versus Infernape, a contest between 2 Fire-type starters, a battle of the same elemental alignment, both powerful and popular fire and fighting types. This internal conflict heightened the audience's interest tremendously. Infernape, Sonic Punch, commanded Ash. Blaziken, Blaze Kick. Lu Yu countered. In fact, Blaziken's kicking technique proved more formidable than its punches, as it was a Pokemon capable of leaping over towering structures. As the pale fists clashed with the blazing feet, fierce determination glimmered in the eyes of both combatants, leading them to retreat momentarily. In this initial exchange, the disparity in their strengths was negligible. Then, unleash Flare Blitz, Infernape. At this command, the Infernape roared with fury, a terrifying blaze emanating from its form, intertwining shades of red and blue swirling as it charged towards Blaziken like a cannonball. Facing the onslaught from Infernape and Ash, Lu Yu exchanged a glance with Blaziken. Flames ignited around their fists as they prepared to counter, initiating with a fiery punch, then utilizing their waist and leg strength to step forcefully back. The immense power generated a creaking sound from the battlefield, and the next moment, Infernape was upon Blaziken. With tremendous inertia and impact, Infernape propelled Blaziken backwards toward the edge of the arena. Just as they neared the precipice, Blaziken let out a fierce cry, flames engulfing its body as it launched a powerful counter, halting Infernape in its tracks. Subsequently, Blaziken executed a shoulder throw, leveraging Infernape's own momentum to slam it into the ground with ferocity. The power of the strike was monstrous, and the tides of battle shifted in an instant. Now Blaziken, attack with wild abandon. The command meant to unleash any technique without restraint. As both Pokemon shared the same type and lacked any moves capable of inflicting severe damage upon each other. In battles of this caliber, it was a contest of precision and damage, gradually accumulating to turn the tide of the match. With Blaziken possessing the speed boost ability, it far outpaced the Infernape. Thus, The two fighting-type Pokémon exchanged blows, each strike resonating with the cheers of the captivated audience. As time progressed, Blaziken's advantage steadily widened. For the final blow, Blaziken, Flare Blitz. Will also unleash Flare Blitz. Let us clash. As Ash and Luyu simultaneously issued their commands, Infernape and Blaziken collided fiercely. A torrent of flames erupting into the sky. Even Luyu and Ash, the trainers, had to withdraw their Pokémon to avoid the overwhelming blaze. As the flames gradually subsided, Infernape lay defeated on the ground, while Blaziken knelt on one knee, panting heavily. The victor was clear. Blaziken had triumphed. Despite the loss of 2 consecutive matches, Ash remained undeterred. He was, after all, a master of counterattacks. After recalling Blaziken, both trainers released their next Pokeballs simultaneously. To their astonishment, they had both summoned the same Pokémon, Greninja. However, Ash's Greninja was unique, capable of initiating Bond phenomenon, granting him an additional boost in battle. Without hesitation, Ash commanded his Greninja to activate its Bond phenomenon, engaging in a fierce struggle with Luyu's Greninja. In terms of strength, the two Greninjas were closely matched, yet under the influence of Bond phenomenon, Luyu's Greninja ultimately succumbed, losing its ability to fight. For the first time, Ash had gained a decisive advantage over Luyu, toppling one of his Pokémon. Those familiar with Ash understood that the true battle commenced from this moment onward. Without a second thought, Luyu sent forth Blaziken once more, ready to face the Bond-empowered Greninja. However, due to type advantages and stamina constraints, Blaziken also fell in battle, resulting in both trainers losing 2 Pokémon. Thus, the match stood at a stalemate. Now, I entrust you with the task, Iron Arm. The moment Iron Arm reappeared, it was met by Greninja, which had already battled 2 of Luyu's Pokémon and was considerably fatigued. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Arm unleashed a devastating Volt Tackle, successfully knocking Greninja out. With that, the first half of the match concluded, and Ash found himself slightly behind. As the second half commenced, Luyu pondered whether Ash would summon Solgaleo, only to witness Ash's 4th Pokémon, the widely acknowledged ace, Charizard. Upon the arrival of Charizard, Luyu understood that Solgaleo would not be making an appearance, confirming his earlier speculation. In that case, I entrust this match to you, Gyarados. This Gyarados was not the colossal one Luyu had previously trained, but rather a newly trained, elite-level, shiny Gyarados. Strike first, Gyarados, Water Spout. Upon receiving the command, Gyarados opened its massive jaws, unleashing a fearsome torrent of water that clashed with Charizard's fiery breath. While the elemental advantage seemed unfavorable for a master of type matchups like Ash, attributes posed little issue. Charizard, unleash Dragon Rage. Gyarados, we too shall unleash Dragon Rage. The two Pokémon executed the same move, yet their attacking styles differed drastically. Charizard's fury manifested as a mere fireball, while Gyarados' Dragon Rage summoned a deluge. Amidst the torrential downpour, a multitude of fierce Gyarados emerged, spiraling like water twisters, colliding with fireballs. As the thunderous explosion reverberated, the fireballs were extinguished, and the terrifying water twister engulfed Charizard entirely. Now was the moment. Gyarados unleashed its devastating Hyper Beam. Chapter 155, The World's Best? Charizard succumbed to defeat, and Gyarados emerged victorious. In this moment, witnessing Charizard's incapacitated state, Ash clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming pressure. In stark contrast, Gyarados appeared to possess ample energy. Retrieving Charizard, Ash promptly flipped his hat backward, his spirit surging with renewed vigor, addressing his companion Pikachu. Pikachu, I entrust this battle to you. Hearing Ash's words, Pikachu responded with fervor, leaping from Ash's shoulder to the battlefield. The moment Luyu laid eyes on Pikachu, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. To be honest, Ash's other Pokémon posed little threat. Even the likes of King Lizard, Infernape, Charizard, and even Greninja could be easily vanquished. However, this electrifying creature's unpredictable battle prowess was indeed a conundrum for Luyu. Thus, without contemplating a change in Pokémon, Luyu engaged in battle with Pikachu. Gyarados, continue with Hyper Beam. Obeying Luyu's command, Gyarados roared, channeling its energy into a brilliant orange beam. Its fierce eyes fixated on Pikachu and unleashed its attack. Pikachu, evade. This seemingly mundane command carried an almost mystical power, and in a split second, Pikachu braced itself and narrowly dodged the explosive aftermath of Gyarados' Hyper Beam. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Pikachu charged toward Gyarados, delivering a swift thunderbolt. Roaring in agony as it felt the excruciating electric shock, Gyarados could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed onto the ground. Gyarados has lost its combat ability. At this point, Luyu had lost 3 Pokémon, leaving him with a half-health Machoke and 2 fully energized unknown Pokémon. Meanwhile, Ash retained Pikachu and 1 unknown Pokémon, both in nearly pristine condition. Taking a deep breath, Luyu produced another Pokeball. I entrust you with this, Machoke. Once again, it was Machoke, one of Luyu's strongest Pokémon, which had already defeated 2 of Ash's Pokémon, now stepping up to face Ash's most formidable creature. Machoke and Pikachu, both electric-type Pokémon, although Machoke also possessed fighting-type attributes, posed no significant disadvantage for Pikachu. Maintain this momentum, Pikachu. Use Iron Tail. Hearing those words, Luyu couldn't help but smile. What he feared most was Pikachu avoiding close combat, and now it was charging in, a sheep willingly walking into the lion's den. Machoke. Follow up with Drain Punch. Yet, facing the diminutive Pikachu, the size disparity between Machoke and Pikachu was akin to that of an elephant and a guinea pig. Even though Mashoki's massive hands were considerable, Pikachu's speed was not to be underestimated. Just as Drain Punch was about to land, Pikachu's Iron Tail struck first, smashing against Mashoki's head, causing it to stagger in pain. Seizing the moment, Pikachu unleashed a flurry of attacks. Although electric-type moves inflicted minimal damage on Machoke, they still caused it considerable discomfort. Machoke, keep attacking, use Earthquake. Since precise techniques failed to connect, a broad area attack was the next course of action. However, at that moment, Pikachu sprang onto Mashoki's back, nullifying its Earthquake attack once again. Luyu was acutely aware of Pikachu's tenacity, yet witnessing Pikachu's capabilities in actual combat only intensified his impatience. With a thunderous crash, another Iron Tail struck Machoke squarely on the head. This time, Machoke could no longer endure and collapsed, completely incapacitated. Machoke has lost its combat ability, and Pikachu emerges victorious. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, the score between Luyu and Ash stood once again at a tie, with both trainers now left with but 1 Pokémon each. Tightening his grip on the Pokeball, Luyu threw it into the arena. Enter the shiny Mimikyu. As Luyu's starter Pokémon in the Scarlet and Violet versions, he had naturally trained another one after completing the game, and it was a shiny Mimikyu. Its strength was also at the master level. Upon seeing Mimikyu, Ash's heart sank. He immediately called Pikachu back for a moment's respite before sending out his final Pokémon. As expected, it was not a legendary, but rather a Lucario. The fighting-type Lucario, wielding aura powers, stood as the ultimate nemesis to the dark-type Mimikyu. But was that truly the case? Lucario Mega Evolved now. With Ash's command, a cascade of rainbow light enveloped the battlefield, revealing Mega Lucario. Meanwhile, Luyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he produced a titanium crystal. Since this was the final showdown, he decided to employ the limited item from the Scarlet and Violet versions for this battle. Just like when he first played Pokémon Scarlet, he proclaimed boldly, Mimikyu, Titanize. In an instant, shimmering crystals enveloped Mimikyu, cloaking it in a layer of verdant armor. Thus, the Titanized grass-type Mimikyu was born. Under such circumstances, Mega Lucario would find it no easy feat to land a blow on Mimikyu, as the type advantages were rendered moot. On the contrary, Mimikyu, with its adaptable traits, could convert its attacks type into its own skill type, amplifying its power. Mimikyu, use Play Rough. Play Rough, a fairy-type move, was Mimikyu's forte. In the next moment, Mimikyu executed an uncanny dance and charged toward Mega Lucario, sending it flying. Even as Lucario retaliated with Aura Sphere, Mimikyu effortlessly countered. Once Titanization commenced, the type advantages flipped dramatically. If this were a game, that blow would have been enough to spell doom for Lucario. But this was reality, and thus, the outcome remained uncertain. Mega Lucario, unleash Force Palm. Mimikyu, use Trick or Treat. Another clash ensued, leaving Lucario somewhat breathless under such unfavorable conditions. Even its damage output paled in comparison to Mimikyu's onslaught. Should this continue, defeat was imminent. Realizing this, Lucario gritted its teeth, conjuring a bone club and charging toward Mimikyu. Mimikyu, once more with Play Rough. Another powerful strike sent Lucario hurtling through the air. Regrettably, upon hitting the ground this time, Lucario could no longer rise. Lucario has lost its combat ability, and Mimikyu is victorious. As he gazed upon Lucario, now devoid of combat capabilities, Ash could not help but let out a wry smile. Pikachu, it seems I must once again rely on you. Chapter 156, A Desire to Be Together Forever. Pikachu, unleash Volt Tackle. Upon hearing his trainer's command, Pikachu surged forward, its formidable electric charge shattering the green titanium armor of the illusory Mask Meow in an instant. With that, the titanium transformation was utterly dispelled. Now, Pikachu, execute Iron Tail. With a resounding crash, illusory Mask Meow was sent flying by Pikachu, crashing out of the battlefield and failing to rise again. It was indeed unexpected that such a diminutive electric mouse could unleash such terrifying power. However, Luyu was unfazed. In this evenly matched battle, victory or defeat was always a possibility. No one could boast perpetual invincibility. Taking a deep breath, Luyu recalled illusory Mask Meow. At this juncture, he and Ash stood once more on equal footing, each with only their final Pokémon remaining. To Ash's surprise, Luyu's ultimate trump card was not the shiny Tyranitar, but rather an Electivire. With the ability of Electric Engine, this Pokémon instilled a sense of dread in both Pikachu and Ash. Indeed, Luyu had meticulously prepared to counter Ash's occasionally godlike Pikachu. Iron Arm, Illusory Mask Meow, and Electivire were all strategically chosen for this very purpose. Yet even so, Pikachu had managed to defeat Luyu's Iron Arm and Illusory Mask Meow, leading to this climactic final battle. With the Electric Engine ability, Electric-type moves would be rendered ineffective, instead enhancing Electivire's speed. In light of this, Luyu was resolute in his belief that Pikachu and Ash could not possibly turn the tide. Electivire used Charge. Aware that his Electivire's weakness lay in its sluggish speed, Luyu commanded it to bolster its velocity to match Pikachu in their duel. Pikachu circled Electivire, executing Quick Attack before launching Iron Tail. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity while Electivire was speeding up, Pikachu transformed into a streak of yellow light, racing around Electivire outside the arena. Spotting the perfect moment, Pikachu dashed in front of Electivire, its small tail hardening like iron before striking down fiercely. At that instant, Electivire, caught off guard, suddenly changed its demeanor. Two tails shot out, ensnaring Pikachu with remarkable precision. This was a technique used by Shinji, and it must be said, it proved exceedingly effective. Pikachu and Ash had fallen for the trap. Meanwhile, watching the match from the sidelines, Shinji and Shigeru, both trainers with Electivire, wore grim expressions. They understood that for Ash to mount a comeback would be an insurmountable challenge. Not to mention, Pikachu had already participated in numerous battles prior. And today's contest against Luyu had primarily showcased Pikachu and Greninja's overwhelming prowess. Now, Pikachu's stamina was nearly depleted. In such circumstances, without the ability to act, how could Pikachu secure victory? Electivire, use Volt Tackle and Rock Smash in succession. Thus, within the confines of the Nest Stadium, Pikachu, ensnared by Electivire, endured a relentless barrage reminiscent of a tormented maiden. With each punishing blow, only Pikachu's anguished cries echoed through the arena, gradually fading to silence. Deliver the final blow. Iron Tail. Upon hearing Luyu's command, and under Ash's anxious watch, Pikachu was sent spiraling away by Electivire's Iron Tail. Though he yearned to rise and fight once more for his trainer, to turn the tide as he had in the past, alas, this time, the spotlight belonged to Luyu, not Ash. Pika. The feeble sound resonated throughout the arena, and ultimately, Pikachu collapsed, completely exhausted, relinquishing its combat capabilities. Thus, victory was declared. The once silent Nest Stadium erupted into a thunderous cheer upon witnessing the final outcome. Luyu, Luyu, Luyu. With Pikachu defeated and Electivire crowned victorious, Luyu emerged as the champion of the third Master 8 tournament, claiming the title of the world's best from President Damalanki. As he stood atop the podium, a symbol of the highest accolade in the world, receiving the immense trophy from President Damalanki, Luyu summoned forth all of his formidable Pokémon. Regardless of whether they had participated in the battle or not, every Pokémon materialized within the vast stadium, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. In the next moment, a magnificent array of Pokémon appeared. Black Rayquaza, Lugia, Charizard, Venusaur, Blastoise, Pidgeot, Pikachu, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Ninetales, Golduck, Houndoom, Kingler, Gardevoir, Machamp, Shiny Tentacruel, Golem, Snorlax, Hippowdon, Cloyster, Gengar and Shiny Gengar, Steelix, Mega Tyranitar, Kingdra, Scyther, Tauros, Gyarados and Shiny Gyarados, Dragonite, Eevee, Shiny Frostless, Solar Flare Pokémon, Fire Pokémon, Water Pokémon, Electric Pokémon, Moonlight Pokémon, Leaf Pokémon, Ice Pokémon, Aerodactyl, Snorlax, Articuno, Moltres, Zapdos, Dragonite and Shiny Dragonair, Chikorita, Blaziken, Feraligatr, Zubat, Togekiss, Ampharos, Shiny Whimsicott, Honchkrow, Dugtrio, Sizer, Heracross, Teddiursa, Skarmory, Houndoom, Entei, Tyranitar and Shiny Tyranitar, Lizard King, Blaziken and Shiny Blaziken, Swampert, Staraptor, Shiny Gardevoir, Shroomish, Shuckle, Iron Arm, Mismagius, Porygon Z, Rapidash, Dragonfly Pokémon. Dreamsong Pokémon, Swellow, Iron Claw King, Electivire, Duskull, Ducklet, Marshadao, and many others. When this multitude of Pokémon assembled alongside Lu Yu, cradling the colossal trophy, the arena fell into a hushed silence. They thought they had a grasp of Lu Yu's extensive roster. Yet they were astounded to discover that his collection of Pokémon far surpassed those that had battled. Nevertheless, it must be noted that many Pokémon remained undiscovered by Lu Yu, primarily legendary creatures of the highest caliber. As for the ordinary Pokémon, they were mostly present, while those absent were residing on Lu Yu's mystical Ponglai Island. In the future, he must continue his quest to seek out his legendary beasts. After Lu Yu triumphed as the world's champion, the principal media outlets of various Pokémon leagues approached him with trepidation, all under the watchful gaze of these extraordinary creatures. Initially intending to pose some contentious questions, the journalists were rendered speechless upon encountering the Pokémon. It was the official media of the Dragon Kingdom Pokémon League that broke the silence first, inquiring, "Champion Lu Yu, having secured the title of World Number 1, what are your thoughts on this achievement?" In response, Lu Yu smiled and remarked, "To be candid, the credit primarily belongs to my Pokémon. Their strength and sheer number have played a significant role in this honor, which is not so much about me, but rather a testament to the prowess of my Pokémon." Hearing this, those present were momentarily taken aback, while Lu Yu's Pokémon erupted in joyous laughter. "Now that you have claimed the title of world champion, what are your future aspirations?" A sudden seriousness washed over Lu Yu at this question. Grasping the microphone from the reporter, he earnestly surveyed his Pokémon before directing his gaze toward the front row of the audience, where a stunning woman was cheering him on. With a playful smile, he called out, "Hey, Lin Yunei." At this utterance, a hush fell over the crowd, even Lin Yunei herself appearing momentarily flustered, unsure of why Lu Yu had summoned her. However, Lu Yu continued unabated. "Do you remember our previous agreement? It seems you lost a bet and owe me a request, correct?" At his words, Lin Yunei mechanically nodded in acknowledgement. "Then, please come to my side." Upon this declaration, the audience erupted into cheers, many having already speculated what Lu Yu was about to say. Given their prior rumors of romance, could this be the day of ultimate confirmation? In a daze, Lin Yunei approached Lu Yu, her doe-like eyes filled with curiosity as she scrutinized his intentions. Then, Lu Yu extended his arm, gently wrapping it around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, and gazing deeply into her exquisite face. "I wish to be with you and my Pokémon forever." The story concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in the next tale.